She was originally a powerful person in the Doomsday world. She died in the final battle with the Zombie King. She accidentally traveled to the mysterious beast world and landed in a tribe of divine cats. But unfortunately, she turned into a furry yellow kitten, a piece of trash with no killing power at all. The divine cat tribe was nearly extinct due to a scarcity of females. The moment she crossed over, she was bound to the reproductive system. The system stipulated that she must reproduce for the dwindling divine cat tribe. The more offspring she bred, and the higher their rank, the more points and rewards she would receive. Under the guidance of the system and her own wisdom, she skillfully maneuvered between tribes and subdued powerful beastmen one after another. With the continuously accumulated strength, she gradually united various forces and led the divine cat tribe from the brink of extinction to the road of rise. She gave birth to batch after batch of high-quality cubs, each of whom was gifted and became the backbone of the future divine cat tribe. In the end, she not only won the respect of the tribe with her irreplaceable status, but was also hailed as the goddess, leading the divine cat tribe to the pinnacle. A strange memory suddenly flooded into her mind, and Yun Caicai felt a sharp pain in her head. Hadn't she died at the hands of the Zombie King? Ding! The system is binding. Binding successfully. What was going on? She soon understood. She had traveled through time, from the end of the world to the divine cat tribe of the beast world continent. Now, she's transformed into a fluffy yellow kitten. Hello, host Yun Caicai. I'm sure Lu, the childbearing system. Childbearing system? Yun Caicai frowned. Yes, host. Your mission is to reproduce offspring for the dwindling beast world. The more offspring you bear, and the higher their quality, the more points and rewards you will receive. What will happen if you refuse complete annihilation, reduced to ashes? After 13 years of surviving the apocalypse, she's battled zombies day in and day out, becoming accustomed to the harsh realities of life. Every day, she wakes up grateful to be alive. Could this savage, beastly world be even more unbearable than the apocalypse? After a moment's thought, she decisively agreed, accept the mission. Mission initiated successfully. Host, complete the partnership within 72 hours. Target, high-ranking, powerful orc. Reward, 100 base points. Points will be accumulated based on the rank of the offspring. The novice gift pack has been distributed to the portable space. Yun Caicai's consciousness shifted, and she entered the portable space. The space was small, only 1 cubic meter. A radiant treasure chest floated in the center. Open it. A flash of white light passed, and the gift package transformed into 6 balls of light. She checked each one. Fish soup noodles. Satisfaction plus 100. Fitness pill. Strengthens the body. Space expansion scroll X2. Expands the portable space fertility pill. 100% painless conception pill. Painless childbirth detoxification pill. Detoxification of all poisons. Immediately afterwards, the system prompted again. Host Yun Caicai, current grade. Yellow grade primary, current points, minus 100. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to make up for the deficit incurred by the previous host. Beep. System energy is insufficient. Entering sleep mode. Yun Caicai was stunned. In debt at the start of the journey? The system didn't explain, but memories of the previous host surfaced. She was a spoiled girl from the 21st century, superstitious about the cliches of old romance novels, and only wanted to have a sweet relationship with her true love and then have children. During this period, she constantly promised the system the best of luck, tricking the novice system Lu into using her points to redeem items for her several times. It was not until her childhood sweetheart, the cat beast Changnan, died during a hunt that the system finally woke up and stopped condoning her. Unfortunately, the mission was unfinished, and the system was also dragged into deficit. Yun Caicai sorted through her memories. In the beast world, males are born with a rank responsible for hunting, protecting young, and fighting. The grades are divided into ordinary, yellow, earth, mysterious, heaven, supreme, holy, and divine, and each grade is further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Most females are ordinary, precious, and rare, but the birth process is fraught with danger. Her mother, Su Sanhua, was a yellow rank junior, with 4 beast husbands and 5 children. She and her brother, Yun Hai, were born under the name Yun Dashin, the first beast husband, a earth rank junior, and a foremost warrior in the tribe. Shun Rong and Shun Yi are twins. Their father, Shun Baiyu, is the second beast husband and is of the upper yellow rank. Their third brother, Tang Chao, is born to the third beast husband, Tang Wanshan, and is of the middle yellow rank. Their fourth beast husband, Chung De, is of the lower yellow rank and has no children. At this moment, Yun Caicai opened her eyes and saw a remote and dilapidated beast cave all around her. It was the place where the previous host had committed suicide. There was nothing there. She didn't think anymore and took out the fish soup noodles from the space. Steaming noodles quickly appeared in front of her, with a thick layer of fish meat covering the surface, and the rich aroma of fish soup filled her nose. She gobbled it up, quickly finishing the entire bowl of fish noodle soup. With a thought, she put the bowl away. After a hearty meal, Yun Caicai's small body was filled with strength. After the system entered dormant mode, Yun Caicai had to start on her own and began to check her personal space. The fish soup noodles have been eaten, and there is still one fertility pill, one fitness pill, one pain-free pill, one detoxification pill, 2 space expansion scrolls, and an empty bowl left in the space. She immediately used 2 space expansion scrolls. Successfully, with a flash of white light, the space instantly expanded by 2 cubic meters. Yun Caicai tried to collect the dead branches and leaves around her and was pleasantly surprised to find that any object seemed to fit inside. As for whether it could also take in living things, she was not sure. Oh, right, you could try yourself first. With a thought, she tried to bring herself into the space, but she felt a strong resistance. Not enough level. Can't enter. The space's prompt sounded. After hearing this, Yun Caicai was not discouraged. Instead, her eyes lit up. This meant that as long as the space level was high enough, she could enter it, and then she would have another way to save her life. She looked down at her body, which had been abused by her previous host and had been starved of food and water, and was extremely emaciated. She took out the toning pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill melted in her mouth, and instantly, a warm current flowed through her body, as if repairing damaged meridians wherever it passed. Soon, her once weakened body was revitalized. Just then, intermittent calls came from outside the cave. Caicai, Caicai. Do you hear Daddy's voice, Caicai? Where you come out quickly? Don't let Daddy worry. Yun Caicai's eyes suddenly lit up. She had been worrying about how to get home, and now the opportunity had arrived. She immediately stood up, ran to the cave entrance, waved her hands, and shouted loudly, Dad, I'm here. Back at home in the cave, Su Sanhua was lying on the stone bed, coughing nonstop. Cough, 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 forget it. If you don't want to be a couple, then it's up to you. During this period of time, Su Sanhua had obviously aged a lot. Mother, I am willing to mate with the most talented male in our tribe, a firm voice rang out. Su Sanhua's eyes suddenly widened, and she even stopped coughing in shock. Everyone in the cave looked at each other in disbelief. Su Sanhua's eyes welled with tears. Great. God bless you. My daughter has finally figured out. Yinshan quickly informed the clan leader. Tomorrow, our Caicai will be choosing a beast husband. The news spread quickly. Did you know? Yun Caicai will be choosing a beast husband tomorrow. The clan leader is selecting a suitable male. Boom. The surrounding young males suddenly became agitated. Inghua, the cat beastman who had been staying away from the crowd, couldn't help but perk up his ears when he heard the name Yun Caicai. Is this true? Yun Caicai is the only rank-bearing female among our tribe's younger generation. I must find the tribe leader and sign up to become her bestial husband. No wonder, I just saw Yun Caicai's father running out of the beast cave, crying and laughing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to sign up too, said an orc with a smile on his face. Let's go and see what's going on. After hearing this, Inghua's eyes lit up with joy, but he didn't go with the others. Instead, he turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Finally, he transformed into a beast, leaped, and disappeared into the deep forest. As the only unattached female in the tribe, Huang Pin Yun Caicai wanted to choose a beast husband. This matter was of great significance to the entire tribe. When Yinshan brought the news to the tribe leader, he burst into laughter. Ha! Isn't it just about selecting a beast husband? Others can't do it, but Yun Yada can. She is the darling of our divine cat tribe, and I will definitely pick out the best alternative beast husband for her. So, starting from the afternoon, the chief's yard was packed with people. The chief selected the 6 most outstanding male cat orcs from the tribe, based on their character and talent. As the night deepened, the orcs gradually left. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared outside the courtyard gate. Inghua straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, looked at the pheasant in his hand, and then went forward and knocked on the door. It's so late. Who's here? Clan leader, it's me, Inghwa. The door creaked open. Inghwa, come in, it's so late, what's going on? Clan leader, I'm here for Yun Caicai. Inghwa looked serious. You also want to be Yun Caicai's beast husband? The clan leader was stunned. Inghwa quickly said, I know I was once stranded in the ancient mountains. Being taken in by the tribe is a great favor. I shouldn't have expected to be favored by the tribe's treasure, but clan leader, I really have liked Caicai for a long time. This time, I want to give it a try. The tribe leader laughed out loud when he heard this. Inghwa, you're usually quiet and always come go alone. I've never seen you so eager. Since you've stayed in the tribe, you're one of us. Furthermore, you're the only Xian grade cultivator of the younger generation, the strongest new force in our divine cat tribe. If you can't do it, who can? Don't worry, I'll take note of your name now. But tomorrow, it all depends on Yun Caicai's choice. The tribe leader watched Inghwa leave, muttering to himself, I used to worry the tribe wouldn't be able to keep him, but now it's all right. Caicai, you're truly the treasure of our tribe. As he returned to the house, he suddenly caught sight of a tied pheasant at the door. Good boy. The tribe leader, increasingly pleased, carried the pheasant back inside. The next morning, Yun Caicai and her family set out from the cave. Even the frail Su Sanhua forced herself to get up. She wanted to witness her daughter take this most crucial step in her cat life. As soon as Yun Caicai appeared, the unpaired male orcs erupted in commotion. The tribe leader coughed lightly, raised his hand, and the situation immediately calmed down. He nodded with satisfaction and said, Don't worry, everyone. Even if you're not chosen this time, there's always another time. After symbolically calming the restless male orcs, the tribe leader invited Yun Caicai to the stone platform. Standing in the front row among the unmarried males were 7 young orcs with varying hair colors and unique temperaments. In this world of beasts, hair color often represents the color of the beast's form. The tribe leader introduced, Caicai, this is the most talented young hero in our Shinmao tribe. Sudahe, junior earth grade, you know him very well. He is your cousin's brother. I won't say much about him. Sudahe looked at Yun Caicai with burning eyes and nodded slightly. He had always been proud of his relationship with Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai smiled politely in return, but in her heart, she had already crossed him off the list of candidates without hesitation. Although the animal world does not emphasize ethical restrictions, for her, who has been influenced by modern civilization for more than 10 years, such a partner is completely unacceptable. This is Chung Dong, a mid-level earth grade cultivator. He's Chung Nan's biological brother, far more talented than his younger brother. The clan leader stroked his beard as he introduced him. He remembered how Yun Caicai had been so heartbroken over Chung Nan that she nearly committed suicide. To comfort Yun Caicai's heartbreak, he had chosen Chung Dong. Yun Caicai looked at Chung Dong and found that he looked very similar to Chung Nan, with yellow and black hair and almost identical facial shapes. But she also remembered that Chung Nan had once quietly revealed that Chung Dong liked males. This was taboo in the tribe. If discovered, they would be publicly executed. Yun Caicai didn't object to Xiong's love, but she would never be his wife. Without hesitation, she passed again. These were Lin and Lin Ping, twin brothers, both mid-level earth grade. Yun Caicai was slightly delighted. Finally, she met some normal people. However, the brothers' looks were truly ordinary, even worse than average. They were barely considered candidates. She'd look at the others next. The clan leader continued to introduce. This is Immo Sanbai, a high-ranking land-grade hunter, the deputy captain of the hunting team, who always returns with a full haul. Choose him, and you'll never have to worry about food and clothing. Caicai thought to herself, this guy is great, handsome, and of high rank. Song He, of high-grade earth quality, is my most gifted grandson. The clan leader beamed with pride. Yun Caicai looked at Song He, her eyes nearly filled with tears. This was the normal person she had been waiting for. Song He has golden eyes and black hair. He grew up under the care of the clan leader. He is gentle and elegant, and stands out among the rough orcs. Yun Caicai secretly took note of him in her heart. Finally, the tribe leader solemnly introduced. This is Inghwa, a Xian grade junior, the only Xian grade master in our tribe. Caicai, you should consider him carefully. Yun Caicai's eyes suddenly lit up. Xian grade. She had never thought that such a treasure existed in the tribe. Inghwa, with his golden eyes and silver hair, wore a calm expression, yet couldn't conceal the tension beneath his eyes. Yun Caicai was a keen observer, her 13 years of surviving the apocalypse having already made her a master of micro-expressions. Inghua was clearly interested in her. She smiled sweetly at Inghua. Boom, boom, boom. Inghua's heartbeat suddenly went haywire. Her ears flushed red, and she quickly looked away. The tribe leader smiled and added, besides these 7, the remaining unpartnered male orcs can also be chosen. The male beastmen suddenly became active again, showing off their strong physiques. After a burst of noise, the tribe leader looked at Yun Caicai and said, Yin girl, which of them have you chosen to be your beast husbands? Everyone waited with bated breath. Chung Dong quietly closed his eyes. Linen and Lin Ping prayed silently in their hearts. Song He also changed his indifferent expression and looked nervous. Su Dahe and Mo Sanbai were even more confident. Only Inghua still stood there calmly, but in fact his heart was surging. Yun Caicai moved. She walked between Inghua and Song He, taking one of them by each hand. Clan leader, I choose Inghua and Song He as my first and second beast husbands. The two looked at each other, both beaming with joy. Although Lin and Lin Ping were somewhat disappointed, they were mentally prepared. The ones who could not accept it the most were Su Dahai and Mo Sanbai. They were both stunned and could not recover for a long time. The clan leader nodded repeatedly. Okay. Song He, go home first. I'll marry you after Inghua and Caicai complete the ceremony. Song He suppressed his joy and ran into the forest, ready to select the best prey for Yun Caicai as a gift for their marriage. Su Dahe was the first to come back to his senses. He asked with a hurt look on his face, Caicai, we grew up together and have such a good relationship. Why didn't you choose me? Yun Caicai smiled apologetically. Cousin, I have always treated you as my real brother, and it will be the same in the future, okay? Su Dahe suppressed his disappointment and nodded. Mo Sanbai, however, was furious. Little female, Song He and I are both high-level Earth-grade cultivators. Why didn't you choose me? Yun Caicai was only a junior yellow-grade cultivator, and faced with his overwhelming aura, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yun Dashin and Su Sanhua's expressions suddenly changed, their eyes instantly cold. Before they could say anything, Inghua had already made his move. He strode forward, blocking Yun Caicai's way, and said coldly, the right to choose a beastly husband belongs to the female. Whoever she chooses gets it. If you don't agree, get out. His eyes were stern. If you don't retreat, I don't mind leaving this forest with one more dead white cat. Inghua's air was chilling, and Mo Sanbai's face instantly turned pale, and he retreated several steps. Just wait, he said harshly, then walked away dejectedly. Inghua subsided, turned to look at Yun Caicai, and said calmly, don't be afraid, he is no match for me. Yun Caicai just smiled and did not respond, her eyes full of admiration. After the crowd dispersed, Su Sanhua excitedly embraced her daughter in her arms. My dear, you've finally figured it out. You've chosen the best beast husband, so powerful and domineering. I am relieved. Yun Caicai and Inghua walked together into the new beast cave that the clan leader had already chosen for them. The cave was spacious and bright, showing the importance the clan leader attached to it. Inghua moved quickly, spreading grass on the stone bed and then covering it with animal skins. Then he said, little female, you rest first. I'll be back soon. He first went back and brought back the rations he had stored, including 2 pheasants, a large piece of mutton, a basket of wild fruits, a bag of wild duck eggs, and a few round white melons. Yun Caicai sat down and looked at her husband who hadn't stopped. She waved at him. Inghua, come here. Inghua walked forward obediently. Although he was reserved, he still maintained a blank expression. What's wrong? Sit down and rest for a while. Otherwise, I'll be heartbroken. Yun Caicai couldn't help teasing him. Inghua's ears suddenly turned red. After washing his hands, he sat down awkwardly, not daring to look her in the eye. Yun Caicai, however, didn't intend to wait any longer. She still had a mission to complete. She suddenly turned Inghua's face and kissed him. Inghua's lust surged instantly, his dark pupils darkening as he rolled over and pinned Yun Caicai down. Half an hour later, Yun Caicai was limp and unable to move. Are all abstinence-oriented women this strong? She thought to herself. Inghua whispered, Caicai, I'll go cook. Yun Caicai replied faintly. After he left, Yun Caicai took out the birth pill and swallowed it. The sweet pill melted in her mouth. It was quite delicious. After completing the task, her consciousness relaxed and Yun Caicai fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, Inghua had just served her the broth. She took the wooden bowl and scooped a mouthful. It was a bit fishy, but with the addition of salt, it was not bad. Having experienced the apocalypse, she would never waste any food. After eating, Inghwa's voice was filled with joy. Caicai, I'll ask the witch doctor to carve our shapes tomorrow. Okay. Carving the shape symbolizes the final step of the pairing ceremony, receiving the blessing of the beast god and truly becoming a couple from then on. Yun Caicai looked at his excitement and smiled. Let's carve it today. Inghwa was stunned. You said to carve it today? Really? Yun Caicai nodded. Inghwa was so happy that he hugged her. Inside the witch doctor's cave of the divine cat tribe, witch doctor Jiang Chun is taking his granddaughter Jiang Yunyun to learn medicine. Though Jiang Yunyun's talents are modest, she thrives on diligence. She follows Jiang Chun around day after day, doing odd jobs and asking for advice, never slacking off. Over time, she's become a master of the art. At this moment, Yun Caicai and Inghwa walked in side by side, their voices gentle and clear. Hello, we want to carve shapes. Jiang Yunyun nodded immediately and said, Okay, sit down here. She confidently picked up the carving tool. However, just as she was about to take action, an old and majestic voice rang out. Yunyun, you step back. Witch Doctor Jiang Chun trembled as he emerged from behind the animal skin curtain. She possessed exceptional medical skills and had been guided by the beast god. She was one of the longest-lived and most respected cat beastmen in the divine cat tribe. Although Jiang Yunyun was surprised, she didn't dare to say anything and respectfully stepped aside. Chapter 5. Catching Fish. As soon as Yun Caicai appeared, a strange light appeared in Jiang Chun's weathered eyes. She had received the oracle of the beast god again. A full 10 years had passed since the last time. That year, the tribe was on the brink of extinction, surrounded by enemies and facing numerous crises. It was with the guidance of the beast god that she resolutely abandoned all her possessions and led her people to break out in batches overnight. They eventually found a foothold in the Taiku Mountains, giving rise to the divine cat tribe we know today. Now, another divine oracle was addressed to this unfamiliar young female, Yun Caicai. In it, she foresaw a future in which the divine cat tribe would grow stronger thanks to Yun Caicai's presence. A once insignificant tribe would grow into one of the most powerful in the entire beast world. She is a treasure, a hope, and must be protected. Jiang Chun, though old, is incredibly skilled. With just a few strokes, a cute little kitten appears vividly on Inghwa's forehead. When it was Yun Caicai's turn, Jiang Chun asked her to expose her forearms, as this is where females are typically etched. Inghwa obeyed, transforming back into her beast form. Yun Caicai was stunned. The giant, silver-gray, ferocious cat was imposing, its golden eyes radiating a wild beauty. Its long, lush fur and sharp claws radiated a powerful presence. The beast stood at a staggering 1.5 meters, making the originally spacious cave seem a bit crowded. Yun Caicai swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but grumble. Can you call this a cat? Is this a tiger? She herself was just an ordinary orange cat, petite and with a white belly, just like a house cat. The contrast was too great. Although Jiang Chun was surprised for a moment, she was well-informed and soon calmed down. That's enough. She nodded, signaling Inghwa to return to human form. Yun Caicai stretched out her left arm, and Jiang Chun began to carve the shape. A sharp pain came, but she remained calm. Soon, a miniature silver-gray ferocious cat totem appeared on her forearm. Jiang Yunyun was amazed. This little female was incredibly patient. Jiang Chun, however, was secretly delighted. She was indeed the beast god's favorite. Brave, resilient, and with a promising future. After the ceremony, Jiang Chun chanted an ancient incantation, his hands folded before his chest, his expression devout. Yun Caicai only understood the last phrase. May the beast god bless you. A white light seemed to fall before her eyes, and she felt momentarily dazed. As soon as the ceremony was over, Yun Caicai dragged Inghwa down to the clear stream at the foot of the mountain. She leaned in close to the water, her long, light blonde hair swaying gently in the waves, a picture of beauty. She couldn't help but smugly admire herself, taking selfies and feeling incredibly happy. As she was looking at herself in the water, several large black fish suddenly jumped out and swam very fast in the water. Yun Caicai immediately swallowed her saliva, and her stomach began to growl. Let's have grilled fish tonight. Her eyes lit up. The next second, a fluffy yellow kitten jumped into the stream. That's right, It was Yun Caicai transformed. She bared her sharp claws and stared at the most arrogant fish, ready to strike with a thundering attack. Before she could make a move, Manhwa got anxious and blocked her way. "Caicai, don't move. I'll catch this fish," he said seriously. Yun Caicai looked puzzled. "It's just a fish, right? I can catch it with just one claw." Manhwa reluctantly explained. "This fish isn't an ordinary fish. It's a high-grade, yellow-grade exotic beast. You might get hurt if you catch it." Yun Caicai's eyes widened. "How can a fish be an exotic beast? It's not a fish beast, man, is it? It's not an orc, but it does have ranks, and ordinary orcs can be injured if they're not careful." She took a deep breath, sighing inwardly. No wonder the young females in the orc world don't dare to go out easily. This world is full of dangers. If I'm not careful, I might lose my life. Yun Caicai, feeling precious, immediately moved away. "Then I'll leave it to you," she shouted, deliberately retreating a long way, almost to the edge of the woods. Seeing this, Manhwa couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Actually, you don't need to run so far, but the little female cherishes her life, which is also very cute." The next moment, the big black fish suddenly jumped out of the water and opened its mouth to reveal a row of sharp teeth. Yun Caicai's scalp tingled at the sight. Luckily, she didn't go in herself. Manhwa calmly swished down with one claw, and the fish instantly dove. The scene was clean and tidy, without any suspense. The sunlight shone on his silver fur, casting a faint halo. At that moment, Yun Caicai was once again captivated by his handsomeness. Whether in beast or human form, she was truly captivated by Manhwa's face. Manhwa transformed back into human form, holding 3 large fish in his hands, and walked toward her. "Let's go back to the beast cave," Yun Caicai said immediately, her eyes full of caution. She was now filled with awe and even a little fear of the outside world. After returning to the cave, Manhwa skillfully cleaned the fish. This time, he did not borrow fire, but instead used a method taught by Yun Caicai to make fire by drilling wood with branches and wood. When the flame started, both of them were surprised. It really can start a fire. Yun Caicai's face was full of pride. Manhwa's eyes were full of admiration, and he felt relieved. His little female is really extraordinary and has many abilities that others don't know. "Caicai, don't worry. I will keep a secret for you." Yun Caicai smiled and nodded. "Yes, I believe you." Manhwa was about to start the grill, but was stopped by Yun Caicai. "Today I will show you my cooking skills." Manhwa was immediately stunned. How could he let a little female do it? As a beastly husband, he had to do it himself. Under Yun Caicai's guidance, Manhwa dutifully followed her instructions, skewering the fish, sprinkling it with salt, and slowly roasting it over the fire. As the sun set, the flames danced, and the cave was instantly filled with an aroma. The sizzling sound of the roasting fish whetted one's appetite. Yun Caicai's mouth watered at the aroma, and she excitedly exclaimed, "It's ready to eat. Come and try it." Manhwa first sampled a small piece, confirming it was cooked, and then handed Yun Caicai the largest, fattest piece. She eagerly took it and dug into it. The fish was tender and juicy, and the taste was beyond imagination. As Yun Caicai ate, she urged Manhwa to eat faster. This moved Manhwa deeply. In the animal world, females always eat last, but she thought of him first. All 3 fish were quite large, and Yun Caicai felt full after finishing less than half. She nibbled slowly at the fish, then suddenly said calmly, "Manhwa, your beast form is so unique." Hearing this, Manhwa stiffened and whispered, "Isn't it ugly?" It turned out that his silver hair had been considered a bad omen by witch doctors, who feared it would bring punishment from the beast god. Because of this, he was expelled from the tribe and left to wander alone. Yun Caicai frowned slightly upon hearing this, feeling a little uncomfortable. This guy, surprisingly, had such low self-esteem. But in her eyes, whether it was the silver-gray, ferocious cat or the man who cooked carefully, they were all the objects of her affection. She smiled softly and shook her head. It wasn't ugly at all. That night, with the warm firelight and the wafting aroma of fish, their 2 hearts quietly grew closer. Chapter 6. Origin. Manhwa's expression darkened, and with a wry smile, he began to recount his past. It turned out that his mother had died at birth due to complications from his birth. His father, who had single-handedly raised him, unexpectedly passed away when he was 5, leaving him completely without support. Even more heartbreaking, the tribe's witch doctor had determined that he was destined to have a bad fate and bring bad luck to his family. Suddenly, he became a target of public criticism, shunned by everyone. Eventually, his clan expelled him, even attempting to eradicate him entirely. Fortunately, his aunts secretly helped him escape. For years, he traversed mountains and rivers, wandering through the open air. Unable to stay anywhere for long, he constantly moved from place to place, a streak that lasted for 5 years. At the age of 10, he ventured into the Taiku Mountains and encountered a beast of the lower Xian rank. Despite his youth, he couldn't unleash his full potential. He fought tooth and nail to slay the beast, only to collapse from exhaustion in the forest. Luckily, he happened to encounter a passing hunting party from the Divine Cat tribe. The tribe leader intervened, saving him from death and sending him to a witch doctor for treatment. That's how he lived his current life. At this point, Inghua lowered his head, his voice almost inaudible. Caicai, I'm sorry, I have no background, no support, nothing. I'm not worthy of you. His eyes flickered with anxiety. Originally, he simply hoped to bribe the clan leader to gain access to this gifted young female. Initially, he coveted her beauty and potential, hoping to create a home of his own. But as they got to know each other better, he fell completely for her. Yun Caicai's family was warm and loving, and she herself was kind and generous. She wasn't squeamish, but rather considerate and attentive, and everything about her captivated him. Not to mention, she was now blessed by the beast god, truly dazzling. Thinking of this, Inghua felt even more insignificant. He even felt that he wasn't worthy of being near her from the start. Low self-esteem washed over him like a tide, and his voice grew even more muffled. Hearing this, Yun Caicai frowned and raised her head slightly. Ugly? You say you're ugly? Her eyes widened. Inghua was stunned, not daring to look up. Who would dare to call you ugly? Inghua, you're the most handsome orc I've ever seen. You're also the only Xian Pin in the Divine Cat tribe. Who in this ancient mountain range wouldn't envy a Xian Pin? You still think you're not good enough? Do you know that your strength isn't unworthy, it's over the top? The beast world values strength, and you, the kind of powerful being who deserves veneration the moment you appear. Yun Caicai's flurry of comments left Inghua stunned. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he had long known that his strength was not bad, the cold stares he received over the years had long since extinguished his confidence. Hearing Yun Caicai's resolute words now was like a ray of sunshine that pierced the haze in my heart. And I, Yun Caicai, am incredibly proud, because you're my first beastly husband. Her eyes were gentle, her tone sincere. In that instant, Inghua's heart melted completely. His heartbeat raced, his eyes welling with tears. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he lifted Yun Caicai up and gently placed her on the stone bed. He leaned in close, kissing her with a reverent and cherishing kiss. Yun Caicai didn't refuse. She knew this man had been through so much, and now simply longed for a sense of belonging. She also felt sorry for this boy, who appeared stern but had a soft heart. Let him be willful once more. An hour later, silence returned to the cave. Inghua considerately stopped, but Yun Caicai was so exhausted her limbs felt limp, her fingers too lazy to move. I want some water, she said weakly. Hearing her slightly hoarse voice, Inghua tensed, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He quickly brought some warm water, gently lifted Yun Caicai up, and fed her. After drinking, Yun Caicai felt better, but her face flushed. Remembering she'd been yelling for too long, she immediately turned her back to him. Inghua stared at her back, his eyes calm and gentle. He gently embraced her from behind, and at that moment, Yun Caicai's mind suddenly trembled. Her system, the pomegranate assistant, had finally returned. Hello, host. Congratulations on completing the Orc Companion quest within 72 hours. You'll be rewarded with 100 points. Your current points are 0. Yun Caicai breathed a sigh of relief, finally clearing her debt. Pregnancy has been detected. Your reward will be paid after delivery. Please ensure you get enough rest and food. Yun Caicai's lips curled slightly as she listened to the baby voice system's prompts. Okay, thank you, Shirlu, she replied softly. The system quickly slipped away, fearing the host would ask about the points again. It was too hard, finally paying off the mess left by the previous host. It had to stay away. Yun Caicai, feeling the warm embrace behind her, gradually relaxed and fell asleep. The next morning, Inghua, who had just woken up, was ready to move again. But Yun Caicai ruthlessly pushed him away. Inghua immediately panicked. Did I accidentally hurt you last night? I'll change it, I'll change it, okay. Yun Caicai blushed, and seeing how cute the big ice cube suddenly looked, she couldn't help but laugh. Well, I have a feeling I'm pregnant, so I'd better control myself. Inghua was struck by lightning and couldn't stand still. Really? You're pregnant? His face was filled with surprise and bewilderment, his eyes full of anticipation. Yun Caicai chuckled. My senses are always spot on. We'll just have to go to the witch doctor's cave in a few days to confirm. Upon hearing this, Inghua immediately believed it completely. He excitedly grabbed her hand. Caicai, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you right now. Yun Caicai wasn't particularly hungry, but her stomach growled at the thought. I want ginkgo nuts and sweet and sour green berries, she said, her mouth watering. The ginkgo nuts in the animal world resemble sweet potatoes, but are longer and thinner with a white skin. Once peeled, they're soft and sweet inside. The green berries, on the other hand, are the size of winter dates, crispy and sweet, just the right amount. Imagining the sweet and juicy ginkgo nuts and the sweet and sour green fruit, Yun Caicai was completely craving them. Pregnancy is truly magical. When you want to eat something, you have to eat it right away. Okay, wait for me. Inghua immediately rushed out, washing a full wooden bowl of green fruit, then finding the last 2 ginkgo nuts and slowly roasting them over the firewood. Then he leaped out of the cave, telling her not to move before leaving. A moment later, he returned with bags galore. A few days ago, I discovered a patch of ginkgo nuts deep in the woods, and today they'll come in handy. He tossed 6 or 7 ginkgo nuts into the fire and headed out again. When he returned, he had another pile in his hands. This time, there were not only ginkgo and green fruits, but also red fruits, white melons, and ground eggs. The red fruits resembled mini tomatoes, clustered in bunches, and were sweet and sour, stimulating their flavor. The white melons resembled cantaloupes, small and juicy. Ground eggs had a dark outer skin but a golden, soft interior, perfect for making soup. Yun Caicai's eyes lit up as she looked at the delicious food scattered across the floor. She reassured herself that she had truly found a treasure. After eating and drinking her fill, she contentedly gave Inghua a kiss. Then, a certain orc, blushing, rushed to the stream to calm down. Meanwhile, Yun Caicai's mother, Su Sanhua, slept restlessly. She tossed and turned, coughing profusely before finally sitting up. Dashin, pack some things. Let's go visit your cousin. We're from the same tribe, so we'll see each other sooner or later. I don't want anyone to criticize Caicai because of what happened before. Even if the children haven't married yet, we need to make things clear. Yun Dashin wanted her to rest at home, but in the end, he couldn't persuade her. They brought wild boar meat, animal hides, and fruits, and Yunhai also helped Su Sanhua on her journey. This sincerity instantly dispelled Su Dahei's mother's resentment. After all, the 2 children were not meant to be together, so forcing it was useless. Relatives should get along well. After a few words of explanation, the misunderstanding was cleared. Su Sanhua finally let go of her worries and returned to the cave, where she slept peacefully. Chapter 7. Pregnancy. Unlike the human world, the gestation period for females in the sacred cat tribe is only 2 months. A litter can contain 1 to 4 cubs, and birth occurs after 60 days. The witch doctor's cave has a nightshade plant that can be used to determine if a female is pregnant. The method is simple. Soak the nightshade in urine. If the color didn't change, she wasn't pregnant. But if it turned red, it meant she was pregnant. However, the test needed to wait at least 7 days for accuracy. Yun Caicai counted the days on her fingers, waiting for 7 full days. On the 8th morning, she dragged Inghua straight to the witch doctor's cave. Excited, she had just explained her purpose when the witch doctor's apprentice, Jiang Yunyun, dropped the herbs in her hands. No way. You've only been together a few days? Aren't you a little too impatient? Jiang Yunyun looked incredulous. After all, she had never seen a female come in for a pregnancy test so soon. Yun Caicai, however, remained calm. I've had an insane appetite lately. I think there's a chance. Let's give it a try. Thinking of Yun Caicai's esteem by the witch doctor, Jiang Yunyun didn't dare to say anything more and quickly took out the night grass. Caicai, come with me. She led Yun Caicai behind the animal curtain and carefully instructed, after I leave, pour your urine into a basin and dip the nightshade in it. Call me when it changes color. Then, she handed her the golden nightshade. Yun Caicai stared at the palm-sized blade of grass, marveling at the incredible technology of the animal world. A moment later, she saw the night grass had truly turned red. Yet, she remained surprisingly calm, unmoved. Outside, Jiang Yunyun paced anxiously. She didn't quite believe it, but she couldn't control her nervousness. Just then, Yun Caicai's soft voice rang from behind the curtain. Yunyun, come in. The night grass changed color. Jiang Yunyun was stunned, unable to react for several seconds. She lifted the curtain and took a look, her whole body frozen in shock. Red? The night grass had really turned red. This meant that Yun Caicai was really pregnant. Just then, the witch Dr. Jiang Chun also returned. Seeing them gather together, he asked in confusion, "Why are you gathering at the door?" Jiang Yunyun excitedly shouted, "Caicai is pregnant." When Jiang Chun heard this, she rushed forward immediately. Her eyes immediately locked onto the red night grass. She froze. "Caicai, are you pregnant?" Yun Caicai nodded calmly. "Yes, I just found out." Jiang Chun took a deep breath, his eyes becoming more serious. The night grass can only be detected on the 7th day, and today is the 8th day of your partnership. In other words, you were pregnant on the day you got married. Hearing this, Yun Caicai remained calm and said, "Yes, it should be." The next second, Jiang Chun suddenly knelt down. Tears streamed down her face, and she choked with sobs as she muttered, "Blessing from the beast god. This is an unprecedented miracle." Jiang Yunyun was also startled and quickly knelt down to support him. Yun Caicai listened to the incomprehensible blessings, her brow furrowed slightly, a sense of unease rising within her. This has never happened before, she thought, and it's not something to be taken lightly. Jiang Chun stood up, and his first words were grave. "Caicai, don't let too many people know about this. Remember, this kind of same-day conception has never happened before in the entire Orc continent. If word gets out, you'll become a resource fought over by all tribes. And right now, the Divine Cat tribe isn't strong enough. If you're not well protected, you and your cub will be in danger." Yun Caicai felt a chill in her heart as she understood the hidden risks. She'd never wanted to be stronger as much as she did right now. Jiang Chun sighed softly. "Just focus on your pregnancy. Leave the rest to us. I'll pass this on with the clan leader and keep the news secret." Yun Caicai nodded, gave her a grateful look, and hurried away. Manhwa, however, had already quietly clenched his fists. If that day ever came, even if it cost him his life, he would protect her and their child. As Yun Caicai emerged from the witch doctor's cave, the system, Little Pomegranate, suddenly came online, detecting the host's emotional fluctuations and issuing a reminder. Anxiety is detrimental to the health of the fetus. Please relax immediately. Yun Caicai smiled, feeling warm inside. She had almost forgotten that she still had the system as a life-saving talisman. "Thank you, Little Pomegranate," she whispered softly. As the system chattered about the various rewards for giving birth, she actually began to anticipate the birth of her child. Her emotions finally calmed down. Manhwa felt somewhat relieved, but this also brought a problem. Now that Yun Caicai was pregnant, he couldn't bear to leave her alone in the cave while he went hunting. After much deliberation, he decided to seek help from the clan leader. Finally, he personally invited Songhe back. Songhe was surprised at first, then found the situation somewhat interesting. It had only been a few days, and the little female had already melted the iceberg. Uncontrollably, he hurried back to the cave. Upon entering, he saw Yun Caicai sitting on the stone bed, munching on a ginkgo nut, her puffed cheeks looking adorable. Songhe's eyes moved slightly. When he got closer, he found that this little female was not only sweet, but also very well behaved. No wonder Manhwa surrendered so quickly, he was also moved. Yun Caicai looked up and recognized him, and she was a little excited. Isn't this the second beast husband she hasn't married yet? Songhe, the grandson of the clan leader, is gentle and dark, strong and powerful, and has affinity. He's one of the most sought-after young men in the tribe. She smiled sweetly and took the initiative to greet him. Songhe's heart skipped a beat, his eyes lighting up. "Can I call you Caicai, too?" he asked cautiously, half kneeling beside the stone bed. Yun Caicai nodded and gave him a reminder. "But we have to wait 2 months before we can become a couple." Songhe was stunned for a moment, feeling a little disappointed, but he still smiled gently. "It's okay. I'm willing to wait." But hidden in this gentleness was a hint of grievance. Yun Caicai saw through his thoughts. This matter needed to be made clear as soon as possible. After all, they would be living together in the future, and it was impossible to hide it. So she told him frankly, "I took a test this morning, and I'm pregnant. Wait until I give birth, then I'll be your partner." "What did you say?" The smile on Songhe's face froze. "I'm pregnant," Yun Caicai repeated. Songhe jumped up. Really? I have a good physique, and it's easy to get pregnant. I'll give birth to Inghua first, then yours. Song he felt dizzy, as if he had been hit by candy falling from the sky. Thank you, Caicai, you're so kind to me. Don't move. I'll get you whatever you want to eat. Song he confessed with a moving expression, running around frantically. Yun Caicai was so happy that she simply lay on the stone bed and lazily ordered him around. Give me that fruit. No, a bigger one. Song he willingly obliged, busying himself with joy. Chapter 8. Good news. Upon learning that Yun Caicai was pregnant, Song he's mind nearly exploded. He was incredibly talented, having been groomed by the tribe since childhood as the next leader, so he naturally understood what this meant. Pregnant on the very day of their union. A female like this was a miracle in the entire beast world. The more Song he thought about it, the more excited he became. In a few months, he'd be a father, and Yun Caicai's biological child. And with a little luck, maybe even more than one, the thought of this swelled his spirits for a long time. As soon as he regained his composure, he immediately ran to the tribe leader to share the good news. Just then, Inghua returned from hunting. Seeing Yun Caicai well taken care of, he left with peace of mind. Back at the cave, Yun Caicai was wandering around the fire, smelling the aroma. What is this? It smells so good. It's fawn meat. I think you'd like it. You know me so well. I just love meat. Inghua nodded seriously. I specifically asked the witch doctor, and after a female cub is pregnant, she needs to eat a combination of meat and vegetables for good health. Yun Caicai was so moved by what she heard that she immediately started praising him. Inghua, you will definitely be a good father in the future. Hearing this, Inghua's ears turned red. Yun Caicai looked down at the plate. Venison, cooked eggs, washed white melon, and green fruits. This was no ordinary meal. It was a genuine set meal for pregnant women. It was just a little bland, not enough salt. Salt was scarce in the animal world, so whatever was available was used sparingly. But Yun Caicai continued to eat happily, uncritically. She devoured her meal mouthful after mouthful, leaving Inghua's eyes filled with tenderness. As expected, his little female was so easy to feed. Other males always complained about their females becoming ill-tempered and picky after pregnancy. He was reluctant to eat the prey he had hunted, only to be rejected and fed up with it, unable to eat it, causing chaos in the house. But Yun Caicai was not that type of person at all, and Inghua felt incredibly lucky. After dinner, the two of them went to Su Sanhua's cave and quietly told her mother about her pregnancy. Su Sanhua was so excited after hearing this that she almost cried. "Oh my Caicai, you are finally going to be a mother." She quickly reminded her, "You must be careful, and careful." Yun Caicai comforted her. "Don't worry, I have Inghua and Songha by my side. That's enough. Dad and little brother should not come over too often to avoid attracting attention." Su Sanhua nodded. Okay. I'll come back and take care of you when you're about to give birth." Watching her daughter leave, Su Sanhua felt a mixture of emotions. Her own health was failing, and she didn't know if she would live long enough to see her grandson grow up. But she was content to hope that Yun Caicai would be safe and sound. This was her final wish as a mother. Elsewhere, Songhe also returned to the clan leader. "Grandpa, Caicai's pregnant," he exclaimed, as if he'd won a battle. The clan leader stroked his beard, feigning composure. "The witch doctor told me it was truly a miracle. Did she say when she'd give birth?" Songhe smiled, his eyes creasing. "The next one will be mine." The clan leader was immediately overjoyed. Great. Our Song family is going to be rich. You must protect Caicai and don't let anyone get their hands on her. I'll go there myself after I've discussed it with the witch doctor." 3 days later, Yun Caicai was getting bored and nearly went moldy from staying in the cave all day. Songhe offered to go for a walk. The witch doctor said a moderate walk can help with a smooth birth. Yun Caicai thought about it and agreed. As Songhe was accompanying her, she changed into a knee-length animal skin skirt, covering her midriff, making her look ordinary. They strolled through the mountains and forests, enjoying the blue sky, white clouds, the brook, and the shadows of trees. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. Yun Caicai took a long, deep breath, her mood suddenly brightening. Memories of the apocalypse had once suffocated her, but now, this freedom and peace were the luxury she had always dreamed of. Songhe walked beside her, watching the sunlight cast on Yun Caicai's profile, unable to take his eyes off her. He immediately blamed himself. "Wake up, she's pregnant." Just as he was thinking, several familiar voices came from the front. Several young females gathered together, chatting loudly. Han Mimi looked at Feng Jinjin's belly and asked, "Are you about to give birth? Your belly is so big." Feng Jinjin was very proud and said, "The witch doctor said I'm pregnant with 2 cubs." When they heard it was twins, everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Jinjin, you're amazing. You got pregnant twice in less than a year, twins. I tried all the methods you mentioned, but they didn't work. You have such a great physique." Suddenly, the only sound was applause. Yu Lily rolled her eyes and said deliberately, "But Yun Caicai is a prostitute. She might get pregnant even faster than Jinjin. She'll just take the spotlight." Feng Jinjin snorted coldly. "Don't compare her to me. I got pregnant through sheer skill. She almost committed suicide for a male before. What a disgrace." Yun Caicai couldn't stand it any longer and was about to quietly take a detour when Yu Lily recognized her. "Look, isn't that Yun Caicai?" Suddenly, a group of young females gathered around. Feng Jinjin took the lead in provoking her. "Yun Caicai, don't think you're so great just because you're a prodigy. I'm already pregnant with 2 babies, and you're still not making any progress. Why do you live in the biggest cave? Don't you even consider your own weight?" Yun Caicai frowned. "You're about to give birth, so take care of yourself and don't be impulsive." She was genuinely worried, but her words were misunderstood again. Feng Jinjin sneered. "Are you jealous of me? I got pregnant in just 1 month. How about you? It's almost a month already, right?" She glanced at Yun Caicai's flat belly with disdain. "Why haven't you done anything yet? Is it all just for show?" The little female next to them laughed. Yun Caicai raised her eyebrows and replied with a half-smile. "Your sense of humor is so low except for Feng Jinjin. It seems that the others are not pregnant yet." With this sentence, the scene instantly fell silent. Yu Lily was furious. "We are not Huang Pin. Of course we can't compare." Yun Caicai added lightly, "Feng Jinjin isn't either." Feng Jinjin was so angry that she trembled all over. "Stop sowing discord. Wait and see who is the most fertile female." After angrily slamming down the words, the group of little females turned and walked away. Yun Caicai chuckled. "What a bunch of children who haven't grown up." Song he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I was really afraid they'd rush over and attack." "Caicai, let's go back to the cave." Yun Caicai nodded. "Okay." The two of them headed back together, but at that moment, behind a large rock not far away, a pair of slender, cold snake eyes were quietly watching. The hissing black snake spitted out its tongue, its eyes revealing a deep greed. It turns out the rumors are true. A superior female has emerged from the divine cat tribe. She's already conceived, and even twins, right after mating. Only a female like that is worthy of bearing cubs for me. The black snake stared at Feng Jinjin's back with a wicked gaze. Chapter 9. Slander. The next day, the divine cat tribe held its annual coming-of-age ceremony for the young females. This ceremony marked the official arrival of these young females, allowing them to choose their husbands, form families, and bear children. With the exception of those who were bedridden, about to give birth, or injured, nearly the entire tribe was present. Yun Caicai was no exception, but with Song He standing to her left and Ing Hua to her right, no one dared approach. She was enjoying herself, relaxed and at ease, with no one to talk to, so she just watched the fun. She looked up at the stone platform, where 12 newly adult females stood, all of them in high spirits. The entire divine cat tribe numbered nearly 1,500 people, yet only 12 females were present during this coming-of-age ceremony. Meanwhile, there were 127 unmarried male beastmen eligible for the female selection process. The male-to-female ratio was nearly 10-1. This was the reality. Females were always precious. Despite their scarcity, the divine cat tribe had always had a good fertility rate. They've always kept a low profile, though. It wasn't until Feng Jinjin gave birth to twins, and then a second pregnancy less than a year later, that it attracted attention. Other tribes occasionally have twins, but 2 consecutive twins in such a short time is incredibly rare. Therefore, the young females on the stone platform are now particularly sought after. Each one wore a shy expression, yet they couldn't help but secretly observe the unmarried male beastmen in the audience. They occasionally whispered to each other, sometimes even letting out a chuckle when excited. The males in the audience were fascinated, lining up in front of their favorite females. Yun Caicai glanced down at the audience and spotted someone she knew, Mo Sambai. This guy still looked superior, his eyes filled with resentment and defiance as he looked at Yun Caicai. He was a high-ranking Earth rank official and deputy captain of the hunting team, which was considered quite good in the tribe. He believed Yun Caicai's rejection of him was a matter of poor judgment, and he would always regret it. But reality slapped him in the face. The young females all bypassed him and chose others. No matter how he moved around, no one paid any attention. Worst of all, one white-haired female chose 3 yellow-grayed beastmen rather than even look him in the eye. Mo Sanbai was furious, his face turning green, his eyes filled with disappointment and shame. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you choose me? I'm a high-level Earth grade." The white-haired young female replied directly, "If Caicai doesn't choose you, we won't choose you either. If you offend Caicai, you've offended all of us young females. You'll never find a partner in this life." And Mo Sanbai was stunned. It's not my fault that she didn't choose me. But he was met with even greater ridicule. If you were good, would Caicai not choose you? Yeah, we're not stupid. Mo Sanbai's face paled as mocking voices echoed. He looked expectantly at the last female, Fong Fong Fong. But Fong 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 said firmly, "Even if I choose Wang Pin, I won't choose you." "Is it just because of Yun Caicai?" Mo Sanbai asked through gritted teeth. Fong 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 replied bluntly, "So what?" Mo Sanbai stumbled back, completely stunned. He had never imagined he would be reduced to such a state. Even being a couple was a luxury. He glared at Yun Caicai with hatred, his eyes threatening to devour her. Yun Caicai immediately became alert, a chill running down her spine. Oops, that person's look at her was wrong. Yun Caicai immediately shouted, "Fong Fong Fong, I have no grudge against you. Why are you throwing dirty water on me?" The scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone turned to look at her. "You say you're venting your anger on my behalf, but do I even know you? You haven't even spoken to me yet. So what right do you have to represent me? What are your intentions? Do you want to push me into the spotlight?" Her sharp eyes exposed the conspiracy behind it. Fong 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 took 2 steps back in shock and quickly feigned innocence. "Caicai, you're the most influential female in our tribe. Do you need to say these words in person? We can all see that it was you who influenced our choice." She even burst into tears after saying this. Her 3 beastly husbands immediately shouted at Yun Caicai, "Don't go too far." Seeing that the situation was not going well, Inghua and Song, he stepped forward at the same time and protected Yun Caicai. Inghua coldly warned, "If anyone dares take another step forward, don't blame me for being rude." Song, he also said solemnly, "Don't fall for the other beasts' provocations. We are all one tribe." But those angry orcs wouldn't listen. Instead, they thought they were bullying the weak. Just because you're a high-ranking person, you can bully others? We have more people. The young females on the stage also joined in, fanning the flames. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense and tense. Not far away, Feng Jinjin, cradling her large belly, watched with a twinkle in her eyes. "Better start the fight now." Yu Lily chuckled beside them. It was Yun Caicai's turn too. Just as the atmosphere was about to erupt, the clan leader roared, "Stop. Today is a joyous coming-of-age ceremony." "What are you doing?" Leaning on his cane, the clan leader stepped onto the stone platform. A series of thumping sounds finally calmed the situation. Everyone then retreated. Inghua remained vigilant in front of Yun Caicai, not daring to let down his guard. Yun Caicai whispered a few words to Song He, who nodded and left the scene. The clan leader spoke coldly. "Choosing a beast husband is based on the female's willingness. Yun Caicai did the right thing. Fong Fong Fong, you can incite the whole audience with just a few words." "What do you want to do?" Fong Fong Fong's tears fell again. Clan leader, "Yun Caicai chose her grandson. Of course you speak for her. I'm just an ordinary little female. I can't win over her in any argument." The clan leader's fingers trembled with anger, and he could barely breathe. Fong 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 covered her face and cried, looking aggrieved, and tried to run. Then, an old and majestic voice rang out, "Catch her!" Everyone was startled and turned around. "It's Witch Dr. Jiang Chun. Quickly make way." The orcs quickly made way. Song, he supported the witch doctor as they slowly stepped onto the stone platform. Fong Fong Fong's face paled when she saw the witch doctor. The young females feared nothing except the witch doctor. If they made a mistake, the harshest punishment would always come from Witch Dr. Jiang Chun. No matter how much they made trouble, the tribe leader would only give them a scolding. But a witch doctor would directly imprison someone in a forbidden area. That was truly terrifying. Fong 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 had been imprisoned for 3 days before and nearly collapsed. So, the moment she saw Jiang Chun, her legs went weak. Witch doctor, why are you arresting me? She forced a smile, trying to get away with it. Jiang Chun glanced at her coldly. Fong Fong Fong, you slandered your companions and provoked a conflict between the male and female. Do you know your crime? I don't. Do you have evidence? You can't punish me casually. Jiang Chun sneered. Do you think no one knows what you say behind my back? Arrest the two little females on the stage as well. Chapter 10. The Truth. On the stage, the two young females who had previously stood up to Fong 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 suddenly panicked. One cried out that she didn't want to be locked up, while the other trembled and shifted the blame. Fong 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 told us to say it. In an instant, the truth was revealed, completely exposing the conspiracy behind it. The truth came to light. Fong 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 and Fong Jinjin were actually related. Fong Fong Fong's father was Fong Jinjin's uncle, and the two grew up together, forming a close bond. This time, she was simply trying to vent her sister's anger, but it backfired. Fong Jinjin was already unhappy that Yun Caicai was favored by the witch doctor and the clan leader. Yun Caicai was only a yellow rank official, yet she had given birth to two cubs in a row, and no one remembered her contribution. Unable to swallow this indignation, she confided in Fong Fong Fong, leading to today's farce. Now exposed, Fong 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 lowered her head, like a little beast cub who had done something wrong. The surrounding beast men all turned their gazes on Fong Jinjin, their eyes filled with mixed emotions. How insidious! She instigated her own sister to take action. Her methods were quite ruthless. She usually pretends to be harmless, but it turns out she's the most cunning. You'd better stay away from her in the future to avoid being plotted against. Someone directly singled out the Fong family, saying that their female members are all very worry-free. The Fong family immediately retorted, and the scene was in chaos. Fong Jinjin, stared at by everyone, panicked and quickly defended herself. I didn't mean to do that. She even tried to drag Yu Lily into the water, asking her to testify later. But Yu Lily simply responded, Jinjin was just joking. I didn't expect Fong 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 to take it seriously. This sentence left Fong 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 completely stunned. Was she just a pawn? She looked at Yu Lily in disbelief, but couldn't utter a word. The feeling of being betrayed gave her a chill. At this moment, the witch doctor, Jiang Chun, spoke. Fong Jinjin was about to give birth, so she wouldn't be held accountable for now, but she was required to keep her mouth shut. Fong 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 and the other two females, who had spread rumors in public and caused unrest in the tribe, were confined to the grounds for 7 days. If they did it again, they would be expelled from the tribe. The crowd erupted in an uproar. No one had expected the punishment to be so severe. Fong Fong Fong's face was pale, as if all her strength had been drained from her. She understood that this time, things had really gotten out of hand. The witch doctor stepped down from the stone platform, walked over to Yun Caicai, and patted her hands. Child, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Come with me. Yun Caicai nodded, and obediently supported the witch doctor as they walked towards the witch doctor's cave. Song He and Inghua followed closely behind, ensuring she made no mistakes. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only scattered chatter lingering in the air. Mo Sambai, standing at the edge of the crowd, had become invisible. Everyone had long forgotten him. However, Yu Lily deliberately approached him as she left, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Yun Caicai was truly resourceful. Even the tribe leader and the witch doctor were on her side. Not only had she escaped this turmoil, but she had also reaped significant benefits. These words, like fuel to Mo Sanbai's fire, stoked his anger. The better Yun Caicai fared, the more resentful he grew. He cast a gloomy gaze in the direction she had left, his fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. In the witch doctor's cave, Jiang Chun sat down and looked at Yun Caicai softly. Thanks to your cleverness today, you asked Song He to find me. Otherwise, the situation would be difficult to control. She asked with a hint of relief and a tentative tone. Will you hold a grudge against Fong Jinjin and the others? Yun Caicai didn't answer immediately, but shook her head thoughtfully. I played with Fong Jinjin when I was little. Although she was jealous, she was straightforward and outspoken. I have a feeling that today's incident wasn't her idea alone. Hearing this, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded gently. You're right. There might be another beast behind the scenes fanning the flames. They both said the same name almost simultaneously, Yu Lily. On the surface, she always followed Fong Jinjin around like a little tail. But in reality, whenever something went wrong, she always managed to stay unscathed. This wasn't just a yes man. She was clearly the operator. Jiang Chun quickly calmed down, though. Now that the matter had been dealt with, let's put it aside for now. The beast behind the scenes is hard to catch, and being too impatient can only lead to more trouble. She turned to Yun Caicai and said, "You're a small, yellow-grade female, so it's inevitable that people will envy you." Jiang Chun handed her a bowl of water and said gently, "Don't pay attention to those rumors." Yun Caicai took it with a smile. "I'm not afraid of what they say. If you dare to bully me, don't blame me for fighting back." Hearing this, Jiang Chun's eyes lit up with relief. This was the future of the tribe she had hoped for. She pulled a wooden box from the side and carefully took out a herb. "Caicai, this old mountain ginseng is for you." Yun Caicai recognized it instantly. It was a century-old, wild ginseng. It's an extremely rare treasure from the Taiku Mountains. This was the first wild ginseng our tribe collected when we first arrived in the mountains. I originally wanted to use it as an offering, but you've been wrong this time, and you deserve compensation. When you're about to give birth, if you feel physically exhausted, hold a piece in your mouth to keep both you and child safe. Yun Caicai was surprised and quickly took it with both hands, carefully putting it away. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yunyun gave her a few more instructions before Yun Caicai stood up and said goodbye. As she left the witch doctor's cave, her eyes were clearer and more determined than before. Meanwhile, the three imprisoned females in the forbidden area huddled together. "Fong Fong Fong, you've really screwed us this time. Wow, 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 I'm terrified of the dark. And they're the howling of wild animals here." "Shut up," Fong 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 roared impatiently. But her arrogant attitude only made it more offensive. "How dare you criticize us? You're the one who dragged us into this. Your sister's words are enough to drag us all into this? Is this what you call sisterhood?" The two young females angrily separated and tried to find shelter elsewhere. Fong 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 panicked and quickly tried to make peace. Don't go. It's my fault. I really didn't mean it. I just felt something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it, so I lost my temper." With a cold snort, she reluctantly let go of her anger. "So tell me what's wrong." Fong 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 sat on the ground, her legs crossed, her eyes lost in memory. "That day when I went to my sister's place, you Lily and I had a good chat at first, but it was you Lily who first brought up Yun Caicai's matter. That's when my sister got upset and said some angry words. Then I brought up this idea, and she herself was stunned. Why did I suddenly think of those shady tricks? I wasn't this smart before." Chow Chow and Hua Hua were shocked. "Your trick is simply cruel to the core." Fong 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 murmured, "I was used by someone." You Lily didn't say a single harsh word from beginning to end, but let us take the blame for her. She was just deliberately stirring up trouble, then hiding away completely. My sister has been foolishly used as a pawn for over a decade, and now it's my turn. When I get out, I'll definitely settle the score with her. Fong Fong Fong's eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Chapter 11 Grudge. After returning to the beast cave, Yun Caicai took advantage of Manhwa and Song, he not paying attention, and quietly put the wild ginseng into the space. I feel much more relieved now. I have to say that the witch doctor Jiang Chun is very generous. Perhaps it was because of her pregnancy, but after this incident, Yun Caicai felt very tired. She lay down on the stone bed and couldn't open her eyes. But before going to bed, she thought she seemed to have forgotten something. What is it? As she was thinking, Yun Caicai fell asleep in a daze. The boiling hot fish soup was bubbling, and the sleeping Yun Caicai had a rosy face. Inghua and Song, he looked at each other and left the beast cave together, but they did not go far. They just talked in low voices at the entrance of the cave. Inghua, Song he, what do you think about what happened today? Song he, on the surface, it's just the little female who's ignorant and talking nonsense. But the clan leader is old, and perhaps other beasts have taken up the idea, but their efforts will only be in vain. Song he, who was trained by the clan leader, was confident. Inghua nodded. I'm glad you succeeded. Actually, what I'm most worried about is Mo Sambai. Song he frowned. Are you afraid that he will harm Yun Caicai? Inghua's expression was cold. Yes, for safety's sake, I'll go and cripple him. Although Mo Sambai is of high earth grade, Inghua is the only Xian grade in the tribe and is very confident. It seems to be only one level lower, but there's a world of difference. He doesn't even take Mo Sambai seriously. It seems that Mo Sambai hasn't had enough from the last lesson. Inghua's eyes were deep. Song he advised, I think so too, but if we act first and the other orcs find out, Caicai's reputation will probably plummet. Which is more important, reputation or life? Inghua said impatiently. Song he continued to persuade. It's just Mo Sambai. Don't you think that you and I, One of us is Earth grade and the other is Xian grade. Can't we protect Caicai? Manhwa, you have to consider Caicai too. Leave this matter to me. I'll send people to follow and monitor Mo Sanbai every day. If he does anything wrong, it won't be too late for you to take action. At that time, we had a good reason. Even if we killed him, what would happen? Everyone would just stand on our side. Manhwa pondered for a long time. Then leave it to you, but I have to say this in advance. Caicai can't get into any trouble. Songhe nodded. Of course, Caicai is equally important to me. Manhwa felt a little annoyed and turned to go to the forest, intending to hunt some more wild animals for Yun Caicai to eat. Manhwa, wait. Songhe called him. You stay in the beast cave with Caicai and leave the hunting for the next few days to me. Songhe smiled gently. After all, Caicai is pregnant with your cub. She definitely wants you to stay with her more. Manhwa was startled, then sneered. Why didn't you let me spend more time with you the other day? You were just afraid I'd destroy Mo Sanbai. But that's a nice way to put it. After saying that, Manhwa turned around and went back to the beast cave. Songhe stood there. His brows and eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of smoke. In addition to being Yun Caicai's beastly husband, he is also the grandson of the clan leader and the young clan leader of the Divine Cat tribe. He has to consider many things for the sake of the tribe. The Mo family has always been a great help to him. If the situation wasn't serious, he didn't want to stand opposite them. Mo Sanbai returned to the beast cave. His mother was injured while giving birth to another beastman's cub and has been dead for many years. In addition to him and his father, there were 4 other fathers, an older brother, and a younger brother in the cave. The few people who originally got along well on the surface began to develop rifts after the death of Mo Sanbai's mother, the glue that bonded them together. There was a subtle intention to isolate Mo Sanbai and his father. Mo Sanbai usually behaves in an arrogant manner and has always looked down on his brothers who are of the junior yellow rank. The food they hunt is always unevenly distributed. They have long been resentful, but because of Mo Sanbai's high rank, they usually don't say anything. But now, he was insulted in public by the young females led by Fong Fong Fong, and this made them feel very happy. Mo Sanbai still thinks he's so popular. How hilarious! That's right, what's the point of having a high rank? There's still no female willing to mate with him. He, Mo Sanbai, is doomed to have no offspring. Ha ha ha! This is his retribution. Stop talking, Mo Sanbai is back. Mo Sanbai paused slightly. What are you afraid of? You won't let people tell the truth? If more people start to talk about it, he'll just have to bear it. Stop talking, he's still hunting for food. He's nice, he always takes most of it and gives us a little bit. But who can eat it? Is it enough to fill the gaps in our teeth? Bang! Several gray rabbits weighing more than 10 pounds were thrown at the entrance of the cave, and Mo Sanbai left without looking back. Mo 80, who was following Mo Sanbai, rushed into the beast cave and shouted angrily, "Don't you know how much risk Sanbai took when he went out hunting? When did he not share his hunted beasts with you? If the share is small, you're dissatisfied. Go look at other families. How many of them can eat meat every day? If you have the guts, go out hunting on your own. You've got a mouth full of chatter, but you don't even dare to fart when you get to your head. Good intentions don't get good rewards. What a bunch of ungrateful people. Since you look down on Sanbai, fine. From today on, it's a matter of each eating his own food. No one can touch these hairs at the door. If anyone dares to take a bite, I'll break his legs." Everyone in the cave glanced outside, but they all said stubbornly, "Humph, if you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Do you think you need such a small amount of food?" "That's right, if we want to eat, we go hunting." Father Mo sneered. "That would be best." After he finished swearing, he turned around and hurriedly chased after Mo Sanbai. His son has been very concerned about his reputation and has a narrow mind since he was young, so he tends to get stuck in a rut. He should not do anything stupid this time. Chapter 12 Death. Yun Caicai, Yun Caicai. It's all you. Everything is because of you. Ah! Mo Sanbai's eyes were fierce, and he swung his claws, creating a big hole in the tree that a person was hugging. Three whites. Mo Sanbai, where are you? Is it easy for your father to find you with my limping legs? Hurry up and come out. I know you're nearby. Zunbai, Montak Zunbai. It's Dad. Mo Sanbai, who vaguely heard the noise, instantly regained his clarity. My father had his leg bitten off by a beast of the same level while hunting. Since then, he has been unable to move freely and his combat power has been greatly reduced. This ancient forest is extremely dangerous. How could his father come to find him alone? Mo Sambai didn't care about anything else and ran towards the direction of the sound. Ouch! Just then, a wild wolf came over after hearing the news. Mo Sambai heard the noise and moved faster. Wild beasts like wolves are cruel by nature and will chase after any living creature they see. However, his father's beast form was too small, and he had a limp. He had almost no chance of winning against a wild wolf alone. Mo Sambai ran as fast as he could, and the trees on both sides retreated madly. But when he arrived, he saw a scene that made him tear his eyes out. Ouch! When Mo Sambai arrived breathlessly, the wolf's fangs were biting Mo 80's thigh fiercely, tearing it apart. Father Mo curled up on the ground in pain, but the wolf bit his body hard and tore off a piece of flesh. Dad! Mo Sambai's eyes were bloodshot. He jumped and kicked the wolf fiercely. The unsuspecting wolf was kicked down violently and hit the tree with a bang, and the tree broke with a loud bang. The force had not yet dissipated when the wolf rolled on the ground again. Ouch! Feeling threatened, the wolf stopped fighting. Mo Sambai did not chase after him. He hurried to Mo 80's side and covered the wound with his trembling hands, but the blood still flowed. Dad, it's gonna be okay. Hold on. I'll take you back to the tribe to find a witch doctor. The witch doctor will definitely be able to cure you, Dad. Just hold on. A withered hand grasped Mo Sambai's hand. He shook his head and said with blood in his mouth, Sambai, Dad is dying. There will be a little female to mate with you, and you will have many pups. Don't listen to them. Dad, bless you. Large mouthfuls of blood continuously gushed out from Mo 80's wounds and mouth. Sambai, be obedient, Yun Caicai. Before he finished speaking, Mo 80's eyes lost their luster, and only one hand remained, tightly holding Mo Sambai with worry. Finally, the dead Mo 80 regained his beast form. A bloody white cat, lifeless. Father, Daddy, Daddy, wake up, don't leave me alone. Daddy, Sambai, you're the only one left. Whoa, Mo Sambai, holding Mo 80 in his arms, couldn't stop crying. He stood up tremblingly, picked up Mo 80 in a trance, and walked towards a woodland. Buried there are the dead cat orcs of the divine cat tribe. He remembered in Nyang's location. Mo Sambai dug a pit with his bare hands and buried his father next to his mother. Father, Mother, you all left, leaving me alone. As if he thought of something, Mo Sambai's pale eyes instantly became bloodshot. All this is because of Yun Caicai. If it weren't for her, nothing would be here now. Father, I have listened to you for so many years, but I won't listen this time. My heart aches and I hate you so much. I can't bear it any longer. This time I'm going to force this vicious little female in front of you. Let her kowtow to you and apologize. Mo Sambai kowtowed 3 times, turned around, and left with an expressionless face. He returned to the beast's den as if nothing had happened, dug a hole in the hair on the ground, and began to eat the raw rabbit meat in big mouthfuls. Mo's father was not there, but after all, they had just had a quarrel, so even if the people in the beast cave had questions, they did not go up to him and make trouble. After eating the wild rabbit meat, Mo Sambai fell asleep with the smell of blood. Everyone in the beast cave looked at each other in confusion, but no one dared to provoke the angry Mo Sambai. They were wise enough not to make any noise and soon fell asleep. The next day, Mo Sambai woke up and wanted to go to Yun Caicai's cave to check out the situation, but soon after he walked out, he found 2 little tails behind him. Is someone following me? Mo Sambai turned around and walked in a different direction. Chapter 13, Hard Work. This went on for several days. Song-hee, Mo Sambai is fine. He went hunting with the hunting team today. There's nothing unusual. Do we still need to keep an eye on him? Song-hee pondered for a moment. There's still a short time. Keep watching. All right. The 2 Earth-grade primary cat orcs who were tracking said weakly. Song-hee said gently, You've worked hard these days. You've received some of the food the hunting team has hunted recently, and it's all been delivered to your cave. The 2 cat beastmen's eyes lit up, and they quickly assured him, Don't worry, Song-hee, we will keep a close eye on Mo Sambai for you. We will come back and tell you if there is any movement. Thank you very much. Outside the beast cave, Song-hee watched the 2 leave with a smile. He glanced at Inghua, who was eavesdropping with his ears perked up but had a cold expression on his face. Now you should feel relieved. As long as we could track down Mo Sambai, there is nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he has found a suitable female, and it will probably not be long before the female agrees to be a partner with Mo Sambai. By then, all his resentment would surely vanish. When the patriarch takes the throne, the Mo family will only respect him more, and Mo Sanbai will become the most useful member of the clan in his hands. As the sky grew darker, Yun Caicai lay on the stone bed and began to seriously recall everything that had happened recently. Coming from the end of the world bound to the childbearing system, paired with Yinghua, and conceived a child. Yinghua knew that she could make fire, but did not tell anyone, and always put her first. After spending some time together, the person she trusted the most was Yinghua. But this trust was only 3 or 4 points. In the end times, she was used to seeing lovers turning against each other for their own interests. Love, family, friendship, all had been stabbed. Song He, on the other hand, has a gentle appearance, is articulate, and considerate in what he says and does, but he is far less sincere than Yinghua. The end of the world taught Yun Caicai one thing, that is, the person she should trust the most is herself. In the cannibalistic apocalypse, Yun Caicai developed a set of fighting techniques that suited her for killing people. She could fight against enemies of higher levels and even kill with one blow. This is Yun Caicai's biggest trump card besides the system. No one could have imagined that a delicate and soft little female could show her sharp claws at any time. It's just a pity that in this stone age, orcs have tough bodies and high defense. It would be great if she had a knife. Without weapons, she can only develop in a sneaky way. Fortunately, everything is going smoothly now, so smoothly that she almost loses the vigilance she has developed in the apocalypse. As a result, she didn't realize their thoughts in advance and was slandered by other females. Even if she responded immediately, Fong 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 and the others' words would definitely be engraved in the minds of some people with ulterior motives. For example, Mo Sanbai. Almost forgot about him. Yun Caicai suddenly opened her eyes and sat up expressionlessly. Caicai, what's wrong? Yinghua came over. Yinghua, where's Mo Sanbai? He should be hunting now. Yinghua replied. Is there something wrong? I want to see him. Yinghua was surprised. Why, don't you hate him? Why do you still want to? I can't say I hate it. I just simply don't like it. Yun Caicai said lightly, but no matter how much I dislike it, I don't want to have a bomb around me that can explode at any time. Yinghua then said, Song He has arranged for someone to monitor him, follow him every day, and report every day. And I will be with you, Caicai, don't worry. Surveillance. Tracking. Yun Caicai frowned. What rank of people did Song He arrange to go there? 2 Earth-grade primary ones are enough to find out Mo Sanbai's whereabouts. Yun Caicai's heart skipped a beat. Something's wrong, something's wrong. What's wrong? Suddenly, she looked up and asked, Yinghua, let me ask you, if someone of high rank was watching you every day, would you notice? Yinghua, it's hard to say on the day, but as time goes by, you'll definitely find something wrong. The more he talked, the darker Yinghua's face became. There's been no unusual activity in the past few days. Perhaps we've already alerted the enemy. So, I can't wait any longer. Yun Caicai continued. Mo Sanbai, I must see him. With you here, I'm safe. Let's work together to nip the dangerous seeds in the bud as soon as possible. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, Song He entered the beast cave. As soon as I came over, I heard you guys talking about Mo Sanbai. If it was him, there's no need to worry. A young female just agreed to mate with him. She's on her way to his house right now. Hearing Song He's firm words, she suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and said lightly, Then let's wait and see. If they succeed in becoming a couple, then this major concern of mine will be resolved. Chapter 14 Agree. 7 days have passed, and the young females imprisoned in the forbidden area have finally been released. The moment they saw the sunset, they burst into tears. Whoa, finally, it's finally out. Every day in the forbidden area feels like a year. I don't want to be imprisoned anymore. Looking at her father and mother who came to take her back to the beast cave, Fong 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 also shed tears of grievance. Mother, well, I didn't mean to do that. Someone is trying to harm me. Let's talk about it later. Jinjin is about to give birth. Come with me to her place to get some blessings and try to get pregnant soon after we become a couple. Fong Fong Fong's mother took her away. Fong Fong Fong, who was halfway through crying, said, Hey, this is serious business. Fong 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 thought to herself, This is a good opportunity to see if that evil-hearted Yu Lily dares to come again. At the same time, Song Yingyang was trying to persuade the spoiled and willful little female in front of her in a gentle voice. Song Shui Shui, Mo Sanbai is at least a high-level Earth-grade cultivator. How many high-level Earth-grade cultivators are there in our entire divine cat tribe? If Fong 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 and the others hadn't caused this mess, you wouldn't have gotten such a high-quality male. Song Shui Shui raised her nose and said, I'm the clan leader's niece. What kind of male beast man can I get? Cousin, what's the point of calling me cousin? Tell me, how long has it been since you last had meat? If you were to become friends with Mo Sambai, you could eat meat every day. Song Shui Shui swallowed, feeling quite worried at the same time, but other little females will look down on me. Mother, what if they don't play with me anymore? Song's mother said angrily. Song Shui Shui, Fong Fong Fong, and the others were punished by the witch doctor for making trouble. This means they did something wrong. You just did the right thing. Why are you afraid of them? Besides, if you see something that's good for you, you should seize it right away. Otherwise, when those dizzy and blind females come to their senses, Mo Sanbai might be snatched away by them. Can't you use that stupid brain of yours to think about it? Song Shui Shui then pouted and said reluctantly, all right, I agree to be Mo Sanbai's partner. Mother, I'm going to find Mo Sanbai right now. Let some of your beastly husbands accompany you. No, I'll go by myself. There's nothing to be afraid of in the tribe. Hey, you kid. Song Shui Shui waved her hand and strolled around the tribe, and soon arrived at Mo Sanbai's cave. Song Shui Shui walked in with swagger. There was only Mo Sanbai in the beast cave. He was skinning a hare. Song Shui Shui's eyes lit up, and she looked at the rabbit without blinking. Mo Sanbai, let's be a couple. Mo Sanbai looked up in surprise. What did you say? I said, I want to be your partner. Mo Sanbai was still a little dazed. Any females wanting to mate with him? How could it be possible? But first of all, you have to bring me meat every day. This shouldn't be a difficult task for a high-level cat beast like you, right? Also, I have 5 beast husbands, and you're the 6th. However, their rank is lower than yours, so you have to hunt for their food as well. Also, I have to give birth to puppies for the 5 of them first, and then I will give birth to puppies for you. There has to be a first-come, first-served principle. After all, they came into the house first, so you have to respect them at other times. Most importantly, you can't communicate with other females at all, not even a single word, or I'll immediately abandon you. Song Shui Shui kept talking. Mo Sanbai lowered his head, which had been raised. You little female are quite interesting. Are you saying that I have to support your beastly husband and endure their anger? Song Shui Shui straightened her neck and said, don't be ungrateful. Look at how you've gotten yourself into trouble. If you exclude me, who would want you? Since I am willing to be your partner, you should be grateful and hold me in your hands. Mo Sanbai looked up and smiled. Song Shui Shui was stunned for a moment. Looking at it this way, Mo Sanbai was still quite good-looking. But the next moment, Mo Sanbai's gloomy eyes swept around. You came here by yourself? Song Shui Shui snorted coldly. I'm already giving you face by coming here on my own. Don't be ungrateful. Mo Sanbai's eyes were deep. They were indeed all disgusting little females. He stood up and slowly walked towards a little female and said, okay, I'll listen. You say it. With one slash of the hand, Song Shui Shui fell into a complete coma. The moment she fell into coma, she regained her animal form, a calico cat. Mo Sanbai touched Xiao Sanhua's neck with one hand, picked her up without mercy, put her in an animal skin package, and left. The 2 cat beast men who were hiding in a hidden place and following Mo Sanbai looked at each other and asked, where is Mo Sanbai going? Where's that little female from earlier? Is she still in the cave? Hey, Mo Sanbai has gone far away. Let's go and follow them. We promise Song he that we can't lose him. Go, go, go. Chapter 15, Provocation. It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm about to give birth. Go get a witch doctor. Feng Jinjin has returned to her animal form. She has experience in childbirth, so she knows that unbearable abdominal pain is a sign of impending birth. She lay on the stone bed, wailing. Feng Jinjin's bestial husband hurried to call a witch doctor, and her first bestial husband Luo stayed by her side, his eyes full of worry. Jinjin, after this birth, you don't need to give birth to any more puppies for me. I already have 2 puppies, which is enough. When you recover, play as much as you want, and teach me everything about puppies. There are some things he cannot say. Feng Jinjin has 5 beastly husbands. He has 2 litters of puppies, but the other beastly husbands don't have any yet. If you say too much, it means you are deliberately showing off, causing confrontation, and being ungrateful. Feng Jinjin's beast cave was not far from the witch doctor's cave, and the witch Dr. Jiang Chun and her granddaughter Jiang Yunyun arrived soon. Jiang Chun looked at the little manhwa who was rolling around on the stone bed in pain and said, "Jinjin, relax. This is your second child. It may be more painful than before, but the birth will definitely be faster than the first. Just hold on." Feng Jinjin's screams became more miserable with each one. The witch doctor had no choice but to say coldly, "Feng Jinjin, don't scream so loudly. Save your strength. Otherwise, you'll suffer when you lose all your strength during childbirth." Feng Jinjin listened to it. She clenched her teeth, groaned, and endured the waves of pain. The witch doctor touched Feng Jinjin's belly and lower abdomen again. "Almost there, Jinjin. Push harder. Don't be nervous. It will definitely go as smoothly as the first time. Push harder. Harder." A moment later, a kitten popped its head out from under Feng Jinjin. "It's out. It's a little male." "Jinjin, there's still one left. Keep pushing." Feng Jinjin exhaled and exerted force on the last one. "It's out. It's a little female. You're really awesome." When they heard the news that Feng Jinjin had given birth, all her relatives and friends came, filling the entire beast cave. Feng Jinjin smiled weakly and took a look. "That's great. There's a little female." Feng pushed Lily away and came forward. "This is great news. Sister Jinjin, just take a good rest. It's better to stay away from some little females." Feng curled the corners of her lips at Lily and then said softly, "Don't think I don't know what you did. Just wait patiently." Lily looked at Feng's eyes. Her heart shrank, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She bit her lip and thought, if she was scared away by just 2 or 3 words, wouldn't that mean she had something to hide? Lily raised her head, looked at her provocatively, and still walked to the stone bed. Feng's eyes darkened. Feng Jinjin stared at her newborn baby without blinking, not noticing the surrounding gossip at all. She said proudly, "I'm fine. I'm in good health. Even if it's a small yellow female. So what? I've been pregnant twice, and each time I gave birth to 2 cubs." Which Dr. Jiang Chun felt helpless about Feng Jinjin, who still didn't forget to compare it this time. But such a young female who was so easy to conceive did have the capital to be proud of it. But she still gave some advice. "Jinjin, you should keep a low profile in everything, and good luck will naturally follow you. The cub is newly born and weak and sickly. It's best to keep the environment clean and the air flowing freely. Having so many orcs gathered together is not good for you and the child." Feng Jinjin didn't care. "I know, witch doctor." Seeing this, Jiang Chun said no more. After taking care of the newborn cubs, Jiang Yunyun helped Jiang Chun back to the witch doctor's cave. "Oh, if only our Lily had Jinjin's good luck. Who says it's not? I'm jealous when I see it. Look at this newborn little female, so cute. Feng, come here and touch me gently, and get some of your sister Jinjin's blessings." Just as Feng was about to touch it, a hand came faster than hers. It was Lily. Seeing that Lily was touching the most vulnerable parts of the kitten, Feng grabbed her hand. Lily whispered, "What are you doing?" Feng, you pinched me and it hurt." Feng's eyes were fierce. "If anything happens to you, I will kill you." Lily's eyes flashed. "I'm just lucky you think too much." "That's better." Feng snorted coldly. Feng Jinjin smiled happily as she listened to everyone's compliments. "Jinjin, you are a great contributor to our tribe. These 2 cubs look very strong." "Yes." All right. Let's go first and let Jinjin have a good rest." Chapter 16 Defection. Mo Sanbai took advantage of the moment when they were talking and not paying attention, turned around and hid. The 2 male cat orcs hurriedly caught up and were stunned when they saw the empty grassland. Where are the people? I was just here. Strange. Let's look for it again." "Okay, if we can't find it, let's go tell Songhe." Mo Sanbai, who was hiding in the dark, had an unfathomable expression. Songhe. He leaped up and ran deep into the forest. There was the beast cave he had spotted long ago. "I, Mo Sanbai, will completely betray the tribe today. Without my father, what's the difference between me and a stray animal?" He shook the animal skin package. What's more, there was a little female in it. Mo Sanbai first went to Mo 80's grave. "Dad, look, this little female is called Song Shui. She said she wants to be my partner. She's just too greedy and spoiled. But it doesn't matter. I will teach her a lesson. Father, Yun Caicai is too cautious, and everyone around her is also cautious. But sooner or later, I will bring her here to kowtow and apologize to you." There's another thing. Sanbai is being ridiculed and restricted in the tribe. Sanbai doesn't want to be wronged anymore. Father, you will understand me. Song Shui slowly woke up. She returned to human form and looked around in panic. Where is this place? Mo Sanbai glanced her up and down. Come over. Song Shui felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her memory instantly returned. She glared at him. You knocked me out. Mo Sanbai, what do you want to do? Aren't you afraid that the patriarch will punish you for hurting the little female? Song Shui shouted in a stern but cowardly manner. Bang! Mo Sanbai slapped her in the face, then grabbed her long hair and dragged her over. Didn't you tell me to come over here? If you don't want your ears, I can rip them apart for you. Mo Sanbai, you're crazy. You actually hit me. I want to go back. Let me go back. I don't want to be with you. You're not worthy. I'm going to tell the chief to expel you, the bad guy from the tribe. Bang! Another hard slap. Song Shui's cheek twisted and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Song Shui, you want to go back? Can you go back? Open your eyes and look. This place is very far from the tribe. If you can't see the current situation clearly, I don't mind giving you a few more slaps. Wow. Song Shui covered her mouth and cried. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever hit her. It hurts. If you feel the pain, then shut up and obey, or I'll leave you here. Mo Sanbai said with a wicked smile. This is a paradise for wild beasts. A weak little female won't survive long here. Do you want to have your heart pierced by the wild boar's tusks, or be eaten by wild wolves and hyenas, or be bitten to death by the little snake behind you? No. I don't want to die. Song Shui was so scared that she threw herself into Mo Sanbai's arms. Mo Sanbai laughed out loud. What a stupid and incompetent little female. You just throw yourself into my arms after a little scare? You little females are really good for nothing except giving birth. Song Shui was angry but dared not say anything, for fear that Mo Sanbai would abandon her. Kneel down, kowtow, and call me daddy. Song Shui was hurt and scared by the beating, so she stopped being arrogant and did as she was told. Mo Sanbai also knelt down and kowtowed to Mo 80. I'm leaving now. I'll come to see you another day. If you don't want to die, follow me closely. Mo Sanbai said after standing up. Song Shui nodded repeatedly and jogged to catch up. Song-he. Two cat beast men came quickly. Song-he came out of the cave with a gentle expression. What happened? Why are you panting so hard? Let's talk over here. He glanced at the beast cave, led the two away, and handed them a handful of green fruit. The cat beast man took it and threw it into his mouth while saying, Mo Sanbai is lost. Song-he was shocked. He discovered you? Not really. We were very careful and usually kept a distance. This time, he was so fast that we couldn't catch up, and we never found him afterwards. Song-he frowned slightly. Did that little female go? He went, but later Mo Sanbai came out of the beast cave, and the little female disappeared. Song-he, how could a living little female disappear? Another male cat orc scratched his head and suddenly realized. That's right. I remember now. When Mo Sanbai left, he was holding a package of animal skins. Could it be that he and the little female went to mate in the wild? That makes sense. Because there are fewer females and more males in the beast world, polyandry is practiced. However, some high-ranking and strong males will monopolize the young female for a period of time when they first form a pair after obtaining the female's consent. A small number of male orcs prefer to find another place to live in the jungle not far from the tribe, so that they can better mate and have cubs. Hearing this, Song-he's frown relaxed. Mo Sanbai usually acts recklessly, and he should be like that today as well. But we can't be careless. You guys should step up patrols recently. If you find any trace of him, come and tell me at any time. Yes. As Song-he walked back, he thought that there was no need to let Caicai know the details of this matter. She was pregnant, and it would be bad for her health if she thought about this all day long. After thinking for a moment, Song-he walked into the beast cave with a gentle smile on his face. Don't worry, Caicai. Mo Sanbai has successfully paired up with the little female. He won't hate you. After all, you are innocent. If the little female bears his cub in the future, she might even come to thank us. Yun Caicai hadn't expected Song-he's words to be so exaggerated, so she felt relieved when she heard it and said, That's good. Thanks to you for bringing us together. Inghua lowered his ears and looked at Song-he with a warm look in his eyes. This time he felt that he was reliable. From then on, Yun Caicai began to rest assured and take care of her pregnancy. Chapter 17. Disbelief. That day, Feng Fangfang watched Feng Jinjin recover well after giving birth. And then she said, "Sister, Yu Lily is deep-minded and has bad intentions. She always encourages you to take the lead in everything. She has hurt you terribly over the years. You'd better stay away from this cruel little female." Feng Jinjin didn't believe it. "Fangfang, you think too much. Lily and I grew up together, and we are best friends. She can't harm anyone but me." Feng Fangfang was depressed. "Sister, the one she hurt the most was you. Think about it carefully. For example, I was confined to the ground for 7 days because of my careless words during my coming-of-age ceremony. Wasn't it because she was guiding me from the side, deliberately tricking me?" Feng Jinjin frowned. "Lily told me when she came back that day that you would definitely take your anger out on her when you were locked up, and asked me to speak well of her. I told her then that you wouldn't do that you were just taking it out on me, your sister. I didn't expect you to really blame her. It was just a casual chat. You, Lily, didn't think too much about it. Okay, let's not talk about her anymore. Fangfang, I really appreciate you standing up for me. From now on, I'll definitely think of you first when I have something good to offer." Feng Fangfang looked at her sister, who was so stupid, and wanted to persuade her again. But Yu Lily came again and looked at her with disdain. Feng Fangfang gritted her teeth, this bad female. From then on, whenever the young females got together, the two of them would always quarrel. Yu Lily is 2 years older than her, is eloquent, and is used to being a good person. Not only does she rarely believe what Feng Fangfang says, she also always advises her not to cause trouble and that the young females should unite. Damn unity. Feng Fangfang secretly hated them, but there was nothing she could do. In order to catch her weakness, she could only grit her teeth and follow them. Up to now, Feng Jinjin has been pregnant twice and gave birth to 4 cubs, 3 males and 1 female. The most important thing is that she became pregnant with her second child in less than a year, and each time it was twins, which is extremely rare in the entire Orc continent. The tribe leader and the witch doctor had advised her many times to keep a low profile, but Feng Jinjin forgot about it as soon as she turned around. The tribe leader sighed, said no more, and sent 2 male beastmen to protect Feng Jinjin. When the other unmarried male beastmen heard the news that Feng Jinjin had successfully given birth to cubs again, they were like bears finding a honey pot, and they tried to show their affection to her in various ways all day long. For a time, Feng Jinjin became famous, and many orcs from other tribes also heard that the Divine Cat tribe had a very fertile female, and they sent people to find out the truth. Feng Jinjin's beast cave is crowded every day, but she's extremely happy and enjoys the feeling of being sought after by everyone. She held her head high like a proud peacock all day long, feeling that she was superior to Yun Caicai. As soon as she felt better, she ran out triumphantly and took in 2 more handsome, beastly husbands. Yun Caicai didn't move forward because her belly was also starting to grow bigger, and it was much bigger than when Feng Jinjin was pregnant. The witch doctor had touched her personally and said that there were probably no less than 3 babies in her belly. Every day, Yun Caicai would only come out for a walk and bask in the sun when there was no one near the animal cave, and she did not dare to go far. She has always been low-key, has no close friends, and is determined to keep it a secret. Therefore, no one in the tribe knows that Yun Caicai is pregnant except the tribe leader, the witch doctor, her mother, and her beastly husband. It was a sunny day. After feeding the cub, Feng Jinjin handed it to her first beast husband, Luo Bai, and hurried to find other females to play with. "Luo Bai, Jinjin, come back soon. Things have been a bit turbulent these past few days." Feng Jinjin waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's okay. Apin and Akang are following me, and even the clan leader has sent people to protect me. If there are any blind men, let them beat him up." Luo Bai smiled indulgently. "Okay, but try to come back as soon as possible. I will miss you." "Yes, Abai. Take good care of the baby. I'll be back soon." Feng Jinjin ran away before she finished speaking. Luo Bai shook his head helplessly and continued to look after his cub. Chapter 18. Sneak Attack. The young females, led by Feng Jinjin, gathered together and were walking towards the edge of the tribe. Feng Fangfang looked around and said, "This place is a bit remote. Sister Jinjin, let's go back." Feng Jinjin shook her head. "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us." Yu Lily agreed. "That's right. We still have 4 males protecting us, and my beast husband will be here soon. Why don't we take this opportunity to go to the edge of the forest and dig up some wild vegetables, ginkgo nuts, or something?" Okay. Let them see that us little females can also gather food by ourselves. Yes, they will definitely be surprised. Let's go. Yu Lily's proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. Although Fong 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 and Yu Lily don't get along, she feels that it's a good idea to listen to everyone's discussions. They rarely have such opportunities to work outside. The young females were digging wild vegetables with great interest, while 4 male orcs stood by. Little females are good, carefree. We still have to stand guard. Huh? No, I don't want to have a baby. We know that giving birth is difficult for them, so we should protect them well. It's not easy for both males and females. Hey, I'm just complaining. The young females were digging wild vegetables while laughing and talking, and 4 male orcs were standing not far away to keep watch. It was a quiet and peaceful scene. But little did they know that danger was approaching quietly. A black snake suddenly appeared. Be careful. Someone is attacking us. The male beastman jumped up quickly and restored his beast form, shouting. The young females trembled and stayed where they were, not daring to move. Run. Go find help. The male orc shouted and attacked. The young females finally came to their senses and ran back to the tribe. The black snake opened its mouth and sprayed venom, and a male orc died instantly on the spot. The remaining 3 male orcs gathered together and attacked together. However, the difference in their ranks was too great, and the black snake bit off the necks of all the male beastmen in an instant. Looking at the little females fleeing in all directions, the black snake became angry. Among so many people with black hair, which one is Feng Jinjin? Yu Lily is frail and runs at the back. If the black snake comes, she will definitely be the first one to be caught. Fong 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 happened to be in front of her. In an instant, she felt evil. Yu Lily suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Fong Fong Fong's hair. Fong 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 screamed in pain and was dragged to the ground. Yu Lily stepped hard on her hand and ran forward. Yu Lily. Fong 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 was in extreme pain and hatred. Perhaps anger gave her strength. She regained her beast form, endured the pain, jumped and ran, and suddenly jumped onto Yu Lily's head. Get down. Get down right now. Yu Lily panicked. She never thought that a young female would have such strong explosive power. Fong 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 clawed Yu Lily hard, and her cheek was instantly stained with blood. Yu Lily covered her face and wailed. The black snake was coming towards them. Fong 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 narrowed her eyes and kicked with all her might. Bang! Yu Lily bumped straight into the black snake. Fong 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 turned and ran. The black snake lowered its head and looked at the little female who was still covering her face and wailing, with an expression of annoyance. Shut up. If you scream again, I'll eat you. Yu Lily looked at the huge snake head in horror, immediately covered her mouth, and tears streamed down her face. Who is Feng Jinjin? And which direction did she run to? If you tell me, I will spare your life. Yu Lily betrayed Feng Jinjin without thinking. There she is. The black snake glanced in Feng Jinjin's direction, then opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs, and fiercely bit Yu Lily's neck. Yu Lily's eyes widened. You said, let me go. Black Snake sneered. What I hate most is vicious little females like you. Yu Lily fell to the ground with a bang, and a black cat lay in a pool of blood, silent. The black snake crawled forward quickly. Following Yu Lily's guidance, the black snake accurately found Feng Jinjin. Run, can you run away? In just a few breaths, the black snake caught Feng Jinjin. Help! The black snake opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Feng Jinjin screamed when she saw it, and immediately fainted from fright. In fear, she turned back in her beast form. What a useless little thing. The black snake grabbed Feng Jinjin's collar with its fangs and quickly fled the scene. The male orcs of the tribe heard the little female's cry for help and rushed out, but the black snake had long disappeared. Yun Caicai looked at her bulging belly, and suddenly an inexplicable anxiety lingered in her heart. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Ingwa, Ingwa. The patriarch's anxious voice rang out. Ingwa looked at Yun Caicai. Go. I guess the patriarch has something important to discuss with you. Yun Caicai also raised her head and said. Inghua nodded in response and walked quickly out of the beast cave with a cold face. Chief, what's wrong? Hurry. Stray beasts are invading the tribe. Feng Jinjin was captured. It's a high-grade black snake of the Xian grade. The patriarch said loudly, highlighting the key points. Inghua, you're the only one of Xianpin. If you take the other male beastmen with you to rescue Feng Jinjin, there's still a glimmer of hope. Please. Okay, I'll go right away. Inghua instantly transformed into a giant cat and ran quickly in the direction the patriarch said. Inghua's face was cold. He wanted to kill these damn stray beasts as soon as possible. Today it's Fengzhenjin. Will it be Yun Caicai tomorrow? The thought of this possibility made his liver rupture. Inghua is faster. Chapter 19. Caught. Mo Sanbai, who was in the dark, looked at the tribe members led by Inghua coming out in full force, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Are there stray beasts invading? Inghua was gone, and the high-ranking male orcs were also gone. The opportunity has come. Yun Caicai, I wish you good luck. Mo Sanbai changed into a beast form, and an inconspicuous white cat disappeared from behind the stone in a flash. At this moment in the beast cave, Yun Caicai suddenly felt a stomachache. Yun Caicai groaned. Songhe, who was standing by, stood up suddenly and said, Caicai, what's wrong? My stomach hurts. Yun Caicai's face turned pale. Songhe, who was always calm and composed, lost all his rationality. Is she about to give birth? Caicai, wait. I'll go get a witch doctor. Don't. Before Yun Caicai could finish her words, Songhe had disappeared. She frowned. The stray beasts are invading, and we don't know if they have helpers. Wouldn't it be more dangerous to leave her alone in the beast cave? Songhe was really scared. Yun Caicai called out to the system in her mind. Pomegranate, pomegranate? Am I about to give birth? After testing, host Yun Caicai has not yet reached the time of giving birth to. Then why do I have abdominal pain? I've never had pain like this before. The pain is sharp but not persistent, and may be caused by the baby moving around or fighting. Yun Caicai. She was more inclined to believe that the baby was fighting in her belly, and the fighting was quite intense, otherwise why would it hurt so much? Warning, warning, warning. Dangerous individuals are approaching. Please be careful. When Yun Caicai heard the system's warning, she paused for a moment and looked suddenly towards the cave entrance. Meow. It's a white cat. The white cat transformed into a human form, and a male beast man with a ferocious face suddenly appeared in front of Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai's eyes narrowed. It was Mo Sanbai. In a flash, Yun Caicai guessed that something must have happened that she didn't know about. She had to try her best not to anger Mo Sanbai again, otherwise her life would be in danger. Yun Caicai, your luck is not very good. Mo Sanbai looked down from above and looked around. Mo Sanbai, what do you want to see me for? Yun Caicai deliberately looked innocent and confused in order to delay time. Songhe, come back soon. I'm looking for you to avenge my father. Mo Sanbai recalled the scene before his father's death, staring fiercely at Yun Caicai. If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have died. Yun Caicai was horrified and said timidly, Brother Mo, I never killed your father. Is there something hidden behind this? Mo Sanbai was momentarily shaken by Yun Caicai's delicate and tender cheeks and the tearful look on her face, and then he angrily said, Shut up. You little females are all evil-minded, greedy, and vicious. I want you to kowtow and apologize at my father's grave, and then... Mo Sanbai's expression became more and more ferocious. He walked towards Yun Caicai step by step and stretched out his hand. Brother Mo. Yun Caicai immediately interrupted Mo Sanbai and spoke sincerely. I am very sad about the death of Father Mo. No matter what the cause was, Caicai is willing to go with you to pay tribute to comfort the deceased soul. Mo Sanbai was surprised. Are you willing to go with me? Yun Caicai immediately got down from the stone bed. Let's go now. Only then did Mo Sanbai notice Yun Caicai's bulging belly and frowned. Are you pregnant? Is it Songhe's? Yun Caicai observed carefully and immediately said, It's not Songhe's. It's Inghua's. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Mo Sanbai's expression became much better. No matter who they belong to, it's bad luck for them to run into me. Yun Caicai, even though you know what's happening, I can't possibly trust a little female like you. Letting you suffer less before your death is my greatest mercy. Mo Sanbai raised his hand extremely quickly, and before Yun Caicai could react, he slashed her with a fierce knife, and Yun Caicai immediately fainted on the ground. Mo Sanbai picked up the unconscious little orange cat and ran out of the tribe at full speed. At this time, Songhe, who was halfway through the run, suddenly felt uneasy. Yun Caicai is a little female who is about to give birth. She is weak and has no fighting power at all. He shouldn't have left Yun Caicai alone in the beast cave. Songhe immediately changed direction and ran towards the beast cave. But when he arrived, the cave was empty. There was nothing there. He shuddered and couldn't help but yell, Caicai. Yun Caicai. Chapter 20 Madman. Have you seen Yun Caicai? No. Not getting the answer he wanted, he forced himself to calm down with trembling hands. Yun Caicai has a big belly and has difficulty moving. If she comes out by herself, someone will definitely see her. But there wasn't, which means she was taken away after turning into a beast. Manhwa and his team drove away the stray animals, and there were no more traces of stray animals near the cave. If it's not a stray beast, if someone took it away, it could only be someone known to everyone in the tribe, so as not to attract attention. Who is it? He changed the question. Did you see anyone coming over here just now? I saw it. Who is it? Mo Sambai. He's walking in a hurry, and I don't know where he's going, said a male beast man who was standing guard at the nearby cave entrance. Is it him? Broken. His heart tightened. Did you see which direction he went? Heading towards the jungle over there. The male orc pointed with his hand. Thank you. He transformed into a beast and galloped away. Mo Sambai. If anything happens to Yun Caicai, I will tear you into pieces. Yun Caicai, you have to hold on. When he reached the fork in the road, he felt extremely anxious. Which way? If I make the wrong choice, Caicai might. He slapped himself hard. It was all his fault for being so careless that he put Caicai in such danger. He observed carefully and attentively. Mo Sambai was very cautious, but he still found some clues. The road on the left shows signs of orcs passing through, but is blocked. Going this way is where the dead orcs in the tribe are buried. Why did Mo Sambai bring Caicai here? He didn't have time to think about it, and continued to chase with all his strength. Bang! Mo Sambai threw Yun Caicai to the ground without any care. The unconscious Yun Caicai unconsciously protected her stomach, but the moment she landed, she still felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Yun Caicai woke up due to abdominal pain. She looked around and saw Mo Sambai's figure. Her heart was in her throat. This madman. She could clearly feel that Mo Sambai was mentally abnormal, easily angered, extremely violent, and extremely emotionally unstable. Yun Caicai moved slowly, observing whether there was any possibility of escape. Woke up. A voice with a hint of amusement and disdain came. Yun Caicai's heart sank. Mo Sambai, what do you want to do? I don't think I've done anything to let you down. You didn't do anything to offend me. If you had chosen me to be your beast husband from the beginning, would I have been publicly ridiculed and ostracized by the other young females and ended up like this? If it weren't for you, Dad wouldn't have come out alone to look for me out of worry, and he wouldn't have been bitten to death by a wild wolf. Yun Caicai, all of this is because of you. Everything is because of you. Mo Sambai shouted angrily. I want you to kowtow to my father and apologize. I'll give you one life for another. Yun Caicai knew that she could not escape the disaster, and being humble at this time would only make this madman laugh at her. So she said coldly, choosing a beast husband always takes the female's wishes into consideration. You blame me, but why don't you blame the other females who didn't choose you before me? Although I didn't choose you to be my beast husband, I also didn't say a word to slander you, not to mention letting other females exclude and isolate you. I wasn't the one mocking you on stage, yet you're blaming me? Didn't you hear what the witch doctor said? I was the innocent victim. Not only did you knock me out and bring me to this jungle, you also want to kill me? Mo Sambai, are you crazy? You're taking advantage of innocent females to vent your anger. Is this something a high-ranking male beast man like you could do? Besides, isn't there a female willing to mate with you? Aren't you two together? Mo Sambai was furious. Shut up, you little bitch who's confusing right and wrong. Just because you're the only yellow-grade female in the tribe, the witch doctors and the chiefs all favor you, taking all the benefits. How many innocent people have been implicated by you? Don't think I don't know. Even if you do something bad, they will put the blame on someone else. And that greedy and foolish little female is only fit to kneel and serve me, not to be my partner. Yun Caicai frowned. Mo Sambai did not find a partner. Could it be that the information song he received at that time was wrong? And it seemed that Mo Sambai didn't know who he believed and thought it was all her fault. He only thinks that what he thinks is the most correct and won't listen to anyone else. Mo Sambai is a madman who is paranoid and only listens to one side of the story. Yun Caicai's body tensed up and her abdomen began to ache again. Yun Caicai secretly called out to the system. Pomegranate, pomegranate. The situation is serious. Please help me save my cub. If you need points to redeem, I will definitely return it to you after the birth. Silence. The system did not respond. However, after a few breaths, her abdominal pain eased a lot. Yun Caicai relaxed a little and then focused all her attention on Mo Sanbai. She has never been a person who sits and waits for death. Although she has nothing now, she still has the combat experience in the apocalypse in her previous life. During the time she had been in the beast world, she had consulted manhwa and song he about many things, and had learned that even high-ranking male orcs, no matter how strong their defenses were, still had weaknesses. The weaknesses of orcs transformed into human form are almost the same as those of humans. Mo Sanbai grinned and said, "You cruel little bitch. Hurry up and roll over here, kneel down, and kowtow to my father. If you let me do this, you won't be able to escape unscathed." Chapter 21. Defeat the enemy. Okay, I'll go there myself. Yun Caicai gently stroked her abdomen. Hey kids, be good and wait until mom passes this stage before coming out. Thinking of this, something magical happened. The babies in my belly actually calmed down. Yun Caicai stood up expressionlessly and moved towards Mo Sanbai. To stay steady, she can only rely on herself. She had to find the most appropriate moment to defeat the enemy in one move and buy herself time to escape. But Mo Sanbai didn't take the little female in front of him seriously at all. How much fighting power can a delicate and weak female have? Even if there are people with fierce temperaments, it's just a tickle. What's more, Yun Caicai is pregnant, so she can't cause any trouble. You're so annoying. Mo Sanbai lost his patience. He was also afraid that the people in the tribe would find out and come looking for him again. So he stretched out his long arm, pulled Yun Caicai's arm, and pushed down hard. Ah! Yun Caicai screamed and hurriedly protected her stomach, but her knees hit the ground hard. Montak Zanbai. Yun Caicai gritted her teeth. Mo Sanbai also knelt down beside Yun Caicai, pressed her neck to the ground. Now is the time. When Yun Caicai lowered her head, Mo Sanbai's hand grabbed nothing. Yun Caicai grabbed his arm and brought him towards her. Mo Sanbai looked at the little female so close to him, so white and tender, that he couldn't help but be stunned. Yun Caicai raised the corners of her lips and smiled particularly charmingly. Mo Sanbai swallowed and stared blankly. At this moment, Yun Caicai slightly bent the index finger and middle finger of her right hand and quickly stabbed them into Mo Sanbai's eyes. The steady, accurate, and ruthless two fingers are dazzling. Ah! Mo Sanbai felt a pain in his eyes, and he hit back Yun Caicai fiercely. Then he covered his eyes and wailed, sticky blood flowing out of his eye sockets, and there was only a red mist in front of his eyes. Oh, Yun Caicai, I'm going to kill you. Yun Caicai was hit on the chest and moved back 2 meters. She felt her blood boiling and in severe pain. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Caicai! Song He, who rushed over, was horrified when he saw the scene in front of him. When Yun Caicai heard his voice, she turned around and shouted, Song He, I'm fine. Go kill Mo Sanbai first. Upon hearing this, Song He rushed towards Mo Sanbai in anger. Mo Sanbai's eyes were still bleeding, and he couldn't see clearly. Even though he had transformed into a beast, his combat power was greatly reduced. But after a few rounds, Mo Sanbai was beaten back step by step. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately turned around and tried to run. But Song He stretched out a claw and scratched his neck fiercely. Mo Sanbai covered his neck, but still couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. He widened his eyes and fell down with an angry and unwilling look on his face. Song He immediately ran towards Yun Caicai. He said in a trembling voice, Caicai, are you okay? Wow, dash. Yun Caicai spat out another mouthful of blood. I'm fine. I saw it all. Mo Sanbai hit you hard, and you spit out so much blood. How can you be okay? Come on, I'll take you to see a witch doctor. Song He wanted to hug her, but Yun Caicai frowned and said, wait. Song He, go check and see if Mo Sanbai is really dead. If he were still alive, he would definitely cause trouble for me. Even if he's dead, bury him. Mo Sanbai is a complete madman. There is no possibility for him to survive. Otherwise, it will be a huge hidden danger. But your body... Song He looked at her worriedly. Go, Yun Caicai said without question. Song He had no choice but to obey Yun Caicai's order. He went to check and found that Mo Sanbai had no heartbeat. To be on the safe side, Song He broke his neck again. Now he is dead, the kind that even the beast god himself cannot save him. Song He quickly dug a hole and buried his body in it. Yun Caicai was knocked unconscious while she was pregnant and was brought here by Mo Sanbai while she was unconscious. When she woke up, she fought with Mo Sanbai in a battle of wits and courage. After seriously injuring Mo Sanbai, she was hit hard by him. Her weak body was almost at its limit. After seeing everything Song He did, she felt relieved and finally fainted. Chapter 22 Coma. Caicai. Song He carefully picked up the little orange cat that had fainted on the ground. Heartbroken, he ran towards the witch doctor's cave without stopping. Witch doctor, please save Caicai. Jiang Chun hurriedly asked. What's going on? Put her on the stone bed so I can take a look. Song He gently and quickly put Yun Caicai down. She was captured by Mo Sanbai and received a severe blow. If I hadn't arrived, I'm afraid. Song He's eyes turned red. It's all my fault for not taking good care of Caicai. Jiang Chun said distressfully. She vomited so much blood while still pregnant. It's really painful. After checking her, Jiang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Caicai is in good health and just fainted. But that palm strike was really powerful. Now we can only wait for her to wake up. Originally, drinking some herbal medicine would have made her heal faster, but she's pregnant now, and the strong effects of the medicine might harm the baby. We can only take good care of her. Caicai is so lucky. The baby in her belly is fine and is staying safely in her belly. Jiang Chun sighed again, worthy of being the beast god's favorite little female. If it were another little female, after such an experience, she wouldn't even dare to think about it. Yun, go inform the clan leader. This is no small matter. Yun Caicai was lying on the stone bed. She heard a familiar voice in her blurred consciousness, and she fell into a deep sleep with peace of mind. How is it? Have you found any trace of the black snake? The chief asked when he saw the tribal warriors returning. Inghua shook his head. When I rushed over, Feng Jinjin had already been abducted. We followed the traces, but Black Snake was cunning and misled us many times, so in the end, we still couldn't find where he was hiding. The clan leader sighed and said, You've done your best. We'll form a patrol team tomorrow and continue searching for Feng Jinjin. Good. Chief, something happened. Jiang Yunyan shouted. When she saw Inghua, she was surprised. Great, Inghua, you're back. The patriarch frowned. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Seeing that there were still many male beastmen in the cave, Jiang Yunyan swallowed the words that were about to be said, and then her expression changed instantly. She smiled and said, Hey, it's okay. The witch doctor just said he wants to see you guys. You're yelling so loudly, I'm scared to death by you. The clan leader tapped Jiang Yunyan's forehead and said angrily. Jiang Yunyan continued to smile foolishly and said nothing. As the clan leader walked out, Jiang Yunyan turned around and said, Inghua, let's go. The witch doctor is looking for you too. She gave him a secret, serious look. Inghua's heart skipped a beat. Something happened. Who could it be? Yun Caicai. Inghua immediately followed the patriarch and walked quickly towards the witch doctor's cave. Inghua glanced at the man on the stone bed, his body startled slightly, and he immediately pounced over. Caicai. What's going on? Not getting a response, he suddenly looked up at Song He. Song He, what on earth happened? Before I left, Caicai was fine. How could she be unconscious? Song He's voice trembled. It's all my fault. I left Caicai alone in the beast cave, and Mo Sanbai took the opportunity to kidnap her. You, Song He. Inghua was furious. Leaving her alone. How dare you? Inghua's face was as cold as ice. Didn't you say that Mo Sanbai has already found a partner? Why'd he kidnap Caicai? Zhang Yunyan exclaimed. No one wants to be a couple with Mo Sanbai. All orcs who form couples will come to the witch doctor's cave to carve their shapes. Jiang Yunyan remembers clearly that Mo Sanbai has never been to the witch doctor's cave. Inghua looked at him coldly. What do you have to say? Song He lowered his head. I'm sorry, I lied to you, but I... Bang. Hearing this, Inghua could no longer contain his anger. He stood up and punched Song He hard. You deserve to die. Chapter 23, Tears. Song He knew he was in the wrong, so he stood there motionless, allowing Inghua to beat and scold him. Aren't you amazing? Bang. Don't you have a plan for everything? Bang. Why did you let Caicai be kidnapped? Did you know she was pregnant? If we're not careful, there could be 2 deaths. Bang. bang, bang. Song He felt extremely guilty and regretful. He didn't say a word, and letting Hua vent his anger by beating and scolding him. The pain came, and Song He felt strangely that he felt a little better. Hua hit me. I shouldn't have concealed the truth, just because I was afraid that Yun Caicai would be worried during her pregnancy. You shouldn't have come out alone to ask the witch doctor and left her in the beast cave all by herself. I deserve to die. Hua, just beat me to death. I deserve it. If anything happens to Caicai, Song He, will never live in vain. The tribe leader was so anxious that his heart almost stopped beating. He stepped forward to stop Hua and said, Hua, I know you are angry, but what's the point of beating Song He now? Listen to what the witch doctor says. If anything happens to Caicai, I won't hesitate even if you beat him to death. The clan leader looked at Hua's bloodshot eyes and was really afraid that he would beat Song He to death. Hua, the person Caicai wants most to be with her right now is definitely you. You must not lose your mind. Jiang Chun frowned. All right, go outside and fight if you want. Are you trying to wake Yun Caicai up by making so much noise? Hearing this, Hua retracted his fist and looked at Song He fiercely. When Caicai wakes up, I will settle the score with you. Song He's face was bruised and swollen. He dragged his body in unbearable pain, leaning against the wall, his chest heaving. He really regretted it. Guilt overwhelmed Song He. He is so arrogant. If it weren't for his deception and carelessness, Caicai would never have suffered such a misfortune and things would never have come to this point. Caicai was hit in the chest with a palm strike of high-grade earth grade. It might have damaged her lungs, but there are no suitable herbs. She needs to rest well. Hua felt heartbroken as she watched the witch doctor lift up her animal skirt, revealing her bruised and swollen knees. Oh, why is your knees so swollen? Jiang Chun frowned. She took out the herbs, ground them, and finally gently covered them on Yun Caicai's knees. This herb has a mild medicinal property and can be used to reduce swelling and relieve pain. Hua said with distress in his eyes, Witch doctor, Caicai's chest is also injured. How can she recover without taking medicine? Jiang Chun said in embarrassment, but the medicine is very strong. I'm afraid it will affect the baby. Hua was silent for a moment. Witch doctor, please boil the medicine. Jiang Chun was stunned. The tribe leader disagreed. Hua, you also know how important the cubs are to the tribe. Drinking the medicine won't be good for the baby. That won't work. What if the baby is stillborn? I don't agree. Besides, this is your cub. Are you so cruel? Hua, Caicai grew up under my care, but the cub must not be in any harm. Just listen to the witch doctor and let Caicai rest well for a while. The chief persuaded earnestly. Hua looked at the clan leader with a cold gaze. Clan leader, these are my cubs. I love them more than anyone else. But if Caicai doesn't recover well, will she really be able to survive the birth? If the mother can't bear it, can the cubs really be born safely? In short, Yun Caicai's health is the most important thing. Hua's words were powerful. The clan leader was silent. He looked at Hua's eyes that did not tolerate any arguments, and finally sighed. Unable to compromise, he said, Forget it. It's your cub after all. I'll do as you say. No matter which tribe the male orcs belong to, their offspring are always the first priority. Such respect and kindness towards females is simply for the purpose of breeding offspring. In the tribe, the cubs have always been more important than the sky. But today, a male beastman actually chose the female in front of the cub and the female. Jiang Yunyun was filled with admiration. She looked at Hua with secret appreciation and hurried to boil the medicine. It was at this moment that Yun Caicai regained consciousness. She struggled to open her eyes. The tall and graceful man, like an iceberg, stood in front of the stone bed, arguing for her. He seems to be the most cold-blooded and heartless, but in fact he is very passionate about her. Hua, there was a hint of tenderness in Yun Caicai's eyes. Hearing Yun Caicai's weak voice, Hua immediately turned around. He half knelt beside the stone bed, gently holding Yun Caicai's hand with one hand. The moment he saw that she was awake, Hua's eyes turned slightly red and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Caicai, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Yun Caicai smiled and looked at Hua seriously. This was the first time she looked at someone so seriously. I'm fine, don't worry. The gentle voice soothed Hua's nervousness, and he buried his head in Yun Caicai's slender and white hands. Caicai, do you know how scared I am that you will never wake up again? A tear burned on Yun Caicai's palm. Her hands trembled slightly. This tear has burned into her heart ever since. Yun Caicai raised her hand and touched Inghwa's head. Inghwa, don't worry, I'm really fine. You will protect me well, right? Inghwa's eyes were red, and she nodded heavily. Song he hid in the corner, with his head down and not daring to move forward. Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it's good that you woke up. It's good that you woke up. Caicai, drink this bowl of medicine first. Jiang Yunyun brought over the freshly boiled herbs. At this moment, Yun Caicai felt a pain in her stomach and a wetness between her legs. Her face turned pale, and she said calmly, "Put the herbs aside for now. I'm afraid I'm going to give birth." Chapter 24, Giving Birth. What? Jiang Chun's expression changed. He touched Yun Caicai's belly and said immediately, "Hurry, Yunyun, let's get ready. The baby is coming." Seeing the clan leader still stunned in the cave, Yun Caicai said coldly, "Excepting Hua. Everyone else get out." Yes, it's time to go out. Look at me, I'm getting old and confused." The clan leader slapped his head and said to Song He go. You stand guard outside, and no one is allowed to come near. Song He glanced at the stone bed and saw that Yun Caicai had closed her eyes, frowned, and endured the pain. He walked to the entrance of the medicine man's cave, and the chief patted him on the shoulder. Song He, during the time since Caicai gave birth, you should do more to atone for your sins. Caicai is not an unreasonable female, but what you did this time was indeed inappropriate. If she treats you coldly, you must not feel resentful. Song He pursed his lips and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. No matter how Caicai treats me, it's what I deserve. This time, I will definitely protect her." After saying this, he stood there motionless. Chief, there's news about the stray beasts." A male beast man ran over breathlessly. The clan leader frowned and said, "Let's go. Go back and talk." The patriarch walked hurriedly, and Song He watched him go away, motionless as a mountain. After seeing the clan leader and others leave, Yun Caicai transformed into a beast and entered the state of waiting for delivery. "Inghwa, I want to drink some water." A bowl of water was immediately placed before him, and Inghwa said nervously, "Caicai, give it to me." After drinking 3 bowls of water in a row, Yun Caicai's thirst disappeared, and she took the opportunity to take the pain-free pill. After a few breaths, the pain subsided sharply. At this time, although my stomach no longer hurts, I still feel a numbness. On the contrary, Inghwa looked pale and looked more like a patient than her. The witch doctor walked over to the stone bed again and touched Yun Caicai's belly. "It's time to give birth. It will be very painful, but try not to scream out loud and save your strength for the birth." Yun Caicai nodded, pretending to be in pain, but enduring it. "Caicai, push her. Keep going, it's almost out." Soon, she felt a strong urge to defecate and tried hard several times. Finally, I felt like I had defecated after thousands of years, and it felt very refreshing. At this time, Jiang Chun exclaimed, It's born. It's a little male, little female, another little male. Oh my God, there's more." At the same time, Yun Caicai heard the report from the system pomegranate. The host gave birth to her first offspring, beast form, orange cat. Male, grade, high-grade yellow. Reward, 10 points, 5 kilograms x 10 purified water. The host gave birth to a second offspring, beast-shaped gray cat. Female, grade, high-grade yellow. Reward, 10 points, 2.5 kilograms of salt x5. The host gave birth to a third offspring, beast-shaped orange cat. Male, rank, earth grade intermediate. Reward, 20 points, 1 roll of toilet paper x50. The host gave birth to a fourth offspring, beast-shaped silver giant cat. Male, grade, high-grade earth. Reward, 20 points, 50 kilograms flour x5. The host gave birth to a fifth offspring, male in beast form, yellow-eared gray cat. Grade, Shimpin primary. Reward, 40 points, 50 kilograms of rice x10, 20 kilograms of kitten cat food x10. The host gave birth to her sixth offspring, beast-shaped silver giant cat. Female, grade, high-grade yellow. Reward, 10 points, 10 bottles of juice 500 milliliters, 1 invisible comfortable mattress. The host has given birth to a seventh offspring, a beast-shaped, red smoke-colored giant cat. Male, rank, Shimpin primary. Reward, 40 points, 100g barbecue seasoning x5, a pair of stone marrow, can start fire, x15. The host gave birth to her eighth offspring, a male beast, a gray cat, of a high-grade yellow grade. Reward, 10 points, and a sturdy and durable wooden fence x1. The host has given birth to a ninth offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, red tiger giant cat. Male. Rank, high-grade Shin-grade. Rewards, 50 points, 1 well-made bow and arrow set, 1 intermediate Huang-grade potion, which can be used to increase rank. System prompt. The host gave birth to 9 children, with a total reward of 210 points, and additional rewards of 2 fertility pills, 1 pain-free pill, 1 recovery pill, 1 fitness pill, 1 milk-enhancing pill, 1 beauty pill, 1 top-grade self-defense dagger, 10 space expansion coupons, and lifespan plus 3 years. The system mall is now open, and mall items can be purchased with points. I hope the host will continue to work hard and have good luck with pregnancy. Yun Caicai. This little poem is quite complete. No wonder it's a childbearing system. Besides the 2 fertility pills, there's only 1 other pill. It's clear how much the system wants her to continue giving birth. The witch doctor, Jiang Chun, who was delivering the baby, finally stopped. She looked at the bed full of cubs and was extremely shocked. She opened and closed her mouth for a long time before she uttered, "Is this true?" The witch Jiang Yun, who was assisting, was stunned. "Witch doctor, I am not dreaming." Jiang Yun pinched herself hard. "Oh my god, it's actually true. 9 cubs were born in 1 litter. Yun Caicai, you are so amazing." Only at this moment did Jiang Chun understand why the beast god had issued a special decree for the little female, Yun Caicai. She trembled and said with great piety, "Blessings from the beast god." Then he instructed, "With so many cubs, anyone with a keen I will surely find out, but we should keep it a secret for as long as possible." Yun Caicai nodded. "Okay, thank you for your trouble, witch doctor." The witch doctor left Jiang Yun to help, and she went to find the chief herself. Her steps were powerful, and she walked like the wind, no longer staggering. It's such a big deal. She can't be the only one scared. Chapter 25 Mall. There's purified water, salt, flour, rice, and toilet paper. She really wants to drink rice porridge, and she can also steam fragrant rice. With flour, you can also eat steamed buns and noodles. Just when she was short of salt, the salt came. Her system really loves her. Seeing that she likes barbecue, she even brought the barbecue ingredients. Juice with barbecue, absolutely perfect. Toilet paper. God knows how uncomfortable she was using leaves to wipe her, but now it's better. Her quality of life has improved significantly. He even rewarded me with a top-grade dagger, which I can use to defend myself. The more she read on, the more surprised Yun Caicai was. The system was really generous. It even increased her lifespan. Doesn't that mean the more cubs she gave birth to, the longer she would live? If that day really comes, she will truly become a god in the hearts of the orcs. Yun Caicai closed her eyes and continued to check the system mall. She saw that the left side of the mall was divided into categories, including food, pills, weapons, daily necessities, special potions, discounted products, and others. There are many items in each category, which is really dazzling. For a moment, Yun Caicai was dazzled. But most of them are gray, indicating that they are not tradable. System Pomegranate kindly reminds, the system mall is currently at level 1. Except for the special offer items, only level 1 items can be redeemed. Yun Caicai. Pomegranate, how should I upgrade my mall level? There are 9 levels in the mall. 500 points unlock the 2nd level, 1,000 points unlock the 3rd level, 1,500 points unlock the 4th level, and 2,000 points unlock the 5th level. After that, the 6th level requires 3,000 points, the 7th level requires 5,000 points, the 8th level requires 7,000 points, and the 9th level requires 10,000 points. In other words, the 5th level mall is a watershed, and the level becomes more difficult as you go on. Yun Caicai frowned. After I redeem the goods, I won't have many points. Wouldn't it be difficult to unlock the 2nd level? Please rest assured, unlocking the mall is for accumulating points and has nothing to do with whether or not to redeem goods. Yun Caicai breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Note, the higher the rank of the male you partner with, the better the quality of your offspring, and the more points and rewards you will receive. Yun Caicai nodded, then browsed through the system mall. Currently, the commodities that can be exchanged are all yellow grade. In addition to the fertility pills and yellow grade potions, there are more food and daily necessities. There's a search button at the top of the mall. Just enter the item you want and search it to appear. What Yun Caicai is most interested in is the column of special offers that is updated every 48 hours. As expected, no matter what time it is, she always likes to take advantage of the bargains. She clicked on that column and saw that there were a total of 8 items on sale. It's a rare 90% discount deal. Name: Shengzi Pill, yellow grade. Increase your chances of conception with 1 shot. Original price 100 points, current price 10 points. Name: Advanced Potion Yellow. After taking it, the grade will be immediately upgraded to high grade yellow grade. Please note that it can only be used by intermediate grade yellow grade. Original price 500 points, current price 50 points. Name: Animal Hide Defense Suit, Xianpin. It can resist multiple attacks below the Xian level, and can resist the fatal blow of the Xian level. A life-saving artifact. You deserve it. Original price 2,100 points, current price 210 points. Name: Big Iron Pot, yellow. Please enjoy cooking. Original price 100 points, current price 10 points. Name: Water Purifier, local product. Filtered water is the safest and most reliable drinking water. Original price 1,400 points, current price 140 points. Name: Invisibility Cloak, Xianpin. Just drape it lightly and no one can see it. It can be used 3 times. It is a sharp weapon to harm people and a life-saving artifact. It is a must-have for the King of Go. You deserve it. Original price 3,300 points, current price 330 points. Name: Explosives, Earth Grade. Once the explosives are released, no grass will grow. Original price 1,500 points, current price 150 points. Name: Fresh Tender Pork 1 kilogram, yellow. It can replenish the body's energy and is delicious when used for cooking. Original price 90 points, current price 5 points. She wants all of these. There are only 210 points available. How should I choose? Chapter 26 Choice. Should I choose a piece of Xian-grade animal skin defensive clothing? Or would you choose high-grade potions, water purifiers/explosives, large iron pots, and fresh pork? She actually prefers the invisibility cloak. But the points are not enough. Yun Caicai thought to herself, I still have to give birth to more cubs. With more points, I can not only upgrade my rank, but also redeem them for necessary items. With time, I won't have to worry too much about my own safety, and I'll be able to survive well in the beast world. The explosives can only be used once, and they are marked as Earth Grade. I wonder if their effectiveness will be greatly reduced if you encounter orcs of Earth Grade or above. Disposable items that make too much noise are not safe enough. After giving birth to the cub, the system rewarded her with a yellow grade intermediate potion. If she could exchange for a bottle of high-grade yellow potion, she would be just 1 step away from reaching the Earth Grade level. She really wants to improve her strength. But currently, there are high-level stray beasts roaming around the tribe. Thinking about it this way, the Xian-grade animal skin defensive suit is more practical. The most important thing is to keep your life. Yun Caicai didn't hesitate for too long and finally chose the Xian-grade animal skin defensive suit. Exchange for Xian-grade animal hide defensive suit. Exchange successful. A set of inconspicuous animal skin defensive suit appeared in the space. In an instant, the points were reset to 0. Yun Caicai felt heartbroken. Use space expansion coupons times 10. Used successfully. There was a flash of white light, and the space immediately expanded by 10 cubic meters. Looking at the scattered things that only occupy a corner of the space. Yun Caicai. There's still a long way to go to fill the space. Yun Caicai opened her eyes and looked at the 9 furry little guys nudging in her arms. Even though I was mentally prepared, I was still stunned when I saw it. So many kittens whose eyes haven't even opened yet. Were they really born by her? Which one is the eldest and which one is the youngest? There are so many. How should we divide them? Yun Caicai said, dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyun stepped forward, turned one of the kittens over, and said, Look, the one with 1 black spot on its belly is the eldest, and the one with 2 spots is the second. We marked them well when we delivered them just now. So don't worry, there's no mix-up. Yun Caicai thanked them kindly. Thank you. Jiang Yunyun said happily. This is what we as witch doctors and witches should do. But Caicai, you are really amazing. I've been married for 3 years and have had 4 beastly husbands, but I still haven't gotten pregnant. I really love babies. Caicai, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of your babies. Jiang Yunyun's tone was a little regretful, but that was all. After all, giving birth in the animal world was difficult, and there were many people who hadn't conceived for longer than her. Now she just wanted to share in the blessing of Yun Caicai. She doesn't ask for much. Just one baby will be enough. Yun Caicai listened to her with a smile, without a trace of impatience, and occasionally responded with a few words. As they chatted, Jiang Yunyun's eyes lit up. Yun Caicai and her really got along well. Yinghua was so excited that she was at a loss. So many pups. They have never seen each other in their lives. Jiang Yunyun recovered and found that a kitten had urinated, so she started to clean it up with nimble hands and feet. After cleaning up, I looked at the bed full of cute kittens. At this moment, she sincerely admired Yun Caicai, and this admiration also contains a hint of respect and honor. 9 cubs in 1 litter is a miracle that has never happened in the beast world. Previously, the most pregnant women were the females in the lemming tribe, who gave birth to 6 cubs in 1 litter. That was 10 years ago, and the lemming tribe became famous in the beast world because of this. The females in the lemming tribe are all very popular. Many strong men came to seek her hand in marriage, but there were also wandering orcs with ill intentions who had been coveting her for a long time. They formed the Stray Beast Alliance, which was a mixed bag. The alliance was growing stronger day by day, and their methods were endless and varied. After hearing the news that the lemming tribe had 6 cubs in 1 litter, the Stray Beast Alliance attacked the lemming tribe and massacred all the males. The female lemmings were detained day after day and forced to breed and bear cubs. For a time, everyone in the tribe wanted to kill them, but fearing disaster would befall them, they all avoided them and dared not provoke them. Therefore, the Stray Beast Alliance is now becoming more and more arrogant. Also, because of the existence of the Stray Beast Alliance, more and more illegal male orcs have rebelled against the tribe. The Black Snake had the same idea before. After Feng Jinjin gave birth to offspring for him, he would take them to join the Stray Beast Alliance. Jiang Yunyun was excited that Yun Caicai broke the record of female lemmings, but she was also afraid that their tribe would follow in the footsteps of the lemming tribe. I was overwhelmed with emotions at that moment. Sooner or later, this little female, Yun Caicai, will definitely cause a stir in the animal world. But if the sky falls, there is someone taller to hold it up, and there are also the tribal leader and the witch doctor, so she doesn't have to worry about it. Jiang Yunyun shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Chapter 27 Recovery. At this time, the medicine cooked on the firewood was bubbling. She quickly handed the boiled herbs to Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai, drink this bowl of medicine. It will stop the bleeding as soon as possible and help you recover. Yun Caicai took it and drank it all in one gulp. In fact, she quietly put the medicine into the large bowl in the space. Yinghua didn't go to see the newborn cubs first. Instead, he looked at the weak little female half lying on the stone bed and asked worriedly, Caicai, how are you feeling? Are you okay? You were hit by Mo Sambai before. Does your chest hurt? Everyone's attention was attracted by Zizi. Even the witch doctor forgot that she was injured. Only Yinghua focused her wholeheartedly. Yun Caicai's eyes softened upon hearing this. I'm in good health. Don't worry. I just need to rest for a few days. She looked around and continued. Yinghua, orcs may come to the witch doctor's cave at any time. Let's go back to the cave first. Yinghua nodded. Okay. Jiang Yunyun slapped her head and said, Caicai is really thoughtful. I'll go with you guys later. There are too many cubs, and you can't take care of them all. Yun Caicai was not polite either. That would be great. Thank you, Yunyun. This is what I should do. Yinghua opened the animal skin bag, and Yun Caicai transformed into an animal form and was carefully put in by Yinghua. Only then did he lean over and take a closer look at the kittens on the stone bed. There were so many of them, tiny and huddled together, their eyes barely open. He's going to be a dad, that's great. Yinghua carefully put the kittens one by one into the animal skin bag. Hey kids, let's go. Daddy and Mommy will take you home, Yinghua said with gentle eyes. When he walked to the cave entrance and saw Song, frost appeared on his face again. Yinghua looked at him coldly, ignored him, and walked away on her own. Song, he felt a chill in his heart. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. His legs seemed to be tied with huge rocks, and he couldn't move a step. He just stood there stupidly. Jiang Yunyun sighed and shouted, Song, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? Don't think you have nothing to do. You still have to go back to the cave to continue guarding, hunting, and taking care of the cubs. When Song heard Jiang Yunyun's words, the ice and snow melted instantly. Yes, he's still useful. He cannot give up on himself. He must behave well and try to win Caicai's forgiveness as soon as possible. Song's mood finally calmed down, and he followed Yinghua closely. After returning to the beast cave, Song, consciously stood guard at the entrance of the cave. Yinghua carried Yun Caicai and the cubs out one by one, and gently placed them on a stone bed covered with several thick layers of animal skins. Yun Caicai regained her human form and lay on the stone bed to rest. Just moving hurts my chest, knees, and the place where I just gave birth. This won't work. She suddenly thought of something. Pomegranate, pomegranate, are you there? Yun Caicai called out to the system in her heart. Host, pomegranate has always been here. Pomegranate. I remember the recovery pills claiming that taking them can restore you to your pre-pregnancy state. I have multiple injuries right now, so will they heal me after taking them? The system was strangely silent for a moment. It seemed like there was a bug. After a long time, the machine sound rang again. Host, the recovery pill is very effective, so feel free to take it. Yun Caicai understood. That's great. I can save a fitness pill and give it to my mother. She saw Jiang Yunyin taking care of a cub and didn't pay attention to her. Yun Caicai turned over and took the opportunity to swallow the recovery pill, milk-enhancing pill, and beauty pill all at once. After a while, Yun Caicai felt a warm current flowing through her body, making her feel comfortable and light wherever it went. She felt as comfortable as if she was soaking in a hot spring. The pain and discomfort in the body gradually subsided, and then the chest began to feel swollen. At this time, a few kittens seemed to smell the scent, and they came over with their eyes closed and humming. He opened his mouth wide and took the target in one bite. The abdomen was slightly stinging from being sucked, and milky white milk overflowed. Gudong, gudong. The crying kittens were soon satisfied. These little kittens drink so much. Yun Caicai felt helpless and amused. My dear children, grow up quickly and safely. Chapter 28, Overjoyed. Manhwa, go and invite my mother over. Yun Caicai almost forgot about this. The baby was born, but the mother didn't even know about it. How could this be right? Later, when her mother is well again, she will have to help her take care of the baby. I'll go right away. Manhwa immediately left the beast cave, but when he saw Song He changed his mind. He doesn't trust Song He, so he'd better take care of Caicai himself. Manhwa called out coldly, Song He. Song He didn't expect Manhwa to actually talk to him, and immediately looked at him with an expression of, you talk and I listen. Go and invite Sight-Sai's mother over, and tell her to keep her mouth shut. Is Caicai okay? How many puppies did she give birth to? Song He asked worriedly, pursing his lips. Outside the cave, he could only vaguely hear Jiang Chun's surprised voice. He roughly estimated that quite a few cubs must have been born, but he didn't know the specific situation. 9 cubs were born. Before he could finish, Song He was already stunned. What? 9 cubs? Song He was greatly excited. Why are there so many? I was stunned by the news for a moment and couldn't react. Yes, so no matter what, Caicai has to rest well. Manhwa looked at him warily. Song He noticed it and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried about her. As long as she's fine, that's all that matters. I'll go ask Caicai's mother to come over now. After saying this, the person disappeared. Manhwa turned and went in the beast cave and took the initiative to say, I'll let Song He go, but I will still guard you. Yun Caicai had no objection, so she said calmly, Okay. Chief, great joy. Witch Dr. Jiang Chun's low voice was filled with excitement. The tribe leader's eyes rolled. The only thing that could make the witch doctor so happy was the tribe's current population plan. Oh, it's the cub born by Yun Caicai. Could there be a female? Yes. Guess how many pups there were? The clan leader calmly drank from his animal skin water bag. Seeing how excited you are, it must be no less than Fengzhenjin's. I'm guessing you gave birth to 3, 2 males and 1 female. No, keep guessing. That's 4. The witch doctor shook his head. It can't be 6, right? The patriarch's eyes gradually widened. The witch doctor still shook his head and said, 9 kittens. The patriarch was stunned, wondering if his ears were broken. What? How many did you say? 9. Among them are 2 little females, the witch doctor said excitedly. With a click, the water bag fell straight to the ground. Oh my lord beast god, is this true? No, I have to go check it out. The chief tried to run out in a hurry, but was stopped by the witch doctor. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. Do you still remember what happened with the lemming tribe? The tribe leader's boiling blood instantly cooled down. Of course I remember. We were not far from the lemming tribe, and we almost fell into the trap of the wandering orcs. Fortunately you, the witch doctor, received guidance from the beast god, and we escaped. Yes, we can't follow the path of the lemming tribe. When Yun Caicai was pregnant, didn't we decide to stick together to protect her? Have you heard anything from the tribes you contacted? The clan leader's face darkened. Except for the nearby Nine-Tailed tribe, Bamboo Bear tribe, and Dragon Snake tribe, no one else agreed. The witch doctor nodded. After all, they're all big tribes, so it's normal for them to look down on us. But this time, they really made a mistake. If you regret it later, it will be easier for us to operate. Yes, the Jiao Snake tribe maintains a neutral attitude, while the Bamboo Bear tribe has always been friendly with us, and their stance is very clear. The Fox tribe just sent a message saying they have some matters to deal with, so the Fox tribe's young master will be leaving in a month. However, from what their tribe leader said, it seems that the young master is not very willing. That's fine, we'll talk about it when we get there. We also need to ask Caicai what she thinks. After all, there are many ways to unite. Let's go see Caicai. 9 cubs. The patriarch's heart was burning with passion again. Who wouldn't want such a fertile little female? I'm afraid everyone will pounce on me once they find out. The chiefs of those big tribes will be furious when they get the news. The more arrogant you are now, the more unattainable I will be then. The patriarch came to the witch doctor's cave without recognizing any relatives. I looked, and there was no one. The patriarch panicked, and many bad images flashed through his mind in an instant. Jiang Chun followed behind and looked around and said, Yun Yun is not here either. I guess they went back to the beast cave. The clan leader breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. Yes, let's go. Let's go to the Yun Caicai beast cave. He couldn't wait even a second. Witch Doctor Jiang Chun. Chapter 29 Nine-Tails. Nine-Tailed Tribe. The white-haired boy has a face with clear lines, yet a gentle and charming look. Under her long and thick eyelashes, there are a pair of clear eyes that can bewitch the soul, and lips as pink as rose petals, which are mouth-watering. The young man seemed to have gathered the charm of heaven and earth, and could make people fall in love with him at first sight. But such a beautiful young man now had a face full of anger and humiliation. Dad, you are going to sell your own son. Hua Dachuan, the Fox clan leader, looked at his son with a look of disappointment. Hua Yin, you only have this face. You don't have any brains at all. Hua Yin was furious. I don't know who I got this brain from. This sentence almost choked Hua Dachuan to death. You. Hua Dachuan sighed helplessly and said patiently, Hua Yin, the female from the Divine Cat tribe, got pregnant right after they got married. Why did the head of the human tribe keep the news secret and only tell our tribe? It's because our tribe is the closest, and they want to unite all the forces they can to stop the invasion of the Stray Beast Alliance. Except for that idiot from the Bamboo Bear tribe, no other tribe agreed. The Dragon Snake tribe also has an ambiguous attitude. Why are you getting involved in this mess? Because, before Hua Dachuan finished speaking, there was a sudden noise outside the beast cave. Report, Chief. Another young female has mysteriously disappeared. Okay, I got it. Let's continue sending people to look for her. Hua Dachuan raised his voice with a frown. Yes. The male beastmen immediately retreated and continued to search for the missing female. Hua Dachuan said with a serious face, Hua Yin, there are some things you should know. In fact, it was our tribe that was first threatened by the wandering orcs. Hua Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. We are one of the largest tribes. How dare they do this? What are they afraid of? They can even do something like slaughtering a lemming tribe. Since the first little female disappeared half a year ago, I traced it back to the Stray Beast Alliance. So far, 3 young females from our tribe have mysteriously disappeared, and their lives or deaths are unknown. We can't just sit there and wait. As for the Divine Cat tribe, there were females who gave birth to 2 cubs, and there were also females who became pregnant as soon as they paired up. This shows that their tribe is favored by the beast god. We are united with them and can only benefit from it. Now, I only hope that you can give birth to offspring soon. If a 9-tailed fox is born, then our tribe will surely be able to regain the glory of the ancient times. Hua Yin held her forehead and said helplessly, Dad, wake up, stop dreaming. There hasn't been a QB in 500 years. How could I, your son, deserve this? Although you're not very smart, you are the only 7-tailed snake in the tribe, Hua Yin. The hope of the tribe rests on you. Hua Dachuan patted his shoulder. Hua Yin was reluctant, but still nodded. Okay, I hope that little female can do better. But Dad, let me tell you this up front, if she's too ugly, I won't want her no matter how many children she can have. The veins on Hua Dachuan's forehead jumped. He resisted the urge to kick him and smiled as he tried to provoke him. Okay, but the females of the Divine Cat tribe may not be interested in you. The other males are all so majestic, and you look so fragile. TSK, I'm really afraid of being rejected. Hua Dachuan glanced at him as he spoke. When he touched Hua Yan's sore spot, he really exploded. Nonsense, there is no little female in this world who doesn't like me. Hua Dachuan, just wait and see. Hua Dachuan looked at Hua Yan as she walked away, smiling. This son, it's good to be brainless. He's so good at fooling people. Ha ha ha. When Hua Dachuan imagined that he might have a grandson in his arms in the near future, he smiled so hard that his teeth were no longer visible. Chapter 30 Shock. Use Xian grade animal hide defensive clothing. Use successfully. After feeding the baby, Yun Caicai regained her human form and put on the defensive suit. It looked no different from the animal skin suit she had worn before, and Yun Caicai was very satisfied. There is a top-grade dagger and a mysterious-grade defensive suit, which can be used for both attack and defense, and there is no longer the previous passiveness. Yun Caicai smiled with satisfaction. Now her sense of security finally improved a lot. At this moment, she heard a noise coming from outside the cave. It turned out that it was her father and mother who came. Yun Caicai still remembers that in order to keep her pregnancy secret, she stayed in the beast cave all day. He went to see Su Sanhua once in the early stages of her pregnancy. At that time, he comforted Su Sanhua and told her to rest assured and take care of her health. He also told Yun Dashin not to come more often and only told her to come and help when she gave birth. Now, Su Sanhua only received the news that Yun Caicai had given birth safely. But if you calculate the time, it's not the right time yet. Su Sanhua was extremely anxious. When asked how many puppies she had given birth to, Song-He hesitated and refused to say. Moreover, she had not been able to see Yun Caicai after she gave birth, so how could she feel at ease? Su Sanhua, Yun Dashin, and Song-He followed and arrived at the beast cave first. Inghua stood at the entrance of the cave like a sculpture. Seeing the person coming, Inghua politely called out, "Mother, Daddy." Yun Caicai heard the noise and said, "Inghua, let my parents come in." Hearing Yun Caicai's still strong voice, Su Sanhua felt relieved before entering the cave. After entering the cave, Su Sanhua saw Yun Caicai lying on the stone bed and felt heartbroken. "Caicai, are you okay?" But the next second, her attention was attracted by the kitten on the bed. "Oh, who can tell her why there are so many kittens on this stone bed? 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. After Su Sanhua finished counting, she was shocked. 9 cubs. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. There were still 9. Suddenly, Su Sanhua suddenly realized something and said, "Caicai, I know. Are there any other female cubs here who have just given birth?" Yun Caicai was amused by her mother's action. She said to Yun Dashin, "Daddy, please support my mother a little." After Su Sanhua was helped up, Yun Caicai said, "Mother, these 9 cubs are all my children." "What?" Su Sanhua's body swayed, and she almost fell, but fortunately Yun Dashin held her steadily. Looking at Yun Dashin again, he was already stunned. Yun Caicai held her forehead, knowing this would happen. At this time, a voice came from outside the cave. "How are Inghua, Song-He, Caicai, and the cubs?" "He is the patriarch." "Mom, come and sit down and look at the cubs." "Dad, go and welcome the clan leader," Yun Caicai said softly. Having traveled from the apocalypse to this world of beasts, Yun Caicai, who has never had any family by her side, is somewhat craving for this touch of warmth. However, she also always keeps herself alert. Even family members may betray you. Therefore, this trust cannot be given completely. She, Caicai, always loves herself the most and trusts herself the most. Only when her own safety is guaranteed will she consider others. You can say she is selfish or cold-hearted. To survive in this beast world, if she only relies on high-ranking male beastmen, she will only become a reproductive machine that can be fought over and abused by others. Only when you are strong can you be truly strong. Even though the patriarch was mentally prepared, he still couldn't control his excitement and shock when he saw the litter of kittens. The shocked trio were having an excited exchange. "Sanhua, you really gave birth to a good daughter." No, it's all Caicai's own fault. Caicai is incredible. She's truly the beast god's favorite female. She's a huge contributor to our tribe." "Who said it wasn't? I still can't believe it." The witch Dr. Jiang Chun arrived late. She was only left with the happiness after the shock. Jiang Chun showed a kind smile and looked at the cubs. Then he said, Yun, the clan leader has arranged for you to temporarily live in the beast cave next door. For the next month, you will help Yun Caicai take care of the cubs. Female cubs are prone to illness. You must stay here and monitor their health. This experience of caring for cubs is a rare opportunity. You must be patient and careful, and never get impatient or cause trouble. Jiang Yinyun said sweetly. Others may not know, but you don't know how much I love the cubs? It's just that I had bad luck. Don't worry, I will take good care of the cubs. Which Dr. Jiang Chun nodded with satisfaction. The shocked trio finally finished being shocked, and they gathered around with happy smiles on their faces. Chapter 31 Negotiated. After everyone calmed down, Yun Caicai took the initiative to mention, Chief, witch doctor, I gave birth to 9 cubs. This is a happy event for the tribe, but it also comes with huge risks. The clan leader said, Caicai, you are right. I just happen to have something I want to ask your opinion on. Please go ahead. As you know, our divine cat tribe is only a small to medium-sized tribe. We have too few high-ranking male beastmen. Our tribe is relatively weak in both offense and defense. We haven't even found any news about Feng Jinjin, who was captured by stray beasts. And once the news of you giving birth to 9 cubs gets out, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. For the safety of you and the tribe, I think the first thing is to keep your mouth shut. The news of the birth should be kept secret for as long as possible. The second point is to unite all possible forces. Once several tribes join forces, even the Wandering Beast Alliance will have to think twice. This way, we can maximize the safety of the young females in the tribe. The Nine-Tailed tribe and the Takakuma tribe have more obvious tendencies. I wonder if, Caicai, you would be willing to accept them as your new beast husbands, if possible. The tribe leader looked at her hopefully. Yun Caicai didn't hesitate for long. The current situation didn't allow her to be picky. Okay, I wonder what rank they are. They're all above Xin grade, but I don't know their specific grade. The clan leader relaxed after hearing Yun Caicai's answer and recalled while stroking his beard. Both of these tribes are large, and their ranks are only high, not low. That's good. Hearing that it was above Xian level, Yun Caicai accepted it even more favorably. What she needs now is a high-grade beast husband, so that the cub she gives birth to will be of high grade, and she will get more rewards and points. But after hearing this, Ingwa lowered his head and his back muscles tightened for a moment. His icy face, which already looked serious, became even colder at this moment. He felt bitter, but he also knew that it was almost impossible for him and Song He to keep the little female, Yun Caicai, safe. This is the reason why Caicai was arrested this time. Although Song He was careless, if there were more beastmen, a local male like Mo Sanbai would probably not even dare to enter the beast cave. Having more high-grade beast husbands will only benefit them and not harm them. Besides, the female's first litter of puppies was given to him. There are 9 of them. He couldn't ask for too much. As long as he has a tiny place in the little female's heart, it is enough. Thinking of this, Inghua's muscles slowly relaxed. Song He was at the entrance of the cave, staring at Yun Caicai without blinking, his eyes showing guilt, heartache, and a hint of a sense of crisis. He will never be so self-righteous again. He must seize the time and make Caicai forgive him as soon as possible so that he can regain her favor before the new beastly husband arrives. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have any place in Caicai's heart. Inghua is her first beastly husband, and they have so many cubs. Of course, he could not compare to the importance Inghua held in Yun Caicai's heart. And at this juncture, he made such a serious mistake. Song He's eyes were dim. Yun Caicai's eyes happened to fall on Inghua. Inghua, think of some names for the cubs. Me? Let me think. Inghua said in disbelief. Yes, from now on, you can each come up with your own names for your pups, so I can be lazy. Don't accuse me of being partial, saying this one is good and that one is not. It is better to leave all the questions to those who may ask them in the future. Inghua was so happy that he couldn't contain himself for a moment. He even wanted to wag his tail, nudge her, and lick her. But there are so many people here, let's wait until night. Inghua began to seriously think of names for the cubs, and the slight bitterness in her heart had long since disappeared. Seeing that Inghua was feeling better, Yun Caicai felt a little relieved. Inghua always thinks about her, so she will naturally care about him more. At this time, Yun Caicai suddenly remembered something. Oh, Chief, I was captured by Mo Sanbai before, and I accidentally learned that the young female who had intended to mate with him was imprisoned and raped by him many times. Why not send someone to look for her? Maybe she's still alive. This is a young female from the Song family's branch. Since there's a glimmer of hope, we cannot give up. The clan leader said with a serious face. Okay, don't worry, I will send people to find her in Fengzhinshan. You can rest assured and take care of your health." Yun Caicai nodded. The patriarch and the witch doctor hurried away. Seeing that Hua, Song He, and Jiang Yunyun were there, the cubs were easy to take care of. Su Sanhua smiled from ear to ear and said, "Seeing so many cubs makes me feel much better. Caicai, I'll bring you some delicious food tomorrow." After that, Su Sanhua and Yun Dashin also went home to prepare food. Because there were too many people, Yun Caicai didn't have a suitable opportunity to take out the fitness pills and give them to her mother until Su Sanhua left. "Forget it. I'll think of a solution tomorrow." Chapter 32. Fortunately. After they left, Inghua, Songhe, and Jiang Yunyun took care of the cubs. Yun Caicai closed her eyes calmly and rested. She arrived in space and looked at the yellow potion floating in the air. "Do you want to drink now?" In the orc continent, every orc is born with a fixed rank, and no one has ever heard of anyone being able to upgrade their rank. Moreover, orcs of higher ranks can see the ranks of orcs lower than theirs. In other words, once Yun Caicai drinks the potion to upgrade her rank, all orcs of a higher rank than her will know the moment they see her. As for Yun Caicai, she was the only yellow-grade female in the tribe. Everyone's eyes were on her, and she was already the center of attention. Once she was promoted, what should I do? The temptation of instantly improving your rank after drinking is too great, but at the same time the risks and threats are even greater. If her fertility is so attractive that it makes people jealous, then once the news of her ability to upgrade spreads, the entire Orc continent will probably go crazy to arrest her. Even the clan leader and his men might not be able to resist this temptation. Besides, even if he drank it, it would only upgrade him from the primary level to the intermediate level of yellow grade, and his combat power would still not be strong enough. It would be great if the system had relevant rewards, or if she could save up some potions and drink them all at once. By then, she would have enough strength, and few people would dare touch her. After thinking it over again and again, Yun Caicai still put the potion in the space. Right now, it's not the best time. Song He's been working hard every day recently, hunting during the day and standing guard at night. When he has free time, he follows Jiang Yunyun to learn how to take care of the cubs and helping Hua. He is very diligent. Yun Caicai also saw it all. That day when Jiang Yunyun went to rest in the beast cave next door, Yun Caicai said to Inghua, who was guarding the stone bed, "Inghua, go call Song He in." Seeing that Song He was truly repentant these days, Inghua no longer resisted him as much as she did at the beginning. Good. He walked to the entrance of the beast cave and took over Song He, who was standing guard diligently. Song He looked at him flattered. Inghua said expressionlessly, "Caicai asked you to come in." "Huh? Oh, I'll be in right now." Song He, who had been left out for a few days, was feeling very uneasy. "Yun Caicai, what would you say to him? Is to forgive him? Or should I end my partnership with him?" In the Orc continent, once a couple is formed, it is rare for them to end the relationship. If the female is determined to get rid of it, there is a way. They could go back to the witch doctor to remove the markings, but the pain of removing the markings would be 100 times greater than when they were engraved. After all, partnership is sacred, and this is also a punishment for the two people who broke up the relationship. And Yun Caicai was able to hurt Mo Sanbai on her own. She wasn't as delicate as other females. No matter how you think about it, the latter is more likely. Thinking of this, Song He entered the beast cave with a pale face. "Caicai, you're looking for me." His voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Yun Caicai didn't look at him or speak. She just lowered her head and looked at the baby on the bed. Song He stood there, feeling anxious and not daring to move. After an unknown amount of time, a clear voice was heard. "Song He, do you have anything to say?" Song He looked extremely guilty. "Caicai, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you in the cave. When you said you had a stomachache, I was too anxious." Yun Caicai interrupted coldly. "That's not what I'm referring to. Don't you have anything you want to explain to Mo Sanbai?" Song He lowered his head upon hearing this and said with difficulty, "I lied to you." The orcs who were following him discovered that Mo Sanbai and the young female were missing and mistakenly thought they had gone to the jungle to mate. "I saw that you were cautious to begin with, and I was even more worried that you might overthink things while pregnant, so I directly said that he had partnered with another young female." "You are confused," Yun Caicai said sternly. "The beastly husband beside me cannot have such deception and concealment." "Song He, you can go now." When Song He heard this, he was shocked. Yun Caicai really doesn't want him anymore. Song He's face turned pale, and he knelt down with a thud. He crawled a few steps on his knees until he reached the stone bed and pleaded, Caicai, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Give me one more chance. I will never do it again. Caicai, please don't leave me. Song He was really panicked. He didn't know when he fell in love with the little female in front of him. His heart trembled at the thought of leaving her. Caicai, I really can't do it anymore. Don't leave me. Chapter 33 Deliberate. Her beautiful eyes were full of pleading, and Yun Caicai fell silent. After a long time, she sighed, as if compromising. Wake up, River Song. This is just one time, and it won't happen again. Song He was overwhelmed by the relief that welled up in his heart. He was speechless and could only nod continuously. Seeing this, Yun Caicai helped him sit on the stone bed and said softly, Song He, don't blame me for being angry. I hate it most when things are out of my control. You deceived everyone out of kindness, causing them to lose their guard when something could have been avoided. This is the worst thing you could have done. We are a family. We should share the good and the bad. From now on, no matter what happens or what the truth is, you must tell me, understand? Song He continued to nod, looking at Yun Caicai without blinking. Okay, let's put this matter behind us. Yun Caicai reached out and stroked his long black hair, smiling and saying, Song He, you stay tonight. Song He seemed to be stunned by the huge surprise and couldn't recover for a long time. From great sorrow to great joy, that's all it is. I really can. Of course. Didn't we agree that the next baby would be for you? Yun Caicai lowered her voice and whispered into Song He's ear. Song He felt a warm breath in his ears, which made him feel numb and tingling. His blood surged and his whole face turned red. But he suppressed the clamor coming from deep within his body and refused. No, I can't. You just gave birth less than 2 weeks ago. Your body won't be able to handle it. Yun Caicai's eyes softened. After this incident, he had indeed made progress. If it were before, she would have put his own feelings first and pounced on him regardless of anything. Then she continued, You should have noticed that my physical fitness is much stronger than other females. Therefore, I am now the same as before I gave birth. Really? Really? Song He confirmed again. Yun Caicai nodded with a smile. Song He couldn't bear it any longer and turned over and covered her. After a moment, a suppressed, soft cry was heard from the cave. The sound lasted for half an hour before it stopped. Afterwards, Yun Caicai took the fertility pill while she was not paying attention. Song He held Yun Caicai in his arms and looked at her sleeping face in a daze. He didn't expect that after he made such a big mistake, Yun Caicai would actually take the initiative to let him get close to her. Song He was both happy and grateful. How could he deserve to have such a good little female? He gently kissed Yun Caicai's forehead, and his heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. At this moment, he felt infinite dependence on Yun Caicai. Song He curled up the corners of his mouth and fell asleep happily. In a dream, butterflies were fluttering and a little orange cat suddenly appeared. Manhwa was standing outside the cave. When he heard the voice, his heart skipped a beat and he clenched his fists. Caicai and Song He should have been together a long time ago, but it was postponed until today because Caicai was pregnant. And in the future, there will be male beast men from different tribes who will become Caicai's beast husbands. For the safety of Caicai and the cubs, he should get used to it. However, no matter how many beastly husbands Caicai has had, he is her #1 beastly husband, and he will work hard to become the most important and most trusted person in Caicai's heart. The next morning, Jiang Yunyun came to look after the cubs. Yun Caicai took Song He's hand and said, Yunyun, please help me, and Song He carved a shape. Jiang Yunyun was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, Are you finally reconciled? I haven't dared to breathe these past 2 days. Song He was a little embarrassed. In front of outsiders, Yun Caicai naturally defended her people. Song He had good intentions at the beginning, and he was also scared. I think it has been quite a while since I chose my beast husband, and it's time to carve a shape with Song He. Yeah, that would be great. Wait a minute, I'll go get something. Jiang Yunyun ran back to the beast cave next door and quickly brought over all the necessary things. When it comes to carving, Jiang Yunyun has already become very proficient. Soon, a lifelike little orange cat appeared on Song He's forehead, and on Yun Caicai's left forearm, there was a small black cat following the giant silver cat. Song He swept away the gloom of the past few days and looked bright and cheerful. Seeing Song He's happy expression, Yun Caicai felt a little guilty. Song He's feelings for her were not pure at the beginning. He looked gentle, but had many thoughts in his mind. The decisions he made were more focused on the tribe, and he did not take her seriously. The incident with Mo Sambai before was a turning point. Song he felt extremely guilty about this matter, but she refused to let it go. Last night, she deliberately said that she didn't want him, and when he changed his mind after being frightened, Song he would feel lucky and grateful. After that, she would agree to be with him. After several rounds of tugging, Song he would only be more devoted to her in the future. She succeeded. Song he, who had always been calm and gentle, lost his composure in front of her and began to experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and became deeply attached to her. But she came from the end of the world, and one of the things the end of the world taught her is, don't wait until danger comes to think of solutions, but use all means to avoid risks in advance and try not to let danger come. Thinking of this, the slight sense of guilt in Yun Caicai's heart was quickly suppressed. She took advantage of Song he's guilt to achieve her own goals. But only in this way can her safety be better guaranteed. If she could go back to last night, she would still do the same. Chapter 34 Opportunity. The litter that Yun Caicai gave to Huasheng consisted of 9 kittens, 7 males, and 2 females. The kittens of various colors were lying on the stone bed, which was very cute. The little kittens are only the size of a palm, but they have already opened their eyes and are starting to learn to walk unsteadily. Jiang Yunyun stood guard at one side of the stone bed, and when the kittens crawled to the edge, she took them one by one to the center of the stone bed. The kittens turned around to drink a few sips of milk, then opened their big, sparkling eyes and continued to work tirelessly to learn to walk. Seeing these 9 furry and soft kittens, Yun Caicai felt warm in her heart. They're so cute. These are the cubs she gave birth to. Each one is cute in its own way. They can be said to be the ceiling of appearance in the cat world. Jiang Yunyun had long been captivated by them and never tired of it day after day. Caicai, I really envy you for having so many cute cubs. Jiang Yunyun did not feel jealous at all, but was envious from the bottom of her heart. Seeing Jiang Yunyun's envious look, Yun Caicai's heart moved, and she called the system in her mind. Pomegranate, pomegranate, besides me, any female can give birth to pups after eating the fertility pill, right? The machine voice said, of course. Can I also earn points this way? Wait a moment, I'll go and ask for advice. The novice system encountered this problem for the first time and was dumbfounded. It had to ask the main system. Yun Caicai found it a little funny. She felt that little pomegranate was as cute as her kitten. 5 minutes later, pomegranate came back. The main system said no, but I argued with them. How about it? The main system agreed. That's great. Little pomegranate, you're awesome. Yun Caicai praised happily. However, after other females consumed the fertility pill, they only gained 5 points per litter, regardless of how many pups they bear. Furthermore, they won't give birth to as many pups as you, the host. Hey, it doesn't matter. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Yun Caicai was a little excited. Since she had few points, she could win by quantity. If many females give birth to pups because of her, 5 points per person, what about the 100 people? That's 500 points. If one person has 2 or 3 children, oh my God, that's a huge amount of money. Before that, with her unremitting efforts, will she be able to improve her strength soon and achieve reproductive freedom? Yun Caicai was very happy when she thought of this, and she decided to plan her future well. Jiang Yunyun has been doing her best to help take care of the cubs without any selfish motives. Right now, she doesn't mind giving Jiang Yunyun an opportunity. While Jiang Yunyun was drinking water, she asked the system to throw the fertility pill in. After finishing the drink, Jiang Yunyun exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Why is the spring water so sweet today? Yun Caicai whispered, Maybe good things are coming to you, and the spring is congratulating you. Jiang Yunyun looked puzzled. What good thing can I have? Yun Caicai looked at her belly and said, Of course, whatever you ask for will come true. Her face flushed red. Caicai, stop kidding me. I've been together for 3 years and haven't gotten pregnant yet, and I've been with you all the time lately. How is that possible? Yunyun, you've been busy for so long, you should take a couple of days off. My mother wants to come over, so let her take care of the cub. Yun Caicai pushed her out of the cave and whispered in her ear, If you believe me, go have a good talk with your beastly husband today. Who knows, maybe in 7 days, you'll have good news. These words made Jiang Yunyun's heart burn with joy. Who knows, maybe she could also share in Yun Caicai's blessings. Then I'll lend you my blessing. After saying that, Jiang Yunyun ran away with red cheeks. When Jiang Yunyun ran back to the beast cave, her first beast husband was standing at the entrance, ready to go hunting. Asian. Hearing Jiang Yunyun's voice, Lin Tian looked over excitedly. Yunyun, it's been half a month, and you're finally back. He was so hungry during this period that his eyes seemed to be glowing green. Jiang Yunyun pulled him back to the beast cave. I'll come back and have babies with you. Jiang Yunyun smiled and threw herself into his arms. How could Lin Tian bear it now? Soon, a beautiful and moving voice came from the beast cave. Chapter 35 Naming. After receiving the news, Su Sanhua happily came to the beast cave. Su Sanhua's physical condition was too weak, and she was out of breath after walking a few steps. But when she thought of her daughter giving birth to so many puppies, she was so excited that she didn't care about anything else. Before, Jiang Yunyun was taking care of her, so she came here every day. Now that Jiang Yunyun is resting for 2 days, she has to stay with her daughter all the time. As soon as she saw Su Sanhua, Yun Caicai put all the kittens crawling around in the corner and then picked up the wooden bowl in front of her. Mom, come have a drink of water and rest your feet. Yun Caicai secretly put the fitness pill in as usual. It dissolved in the water and no change was visible. Why? Su Sanhua took the water with a touched look on her face and drank it twice before she finished it. This time the water tasted better than usual, but Su Sanhua didn't care much because she thought it was just her own psychological problems. Sure enough, even when you hand me a bowl of water, I feel it's sweet. Su Sanhua put down the bowl with a smile. Yun Caicai smiled guiltily. The water with added ingredients is not sweet. Mother, just come over slowly. Why are you in such a hurry? It's probably because of my weak constitution. I've been staying in the beast cave all day, but it hasn't gotten any better. Now I can't even walk a few steps without getting out of breath. Su Sanhua was afraid that Yun Caicai would worry, so she changed the subject and said, Hey, but since you had your baby, I think things are much better than before. Yun Caicai continued, Yes, I think so too. If you look after the children more often, maybe you will feel better. That's right. Ever since you agreed to marry and have children, I've been worried about you. Maybe you can really get better. Su Sanhua didn't want to discourage Caicai, so she agreed, but at the same time she felt a desire in her heart. Perhaps she would really get better, as her daughter said. But, Caicai, even though you've given birth to so many puppies, they're all very strong, much stronger than when you were little. Really? Mother, what was I like when I was a child? Yun Caicai asked curiously. Of course, you were so fragile when you were a little cub, a tiny ball. You even got sick when you were a month old. It scared me. Under Yun Caicai's guidance, the mother and daughter soon started chatting enthusiastically. At this moment, why do I feel hot? Su Sanhua suddenly said with a frown. It seems that the fitness pill has taken effect. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Yun Caicai asked worriedly. It's not uncomfortable, it's quite comfortable. Huh, I can't seem to feel it anymore. Hey, maybe I'm confused. Su Sanhua, who has always been carefree, didn't take it to heart. Yun Caicai felt relieved. That time I was dreaming during the day. I dreamed that my deceased mother came to pick me up. I ended up following her, but she changed her mind and kicked me away. I woke up suddenly and realized it was just a dream. Haha, funny, right? The worry that had just settled down was lifted up again. Yun Caicai curled the corners of her mouth and thought to herself, It's not funny at all. It's possible that they really came to take her mother away, but she was lucky and was not taken away. Fortunately, her mother has taken the health-enhancing pill, so she will be healthy and live a long life and die of old age. Caicai, are you still feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Ah, the little ones are being naughty again. Don't even think about running away. Come back to me one by one. You all should behave well, so your mother won't have to worry about you. During the day, Su Sanhua and Yun Caicai stayed in the beast cave, while Inghua and Song, he took turns hunting and guarding. Now the two of them are becoming more and more adept at taking care of the cubs, and Su Sanhua is extremely satisfied. As the sky gradually darkened, Yun Dashin came to pick up Su Sanhua. She had to take medicine twice a day, morning and evening. After agreeing to come back the next day, Su Sanhua left reluctantly. Tonight is Inghua's duty night. His icy face was tinged with excitement. When he reached the stone bed, Inghua whispered, Caicai, I've thought of names for the cubs. Really, that's great. Yun Caicai leaned over with interest and asked, What are the names of the cubs? Inghua looked at the 9 cubs on the bed with tender eyes. He had already memorized their birth order by heart. He pointed at them one by one and said, This is the boss, Orange Cat. His name is Ing Ichuan. This is the second one, the gray cat. His name is Ing Earjing. This is the third one, orange cat. His name is Ing Sanchun. The fourth one, the giant silver cat, is Ing Sikhen. Lao Wu, yellow-gray cat, is Ing Wuyuan. Lao Lu, the giant silver cat, is Ing Lu Jun. Old 7, the giant red smoke-colored cat, wins over Chi Yan. Lao Ba, the ash cat, is the winner of the 8 treasures. Lao Jiu, red tiger giant cat, is called Yingji Yushin. Yun Caicai looked at him in surprise. She never expected that Ing Hua was also a hidden master of naming. Ing Hua, you have a great name. It sounds nice and easy to remember. Hearing Yun Caicai's affirmation, Ing Hua's heart was filled with joy. He knew that he would never be that lonely and helpless male orc again. He has his lover by his side and his cubs around him. From then on, the divine cat tribe had his home. Chapter 36, Dumbfounded. At first the kittens were about the same size, but later the differences became apparent. When they were 1 month old, 4 of the kittens were already much bigger than the others. Especially Ing Jiuqian, who was obviously the smallest one, but now he has become the largest one. Relying on its big size, it always competes with its brothers and sisters for milk, but Yun Caicai doesn't spoil it. As long as it is full and its belly is bulging, she will take it away and let other kittens drink. Seeing that he could always drink his fill, he would be ruthlessly taken to the outermost corner when he grabbed milk. Over time, Ing Jiutian's milk-grabbing phenomenon gradually disappeared. When Yun Caicai looked at these kittens, her heart softened. Why are they all so cute? No wonder everyone loved to keep cats and dogs before the end of the world. Who can resist such cuteness? The 1-month-old kittens can already walk very well, and now you can add some boneless fish or tender meat. Seeing that the kittens were eating with great relish, Yun Caicai weaned them with peace of mind. Yun Caicai was pregnant with Song, his baby again. She did not go for a test right away, but waited until the baby in her belly moved before she came to the witch doctor's cave. As she arrived at the entrance of the witch doctor's cave, she heard a cry of surprise. I have it, I really do. Oh my God, I'm really pregnant. The witch doctor also said happily, since you are pregnant, you should be careful in the future and don't overwork yourself. Yes, I will. I want to thank Caicai very much. It must be because I have been with her for a long time, so I have benefited a lot from her. Jiang Yunyun said excitedly. She said I'd be pregnant, and I am. Witch doctor, I'm so excited. Witch doctor Jiang Chun was stunned. Is it related to Caicai? Just as Jiang Yunyun was about to continue speaking, Yun Caicai entered the witch doctor's cave. I'm right here. How are you going to thank me? Yun Caicai joked. Caicai, I love you so much. Jiang Yunyun was so surprised that she was about to throw herself into her arms. Yun Caicai subconsciously covered her stomach and took a step aside. Jiang Yunyun, Jiang Chun quickly pulled her back. Don't forget, you're pregnant. You're usually so steady when studying medicine, but why has your temperament changed so much now that you're pregnant? Jiang Yunyun smiled awkwardly. I'm just too happy. Yun Caicai then stepped forward and said, it's just that I let you rest for 2 days that day, and you just happen to be pregnant. If you praise me again, I will forget who I am. But by some chance, witch doctor, I'm afraid I'm with child too. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yunyun were both dumbfounded. Go and test it. Jiang Chun still had night grass in his hand, and he handed it to Yun Caicai. 5 minutes later, they saw the night grass turn red. Jiang Chun's eyes were filled with surprise. The first baby is only 1 month old, and she's pregnant again? Could it be that the precedents set on the Orc continent were all broken by a little female like Yun Caicai? Yun Caicai held Jiang Yunyun's hand and said, it seems we are both very lucky. We both conceived our babies during those 2 days. Jiang Yunyun was so surprised. This is great. Our kids can play together and grow up together. Caicai, you are truly amazing. I declare that besides the witch doctor, you're the female I admire most. Jiang Chun said in a trembling voice. Yun Caicai, you are truly the most precious gift that the beast god has given to the divine cat tribe. Our divine cat tribe must be the beast god's favorite tribe. Great. With such a rapid pregnancy rate, there's no need to worry about the tribe's prosperity. May the beast god bless you. When the patriarch got the news, he was so happy that he almost pulled his beard off. He looked for Song-He everywhere, but he knew nothing about Song-He who was out hunting. Song-He, the clan leader wants to see you. A male orc found Song-He as quickly as possible. What do you want to talk to me about, chief? Song He and the others were interrupted just as they had aimed at 3 or 4 antelopes. I don't know. I'm just very anxious. Go back quickly. Song He let the male orc who brought the news take over and returned to the tribe in confusion. Grandpa, we just hunted several antelopes, and you call me back. Grandpa, what's the matter that requires so many people? Song He asked helplessly. He also wanted to add some meat to Caicai and the kittens. The clan leader slapped Song He on the back and said, "Good boy. You kept his secret so well. You didn't even tell your grandfather that you had a baby?" Song He was stunned when he felt pain in his back. He looked at the patriarch in disbelief. Grandpa, what did you say? Chapter 37 Fence. Song He's brain suddenly froze, and he was unable to react. The patriarch was still laughing. I never thought I could become a great-grandfather in my lifetime. Song He, oh Song He, you really kept his secret. You should have told me earlier and made me happy. You even came all the way to tell me about Ing Hua's son, but now you've kept me, an old man, in the dark about your own son. Song He tried desperately to understand what the clan leader meant, then suddenly realized, Grandpa, are you saying that Caicai is pregnant? Yes, the results were detected early this morning. I didn't believe it when the witch doctor told me. Who knew it was actually true? Song He, you're so lucky to have met such a good female. Not only did she forgive you so quickly, she even gave birth to a cub for you. The patriarch sighed deeply. He had been prepared for Song He to be unpopular in recent years, but he didn't expect. This little female, Yun Caicai, is so generous. Song He's mind was in a mess, and he suddenly remembered. He and Yun Caicai only had sex once, which means that after that time, Yun Caicai successfully became pregnant. Song He was surprised and happy. Grandfather, Song He was about to say this, but then he remembered something and swallowed it back. The fewer people who know about this, the better it will be for Yun Caicai. Song He knew that he had selfish motives since the day they became a couple. What's wrong? Asked the patriarch in confusion. Grandpa, I wanted to say that I just found out about this as well. Song He smiled. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't know anything now. The clan leader felt relieved. You still have a conscience, so go back and spend time with Caicai. Why? Song He left in a hurry until he returned to the beast cave and saw Yun Caicai looking at him with a smile. Only then did he realize Song He, was going to be a father. Song He gently held Yun Caicai in his arms, his voice trembling. Caicai, thank you. You've worked hard too. Yun Caicai hugged him back and stroked his back with her hand. Song He hugged her a little tighter. At this time, silence is better than words. The kittens have become very skilled at walking. If you're not paying attention, they will try to walk out of the cave. It is really tiring for Yun Caicai to catch kittens every day. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that the system seemed to have rewarded her with a cat fence or something, and it would be perfect to use it now. Yun Caicai looked at the space again. It was now 13 cubic meters in size, storing purified water, salt, toilet paper, flour, rice, cat food, flint, wooden fence, bow, an arrow, yellow-grade intermediate potion, and top-grade self-defense dagger. Because Jiang Yunyun had been there before, to be on the safe side, she didn't use these things and put them all in the space. She looked up at Ing Hua, who was standing by, thought for a long time, until she came up with an excuse and said, Ing Hua, come here, I have something to tell you. Ing Hua walked over obediently. What's the matter, Caicai? Bang! A sturdy wooden fence appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. Ing Hua was dumbfounded. What is this? This is the reward the beast god gave me for giving birth to a cub. Besides this fence, there are other things as well. After giving birth to my cubs, I unexpectedly discovered that I had awakened a space for storing things, and the reward distributed by the beast god was inside it. Ing Hua quickly ran to the entrance of the beast cave and took a look. Seeing that there were no beastmen passing by, he turned back with relief. Caicai, this is too shocking. If we tell anyone about it, it might cause people to panic. Yun Caicai said, I know, so I'm only telling you. This is our secret. A warm feeling ran through Ing Hua's heart. He didn't expect Caicai to trust him so much. What about Song He? If we use the reward from the beast god, he must be aware of it. Why not reveal a few words first? Ing Hua suggested. Okay, I'll do as you say. Yun Caicai had originally planned to do the same. She would wait for Song He to come back and test it out. If it was reliable, she would inform him later. The two looked at the wooden fence. Fortunately, it was made of common wood in the animal world, and its shape was rough. If others saw it, they would probably fall on Ing Hua's head. Where should the wooden fence be placed? Inghua asked. Here. Following the direction of Yun Caicai's finger, Inghua placed a wooden fence in front of the right side of the stone bed. It was much larger than the stone bed and could just create a large space for the kittens to move around. Yun Caicai put the kittens in one by one. At first they were still peeking around, but soon they were having fun in the fence. Now, the stone bed is hers. She no longer has to worry about the cubs accidentally falling off, nor does she have to worry about crushing the cubs when sleeping. Chapitre 38 Surprise. Yun Caicai found 2 large wooden bowls from the beast cave, poured some kitten cat food into them, soaked them with a little warm water, and when the cat food became softer, she placed the 2 large wooden bowls in the wooden fence. Inghua was still amazed as she watched Yun Caicai create something out of thin air again. Seeing that he was looking at it carefully, Yun Caicai explained, "This is kitten food. It's most suitable for kittens who have just been weaned. It's good for their stomachs." Inghua had already watched for a while. He nodded and said, "Leave it to me from now on." Good. At first, the kittens were still sniffing the smell and licking it with their pink tongues, but when the first bite of cat food entered their mouths, all 9 kittens were conquered at once. They lowered their heads and ate with great relish. When the bowl was empty, Yun Caicai asked Inghua to fill it up again. After all, there are so many kittens, and they probably won't be full if they only eat once. Moreover, her cubs are all quite precocious and know when they are hungry or full. Sure enough, seeing the cubs slow down when eating cat food, Yun Caicai walked away, arrived at the stone bed, invisible, comfortable mattress arrangement. After placing it, Yun Caicai lay down on it. He immediately let out a sigh of comfort. It's springy but not too soft, like the texture of a latex mattress. How comfortable it would be to sleep on it. Inghua, isn't this the original stone bed? How come getting the pups away seems like getting comfortable? Yun Caicai looked at Inghua, who was standing there stupidly, and hooked her finger. Inghua, come and lie down and try it. Inghua lay down as he was told, and was stunned for a moment. How did the stone bed become so soft? So comfortable? Even if you lay down 100 layers of animal skins, you can't achieve this level. Inghua moved again. Are you comfortable? Inghua, very comfortable. Inghua, who usually kept his emotions secret, was stunned. He looked at Yun Caicai. There's clearly nothing here, yet the stone bed has become so soft. Is this also a reward from the beast god? Yun Caicai nodded and smiled sweetly. A thought suddenly flashed through Inghua's mind. If it were on a stone bed like this, it would definitely have a unique flavor. No, how could he think like that? Caicai is still pregnant. Inghua's eyes were burning, and his ears were red from thinking about it. Caicai glanced inside the fence and saw that the well-fed cubs were already huddled together and asleep. Seeing this, she threw a piece of animal skin over, just covering the fence facing the stone bed. Yun Caicai touched his ear, and Inghua's muscles tensed up. Can I? Yun Caicai's pregnancy sensations were more intense than usual, perhaps due to excessive hormone secretion. The system has also been tested, and the pregnancy is stable, so some things can be done. Yun Caicai threw away her shyness and stopped suppressing herself. She looked at the man whose heart and eyes were filled with her, raised her head, and kissed him without saying a word. Inghua's body tensed up, and then he couldn't stop. Taking into consideration that Yun Caicai was still pregnant, Inghua was very gentle from beginning to end, giving her a different experience. Inghua, who had been a vegetarian for a long time, finally got to eat meat and was in a very happy mood. He secretly thought that the reward from the beast god was indeed extraordinary, and he would no longer have to worry about the little female getting his back rubbed red. Inghua was just about to light a fire to boil some water to wash Yun Caicai when he saw Yun Caicai handing him a pair of stones. What's this? This is stone flint. Lightly hitting 2 stones together will produce sparks, and it can be ignited quickly with the help of weeds, said Yun Caicai. Inghua didn't ask any more questions, and Ian soon got angry. He's been trained by Yun Caicai, and Inghua feels that no matter what Yun Caicai takes out, he will not be surprised. But the next second, a bag of salt and a bag of rice appeared in front of him. Inghua was very excited when she saw the snow-white salt and crystal-clear rice. Salt. So much salt. Such a precious thing, and yet there's so much of it. He picked up the rice again. Caicai, what is this? It looks like food, but we've never found this kind of food. The Taiku Mountains are far away from the coast, so if you want salt and other things, you have to wait for birds, beasts, and people to exchange them. So salt is extremely scarce and precious. Secondly, the orcs mostly feed on wild beasts, supplemented by wild fruits and vegetables in the mountains, and at most add ginkgo nuts, ground eggs, and other things dug from the ground. New food means that their ability to survive is further improved. When it comes to survival, rice excites Inghua more than anything else. Yun Caicai thought to herself, the orc continent is so turbulent. Even if there were rice seeds, the orcs in the tribe wouldn't be patient enough to plant them. Perhaps we have to wait until the day when the rivers and seas are peaceful before we can put farming on the agenda. Chapter 39 Sweet. This is also a reward from the beast god. It's just a unique food given to me. It's not available on the orc continent yet. This is called japonica rice. It can be boiled in water and eaten. It tastes very good. Inghua, let's eat this tonight. After the end of the world, she never ate a single bite of porridge again. 13 years. When she thought of the fragrance of white porridge, Yun Caicai couldn't help swallowing. As she spoke, Inghua did it. After the fire was lit, Inghua threw in 7 or 8 ginkgo nuts. After the rice was put into the pot, he handed the stone flint over. When it comes to hiding things, it has to be Yun Caicai. Inghua feels inferior to her. Yun Caicai took it and took away the animal skin that was draped over the bed rail. I took a quick look and saw that the kittens were still sleeping soundly. Yesterday, Yun Caicai said she wanted to eat grilled fish, so Song he waited by the river. However, the fish that passed by were all small fish, not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth, and Song he didn't even like them. After squatting for a long time, Song he finally saw a big fish. Maybe he was lucky, because 3 more big fish swam over in the next few minutes. Song he happily carried the 4 fish he had collected back to the cave. As soon as you enter the cave, the fragrance of ginkgo nuts hits your nose. Smells so good. Caicai, you guys roasted the ginkgo nuts. They'll be perfect for filling our stomachs first. We'll have grilled fish later. Yun Caicai smiled and said, Don't worry, Song he, come here. The glutinous rice porridge is ready. Come have a try. Inghua served the porridge from the stone pot, 1 bowl for each person. Song he was very surprised when he saw it. What is rice porridge? It was a bowl of thick soup. The soup was clear and light green, and the stuff inside was white and soft 1 grain at a time, and it looked delicious. He lowered his head and sniffed, and his stomach started to growl uncontrollably. This porridge smells delicious. Inghua took a sip and found it warm, with the unique sweetness of japonica rice, and she felt extremely refreshed. Yun Caicai couldn't wait to start drinking the porridge. The rice looked good at first glance. Only porridge cooked with fresh and good rice would be clear light green in color, while the others would be just white. However, even if the white porridge is cooked a little longer, it still tastes very good. Yun Caicai started drinking again with enjoyment. Really, this is it. It smells so good. Seeing that the 2 of them were just drinking the porridge, Song he suppressed his doubts and took a sip as well. After tasting it, he realized that he was not just a carnivore. If other foods were as delicious as the bowl of porridge in front of him, he must love to eat it too. For a moment, the sounds of the 3 people drinking porridge came one after another. At this time, the kittens were also awakened by the smell, and they were howling through the railings. Yun Caicai smiled and said, Our little greedy cats have woken up too. Inghua, this porridge is soft and mushy, just right for the cubs. Go serve some for them to try. Good. Inghua took out their rice bowls and poured the rice porridge into them. It's just still a little hot and needs to be dried. In these few short minutes, the kittens were extremely anxious. Some were meowing, some were scratching the railings, and some were rolling on their bellies, acting cute. Yun Caicai was so happy watching this. Only then did Song he discover that there was an extra wooden fence in their cave. He didn't even see such a big object just now. Was it done by Inghua? But can it be done in just 1 day? He looked down at the rice porridge in the bowl again, and Song he fell into deep thought. It seems that a lot of things happened today that he didn't know about while he was out hunting. But no matter how hard he thought, he had no clue. I just vaguely feel that all this must be related to Yun Caicai. Song he suddenly recalled the moment when Yun Caicai attacked Mo Sambai. A delicate and frail female had actually injured a high-ranking Earth-grade expert. Even he wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly and decisively. Yun Caicai, she has never been an ordinary little female. Caicai, what kind of food are we eating? Did Inghua make this thing that's holding the kids back? If you can't tell me, then I won't ask. Although he said so, Song he's eyes when he looked at Yun Caicai were clearly full of hope and desire. Chapter 44. Yun Caicai's gaze shifted from the busy Inghua to Song he's face. She looked at Song he steadily and asked, Song he, can I trust you? Song he immediately said, Of course, I will never tell anyone. Yun Caicai then said, Song-he, these are the reward from the beast god for giving me cubs. When Yun was here, I hid them. Song-he took a breath. Beast god. Caicai, are you the beast god's messenger? Otherwise, why would you be rewarded? Is it something you get as long as you give birth to a cub? Yun Caicai smiled faintly. I don't know either. It may not be there every time a cub is born. It also depends on the will of the beast god. Song-he was shocked and subconsciously wanted to tell the tribe leader and witch doctor about this big thing. But he didn't. Instead, he comforted her. Caicai, it's a crime to possess a treasure. I will keep it a secret for you. You can tell me when you want to. Yun Caicai hugged him with a touching look on her face. Song-he, I knew you would always think of me. Song-he's heart suddenly became more determined. Now, it is he who possesses the little female beast god messenger. A feeling of pride suddenly arose. Finally, the three of them reached an agreement. The wooden fence was made by Manhwa and Song-he together. Foods like japonica rice, which did not appear in the Orc continent, could not be promoted publicly and could only be eaten secretly by the few of them. After 4 or 5 days, the tribe was still peaceful and no rumors had spread. Only then did Yun Caicai feel relieved. Song-he to keep his promise. It seems that now I can slowly try to accept and trust him. No, don't come over here. Feng Jinjin woke up slowly and saw the black snake head as soon as she opened her eyes. She was terrified and stepped back repeatedly. Who are you, and what are you doing? The black snake transformed into a human form, with a sinister look in his eyes. He laughed deeply when he heard Feng Jinjin's words. What are you doing, hee? I'll let you know what I'm doing now. Ah! Screams could be heard from the deserted cave from time to time. It was unknown how long it took before the black snake let go of the little female in front of it. Feng Jinjin hurriedly picked up the animal robe that was torn by the black snake and barely covered her body with it. She looked at the black snake with a face full of humiliation. Black Snake lifted her chin with his right hand, his eyes fierce. I heard that you have a special physique. You can get pregnant once a year and give birth to 2 cubs each time. I will give you a year. Feng Jinjin, you must not let me down. Feng Jinjin pushed him away and glared at Black Snake fiercely. You lunatic! Don't you know that forcing a female will result in being beaten to death? Ha 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 ha! Little females are just so naive and stupid. Black Snake almost laughed out tears. Only orcs of low rank and weak strength will be caught and punished. But I'm a wandering orc of high Shin rank. How can a mere Shinmaluo like you be able to kill me? Your first beast husband? Feng Jinjin was shocked. It was a high-level Shin grade product. But there is not a single male orc in their tribe who is of high-level Shin grade. Inghua is a Shin pin. But will he bring people to rescue her? No, it won't. She is so against Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai must wish she died soon. The more Feng Jinjin thought about it, the more desperate she became. It's a high-level Shin grade. She can't beat him, and she can't run away. Is she really going to be bullied by this vicious stray orc and give birth to cubs for him? No, she doesn't want to commit herself to this bad snake. Even if Feng Jinjin died, she would never live with him. Feng Jinjin suddenly made up her mind to live and die. She looked around and saw a protruding rock next to her. With a determined look in her eyes, she banged her head against it. Bang! Feng Jinjin felt a severe headache. Her head was broken and bleeding, and she fainted all of a sudden. The black snake was shocked by the scene before him. It was not like he had not caught other females before. The others just begged desperately, but in the end they were killed by him because they couldn't give birth to cubs. No one came here to seek death. This little female is quite fresh. He came to his senses and immediately reached out to check Feng Jinjin's breathing. Oh, you're still alive? Why are you pretending? Dare to threaten me with death? Interesting. The black snake disappeared, and soon he came back with a bucket of water. Swish! A bucket of water was poured directly onto Feng Jinjin's face. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Jinjin was awakened by the water. Her head was splitting, and she felt a bit cold. Chapter 41 Regret. Isn't this waking you up? He threw the black snake barrel away with a wicked smile on his face. Want die? Keep hitting. He raised his chin towards the protruding rock and said, If you want to die, hit it harder. Why are you putting on an act while you're half dead? You, Feng Jinjin, was furious. But the next second, Black Snake's words dispelled all her determination to die and anger. You still have 4 children in the tribe, right? If you die, I guarantee that none of them will survive. Do you believe it? Feng Jinjin's heart sank. You lunatic. Yes, so if you behave well and give birth to a cub for me sooner, I will send you back sooner. It's not that easy to get pregnant. What if I can't get pregnant? Can't get pregnant? If you can't, then it's not my fault. My last female was skinned and eaten alive by me because she couldn't get pregnant. The black snake's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. You don't want to die like this, do you? So just pray and get pregnant soon. Skinned and eaten raw. Feng Jinjin felt a chill down her spine, and she instantly collapsed. Why me? Why did you arrest me? The next moment, she suddenly thought of something, her eyes shining as she said, Our tribe has a yellow-grade female. She is the female with the best physique. Her name is Yun Caicai. She's in much better shape than me. Go catch her. The more Feng Jinjin thought about it, the better she felt this was. She took 2 steps on her knees and said sincerely, As long as you let me go, I'm willing to help you lure her out. She will definitely give birth to cubs for you and many, many more. The black snake laughed. But I heard your conversation with my own ears. You said that although she is the only yellow-grade female in your tribe, how can she compare to you? You got pregnant shortly after you got married, and you got pregnant again a year after you gave birth, and both times you had twins. But she didn't move. Didn't you say that Yun Caicai couldn't catch up with you even if she flattered me? Feng Jinjin's eyes went dark. She was actually arrested because of her outspokenness. She recalled how the witch doctor and the tribe leader had told her more than once to keep a low profile, but at this moment, she felt extremely regretful. Don't try to trick me. If you try to trick me again, it will be more than just a bucket of water. The black snake had a rabbit in its hand, and the rabbit was still jumping around. The next moment, the black snake crushed its head. The bloody rabbit brain splattered all over Feng Jinjin's face. The little female had been pampered since she was a child and had never seen such a scene. Feng Jinjin screamed and stepped back repeatedly, closing her eyes in despair and fear. Her desire to have a baby reached its peak at this moment. As long as she got pregnant, would it be nicer to her? From then on, Feng Jinjin and the stray animals had to live in hiding. However, the black snake was always too rough during intercourse and would beat or scold her if he was not happy with her. Feng Jinjin felt like she was suffering every day, and she prayed to the beast god from time to time to get pregnant quickly. However, more than 2 months have passed, and there's still no movement in my stomach. Feng Jinjin tried hard to calm her anxious mood. She comforted herself by saying it was still a long time before the 1-year deadline for the black snake, and she would definitely be able to conceive successfully. Caicai, I feel like I'm really getting better. After seeing Zizi and going back, I feel much better. Su Sanhua said happily to Yun Caicai. Now my throat doesn't hurt anymore, I don't cough anymore, and even my waist and legs don't hurt anymore. I used to feel so heavy, but now I can walk in one breath without even gasping for breath. Caicai, it's all thanks to you and your cubs. Su Sanhua picked up the cubs and kissed their furry heads one by one, loving them very much. Yun Caicai smiled and said, This means that the beast god wants my mother to take good care of my cub. Don't worry, mother is fine now. She's here to look after the cub for you. Su Sanhua, this fence looks practical. Yun Caicai said casually. It was all done by Inghua, Song He, and the others. Okay, they're both fine. Mother knows that you have a good physique, and it will be easy for you to get pregnant. However, you don't have to worry about Song He. Wait until you recover before giving birth to puppies for him. Su Sanhua said while teasing the kittens. Yun Caicai pursed her lips and suddenly said with a bit of embarrassment, Mother, I'm pregnant again. Su Sanhua turned around blankly. Huh? Yun Caicai smiled guiltily. It belongs to Song He. Su Sanhua was shocked and angry. You silly child. You're pregnant so soon after giving birth. Do you still want to live? Where's Song He? I'll go talk to him. How come he doesn't feel sorry for you at all? Yun Caicai quickly grabbed Su Sanhua and said, It's none of Song He's business. I want to have a baby. Mother, I have a special physique. I was fine right after giving birth, so I wanted to try again. In the end, she actually got pregnant, which means the beast god also agrees. If you have any problems, just rely on the beast god. That's definitely the right thing to do. Su Sanhua was finally persuaded. Well, now that things have come to this, you should take good care of your health and don't be willful anymore. Yun Caicai nodded obediently. Yes, I understand, mother. One of them pooped. Su Sanhua's attention was attracted by a kitten, and she immediately went to clean up the kitten's feces and urine. Yun Caicai took a look and said, Oh, this time it's an Irjing, the little cub. Chapter 42 Tangled. Because of her pregnancy, Yun Caicai's appetite has increased significantly. I used to eat 1 portion, but now I have to eat 5. But what is enviable is that Yun Caicai only has a slightly bulging belly, and her limbs are still slender. Perhaps it was because of the beauty pill she took, her appearance became more and more beautiful day by day. Song-hee also promised Manhwa that he would never make the same mistake again, and he would never leave Yun Caicai alone in the beast cave again. In view of Song-hee's sincere reform over the past few days, Manhwa arranged for the two of them to take turns guarding Yun Caicai again. After all, some of the meat of large exotic animals that Caicai likes to eat still has to be hunted by Manhwa. Since the rice has been cleared, Yun Caicai will not feel wronged, even if she is pregnant. These days, after eating meat dishes, she always has a bowl of soft, glutinous, and sweet rice porridge, and some wild fruits after the meal. She felt very happy while eating. Looking at the white flour in the space, she thought about it, but still couldn't get it out. It's better to wait until Song-hee's cubs are born before taking it out. While I was thinking about this, Song-hee came over to see Zai Zai. Today, it was his turn to stay in the beast cave. Song-hee teased the kitten, then looked a little hesitant. Yun Caicai noticed his abnormality and asked softly, Song-hee, what's wrong? Song-hee then said, Caicai, do you remember the incident when stray beasts invaded the tribe? It was because of the invasion of the stray black snake that Mo Sanbai took advantage of the opportunity. Song-hee really wanted to never mention this day again, but Caicai once said that I should tell her everything. So he was very conflicted. Yun Caicai's expression remained normal, and she no longer mentioned Mo Sanbai. She simply asked, do you remember where Fengjinjin is? Black snakes invaded the tribe, and all the male beast men who were guarding them were killed. Fengjinjin was kidnapped, and Yu Lily was killed. The other females were not in danger of their lives, but they were frightened and hid in animal caves all day long. The young female, Song Shui Shui, who was knocked unconscious and taken away by Mo Sanbai, was also found, but she was covered in wounds and mentally traumatized. It was the witch doctor who gave them tranquilizers and often went to comfort them. Except for Song Shui Shui, the other females gradually got better and are now almost the same as before. It's not Fengjinjin, it's that wandering beast. He used to be the strongest snake beast man in the Jiaosha tribe. His real name is Hai, but he calls himself Black Dragon, so the other snake beast men call him Black Dragon. Yun Caicai asked in confusion. Generally speaking, as the strongest in the tribe, he would definitely be respected by the tribe. How could he become a straight beast? When Song-hee thought of the news he had heard, his heart sank. This Black Dragon was really terrifying. Caicai, you're right. Black Dragon enjoys the best of everything in the tribe. Even the females are chosen by him first. He selects the best-looking yellow-grade females and tells her she must bear cubs for him first. Before that, her husbands are not allowed to get close to her. But that little female hasn't conceived in 3 years. This is actually quite common in the Orc continent, but the Black Dragon has a bad temper and is ruthless, so the little female is often abused by him. That day, the two of them had an argument, and the Black Dragon actually, unexpectedly, skinned her alive and devoured her. The little female's beastly husband also died at his hands. It was simply horrifying. That same day, he injured a member of his tribe and defected from the Jiaolong tribe. He then began abducting young females from other tribes and forcing them to bear cubs. If they failed, they would be brutally killed. Yun Caicai frowned upon hearing this. Black Dragon? Calling him that name really does a disservice to dragons. So this time, maybe he heard that the females from the Divine Cat tribe have excellent physiques. So he scouted the area long ago and prepared to snatch her away. Song-hee nodded. Yes, I thought he might still be lurking near the Taiga Mountains. He's a potential threat. So I told you this. Yun Caicai's eyes softened as she looked at Song-hee. Song-hee, you did a great job. This time it was Fengjinjin. Maybe next time it will be me who gets kidnapped. We all need to be more vigilant. Caicai, I will definitely protect you well. Song-hee couldn't help but hug the little female in front of him. He couldn't imagine what he would be like if he lost Kai one day. Yun Caicai lowered her eyes and thought. She was wearing a Xian Gray defensive suit and had a Tian Gray dagger in her hand. If the Black Dragon really dared to force her, she wouldn't mind personally putting an end to this vicious and cruel stray beast. Chapter 43, Stone Beads. Let us in. We came to see Yun Caicai out of kindness. Why don't you let us go? Yeah, we want to apologize to her. You are not allowed to stop us. There was sound coming from outside the cave, and Song-hee frowned and stood up. Caicai, I'll go see what's going on. He came out of the cave and saw a group of young females arguing with the male orc guards sent by the patriarch. The male orc had a headache. These little females are delicate and weak and cannot be beaten or scolded. Then the chief asked them to protect Yun Caicai to prevent stray orcs from breaking into the tribe again. But no matter how you look at it, these little females don't have the ability to hurt Yun Caicai, right? There's also a Songha in the beast cave. Thinking this way, he just pushed them away a few times before letting these young females in. Song, he stepped forward to stop them. Caicai is not feeling well and is resting. You can tell me if you have anything to say. The females, led by Fong Fong Fong, refused to agree. No, you can't represent Yun Caicai. It's just a meeting. If you're worried, just stay here. That's right. Why do you keep stopping us like this? We really do have good intentions this time. Thinking of the many cubs in the cave, Song, he still refused to give in. No, you can't go in. Huh, I think I heard the voice of a kitten. Really? I heard it too. Did Caicai give birth to puppies? From the sounds, it seems like there's more than one. We haven't heard a word yet. That's right, Song He. Please get out of the way and let us see Caicai and ZZ. Yun Caicai looked at the cubs who were meowing from time to time while moving around in the wooden fence and sighed inwardly. If she sent the little female outside away hastily, who knows what kind of reputation would be spread. As the kittens grew older, the space in the wooden fence became too cramped for them. Since they are here, please come in. It's time for the kittens to show themselves to the public. What do you want from me? A clear voice sounded from behind Song He. The young females looked over, but after just one glance, they were all stunned. I saw the person in front of me, her golden hair shining especially brightly in the sun. Her skin is as white as jade, and her eyes are as bright as stars. The pink cherry lips under her high nose curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. The little females have very complicated inner thoughts. I haven't seen Yun Caicai for so long. Why do I feel like she has become more beautiful? It's still the same girl, but she looks better and more beautiful overall. Fong 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 was the first to come to her senses. She looked apologetic and said, Yun Caicai, I'm here to apologize to you. You Lily provoked me before, which led to my nonsense on the day of my coming-of-age ceremony. Then, on the day of the stray beast invasion, she pulled my hair hard from behind and dragged me to the ground. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been the one who died that day. Huh? Why didn't you tell us? The young female on the side was extremely surprised. Fong 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 pursed her lips and said, You all had a good relationship with her before. I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you. You Lily's death was not unjust, and I feel so sad for her. It's really not worth it. But she's usually very nice, a little female asked in confusion. Yes, but think about it carefully. Most of the troubles between us over the years have her influence. The young females beside them seemed to be thinking about something. Fong 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 continued. Yun Caicai, I was bewitched and did this to you, causing you harm. I am truly sorry. Can you forgive me? She took something out of the animal hide package and handed it over. This is the stone bead necklace I put on you myself. I hope you like it. Yun Caicai took it with interest. Most of the orcs in the tribe use animal teeth and fish bones as decorations. Stone bead necklace? It was the first time she saw him. I saw that the stone beads were all the same size, round and slightly red. After a rough count, there were actually 9 of them. What Fong 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 wore was just an animal tooth chain. It was unknown how long it took her to save up this chain. It was a rare treasure in this era. Fong 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 is indeed very sincere. The young females on the side all had red eyes. Tang Lon Lon, oh my god, it's a stone bead necklace. Song Hua Hua, I only have one. Lin Chow Chow, I don't have any. Stone beads are so rare. Fong Fong Fong, how did you collect so many? And they're all about the same size. I want them too. Han Mimi, me too, it looks so good. Yun Caicai, can I trade salt with you? Fong 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 was looking at Yun Caicai nervously, afraid that she would not want it. Yun Caicai put it on her neck directly. It was cool and surprisingly comfortable. Sorry, Fong Fong gave it to me. I won't exchange it for anything. Hearing this, Fong 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 smiled brightly. Chapter 44, What a Pity. At this time, Han Mimi said, Caicai, we just heard the sound of kittens in the cave. Are they your kittens? How many pups did you give birth to? Why are you still hiding them? Yun Caicai curled her lips and smiled. Because I'm afraid of scaring you. Hey, can you scare me? Han Mimi said disdainfully. It can't be because you have so many children. Could it be that your child is particularly ugly? Han Mimi, your words are so rude. Fong 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 was a little angry. She had clearly agreed to apologize to her. So why did she speak like that? Isn't this just provoking trouble? Han Mimi immediately turned her gun on herself. You have good things, but you don't give them to us. Are you Feng Jinjin's sister? Jinjin was kidnapped, and you turn around and show your friendship to her enemy. Feng Feng Feng, you're the one who's going too far. Yun Caicai, you will never be better than Feng Jinjin. I want to see how many cubs you have given birth to. Han Mimi ran into the beast cave. Yun Caicai followed closely behind. She would not let the kittens be alone with outsiders, even for a second. The young females looked at each other and followed into the cave. But as soon as they entered the beast cave, they saw Han Mimi standing in front of the wooden fence. Han Mimi, what's wrong with you? Move aside. You're blocking our view of the cub. Han Mimi subconsciously moved aside, and the young females behind her could see the kittens in the fence clearly. Wow, why are there so many? How many are there? 123, 9 in total. The young females were shocked. Caicai gave birth to 9 cubs. This is too incredible. Han Mimi opened her mouth, her voice becoming a little hoarse. She still insisted, 9, so what? Jinjin got pregnant twice in a year. Even though you gave birth to a lot this time, who knows when you'll get pregnant next time? This sentence made the young females look at Yun Caicai one after another. At this moment, Feng Fang's eyes fell on Yun Caicai's belly. She moved her eyes, and she was surprised. Caicai, you have a slender figure, but your belly is a little bulging. Are you pregnant again? Yun Caicai stroked her belly and admitted, yes, this baby is Songhe's. Oh my god, isn't it just 1 month after giving birth that she's pregnant again? Are all yellow-grade females so powerful? I've never heard of any other tribe having yellow-grade females so fertile. Caicai, do you have any secret recipe for having a baby? Listening to the young females talking at once, Han Mimi felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped in the face. She closed her mouth and stopped talking. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Yun Caicai was filled with complex envy and jealousy. Yun Caicai looked at the group of young females with a gentle expression. In Yun Caicai's eyes, they all seemed to have points on their heads. Yun Caicai secretly admired in her heart. It's great that everyone wants to have a baby. Unfortunately, he ate one of the 2 fertility pills given as a reward and gave the other to Jiang Yunyan. She didn't have any extra, and she didn't have the points to buy the fertility pill at the moment. Let's wait for the opportunity in the future, when things are more stable. The young females reluctantly returned to the cave. When they returned and talked about it excitedly, the whole tribe almost boiled over. At this time, the patriarch and the witch doctor also received the news. The chief decided to hold a meeting early tomorrow morning to give his tribesmen a good lesson. They should not be so proud as to talk about it everywhere and bring trouble to the tribe. Once this matter was exposed, Yun Caicai no longer had any scruples. Her kittens can finally go out for some fresh air. Children, don't run around. Don't run out of your mother's sight. The kittens didn't quite understand what was going on and kept scratching the door anxiously. Yun Caicai opened the wooden fence, and the kittens came out carefully, then tentatively walked out of the cave. This time, seeing that their mother did not stop them, they immediately ran out happily. Yun Caicai and Song he watched from the side. The kittens ran around happily on the grass, looking back at their mother from time to time. Seeing that Yun Caicai was still there, he started playing with peace of mind. After being active for more than half an hour, the setting sun dyed half the sky red, and Yun Caicai called the kittens back to the cave. But the cubs were having so much fun that none of them wanted to go back. Yun Caicai put her hands on her hips and said, wait for me to deal with you one by one. So, the kittens were carried home one by Yun Caicai and Song He. The kittens struggled desperately, but was finally put back into the fence resignedly. The kittens had a lot of fun during this outing and fell asleep soon after eating. The night is getting deeper and everything is quiet. Chapter 45, fortunately. Hey, did you hear? That little female, Yun Caicai, gave birth to 9 cubs. How come I haven't heard about it? And she got pregnant again just 1 month after giving birth. Oh my god, I've never heard of such a powerful little female in the entire orc continent. Why didn't she tell me about this happy event? That's right, you're hiding it from us and don't treat us as relatives. The orcs below the stage chattered and the chief coughed a few times. Quiet, quiet. The orcs of the Divine Cat tribe all quieted down and looked at the patriarch. The reason we've gathered everyone here is because of our tribe's young female, Yun Caicai. Some people already know that she gave birth to 9 cubs in her first litter and is currently pregnant with another cub. There was an uproar below. What did I hear it right? Is this true? You must be kidding. Of course it's true. The young females went to see her yesterday and found out. Our tribe is going to be prosperous. After they had been making a commotion for a while, the clan leader said, I was the one who told Yun Caicai not to spread this matter. Why didn't you tell us? This is a big happy event for the tribe. An old orc was respected and knew almost everything about the tribe, so she was very dissatisfied. The tribe leader suddenly shouted, Why? You've lived in peace for so many years. Have you forgotten the bloodbath that took place in the Lemming tribe 10 years ago? At that time, our tribe was implicated. Fortunately, the witch doctor received guidance from the beast god, which led to the creation of the divine cat tribe today. It's only been 10 years, and you've already forgotten everything. The scene suddenly became quiet. The old orc turned pale and stopped talking. A young female with such excellent physique is a treasure bestowed upon us by the beast god. But everyone, ask yourselves, if the news gets out, can we still protect this treasure? If you want to follow in the footsteps of the Lemming tribe, you can continue to make trouble and spread the news. When it comes to their own safety, the dissatisfied orcs immediately dare not have any more thoughts. There was silence in the audience. At this time, the old orc said tremblingly, Chief, I was mistaken. I am old and only care about my own face. I forgot that there are dangers lurking outside the tribe. The patriarch's expression looked better now. What if the Stray Beast Alliance attacks us? Is Yun Caicai really a good thing in our tribe? Yeah, this is too dangerous. Otherwise, let her go. Are you stupid? You want to kick out such a high-quality female? If you have to kick her out with your cowardly, short-sighted ways. There was constant discussion in the audience. The tribe leader pressed his hand and said firmly, Not long ago, the witch doctor once again received guidance from the beast god. Yun Caicai is the little female that the beast god has chosen, our tribe's goddess. Having the goddess here is a blessing to our entire tribe. There's no doubt about that. The chief set the tone for this matter, and the orcs were almost going crazy when they heard it. Oh my god, the witch doctor is being guided by the beast god again. Last time, we were able to get out of trouble thanks to the guidance of the beast god. Does that mean we can become a super tribe this time? Damn it, I actually wanted to chase Yun Caicai away just now. Me too. This is the goddess recognized by the beast god. The orc who was angry just now slapped his face in regret. The tribe leader ignored the orc who was contradicting himself. He changed the subject and said, To protect the goddess, I have contacted the Nine-Tailed and Bamboo Bear tribes. They will arrive soon. With the protection of the two tribes, our tribe will be much safer. However, everyone must remember to keep their mouths shut at all times. The news of the goddesses in our tribe should be spread as late as possible. Our tribe must keep a low profile so that we can plan for the future. If anyone deliberately leaks information about the goddess, I will expel his entire family from the tribe. Did you hear that? The patriarch frowned, his face extremely serious. I heard it, patriarch, don't worry. Yes, we will definitely protect the goddess. We will consciously supervise each other. If anyone does something bad, we will expose him for the sake of the tribe and the future of the cubs, an orc shouted. The other orcs also echoed. After knocking them again and again, the patriarch was satisfied and dismissed everyone. 10 years ago, the divine cat tribe rushed together in the middle of the night for several days to reach the Taiga Mountains. They had already had a tacit understanding and trust. Now that the development is going well, they have more trust in the two leaders, the patriarch and the witch doctor. After this meeting, the divine cat tribe became more united than ever before. Just different from last time. This time, they vowed to protect the goddess of the tribe. Chapter 46 Unity. Hua Yin will reach the divine cat tribe after crossing this mountain, a chubby and round bamboo bear said breathlessly. Gunlai's best form. Another snow-white seven-tailed fox rolled its eyes. This is my first time here too, okay. Hua Yan's animal form. Swish, bamboo bear turned back into human form. A handsome young man with black hair and clear eyes was sitting on the ground without any concern. Hua Yin, I can't do it anymore. Let's take a rest first. Upon hearing this, the seven-tailed fox also changed back into human form. What a stunning beauty. So stunning that it's hard to tell whether she is male or female. He glanced at the young man with a hint of disdain. Gunlai, you can't even last this short distance. You're really no good. Gunlai. Don't forget, our tribe is farther away. I even took a detour to find you. and I came to the divine cat tribe with you without taking a break. It's already amazing that I'm saying I'm tired now, right? Gunlai sighed helplessly. Hua Yin quietly calmed her breath and said without panting, You are weak, but you are right. I will reluctantly accompany you to rest for a while. Gunlai. Hua Yin found a clean, big rock and sat beside it. Call. Finally, I can rest. This damn Gunlai can really run. Even though his beast form is so fat, his endurance is better than his. How infuriating. If he ran a little longer, he, the great seven-tailed fox, would be embarrassed. Gunlai took out the animal skin water bottle and took a big gulp. The water droplets flowed down his well-defined chin and throat and finally sank into his collar. Seeing this, Hua Yin's throat also became dry. He touched his animal skin wrapping. I found out I forgot to bring it. Hua Yin swallowed, stood up, and moved to Gunlai's side. Gunlai, I'm thirsty too. Give me some water. Gunlai glanced at him and refused. Drink yours. I didn't bring much anyway. Hua Yin scratched her head and said embarrassedly, I forgot to bring it. When we get back to the tribe, I'll give you 10 times the amount of water. Okay. Gunlai was speechless. You can even forget this? Back in the tribe, there's plenty of water. Why should I pay you back? Hua Yin thought about it and said, Then tell me what you want. I will give it to you. Gunlai was about to hand him the animal hide water bag directly, but suddenly an idea struck him. He said with a wicked smile, Okay, that's what you said. When we get to the divine cat tribe, I want to mate with the little female first. You'll be in line after me. Hua Yin Hun said nonchalantly, What's the big deal? You're in front, so be it. Who knows, I might even look down on her. Gunlai happily handed him the water, and Hua Yin also drank it happily. Little did she know that Hua Yin would later regret it so much that she even wanted to regret it many times. After eating and drinking their fill, the two prepared to continue their journey to the divine cat tribe. Just then, a cat orc rushed past. Gunlai has always been careful and observant. When he saw the orc had a pair of cat ears, he immediately stopped the cat orc. The cat beast man looked at him warily. What do you want to do? Are you an orc from the divine cat tribe? I heard there's a young female with a special physique, so I came to meet her. Could you lead the way for us? Are you here to look for Yun Caicai? The cat beast man became more alert. Yes. The cat beast frowned fiercely. Sorry, we're hunting right now, so it's inconvenient for us to lead the way. You guys go on your own. It's right over there. Okay, thanks. Gunlai felt like something was wrong, but after thinking about it carefully, he found nothing, so he had to give up. The two of them walked quickly in the direction pointed by the cat beast man. The cat beast man let out a harsh poo. The chief just told us to keep our mouths shut yesterday. And someone's going to the tribe today? Who on earth has such a lack of confidentiality? But he was one step ahead and pointed the two orcs in completely opposite directions. Just let them go around. If they can't find it, just go back to their own tribe. I am such a powerful male. The cat beast man thought to himself. Return to the tribe. Hey, you know what? Someone asked about our goddess today. Huh? Explain what's going on. The cat beast man was unfathomable and spoke slowly. A male beast man from an unknown tribe asked me about the location of their tribe, saying they were looking for the goddess. Humph. It's obvious they have bad intentions. What should I do then? Hey, I pointed them in the opposite direction. Haha, you're still awesome. Well done. As long as we are united enough, the goddess will be safe. The cat beast man gradually lost himself in the compliments. At this time, the patriarch passed by and overheard what was happening. Then he got anxious and slapped him on the head. Did you ask what tribe they were from? Chapter 47. Getting into trouble. The cat orc rubbed the back of his head, looking confused. No. But chief, those are two high-grade males. I am a high-grade earth grade, and I can't even tell their grade. If they come to our tribe to snatch the goddess, there will be no less than a big battle. The cat bee saw that it was the tribe leader and said with a look of grievance, I nipped the danger in the bud. Why did you hit me? The tribe leader hurriedly said, Hey, let me ask you, what do those two male orcs look like? The cat orc thought for a moment and said, One is indeed tall and handsome, but the other, TSK, even weaker than a female. Then I looked closely and found that he was actually a male orc. If it weren't for the unique aura of a male orc, I would have thought it was a little female. Suddenly, the surrounding orcs burst into laughter. Only the clan leader's face suddenly darkened. Laugh? What are you laughing at? You're mistaken. The orcs of a nine-tailed tribe have always been known for their outstanding looks, unrivaled in the orc continent. The seemingly weak orc you're talking about must be the young master of the nine-tailed tribe. The other one is also the young master of the bamboo bear tribe. The orcs nearby exclaimed in surprise. Ah, so those two are distinguished guests from the nine-tailed fox and bamboo bear tribes. Yeah, didn't I say yesterday that they would be here soon? The patriarch said helplessly. It's really a headache to have a bunch of male orcs who only listen to half of what you say. The cat beast man stood there in a daze. Huh. Then I've caused a big disaster. He said at a loss, fearing that he would cause another conflict between the three tribes, and he would be blamed for it. The tribe leader sighed, patted his shoulder, and said with a slow laugh, Forget it. You're doing this for the goddess's safety. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Rest more in the beast cave for the next 7 days. I'll tell everyone I'm punishing you, but you'll still have a share of the hunting team's meat. Yes, chief. I will listen to you. I will go back now to accept my punishment and reflect on my mistakes. The patriarch is so nice. Not only do I not have to be punished, but I can also eat meat without hunting. What a good thing. The cat beastman was extremely surprised and ran back to the cave very quickly. The male beastmen nearby were also filled with envy when they heard this. The tribe leader reminded them again. Remember, he is punished and cannot move. The male orcs were very united towards the outside world. Knowing that this was a major event for the tribe, they all agreed. The chief also sent 2 male beastmen with fast speed and good temper to chase the nine-tailed fox and bamboo bear tribes, hoping that they could take fewer detours and bring them back sooner. Hua Yin and Gan Lai walked further and further along the path pointed by the cat beastman, until a huge river blocked their way. Hua Yin was dumbfounded. When did the divine cat tribe start living in the water? Gan Lai held his forehead with his hand. Please use your brain. How can a cat live in water? We must have been tricked. Gan Lai then remembered what was wrong. The cat beastman at that time looked alert and vigilant, and became even more vigilant after they told him their purpose. That's the biggest thing wrong. I thought that after the 2 tribes communicated, the tribe leader would immediately notify the orcs to provide support. But now, Gan Lai Frovnet, is the divine cat tribe sincere? If they were deliberately playing tricks on him, he wouldn't mind teaching this small tribe a lesson. Hua Yin was furious when she heard this. Gan Lai, let's go back. This divine cat tribe is going too far. Their females are definitely of low character and willful and unreasonable. I don't want to mate with a female from such a tribe. Gan Lai shook his head and said, Perhaps there is another reason. We cannot give people a chance to explain themselves. The divine cat tribe, we must go this trip. I want to see what they are up to. Let's go. At worst, we can have a fight. Hua Yin walked in front with a menacing look, but she looked delicate and beautiful without any authority. Whenever Gan Lai stood there with a serious expression, he looked like a god of war, making people afraid to move. Both of them were angry, so they returned even faster than they came. Just as they were about to return to the forest where they came from, they saw 2 cat beastmen rushing towards them with anxious looks on their faces. Excuse me, are you the distinguished guest of Kyubi and Takakoma? I'm not worthy of being your distinguished guest, Hua Yin said angrily. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The patriarch asked us to hurry and find you as soon as he got the news, but our rank is not high enough, so we just met the distinguished guests. Please don't blame us. The cat orc apologized sincerely. Hua Yin sneered again and said, I have seen your tribe's hospitality. Gan Lai also frowned and said, Let's talk about everything after we get to the tribe. Hey, we'll lead the way for you right away. Looking at the cat orc who had lowered his posture, Hua Yin's anger subsided a little. The 2 looked at each other and followed the cat beastman. This time, we finally arrived at the divine cat tribe. Chapter 48 Speculation. As soon as they arrived at the divine cat tribe, Hua Yin and Gan Lai saw the chief and a group of orcs waiting anxiously. When the patriarch saw the person coming, his eyes lit up. He strode forward a few steps and asked, Excuse me, are you the young masters of the nine-tailed tribe and the bamboo bear tribe? Hua Yin snorted coldly. What nonsense! The clan leader said nothing more. He crossed his arms and bowed deeply in apology. My 2 young masters, I'm truly sorry. I've already dealt with that ungrateful cat beast. I'd like to apologize to you both on his behalf. How can he, the clan leader, be able to do such a thing? Hua Yin and Gan Lai quickly helped him up, and Gan Lai immediately said, Grandpa clan leader, you are embarrassing us. We are just juniors, and we shouldn't go to such lengths. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. The tribe leader stood up and sighed. Young masters, you may not know that some time ago, a high-level stray beast invaded our tribe, causing heavy casualties. Many male beastmen died, and a high-quality female was abducted, and another female was killed on the spot. That's why I've repeatedly emphasized that no information about the tribe's females can be leaked. We must unite to protect the tribe's young females, as well as our goddess. That male orc was so focused on protecting the tribe that he forgot the two young masters were coming. He sensed your strength and feared it would bring disaster to the tribe, so he deliberately pointed in the opposite direction. I have ordered his punishment. He is now lying in a beast cave. I don't think he will be able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Hua Yin and Gan Lai were both surprised. Hua Yin was surprised and said, "It turned out to be a misunderstanding. But that stray beast was too cruel. He also killed the little female." The patriarch nodded with a sad expression. Gan Lai was more concerned about another question. Could the abducted female be the one who will mate with us? The clan leader explained, "No, the little female who was abducted is Feng Jinjin. I'm sure you have heard of her name." Hua Yin was surprised and asked, "Is it the little female who got pregnant twice in 1 year, both times with twins?" "It's such a pity that such a high-quality female was abducted," he said regretfully. Gan Lai breathed a sigh of relief. "Then who is the goddess you were talking about?" The clan leader didn't keep anyone in suspense. "The goddess is Yun Caicai, the young female you two will be partnering with." Hua Yin crossed her arms and curled her lips, thinking that the divine cat tribe was just being mysterious. Goddess? How could a little female like her deserve to be called a goddess? You'll know once you see it. The patriarch said no more. He just smiled and said nothing. Hua Yin still didn't take it to heart, but Gan Lai sensed something unusual. Before, Feng Jinjin, who had an excellent physique, was not revered as a goddess by the tribe. However, Yun Caicai was able to win the title of goddess. Can we boldly guess that Yun Caicai gave birth to more puppies in her first litter than Feng Jinjin gave birth to in both of her previous births? Gan Lai didn't dare to think about it anymore. For babies in one birth, or even more. Impossible. Gan Lai shook his head. This was probably a fantasy. In short, he couldn't wait to see what was so special about this little female. But the clan leader said, "You two have come from afar. Why not eat something first and have a good night's rest? I will take you, two young masters, to meet the goddess tomorrow." Gan Lai said, "Grandpa clan leader, you could just call me Gan Lai. I'm Hua Yin. Thank you for the hospitality, Grandpa Chief. I'm just hungry," Hua Yin said as she started eating the meat and wild fruits prepared for them by the divine cat tribe. The patriarch looked at them with a smile. Gan Lai, who was about to refuse. Well, actually he was hungry too. It's better to take it easy and see that little female again with the best appearance. Gan Lai also picked up the bamboo shoots without hesitation. And they smell so good. Caicai, people from the Kubi and Takakuma tribes are here. As soon as Song he received the news from his grandfather, he told Yun Caicai immediately. One of them is handsome and the other is beautiful. You can't have them and forget me, us. Song he looked at Inghua, who was standing aside like an iceberg, and included him in his words. After all, they have been together for a long time and have developed a tacit understanding. With the new members, the old members spontaneously formed a camp. Is this okay? Inghua frowned and remained silent. What is coming will eventually come, and Inghua has already prepared itself mentally. However, he also wanted to hear what Yun Caicai would say. Looking at the two people who were staring at her eagerly, Yun Caicai chuckled and said, "Song-hee, Inghua, you two are so cute. Don't forget that we've been through so much, and we're all still part of the divine cat tribe. This bond is priceless, so just rest assured." Yun Caicai gave the two of them a reassurance. Song-hee's face relaxed. Yun Caicai quietly squeezed Inghua's hand, and Inghua's eyes softened instantly. He knew that he was a special person in Yun Caicai's heart. Chapter 49 Night Talk. At night, in the beast cave, Hua Yin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Gan Lai, actually, I don't really want to mate with the little females from the divine cat tribe. Gan Lai, who was a little sleepy, was awakened. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why? Do you have a lover?" Hua Yan's face flushed. "No." "Then why?" Hua Yin murmured, "Because my mother only has a beastly husband, my father. I also want to find a little female like my mother. The two of us can be together for the rest of our lives, a pair for life. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Gan Lai snatted, immediately scattering Hu Yan's fantasy. The relationships among the elders and the tribes were good, and Ganlai and Hua Yin had been playmates since childhood. He also knew a lot about Hua Yan's family situation. Things were not as perfect as Hua Yin thought. Hua Yin was a little annoyed. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your naivete." Ganlai began to speak bluntly. "You know full well that your father was your mother's first beast husband, but he wasn't her only one. The other one died early, so they've only been hers for as long as you can remember. And your mother didn't look for another beast husband later on because your father was so powerful and became the clan leader enough to protect her. And she was spared the hardship of childbirth, wasn't that right? Besides, there are more males than females on the orc continent. If everything is as you say, then how many male orcs will be unable to find females and will never have offspring?" Hua Yin was in a low mood. "Is it true that there are no females willing to have only one beastly husband for their entire lives?" Ganlai sneered. "Yes, of course. There are some females in your tribe who are pursuing you. I remember there was a certain Ahua. Didn't she promise to be with you forever? Why don't you marry her and be together forever? You think she has low fertility and ordinary looks, right?" Hua Yin choked. "Yes, he is still a damn obsessed with looks. Ahua, with her plump figure and birthmark on her face, is really not suitable for him. You like pretty and strong females. Don't other male beastmen like them? There's stronger and more beautiful male beastmen out there. Why would this female choose only you?" Hua Yin, it made so much sense that he couldn't even refute it. "You are here to represent the nine-tailed tribe. If you're still not in your right mind, I don't mind sending you back tomorrow. The same goes for sending someone from a branch." Hua Yin quickly waved her hands and said, No. I'm just talking to you, Ganlai. I think you're right. I'll listen to you. If the little female must have more beastly husbands, I'd rather be with you as a companion. You also know that I have no brains. If it weren't for you, other beastly husbands would bully me to death." Hua Yin looked pitiful. Ganlai's mouth twitched, and he looked at the sky helplessly. Hua Yin, he is a complete stupid beauty. His head is empty, and his heart is only concerned with love. If his rank was not high enough, he would have been beaten to death by his father long ago. What other beastman is like him? You haven't looked for her enough, and now she's openly relying on him. It's really, since they have a childhood friendship, he should protect Hua Yin a little more. Oh, I must have owed him my previous life. Ganlai talked helplessly. And what about Hua Yin? After he finished talking and understood, he no longer had any worries and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Ganlai vastunet. Falling asleep so quickly? You made him energetic and then you fell asleep? He wanted to say a few more words. I am really impressed. Ganlai closed his eyes angrily and turned over. Out of sight, out of mind. The next morning, the patriarch personally took them to Yun Caicai's cave. On the way, the clan leader instructed Ganlai, Hua Yin, as an elder, I ask you, no matter what you see in the beast cave, you must keep it a secret for the goddess. Is that okay? Of course, please rest assured, Grandpa clan leader. Ganlai and Hua Yin were not vague. Soon, the beast cave was right in front of them. Chapter 50 First Meeting. The beast cave was very large, much larger than the beast cave given to the little female by their big tribe. This is enough to show how much the patriarch values this goddess. An ordinary beast cave has a panoramic view once you enter it, but this beast cave is divided into compartments. After entering the beast cave, there is an outer room, which is not small and can accommodate 2 or 3 people, which is just convenient for the male beastmen to keep watch at night. Ganlai and Hua Yin thought that the first person they would see would be the little female, but what they saw was a male orc with a sullen face. This person's face was like an iceberg, and the look in his eyes was also cold. Hua Yin, it's over. If I'd said that I knew myself, I'd have been bullied to death. This beastly husband looks like he's not easy to get along with. Luckily, Ganlai is there to stand up for me. Ganlai felt like a fox's paw was poking him from behind, and he felt helpless. The tribe leader spoke at the right moment. This is the goddess's first beast husband, Inghua. Inghua, this is Ganlai from the Bamboo Bear tribe, and Hua Yin from the Nine-Tailed tribe. Ganlai, hello. Inghua nodded and said expressionlessly, follow me. The first thing you see when you enter is a large wooden fence covered with large animal skins. Guess there must be some miscellaneous items there. Ganlai didn't think much about it. The next time I looked, I saw Yun Caicai lying on the stone bed, and my heart suddenly tightened. This little female had blonde hair, a pretty face, and snow-white skin. When she looked at them, her eyes were full of charm. Standing next to him was a male orc with a kind face, but there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. Ganlai was filled with emotion. He had never seen such a beautiful female. Even the Nine-Tailed tribe, known for its beauty across the orc continent, had never seen a young female so pure and beautiful. Is it because of her beauty that she is given the title of goddess? It seems that this makes some sense. The two beastly husbands of this goddess, one cold and one hot, seem to be not to be underestimated. Ganlai came back to his senses and subconsciously looked at Hua Yin. Really? Hua Yin stared at Yun Caicai, her eyes full of amazement. He has a good appearance, but now he looks a bit dull. Ganlai really wanted to laugh. At first sight, Hua Yin was completely captivated. This is the goddess of our tribe, Yun Caicai. This is the goddess's second beast husband and my grandson, Song He. The cheerful voice of the patriarch woke Hua Yin up. A blush suddenly appeared on Hua Yin's face, and she was a little afraid to look at the little female on the stone bed. Ganlai was the first to answer. Hello everyone, I am Ganlai from the Bamboo Bear tribe. Hello, I am Hua Yin from the Nine-Tailed tribe. After saying that, Hua Yin's eyes widened and she immediately covered her mouth. It's over. How come he became a stutterer? The goddess won't dislike him, right? Yin Caicai's gaze fell on the male orc whose gender was unclear. Outstanding appearance and eccentric behavior. He looks like a child who has not grown up. But after all, the grade is there, and it cannot be underestimated. Ganlai, on the other hand, is strong and sturdy, comparable to Ing Hua, and is obviously a good fighter. Ganlai. Both parties were very satisfied at first sight. Yun Caicai smiled at the two of them, lifted the animal skin blanket covering her body, slowly stood up, and said in a calm voice, "Welcome." At this time, Yin Caicai's bulging belly was revealed to the public. Ganlai's eyes lit up before he could say anything. Meow, 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 meow. The cute cries of kittens could be heard from the fence. The kids are awake. Maybe they want to go out and play. Yin Caicai's clear voice sounded. Ing Hua exchanged a glance with her, then stepped forward and lifted the animal skins covering the wooden fence. He and Song He carried the animals one by one out of the cave, as if they were familiar with the place, letting the cubs run around. At this time, Ganlai and Hua Yin were already standing there in a daze. After a while, after hearing the explanation from the patriarch, they finally digested this fact. The little female, no, the goddess actually gave birth to 9 cubs in one litter and is now pregnant and will give birth soon. Ganlai's eyes suddenly became hot when he looked at Yun Caicai. If I say that I was dazzled by Yun Caicai's appearance at first, now I am completely convinced. The females of their Bamboo Bear tribe not only have a long gestation period, but can only give birth to 1 cub at a time. If it weren't for their high combat power, good living environment, and high survival rate of the cubs, their tribe would probably be in a much more difficult situation. But even so, if this continues, within a few years, the Bamboo Bear tribe will withdraw from the ranks of large tribes, let alone be on par with the super tribes. And now, the goddess gave him hope. Could the goddess fulfill his long-cherished wish of having many children? The more Ganlai thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He must be the beastly husband of the goddess. Chapter 51. Fighting for Favor. Ganlai couldn't wait to promote himself. Goddess, I am the young master of the Bamboo Bear tribe. I am a mid-level heavenly grade beast, and I excel in strength and defense. If you are willing to take me as your beast husband and give birth to a cub for me, my Bamboo Bear tribe will do its utmost to protect your safety. Hua Yin was anxious, unwilling to be outdone, saying, although I am only a low-level heavenly grade cultivator, my beast form is flexible and I excel at speed. Our Nine-Tailed tribe is also willing to join forces with the Divine Cat tribe to protect the safety of you and the Beastmen, as long as you agree to form a partnership with me. The two men's eager expressions really pleased the patriarch. Look, all the arrogance and dignity he showed when they first met disappeared in front of Yun Caicai. The clan leader stroked his white beard and asked, Caicai, although both young masters are interested in you, the final outcome still depends on your choice. What do you think? Ganlai and Hua Yin were both more nervous than each other, and they both stared at Yun Caicai closely. Yun Caicai pretended to be in deep thought. After a moment, she sighed and said, forget it. For the sake of the tribe, I am willing to form a partnership with the two of you. Okay. The patriarch was very satisfied. It's better to do it today than to wait for a better day. Why not carve it today? Ganlai's eyes were burning. He was really afraid that Yun Caicai would change her mind, or that something unexpected would happen if it was too late. At this stage, Yun Caicai needs high-level male orcs to form couples and have cubs to exchange for points. Since there is a ready-made, high-quality male orc right in front of her, she will not hesitate and we'll take him directly. Yun Caicai chuckled and nodded. Okay. Which doctor cave? Who's going first, you two? This time, it was the witch doctor Jiang Chun who personally carved the shape for Yun Caicai. Just as Hua Yin was about to step forward, Ganlai pulled her back. You drank my water yesterday. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Hua Yin gave him a resentful look and said, I want to regret it, can I? Of course not. Ganlai glanced at him, then sat down in front of Jiang Chun first as if a spring breeze was blowing on his face. Hua Yin was filled with regret. I won't die of thirst if I drink less water. Why did I agree so rashly? No, it's Ganlai who is too cunning. Unexpectedly, the first lesson after becoming a beastly husband was taught to him by his good brother Ganlai. Soon, a lifelike little orange cat was carved on Ganlai and Hua Yin's forehead, and on Yun Caicai's forearm. A cute bamboo bear and a seven-tailed white fox appeared one after another. On the way back to the beast cave, Ganlai smirked and said, Hua Yin, didn't you say you wanted to be together forever? And you even said you might not be interested in females. Why are you trying to compete with me today? Hua Yin immediately exploded. Shut up. I've changed my mind. I'd rather be her 100th beast husband than casually mate with a female I don't like just for the sake of a lifelong companionship. Ganlai, I warn you, don't destroy my image in the heart of the goddess. Ganlai Lauket. This stupid fox, who does he think he can fool? Yun Caicai looked at the two of them flirting and playing. One was beautiful and the other was handsome, and she felt a little more relaxed and comfortable in her heart. When they arrived at the beast cave, the two were still vying for favor. Hua Yin, tonight is mine, and tomorrow night is yours. Ganlai, I made you my third beast husband. Of course I have to accompany Kai tonight. No room for negotiation. Ganlai. Yun Caicai, stop arguing. I'm pregnant now, so it's not convenient for me to get married with you two. We'll divide the two up after I give birth. Yun Caicai looked at the four people in the beast cave. Ganlai and Hua Yin were squeezed next to her, followed by Song He. Only Yinghua was at the outermost edge, paying attention to the movements outside from time to time. Do those who do the most, but are not good at speaking, not deserve to be seen? Yun Caicai felt inexplicably distressed. She said, Yinghua will accompany me tonight, Songha tomorrow, Ganlai the day after tomorrow, and Hua Yin after that. Yinghua looked up in surprise, and Yun Caicai looked at him, smiled and nodded. His heart was filled with sweetness, and that was enough, really. We'll follow this order from now on. Yinghua, come here. The others can go to the outer room to rest and keep watch. After Yun Caicai spoke, the other three did not dare to object, but they silently raised the importance of Yinghua in their hearts. Especially Ganlai, who had the highest rank. He had originally ignored them and thought that he would definitely be able to accompany the little female tonight. Unexpectedly, the goddess treated everyone equally regardless of their rank. Yinghua gently hugged Yun Caicai, with a gleam in his eyes from time to time. The three people outside the beast cave stared at each other and had hardly slept all night. Chapter 52 Production. The days passed quickly. One day, Yun Caicai felt a pain in her abdomen and a familiar feeling came over her. She said calmly, Song He, go get a witch doctor. I'm about to give birth. Yinghua, you go guard outside the beast cave. No unauthorized persons are allowed to enter. Yinghua frowned tightly, looked at Yun Caicai deeply with worry, and then obediently led the way out. Ganlai and Hua Yin looked at each other and were about to leave. He knew that giving birth was always difficult for females, but since Yun Caicai was awarded the title of goddess, she must have some unique qualities. Hua Yin was about to ask to stay when Ganlai covered her mouth and took her out. Hua Yin struggled. Ganlai only let go after they reached the outside of the beast cave. Ganlai, what are you doing? Hua Yin said angrily. Giving birth is so dangerous. I want to be with Caicai. Why are you stopping me from talking? Ganlai took a deep breath. Who wouldn't want to stay by Caicai's side? But look, there's a witch doctor, Su Anyang, and the cub's father, Song Yi. What else can you do standing in there besides making a fuss and disturbing Caicai's mind? I won't. Hua Yin crossed her arms angrily. I'm just worried. Ganlai didn't say anything else. He glanced at Yinghua and thought, the one I was most worried about is now obediently guarding the cave entrance. Since they are new here, they need to be sensible so that they can be liked more by the females. Under Yun Caicai was the newly woven animal skin that Su Sanhua had laid out. Su Sanhua was not there when she gave birth last time, but this time, As the delivery was approaching, Su Sanhua's health was getting better and better, so she came to the animal cave every day to help take care of the cubs and clean up things. Fortunately, this time when her baby was born, her mother was always by her side. But looking at Yun Caicai's slender waist, her belly seemed to be growing at an alarming speed, as if it were inflating. Su Sanhua didn't show it on her face, but she was very worried in her heart. She once secretly ran to the witch doctor's cave to ask the witch doctor. The witch doctor said that Yun Caicai had a special physique, so it didn't matter if she had many cubs. Just like her first baby, the delivery would definitely be fast and smooth. But giving birth to a young female is like stepping 1 foot into the gates of hell. How can a mother not worry and feel sorry for a child? Su Sanhua wiped the sweat from Yun Caicai's forehead. Seeing her face was pale from pain, she said with concern, "Caicai, mother is here. Eat something before giving birth so you have the strength to give birth. This is the fish soup my mother made for you. Have a sip." "Good." Su Sanhua helped Yun Caicai up. She half sat against the wall, drinking the soup and thinking, "The fish soup is delicious. The fish meat is tender and smooth, and it feels very soothing to the internal organs after eating it. My mother is really considerate. When she gave birth last time, she only drank a bowl of water, so her stomach was indeed empty after the birth. She swallowed the pain-relieving pill, and soon the pain in her abdomen disappeared, leaving only strong contractions." Su Sanhua looked at Yun Caicai with a worried look on her face, and at this moment there was movement outside the cave. "The witch doctor is here. The witch doctor is here. Everyone make way. Please come in." Song He's anxious voice sounded. "Song He, please put me, an old woman, down first." The helpless voice of the witch doctor, Jiang Chun, came. Yun Caicai looked up and almost laughed. It turned out that Song He was afraid of delaying too long, so he ran all the way here carrying the witch doctor. The witch doctor knew that he was anxious and did not blame him. Song He put the witch doctor down, his hands still shaking. Looking at Yun Caicai's pale face, he was so nervous that he couldn't speak. "I just secretly swore in my heart that I must treat Caicai and Zai Zai well in the future. Witch doctor, can you please check if Caicai is okay?" Su Sanhua asked first. The witch doctor walked over to the stone bed and felt Yun Caicai's belly. "It feels fine, but I can't tell how many there are. She's about to give birth, and it's going to be painful, but try not to scream, just like last time. Save your strength for the birth." Jiang Chun instructed Yun Caicai. "This time it should be faster than your first birth, but it will be a little more painful. However, everything varies from person to person. Caicai, you are favored by the beast god, so it will definitely go as smoothly as your first birth." Yun Caicai nodded, pretending to be in pain, but enduring it. Su Sanhua clenched her hands. At this moment, she couldn't panic. Only if she remained calm could the child have a backbone. "Caicai, mother is with you. Soon, our Caicai will be the best." "Mother," Yun Caicai called out softly. For some reason, she felt inexplicably sad in her heart. Soon, a strong urge to defecate came. Yun Caicai followed Jiang Chun's voice and tried several times for about half an hour. "Finally, I felt like I had defecated after thousands of years, and it felt very refreshing. It's born. The first one is a little male. There's more," Jiang Chun exclaimed. At the same time, Yun Caicai heard the report from the system pomegranate. The host gave birth to her 10th offspring, beast-shaped orange cat, male, grade, high-grade yellow. Reward, 10 points, 25 kilograms of millet x10. Congratulations to the host. Your offspring has reached 10th place, and you will receive 100 bonus points. The host gave birth to his 11th offspring, beast form, black cat, male, talent, high-grade yellow. Reward, 10 points, 5 kilograms x10 fresh pork. The host gave birth to his 12th offspring, beast form, black cat, male, talent, earth grade primary. Reward, 20 points, toiletry set x10. The host gave birth to his 13th offspring, beast-shaped orange cat, male, talent, earth grade intermediate. Reward, 20 points, disposable biodegradable diaper pads, x30 packs. The host gave birth to his 14th offspring, beast-shaped orange color black cat, male, talent, earth grade intermediate. Reward, 20 points, a pair of stone marrow, can make fire, x10. The host gave birth to her 15th offspring, beast-shaped tortoiseshell cat, female, talent, high-grade yellow. Reward, 10 points, 5 hot lunchboxes. The host gave birth to her 16th offspring, beast-shaped calico cat, female, talent, high-grade yellow. Reward, 10 points, 5 pottery jars. The host gave birth to her 17th offspring, beast-shaped tortoiseshell cat, male, talent, high-grade earth quality, reward, 20 points, 20 kilograms x 10 kitten cat food. The host gave birth to his 18th offspring, beast-shaped orange-spotted black cat, male, talent, high-grade earth quality, reward, 20 points, sturdy and durable wooden fence x1. The host gave birth to her 19th offspring, beast-shaped black cat, female, talent, earth-grade intermediate, reward, 20 points, large iron pot x1. The host gave birth to the 20th offspring, beast form, calico cat, male, talent, earth-grade intermediate, reward, 20 points, 2 kilograms x 10 bags of baby milk powder. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 20th place. 100 bonus points. The host has given birth to her 21st offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, a giant golden black panther cat, male, with a talent, Xian grade primary. Reward, 40 points, 1 Huang grade advanced potion, which can be used to increase the rank. System prompt. The host gave birth to 12 offspring, 9 males and 3 females, with a bonus of 220 points. The total number of offspring exceeded 20, with a bonus of 200 points. The current total score is 420 points. In addition, there are additional rewards: 2 fertility pills, 1 pain-free pill, 1 recovery pill, 1 milk-enhancing pill, a hidden grade potion, 7 space expansion coupons, and lifespan plus 2 years. Note, the total points have reached 630, 210 points have been consumed, for 120 points remaining. The level 2 mall has now been unlocked. Mall items can be purchased with points. I hope the host will continue to work hard and have good luck with pregnancy. Chapter 53 Heartache. Listening to the system's announcement that the rewards have been distributed, Yun Caicai closed her eyes and thought. This time, there are 3 more cubs than the last litter, but the points are barely the same. Not only are there fewer things, but the reward lifespan is also 1 year less. As expected, the rank of the male beast man that one forms a partner with is quite important. In the future, she will try to only form partnerships with high-level orcs so that she can get more points as rewards. Fortunately, if the quality is not enough, the quantity can make up for it. The number of offspring exceeded 20, and an additional 200 points were obtained. Yun Caicai guessed that the number of offspring might be related to the beast form of the male beast man. Inghua's beast form was huge, and the cubs he gave birth to were also bigger, while Songha's beast form was ordinary, so the cubs he gave birth to were more and smaller. Of course, this remains to be verified. After all, she just gave birth to 2 babies. However, although the types of rewards this time are fewer, there is one reward that solves Yun Caicai's current problem. That is the grade hidden potion. With it, Yun Caicai can now take intermediate and advanced yellow grade potions without any worries. I can finally improve my strength secretly. Yun Caicai couldn't help but sigh that the system pomegranate was really thoughtful and would give you whatever you needed. All in all, Yun Caicai was very satisfied with the rewards brought by the birth of this cub. Yun Caicai gave birth to 12 kittens in a row, 9 males and 3 females, which once again shocked Jiang Chun, who delivered the babies, to the point of being speechless. After a long while, he finally said, as expected of the beast god's favorite goddess. Blessing from the beast god. Jiang Chun sighed sincerely and said that no matter how many cubs Yun Caicai gave birth to in the future, no matter how strange things happen to her, Jiang Chun felt that she would definitely accept it well. Su Sanhua also stood there in a daze. Why, there's still so many cubs. I thought it was a miracle that Yun Caicai gave birth to 9 cubs. But after looking at the bed full of cubs, Jiang Chun thought again. He didn't expect that this little female broke her own record. He looked at the stone bed full of kittens and was deeply shocked. He didn't even dare to take action, just stared blankly. My first thought afterwards was, great, he really became a father. Then another thought came to his mind. Caicai gave birth to more puppies for him than Inghua. This thought strangely soothed the jealousy that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Now he is content with everything as he has a cub. He looked at this one and that one, and couldn't get enough of looking at the furry little cubs. The patriarch was guarding outside the cave, listening to the faint sounds of surprise and pacing back and forth nervously. I don't dare to expect the goddess to give birth to so many cubs. As long as the goddess gives birth safely, even if it is just 1 cub, it will be a blessing for their Songha family. The witch doctor Jiang Chun calmed himself down, and his men quickly packed up everything and were the first to leave the beast cave. The clan leader's eyes lit up, and he went to meet her. How is Caicai? All the best. Jiang Chun deliberately didn't mention the cubs, which made the patriarch spin around anxiously. He couldn't help but ask, "What about the cubs? How many were born? Are they all okay? Hey, come on, tell me." Jiang Chun then smiled and said, "There are 12 in total, 3 females and 9 males. Chief, you have successors. Congratulations on becoming a great-grandfather." What? The clan leader thought that the baby would be just like the first one, but the result was good, really good. When he came to his senses, he burst into tears. The clan leader's descendants were dwindling, and his only son died young, leaving him only a grandson, Song He. And now, Yun Caicai has single-handedly given him a large family. The clan leader was very grateful. Fortunately, he had always been caring for Yun Caicai, and fortunately, Song He was chosen to be her beastly husband. Thank the beast god for sending Yun Caicai to their divine cat tribe. Yun Caicai is a well-deserved goddess. At this moment, the patriarch felt sincere gratitude and respect for Yun Caicai. Caicai took the opportunity to take the recovery pill and the milk-increasing pill. The kittens smelled the milk and opened their mouths to suck it, but there were too many of them, so they had to be fed in batches. Although the kittens are small, they are all very enthusiastic when drinking milk. Fortunately, there are milk-enhancing pills, otherwise so many cubs would have been hungry from the moment they were born. After the cubs finished feeding, Caicai fiddled with them and let them sleep in a row close together. This way they took up less space, and she dared to turn over when she slept. Otherwise, she was always afraid of crushing the cubs. Caicai, giving birth is very tiring, so you should eat something to replenish your energy. This is what I prepared early in the morning and is keeping warm, Su Sanhua said softly. She felt very distressed. Others would only be happy about Caicai's extraordinary fertility, but she actually thought that she would rather Caicai was just an ordinary little female. With so many cubs in her belly, Caicai must have felt so uncomfortable during her pregnancy, but she never mentioned it. Fortunately, everything went well when she gave birth. "Thank you, Auntie. I'm just hungry." Yun Caicai took the wooden bowl, which contained very soft minced meat soup, seasoned with a little salt and added with fragrant wild vegetables, giving it a unique flavor. Yun Caicai picked up the wooden spoon and started eating with big mouthfuls, her expression very pious. As soon as the minced meat and vegetable soup enters the abdomen, it feels warm and comfortable instantly. During this birth, someone delivered the baby and someone else took care of her, as if she were the baby. Very nice. She was abandoned at birth, grew up with difficulty, and encountered the end of the world. Yun Caicai has been suffering, so a little bit of sweetness will make her remember it for a long time. And mother, this special pronoun, gradually began to have a voice, appearance, and smile. That is Su Sanhua. She experienced what maternal love was from Su Sanhua. It was so delicate and heartwarming, and it even smelled reassuring. Since she has been without a mother since she was born, from today on, Su Sanhua is her mother. "Mother," Yun Caicai called sweetly. Su Sanhua turned around, a gentle smile on her face, wrinkles piling up at the corners of her eyes. "Hey, my mother is here. What happened to Caicai?" "It's okay. I just wanted to call you." "Mother, mother, mother." "Mom." Yun Caicai called silently in her heart. Su Sanhua looked at Yun Caicai with a doting look on her face. "You are the mother of so many children, and yet you are still like a child." Yun Caicai just raised her face and smiled at her. Su Sanhua shook her head and continued packing. Yun Caicai still stared at Su Sanhua intently, as if she couldn't see enough. Chapter 54, Great Kindness. Su Sanhua personally wiped the stains from Yun Caicai's body. She whispered in surprise, "Caicai, your physique is really extraordinary. It's exactly the same as before you got pregnant." Yun Caicai smiled guiltily. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Su Sanhua looked at Yun Caicai's bulging belly when she was pregnant. There was no wrinkle on it, and now it was as flat as before. Caicai is a rare female that is easy to conceive and extremely suitable for giving birth. Perhaps she can no longer look at her daughter with the old eyes. Su Sanhua felt a little proud in her heart. Yun Caicai is her daughter. Only after Yun Caicai had packed up did Song he go out to call for help. The clan leader, Inghua, Ganlai, and Huayan couldn't wait to enter the beast cave. Inghua's eyes were immediately fixed on Yun Caicai. Seeing that she was safe, he finally felt relieved. Then he looked at the pile of kittens on the bed and frowned. There were more of them than his kittens. Oh, it's okay. His kittens are powerful. One can beat two. Hua Yan's pupils trembled, her face showed surprise, and then she looked at Yun Caicai with admiration. This little female gave birth to so many cubs, it's really amazing. Will Hua Yan be able to have many cubs in the future? Of course, his cubs must be the most beautiful. Ganlai looked at Yun Caicai with complicated eyes. This little female had broken his perception of her again. I originally thought I was more than worthy of her, but now it seems like I'm marrying above my station. In the future, Yun Caicai is destined to be snatched away by high-level orcs. The patriarch walked in front, his steps a little unsteady. He looked at them one by one, carefully examining them, but the cubs were fast asleep and unaware of his presence. There are black cats, orange cats, and small calico cats. Although small, it is full of vitality, and its little belly bulges with its breathing. After a long time, the patriarch's eyes turned red. Caicai, Tangju. His voice was a little choked. Grandpa clan leader, this is also my child. Yun Caicai persuaded softly. She could understand the clan leader's feelings. Grandpa, this is a happy occasion. Why are you crying? Song he supported the clan leader and persuaded him to sit on a round wooden stake. Oh, I'm excited. The patriarch wiped his eyes and tried hard to suppress his surging emotions. He looked around. The beast cave given to Yun Caicai was the largest beast cave, and he thought it was enough. But now that there are so many cubs, once they can run and jump, it will inevitably become cramped. What's more, this is only the second baby, and there are Takakuma and nine-tailed fox waiting behind. Therefore, the clan leader waved his hand and allocated the two adjacent animal caves on the left and right to Yun Caicai. I was just thinking that with so many kids, there might not be enough space for them to live here. This is the best, Yun Caicai said with a smile. Then let's temporarily arrange for Inghua to live in the beast cave on the left and Songha to live in the beast cave on the right. The cubs are still small now, so they can live together. You can move in when the cubs are older. Ganlai and Hua Yan, please help them take care of the kittens. You should learn how to take care of the kittens as soon as possible so that you can start right away when you have your own kittens. Yun Caicai gave the order slowly, and the four of them nodded in agreement. Caicai, just take care of the cubs and don't worry about their food. The tribe will provide for you until they grow up. The chief continued. This wasn't an emotional outburst, but rather a precedent. A female with a special physique that easily conceived cubs was a treasure to the entire tribe. Moreover, Yun Caicai was now the goddess of their tribe. Ku Yun Caicai lowered her eyes and said, Grandpa, the clan leader, is kind enough to lighten our burden, but we have so many mouths to feed. If we just sit there and wait to be fed, I'm afraid that in the long run, we'll all be at odds with each other. The patriarch thought about it and felt that something was indeed wrong. How about this? We send 1 or 2 people to join the hunting team every day, help the hunting team hunt for half a day, take away our own food, and then we go hunting by ourselves in the remaining half a day, and it all depends on our ability. How about it? Yun Caicai suggested after thinking for a moment. If others get the promise from the patriarch, I am afraid that what they give may not be enough. But Yun Caicai considered it from his perspective. Their divine cat tribe could barely be considered a small or medium-sized tribe. Unlike the super tribe, they could provide for females and cubs without any worries. The tribe's current highest combat power is here. Obviously, they could hunt on their own and even catch more. But Yun Caicai took the initiative to ask her beast husband to go to the hunting team to help. If they could take action, the hunting team's harvest would probably be even richer than before. The tribe benefited, but they were the ones who suffered. The clan leader sighed and said, The goddess is very kind. The patriarch thought again that the hunting team could not be divided equally as before and needed to be redistributed. The goddess is righteous, and they cannot let her suffer any loss. Besides, we need more guards here with the goddess to feel at ease. So the next day, more than 10 male orcs came to the vicinity of the beast cave. They were delighted to hear that the goddess had successfully given birth to 12 cubs. They took the initiative to patrol and guard in batches, vowing to protect the goddess tightly. After the patriarch left, Yun Caicai looked at the 4 beastly husbands in front of her with a smile. From today on, Inghua and Hua Yan will be in one group, and Ganlai and Songha will be in another. Whether we're hunting or on night watch, we'll be grouped like this first. How about that? Caicai, I'll listen to you. Inghua doesn't care. Everything comes first for him. I want to be in a group with Gan. Hearing Inghua's agreement, Hua Yan couldn't help but speak out. He grew up with Ganlai and was very familiar with him. Most importantly, He didn't want to spend even a single second with this big ice cube. Although Song he didn't say anything, he also wanted to be in the same group with Inghua. After all, they had known each other for a long time and had a tacit understanding. Moreover, Inghua was a cold-faced but warm-hearted teammate, making him a rare good teammate. Ganlai said in a deep voice, "Since Caicai arranged it this way, she must have her reasons." Huayan, don't be willful. Huayan was dejected and curled her lips. Looking at Huayan like this, Yun Caicai would have ignored him if it were someone else. But now seeing Huayan so sad, she couldn't help but want to rub the ahog on his head. It's true that beauty can mislead people. Inghua and Songha are both members of the tribe. With them guiding you, you can get familiar with everyone in the tribe as quickly as possible, which will make things easier. And when you're on night duty, you can also observe and learn one-on-one how to take care of the cubs. Yun Caicai explained patiently. Huayan's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, Caicai, I'll listen to you." Huayan thought to herself, "It turns out Caicai cares so much about my opinion that she even specifically told it to me." The look he gave her became increasingly intense. This little female is so beautiful right after giving birth. He can't get enough of looking at her. He really wants to eat her up in one bite. Ganlai ruthlessly refused. "No, I want to eat first." Chapter 55 changes. "Okay, I'm tired and need a rest." After saying that, Yun Caicai began to ruthlessly drive people away. Su Sanhua helped Yun Caicai lie down and said with a smile, "You must be tired after tossing and turning for so long. Come and lie down. Mother will accompany you. Go to sleep quickly, child." Yun Caicai laid down obediently, and Su Sanhua sat on the wooden stake beside her and began to sew the animal skin closed quietly. Upon hearing this, Inghua stood up first, walked step by step to Huayan, and looked at him with a pair of cold eyes. Huayan's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. "You, what are you doing? Want to fight? I'm not afraid of you." A rare flash of disdain flashed across Inghua's eyes. He said coldly, "Let's go hunting." Huayan suddenly realized, hunting is hunting. From the look on her face, she thought she was going to beat him up. He followed Inghua while complaining in his heart, his eyes staring at Inghua's back as if holes were about to pop out of his head. But as soon as Inghua turned around, he immediately looked around and pretended that it was not him. Ganlai was speechless watching from behind. He really wanted to pull Huayan's fox ears and scold him for being coward. Huayan's rank is obviously higher, but he is actually afraid of Inghua. Now he's actually suppressed by Inghua, which is really a disgrace to their Tianpin. Where did the courage to argue with him go? How come it disappeared all of a sudden? Ganlai turned his head away angrily, refusing to look anymore. He was afraid that if he continued to look, he would not be able to help but beat him up. No matter what Ganlai thought, Huayan still followed Inghua out of the beast cave. "Song," he said gently, "you and I will take care of the cub, and let Caicai have a good rest." Ganlai nodded and said, "Okay." Yun Caicai didn't care about the two of them, closed her eyes, turned around, and fell asleep. The moment she closed her eyes, Yun Caicai immediately checked the reward given by the system. All the rewards are in the space. Name, hidden grade potion. No matter what rank you reach, it will be displayed as yellow rank. Valid for 1 year. Yun Caicai held the transparent potion and thought, it turns out it still has a year's shelf life, but 1 year should be enough. After a year, Yun Caicai believed that she would have the strength to protect herself. Yun Caicai turned her back and couldn't wait to take the grade hiding potion. It had no taste and no feeling. Then, she took all the intermediate and advanced yellow grade potions. Suddenly, her body felt a little hot, and her arms and thighs felt a little sore, and then spread to her limbs and bones. This feeling lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. After the soreness disappeared, unlike before, Yun Caicai felt full of strength. She thought that if she could try, she might be able to kill a beast with 1 punch. Now she has reached the high level of yellow grade, and can be considered a master in the small tribe. A sense of security lingers in her heart, and it is just around the corner for her, Yun Caicai, to break through to the earth grade. What changes will occur in the body at that time? I'm really looking forward to that day. Yun Caicai calmed herself down and began to check the system mall. The accumulated points have exceeded 500 points. Do you want to unlock the secondary mall? Unlock. As soon as he finished speaking, the mall emitted a dazzling white light. A moment later, the appearance of the mall changed. If the first level mall was a small store in the village, then the second level mall was a small shop in the county town. Even the plaque that reads System Mall has become bigger and more beautiful. Successfully unlocked the secondary mall. Rewards are as follows. 2.5 kilograms of salt x 10, 50 kilograms of flour x 10, 50 kilograms of rice x 10, 50 kilograms of millet x 10, 20 kilograms of kitten cat food x 10, 2 kilograms of kitten mill powder x 50, 20 kilograms of various fresh fruits and vegetables x 50, 50 kilograms of various fresh meats x 50, 1 box of instant noodles x 30, 10 fertility pills, 10 fitness pills, 10 beauty pills, 10 detoxification pills, 10 space expansion coupons, 10 yellow grade iron axes, 10 yellow grade hoes, 10 yellow grade bow and arrow sets, 10 earth grade steel knives, 10 profound grade daggers, 1 profound grade animal hide defensive suit, 1 heaven grade animal hide defensive suit. Rewards have been sent to the space. Please check. It turns out that there are so many rewards for upgrading them all. It's even more than the reward she gets for giving birth to a baby. Yun Caicai was so happy to hear there were rewards. I really want to upgrade them all to the maximum level as soon as possible. And this time, there's also a top-grade protective suit. I love it. She'll put on soon. Another day full of security. Yun Caicai continued to check them all. Originally, the only items that could be traded with points in the Level 1 system mall were yellow-grade items, mostly daily necessities. The rest were gray and untradeable. Now that it has been upgraded to Level 2, the gray area has been reduced, and items with Earth-grade attributes can be traded. But she looked at her points balance, which was only 420 points. The things in the mall were expensive, and she would become a pauper again if she bought anything. It was such a ripoff. No, she needs to save more points this time to be prepared. She should go check out the specials. There are still 8 items on sale this time. Name, Shengzi Pill, yellow grade. Increase your chances of conception with 1 shot. Original price 100 points, current price 10 points. Buy 1 get 9 free, first come first served. Name, primary potion, earth grade. After taking it, the grade will be immediately upgraded to the primary level of earth grade. Please note that only the high-level yellow grade can use it. Original price 2,600 points, current price 260 points. Name, Big Iron Hammer, Xianpin. With extremely high attack power, 1 hammer blow will make brains fly. Do you want to be such a powerful hammer sister? Original price 2,000 points, current price 200 points. Name, Speed Boots, Xianpin. Once you put them on, your running speed will instantly double. Perfect for escaping. Original price 2,300 points, current price 230 points. Name, Space Expansion Coupon times 100 yellow. Once used, the space will immediately expand by 100 cubic meters, making it the perfect choice for storage. Original price 500 points, current price 50 points. Name, 1.5 kilograms of filling beef jerky, local quality. It can replenish the body's energy and provide a strong sense of fullness. 1 stick is equivalent to a whole meal. Original price 1,100 points, current price 110 points. Buy 1, get 1 free, a great investment. Name, Premium Tea 500G, yellow. It tastes great and is refreshing. After 1 cup, you will feel refreshed. Original price 300 points, current price 30 points. Name, Vegetable and Fruit Seeds 500GX10, yellow. These 10 kinds of fruits and vegetables are suitable for cultivation in the animal world. They are delicious and extremely rare treasures. Original price 500 points, current price 50 points. Chapter 56 Confrontation. The fertility pill is a benefit for her. At 10 points each, it's not a good deal for her. Now, there's a buy 1 get 9 free offer. If you don't take advantage of this bargain, when will you? You must buy it. Adding in the rewards from the previous mall upgrade, she now has 20 medicinal pills. A full 100 points. Isn't that a 10-fold profit? Exchange for the fertility pill, yellow grade. Exchange successful. Points dash 10. But after redeeming it once, the fertility pill will instantly turn gray. This is only once. Not grand at all. Just wait for the next refresh. Looking down further, it was a low-grade primary potion. She is already at the high level of yellow grade, and once she gets it, she will immediately become earth grade. Yun Caicai looked at the points and found that it required 260 points. Well, she thinks Wang Pin is high grade and good. Anyway, Yun Caicai is about to arrange her next baby. Wouldn't the free system rewards at that time be even better? Keep reading, forget about the big hammer. She already has a top grade dagger, and the system just rewarded her with a bunch. Points are so tight. So let's skip it for now. Boots of Speed, the best choice for escape? Oh my god, this explanation hit Yun Caicai's heart directly. She wanted it so badly. Such a powerful weapon must be arranged. Exchange for speed boots, Xianpin. Exchange successful. Points, 230 points. Space expansion coupons are an urgent need. It's a bit slow for her space to expand relying solely on system rewards. Even if you upgrade in the mall, you only get 10. Yun Caicai hardened her heart in exchange for 100 space expansion coupons. Exchange for space expansion coupon X100, yellow. Exchange successful. Points dash 50. There are now 130 points left. Woo woo woo. But she also wants the remaining kinds of food and drinks. But now I only have 130 points, so I can't buy it anymore. I have to save some for next time. Yun Caicai reluctantly left the mall, and her consciousness returned to space. Use space expansion coupons times 117. Use successfully. There was a flash of white light, and the space immediately expanded by 117 cubic meters. Now the space has reached 130 cubic meters. The storage space has been greatly increased. Putting on the animal skin-style speed boots, I felt more at ease instantly. Yun Caicai fell asleep with a sense of satisfaction in her heart. It was great. It was another day full of anticipation. Caicai, na wei. When I opened my eyes again, it was already afternoon. The first thing I saw was Song He's gentle face. He was holding a bowl of cooked minced meat and wild vegetable soup in his hand. When he saw Yun Caicai wake up, he hurried forward to help her up. Are you feeling better? I just made you some soup. Can you have some to fill your stomach? Okay. Yun Caicai drank from Song He's hand, while Ganlai was diligently cleaning the kittens. He was silent and looked as if he was oppressed. Yun Caicai just took a look and didn't care. He looks like he is willing to suffer injustice, but who knows if he is doing it on purpose. Do you want her to see your heartache and then love him more? Sorry, she is very clear-headed. How could a top grade being ordered around by an earth grade being? These two male orcs are both very thoughtful, so let's fight them when we have the chance. She was bored and just took it as a pastime. Ganlai, who was diligently cleaning up the kittens, looked up and saw Song He feeding Yun Caicai broth spoonful by spoonful. Yun Caicai also had a smile on her face and didn't notice his hard work. Ganlai frowned for a moment, then quickly relaxed. Soon, a voice asking for advice humbly rang out. Song He, can you come and take a look at this kitten? I don't dare to move here. Song He put down the wooden bowl after hearing this. Caicai, I'll go take a look. Yeah. Yun Caicai looked at the two of them with interest. Didn't I just demonstrate it to you? You just need to wipe the kittens, but clean. Didn't you do a good job just now? Song He asked back. Ganlai pursed his lips and said, I'm just afraid of making a mistake and hurting the little one again. Song He frowned. Forget it, then I'll do it. You should take care of your own child. Ganlai then came to Yun Caicai and said with a smile, Caicai, Song He is busy. Let me feed you, otherwise it will get cold later. Yun Caicai continued to enjoy the service of another handsome man. At this time, Song He came to his senses, looked at Ganlai with a dark face, and didn't say much. Ganlai won this round of small confrontation. Yun Caicai suddenly understood the ancient emperors. The beautiful concubines were jealous of him. But as long as they did not make any extreme mistakes, the emperor would consider some harmless little actions of the concubines to be a kind of fun. There are both checks and balances and favoritism. Isn't this the case with Yun Caicai now? By the way, where is my mother? Asked Yun Caicai when she saw that she was not in the beast cave. Ganlai said, Your father came to pick you up just now. She didn't want to wake you up and said to come back early tomorrow morning. At this time, Su Sanhua is in the beast cave. She was gathering the family for a meeting. Su Sanhua said solemnly, You all know about Caicai's situation. She is now the goddess of our tribe. As her family, we must not let her down. Shun Rongjuan, Caicai's eldest brother, was the first to speak out. Having many children is a good thing, but childbirth is always difficult. We can only feel sorry for her and will never intentionally cause trouble again. We certainly won't bully others just because we're the goddess's brothers or tarnish her reputation. The second brother, Shun Yi, also said, Yes, mother, don't worry. We won't bully others and we will keep our mouths shut. We will hunt harder tomorrow and give our sister more food. The third brother, Tang Chao, said, My sister has always loved eating wild fruits and vegetables. She really liked the wild fruits I gave her last time. I'll go look for some more to see if there's anything new to change her taste. My younger brother, Yin Hai, was still 2 years away from adulthood. His face flushed, and he said, I won't cause trouble, but others shouldn't either. If I hear someone bullying my sister, I'll use my fists. Everyone burst into laughter. Yes, our Xiaohai is amazing. Adding some salt to food always makes it taste better, and Caicai can eat more too. We'll leave some for you, and give the rest to Caicai. Su Sanhua's fourth husband, Cheng Dai, has no children and has always treated Yun Caicai as his own. Her second bestial husband, Shun Baiyu, and her third bestial husband, Tang Winshan, also nodded repeatedly. Old 4 is right. Su Sanhua waved her hands. Why keep anything? I'll just eat the same as you guys. Salt is too expensive. I'll give it all to Caicai. Shen Baiyu reached into the animal hide bag and took out something. Look, what did I find while hunting with a hunting team in the mountains? Wow, it's the witch doctor's treasured wild ginseng. Shen Baiyu, you are so lucky. We don't use on a daily basis, so let's give it to Caicai. I heard that cutting a piece and cooking it with meat is good for the body. Let's give it to Caicai for nourishment. Shen Baiyu said again. Okay, I'll give it to Caicai tomorrow. Mother, I have a gift for sister too. Su Sanhua looked at her youngest son. Oh, what is it? Yin Hai put his hands behind his back and shook his head. This is a secret. Tomorrow, my mother and I will go to see if my sister is okay. I will give it to her myself. Su Sanhua smiled and said, Okay, then you can go with your mother to see your sister tomorrow, but you still have to learn skills from your father the day after tomorrow, okay? Yin Hai puffed out his chest and said, Of course. I won't be lazy. I have to learn skills well so that I can protect my sister, my brother, my mother, and my fathers in the future. Everyone was amused. Yin Dashin had a smile on his face. As Caicai's biological father, it was not appropriate for him to say much, but when he heard that they were all thinking about Caicai, he felt very grateful in his heart and made up his mind to hunt a few more wild beasts tomorrow to provide everyone with a snack. No one had any objection. Seeing everyone so united, Su Sanhua was finally relieved. Chapter 57 Calculation. In fact, at the beginning, Yun Caicai deliberately separated Gan Lai and Hua Yin. At first glance, Hua Yin is a stupid beauty with only pretty looks, but Gan Lai is different. He is a man with high fighting power and high scheming ability. The two of them have a good relationship. If they stay together for a long time, they will definitely stick together. In terms of military strength, Ying Hua and the others will naturally be at a disadvantage. In order to avoid bad things from happening, Yun Caicai separated the two. Hua Yin was given to Ying Hua, and Gan Lai was given to Song He. Small groups were broken up and had to integrate into new groups. Yun Caicai also knew that the old couple Ying Hua and Song He had already had a vague hostility towards the new beastly husband, and it was unknown how long it would take for them to officially accept him. Now, Yun Caicai asked them to lead one person each, so that they could get along well with each other as quickly as possible. As long as the friction and confrontation during the period were not too excessive, Yun Caicai would not care. After Song He finished cleaning up the cubs, he looked at Yun Caicai with a resentful look on his face. Yun Caicai waved to Song He, and Song He immediately ran towards her like a happy puppy. Yun Caicai smiled and said, He was the one who named Yinghua's baby before. Now that your baby is born, you should think of a name for them too. Song He's eyes lit up. Okay, Caicai, thank you. If it weren't for you. Just as Song He was about to express his emotions, Yun Caicai quickly stopped him. Stop! We're a family. Why are we thanking each other? We have so many kids. Go think of names. Okay. Song He smiled happily. Gan Lai raised his head and said, Caicai, can you name our baby from now on? I'm terrible at naming. Song He frowned immediately. What Gan said was really nice. Why did his cub have to be the most noble one? Yun Caicai felt a deadly gaze, and she immediately refused with a smile. I'm already exhausted from giving birth, so don't even think about asking me to use my brain anymore. Song He's brows relaxed instantly, and he continued to calm down and think about the name. Gan Lai was not sad about being rejected and still sat below Yun Caicai. He looked at Yun Caicai's delicate jawline and couldn't help but wonder when it would be her turn to give birth to a baby for him. Ding! The little female Jiang Yunyun, who took the fertility pill, has successfully given birth. Reward host Yun Caicai with plus 5 points, bringing the total points to 135. Yun Caicai. Sure Lu's mechanical, baby voice suddenly rang in her mind, and Yun Caicai then remembered this matter. The points have been credited, which means Jiang Yunyun has also given birth to a baby, and they gave birth on the same day. Not knowing what Jiang Yunyan had given birth to, she wanted to go and see, but she had just given birth. Oh, how curious. At this time she saw Song, he who was deep in thought. Song he, have you thought a name for your baby? Yun Caicai asked with concern. Song he sighed, not yet. How should he name so many cubs? Looking at the bed full of cubs, he felt worried for the first time. Of course, Song he didn't know that there would be more of this sweet burden in the future. Yun Caicai suggested, why don't you go find a clan leader and hear his thoughts? Song's eyes lit up. Yes, Grandpa likes the baby so much. Why not just give it to him? Tomorrow, I'll go find Grandpa. Inghua and the others haven't returned yet, so he still has to stand guard diligently. What are you waiting for? Go now. The cubs have just finished feeding and are asleep, so don't worry about them. Gan Lai is here to accompany me. What's there to worry about? Go now, Yun Caicai said directly. Oh well. By the way, I remember Jiang Yunyan and I gave birth around the same time. When the time comes, go ask the witch doctor whether Jiang Yunyan has given birth and how many puppies she has given birth to. Okay, I'll go first. Song he stood up. Yun Caicai smiled and said, go quickly, go quickly. Gan Lai looked at Yun Caicai and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect this little female to be so enthusiastic. She even kept a little witch in mind all the time. Yun Caicai looked at Gan Lai with a smile again. Gan Lai felt a chill on his back. Why did he suddenly have a bad feeling? What does she want to do? Suddenly, a big iron pot appeared in Yun Caicai's hands. Gan Lai, I want to drink some glutinous rice porridge. Can you make it for me? A clay pot of rice appeared at Gan Lai's feet. This is the rice she put in the ceramic pot given by the system. Gan Lai looked at Yun Caicai in shock. What on earth had happened at that moment? Caicai, why don't you tell me first, what are these? Why did they suddenly appear? This is the reward given to me by the beast god for giving birth to a child. Yun Caicai looked calm and didn't say much. Gan Lai is a mid-level celestial beast man and currently the most powerful male beast man. Yun Caicai must demonstrate her ability and tie him up tightly. Yun Caicai's move will definitely make him unable to figure out the details. In this way, after weighing the interests, he will be willing to pay for her. Protection is also divided into levels. With a Tian pin protecting her wholeheartedly, wouldn't her safety be greatly improved? Besides, they are together all day now, and he will find out sooner or later. It is better to be honest with each other early and gain greater benefits for herself. Yun Caicai made the best choice in an instant. Gan Lai's expression changed from shock to complexity, and he looked at Yun Caicai again. At this moment, Yun Caicai's importance was completely ranked first in Gan Lai's heart. This little female actually has such a close connection with the beast god. Who is she? And this little female took out the reward from the beast god so carelessly and actually trusted him so much. It turned out that she was such a simple person. At first, he thought she was cunning and calculating. He deserves to die. He actually doubted this little female like this. Looking at Yun Caicai, whose eyes were clear and full of expectation, Gan Lai wanted to slap himself. Chapter 58 Capture. Gan Lai looked at the big iron pot with reluctance. Yun Caicai said helplessly, if you want to see it, I'll let you see enough later. Now hurry up and make some porridge, I'm hungry. Gan Lai then put down the iron pot embarrassedly and followed the steps given by Yun Caicai, scooping rice, adding water, and starting to cook porridge. Soon, the thick, glutinous rice porridge was ready. Yun Caicai couldn't wait to drink it. This is the taste. Gan Lai swallowed his saliva, but he didn't move without Yun Caicai's words. Gan Lai, you should drink too. I can't drink much myself. I asked you to make more just now so that you can drink it. Yun Caicai greeted. I can also eat the things given by God. Gan Lai pointed at himself in surprise. Since it has been given to me, I have the right to distribute it. Come and taste it. Well, Caicai, you are so nice to me. Gan Lai looked at Doted. If he had such a fortuitous encounter and possessed something bestowed by the beast god, he would definitely not share it like Yun Caicai did. He won't tell anyone and will just eat alone. Yun Caicai's inner thoughts. You don't know how much I have. I can't finish it all. Gan Lai was captivated by the rice porridge almost instantly. Inghua and Huayan just came back. Inghua knew what was going on after just one look. He didn't say anything, but just served the porridge a little faster. Huayan had already buried her head in the wooden bowl, mumbling over and over, delicious, delicious, I want more. No questions asked. He didn't care what he ate, as long as he had something to eat. It would be even better if he could eat it every day. Gan Lai looked at Huayan, who was looking silly and was speechless. Forget it. It's better not to know, so that I don't get tricked and confess everything. Delicious, delicious. Another bowl. Hua Yin suddenly felt blessed at this moment. He firmly believed that coming to the divine cat tribe and marrying Yun Caicai was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Look, I am eating so well following Yun Caicai. He won't leave, even if you chase him away. Gun Lai. Inghua. Yun Caicai was also amused by this guy. Shouldn't the nine-tailed tribe be a race that is recognized for its beauty and wisdom? How come she has a flowery face? But she's indeed a little silly and cute. Male orcs have big appetites, so drinking a few bowls of porridge is just to fill their stomachs. They also have to eat a lot of meat as their staple food. Inghua prepared the meat that he and Hua Yin had hunted, skewered it, and grilled it. Influenced by Yun Caicai, he now also likes to eat cooked meat. Hua Yin sat next to Inghua, staring at the barbecue motionlessly. He had never eaten it this way before. Yun Caicai glanced at Hua Yin, her eyes landing on a pair of beast meats. She said sharply, "This time there is more beast meat than before, and it seems to be much bigger." His little female was always attentive. Inghua's eyes softened as he said, "The clan leader has ordered that the hunting teams will be divided according to the hunter's abilities. We've received nearly 1/3 of the amount, and the rest will be divided among the others." Yun Caicai nodded and took it to heart. The clan leader had indeed done a great job, and now it seemed that he was also a trustworthy elder. But let's take a look. When Song-hee came back, everyone was already eating barbecue, and only the bottom of the rice porridge was left. Fortunately, Inghua had served him a bowl in advance so he could taste it. However, Song-hee ran towards Yun Caicai excitedly without even bothering to look at other people. Caicai, Caicai. Grandpa and I have chosen names for the cubs. It's so fast. I thought the father and son would have to deal with it for a few days. Yun Caicai perked up and said, "What are the names of the cubs? Tell me now." The cubs on the bed seemed to sense something and began to wake up one after another, whimpering. There were too many cubs, but Song-hee could still distinguish them all. He held the eldest child in his hands and placed him on the bed, then picked up the second child, all the way to the 12th child. The cubs were all placed one by one. Because they were too small and their eyes were not open yet, they could only move a few times in place. The little puppies in the bed looked so cute. Inghua's cubs heard the noise and started to scratch at the fence. Inghua walked over, picked them up one by one, and comforted them, and fed them some porridge that had been prepared earlier. The porridge was not too hot at this time, and was just the right temperature. The cubs started to eat, and Song-hee also pointed at the little cubs on the bed and started talking. Chapter 59 Naming. The eldest is Song Shan, the second is Song Chuan, the third is Song Hu, the fourth is Song Hai, the fifth is Song Chun, the sixth is Song Xia Xia, the seventh is Song Chio Chio, and the eighth is Song Dong. The ninth is Song Kai, the 10th is Song Xin Xin, the 11th is Song Ping, and the 12th is Song In. Song-hee finished speaking in one breath, his eyes sparkling as he asked, Caicai, guess why this happened? In order to distinguish between males and females, females are usually named with duplicate characters, which are easy to remember and sound good. Of course, it is also acceptable even if they are not duplicate characters, as this is not a rule that must be followed. For example, Inghua was named according to a number, which was not in accordance with convention. Inghua has 2 female cubs, Ing Irjing and Ing Lujun. The 3 female cubs of Song, he were given reduplicated names according to traditional customs. Song, Xia Xia, Song Chio Chio, and Song, Xian, Xian. Yun Caicai went through the names of the cubs and smiled suddenly. Their names together represent mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and happiness and peace. Song-hee nodded heavily. Yes. I hope that one day the cubs can travel across mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, and spend every spring, summer, autumn, and winter safely. I hope they will always be happy and safe. As Song-hee spoke, Yun Caicai seemed to see that scene. She whispered, I hope that day will come soon. This was the scene she was striving for. When I have enough strength, maybe I can benefit more people. What will the scene be like then? By the way, Caicai, when I went to see Grandpa, the witch doctor happened to be there. She was also very excited and said that Yun gave birth to 2 little males. Song-hee suddenly remembered. Good, that's great. Yun Caicai recalled that Jiang Yun took great care of the kittens. It was obvious that she really loved them. Now that she has her own children, she must be very happy. Thinking of Jiang Yun's happy smile with her teeth showing, Yun Caicai couldn't help but laugh and felt sincerely happy for her. Jiang Yunyun, who was being talked about by Yun Caicai, was looking at the babies in her arms who were breastfeeding, and then tears fell drop by drop, and she actually cried with excitement. How can I not be excited? After waiting for so many years, her dream finally came true. Although Caicai said it was an accident, how could she be pregnant after helping her take care of the baby for a month? Such a coincidence. Is it really a coincidence? Caicai, it must be Caicai's good luck that infected her. Once she recovers, she will definitely go and thank him in person. Early the next morning, Ganlai and Song, he went to the hunting team. Yun Dashin escorted Su, Sanhua, and Yun Hai to the beast cave, but he left in a hurry after seeing the cubs. There's no way around it. He's the strongest fighter in the family, so Yun Dashin is the busiest one all day. Mom, Xiaohai, you are here. Why are you carrying so many things? Yun Caicai asked as she looked at their large and small bags. Before Su Sanhua could speak, Yun Hai began to introduce them. Sister, let me tell you, this is the salt, wild fruits, and fawn meat that Daddy and the brothers brought you. This is the animal skin skirt and animal skin blanket that Mommy made for you. Oh, and there's also the wild ginseng that second Daddy found for you. I also have a gift for Sister. Listening to Yun Hai's chatter, Yun Caicai felt a pang of relief. What is Xiao Hai going to give me? I saw Yun Hai holding out something with both hands as if offering treasure. I've been looking for this stone for a long time. I saw red, green, yellow, and transparent stones in his hands. Colorful and very beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, Xiaohai. I like it very much. Yun Caicai took it, picked up a red stone, and looked at it through the sunlight. It was shining brightly. Yun Caicai was stunned. Is this a stone? This is clearly a gem. Whether it is polished into jewelry or collected, this is a rare treasure. And she also likes these shiny things. They are really beautiful. Especially in the animal world. Where can you find such good things? Xiaohai, where did you find it? Yun Caicai asked in surprise. Inghua's ears twitched. I found it in a stream in the mountains. It's just very rare. I searched for a long time and only found this little bit. Sister, am I amazing? Yun Hai really gave her an invaluable gift. Our Xiaohai is the best. Yun Caicai happily touched Yun Hai's head and searched for a gift for Yun Hai in the space. She thought about it, and a set of Xian-grade defensive clothing appeared behind her. Xiaohai, Sister also has a gift for you. Yun Hai's eyes sparkled. What? Put it on and see if you like it. Remember to keep it on and never take it off. This is the animal skin costume my sister made for me. It looks so good. I want to wear it right now. So comfortable and beautiful. Thank you, Sister. I will definitely wear it every day. Yun Hai was happy and excited. This was the first gift his sister gave him, and he would definitely take good care of it. Su Sanhua said, I'll do it for him on weekdays. Don't do it again. It can hurt your eyes. Taking good care of your body is the most important thing. I understand, Mother. Yun Caicai smiled sweetly. Mom, I want to go find Abai and the others. Yun Hai couldn't stay any longer. He had to show off. Go. Su Sanhua said with a headache. Seeing Yun Hai leave happily, Su Sanhua said helplessly. On weekdays, he always wants to come over. I asked your father to restrain him. Look, he talks nonstop when he comes. When he has no free time, he talks and gives me a headache. Yun Caicai chuckled. Young men are sincere, and when Yun Hai reaches adulthood and finds a suitable female, there will naturally be someone to take care of him. Su Sanhua shook her head. This is the only way. Mom, you don't need to send me food or daily necessities in the future. I have everything, said Yun Caicai. Ganlai and the others brought a lot of salt. I have enough for myself. This is extra. You can take it home and eat it. If it's not enough, I can give you more. She put the pot on Ganlai's head without hesitation. After saying that, Yun Caicai filled the jar that Su Sanhua brought with salt. Su Sanhua was shocked and looked skeptical. Has salt become a common commodity? Ganlai actually got so much. This. Caicai, I brought you some salt, but you filled it up. No, you keep it and eat it. I don't want it. Su Sanhua refused directly. Ganlai's ability is indeed his, but salt is precious and cannot be taken away as a matter of course. Yun Caicai ignored her and put it directly into her animal skin bag. Mother, I still have 2 large jars. Please don't refuse. Then she changed the subject and said, how about we eat the venison that Daddy brought me for lunch this afternoon? Okay, I'll do as you say. Su Sanhua shook her head. Now that her daughter had grown up, she could enjoy the happiness as well. Inghua had already started to pack the venison silently. Hua Yin was guarding outside the cave, her nose moving as she sniffed the fragrant smell of meat. When Su Sanhua was about to leave, Yun Caicai gave her half of the meat that Hua and the others had hunted. This is my return gift to my brother and fathers. You are not allowed to refuse it. Su Sanhua had no choice but to accept it. Seeing that her daughter was indeed living a good life, she stopped sending gifts and only sent her whatever she needed immediately. In this way, the mother and daughter chatted casually during the day, and their days passed comfortably and happily. Ganlai's urgent wish to have a baby was soon realized, because 7 days later, Yun Caicai summoned him into the beast cave alone. She had already asked Hua and Songhe to take the first litter of cubs out for a walk. The second litter of cubs were also temporarily placed in a wooden fence and fell asleep after eating. The stone bed was occupied by Yun Caicai alone. She couldn't help but think that she wanted to get pregnant now, but she had to do it in broad daylight. But if it was at night, the others would hear it and watch her covetously. If one of them couldn't control himself, then she would be in trouble. Their physical strength was no joke, so it would be best to do it one by one in broad daylight. Looking at Ganlai walking into the beast cave, Yun Caicai looked at him carefully. He was tall and strong, with broad shoulders and a thick chest. He stood like a stone tower, as if he contained endless power. But his face was handsome and even a little cute. Is this the embodiment of the giant panda? Ganlai, a smart and wise giant panda, was born in the bamboo bear tribe, which had always been ignorant of worldly affairs and only lived in its own paradise. The nine-tailed tribe, which has always been wise and shrewd, has a stupid beauty named Hua Yin who only cares about eating and drinking and doesn't care about anything else. The contrast is extreme. Moreover, the two of them are good friends who get along well with each other. Although Ganlai sometimes bullies and despises Hua Yin, if anyone else dares to bully Hua Yin, even if it means saying something unpleasant, Ganlai will definitely be the first to stop it. With Ganlai leading and planning, the bamboo bear tribe will surely get better and better in the future. Thinking of this, Ganlai had already arrived in front of the stone bed. Yun Caicai smiled brightly and hooked her arms around his neck. Ganlai already knew it all, so how could he hold back now? His eyes suddenly became fiery, and he leaned over her. Afterwards, Yun Caicai took the fertility pill. Tianping's physical strength is indeed amazing. Yun Caicai thought exhaustedly that if she hadn't also reached a certain level, she would probably lose half her life if she fell down. This time, she was very curious about what kind of rewards and surprises the heir of the heavenly male beast man would bring her. Chapter 60 News. Caicai, I wanted to come see you early this morning, but I thought you just gave birth and needed to rest, so I put it off for a few days. But now it seems that everything is fine with you, so I feel relieved. Fong 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 is a relatively open-minded female who corrects her mistakes as soon as she realizes them. Ever since Fong 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 apologized that day, she would occasionally come to chat with Yun Caicai. Now she can be regarded as one of Yun Caicai's few friends. How have you been? Me? Fong 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 gave a wry smile. I'm still the same. Not bad, but I can get by. Oh, I really envy you. Of course, it's not just me. All the little females in the tribe envy you. In less than half a year, you become the mother of so many cubs. Fong 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 looked envious. She picked up a kitten, put her face on it, and nuzzled and kissed it. The kittens are so cute. Yun Caicai almost blurted out, "Do you like me to give you one?" Then I came to my senses and realized that this was not a pet cat. This is the baby she gave birth to with so much effort. Has the 3 years of stupidity during pregnancy begun? You will have it too, Yun Caicai said with a smile. Hey, who knows? Among the females who have given birth at the moment, apart from you, Jiang Yun, there is no news from the others. If Sister Jinjin were here, maybe there would be good news from her. Fong 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 felt depressed when she thought of Feng Jinjin, whose whereabouts were unknown. Yun Caicai, still no news at all? There is news, but the problem is that there is too much news, and it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false. Every time we try to find any trace of the wandering orc, he has already run away. Fong 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 said with a wry smile. Winter is coming soon, and everyone is preparing for the winter. As for Sister Jinjin, I just hope she can hold on and come back alive. If that stray beast only seeks an heir, Feng Jinjin should be safe. I hope so. Fong 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 was feeling down, so she drank some water from the wooden bowl. After taking a sip, her eyes lit up. Huh? Caicai, the water here is really delicious. Yun Caicai smiled meaningfully. If you like to drink, drink it all. Then I won't be polite. Fong 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 finished a bowl and still felt a little unsatisfied. Yun Caicai whispered mysteriously in her ear. Yun was like this at the time. If you go back now and marry your beastly husband, you'll have a surprise soon. Fong 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 was stunned. So that's it. She nodded and quickly went back to find the beast husband. Yun Caicai. Points, come into the bowl quickly. 7 days later, in the veterinary cave, the witch doctor found out that Fong 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 was indeed pregnant. Fong 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 was so happy that she decided to do something for Yun Caicai to repay her. Soon after, a piece of news spread throughout the tribe. Have you heard? The goddess is blessed with great fortune. Good luck will come to those who are close to her. I've heard of that, but how can it be so magical? Pa. How can you say that about the goddess? Think about it carefully. Her mother was sick and dying, but now she's getting better day by day. And the witch Jiang Yun helped the goddess take care of the cubs. And now she's pregnant after not having been pregnant for 5 or 6 years. Yes, Fong 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 admitted her mistake and corrected it. She even apologized to the goddess. The goddess forgave her, so she got pregnant right away, didn't she? Oh my God. I also want to ask the goddess for blessings to give birth to a baby. Let's go together. I want to have a baby too. Let's go together. The little female Song Hua Hua said, Hey, wait, everyone can go, but be quiet. The goddess has so many cubs. If she is resting, we can't disturb her. Yes, we can wait sincerely outside the beast cave. Lin Chao Chao also added, One more thing, remember, we're here to ask the goddess for help. Whether the goddess wants to see us is her business. If she doesn't see us, it must be because we're not sincere enough. Remember, don't harbor any resentment towards the goddess. If anyone dares to threaten the goddess with harsh words, I, Lin Chao Chao, will be the first to stop it. Oh, how could we hate the goddess? You should know that orcs who are not sincere to her will definitely not be rewarded. Tang Lon Lon said, That's right. We know it. Then let's go and pay our respects to the goddess. Walk. Han Mimi, standing at the back, was on the verge of tears. Last time, she had spoken rudely to the goddess. Would she never be able to have children? Was it too late for her to apologize now? Chapter 61, Confusion. We have come to pay our respects to the goddess and ask for her blessing. Please bless us, goddess. With a loud noise, the young females knelt down outside the beast cave. Song was stunned when he saw this scene. Are these still the same group of lawless, willful, and proud little females? Why are they kneeling here obediently now and still asking for blessings from the goddess? It was as if something had happened that he was unaware of. Inside the beast cave, Fong 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 had already told Yun Caicai the whole story. She held Yun Caicai's hand and said, Caicai, you are the goddess. This is what you deserve. Yun Caicai never expected that Fong 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 would go this far to help her improve her reputation and status. This move coincided with her idea, and she shook Fong Fong Fong's hand in return. Thank you, Fong Fong. She would never push these little females away. One is to accumulate more points and improve one's own strength. The second is for the development of the Divine Cat tribe. At present, it seems that the tribe's leader is worthy of respect and trust, and most of the orcs in the same tribe are sensible and united. Only when the population of such a tribe increases can it develop further, and the environment she lives in will become better and better. The third is for the future. Only with followers can we plan for the future. Anyway, it happened at the perfect time. Caicai, a group of young females came to the beast cave. They knelt outside the cave and asked for your blessing. Song ran in and said hurriedly, Song, how many people are there? Asked Yun Caicai. About 30 or 40 people. Yun Caicai frowned, but she only had 20 fertility pills. Then, her eyes lit up, and she began to call the system in her mind. Little pomegranate, let me ask you something. Host, please speak. If you take the fertility pill, you will definitely get pregnant, right? It's natural. I'll make a fertility pill out of that bowl of water. If 2 people drink a bowl of water, will both of them get pregnant? Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, there was a sound of electricity. Yun Caicai. What happened? After a moment, the confused system finally responded. Hello system, no, hello host. No one has ever operated this way before, and there are no reference cases. Perhaps everyone will get pregnant, or perhaps the chance of pregnancy will decrease. Yun Caicai smiled. No one had ever done it before, so she could try it. Then I'll take the lead and try it first. Little pomegranate system, remember, I'm doing this to improve the system data. If there's no pregnancy, you have to compensate me. I spent points to buy the fertility pill. You can't let me lose everything, right? Huh? Oh, thank you, host. But I don't have the final say on compensation. Little Pomegranate ran away quickly without any reply. Yun Caicai couldn't stop laughing. Why was her system so cute that people couldn't help but bully it? If it could be personified, wouldn't it be a cute round dumpling? Yun Caicai walked to the wooden barrel at the corner of the beast cave, which was filled with clean and clear mountain spring water. With a thought, he put all 20 fertility pills in. Within a second, the fertility pills dissolved in the water, leaving no trace. We will go out and bless you now. Song-hee, you carry the bucket carefully, don't spill a drop. Song-hee, yes. Fong-fong, you will maintain order later and let them come forward one by one. Fong-fong-fong, okay. Yun Caicai walked in front, Song-hee and Fong-fong-fong follow behind, and they all came out of the cave together. The young females kneeling on the ground instantly became excited and crazy. The goddess has come out. Great. We're so lucky. The goddess is willing to meet us. Yeah, I was once jealous of the goddess. Damn me. The goddess is so generous. How could she care about such a trivial matter of yours? As long as you sincerely respect her from now on, that will be enough. I sure will. The excited little females shouted in unison again. Please bless us, goddess. Please bless us, goddess. Yun Caicai pressed down with her arm, and the situation in front of her instantly became quiet. Chapter 62 Blessing. At this moment, Yun Caicai was standing in the middle, her face as white as jade. The sunlight poured down and sprinkled on her body, adding a touch of softness and sacredness. Everyone looked up at Yun Caicai, who seemed to be glowing, with admiration and amazement on their faces. Their goddess is becoming more and more beautiful and sacred. Last night, I received a message from the beast god. Although the divine cat tribe is small, the tribe's unity earns the beast god's favor, so he specially bestowed upon me a divine object. This is the sacred water the beast god bestowed upon me last night. Drinking this water will increase your chances of conception. Everyone, please stand up and come one by one. After drinking the holy water, immediately go and mate with the beast husband. Whether you will get pregnant or not will depend on God's will. Yun Caicai said mysteriously. Fong continued. Everyone, this time we are all thanks to the goddess. If she hadn't been so beloved by the beast god and grown up in our tribe, how would we have come into contact with such a divine gift as the holy water? Then she turned to Yun Caicai, bowed deeply, and said, Thank you, beast god, for bestowing the holy water, and thank you, goddess, for the blessing. The young females followed suit and kowtowed, saying in unison, Thank you, beast god, for bestowing the holy water. Thank you, goddess, for the blessing. Everyone, please stand up. The young female stood up and lined up as instructed, and Yun Caicai personally filled water for them and handed it to them. Thank you, goddess. It's truly the holy water, so sweet. It's really delicious. Fong was shocked when she heard this. It turned out that the goddess really had magic water, and she actually gave it to her to drink right at the beginning. She originally thought that she was blessed by Yun Caicai, but it turned out that the news she spread was actually correct. The goddess is indeed very powerful, but I wonder how many more divine objects she has. Suddenly, Fong felt a surge of respect for Yun Caicai and a secret joy in her own ability to know the current situation. From now on, she will be the most loyal lackey of the goddess. The little females were all very grateful. Han Mimi was mixed in with the others, lowering her head and not daring to say much, for fear of angering Yun Caicai. But Yun Caicai didn't even notice her. After the young females drank the holy water, they hurriedly said goodbye to Yun Caicai and went back to find their beastly husbands. After everyone dispersed, Yun Caicai also returned to the beast cave. She wanted to see the results after 7 days. She really wanted to know how many females could become pregnant if she did this. Hopefully it won't be too ugly. And now, there's one more thing to do. After such a long period of observation, the clan leader and the witch doctor are both trustworthy elders, and Yun Caicai should also show her sincerity and show her skills appropriately. She hopes that the divine cat tribe can be her strongest support in the future. She checked the things in the space and decided to take out the salt and flint first. Winter is approaching. Salt can be used to preserve food for long-term storage. With stone flint that can easily make fire, the tribe does not have to worry about the fire going out and can spend this winter more comfortably and warmly than in previous years. This is the most practical thing at the moment. We can talk about the rest later. We can't reveal all our cards at once, otherwise a good thing might turn into a bad thing. When the tribe leader and the witch doctor heard the news, they rushed over. These are all gifts from God. The two were shocked. The salt they usually eat is bought with great difficulty, and the ratio of meat to salt is 50-1, which shows how precious it is. Even so, coarse salt was not always available. Each tribe scrambled for it, and only a small amount was left. The tribe leader and the witch doctor gently picked up a handful of white salt, their palms trembling slightly. The salt in front of me is fine, white, and translucent, which is completely incomparable to the coarse salt in the past. Such a precious thing. Thank you for the mercy of the beast god, said the patriarch tremblingly. Song, he helped the two of them up one by one and said cryptically, actually, these are the rewards given by the beast god to the goddess for giving birth to a child. The goddess gave all the reward away so that the tribe could safely get through the winter. The two were both shocked and looked at Yun Caicai. The tribe leader came to his senses first. This is not right. Since it was given to the goddess by the beast god, the tribe cannot keep it. The witch doctor also said, the tribe leader is right. The goddess has done a great favor by giving the holy water to the young females of the tribe. Chapter 63, Stone Flint. Everyone in the tribe calls me goddess, but I'm unworthy of that title. The tribe is short of salt now. How can I stand by and watch it fall into this predicament? Besides, Chief, we are family, so please don't refuse. It is a great blessing for the divine cat tribe to have such a loving and righteous goddess. The tribe leader sighed inwardly before bowing and saying, then I will thank the goddess on behalf of all the tribe members. Songy pointed at something and said, Grandpa, witch doctor, you two only see the scarce salt, but you don't know that this is the real unique treasure. They looked at the gray stone beside them with confusion on their faces. Isn't this just an ordinary stone? Yun Caicai saw what they were thinking and said with a faint smile, Song-hee, go get some dead branches and fallen leaves. Song-hee quickly brought it back. Yun Caicai squatted down, and the two stones collided, and a flash of fire appeared. Soon, the pile of dead branches and leaves was set on fire. Illuminated by the firelight, the tribal leader and the witch doctor's faces were shocked again. They're going crazy. Every tribe in the Orc continent has a dedicated person to preserve the fire. How did the fire come about? It was caused by lightning striking the trees and setting them on fire. Once the fire went out, they had no choice but to pray to God to send down fire again. Especially in winter, there are many cases where the entire tribe has difficulty subsisting because the fire is extinguished. Although salt was a scarce commodity, they could still exchange it for other things. But if the fire is gone, the tribe will face a life-and-death test in the cold winter. What do they see now? The goddess can light a fire with just a simple blow. This kind of divine object is unique before. With it, their divine cat tribe will no longer be afraid of the days without fire. The patriarch hurried over and stretched out his hand in disbelief. It's really popular. The Burn tribe leader's eyes lit up even more. What is the name of this divine object? Stone Flint. Striking two stones together will make fire. Can I try? The patriarch requested. Of course. Yun Caicai handed Sure Fate to him and made way. The old man squatted down, picked up the flint, and struck it gently. Perhaps his hands were shaking, so it took a while for sparks to come out, and soon the fire was ignited again. The witch doctor also came forward. Let me try. The crisp sound of stones hitting each other rang out again. Both old men had tears in their eyes and looked at each other, excited and happy. Thump! The two of them knelt down in front of Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai was startled and hurried to help them up. No, you too. Get up quickly. Caicai can't bear it. The tribe leader was remarkably firm. Goddess, you deserve it. This item is incredibly rare. You've solved a major problem for the tribe. He still remembered one winter when the snow fell heavily and the wind was freezing cold. The fire went out that night, and the fires borrowed by every household also went out overnight. That winter, nearly 1/3 of the orcs in the divine cat tribe died. The witch doctor wiped away his tears and said, this thing has never existed in the Orc continent before. You may not know how profound and significant your action is. From then on, the Orc continent entered the era of artificial fire-making. Yun Caicai pursed her lips. The two men kowtowed to him 3 times solemnly. Thank you, Beast God, for your favor. Thank you, Goddess, for your mercy. And thank you, Goddess, for personally bestowing the treasure. Yun Caicai was deeply moved. She helped the two of them up and bowed solemnly in return. After calming down, they sat down again. Yun Caicai said, 50 gene of salt and 15 pairs of flint will be handed over to the tribe for you two to dispose of. Yes. After a few more discussions, Yun Caicai left. The remaining chiefs and witch doctors circled around the salt and stone marrow over and over again. Soon, 7 days passed, and the witch doctor's cave was crowded with people. This is the first time that so many young females have gathered in the witch doctor cave at the same time. Jiang Yunyun had not recovered yet, and the witch doctor was the only one there, but she was busy but not chaotic. Don't worry, come one by one, there's plenty of night grass. After a while, the little female's surprised voice was heard. The night grass is turned red. Mine too. Why don't I have any? Witch doctor, please take a look. Am I pregnant? Oh my God, I haven't been pregnant for 10 years, but today I'm really pregnant. A little female burst into tears. Goddess be so kind. I want to kowtow to her and pray for her blessings. Woo, me too. I'm going with you. I'm going too. Let's go together to thank the goddess for her blessings. Chapter 64 Milk Powder. After 39 females drank the holy water, 35 of them successfully became pregnant, and only 4 females did not become pregnant. In the beast world, orcs who have existed for 40 or 50 years are already considered old, and 2 of the 4 females are over 30 years old. One was injured during childbirth and has difficulty in getting pregnant, and the other one is Han Mimi. The 3 females knew that it was probably due to their physical condition, and it would be difficult for them to conceive from then on. So they accepted the fact that they could not have a cub. But Han Mimi felt upset. She was of childbearing age, but why did everyone else get pregnant, but she didn't? Is it really because I spoke rudely to the goddess and never apologized to her, and I don't respect her sincerely in my heart? Han Mimi was extremely anxious, but Yun Caicai on the other side knew nothing about it and was very happy. She dissolved the fertility pill into water, and she didn't expect the effect to be so good. A rough calculation showed that she had only spent 10 points, and in 2 months she would gain 175 points. She's going to be successful. Son, he has too many cubs, and even with the milk-enhancing pills, Yun Caicai can't handle it. There wasn't enough milk, so the kittens sucked hard, and it really hurt. And the kittens were already half a month old, so Yun Caicai decided to let them go and feed them milk powder instead. I wonder if the kids will drink it? The milk powder is very nutritious. It's a system-made product, so it must be top-notch. I hope the kids like it. Hua Yin squatted aside and did whatever Yun Caicai told him to do, being very obedient. After a while, he set up the iron pot and lit a fire to boil water. When the hot water reaches the right temperature, Yun Caicai puts the milk powder in and shakes it gently with a wooden spoon. Suddenly, a milky aroma hit my face. Hua Yin's eyes lit up. It smells so good. Is Caicai making this for me? I knew I was her favorite. Then the next second, I watched Yun Caicai put the big wooden bowl on the stone bed. The kittens who smelled the milk all crawled over and started drinking it in big gulps. The smallest ones were pushing and rubbing at the back, and because they couldn't get any milk, they were so anxious that they were spinning in circles at the outermost edge. Seeing this, Yun Caicai quickly made them another bowl of tea, and the kittens drank it with satisfaction. Yun Caicai's heart suddenly relaxed. She was really worried that the cubs would not like the food. Now it seems that they accept it well. That's great. From now on, she can relax and just focus on the cubs in her belly. Only then did she see Hua Yan's resentful look. Yun Caicai. What happened? She was confused for a moment. Hua Yin couldn't help licking the corner of her mouth when she saw the kittens eating so happily. Yun Caicai suddenly realized this fox is too greedy, competing with the kittens for food. She shook her head helplessly. After a while, a bowl of milky white water was handed to Hua Yin. Little greedy fox, come and try it. But only this time. This is food for the kittens. Looking at Yun Caicai's teasing gaze, Hua Yan's ears turned a little red. He looked up and smiled at Yun Caicai, charming and handsome. Even though Yun Caicai thought she was used to seeing handsome men, she was dazzled by Hua Yan's smile. Hua Yan took the wooden bowl and began to drink from it in small sips. It tastes soft and warm, slightly sweet, and has a light milky flavor. It is really delicious. The more Hua Yin drank, the brighter his eyes became. He looked at the kittens with envy. I really envy them for being able to drink such good stuff every day. Yun Caicai. After the kittens had eaten and drunk their fill and went to sleep, Yun Caicai's lips curled slightly. Hua Yin finally raised his head from the wooden bowl. He stretched out his pink tongue and licked the bowl carefully before reluctantly putting it down. He raised his head and looked at Yun Caicai, who was staring at him intently. His heart started beating wildly, and his body became hotter. Yun Caicai smiled and took Hua Yan's hand, walking to the bench on the other side. Hua Yan began to taste the delicious food as devoutly as before. After a while, the two of them, no longer able to restrain themselves, became entangled with each other. Hua Yan, who had tasted the sweetness of it, had red eyes and felt extremely regretful. He shouldn't have given the title of the third bestial husband to Ganlai so easily. Otherwise, he could have been with the little female. Woo woo woo, the stinky sweet is coming. From now on, they will be irreconcilable. Ganlai, you clearly agreed to it yourself. If you want to cheat, you can't. Chapter 65 Comparison. Inghua, who was outside the cave, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he heard the ambiguous voices inside. His throat moved up and down. It has been a long time since he had the chance to be intimate with a young female. The young female's body seemed to have magical powers that made him unable to stop every time. At this time, Inghua lowered his head and touched the animal skin package behind him. Not knowing what he was thinking about, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. After the noise died down, Inghua waited for another quarter of an hour before calling Hua Yan out. The two of them agreed to take turns on duty. Hua Yan's face turned slightly red. He really couldn't help it. After a long time, he actually forgot about this matter. Inghua glanced at him coldly, and Hua Yan felt a chill on her back. He was puzzled. Inghua was only a Xian-level cultivator, so how could he be so imposing? He was frightened when he saw his cold face. Hua Yan smiled ingratiatingly, and Inghua frowned a little more. She is indeed a foxy girl. It's this face that attracts sight-size attention. Inghua glanced at him coldly and strode into the cave. Yun Caicai was still resting on the bench, her small, snow-white feet dangling back and forth, and Inghua's heart suddenly tightened. This little female. He forced himself to be patient and walked forward, picked up Yun Caicai, and put her back on the stone bed. Be careful not to catch a cold. A restrained and hoarse voice sounded. Yun Caicai felt something in her heart and thought, forget it. She endured her heartache, smiled sweetly at him, and hugged him. Inghua immediately lost all his strength, but to hell with his rationality. He only knew that he wanted this little female now and couldn't wait even a minute or a second. Inghua, the kids are still sleeping. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. But this time, it took half an hour longer than Hua Yan's. Yun Caicai, this sudden desire to compare. Oh my God, she doesn't want anyone to touch her for at least 3 days. Don't get close to me. After helping Yun Caicai clean and dress herself, Inghua gently kissed the back of her hand. The next second, a cool feeling came from the wrist. Yun Caicai looked down and saw colorful gems. It was the same one her brother Yunhai gave her, but the difference was that these gems were polished into circles of the same size, and when strung together, they became a beautiful bracelet. Wearing the jewel bracelet on her hand, Yun Caicai gently raised her wrist, and it sparkled brightly under the sunlight. She was pleasantly surprised and said, Inghua, thank you, I like it very much. Yun Caicai didn't expect that Inghua had done so much silently. My younger brother once said that gems are hard to find, and he's been collecting them for a long time. How much effort would it take to find so many of them, all of the same size, and then polish them to a smooth surface? Yun Caicai gave Inghua a big hug. She really loved this moment when he put her in his heart, that feeling of favoritism. Inghua finally let go of the worry in his heart. He is not like Songhe, the son of the clan leader. He is not like Ganlai, who is good at speaking and powerful, nor is he like Hua Yan, who can please everyone with just a face. He is aloof and cold, but Yun Caicai is willing to warm him and treat him specially, so that everyone respects him as the #1 beastly husband. He knows everything, so it doesn't matter. As long as she likes it, it's fine. He was just afraid that he wasn't doing enough. Time flies, and Songhe's cubs are 1 month old. The cubs began to try to run out of the cave, jumping up and down, which gave Yun Caicai a headache. She placed the wooden fence awarded by the system in the other corner of the cave, covered it with animal skins, and then ruthlessly threw all the kittens in. The kittens were scratching at the door and meowing. Yun Caicai filled the cat food container and put it down, and the kittens immediately went to eat. She lay down on the big stone bed with peace of mind and sighed comfortably. At this moment, her belly suddenly bulged, and it was Ganlai's cubs moving. The cubs will be born in less than a month. My belly is not as big as the last time, so I guess there won't be so many cubs. However, when the cubs in my belly are 1 month old, the cave will really be full of space, and then I will have to use the 2 caves next door. As she was thinking, Yun Caicai actually fell asleep. This time he can turn over easily. Chapter 66, Morning Sickness. The next day, Jiang Yunyun came. At first, she thought that she was pregnant because of Yun Caicai's good luck. Later, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this might be related to Yun Caicai. Later, during her postpartum recovery period, she heard about Yun Caicai's blessing. Only then did she realize. It turned out that Yun Caicai was so generous that she even let her drink the magic water for fertility without anyone knowing. Jiang Yunyun thought that she was the first one to drink the holy water. Humph, I'm a most favored female of the goddess. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunyun couldn't help but feel happy. She should be better to the goddess. These days, she felt that she was almost recovered, so she took the fur skirt and sable cloak that she had painstakingly sewn and happily came to Yun Caicai's cave. Caicai, I know everything. Thanks to your magic water, I have such a cute cub. It's the fulfillment of my long-cherished wish. This is my thank you gift. You must accept it, otherwise I will be too embarrassed to see you. Jiang Yunyun looked very friendly towards Yun Caicai. I'll keep the animal skin skirt, but you can keep this cape, which is rare. The animal skin skirt has a nice style, and white fur is added to the cuffs. It is obvious that it was carefully sewn. In comparison, the sable cloak is even rarer, and I wonder how long Jiang Yunyun took to sew it. I made this especially for you. Winter is coming soon. With this cloak, you will be much warmer in winter. This is my thoughtful gift. Besides, compared to that, you've already taken care of something as big as giving birth to a baby. What do these things even matter? If you don't want it, I'll cry in front of you. Yun Caicai was amused by Jiang Yunyun. Okay, thank you, our future witch doctor. Jiang Yunyun blinked. You're welcome, our honorable goddess. Suddenly, the two of them couldn't help laughing. Ganzi has had a poor appetite since Yun Caicai became pregnant, and it has become even worse recently. He often vomits uncontrollably when he smells raw meat. He often woke up at night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He had a pair of panda eyes and looked listless every day, exactly the same as when he turned into a beast. Dizziness, fatigue, poor appetite, and sleep. In just half a month, I lost a lot of weight. On the other hand, Yun Caicai didn't react at all to the pregnancy. She ate well, slept well, was full of energy, looked radiant, and gained more flesh on her body, making her look even more lovely and approachable. Vomit. When Ganlai ran out of the cave with a pale face and vomited again, Yun Caicai suddenly thought, could this be the legendary pregnancy-associated syndrome? Then she really wants to thank Brother Ganlai? Ganlai, who was vomiting, had a dead look on his face. He was probably suffering from terminal illness. Even the witch doctor couldn't tell what disease he had. He was sure that he would not live long. But he is young and doesn't want to die. He didn't know if he could live to see the cubs being born. He really wanted to see them. Just as Ganlai was lost in thought, a pleasant voice rang out. Ganlai, are you feeling better? Ganlai turned his head and saw that it was his little female who had come and was looking at her with a worried look on her face. Ganlai's heart moved. She was pregnant, and this was a critical period. He couldn't let his little female worry, so he forced a smile and said, I'm fine. If her face wasn't so pale, Yun Caicai might have believed it. She handed Ganlai a bowl of water. Rinse your mouth, it will feel better. For so many days, Ganlai had endured the changes in his body by himself, trying not to lose his temper in front of the little female, but this time he really couldn't help it. For some reason, this incident made this 8-foot-tall man become fragile, and Yun Caicai's concern made his eyes suddenly sore. He also wants to live with his little female and cubs for a very long time. He also wants to lead the bamboo bear tribe to become better and stronger. But now, I'm afraid it will all come to nothing. He felt very uncomfortable and stared at the bowl of water in a daze. Yun Caicai sighed. As expected, even the strongest beastmen of the highest rank couldn't withstand the power of progesterone. Once the symptoms of pregnancy shift, look, the talented young man who was originally full of vigor and vitality has turned into a suspicious, dazed, and depressed young man. However, she is a caring partner, so let her talk it over. Chapter 67, Death of Society. Ganlai. Yun Caicai stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Ganlai. Ganlai came back to his senses instantly and swallowed the whole bowl of water with a gulp. He was told to rinse his mouth, but he didn't listen at all. Yun Caicai opened her mouth and then closed it again. Never mind, drinking it will quench your thirst. Caicai, don't worry, I'm fine. Ganlai said as calmly as possible. Yun Caicai frowned and said seriously, but I see that you are in a very bad state. Ganlai, we're the closest partners. You can tell me anything. I see you haven't eaten anything today. This won't do. Ganlai smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to eat, it's that I can't eat it. I feel like vomiting when I smell it. When he heard Yun Caicai say this, his eyes were filled with sadness, and he couldn't help but blurt out what was in his heart. Caicai, if I'm gone, please take good care of our cubs. If you can't take care of them, send them to the bamboo bear tribe. I'm afraid it's not good. Yun Caicai was at a loss for words. She had already asked the witch doctor, and he was told that Ganlai was fine, just a little weak because he didn't eat much. These symptoms were more like the pregnancy-related syndrome that everyone joked about before the apocalypse. Yun Caicai didn't think Ganlai was acting like this because he loved her too much. Perhaps Ganlai wanted a baby too much and was too nervous. But Ganlai knew nothing about it. He was still immersed in sorrow and told his last words word by word. I'm sorry, Caicai. I can't protect you anymore. Actually, I really like you more and more. You are beautiful and intelligent, favored by the beast god, and possess countless treasures. You are the most special female I have ever met, and you are always so amazing. Having Yun Caicai is the greatest achievement in my life. In the last few days of my life, please let me stay with you, okay? From now on, even if you have many beastly husbands, please don't forget me. Looking at Ganlai with a pleading look on his face, Yun Caicai couldn't help but touch his head. Only when he is vulnerable can you hear his true feelings. Yun Caicai smiled and said, Fool, you are not sick, and you still have a long life ahead of you. Ganlai was stunned. Then his eyes darkened, and he said, Caicai, don't lie to me. I can't eat anything now. Sooner or later. At this time, a bunch of bright red fruits appeared in front of Ganlai. The red fruits taste like tomatoes, but they grow in bunches and are the size of blueberries. They are sour and sweet and very appetizing. There were no red fruits left at this time of year, but since she liked to eat them, Manhwa and the others collected a lot of them and stored them in her space. It's sour and sweet and delicious. Do you want to try it? Yun Caicai tilted her head slightly with a bright smile, and the bunch of red fruits trembled in her hand. Ganlai swallowed unconsciously. Yun Caicai picked two and stuffed them into Ganlai's mouth. As Ganlai took a bite, the sweet and sour juice exploded in his mouth. His eyes lit up, and he chewed it quickly a few times. It was so delicious. Ganlai looked at the remaining red fruits and couldn't take his eyes off them. Yun Caicai handed it to him, and soon he had finished the whole bunch of red fruits. He was still not satisfied and really wanted to eat more. Can you eat it now? Do you believe what I say now? Yun Caicai's teasing voice made Ganlai's face turn red. When he thought of what she had just said, he couldn't help but want to bury himself in the ground. As he was thinking, Ganlai actually changed into a beast form, turned around, and faced away from Yun Caicai. I saw a giant panda burying its head deeply. It was so embarrassing. It was simply a large-scale social death scene for Ganlai. Yun Caicai couldn't help laughing. She rubbed the cute giant panda, took out a bunch of red fruits, and waved them in front of him with evil intentions. Ganlai's nose twitched. He raised his head and quickly stretched out his hand, then quickly lowered his head, only his cheeks bulging. You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. Yun Caicai smiled and sat down, leaning on the giant panda's back. It was soft and plump, very comfortable. She looked up at the blue sky and felt very comfortable. From time to time, Yun Caicai took out various fruits and vegetables, and Ganlai took them and ate them silently. For some reason, even though he was clearly embarrassed and ashamed, at this moment, Ganlai felt his heart overflow with an indescribable happiness and satisfaction. One passed the food to the other, and for a moment, the two of them had a perfect understanding. The sun is shining, and a girl and a panda are standing back to back. From a distance, it feels warm and happy. Chapter 68, Admit Mistake. Amidst the joyful atmosphere of many young females with bulging bellies, Han Mimi finally lowered her head. She thought about it, and thought that it must be because she had spoken rudely in the past and offended the goddess, so she didn't get pregnant this time. In the past 2 days, the way her beastly husbands looked at her was a little strange. Some were worried, some were dissatisfied, and some were resentful. Although they didn't show it, she could feel it herself. It's okay when everyone has trouble getting pregnant, but if everyone else is pregnant and she's the only one who isn't, then it's a different matter. Later, Her first beastly husband had a private talk with Han Mimi. Although she listened to him at that time, she was still hesitant for the sake of her own face. It was her mother who found out the whole story from another female and came over to scold her. Are you confused in the head? Even the beast god favors the goddess. If you offend her, even if she doesn't mind, will the beast god let you suffer the consequences? Look, you're the only female of childbearing age who hasn't gotten pregnant yet. Why don't you just admit your mistake and apologize? What are you doing staying in the cave all day? If I weren't so old, I would have given birth to a smaller child. Wake up. You don't want to embrace such a powerful woman in the tribe, but you are actually going against her. Are you going to go to heaven? This scolding woke her up completely. Yes, she used to follow Feng Jinjin because she thought she was capable. Now someone even more capable has appeared. Why can't she think of anything else? Han Mimi burst into tears and felt extremely regretful. Why did she become greedy at that time, wanting Fong's stone bead necklace? And then she spoke without thinking and even used Feng Jinjin as a trick. How could she become so bad? The other females had also distanced themselves from her recently. Her heart felt sour and bitter, and tears couldn't stop flowing down when she thought of it. Han Mimi decided to apologize in person and seek forgiveness from the goddess. She doesn't want to be a stupid and bad little female who can't give birth to a baby. She didn't have anything as nice as a necklace of stone beads, so what could she get? Han Mimi's mother sighed and said, "The goddess won't care about these things. What matters most is your intention. Are you really sincere in admitting your mistake?" Han Mimi nodded repeatedly. Of course it's true. I really know I was wrong. Her mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. No one is stupid. If it wasn't sincere, the goddess would definitely see it, and the situation might even be worse. It seems like the goddess has everything she needs. Han Mimi tilted her head in thought, and suddenly her eyes lit up and she smiled. Mother, I remember now. Ahua found me a new and exotic wild fruit, but I couldn't bear to eat it, so I'll give it to the goddess. Okay. Han Mimi's mother smiled kindly and said, "We are a good boy who knows how to correct his mistakes. Goddess, I'm here to apologize to you." Han Mimi stood in the middle of the beast cave, with her head lowered and her fingers entwined, looking very obedient. Yun Caicai thought for a long time before she remembered that it was the little female who had played well with Feng Jinjin and Yulili. When she saw Fong giving her a stone bead necklace, she had said something rude. But Han Mimi became very obedient after being slapped in the face on the spot. Yun Caicai still remembered that she had drunk the fertility water. Ask why you remember? Because Han Mimi was the last one in line, she covered her face with her hands, looking confused and embarrassed, as if she was trying to cover up her crime. It was both cute and funny. It's hard for her not to notice. After thinking about it this way, Yun Caicai understood. She looked at Han Mimi, whose belly was flat. Oh, this was the unlucky girl who drank the magic water and was the only one who was of childbearing age, but couldn't get pregnant. It's okay. I forgot about it a long time ago. Yun Caicai still reminded. But you must be more careful in the future because the mouth can cause trouble. Who made her an open-minded little female. If she meets someone who is vindictive, she will always make sure she learns a lesson to vent her anger. Besides, Han Mimi, Feng Jinjin, and others were all deeply influenced by Yulili. After Yulili passed away, they changed their ways after a while. There is no need for her to bother with such a little fool. Thank you, goddess, for your generosity. These are some fresh wild fruits that my beast husband picked. You have everything you need here, so please enjoy some. Han Mimi was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears. She had already prepared herself to be scolded and punished, but she had never expected the goddess to be so easy to talk to. She quickly presented wild fruits to Yun Caicai to eat. Chapter 69 Wild Fruits. Han Mimi opened the animal skin bag and saw a pile of yellow wild fruits the size of thumbs inside. Inghua had picked some for her before, but she remembered that they didn't taste good. I've tasted this kind of wild fruit before. It's very sour and astringent, so I didn't continue eating it. When she thought of the taste, Yun Caicai wanted to frown. So you've tasted it before? Then you should try it even more now. Han Mimi came over with great interest, picked up a small fruit, and looked at her with bright eyes. Yun Caicai, forget it, just eat it. It's just another time to be jealous. She couldn't bear to let this little fool down. Yun Caicai took the wild fruit and put it in her mouth. She frowned and prepared herself in advance. I chewed it with all my strength. How come it doesn't have any astringency at all? It tastes sweet and sour, and has the fragrance of pear. It tastes very good. Could this be a wild pear? But it's too small. Han Mimi couldn't wait to ask, how is it? Is it delicious? It's delicious. Why is that? The fruits I ate before were sour and astringent, but now they are sweet and sour and delicious. Yun Caicai asked in surprise. Ahua likes to observe and study these wildflowers and fruits when he has nothing to do. He accidentally discovered that this small yellow fruit is extremely sour and astringent before frost, but becomes extremely delicious after frost. There's still a patch of it in the mountains. The fruits are small and not filling, so no one picks them. If the goddess likes it, I'll ask Ahua to pick some more for you. Your son Ahua is a thoughtful one, so I would like to thank Mimi very much. Yun Caicai accepted happily. The goddess really liked the wild fruits she gave her, and Han Mimi was completely relieved. Although these wild fruits aren't filling, they're delicious. Pregnant females can't just eat meat. They need some vegetables and fruits too, so the cubs can grow well. You might as well ask your beast husband to organize some gatherings of wild fruits to store so you can have a change of heart during the winter. Yun Caicai understood immediately that Han Mimi's current situation might not be very good. With her words, Han Mimi could integrate into the group of young females again. Han Mimi's eyes were shining. She hadn't thought of this. She was just thinking. It turns out that the secret of the goddess giving birth to many strong babies is to eat both meat and fruits and vegetables. She wants to share it with everyone. Okay, I'll tell the other females right away. They're pregnant, so they need to eat more wild fruits. So he decided to go back happily to chat with the young females. Before leaving, she glanced at Gan Lai, who was sitting in the corner with a pale face. Huh, isn't this the top-grade male orc from the Bamboo Bear tribe? Why do you look so excessive? Oh, she knows. It must be that their goddess is too powerful. Even the top masters of the heavenly level can't beat her when she's making sauce. Han Mimi turned around and looked at Yun Caicai with admiration, then left with a blushing face. Yun Caicai. What happened? Gan Lai? That's not the case. Gan Lai's face was full of black lines. Just as he was about to speak, a wave of nausea came over him. He frowned and touched his chest, looking even more vulnerable. Yun Caicai quickly waved. Gan Lai, come here. I just tasted it. This wild fruit is sweet and sour and appetizing, just right for you. Gan Lai was stunit. Was this something Caicai specially left for him? When he came to his senses, he had already walked in front of Yun Caicai. The fruit was too small, so Yun Caicai took a handful of wild fruits and stuffed them into Gan Lai's mouth. Gan Lai? So delicious. Suddenly, I felt hungry and started to eat a lot. Yun Caicai was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After feeling better, Gan Lai felt a little embarrassed as he looked at the wild fruit that was only half left. How did he become a foodie like Hua Yin? Caicai, tomorrow I will go find the beastly husband of that little female and pick some more for us to eat together. Gan Lai immediately thought of a remedy. Good. Gan Lai couldn't eat any meat, and even his favorite bamboo shoots were difficult to swallow. At least there were some sweet and sour fruits and vegetables that he could eat. Just when he thought he would have to live on fruits and vegetables for the rest of his life, things took a turn for the better. That day, he found that he was not disgusted at all when he saw the meat hunted by Yinghua. At the same time, Yun Caicai felt a pain in her stomach, and the familiar feeling came over her again. Chapter 70 Launch. It is now officially winter. Yinghua's cubs are already more than 6 months old, and Song's cubs are more than 4 months old. The 20 or so cubs are at the peak of their energy. Although Su Sanhua often came to help look after the cubs during the day, they still jumped around every day and fought from time to time, causing people a headache. As the day of delivery approached, Yun Caicai finally decided to move the cubs to the next animal cave. Although Song he has many cubs, the beast shapes are there. They look numerous, but the space they occupy is far less than that of Yinghua's cubs. Taking this into consideration, Yun Caicai assigned a larger beast cave on the left to Yinghua and the one on the right to Songha. However, after discussing it, the two decided to put the kittens together in Yinghua's larger beast cave. This way they can take turns to look after the baby, making it easier to feed it, and they don't have to worry about not having enough manpower to keep an eye on it. Yinghua was fine. The other cubs were a little older and could understand what he said, and he had an icy face, so all the cubs were a little scared and subconsciously obeyed him. Therefore, he felt that the cubs were all very well behaved when he was on duty at night. Hua Yin is the king of the children, always playing with them. When he is on night duty, the children are happiest. Usually, the children fall asleep from exhaustion, lying on their backs and huddled together to sleep. Ganlai is smart and always has a way to make the kids obedient and quiet. But Songhee is different. He looks gentle and is particularly doting on the cubs. As time goes by, the cubs become particularly rampant in front of him. Songhee looked at the bunch of squealing cubs, his eyes darkening. He was wondering, who said the more cubs, the better? It's probably because they don't take care of him. He's really dying of exhaustion. This is much more tiring than hunting. All night long, one person sleeps, another wakes up, and those who have defecated or urinated have to be cleaned up again. There is no time to rest at all. He had no thoughts at all and was secretly praying that Yun Caicai would take in more beastly men so that he would have more time to free himself. That night, Yun Caicai couldn't sleep, always feeling that the cubs would miss her. But when she walked to the beast cave next door, she saw a group of kittens sleeping soundly, and she couldn't help but laugh at her own self-conceit. The next morning, Yun Caicai felt a familiar pain in her stomach. She frowned and said, "I'm afraid I'm about to give birth. Let's go get a witch doctor." Early in the morning, Inghua took over the job of looking after the cubs in the beast cave next door. Songhee hurried to ask for help from the witch doctor, and Hua Yin guarded the beast cave diligently. Although Gan Lai stopped vomiting, he still felt anxious and uncomfortable. He even felt a dull pain in his stomach. Gan Lai took a deep breath, suppressed all emotions, and held Yun Caicai's hand tightly. Su Sanhua came at the right time. Yun Caicai had just laid down on the stone bed and had not started yet. She took the minced meat porridge and fed it to Yun Caicai spoonfully. Yun Caicai took the opportunity to take the pain-relieving pill, and soon the pain disappeared. "The witch doctor is here." Jiang Chun came in quickly and touched Yun Caicai's belly. "Yes, she's about to give birth, and this time she's going to have a lot of pups." After a few instructions, as usual, Yun Caicai started to feel something. Jiang Yunyin was also helping. Yun Caicai frowned and started to exert force. Soon, the system's broadcast sounded in my ears. "The host has given birth to her 22nd offspring, a male in the form of a beast, panda, and a high-grade Xiangray creature. Rewards: 40 points, 50 pieces of various vegetable and fruit seeds, 100 G, and 50 pieces of beef jerky, 1.5 kilograms. The host has given birth to his 23rd offspring, a male in the form of a beast, panda, with a talent, beginner level of heavenly quality. Rewards: 60 points, 50 kilograms x 50 G of flour, 50 kilograms x 50 G of rice, and 50 kilograms x 50 G of oats. The host has given birth to his 24th offspring, a beast-shaped orange cat, male, with a talent, beginner level of heavenly quality. Rewards: 60 points, a roll of toilet paper x 50, 2.5 kilograms of salt x 50, and 2.5 kilograms of sugar x 50. The host has given birth to her 25th offspring, a male in the form of a beast, panda, with a talent, intermediate Xiangray. Rewards: 40 points, 2 kilograms of baby milk powder x 50, and 1 pack of disposable biodegradable diaper pads x 50. The host has given birth to his 26th offspring, a male panda in beast form, with a talent of advanced Xiangray. Rewards: 40 points, a pair of stone marrow, can start fires, x 50, and 5 kilograms of special panda feed x 50. The host has given birth to her 27th offspring, beast-shaped, a black and white cat, seeking plum blossoms in the snow, female, with a talent, earth-grade primary. Reward: 20 points, 50 hot lunchboxes. The host has given birth to his 28th offspring, beast-shaped, black and white cat, dark clouds covering snow, male, gifted, intermediate heavenly grade. Rewards: 60 points, 50 space expansion coupons, 10 compasses, 50 toiletries, and care kits. The host has given birth to her 29th offspring, a female in the form of a beast, panda, with a talent, intermediate earth grade. Reward: 20 points and a box of 10 different flavor drinks. The host has given birth to his 30th offspring, a beast-shaped, large black cat, male, with a talent, intermediate heavenly grade. Rewards: 60 points, a cold-proof animal hide suit x 50, cold-proof animal hide boots x 50, and cold-proof blankets x 50. Congratulations to the host. Your offspring has reached 30th place, and you will receive 100 bonus points. Chapter 71, Cub. The host has given birth to her 31st offspring, a beast-shaped white cat, female, with a talent, earth grade intermediate. Reward: 20 points, 50 yellow grade hose. The host has given birth to his 32nd offspring, male, beast-shaped panda, grade beginner level. Rewards: 60 points, 20 barrels of monkey wine, 50 yellow-grade daggers, 50 yellow-grade bows and arrows. The host has given birth to his 33rd offspring, a male in the form of a beast, panda, with a talent, beginner level of heavenly grade. Rewards, 60 points, 50 yellow-grade axes, 50 yellow-grade shovels, and 20 earth-grade machetes. The host has given birth to his 34th offspring, a male in the form of a beast, panda, with a natural talent, intermediate heavenly grade. Rewards, 60 points, 10 copies of iron or mining technique, 50 pieces of coarse cloth, and 50 space expansion coupons. The host has given birth to her 35th offspring, a female in the form of a beast, panda, with a talent, intermediate earth grade. Reward, 20 points, 50 servings of hot mutton soup. The host has given birth to his 36th offspring, a male in the form of a beast, panda, with a talent, intermediate Shin grade. Rewards, 40 points, 5 kilograms x 50 pieces of various tender meats, and 20 space expansion coupons. The host has given birth to his 37th offspring, a male panda in the form of a beast, with a natural talent, intermediate heavenly grade. Rewards, 60 points, 10 copies of pottery making, 50 sets of pottery, and 5 kilograms of special panda feed. The host has given birth to her 38th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, panda, female, with a talent, Shin grade primary. Rewards, 50 points, 10 copies of iron smelting technique, and 1 earth grade primary potion. The host has given birth to her 39th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, orange cat, male, gifted, high-grade heavenly. Rewards, 70 points, 10 copies of printing techniques, 1 intermediate grade earth grade potion, and 1 advanced earth grade potion. The host has given birth to her 40th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped brown panda, male, gifted, high-grade celestial. Rewards, 70 points, 10 copies of agricultural encyclopedia, 1 high-grade earth grade potion, and 1 primary mystical grade potion. Congratulations to the host. Your offspring has surpassed 40, and you will receive 100 bonus points. System prompt. The host gave birth to 19 offspring, 14 males and 5 females, with a reward of 870 points. The total number of offspring exceeded 40, with a reward of 200 points. The current total score is 1,070 points. In addition, extra rewards include 10 fertility pills, 10 pain-free pills, 10 recovery pills, 10 milk-increasing pills, 50 space expansion coupons, and lifespan plus 4 years. Note, the total points have reached 1,700, 210 points have been consumed, leaving 1,490 points. You can now unlock the level 3 and level 4 malls. Mall items can be purchased with points. I hope the host will continue to work hard and have good luck with pregnancy. Hearing the system's announcement, Yun Caicai was very surprised. When she was pregnant with the cubs, her belly wasn't as big as the last time, and she thought there were only a few. But there are only 19 cubs. How can there be so many? Besides, Ganlai's beast form is so big, so his cub can't be that small. Shocked, she opened her eyes. At a glance, there were 6 kittens on the bed, and the rest were panda cubs. But how come a newborn red panda is so small? Its whole body is red, like a little mouse, with only a thin layer of white fur on its body. It doesn't look like a panda at all. Newborn panda cub. At this time, Ganlai's stomachache was gone, and he felt extremely energetic. He looked carefully and saw that his face was full of the kindness of an old father. Ganlai, are all bamboo bears like this when they are born? Yun Caicai asked worriedly. It was so small, weighing only about 50 or 60 grams. The kittens next to it were a head bigger than it. Ganlai smiled and said, Caicai, thank you for your hard work. All newborn bamboo bear cubs look like this. Although we are huge beasts, our newborn cubs are the smallest on the Orc continent. However, after 1 month, they have changed a lot. If only they could grow up safely, Ganlai thought to himself. After all, the bamboo bear cubs in their tribe are so small that many will die even if they are carefully cared for. However, he believed that with the goddess Yun Caicai around, perhaps his cubs would be able to grow up healthily. Oh, it's so small. No wonder it can have so many pups. Fact, the mammal with the greatest weight difference between adult and juvenile is the giant panda. At birth, panda cubs weigh only 1 to a few thousandths of their mother's weight. The smallest newborn panda cub on record weighed only 48 grams. Chapter 72, Xianpin. This time, Caicai actually gave birth to 19 cubs. There are 5 little females. That's great. Beast God bless you. Even though Jiang Chun and Jiang Yunyun were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help being surprised when they saw the bed full of cubs. The goddess is truly extraordinary. As long as they are goddesses, they think it is normal even if they give birth to 108 cubs in one litter. Now Jiang Chun and Jiang Yunyun were no longer as surprised as they were at the beginning. They decided a few times and started moving their hands quickly again. After they finished packing, they returned to the witch doctor's cave. Since Gan Lai was taking care of the cubs, Su Sanhua handed the warm broth to Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai took the recovery pill and the milk-enhancing pill. Since there were so many cubs, she took 2 more milk-enhancing pills. After finishing the soup, Yun Caicai looked at the panda cub again. This was the first time she saw one. It's really small, but still very cute. I just heard the system report that the last cub is a brown panda, but you can't tell it now because it has white fur. We'll see when they grow up. Yun Caicai looked at the kittens again, and they were all opening and closing their mouths. It seemed that she was hungry. Yun Caicai smiled helplessly. She turned into a beast and lay on the stone bed and began to feed the babies in rows. After all the little ones had eaten and drunk their fill and were asleep, Yun Caicai closed her eyes and entered the system space to check. After giving birth to 3 cubs, she has summed up some experience. The points of the cubs are linked to the major grades. Huangpin's baby gets 10 points as reward. The reward for Earth grade is 20, for Profound grade is 40, for Heaven grade is 60, and for all cubs with genetic mutations, an additional 10 points will be added. Different grades have different types of system rewards. The yellow grade and Earth grade cubs are rewarded with 1 thing. The black grade ones are rewarded with 2 things, and the Heaven grade ones are rewarded with 3 things. The quality of the rewards is getting better and better. Gan Lai is of the highest rank, and most of his offspring are also of high rank. This pregnancy brought her more than 1,000 points. And most importantly, 4 potions of different grades were awarded, namely, Earth grade primary, Earth grade intermediate, Earth grade advanced, and mysterious grade primary. In other words, after she drinks these potions, she will immediately be upgraded from high grade Huang to low grade Xian, and her strength will increase greatly. The Tianpin orc is really powerful. I must arrange another baby for Gan Lai in the future. Yun Caicai was extremely excited. She had to drink the potion immediately before she could focus on anything else. Tons. Yun Caicai drank the potions one by one. She felt her body begin to heat up, return to normal. Heat up, return to normal. Heat up. She couldn't help but wonder if her head would be so hot that it would smoke. Yun Caicai turned her back to everyone and secretly opened her eyes to take a look. Oh no. When the last trace of heat dissipated, Yun Caicai felt that her bones and muscles had become stronger and harder, and there was an indescribable power in her body. In short, she felt that she was much stronger than before. But drinking 4 potions in a short period of time also consumed a lot of Yun Caicai's energy. She suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't open her eyes. She wanted to sleep very much. I was just sweating from the heat and felt a little sticky. Yun Caicai frowned and moved impatiently. Su Sanhua noticed something was wrong and immediately went forward to check. When she saw Yun Caicai sweating profusely, the place where she lay was a little wet. Su Sanhua thought distressedly. She seems fine, but how could she be fine after just giving birth? Oh, she's so weak and sweating so much. She needs to be taken good care of. I'll wipe Caicai a little, and she will feel more comfortable and sleep more soundly. Not long after, Yun Caicai felt a warm sensation on her forehead, arms, and calves. Her body no longer felt so uncomfortable, but was instead surrounded by warmth. When Yun Caicai smelled the scent of Su Sanhua, she fell into a deep sleep with peace of mind. Chapter 73, Very Right. When I woke up again, it was already dark. All you could hear was the howling of the cold wind outside and the occasional crackling sound coming from the beast cave, which was the flames burning. Yun Caicai was stunned for a moment, not knowing what day it was. But the next second, she remembered that there were a lot of rewards in her space, and there was a mall that could continue to be unlocked. Yun Caicai immediately closed her eyes and continued to sleep. She remembered that the rewards for unlocking the 2nd level in the mall were quite generous. What rewards would she get when unlocking the 3rd and 4th levels this time? The accumulated points have exceeded 1,000 points. Do you want to unlock the 3rd level mall? Unlock. As soon as he finished speaking, the mall emitted a dazzling white light. After a while, the mall on the 1st floor became a mall on the 2nd floor. The plaque became bigger, and the font was glowing. Successfully unlocked the level 3 mall. Rewards are as follows. 2.5 kilograms of salt x 50, 2.5 kilograms of sugar x 50, basic medical kits x 50, 20 fertility pills, 20 fitness pills, 20 beauty pills, 20 detoxification pills, space expansion coupons x 100, yellow grade primary potions x 10, yellow grade intermediate potions x 10, yellow grade advanced potions x 10, earth grade bows and arrows x 10, mysterious grade daggers x 10, explosives x 10, and heaven grade animal hide defensive suits x 10. Rewards have been distributed to the space. Please check. Yun Caicai's eyes lit up as she looked at the pile of good things. Now immediately, Little Pomegranate unlocked the 4th level mall. Soon, the mall became even more luxurious. Successfully unlocked the 4th level mall, rewards are as follows. Listening to the system's constant broadcasting, Yun Caicai felt so happy that her heart was bubbling with joy. Another wave of even better rewards arrived. In addition to basic supplies and elixirs, there were also Earth-grade potions, advanced expansion coupons, advanced medical kits, and a whole host of Earth-grade, profound-grade, and heaven-grade items. Don't accuse me of inflating the word count, or I'll cry. I won't write so much this time, because it's really troublesome to think about these rewards. In short, Yun Caicai was dazzled by the pile of rewards. The originally gray interface is now shining with golden light, and items with Xian-grade and Tian-grade attributes can be traded for points. Moreover, after the 4th level mall is unlocked, most items can be discounted by 20% and some by 50%. But Yun Caicai, who originally thought she was getting rich, couldn't help but gasp when she saw the prices of the top-notch items, even at a 20% discount. 20% off is expensive. 50% off is also expensive. She still likes discounted items, the kind with great discounts. But the things in this special mall are all useless. Either I already have them, or I have no use for them at all. This time, you can save up your points. Looking at the space filled with things, Yun Caicai just felt happy. Oh, and I haven't used my space expansion coupons yet. This time, there are also advanced expansion coupons, which is really exciting. Little Pomegranate. Use all the space expansion coupons. Used successfully. As soon as Yun Caicai finished speaking, the space was covered by a layer of white mist, and there was no movement for a long time. Caicai. At this time, a familiar voice sounded and Yun Caicai opened her eyes. Is sweet, he said with some concern. You slept for a long time. Are you feeling unwell? If Yun Caicai doesn't wake up, he will go and call a witch doctor. Before, Yun Caicai looked in good condition after giving birth and could communicate with them for a long time. But this time, she fell asleep immediately after giving birth and slept for such a long time. It's okay, I'm just a little exhausted. Looking at the litter of puppies on the bed, Ganlai thought, it must be more tiring to have so many children. At this moment, a sudden pang of heartache welled up in his heart, and then he made up his mind and said, Caicai, you've worked so hard, we just want this one baby. He already has many cubs, and he really can't bear to see Caicai suffer the pain of giving birth to another one. Yun Caicai became anxious upon hearing this. Her eyes widened in shock as she asked, how can this be possible? She also planned to give Ganlai more cubs. After all, there were not many male orcs who could guarantee both quality and quantity. She won't let him go. Ganlai was stunned, then said with a touching look, Caicai, so you love me so much. I thought that Inghua was the only one who held a special place in your heart. It turns out that I am the different one. As long as I'm here, everyone else has to stand aside. When he thought of this, Ganlai's love for Yun Caicai instantly reached its peak. Yun Caicai. She opened her mouth, looked at Ganlai's eyes full of affection, and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Forget it. Think about it this way. She gave birth to so many puppies for him. How can I not love him? Right? Yes, very right, absolutely right. Just think about it. Chapter 74, very good. Ganlai, do you remember the names of the cubs? Yun Caicai said as a routine matter. Ganlai smiled slightly. I have thought about it. Yun Caicai. Oh, huh? She asked in disbelief. You figured it out so quickly? Is it difficult to think of a name? Ganlai looked a little confused. Inghua had thought about it for 3 days before, and Songyi also went to the clan leader and discussed it for a long time before they decided. And Ganlai figured it out in just one afternoon? Yun Caicai blinked. It must be very difficult for her, otherwise she wouldn't have pushed it to them. But she wouldn't admit it. Otherwise, she would look stupid. Yun Caicai suddenly became curious. What name could Ganlai come up with? Ganlai, what are the names of the cubs? Gan Lai pointed at the cub on the bed and began to speak. Gan 1, Gan 2, Gan 3, Gan 13, Gan 14. Yun Caicai's smile froze at the corners of her mouth, and then she thought of another question. I remember we had 19 cubs. How did you get a 14? Gan Lai's eyes flashed with tenderness. Yes, but how can these brats compare with 5 little females? He pointed at the first female that came out, the black and white cat, and said, This is Gan Tian. Then he pointed to the second red panda and said, This is Willing. The third little female was a snow-white kitten. This is Gan Shui. This is Gan Yu. Panda. This is Gan Ning. Panda. Yun Caicai was surprised and said, Gan Lai, what a nice name you gave to the little female. Gan Lai said proudly, That's right, I spent the whole afternoon just thinking about the name. Yun Caicai. She spent an entire afternoon naming the puppies, and the names of her 14 male cubs probably only took a minute. She thought for a moment and then said politely, Is this the name for the little male? Gan Lai asked in confusion. Isn't it possible? Yun Caicai. Of course. Well, your name is pretty nice too. Why don't you give them similar names that are nice and easy to remember? Gan Lai said calmly, My name is Gan San. Yun Caicai was stunned. Everyone in the tribe has called me Xiao San since I was little, but there are so many Xiao Sans in the tribe that it's always confusing. So when I became an adult, I changed my name to Gan. Why does it sound like something is wrong? Gan Lai waved his hand and said, If they don't like growing up, they can change themselves. Yun Caicai swallowed her saliva. So that's how it is. Just from this one thing, we can see that most of the bamboo bear tribe are cute and silly. Isn't the name I chose bad? Gan Lai asked. She smiled awkwardly. Good, very good. This name is easy to say and easy to remember. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed a good idea. There are so many cubs in Gan Lai, and I will never forget their names by naming them this way. It's just that Gan Lai, this father, is too biased towards females over males. Look at him putting the 5 little females aside by themselves and circling around them all the time. The other 14 little males huddled together pitifully. Yun Caicai shook her head and helped to take the little cub out. Then she frowned and said seriously, Gan Lai, you have to pay attention to the little male too. Look, 13 was just pinned down by 11. Gan Lai's heart tightened, and he immediately came over to check on the little males. He was relieved when he saw that they were all fine. He really is so proud of himself as soon as he became a father. If one of the cubs had something wrong with him, he would feel guilty to death. Gan Lai apologized. Okay, I will pay attention next time. Whether it's a little female or a little male, I will take good care of them. It won't happen again. Yun Caicai nodded. There is still hope. As long as Gan Lai is willing to put his mind to it, he will definitely do it well. At this time, some little cubs began to open their mouths to ask for milk, and Yun Caicai fed them one by one. When she finished her meal and lay down on the bed to rest, she thought of her space again. It's been so long, it should be upgraded, right? What will it become? She closed her eyes slightly excitedly. As a result, when she arrived in the space, Yun Caicai was stunned. Chapter 75 Mistake. Yun Caicai was pleasantly surprised to find that her space had become much larger after the upgrade. The space was originally just a storage space, but now is divided into 2 parts. They are storage area and planting area respectively. On one side are rows of warehouses, which are filled with supplies rewarded by the system and are placed in different categories. On one side is about 10 acres of land that can be used for planting. But how do I plant it? With just a thought, Yun Caicai easily found all kinds of vegetable and fruit seeds stored in the warehouse. She continued to try to control them with her mind, and the seeds obediently entered the soil. Very good, one-click sowing, convenient and worry-free. She wanted to try whether space cultivation was feasible and how long it would take to mature. The space is now of small size. Yun Caicai tried it, but still couldn't enter any living things. Of course, she tried it with her own body. However, Yun Caicai vaguely felt that the day when she could collect and enter and exit the space might not be far away. Looking at the top-grade animal skin clothes, top-grade dagger, speed boots on her feet, and the space containing all kinds of supplies, it was enough for her to eat and use for several lifetimes with some leftover. Yun Caicai couldn't help but sigh. Now she has a foothold in this world of beasts. The panda cubs are growing well under Gan Lai's care. In just 7 days, their shoulder straps and ears have turned black, and they have dark circles under their eyes, showing a beginning resemblance to giant pandas. A panda cub with dark circles under its eyes. Gan Lai was very surprised. He found that the cubs grew much faster than the cubs in the bamboo bear tribe. This showed that the cubs had good physiques. In the bamboo bear tribe, it would take more than half a month for the cubs to grow to their current appearance. Ganlai, when can they crawl around? Yun Caicai, who had never raised a panda cub, was a little curious. The kittens from the same litter have already started learning to walk, but the panda cub is still so small, lying there all day long, but its mouth opens wider than anyone else's when it is feeding. Usually they can crawl at 3 months and walk freely at 6 months, but our cub may be a little faster. After hearing Ganlai's words, Yun Caicai couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder the bamboo bear tribe has a fertility crisis. Most species can crawl and walk soon after they are born, but these panda cubs need 3 months to crawl and 6 months to walk. The time span is indeed a bit long. Once there are any force majeure factors in the middle, they can easily die. However, she also discovered that as her rank improved, the rank and physique of her cubs also improved significantly. Therefore, there's almost no need to worry about their health. Every day, the cubs fall into a deep sleep after drinking milk, and they have a lot more flesh than when they were born. At this time, Songhe walked into the beast cave with light steps, and Yun Caicai subconsciously looked behind him. Nothing. Yun Caicai raised her eyebrows. What's going on? Where are the kids? Songhe grinned and said, I have nothing to do in winter, so I sent the cubs to play with Grandpa. Yun Caicai, this trick is okay, just try to look away from her. She doesn't want to be around others. At this time, the smile on Ganlai's face gradually deepened. That's great, Songhe, I'm just too busy. Could you please give me a hand? Songhe's happy smile suddenly froze on his face. After sending away one group, a group of more difficult ones came. What a mistake. Can he take the kids back now? A smile flashed across Inghua's eyes, and he felt balanced instantly as he touched his cub. Ha ha ha, no one can escape. Songhe, come over and see the cub. Huayan laughed wildly and mercilessly. Seeing this, Yun Caicai also laughed out loud. It still has to be you, Ganlai. Chapter 76 Delicious. It was freezing and snowy outside, but there was constant laughter in the beast cave, which made people feel warm. Let's eat something new today. Looking at the 4 people getting along harmoniously, Yun Caicai suddenly became interested. Inghua, okay. Songhe, who was tidying up the baby, turned around with a look of curiosity. What? Huayan swallowed her saliva immediately when she heard the word food. Ganlai also stopped what he was doing. As soon as Yun Caicai thought about it, a big iron pot appeared out of thin air. However, this pot was different from the usual cooking pot. It had a handle on each side and a garden side. Various slices of meat and vegetables appeared around the pot. Let's eat hot pot. Yun Caicai poured water and 2 base ingredients into the pot separately and placed them on the fire. Huayan followed her like a little tail, peeking in. How do you eat this? Yun Caicai smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not healed yet. The system rewards for upgrading to level 4 are very comprehensive. Almost everything you can eat or use is available in the space. In the cold winter, everyone stays in the beast cave and does not go out unless necessary. The 3 animal caves here all belong to Yun Caicai, and the smell cannot be dissipated. At this moment, it is just right to have a hot pot meal. Yun Caicai also misses the taste of hot pot. The 4 of them had already witnessed Yun Caicai's magical powers many times, and they all respected her very much and did not ask any questions. Caicai trusts them, so shouldn't they feel extremely grateful and fortunate? They only know one truth. Good things, Yun Caicai will never forget them. Having the goddess is the luckiest thing in their lives, and they will only work together to protect her. I wonder how delicious the food will be this time. Several people also swallowed secretly. Gurgle, gurgle. Huayan burned the firewood very vigorously, and soon the hot pot began to boil. The rich aroma made several people's stomachs growl. These are 2 flavors. This bright red one is spicy, and this one is bone broth. You can try them separately and see which one you like better. She put the meat in, and after a while it started to float up. It was cooked and ready to eat. Yun Caicai thought maliciously that since they had never eaten spicy food before, the first bite would definitely be too spicy. Her smile widened. But the next second, the 4 people gathered together frowned and looked at each other. Songhe asked first, But, Caicai, how are we going to eat it? It's so hot. It will be cooked if we scoop it out with our hands. Yun Caicai, I forgot that they in the animal world don't know how to use chopsticks. It's okay, it's just a small matter. She grabbed 2 small colanders from the space and placed one on each side. Of course you can't use your hands. Use this tool to scoop out the meat and vegetables Then put them in the wooden bowl in front of you, and then use a wooden spoon to eat. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't have to use their hands to pick it up. Yun Caicai demonstrated, and starting with manhwa, they all served themselves one by one. They all served the spicy food, like Yun Caicai. It's so hot. Hua Yin screamed, sticking out his tongue and fanning himself with his hands. Manhwa looked calm, but he had already picked up the bowl and was drinking water. Gan Lai and Song He also started to hiss nonstop, especially Song He, whose face had turned red from the spiciness. Seeing the four people's embarrassing expressions, Yun Caicai burst out laughing. It's not hot, it's spicy. Drink more water first to cool it down. If you can't get used to it, try the one next to it. This one is not spicy and tastes good too. It took a while for everyone to recover. Hua Yin ran out of the beast cave and came back with a mouthful of snow. They respectfully declined the spicy hot pot. Yun Caicai served them the meat from the bone soup. They frowned and looked a little gloomy. But the moment they entered the store, everyone's eyes lit up. The taste of the bone soup was light, but not bland. After a while, the four of them were eating it with gusto. I didn't expect that the wild vegetables would taste so good after being added in. Gan Lai was very happy eating it. This was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. Yun Caicai was already full, but the male beast man had a big appetite and was only half full after eating all these things. Yun Caicai then took out some rice, and they ate a mouthful of meat and a mouthful of rice, and each of them ate 5 bowls of rice. Hua Yin didn't even miss the soup. She drank it all in one gulp. The after effect was that she had to hold the wooden bowl and drink water all day long. It's really salty if you drink all the base sauce like this. Oh, this silly fox. 3 days later, heavy snow fell and the weather became noticeably colder. Yun Caicai suddenly remembered that there was a batch of animal skin winter clothes in the space, so she took them out. They each had one, and the amazing thing was that although the animal skin clothes looked the same, they actually didn't feel that cold after putting them on. Song He, go give one each to the clan leader and the witch doctor. They are old and afraid of the cold. Please bring the cubs back while you're at it. The temperature has dropped so suddenly, I'm afraid they can't handle it. Upon hearing this, Song He became anxious. Okay, I'll go right away. Yun Caicai gave each of them 2 large temperature-controlled suitcases, but they were made of wood and nothing could be seen from the outside. Put the babies in here, they won't get cold. Yun Caicai's words were concise and to the point, but Song He understood and did as he was told immediately. Hua Yin and Gan Lai will stay in the cave to take care of the cub. Manhwa, you and I will go out for a while. Gan Lai and Song He nodded. Manhwa, okay. Manhwa followed Yun Caicai obediently without saying much. As soon as she came out of the beast cave, Yun Caicai shuddered. It's still a bit cold. Just as she was about to continue walking, Manhwa strode forward, blocking the cold wind and saying in a gentle voice, Caicai, if you change into your animal form, I'll hold you and you won't be cold. I'll take you wherever you say to go. Yun Caicai smiled at the considerate Manhwa and said, okay. The next second, a little orange cat stood in the snow. Manhwa immediately picked her up and held her in his arms, and the warmth from his chest immediately warmed her. Chapter 77 Warmth. Let's go to Andy's place. As soon as Yun Caicai finished speaking, Manhwa moved. His steps were fast but steady. Yun Caicai nestled in his chest, and hearing the strong thumping of Manhwa's heart, she couldn't help but feel at ease. Soon, they arrived at Su Sanhua's cave. Manhwa, put me down and go in later. Manhwa gently put the little orange cat on the ground, and with his swish, Yun Caicai returned to her human form. With a wave of her hand, a skinned sheep and a dead wild boar appeared near the cave. These were the wild animals that Manhwa Gan and his men had hunted for the winter, and she stored them all in the space. Manhwa, carry these things and follow me. Yun Caicai, holding a pile of winter clothes in her hands, entered the beast cave first. Su Sanhua, covered with a quilt, was curled up on the stone bed. The outermost layer of the quilt is animal skin, mixed with some grass and fur. This layer of quilt will make it much warmer, but it still cannot withstand the severe cold of winter. Caicai, why are you here? Su Sanhua said in surprise. She lifted the quilt and said as she got up from the bed. Yin Hai suddenly jumped up with joy. Sister, you are here. I was just thinking about you. Little sister. The 3 brothers were also stunned and quickly stood up to greet her. Yin Dashin frowned and said, Caicai, you are already weak. What are you doing here in such a cold weather? Yes, Caicai, if there's anything, just ask Manhwa and the others to come over and tell us, and we will be there. The other fathers also said worriedly, Mom, brother, dads, I'm fine. Please sit down and see what good things I brought you. Yun Caicai said with a smile as she put the animal skin clothes on the stone bed and touched Yun Hai's head. Xiao Hai, I miss you too. Manhwa put the meat in the corner, and everyone realized that he had carried so many things. Oh, why did you take so many things? The animal skin clothes are fine, but why did you also take the meat? Caicai, we have enough to eat. You have many kids, so you eat a lot. Hurry up and take the meat back. We don't lack it. Su Sanhua said anxiously. Caicai, we all know your feelings, but winter is different from the past. You have to take care of your own family first, said Yun Dashin. Yes, sister, we have eaten enough, Yun Hai said sensibly. But Yun Caicai clearly saw Yun Hai swallowing quietly. Everyone started talking about it, and her brother was about to carry it back to her. Yun Caicai sighed secretly. Among their rank, only Yun Dashin had the highest rank. If they relied on just a few of them to hunt, the stock of wild animals might not be much now. But even if they were hungry, everyone wanted her to take the meat back. Yun Caicai recalled how they had not only given her their favorite foods from time to time, but had also never acted arrogantly because she was a goddess. Instead, they had always been low-key, preferring to take less when hunting rather than give her the chance to argue. She was really lucky. When she came to the beast world, she had such a large family who truly cared about her. Perhaps God was making up for the many hardships she had endured in the apocalypse. She will not regard all the good things as a disaster just because of the hardships she has experienced in the past. In that case, she accepted their warmth with peace of mind and was willing to give something in return. Of course, people's hearts are fickle, and she will always be vigilant in her heart. If someone wants to stab her one day, she doesn't mind ending it with her own hands. Mom, Dad, brother, please sit down and listen to me first. There was a certainty and strength in Yun Caicai's calm tone. Everyone looked at each other and finally put down the wild animals and looked at Yun Caicai. My beast husbands, Ganlai and Huayin, are both of the heavenly rank. Manhwa is of the mysterious rank, and Song is also of the high earth rank. Their strength is unquestionable. Before winter came, we stored enough wild animals, wild vegetables, and even wild fruits. So, you don't have to worry about us not having enough to eat. In the future, I will ask them to continue sending food over at regular intervals. Mother, I remember everything you have done for me. Now that I have the ability, please don't refuse. Mother, you know, Yun Caicai said meaningfully. Su Sanhua was silent. She had long known that her daughter had had an adventure. When she was taking care of the cubs before, she had also tasted the food rewarded by the beast god. So, they were just too worried and anxious. Now that my Caicai is capable, I am blessed. In this case, I will not be polite to you. Shun Rong and Shun, you guys put the wild animals away. Su Sanhua smiled helplessly and proudly. Mother, you can wear this fur coat to keep out the cold. Father, brother, you have it too. Do they have gifts too? Suddenly, their eyes lit up. After everyone put on the animal skin clothes, they felt much warmer and praised them highly. Su Sanhua has always been weak, but fortunately, Yun Caicai gave her water made from a tonic pill before, and now she has cold-proof animal skin clothes and food, so she will definitely get through this winter safely. With her mind put to rest, Yun Caicai left with peace of mind. Chapter 78 Harvest. On the way back, the silent Manhwa suddenly asked, Caicai, it's so cold in winter. Will you treat other people in the tribe the same way? The little orange cat nestled in his chest, feeling itchy. But the soft little kitten said something very rational. The winters in previous years were also very cold. Didn't they survive it? It's the same this year. Manhwa, I'm not that kind-hearted. I only care about our own people. There are also people who can bring me benefits, Yun Caicai said secretly. Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He was afraid that if Yun Caicai showed kindness, it would whet the appetites of the tribesmen and turn out to be a disaster. It's just right now. When they returned to the cave, they saw Song He also coming back with the kittens. Yun Caicai went to Manhwa's cave and set up a nest for the kittens. The wooden fence was surrounded by animal skin curtains to keep out the cold and keep warm. 2 large wooden fences were covered with a whole constant temperature heating mat, and the kittens rolled around comfortably inside. Manhwa skillfully put cat food in the pot for the kittens, and after a while, the kittens lowered their heads and raised their butts to start eating. A large fence was also placed in Yun Caicai's cave, and a constant temperature mat was also laid inside. Then Gonlai carefully moved the cubs into the pen, which gave them more space and made Yun Caicai feel more comfortable. When it was time to feed them, Yun Caicai only needed to transform into her animal form and go into the pen to feed the cubs. At night, just as I was about to go to sleep, the system's announcement sounded. Ding! The little female Tang Lan Lan who took the fertility pill has successfully given birth. Rewarding the host, Yun Caicai, with plus 5 points. The current total points are 1075. Yun Caicai is in high spirits. The seeds planted in autumn will be harvested in winter, right? Early the next morning. Ding! The little female Lin Chao Chao, who took the fertility pill, has successfully given birth. Rewarding the host, Yun Caicai, with plus 5 points. The current total points are 1080. Drop! In the following 5 days, listening to the wonderful broadcast voice of the system from time to time, Yun Caicai was in a very good mood and even ate an extra bowl of rice. What made her even happier was that the crops in the space were already ripe. Yun Caicai moved her mind, and crops piled up on the side, including vegetables, fruits, rice, and wheat. In just 10 days, 10 acres of land can be harvested with just one click. It's hard to imagine how much food reserves she will have in the near future. It's impossible to starve to death in this life. Yun Caicai asked Inghua and Songha to go to Su Sanhua again. The most common thing they gave her was meat, which was the best way to satisfy hunger. The other two things she gave her were a few bags of rice and some wild fruits and vegetables. Su Sanhua had eaten glutinous rice porridge before and knew how to make it. Now these things were enough for them to get through the winter. The panda cub is already 1 month old. Gonlai has a fatherly smile on his face. Our cub is growing really well, much better than the cubs of the bamboo bear tribe. Now our 1-month-old cub is bigger than their 2-month-old one. My little kitten is so cute. With its looks and appearance, it will surely charm all the orcs. Yun Caicai. However, this bunch of furry creatures are indeed very cute and make people happy when they see them, especially these panda cubs, which are round and very pleasing. The panda cubs now. Tonight, Gonlai and Song here looking after the cubs in the beast cave next door, while Inghua and Hua Yin are on duty at Yin Caicai's side. Hua Yin blocked Inghua at the entrance of the cave. She pointed inside and outside from time to time, and her voice was very low. No one knew what she was muttering. Yun Caicai was very puzzled. When did the two of them become so close? Are you all whispering to each other? Chapter 79, Seduction. Hua Yin had a pleading look on her face, with her hands clasped together as she kept bowing to Inghua. He whispered, Inghua, can I call you big brother? I beg you. I'm the only one without a cub. I don't know what's wrong with Caicai. She won't let us get close to her lately. Tonight, please let me have this one chance, okay? Inghua remained calm and unmoved. Hey, let me tell you this. Finally, Hua Yin raised her foot and whispered a few words into Inghua's ear. Inghua glanced into the cave, and the tips of his ears turned red. Hua Yin continued to circle around him, like a little mouse circling around rice, but unable to eat it, running around in circles in a panic. Finally, Inghua nodded with red ears and went into the cave first and sat in the corner. Seeing this, Hua Yin happily followed him into the cave. Yun Caicai. I stared at her. There is definitely something fishy going on between the two of them. Hua Yin had flowing white hair, and he smiled charmingly, looking at Yun Caicai with seductive eyes. The Nine-Tailed tribe is already outstanding in appearance and naturally charming, and Hua Yin is the best among them. His deliberately seductive posture is even more breathtakingly beautiful, and Yun Caicai couldn't help but feel moved. Swish! 7 fluffy white tails appeared behind Hua Yin, swaying with his steps, which was very beautiful. It turns out that Hua Yin is a 7-tailed fox. He can control the number of his tails at will, but of course it can only be less, not more. He studied it for a long time, and the clever fox head felt that the handsome human form coupled with a white tail would surely make him get what he wanted. During this period, he was really hungry. Even though she was the most beautiful, Caicai just didn't give him a cross or circle. In a state of desperation, he had no choice but to resort to this last resort, using all his tricks to seduce his goddess. Fortunately, Yun Caicai did not disappoint him. Seeing her stunned for a moment, Hua Yin was very excited. Yun Caicai was dazzled by Hua Yin's every frown and smile, and it felt like Hua Yin appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. The fluffy and beautiful white tail added a touch of mystery and charm to Hua Yin. Yun Caicai couldn't help but touch it. She touched the largest and most beautiful white tail in the middle and pinched it slightly. It was soft and fleshy and felt really good. Well, but at this moment, Hua Yin couldn't help but moan. Yun Caicai looked up and saw Hua Yan's eyes moving and her cheeks flushed, as if she was trying hard to hold back something. Oh, this is the little fox's special place. Yun Caicai squeezed the white tail a few more times with evil intentions, and Hua Yan's legs went weak, and she fell into Yun Caicai's arms. Caicai, I want. Hua Yan's eyes turned red, and he couldn't help but beg in a murmur. Looking at such a charming beauty in her arms, Yun Caicai could no longer hold back. Her eyes darkened, and she turned over and pressed the little fox under her. Soon, Yun Caicai realized what it meant for a handsome man to be so charming that he could even attract the goddess to her knees. The two of them tossed and turned for a long time. Hua Yin looked very satisfied, and Yun Caicai also felt a different kind of satisfaction. Afterwards, she secretly took the fertility pill, and the next time she gave birth to a few little foxes for Hua Yin. She was also looking forward to what kind of rewards the system would give this time. Just when she was about to hug the little fox to sleep, Hua Yin sat up and moved to the side. Yun Caicai. At this time, a tall figure appeared. Hua, who had been patient for a long time, couldn't wait to press Yun Caicai under him and kiss all of Yun Caicai's surprised words between his lips and teeth. Yun Caicai's desire was aroused again, and she became unrestrained. Halfway through, Hua Yin had another idea and approached quietly. For a moment, Yun Caicai was defeated. The three of them laughed and played all night long and only stopped at dawn. Yun Caicai fell into a deep sleep, and Hua Yin also wanted to sleep with her, but she fell asleep soon after lying down. Hua held his forehead and pushed the fox to the edge with a look of disgust. However, Hua Yin didn't notice anything. She turned over and continued to sleep without even opening her eyes. Hua, however, the moment he looked at Yun Caicai, Hua's face became gentle. He gently kissed Yun Caicai's cheek, covered her with a quilt, then got up to prepare milk powder for the cubs and patiently fed the cubs who had just opened their eyes. Chapter 80 Joining Forces. Gan Lai and Song, he both had dark circles under their eyes, and they both looked at Hua Yin coldly. Hua Yin held her head high and swayed back and forth like a proud rooster. Gan Lai and Song, his faces turned dark. Two people who had 800 brains in total didn't expect to fall into the hands of the most brainless and stupid fox. They hadn't even started yet, but this slutty fox got there first. Gan Lai and Song, he eavesdropped on what was going on behind the wall all night. They didn't expect that Hua Yin was actually seducing Yun Caicai behind their backs, and they didn't expect that the cold and icy Hua was actually a shy slut. The most unexpected thing is that the two of them actually joined forces. Gan Lai felt that Hua Yin had betrayed him. Song, he felt that Hua had abandoned him. It's obvious that they knew each other first and are best friends. The injured Gan Lai and Song, he looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Haha, the black-bellied combination is online. Just wait for this cool combination. From then on, the two groups began to fight each other, competing with each other in wits and courage. Gan Lai and his scheming duo started to stir up trouble secretly, but Hua Yin and his introverted duo were not afraid at all and directly and openly sought favor. During this period, Hua watched Gan Lai and the others' little actions thoughtfully and secretly learned a lot. Only Hua Yin, with her brute force, foolishly vowed to fight Gan Lai to the death, completely forgetting how close they were before. The four beast husbands are different. Strong Hua, gentle river Song, hopeful Gan Lai, the coquettish Hua Yin. For a moment, Yun Caicai was extremely happy, but also had a headache. Once, she was almost broken apart from the torture. In the end, Yun Caicai held her old waist, frowned, and kicked them off the bed one by one without mercy. From now on, everyone, behave yourself. I'm pregnant, and no one can get close to the stone bed. The main reason was that Yun Caicai couldn't stand them anymore. They came nonstop all night long, sometimes one, sometimes two, and today all four of them came. After a long time, who can bear it? If we don't discipline them, no one will know who is the boss. Seeing that Yun Caicai was really angry, the four beastly husbands had to stop and live in peace from then on. The ice and snow melted, and the snow water flowed down the mountain and gathered into a winding and clear stream. The coldest time has passed, and the sun is getting brighter day by day. The patriarch stands outside, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart. This winter, he thought he would not be able to survive, but the goddess asked Song he to bring him the animal skin clothes rewarded by the beast god. They were light but warm, and she also gave him enough food. This winter passed so easily. In previous winters, there were always a few kittens dying. Besides, how many cubs born in winter can survive? But this year, not only did no cubs die, but even the cubs born in winter were healthier than the other. These are the future of the divine cat tribe. All this is thanks to the blessing of the goddess. When the witch doctor Jiang Chun went to various beast insights to see these 1-month-old cubs, he was also filled with emotion. He saw that each of them was strong and lively, and even the 2 little females who were usually weak were growing well. The holy water of the goddess actually has such miraculous effects. The divine cat tribe has a short gestation period, giving birth to a litter of puppies in just 2 months, and then resting for a month or 2 before continuing to give birth. With the goddess in charge, I am afraid that within 3 years, their divine cat tribe will be able to grow from a small or medium-sized tribe to a large tribe. Will we be far from a super tribe by then? As he thought about it, a kind and gentle smile appeared on the face of the witch doctor Jiang Chun. He felt more and more hopeful about the future. He really hoped that he could live to see that day. Here, Han Mimi couldn't sit still anymore. God knows how envious she was when she saw other females giving birth to cubs. Last time, although she had obtained the forgiveness of the goddess, she still could not conceive. It must be that drinking the holy water given by the goddess herself could increase the chances of conceiving. Should she ask the goddess for help again? Will the goddess give her the holy water? Han Mei Lu-kid conflicted. Finally, she decided to try her luck. Goddess, I want to ask you a favor. It's about giving birth to a baby. Han Mimi said a little awkwardly. It was not surprising for Yun Caicai to see Han Mimi. After all, she was the only female of childbearing age who was not pregnant. Last time, she accepted Han Mimi's apology and accepted the wild fruits, but at the same time, her proposal also allowed her to reintegrate into the group of young females. As for the fertility pill, Yun Caicai will not give it to her alone at the moment, so she will have to wait for next time. How could a little female who had publicly offended the goddess be allowed to get pregnant so soon? This was a punishment, and also a way to let others know that she had the ability to make them pregnant, but if they showed disrespect to her, this ability would be taken away. Mimi, the holy water bestowed by the beast god is gone. Wait until the holy water is available next time, and then you can accept the blessing again. Yun Caicai smiled gently and refused directly. Han Mimi's face darkened a little. Yun Caicai comforted her. Next time, your wish will surely come true. Hearing this, Han Mimi's eyes lit up again. She suddenly felt that the figure of the goddess became taller in her mind. Seeing Han Mimi leave respectfully, Yun Caicai knew that it was done. A person who once sneered at the goddess is now so respectful and sincere. Others who see this will only be more convinced. At this moment, in a hidden beast cave in the Taiku Mountains, a black snake was looking at the trembling little female in front of it with a sinister expression. Chapter 81 Despair. Feng Jinjin huddled in a corner, her body covered with bruises of varying degrees, her long hair a mess, and her once fair cheeks had long lost their luster. She covered her face with her hands, looking weak and frightened, and lowered her eyes to hide the fear and hatred in them. So much time has passed, but she still hasn't been able to conceive. There are only 3 months left until the 1-year period mentioned by the black snake. She is anxious, afraid, and hateful. The black snake's eyes are becoming more and more cruel and ferocious when he looks at her. She doesn't want to be skinned and eaten alive by him. Don't you claim to be the most fertile female in the divine cat tribe? Huh? Why are you so useless? Bang! The black snake slapped Feng Jinjin hard, and she fell to the side like a rag doll. She covered her face without shedding a single tear. Being beaten had become the norm now, and she had actually gotten used to it. She no longer felt the slightest bit of humiliation. She just wanted to survive. As long as she survived, she might have the chance to see Zizi and Luo by. You beat and scolded me, and I was covered with scars. It took me a long time just to heal my wounds, not to mention it's winter now. It's very cold in winter, and it's not easy to get pregnant. Feng Jinjin complained pitifully, but the black snake didn't bite at all. Bang! He kicked Feng Jinjin hard, his tone a mixture of disdain and anger. You little female, you're useless, and yet you dare to make excuses. Why don't I kill you now and put an end to it all? Seeing that the black snake was seriously considering whether to take her life, Feng Jinjin panicked. She ignored the pain in her chest and immediately climbed up, hugged the black snake's legs, and looked at the black snake pleadingly. Please, please, Lord Black Dragon, it's my fault for not knowing what's good for me. Please give me some more time. I will definitely get pregnant. The black snake looked at her sinisterly for a long time. Just as Feng Jinjin felt her heart tremble at the sight of those cold, vertical pupils, the black snake finally spoke. It's almost been a year. If you don't get pregnant, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes, I can definitely get pregnant, Feng Jinjin said quickly to assure him, but she had no idea at all. She had escaped 3 times, but was caught by the black snake every time. There was even one time when she thought she had escaped, but when she was crying with joy, she saw the black snake's cold vertical pupils. Feng Jinjin was instantly overwhelmed by despair. She was dragged away mercilessly by the black snake, and every time she tried to escape, she would be beaten even more severely. He did it on purpose. Just like a monkey that never kills a small animal it catches immediately, but instead tortures it thoroughly before taking action. The same is true for black snakes. They are cold-hearted and enjoy the pleasure of sadism. When he saw Feng Jinjin's cautious escape, then her joy at escaping, and finally her heavy blow, and her expression from hope in her eyes to despair on her face, it was so beautiful. The black snake trembled with excitement at the thought of that beautiful picture. He raised a bloodthirsty smile and pounced on Feng Jinjin. Feng Jinjin felt extremely disgusted, but had to smile and agree. While she was acting, she was thinking about what to do next. If Feng Jinjin wants to survive, she must find a way. How can I survive? The best way is to give birth to cubs for the black snake. But what if you can't get pregnant? It would be great if Lily were here. She has always had a sharp mind and would definitely be able to help her come up with a foolproof plan. At this time, Feng Jinjin didn't know that Lily had already died from the black snake's fangs. Feng Jinjin was captured so quickly thanks to her good friend Lily, who showed the way to the black snake. After Feng Jinjin thought of Lily, another name suddenly appeared in her mind. That's Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai. The black snake was still surging on her body. Feng Jinjin closed her eyes and clenched her fingers into fists. Perhaps she had thought of a way to escape. Chapter 82. Showing Goodwill. Today is a good day for the 3 brothers Yun Caicai. Although they have good looks, their rank is not high, so they have no competitiveness in the eyes of young females. The 3 brothers have been single for several years. But now it's different. Their little sister is a goddess. Now, there are many young females who want to mate with them. From being chosen and rejected to them choosing young females, this transformation is nothing short of magical. In the end, the 3 brothers successfully formed couples, and they were all the first beast husbands of a group of young females who had just reached adulthood. This was something that was unthinkable in the past. Su Sanhua was full of joy as she brought 3 little females to Yun Caicai's place. The young females did not rely on their status as sister-in-law, but instead bowed respectfully to her. Yun Caicai shouted quickly, looking at the 3 little females in front of her. The little female in the lead looked steady. One has a round face and looks very lively and cute. The last one may not seem as good-looking as the first 2 at first glance, but she is surprisingly pretty when she smiles. She is the type that becomes more attractive the more you look at her. Almost at first sight, Yun Caicai fell in love with these 3 sisters-in-law. Several people started chatting happily. Before leaving, Yun Caicai brought each of them a bowl of water. The 3 females did not take it immediately, but looked at each other in confusion. Finally, the mature and steady-looking female is Liang Qingqing, the partner of the boss Shenrong. Liang Qingqing frowned slightly and asked, "Is this the holy water given by the goddess herself last autumn?" Seeing Yun Caicai nod, she continued with some worry, "The 3 of us really want to have our own cubs soon, but if this matter is in the slightest bit detrimental to the Empress, we can't have it. We should just let nature take its course." The other 2 also nodded repeatedly. Yun Caicai felt even more relieved. She smiled and said, "Since we are a family, we are naturally different from outsiders. My 3 sisters-in-law can drink it. It won't affect me at all." The 3 of them then drank the magical water of fertility with peace of mind and happiness, and then couldn't wait to leave Yun Caicai's cave. "I believe there will be good news soon. My mother will become a grandmother," Yun Caicai said with a smile. Su Sanhua was so happy that she couldn't see her teeth and eyes. "Caicai, you don't know. I am happy because I finally married off all 3 of your brothers. They eat more than anyone else every day. It's giving me a headache. Now, let their little female take care of the headache." Then I can be free and focus on taking care of my size pups. After hearing this, Yun Caicai laughed even more happily. It turned out that her mother was so humorous. Thank you so much, Mom. Spring is coming soon. Every year, I'm always hunting and gathering wild fruits and vegetables. But now that you are here, Goddess, even though everything seems the same, the tribe feels very different. So I came here specifically to ask what you think about the tribe's future. We will definitely obey. The patriarch was very humble and spoke in a sincere tone. He is old and has only past experience, but the future of the tribe belongs to the young people, especially the goddess, the young female favored by the beast god, who is incomparable. Although he is the patriarch now, if the tribe wants to grow and develop, it must rely on the goddess. He was very clear about this. Since his grandson's song, he was given to the goddess, the divine cat tribe would naturally belong to the goddess sooner or later. Early or late. Early is naturally the best. Yun Caicai understood what he meant and did not pretend to refuse. Ever since she blessed the young females, everyone knew of her extraordinary abilities. However, at that time, their respect for her was not strong enough, and they were skeptical. Until winter, the females gave birth safely. The cubs born after drinking the fertility water were stronger, and none of them died. Only then did everyone begin to respect this goddess from the bottom of their hearts. First, Han Mimi, who spoke rudely to the goddess, was unable to have children, and then the females her brother had just married became pregnant. By comparing the two, everyone knew that Yun Caicai was not a soft-hearted goddess. With rewards, punishments, and respect, and with the goodwill shown by the tribe leader and witch doctor, Yun Caicai now sits firmly in the top position of the Shenmao tribe. Since the tribe leader is so understanding, her tribe must naturally develop rapidly and safely, just like her people. When those big tribes and super tribes see the divine cat tribe, the divine cat tribe becomes an unshakable existence, and they can either conquer it or defeat it. This is really cool. Thinking about the future, Yun Caicai's eyes lit up. The first step is to increase the number of orcs and improve the overall strength of the tribe. The clan leader asked doubtfully, "Isn't strength fixed? How can it be improved?" "Chief, why can our tribe only be barely called a small or medium-sized tribe?" Yun Caicai said seriously. The tribe leader answered without hesitation. "First, the number of orcs is small, and second, most of the orcs are of yellow rank, which is low in rank. Naturally, they can only be considered small or medium-sized tribes." Yun Caicai nodded. "Yes, there's no need to worry about the number of orcs now. After a month, I will continue to distribute the holy water. After a long time, there's no need to worry about the orcs not prospering. And the orc's rank is low, so I will raise his rank." "What?" Hearing this, the patriarch stood up in shock. Chapter 83 Legend. Did I hear correctly? The patriarch looked stunned. He bent over and tilted his ear. He did not suspect Yun Caicai at first, but really thought there was something wrong with his ears. Of course not. When he saw Yun Caicai's serious expression, he said in shock, "Goddess, this joke is not funny. In the Orc continent, the rank is fixed from birth, and there has never been a rank upgrade. If you are born as a junior yellow grade, you will be a junior yellow grade for the rest of your life. How can you possibly be promoted to the intermediate or advanced level, let alone to a higher level? This is something I dare not even think about." The patriarch shook his head repeatedly. It was not that he didn't want to believe it, but it was just too hard to believe. Yun Caicai smiled and said, "Then let me ask you, has there ever been a female as special as me on the Orc continent?" The patriarch shook his head subconsciously. "Let me ask you again, when has the Orc continent ever seen a magical water that increases a woman's chances of conceiving a child?" As soon as Yun Caicai finished speaking, the patriarch's mouth closed tightly, and then a deeper awe surged in his heart. Yes, the goddess is extraordinary, so how can we judge her using common sense? He was mistaken. The clan leader pondered for a moment and said, "The large tribes near the Mute ancient mountains include the Nine-Tailed tribe, the Bamboo Bear tribe, and the Dragon Snake tribe. Besides our Divine Cat tribe, the other small and medium-sized tribes include the 100 Birds tribe and the Spirit Deer tribe. If the rank upgrade you mentioned is successful, it will definitely greatly enhance the strength of the tribe. Perhaps our Divine Cat tribe will be the next large tribe." Yun Caicai was very interested when she heard about these tribes. "Grandpa Chief, can you tell me more about the general situation of these tribes?" "Good." The patriarch stroked his beard and began to tell the story slowly. The Nine-Tailed tribe and the Bamboo Bear tribe have existed for a long time. So let's start with a nine-tailed tribe. Legend has it that in ancient times, a nine-tailed white fox was born. He was handsome and his strength was unfathomable. Everyone said he was skilled in mind control and could defeat 10,000 people alone. He was the ancestor of the nine-tailed tribe. But unfortunately, no more nine-tailed foxes were born in the fox tribe. The glory of the ancient times was gone, and with the difficulty of raising offspring, over the centuries, the tribe was no match for even the rising super tribe. The bamboo bear tribe is equally remarkable. Their ancestor is enormous and extremely strong. It's rumored that he could move a mountain with one hand. But their tribe is even more lamentable. Each time they give birth, they only have one offspring. Even though they are huge, the newborn cubs are only the size of a palm and are very likely to die. Later, the bamboo bear tribe declines somewhat. Their bodies are no longer as huge as they used to be, and their strength has also been greatly reduced. Now they can only live in a remote corner, looking for a good place with mountains and water, just hoping that their cubs can grow up safely. The Jiao snake tribe is a large, recently established tribe. Rumor has it that a snake orc once transformed into a dragon after undergoing a catastrophe. However, no one has ever seen this, and no one knows whether it's true or not. The Jiao snake tribe believes it without a doubt. However, they are fickle-minded and hold grudges, so the surrounding tribes are somewhat wary of them. Compared to our divine cat tribe, the three large tribes in the Taikou Mountains currently have more orcs and are stronger. Their tribes have at least 10 celestial grade orcs, at least 20 mysterious grade orcs, and even more earth grade orcs. However, the most common orcs in each tribe are still yellow grade orcs. As for the hunter birds tribe, it's a tribe of birds. They're small, not good at fighting, and mostly feed on wild fruits. Because of their low rank, they huddle together for warmth. Over time, the hunter birds tribe was formed. There are truly no less than 100 species of birds in the tribe. The Linglu tribe is a tribe of cicadae. Most of them love peace, are unwilling to conflict with others, and rarely interact with the outside world. When the Linglu tribe is mentioned, it's like a veil of mist, and no one knows their specific situation. However, these two tribes are small tribes. In fact, they are not as strong as our divine cat tribe in every aspect, so there is no need to worry too much. Chapter 84 Screening. But when Yun Caicai heard this, she had an idea. If we can take down the Bainyao tribe, it will be a rare intelligence system. After all, who would be on guard against a bird that can chirp and has no damage value? The hunter birds tribe, the hunter birds tribe. Yun Caicai repeated it several times in her mind. She was really moved. As for the Linglu tribe, she always felt that it was a bit mysterious or had some unknown secrets. She must find out the truth in the future. Yun Caicai kept these two tribes in mind and put them aside for the time being. After all, the most important thing at this stage is to improve your strength. Only with strength can we have the confidence and attitude to talk to other tribes. If you go rashly, you will end up being inferior, which is not good. She looked at the patriarch in front of her and sighed in her heart. No wonder they say that an old man in the family is like a treasure. With the old patriarch around, not only can she find out some secrets, but she can also stabilize the hearts of everyone in the tribe. Seeing the patriarch say so much, Yun Caicai handed him a bowl of water at the right time. She moved her hand slightly, and a fitness pill dissolved in the water. "Grandpa, please drink some water and relax." "Oh, okay." The patriarch was indeed thirsty. He took the wooden bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Afterwards, I smacked my lips and thought it seemed to taste a little sweet. But before he could think about it, Yun Caicai said, "Please ask the old patriarch to select the primary, intermediate, and advanced yellow-grade male orcs from the divine cat tribe, 10 of each level, as the first batch of orcs to be upgraded. You must have good character and be trustworthy." Yun Caicai reminded again. "Okay, I will definitely keep a close eye on it," the patriarch said excitedly. He also wanted to witness a miracle that had never happened before. "When is the date set?" the patriarch asked, swallowing. "When will you finish choosing?" Yun Caicai asked back. The clan leader thought for a moment before saying, "One day will do." Yun Caicai said, "Then we'll set it for 7 days later. After the selection is complete, we'll review it again. We must make sure the orcs are reliable." "Yes, goddess, please rest assured. I, the old man, will definitely get it done for you." The clan leader patted his chest. He wasn't in this position for nothing. He already had a candidate in mind, and now it was time to conduct a thorough investigation. This is an upgrade in grade. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He could no longer sit still. After saying goodbye to Yun Caicai, He went straight to Song He to work as a laborer. Song He, I'm just a tool. I'll move wherever I'm needed. After the clan leader left, Yun Caicai entered the space to check. At that time, the system rewarded more than 30 yellow grade, middle grade, and high grade potions, and even a batch of earth grade potions. Why only 30 people were selected in the first batch? Yun Caicai also had her own considerations. The potion is precious and limited. You will get the reward only after giving birth to a cub, so don't act rashly. Although this matter was handed over to the tribe leader, she still had to observe the performance of these orcs and decide which ones were worthy of promotion and which ones should be discontinued. Yun Caicai thought about it for a while and then calmed down. At this moment, she suddenly heard the cubs crying one after another. Meow, 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 meow. Yun Caicai hurriedly came out of the space, and others thought she was just in a daze. She walked quickly to the fence and looked down. It turns out the panda cubs can roll over. The other kids are great too. Meow, meow, meow. The panda can finally crawl, and we can play together. It turned out that the kittens were happy for the panda cubs because they saw that they could finally turn over and crawl freely. The panda cub also started to crawl around happily, but its body was still swaying and a little unstable. The panda cubs are feeling so miserable. God knows how anxious they are when they see the kittens already jumping up and down. Now I can finally move freely, so happy. Yun Caicai remember what Gon said, that panda cubs usually take 3 months to crawl, but now they start crawling a month earlier. Looking at the lively kittens, an idea suddenly popped up in Yun Caicai's mind. Is it because of the stimulation from the kittens that they crawl so early? Yun Caicai added kitten food to the food for the kittens and prepared panda milk powder for the panda cubs. They develop more slowly, so they need to drink milk powder until they are at least 4 months old. The kittens all rushed to grab the food and started eating, but the panda cubs were still staggering around and hadn't gotten anywhere. Yun Caicai was amused by these cute pandas and couldn't help but rub them. It's furry and chubby and feels so good. Here, the patriarch and Song He began to select suitable orcs in the tribe. The two people's opinions were surprisingly consistent. After they said the same name, the grandfather and grandson smiled at each other. Chapter 85 Teaching. There were only the old patriarch and Song He in the beast cave. Song He, do you know that the goddess can upgrade her rank? Song He slowly shook his head. Grandpa, my grandson doesn't know. Oh, what do you think? The old patriarch raised his eyebrows. The goddess is favored by the beast god and has great magical powers. She can't tell us everything. As her beast husband, I'm already very lucky and dare not have any other thoughts. Song He said. The clan leader continued to press the issue. The goddess has the ability to raise your rank, but she didn't raise your rank first. Don't you feel resentful? Song He was silent for only a moment. Then he continued. The goddess must have a reason for what she did. Perhaps Caicai can only be promoted to the yellow rank, and other ranks cannot be promoted at the moment. Or maybe I didn't do something right, causing Caicai to be hesitant. Anyway, I will work hard to make the goddess see my true self and trust me. Song He's eyes were clear, and there was indeed no resentment in his heart. The old patriarch nodded, then spoke earnestly. Song He, you are able to marry the goddess because we have the upper hand. If the goddess were to choose a beast husband now, she would definitely not choose an earth grade male beast man. Do you understand? Song He pursed his lips tightly and nodded. He had long been aware of this, so he tried to do everything as carefully as possible. Since you understand, you should know that the future beast husbands of the goddess cannot be just the 4 of you, and the grade of her beast husbands will only be higher. It is possible that there will be the legendary top grade and holy grade ones. The old patriarch sighed. The goddess's destination will definitely not be the divine cat tribe, but our tribe can be her most reassuring and reliable support and retreat. As the lowest ranking beast husband, Song He, you must guard against arrogance and impatience. No matter what the goddess decides, you must obey her orders and take the lead in carrying them out immediately. Only if the goddess trusts you can you go further and not be abandoned by her. The old patriarch patiently advised. You must also maintain good relationships with the other beastmen. It's okay to do a little more, such as taking care of Zizi and the daily life of the goddess. They may not pay much attention to these trivial matters, but this is your opportunity. Sometimes the smallest things can determine success or failure. Finally, Song He, please remember what I said. You were wrong before. Although the goddess has forgiven you, you must always remember that incident and take it as a warning. Never make the same mistake again. From now on, even if the goddess is biased, you must never harbor any resentment towards her. You must always stand firmly by her side, believe in her, and obey her orders. Only by gaining the true trust of the goddess can you go far. The old patriarch patted him on the shoulder. Song-hee looked at the old patriarch and nodded slightly. He took these words deeply into his heart. He knew that Yun Caicai would never be trapped in the divine cat tribe for the rest of her life. If he wanted to occupy a larger position in her heart, he had to do as his grandfather said, which was exactly what he thought in his heart. Seeing his grandson really listening to his words, the old patriarch finally let go of the heavy stone in his heart. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. Although Song-hee is his grandson, he also raised him by himself. He hopes that he can live happily with the goddess in the future and have a good ending. Moreover, the goddess has great magical powers. Who dares to say that Song-hee can't make further progress in the future? Grandpa, don't worry about this matter. Now let's select a suitable male orc. Song-hee said. The old patriarch smiled and nodded, saying, why don't we each say a name and see if it matches what the other person said? A smile appeared on Song-hyeon's face. Okay, let's talk about it together. Shun-rong, they said in unison. The two smiled at each other. Since the goddess had brought convenience to the tribe, they naturally had to give the benefits to her family first. Such yellow-grade male beasts will have the greatest loyalty to the goddess, and the goddess will also trust them. Only by working together can the tribe get better and better. This is also his sincerity as the old patriarch to the goddess. Chapter 86 Verification. The list of suitable orcs came out quickly, including Yun Caicai's father and brother, Chung Dae of the primary yellow grade, Tang Wenshan and Tang Chao of the intermediate yellow grade, and Shun Baiyu, Shun Rong, and Shun Yi of the advanced yellow grade. Mount Sun and Si Sun are both Earth products, so they are not included in this list. There are 30 places, and their family takes up 6. The rest will be selected from within the tribe. After the selection is completed, the next step is to check the character. Song-hee took over the task. On-site observation, indirect inquiries, and deliberate rhetoric are all his strengths. The male beastmen who were neighbors with them or familiar with them were about to expose their secrets. After a careful check, Song-hee found that there were orcs who had a good reputation but were actually lazy and greedy, or who would beat or scold those who were not as good as him in rank. So he eliminated those 3 people and reselected and checked 3 more. In this way, within 2 days, the truly suitable orcs for this upgrade were determined. Private investigation and verification is only the first step. On the day after the list was finalized, the old patriarch and Song-hee gathered them in the beast cave and held a meeting in advance. Seeing that the old patriarch and Song-hee had not arrived yet, the male beastmen of Huangpin began to discuss in whispers. What on earth is going on with the old patriarch and the others? Why is it so mysterious? I'm curious too, but why were the only low-ranked orcs being picked? In the past, only high-ranked orcs were given this treatment. I don't know. Maybe there's something for us to do. No matter what it is, we must complete it well and not let down the clan leader's trust. Of course. Shin Baiyu and the others looked at each other without saying anything, but they vaguely knew in their hearts that this should be a good thing. After all, they're the family of the goddess. If something is not right, the patriarch should not let them appear here. However, this is just speculation, and everything will have to wait until the patriarch arrives. At this time, Song-hee supported the old patriarch into the beast cave. When everyone saw the old patriarch's hunched body, they immediately quieted down. The old patriarch looked at the 30 male orcs in front of him with a serious expression. Feeling the pressure from the old chief, the orcs couldn't help but breathe softly. They realized that perhaps the chief was going to say something very important. Amidst the curious and puzzled looks of the crowd, the old patriarch finally spoke. I have something I want to ask everyone. What do you think of the tribe's goddess, Yun Caicai? Everyone looked at each other, and there was silence for a while. The goddess has extraordinary fertility and is a treasure of our tribe. Shenrong said first. He is a relative of the goddess, and no matter what he does, he cannot avoid everyone's speculation, so he just expresses his position directly. Yes, the goddess is favored by the beast god, which means our tribe is also favored by the beast god. Shun Yi and Tang Chao said without giving in. As expected, with their lead, a male orc also spoke up boldly. The goddess is a female that has not been born in the orc continent for thousands of years. Moreover, she distributes the divine water of childbearing to other females, which has greatly increased the number of cubs in our tribe. Once one person started talking, others followed suit. Yes, I can't be as magnanimous as the goddess. She even forgave the little female who offended her and promised to give her the divine water for giving birth to a child next time. My little female got pregnant after drinking the holy water. Now I'm a father too. Ha ha ha, me too. Me too. Although the little female has already gone to thank the goddess, I also want to thank her in person. Yes, I went with my little female, but since it was inconvenient, I cowed out to the goddess outside the beast cave. After 10 years, I finally have my own cub. As soon as the goddess was mentioned, the atmosphere in the cave instantly became better. The old patriarch nodded and continued. You also know that the goddess has many cubs. If the goddess needs you to take care of the cubs and protect their safety, would you be willing? The male beastmen said in unison. Of course we do. It's just that our rank is too low, and I'm afraid we can't protect the goddess well. But if the goddess needs me, I'll be the first to stand up. Me too. Me too. Yes, if the goddess needs us, we will definitely stand at the forefront. Chapter 87 Upgrade. The old patriarch smiled and said, This is purely voluntary. After all, you all have a lot of family matters to attend to. If anyone doesn't want to go, you can stand up now and I won't arrange for you to go. But the male beastmen were very determined, and no one stood up to quit. Song, he didn't say anything. He was standing by and carefully observing the expressions of the male beastmen. Their expressions were firm and their eyes were clear, without any deception or doubt. The second level is passed. However, Song, he did not take it lightly. Instead, he waited for the male beasts to agree and then assigned them tasks, such as rotating guard duty, collecting wild fruits and vegetables, and taking care of the cubs. Then he continued to wait and observe in the dark. 4 or 5 consecutive days, this group of selected male beastmen did not refuse, and each of them carried out the task very seriously. They were proud to be sent by the goddess. Only then did Song he feel relieved and nodded at his grandfather. The old patriarch was also quite satisfied with this group of male orcs. All the male orcs passed the 3rd level. Soon 7 days passed, and the old patriarch appeared before them again. Only then did he tell them the truth. I've seen everything you've done these days. This is actually a test I've done privately. The male beastmen were puzzled. Test? What test? Chief, why can't I understand what you were saying? The old patriarch explained, You all know that the goddess possesses immense powers. She previously received divine water for fertility from the beast god, which she bestowed upon the young females. Now, the goddess has specifically ordered me to find a male orc of the yellow grade with excellent character. Do you know why? A male orc suddenly had an idea and shouted excitedly. Could it be that the goddess is going to give us something good too? The old patriarch glanced at him approvingly. That's right. The goddess is full of compassion and has always been fair. She not only sees the difficulties faced by the young females in the tribe in giving birth, but also sees the difficulties faced by the low-ranking orcs in surviving. The beast god has gifted the goddess with a treasure that can elevate the rank of low-ranked orcs. Therefore, I have set this test just to see if you meet the requirements. The old patriarch raised his voice and said in a resounding voice, Now, congratulations on passing the test. You 30 male orcs will become the first group of male orcs to be promoted in our divine cat tribe. What? Upgrading the grade? It can't be what I thought. How could the rank be raised? A male beastman immediately retorted, Doesn't this just demonstrate the immense power of the goddess? Oh my god, I must be dreaming. Goddess, you are really wise and insightful. Life is so hard for us low-grade male orcs. Even finding a partner with a female is as difficult as climbing to the sky. That's great. It's really great. A yellow-grade primary male orc shed tears with excitement. Even if they only upgrade by 1 level, their strength will be greatly enhanced. The old patriarch waited patiently for them to vent their excitement before instructing them. Remember, don't spread this matter outside, especially to other tribes. You must keep it a secret. Even if you're promoted, you must keep a low profile. From now on, you will obey the orders of the goddess. Yes, the sound in the beast cave was deafening. Yun Caicai stood on the stone platform and looked down. She saw many familiar faces inside. She smiled, nodded at them, and took out the potion from the animal skin bag behind her. This is a divine gift. Taking it can elevate your rank. Now each person has one. Songy took the potion and said, Yellow grade primary, step out. The yellow grade primary male beastmen stood out excitedly. Holding potions of different grades, Song He began to distribute them one by one. Intermediate yellow grade, step out. High-level yellow products, step out. As soon as the potion arrived, the male beastmen couldn't wait to drink it. In just a few seconds, the orcs felt a warm current flowing through their limbs and bones, making their whole bodies feel relaxed. The next moment, they whispered in surprise. I've reached the intermediate level. I'm a yellow grade beginner, but I've actually reached the intermediate level. Oh my god, I really got promoted to high-level yellow rank. I can go hunting from now on. I am now a ground-level rank. I feel like my strength has also increased significantly. The improvement of the major rank is indeed extraordinary. The orcs' bodies were shaking with excitement, but they still remembered the old chief's words and did not make any loud noise. Seeing this, Yun Caicai was very satisfied. It was obvious that this was the male orc carefully selected by the old patriarch and Song He. Thank you, goddess, for your great grace. The male beasts came to their senses and kowtowed to Yun Caicai together. On the way back to the beast cave, Yun Caicai looked at Song He, who was standing next to her with a gentle face. Just as she was about to say something, her abdomen suddenly moved. It turned out that the babies in her belly were moving. Yun Caicai stroked her belly and smiled slightly. She wondered how many babies would be born this time. The day of delivery is approaching, so she should just stay in the cave for the next few days. Chapter 88 Change. When Song He saw Yun Caicai, he suddenly stopped and asked worriedly, Caicai, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Yun Caicai smiled and shook her head, looking at Song He gently. Song He used to be a little arrogant, but now he is humble and considers her in everything. Song He has indeed changed a lot. Song He, don't you have anything you want to ask me? Song He was surprised for a moment, and then joy surged in his heart. Look, his little female cares about him. Song He shook his head and said seriously, Caicai, I only know that there must be a reason for what you do. I just need to do it. This realization made Yun Caicai very satisfied, so she patiently explained, currently, I only have yellow and earth grade potions. I don't have any potions that can upgrade earth grade to Xian grade potions. Since you're a high-level earth grade potion, I can't upgrade your potion for the time being. Song He was flattered. He scratched his head and laughed foolishly. It's just as I thought. I knew Caicai had me in her heart. He said shyly but firmly, Caicai, you don't need to explain. You just need to know that my heart is completely with you. Even if you don't upgrade me with a potion, I won't be dissatisfied at all, because I know you must have more important things to do. I won't make things difficult for you. Yun Caicai raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect Song He to say such a thing. He completely put himself in a low position and believed in her sincerely. Yun Caicai also began to face Song He again in her heart. Now Song He finally looks like what she wants. Facing him like this, she will of course consider him more. Seeing Yun Caicai's scrutinizing gaze, Song He was actually a little nervous. At this time, Yun Caicai gave him a soothing smile and said, Don't worry, after this birth, I may be able to upgrade you. Song He was deeply moved. He carefully took care of Yun Caicai and brought her back to the beast cave. Then he arranged tasks for the 30 male orcs who had been promoted. Gan Lai went out hunting, while Ing Hua and Hua Yin took care of the cubs. Yun Caicai asked Hua to go to Su Sanhua and call her mother, Father Yun Dashin, and Brother Yun Hai over. Sister, I'm here. Before she saw Yun Hai's figure, Yun Caicai had already heard his voice. A doting smile appeared on Yun Caicai's face. Her younger brother was a complete doting sister who would give her any good things as soon as possible. When she thought of Yun Hai, Yun Caicai's heart softened a bit. You little brat, keep your voice down. Don't scare your sister. The scolding voice of Yun Dashin came over. You're almost an adult, but you're still so outgoing. When we meet later, I'll make sure your sister teaches you a lesson. Su Sanhua said helplessly. Yun Hai turned around, made a face, and then ran into the beast cave. He knew that his biggest supporter was his elder sister. I won't beat him. Su Sanhua and Yun Dashin smiled at each other and followed them into the beast cave. Seeing the relationship between the siblings made them happy. Su Sanhua looked at Yun Caicai's surprisingly large belly and asked with some concern, Caicai, is it going to be these few days? Yun Caicai nodded and said, Mother, these cubs are all very well behaved. I'm fine, don't worry. Su Sanhua felt a little relieved. Yun Caicai quickly got to the point. Mother, Father Xiaohai, I called you here this time because I want to help you improve your rank. After hearing this, even a usually serious and stern Yun Dashin showed a look of surprise. not to mention Su Sanhua and Yun Hai. Yun Caicai briefly told the three of them about what had happened recently and took out the yellow and earth grade potions. This time, she will not only upgrade Yun Dashin and Yun Hai, but also upgrade the grade of her mother. After the three of them were surprised, they felt that as long as anything came out of Yun Caicai's mouth, they would believe it. Therefore, the three of them drank the potion in Yun Caicai's hand in one gulp. Just a few minutes later, Su Sanhua, Yun Dashin, and Yun Hai all became high-level earth-grade orcs. When there are benefits, you naturally give them to your family first. What's more, for such a long time, the three of them have treated her wholeheartedly. When she has enough Xian grade potions in the future, she will continue to upgrade their grades. That way, even if he is no longer in the tribe, her family will have enough strength to protect themselves. After this incident, Su Sanhua held another meeting with her family. In short, their whole family had to become Caicai's most trusted person. Su Sanhua, who had become a low-ranking official, spoke even more confidently. She declared that if anyone dared to have any ill intentions towards Yun Caicai, once discovered, she, Su Sanhua, would be the first to twist off his head without anyone else having to do anything. The others just smiled and didn't take this remark to heart, because they had already decided in their hearts that they would be loyal to Yun Caicai forever, whether as family members or as guards. Chapter 89 Eight Tails. 3 days later, Yun Caicai felt a pain in her abdomen and a wetness under her body. She knew she was about to give birth. Hua Yin stood beside the stone bed and refused to leave. Ying Hua turned around and wanted to ask for help from a witch doctor, but was stopped by Song He. Caicai probably needs your company more now. He knew that Ying Hua was the most different one in Yun Caicai's heart. Ying Hua's eyes trembled, and a touch of emotion welled up in his heart. Song He, when he was considerate, it was really hard not to like him. After saying that, Song He turned around and went to the witch doctor's cave. He was incredibly fast, and there was no dissatisfaction in his heart. He had found his own way of survival. He knew it after the conversation that day. Yun Caicai could see everything he did. That's enough. Witch Dr. Jiang Chun and Witch Jiang Yunyun rushed over as soon as possible. When they prepared everything, Yun Caicai had just entered the labor process. Wow, the first one is a little female. Jiang Yunyun's surprised voice came. Yun Caicai had already taken the pain-relieving pill. She closed her eyes and tried hard. At this moment, a familiar broadcast voice came to her ears. The host has given birth to her 41st offspring, beast-shaped seven-tailed red fox, female, gifted, high-level Xian grade. Reward: 40 points, 50 yellow grade farm tools. The host has given birth to his 42nd offspring, beast-shaped seven-tailed white fox, male, rank beginner heavenly grade. Reward: 60 points, 50 earth grade weapons. The host has given birth to her 43rd offspring, beast form, calico cat, female, talent, Xianpin primary. Reward: 40 points, cub milk powder x 50. The host has given birth to his 44th offspring, beast form, orange cat, male, talent, beginner level of heavenly quality. Reward: 60 points, space expansion coupons x 20. The host has given birth to her 45th offspring, beast-shaped, seven-tailed white fox, female, gifted, high-level Xian grade. Reward: 40 points, 50 compressed biscuits. The host gave birth to his 46th offspring, beast-shaped, seven-tailed silver fox, male, talent, high-level Xian grade. Reward: 40 points, biodegradable diaper pads x 50. The host gave birth to his 47th offspring, beast-shaped, seven-tailed white fox, male, gifted, beginner level of heavenly quality. Reward: 60 points. The host has given birth to her 48th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, seven-tailed red fox, female, gifted, intermediate heavenly grade. Reward: 70 points, 30 earthly grade potions. The host has given birth to her 49th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, a seven-tailed white cat, male, gifted, intermediate heavenly grade. Reward: 70 points, 10 Xian grade primary potions. The host has given birth to his 50th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, silver giant cat, male, gifted, high-grade Xian. Reward: 50 points, 30 high-grade Huang potions. Congratulations to the host. Your offspring has reached the 50th place, and you will receive 100 bonus points. The host has given birth to her 51st offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, eight-tailed colorful fox, male, gifted, high-grade heavenly. Reward: 70 points, 10 intermediate grade Xian grade potions. The host has given birth to his 52nd offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, 8-tailed white fox. Male, gifted, high-grade heavenly. Reward, 70 points, 10 high-grade Xian grade potions. System prompt. The host gave birth to 12 offspring, 4 females and 8 males, with a bonus of 670 points. The total number of offspring exceeded 50, with a bonus of 100 points. The current total score is 770 points. In addition, extra rewards include 10 fertility pills, 10 pain-free pills, 10 recovery pills, 10 milk-increasing pills, 50 space expansion coupons, and lifespan plus 4 years. Note, total points have reached 2,470. 210 points have been consumed, leaving 2,260 points. You can now unlock a level 5 city and purchase items in the mall with points. I hope the host will continue to work hard and have good luck with pregnancy. After listening to the system's report, Yun Caicai did not go to the space immediately, but opened her eyes instead. She really wanted to see what the 8-tailed little fox looked like, and this time there was even a 7-tailed white cat. It's cute just thinking about it. Chapter 90 Surprise. The witch doctor and the others packed up and left. There were 8 fox cubs and 4 kittens on the stone bed. They were all about the same size, covered with a layer of fur, and looked very cute. Hua Yan's face turned red with joy. He lowered his head and nudged Yun Caicai to express his concern and gratitude. Yun Caicai reached out and touched Hua Yan's head to comfort her. She looked at the cubs on the stone bed. In addition to the red fox, white fox, and silver fox, there is also a colorful fox. Although it is called a colorful fox, its fur is red, orange, silver, and white. The fur is not messy, but rather has a gradient color, which looks very beautiful. You can imagine how beautiful this little fox will be when it grows up. Yun Caicai took a special look at the little white cat with 7 tails, which was equally cute. But why do the 7-tailed fox, the 8-tailed fox, and this 7-tailed kitten all have only 1 tail? Yun Caicai thought about it and asked. Hua Yan explained. It's not that the cubs don't have tails, but their tails are too small and are hidden under their fur. Hua Yan gently picked up a little fox and parted its fine hair. This is what newborn foxes look like. This long tail is their main tail, and the others will grow slowly. Look, this one is she, just like me, huh? Hua Yan's pupils trembled. No, I must have seen it wrong. 1, 2, 7, 8. Why is it 8 tails? Hua Yan pulled open the buttocks of each cub like crazy and looked at it from behind. The result surprised and delighted him. Surprisingly, there are 2 8-tailed foxes. Hua Yan was very excited holding the 8-tailed colorful fox and the 8-tailed white fox. The more tails the fox has, the better the talent. A male 7-tailed fox is at least a high-level Xian grade fox, while Hua Yan's is a low-level Tian grade 7-tailed fox. A 7-tailed fox actually gave birth to an 8-tailed cub, which is an extremely rare existence in the orc continent. This shows that the cub's talent is definitely higher than his. At this moment, he suddenly remembered his father Hua Dachuan's words. Now, I only hope that you can give birth to offspring as soon as possible. If a 9-tailed beast is born, then our tribe will surely be able to reproduce the glory of the ancient times. Hua Yan smiled. Now that she had 8-tailed cubs, would 9-tailed cubs be far away? Also, there are 3 fox cubs, all female, and they're also 7-tailed. Seeing Hua Yan crying with joy, and then looking at the envious eyes of Inghua, Songhe, Ganlai, and the others, Yun Caicai asked in confusion, Are you envious of Hua Yan? Let's not talk about the others, Ganlai. You have the most cubs. Why are you envious too? Ganlai smiled sheepishly and said, The 9-tailed clan is different from other races. You can roughly estimate the rank of a cub by looking at its tails. Hua Yan's cub actually has 8 tails, which means that its rank will definitely be higher than Hua Yan's in the future. Mutations are a rare occurrence in the orc continent. Of course we envy them. What's more, females are born with a rank, and at most they are yellow grade. But Hua Yan's females all have 7 tails, which means they may be earth grade or even profound grade. This is unheard of. Ganlai was happy for him, but at the same time, he was also very envious. This is a high-class female. Yun Caicai realized belatedly and said, So you guys don't know the ranks of the pups? Ganlai continued to explain, The pups' ranks can only be known after they transform into human form and awaken. Once the witch doctor uses a spirit ball to test them, only then can we see. The tribal cubs can transform into human form at the age of 3, but they still look like human cubs. However, The average lifespan of orcs in the beast world is around 50 or 60, so they have reached adulthood at the age of 15. Yun Caicai is only 18 this year. The higher the grade of the cub, the earlier it will awaken. Ganlai awakened at the age of 5. After hearing this, Yun Caicai smiled and pointed at Ganlai's cub, the brown little panda, and said, "This one is of high quality and natural quality." He pointed at a panda cub and said, "This little female is a Xian grade primary." Ganlai's eyes trembled when he heard this, and he couldn't believe it. Inghua and Song he stood aside, staring at each other. Suddenly, an idea came to their mind. Could it be that Inghua, Song, your cubs, both male and female, have mutations as well? Don't worry, our cub will only get stronger and stronger, Yun Caicai said calmly. Looking at the shocked expressions of several people, Yun Caicai smiled and shook her head. She actually forgot about this. Well, it was a surprise for them. Unspeakable emotions surged within the crowd. How could they have such a formidable little female? Chapter 91 Master. The little cubs opened their mouths and started to push towards Yun Caicai, so she started to feed them. I have to say that the cubs in this litter are all very good looking. They looked so cute when they were feeding, unlike the panda cubs in Ganlai, which were ugly when they were born. Fortunately, they have recovered their good looks now. After feeding, Yun Caicai said to Inghua, "Inghua, come and see your baby." Inghua was stunned. "Mine? My cub?" "Yes, that night you too." Yun Caicai couldn't continue. Inghua understood immediately. He came over in great surprise. Yun Caicai carefully put the calico cat and the giant silver cat aside. Of course, the silver giant cat cubs are now the same size as the little three-flowered cat. The difference can only be seen when they grow up. Therefore, Inghua thought that these were all Hua Yan's cubs and did not think about himself at all. "These two are your cubs," Yun Caicai said with a smile. There are 12 cubs in total, but Inghua has only 2 because he is 1 major grade lower than Hua Yan. Yun Caicai felt a little sorry for her big cat, but it was okay. She already had a Xian grade potion, which she would give to Inghua later. Once his grade improved, she could give him another litter of talented cubs. Of course, she will not forget the cubs from before, but the potions need to be taken after the grade is awakened. After the cubs turn into human forms at the age of 3, she will also prepare them. "Start saving now. I'm tired and need to rest." After looking at Zai Zai, Yun Caicai couldn't wait to close her eyes and her consciousness entered the space. Pomegranate. Unlocked the level 5 mall. Successfully unlocked the level 5 mall. Rewards are as follows. 2.5 kilograms of salt x 100, 2.5 kilograms of sugar x 100, high-level medical kit x 100. 50 fertility pills, 50 fitness pills, 50 beauty pills, 50 detoxification pills, 50 loyalty pills, 10 mantra pills, 100 advanced space expansion coupons. Explosives times 50. Xian grade primary potion times 10, Tian grade primary potion times 2. The reward has been sent to the space. Please check. The system's announcements continued for a long time, and the rewards for unlocking the 5th level mall were even more generous. This time new things appeared, loyalty pills and truth pills. Name, loyalty pill, heavenly grade. As long as you give it to the other party, they will be absolutely loyal to you. Name, mantra pill, heavenly grade. As long as you give it to the other person, they can answer whatever they are asked, and it is absolutely authentic. Seeing the introduction of these 2 kinds of elixirs, Yun Caicai's eyes lit up. With them, her Tao heart became more stable. Moreover, the system also rewarded him with a top-grade potion, which means that this time he can directly upgrade to the top grade and become a true master of the tribe. Even in the entire Orc continent, they're the most powerful group of people. When Yun Caicai was still a yellow-grade cultivator, she was able to cross levels and injure a ground-grade cultivator. If she had not been about to give birth at that time, she would have been able to kill Mo Sanbai with her own hands. Now, she has become a top-grade martial artist, and there are only a few who can fight with her. A year is about to pass, and her great hiding potion will lose its effectiveness. Now that she is strong enough, she will not be afraid of anything. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, just come. I, Yun Caicai, will never show mercy. Yun Caicai held the Xianpin Intermediate, Advanced, and Tianpin primary potions in her hands and drank them one by one. When I was promoted from the beginner to the intermediate and advanced levels of Xianpin, I felt the same as before. My whole body was hot, but I felt quite comfortable and the discomfort was very bearable. But when she drank the 1st grade potion, her body hurt so much. It's as if all the meridians in the body are broken and the bones are shattered and reshaped. It hurts so much. Yun Caicai trembled with pain all over her body. She could bear it, but she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have a lot of pain-free pills. Not knowing whether it would work, Yun Caicai reluctantly took a handful and stuffed it into her mouth. The pill melted in my mouth, and the pain was reduced by half. Yun Caicai lay there sweating profusely, then smiled. As she took the pain-free pill, she thought, it's just a pain-free pill. No pain. Who says it can only be used for giving birth? Look, it works really well. Hey, she is such a clever little girl. Originally, in a place that Yun Caicai couldn't see, there was a novice system pomegranate that was running around in a panic. But when it saw what Yun Caicai was doing, the whole system was stunned with its mouth wide open. Its host seems to be a master at exploiting bugs. Chapter 92 Energy. The pain of broken bones and muscles was greatly relieved after taking the pain-relieving pill, but because of the great consumption, Yun Caicai's consciousness was still in a coma. As she fell into a deep sleep, a gentle energy emitting a faint light kept traveling through Yun Caicai's body. Wherever it went, it reconnected the meridians and reshaped the bones. When Yun Caicai woke up again, she felt much stronger, yet her body felt incredibly light. She found that there was a ball of light green energy in her consciousness. What's this? If you don't understand, just ask. Yun Caicai quickly called her system. Pomegranate. What is this thing? This is the host's upgraded energy ball. Yun Caicai was confused. What is an energy ball? How do I use it? Host, please explore on your own. Yun Caicai. Okay, looks like a good thing. Yun Caicai stretched out her finger and touched it, and it went straight through, but it felt soft and powerful. She studied it for a long time, but still had no clue. Perhaps, when the time comes, Yun Caicai will know the use of this energy ball. By the way, Xiao Shirlu, my points are not that high, right? Yun Caicai suddenly remembered something. These are all my fertility points. I remember them clearly, but of the females who drank my fertility water, only 35 successfully gave birth to pups. That's 175 points. Where do they all go? Zun Caicai Zing. Points are not easy to earn, and Yun Caicai has recorded them all in her little notebook. No one can take away her points. Host, points are on another interface. Humph, pomegranate, would never do such a tasteless thing. Yun Caicai went to check, and sure enough, the points were there steadily. She had a smile on her face, as if she was an ant. These were all points she had earned by exploiting loopholes. They smelled especially good. Aren't they counted together? Dear, we recommend that you keep separate statistics. Well, she listened to the advice. However, for some reason, Yun Caicai always felt that Xiao Shirlu seemed to be acting in a weird way. Thanks to the fact that Yun Caicai gave birth to many cubs, the novice system's little pomegranate ranked very high in the main system. So the main system rewarded it with the ability to have an entity. It hid shyly, and Yun Caicai didn't know that her system had now become a cute little ball. The newly formed pomegranate had never tasted anything delicious, and had been craving the happy water for a long time. So it secretly used Yun Caicai's points to buy a small 15 milliliters bottle of happy water. Humph, didn't you say that I stole your points? I'll show you how ruthless I am. 1 point deducted. Little Dumpling happily held the happy water and took the first sip with great anticipation. Issess. The little dumpling's face wrinkled. Isn't it delicious? Why is it so spicy? But it can't be wasted. The little dumpling frowned and drank it in small sips. By the end of the drink, it was no longer spicy, but I inexplicably wanted to continue drinking. Little Pomegranate's eyebrows relaxed, and he looked very satisfied. It seemed to understand why everyone called it happy water. At this moment, Hua Yin was busy taking care of the cubs. He took Inghua's cubs with him as well, so that Inghua only needed to take care of his first cub. Inghua did not refuse. His way of expressing his gratitude was very simple. He decided to give Hua Yin an extra portion of porridge when he cooked porridge or food for Yun Caicai in the future. Hua Yin was so happy. While Ganlai was taking care of his own cubs, he would check on Yun Caicai from time to time. With the experience of Yun Caicai falling into a deep sleep before, this time they all waited patiently for Yun Caicai to wake up. In the beast cave, the white porridge was bubbling and emitting steam, and the newborn cubs opened their mouths and began to hum. Just then, Ganlai discovered that Yun Caicai had woken up. Hua Yin and Ganlai immediately surrounded them. Hua Yin, Caicai, how are you? Are you feeling better? Ganlai also looked worried. Much better, don't worry. At this time, Inghua came forward with a bowl of fragrant cooked glutinous rice porridge, and Hua Yin automatically moved aside. Ever since Inghua and Hua Yin became a team, their friendship has soared. What's more, whatever Inghua cooks tastes better than what he cooks. Over time, even though Hua Yin is of a higher rank, he becomes Inghua's younger brother. Yun Caicai took Inghua's hand and drank some porridge to fill her stomach, then asked Hua Yin to bring the cubs over. Yun Caicai then changed into an animal form and lay on her side to feed them. Chapter 93 Heavenly Quality. When they saw Yun Caicai's beast form, the three of them were stunned. However, they did not disturb her. Instead, they waited until Yun Caicai finished feeding her before Ganlai spoke first. Caicai, your beast form seems to have grown a lot bigger. Hua Yin also added, not only that, even the hair seems to be glowing. It looks so beautiful. Inghua also nodded in agreement. Yun Caicai looked down at his animal form and found that his fur was indeed shiny. He stretched his furry legs and arms and found that they had indeed grown a lot longer, with a more slender figure and more well-proportioned proportions. As a cat, his appearance had increased a lot. If you want to compare, her beast form was similar to Songhe's before, but now, 1 Yun Caicai equals 1.5 Songhe. Well, now she is older than Songhe. By the way, where's Songhe? Inghua fed him porridge and said, he's looking after the baby next door. Yun Caicai nodded. Songhe, who had become obedient and sensible, deserved a reward. Come, sit down and listen to me. Yun Caicai patted the stone bed, and Inghua put down the wooden bowl and sat over. Ganlai and Hua Yin found a wooden stake and sat down. As you know, the beast god will give me a certain reward if I give birth to a cub. This time, I was able to upgrade the 30 Huangpin male orcs because of the upgrade potion that the beast god gave me as a reward. They already knew it, so their expressions were normal. But now I don't just have yellow grade potions. Inghua and Ganlai felt their backs tighten, but Hua Yin was still out of shape. Yun Caicai continued. After giving birth to cubs one after another, I now have potions ranging from yellow to heaven grade. Now, Hua Yin, who heard it clearly, widened her eyes. Heavenly quality? Yes, but Hua Yin and Ganlai, you two are both of the heaven grade. If you want to upgrade, you can only use heaven grade primary potions or above. Currently, I only have 2 heaven grade primary potions. I used one, and I plan to give the other one to Inghua. Inghua, who had an iceberg face, felt a small flower of joy blossom in his heart at this moment. He and Caicai were so different and so important to each other. When he becomes a top-grade orc, he swears that he will definitely protect Caicai with his life. It's time to upgrade Songhe's rank. Ganlai, Hua Yin, when I have the right medicine in the future, I will give it to you as soon as possible. Yun Caicai's gentle voice sounded again. Ganlai and Hua Yin nodded in unison. They went from being shocked to being happy. See, it was just that they didn't have the right medicine. Caicai would never forget them. Inghua was at the primary level of Xianpin, so Yun Caicai took out the intermediate, advanced, and primary level of Xianpin potions and asked Inghua to take them in turn. Inghua sat upright in the beast cave. After he took the top-grade potion, Inghua frowned slightly. Yun Caicai quickly stuffed a handful of pain-relieving pills into his hand. This idiot won't say anything when he's in pain. He just endures it himself. She feels bad for him, so let him taste the benefits of the pain-relieving pill. Sure enough, the pill melted in his mouth, and Inghua immediately felt much better. A moment later, Inghua fell into a coma. Seeing this, without waiting for Yun Caicai to say anything, Ganlai went to the beast cave next door to call Songhe over. Ganlai didn't say anything to him. Songhe came over confused. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw the unconscious Inghua. He immediately responded by turning into a beast and quickly ran to the stone bed of Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai touched his head with a smile on her face. It was furry and felt great. Their black cat Songhe is also quite handsome. Songhe finally reacted. He transformed into a human form with his cheeks slightly red. The moment he saw Inghua faint, he was afraid that Yun Caicai would encounter another accident. He must be crazy. If something happened, why would Ganlai go next door? All we can say is that he was anxious and confused. Songhe, come here. With a flip of her wrist, Yun Caicai appeared out of thin air with several potions. At that time, Songhe distributed the upgrading potion to Huang Pinxiong the orc, so he naturally knew what was inside. Songhe's eyes narrowed. Is this for me? Yun Caicai first handed him the primary Xin grade potion. Song he did not doubt it and drank it immediately. He felt a warm current surging through his body. Then, intermediate advanced. In just a few minutes, Song he was promoted from a high-level Earth grade to a high-level Xin grade. At this time, Yinghua's eyelids moved slightly, and he opened his eyes. Yinghua, a natural talent, was extremely imposing. When he looked at her with his golden eyes, he looked intimidating without even being angry. Yun Caicai's eyes lit up. Yinghua, let me see your beast form. Yinghua's cold eyes instantly became gentle, and he immediately and obediently changed into beast form. The original Yinghua was huge in size, and now it is more than twice as big. It has silver fur, is more than 3 meters long, and has 4 strong and stable legs. Everyone stood there in a daze upon seeing this. They're all top quality, but the difference is so huge. Shocked, Yun Caicai walked over involuntarily. Chapter 94 Silver Tiger. Yun Caicai looked at Yinghua with a little shock. Yinghua's beast form has gone beyond the scope of a cat, and as he has become a Tianpin, a black line with the word king clearly appeared on his forehead. Yun Caicai raised her hand, and Yinghua obediently lay down and lowered his head slightly. Her slightly cool fingertips touched Yinghua's forehead. It really is the character, well, this is mutation. Hua Yin exclaimed on the side. Yinghua, you've mutated. As a powerful tribe that has existed since ancient times, although it is now in decline, Hua Yin obviously knows more than other orcs. Yun Caicai rubbed Yinghua's hair and said with interest, Hua Yin, tell me in detail. Hua Yin jumped around Yinghua excitedly, and Yinghua looked a little disgusted. Couldn't she move further away from him? This guy completely disturbed the warmth between him and Caicai. Hua Yin, who was completely unaware of anything, boldly touched Yinghua's soft and shiny hair. Yinghua, this is unbearable. Bang! Hua Yin, who was kicked aside, chuckled. Sure enough, the strength has increased so much. Hua Yin climbed to her feet, still unable to conceal her excitement. Our tribe has a saying that has been passed down since ancient times. Even among the same kind, there are some that are extraordinary, and these extraordinary things are unprecedented, and the extraordinary things are hard to judge. This is a variation, 1 in a million. There are 2 different types of mutations. One is the grade, and the other is the beast form. Mutations usually only appear in newborn cubs. Some mutations will make them stronger, while others will make them weaker. Just like our cubs, I gave birth to an 8-tailed panda out of 7-tailed one, and Ganlai's black and white panda gave birth to a brown and white panda. This kind of mutation is 1 in 10,000. For a male beast man to mutate again after reaching adulthood is totally unheard of and unseen. Just like Caicai, although your beast form is a little bigger, it is not as outrageous as Yinghua's beast form. How should I say it? Hua Yin was a little angry, and her speech was a little incoherent. At this time, Song He's gentle voice came. As long as Caicai is here, miracles will happen everywhere. Our rank increase was unprecedented, and now the transformation of the beast form seems reasonable. Yinghua, congratulations. Hua Yin murmured. That's right, Caicai is not an ordinary little female. Yun Caicai also smiled and said, Yinghua today has far surpassed the giant cat clan and is more like the tiger clan. In short, Yinghua, congratulations. Yinghua's head was moving back and forth in Yun Caicai's arms. Hua Yin was confused. Tiger tribe? I don't think there are any tiger tribes in the current Orc continent, but the name they say is quite domineering. Yun Caicai was stunned. No tiger tribe? Song pondered for a moment and said firmly, Indeed not. Yun Caicai sighed. Then our Yinghua is even more amazing. He is the ancestor of the future tiger clan and the #1 in the tiger tribe. I hope my silver tiger beast husband will take good care of him in the future. Unexpectedly, she witnessed the process of the first cat evolving into a tiger. However, considering that Yinghua's original animal form was the king of cats, it seems natural for him to evolve into a tiger now. Just like her and Song He, no matter how much they change, they will most likely still be cats. Run. Yinghua felt even more embarrassed by what Yun Caicai said, so he simply buried himself in Yun Caicai's arms and refused to come out. A deep but pleasant voice sounded from her arms. Thank you, my goddess. Thank you for choosing me among so many male orcs. Now I have been chosen again to become the first heaven-grade male orc. Tiger tribe, tiger. Yinghua, thank you for giving me such a nice name. I will work hard to be your supporter, my goddess. Inghua thought so, and Yun Caicai also happily petted the big tiger. This is a big silver tiger, never seen before the end of the world. She needs to breathe well. Seeing how much Yun Caicai liked his beast form, Inghua narrowed his eyes comfortably. Knowledge point. Tigers evolved from ancient carnivorous cats. During the Paleogene, there were several branches of the ancient carnivorous cats. The ancient cheetahs, the ancient saber-toothed cats, the pseudo-saber-toothed cats, the ancient cats, etc. The ancient saber-toothed cats and the pseudo-saber-toothed cats became extinct in the late Paleogene, while the ancient cats survived. Among them, the tiger-like ancient cat is the ancestor of today's tiger. Chapter 95 Different. By the way, Inghua, besides the rank upgrade and the beast form transformation, is there anything else different in your body? Yun Caicai thought of the energy ball in her body. They both drank the top-grade potion. Did Inghua have it too? Inghua carefully sensed his body and said, except for the increased strength, there is no difference. What about you, Huayan? You were born with a natural talent. Will you be any different or have other abilities? Yun Caicai looked to Huayan again. Huayan said with a look of resentment, I am just an ordinary Tianpin. He twitched his lips when he heard this. Xianpin is still standing here. Please put away that expression. Huayan crossed her arms and glared at him. You black-bellied cat and stinky panda, retreat. Yun Caicai. However, after listening to Huayan, she was sure that the other ordinary orcs were probably like Huayan, and the powerful ones were like Inghua and Ganlai. But she might be the only orc in the entire continent with the light green energy ball in her body. On the second day, Yun Caicai summoned the 30 male orcs who had been promoted before, as well as the 10 Earth-grade male orcs that the tribe originally had. After they took the loyalty pill, Yun Caicai gave them high-grade potions. With the loyalty pill, Yun Caicai no longer has any worries. Soon, the 40 male beast men became high-level Earth-grade, and Yun Dashin and the others became profound-grade. But only Yun Dashin and Yun Caicai gave him the high-grade Xian-grade potion. We can't let others get past our fathers. We still have to rely on them to lead this team. At this point, the Divine Cat tribe has become as powerful as any large tribe. She only needs to give birth to a few more cubs and bring in more Xian-grade and Tian-grade potions. By then, the super tribes of the central continent will have to think carefully before coming over. Songhe, the tribe's security issue has been temporarily resolved. Next, we need to increase the number of cubs in the tribe. Notice that I will personally distribute the sacred water of fertility tomorrow. Okay, I'll go right away. The next day, the females who had given birth earlier had recovered. As soon as they received the news, they couldn't wait to come to the stone platform. Great! The goddess is about to personally bestow the divine water of childbearing again. The first litter of cubs is out, and my first beast husband is so happy. Yes, this time I'm going to give birth to cubs for my second beast husband. The goddess is so kind. She's willing to let us use something as good as the holy water of childbirth. Who says she isn't? Otherwise, she could be the goddess favored by the beast god. Thanks to the goddess, I finally had my first child after 10 years. I must kowtow to the goddess. Me too, but the most nervous and excited ones were not the females who had given birth, but Han Mimi, who had drunk the fertility water but did not get pregnant. She was both happy and scared. She was happy that she finally had a chance to have a baby, but she was scared that the same thing would happen again. After everyone waited for a while, Yun Caicai appeared on the stone platform. The young females were so excited that they immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Meet the goddess. Everyone, get up quickly, just like last time. Line up, and we'll start now. The young females did not stand up immediately, but bowed their heads respectfully again. Yes, thank you, goddess. The team lined up in an orderly manner. Yun Caicai looked back and waved. Han Mimi, come forward. Me? Han Mimi was flattered and walked forward quickly. Yun Caicai held a bowl in her hand, which was specially for Han Mimi. If she never got pregnant again, the effect she had deliberately created before would be greatly reduced. Considering her unfortunate constitution, it is better to let her drink the water made from a whole pill of fertility alone. Han Mimi took the wooden bowl with both hands and started drinking it. Her eyes were slightly red, and she said gratefully, "Thank you, goddess. Go quickly." Yun Caicai smiled indifferently. All the young females saw this and marveled at the goddess's broad mind. After the fertility water was distributed, Yun Caicai started to work on the tribe's next development plan. That's farming. The orc continent mainly relies on hunting, but most of the orcs are of low rank, so the tribe has established a hunting team. However, there are so many orcs that it is difficult for the hunting team alone to fill their stomachs. If we start farming, then the low-ranking orcs will have something to do, which will not only improve their status in the tribe, but also fill the stomachs of everyone in the tribe. Chapter 96 Farming. The safety of the tribe has been guaranteed to a certain extent, and the young females have begun to conceive and raise their babies, so farming can be put on the agenda. After thinking for a moment, Yun Caicai called Songhe and went to look at the surrounding terrain. There happened to be a piece of land that was flat, fertile, and close to a stream. Does this place belong to our tribe? Songhe shook his head and said, No, this is considered an unowned land. No man's land? Ugh. Yun Caicai's eyes lit up, and she waved her hand. It's so close to the tribe. Let's take it. Go back and arrange for the orcs to take turns on guard duty. Songhe laughed. Okay. Although there are only 100 acres of land, it is enough for the orcs who are just starting to experiment with farming. Caicai, shall I select a suitable male orc first? Songhe said, Okay, I have a candidate here too. Do you think he's suitable? A name suddenly popped up in Yun Caicai's mind. Who? Yun Caicai smiled and said, Manhwa. Him. Songhe was a little surprised. Isn't this the bestial husband of the little female Han Mimi? I heard Han Mimi say before that he likes to study wildflowers and fruits and is good at observation. He was the one who discovered when the wild pear was edible. When Yun Caicai heard what Han Mimi said, she already had this plan in mind. Lin Hua is a senior yellow-grade cultivator. He has always liked studying fruits and vegetables, and now that he is learning about farming, he will surely be very interested. I hope Lin Hua can become the first orc in the world of beasts who is proficient in farming. In this way, Yun Caicai can rest assured and leave the farming affairs to him. But didn't Han Mimi once? Songhe frowned. Yun Caicai waved her hand. It's okay. It's all in the past. Now I need to choose some useful beastmen. Okay. Songhe responded in a low voice. He wrote down Lin Hua's name. If he was someone useful, he could take the lead in this matter. I discovered something. Da Jiang and I were originally at the same level as the yellow rank, but now I can't see his rank. I've also discovered that I used to be able to knock him down with one kick, but now I can't even beat him. He's a very busy man now. Do you think his change is related to the goddess? Perhaps. The goddess is extremely powerful and can do anything. Oh, if only such a good thing could happen to me. Why didn't the goddess come to me? Bah, look at you, you're such a jerk. You're just dreaming. If you want to win the favor of the goddess, you better change your bad and lazy nature first. A passing female said bluntly after hearing this. He was actually happy when being scolded by young females. After all, few young females were willing to talk to him. The male beastman's name was Jiang Etienne. He smiled awkwardly a few times and didn't dare to say anything. The little female gave him a fierce look and then left. The goddess is so good. No one could say bad things about her. At this time, a slightly older male beastman said again, Hey, have you heard that the goddess plans to lead us to farm? What is farming? The orc beside him was a little confused. It seems like they're planting wild fruits and vegetables in a fenced area. I'm not sure exactly. Songhe is currently selecting suitable orcs. How come you don't care about the news of the tribe at all? You're lazy and eat all day long. Another male orc shook his head. I'm only a junior yellow-gray cultivator, and I can't hunt. What else can I do? It's not the right time to pick wild vegetables and fruits. He was very discouraged. As a low-ranking male orc, he is despised no matter which tribe he is in. After a long time, he gave up on himself. Jiang Etienne was dejected. He also wanted to be a dignified male beastman. Who knows? You might be able to help with the farming this time. Jiang Etienne was shocked when he heard this. Are you telling the truth? I heard that this time, they're specifically selecting low-ranked male orcs. You should hurry up and try to find Songhe. Jiang Etienne suddenly transformed into a beast and disappeared in a flash. The other orcs were stunned. Hey, Jiang Etienne is pretty fast. Ha! I hope he can change for the better under the guidance of the goddess. After hearing this, Jiang Etienne's companions became anxious. No, I have to go too. Swish! The two figures quickly disappeared. They are both at the junior level of the yellow rank, and they cannot be left too far behind by Jiang Etienne. The older male orcs who stayed behind smiled at each other. I didn't expect that they would be so aware. It's amazing. Since the arrival of the goddess, our tribe has been getting better and better. Yes. Chapter 97 Fate. Songhe selected 50 low-level yellow-grade male orcs who were known to be diligent. Just as he was about to take everyone to the flat and fertile land, Jiang Yiqian and the other three appeared panting. Song, can you take me with you? I'll definitely behave well. And us. Songhe's face was gentle, but after a moment's thought, he agreed. He smiled deeply. Okay, but let me be clear, farming is hard and tiring. If you can't persevere, you can leave now. If you're caught cheating later, that won't be as simple as leaving now. Jiang Yiqian went forward, his eyes never so determined. As long as I can do it, I will definitely persevere. The two male orcs who followed were originally thinking of retreating, but when they saw that Jiang Yiqian agreed, they thought, were they inferior to him? So the two of them gritted their teeth and said, we can do it too. All right, there are no cowards in our divine cat tribe. You're all welcome to join us. Seeing Jiang Yiqian and the others excitedly joining the team, Songhe smiled deepened. Is this what Caicai said? Healthy development? After Songhe demonstrated how to work to the male orcs, he distributed the tools and seeds given to him by Yun Caicai to the orcs. The orcs were ecstatic and picked up hoes and seeds and began the hard work of farming. Songhe observed from the side and found that manhwa was the fastest to get started. After a while, Songhe let manhwa take the lead. From then on, they took good care of this piece of land, watering, fertilizing, and weeding, and every step was meticulous. This group of low-level male orcs who had been looked down upon in the past finally found their place to use their skills, and their spirits were getting better and better. The most surprising thing is that Jiang Yiqian and his men actually do better than the average male orcs. Other low-level male orcs also begin to feel jealous. If Jiang Yiqian can do it, they can definitely do it too. Songhe convened a meeting of male beastmen at the appropriate time, stating that if the farming was effective, he would continue to increase manpower and asked everyone to wait patiently. Therefore, all the people in the tribe are looking forward to farming, and they wonder how happy they will be when the crops are ripe. Yinhua's first litter of cubs is the largest and is almost 1 year old. They can already understand what adults say and are no longer as naughty as when they were a few months old. They have begun to exercise their rights as older brothers and sisters, and any cubs that are found running around disobediently will be taught a lesson. In addition, several of the first litter of cubs inherited the giant cat size of Yinhua at that time. With them around, the cubs that came later were very well behaved. All the beast husbands felt that these little cubs were much more handsome than before, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. While touching their heads, Yun Caicai thought, these cubs she gave birth to are so powerful. When they grow up, she, as a mother, can finally rest assured. By then, the cubs will be able to protect her, and she will just need to hug them left and right and enjoy life happily. Wouldn't that smell better than in modern times? When she thought of this, Yun Caicai was full of anticipation. Hey kids, grow up quickly, mommy really needs you. Of course, as their mother, she has the obligation and responsibility to take care of and protect the cubs before they grow up. Therefore, Yun Caicai decided to quickly giving Huashing a litter of little tigers and continue to improve their grades as quickly as possible. That night, Ganlai and Song, he were looking after the cubs in the beast cave next door. Huayan was chased outside by Yun Caicai. The fox was so angry that he could hang something on his mouth. Why? Is she the only one favored? No, I want to compete for your favor. Huayan thought about it and secretly ran back to the room, waiting patiently. 2 hours passed. Fortunately, when the time was right, I got over there in no time. He began to act coquettishly and foolishly in the arms of the little female. Yun Caicai. After becoming a top-notch talent, Yun Caicai is no longer the weak little cat she was at the beginning. Now her physical strength and endurance, as well as all aspects of her body, have been significantly improved. Humph! Now we have everything taken. After it was over, Yun Caicai rubbed her waist helplessly while taking the fertility pill. Still a little tired. However, the female's innate constitution is weaker than the male's, and there is nothing that can be done about it. This time, the baby must be theirs again. Come to think of it, is this also a special fate? Yun Caicai shook her head and couldn't help laughing. The next day, a male orc came from the divine cat tribe. He was tall, with long emerald green hair and a somewhat arrogant look. Stop! Which tribe are you from? The tribal guards immediately reached out to stop him. When his arrogant and disdainful eyes fell on the guard, he was stunned for a moment. Chapter 98 Negotiation. Isn't the Shinmao tribe a small tribe? How come the rank of the tribal guards is the same as is now? He is of high quality. The masters of earth quality are highly sought after in their tribe, and even the clan leader has to give him face. How could he do such an embarrassing job as guarding this divine cat tribe? Could it be that they deliberately arranged two masters to scare people? It's so hilarious. The male orc sneered in his heart. Of course, he could never have imagined that the divine cat tribe had changed so much in such a short time. However, he temporarily put away his arrogant expression and said with a smile, I am Qingzhu from the Jiaosha tribe. The tribe leader specially sent me to discuss important matters with your tribe. The guard glanced up and down and also slowed down his tone. So, it's the Jiaosha tribe. Wait a moment, I'll go ask the tribe leader for instructions. Okay, Qingzhu replied with a smile, but she felt a little dissatisfied in her heart. As soon as they heard the name of their Jiaosha tribe, they should have welcomed him in quickly. How could a mere shabby little tribe put on airs? A dark glint flashed in his eyes. The old patriarch was discussing the follow-up of farming with Yun Caicai. Suddenly hearing the guard's message, he said in surprise, Someone from the Jiao snake tribe is coming? I haven't received any news from the Jiao snake tribe, nor have we invited any tribes. At this time, what are the Jiao snake tribe planning to do? Yun Caicai lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Maybe they heard that Takakuma and Kyubi were going to marry into our tribe, so they sent people to inquire about the situation. The old patriarch nodded and said, Yes, if the Jiao snake tribe asked to form a partnership with you, what do you think? But one more beast husband means one more helper, which is a good thing. Songy lowered his eyes. Whether to marry a husband was always decided by the female, and other husbands were not allowed to interfere too much. Caicai should agree. But the next moment, Yun Caicai said directly, Just reject it. Songy looked up and was stunned. Why? Obviously, he knew how much he weighed in Yun Caicai's heart. Is it because of Manhwa and the others? No, that's not right. Caicai is not the kind of female who would disregard everything for love. Songy suddenly remembered something. Last year, Feng Jinjin was abducted by a black snake from the Jiaosha tribe. To this day, they haven't given any explanation. Yun Caicai gave him an admiring look. It's been almost a year since the incident happened, and we've never given up on Feng Jinjin. We're still sending out male beastmen to search for her. But the Jiaosha tribe, knowing it was the black snake, hasn't even apologized, let alone sent anyone to look for her. The tribe leader sighed, I feel bad when I think about this, but the Jiaosha tribe is quite powerful and is known for holding grudges. I am afraid. It is better to offend a gentleman than to offend a villain. Songy completely understood Yun Caicai's meaning. He smiled and said, Grandpa, we have several Xin rank people, dozens of D rank people, and even Tian rank people in charge. Now our divine cat tribe is no longer the small tribe it once was. After becoming a Xianpin, Songhe's confidence grew day by day. Yun Caicai nodded and said, Although the Jiaosha tribe doesn't know the inside story, they must have known that Jiuwei and Zhuxiong have joined forces with us. No matter what, they won't act rashly. Otherwise, they will be suppressed by the three tribes together. Things are different now, and we should show our skills when it's time to do so. And the most important point, the two of them looked at her. Yun Caicai said seriously, Since we already know that the Jiaosha tribe is vindictive, cunning, and ruthless, and likely not a good partner to join forces with, then don't harbor any luck that they might be a good match. We can't let the divine cat tribe gamble on a tiny possibility. We must be careful that they approach us in the name of companions, but end up stabbing us in the back. Songhe looked at Yun Caicai, his eyes gleaming with wonder. Yes, it would be better to put them on the opposite side from the beginning. This way, all the orcs in the tribe will be alert and united, which is actually a good thing. After hearing this, the clan leader breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes full of admiration. I am old, I am afraid of another conflict, but I am not as far-sighted as you young people. In that case, no matter what he asks, I will refuse it. After saying that, the clan leader and Songhe left. Looking at their leaving backs, Yun Caicai's eyes were deep. The actions of the Jiaosha tribe had long made her feel resentful towards them. At present, she does not want to deal with the Jiao snake tribe, let alone marry a snake husband whose background is unknown to her. Of course, if there are good male beastmen in the future, she won't look at them with the same old eyes. In short, it is better to be safe for now. Chapter 99 Disdain. On the way to the tribe entrance, he asked, Who is from the Jiaosha tribe? The guard immediately said. He said his name was Qingzhu. Grandpa, have you heard of this beast man? The old patriarch shook his head and said, I have heard of the high-level orcs of the Jiaosha tribe, but I have never heard of Qingzhu. The guard added, although he didn't say it, his rank is high-grade earth. Songhe's eyes flashed with coldness. What a Jiao snake tribe! The nine-tailed fox and Takakoma tribes both sent their young chiefs here, and it was clear that they were very sincere. However, the Jiaosha tribe sent a male orc of the earth rank, which means that in the eyes of the Jiaosha tribe leader, their divine cat tribe is only worthy of a male orc of the earth rank to come and negotiate. The old patriarch naturally thought of this. The Jiaosha tribe was really too much. They didn't even put in some superficial effort. It was obvious that they didn't take their tribe seriously. Song He stopped and looked at the old patriarch. The old patriarch also glanced at him, then suddenly covered his head and said, "Oh, Song He, I suddenly have a severe headache. Go talk to that Qing." Song He looked worried. "Grandpa, should I go get a witch doctor for you first?" The old patriarch waved his hand and said, "It's just an old problem. It will be fine after a good night's sleep. Go quickly. Don't let me delay your important work." Looking at the old chief's righteous look, the simple guard's eyes became moist. Their chief has been thinking about the tribe all his life. "Old patriarch, I will help you return to the beast cave. I'll get you a witch doctor." When the beast men nearby heard this, they quickly gathered around and escorted the old chief back to the cave. The old patriarch said, "Ouch, ouch," and winked at Song He. Song He nodded and told the guard, "Go clean up the beast cave closest to the entrance. I'll take Qingzhu from the Jiaosha tribe there later." "Huh? It's very cramped there, and no one has lived there for a long time," the guard said in shock. Song He smiled. "That's just right." The guard scratched his head and left. He couldn't figure it out anyway, so he just had to follow the orders of the young patriarch. Song He slowed down his pace and walked leisurely towards the entrance. A journey that usually takes 10 minutes took him half an hour. Qingzhu, who was waiting at the cave entrance, could hardly keep up the fake smile on his face. At this moment, he saw Song He walking quickly towards him. Song He's feet were full of air, and he looked guilty. "Sorry for the long wait. You must be Qingzhu from the Jiaosha tribe, right?" Qingzhu's smile was a little distorted. "Yes, I've been waiting for a long time. I'm really sorry. The patriarch has his old illness again and can't get up because of a headache, but he is still thinking about you. So he sent me here immediately." Song He said sincerely. When Qingzhu heard that he couldn't find any fault, he had to endure it and followed Song He into the tribe. He was looking around, but before he could figure out what was going on, he heard Song He's voice. "Arrive." "Qingzhu? Already here?" "Yes, please come in." Song He smiled kindly. Qingzhu followed Song He into the beast cave, and his eyes widened immediately. "Can people live in such a small cave? Our tribe is naturally not as good as the Jiaosha tribe. We are sorry to have wronged you with our small cave." Qingzhu frowned and sat down in disgust. He knew that the divine cat tribe was not good, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. When he thought of this, he regained his condescending attitude. "When will the clan leader see me?" Song He still smiled gently. "The clan leader has a headache. I'm afraid it won't get better in the next few days. If you have anything, it's the same if you tell me." "Just you? Can you make the decision?" Qingzhu said disdainfully. Song He's smile faded. "If you can be the leader of the Jiao snake tribe, then I can certainly be the leader of the divine cat tribe." "You?" Qingzhu pointed at him angrily. Then he sat down again after remembering the clan leader's order. "Okay, then I'll talk to you." Qingzhu raised his chin and said, as if he was giving alms from a god, "Our Jiaosha tribe agrees to unite with you, on the condition that the tribes marry. I will reluctantly marry a female from your tribe. However, it must be the best young female. Only the best young female can barely be worthy of me. And after we become a couple, the little female will return to the Jiao snake tribe with me." Chapter 100 Threat. "Just that Yun Caicai will do." Qingzhu was still talking nonsense when Song He said with a cold expression, "No female from our divine cat tribe will marry outside the family. Besides, you're just a mere earthborn person, yet you dare to yell and demand the best young female in our tribe. Have you never looked in a mirror by the lake? Look at your face. Are you worthy? The females of the divine cat tribe are all treasures of our tribe. We will not force any of them into marriage. They can only choose their own husbands. Everything is based on their own wishes." Qingzhu was stunned. No, this tribe of divine cats is so unable to distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Everyone knows that the reason why females seem to have a high status is not only because there are fewer of them, but also because the males want to hold them in high esteem and let them give birth to more cubs. In addition, whenever there is an important matter in the tribe, the first ones to be pushed out are the females. For example, regarding marriage, their Jiaosha tribe has married off many high-quality young females. But why is it that this is not happening with the Shenmao tribe? No wonder it's a shabby little tribe. I can't even think of such a thing. He sneered and said, she's just a little female. If you agree, it will allow our Jiaosha tribe and your tribe to form an alliance from now on. Our Jiaosha tribe is a large tribe in the Taiku Mountains, while your Shenmao tribe can only be considered a small to medium-sized tribe. Actually, we are kind-hearted and want to help you. You have to think carefully. Do you want the support of a large tribe, or do you want to protect a small female? Qingzhu's eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils, and he spoke in a threatening tone. Song Yi curled his lips and said, I've never seen a tribe that claims to want to join forces only to resort to threats and coercion right from the start. Is this the sincerity of your Jiaosha tribe? In that case, there's no need to talk anymore. Qingzhu said angrily. It was just a shabby little tribe, and their Jiaosha tribe never took it seriously. This time I'm just here to test the waters. Since we can't unite, let's teach him a lesson first, and let him know how powerful our Jiaosha tribe is. Qingzhu stretched out his tongue and hissed twice. He angrily changed into a beast form, and a 1-meter-long red-tailed bamboo, leaf-green snake suddenly appeared. Don't be fooled by its small size. Its pair of poisonous fangs can inflict unbearable pain all over the body if it bites. Relying on a pair of fangs and a flexible body, Qingzhu always has the upper hand among other tribal orcs of the same level. He can even fight against the higher-level Xian-grade primary orcs. By then, the arrogant cat in front of him would surely roll on the ground in pain, and he would enjoy the miserable appearance of the cat. He wanted this stinky cat to kneel down and beg him, and then he wouldn't give him the herbs to detoxify it. He would just watch this stinky cat cry bitterly and feel remorseful. When the patriarch shows up, it will not just be a matter of him wanting a little female. If you offend him, he will make the divine cat tribe bleed heavily. Qingzhu's eyes were fierce, and he swam towards Song He with a swish. Song He is already at the high level of Xian rank, and Qingzhu is far behind him. Qingzhu thought his movements were fast, but in Song He's eyes they seemed to be slowed down. Song He transformed into a beast, and a black cat that looked elegant but was extremely aggressive suddenly appeared. He stood there, but Qingzhu thought he was scared silly. Hee, although I can't see through your level, you are the only one of the Xianpin primary level in the divine cat tribe. The little green snake shot up. Let me show you. Our Jiaosha tribe's earth grade items can beat your profound grade items. Ah, Song He moved. You talk too much. Before Qingzhu could see clearly, he felt a foot stepping hard on the ground. Pain. Qingzhu continued to struggle, and Song He smiled and jumped up. He hasn't had enough of beating the male orcs who insulted the little females like this. This. Bang. Song He slashed with his claws, and the green bamboo was embedded in the beast's cave. Qingzhu was in so much pain and so angry that he rushed towards Song He with his fangs bared. As for Song He didn't move at all. He raised his claws and gathered strength, just like slapping a mosquito. Bang. The green bamboo was embedded in the wall again. Hiss. Bang. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Pa, pa, pa. Chapter 101 Vicious. After more than a dozen rounds, Qingzhu was beaten black and blue. Now Song He felt comfortable. Just when he was unable to attack and lay there gasping for breath, Song He walked towards Qingzhu gracefully with a cat-like step, and then stepped on his vital point accurately. Qingzhu's eyes narrowed, and he discovered in despair that he had no power to resist this stinky cat at all. Song He's claws were extremely sharp, glowing faintly under the sunlight. Qingzhu suddenly froze in place. It's not like I haven't encountered a primary Xian-grade cultivator before, and they were clearly evenly matched, right? How come the Xian-grade primary level is so powerful? Qingzhu thought about it for a long time and could only conclude that this black cat was unlucky for him. If you have something, let's talk about it nicely. Qingzhu didn't dare to move and said in a flattering voice. Song He's voice was cold. Are you willing to talk it over now? Yes. I was too impulsive just now. Please be so kind as to spare my life. Your Jiaosha tribe must have had its reputation ruined by male beastmen like you. Song He transformed into a human form and kicked the snake under his feet. You're right. It's all my fault. Qingzhu immediately changed into human form and shrank to the side. He is now feeling burning pain all over his body. This stinky black cat is so cruel. Tell me, why did you come to our divine cat tribe? We just want to unite with your tribe. Song He frowned, still not being honest. Bang. A kick went over. Ouch, ouch. Don't hit me, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The three major tribes in the Taikou Mountains, Jiaosha, Jiwei, and Zhuxiong, have all formed mates with the young females of your tribe. Seeing this, the tribe leader sent me here to form a marriage alliance. There's really nothing else left. Song Yi took out the mantra pill that Yun Caicai had given him in advance and stuffed it directly into Qingzhu's mouth. What did you give me to eat? Qingzhu was horrified. Song Yi smiled coldly. Of course it's a good thing. He asked again and found that Qingzhu was indeed hiding something. The Jiaosha tribe had a good plan. They brought back a young female who was familiar with the tribe's situation, and then asked in detail about the tribe's current combat power and explored the strength of the nine-tailed fox and bamboo bear tribes in the name of alliance. If the young female refuses to reveal the details, they will resort to all kinds of horrific means. If she can't bear it, they will say that she is weak and will die early. They can also attack the divine cat tribe and find another young female for marriage. The sky is high and the earth is far away. Who can know the details? Song He felt a chill in his heart. What a bunch of vicious people. This matter cannot be let go easily. He looked at Qingzhu and slashed him with a knife. Qingzhu fainted and was locked up. After hearing about this, Yun Caicai smiled coldly. She expected that the Jiaosha tribe came with bad intentions, but she didn't expect them to be so vicious. You keep saying you want the best female, and now you come straight for her? She remembered the Jiao snake tribe. Take me to see where Qingzhu is guarded, said Yun Caicai. Good. Song He led the way to a small and cramped animal cave. A team of guards was guarding outside, and Qingzhu inside had just woken up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he seemed to see a goddess. Such a beautiful little female actually came from the tiny divine cat tribe. Surprise, greed, and possession flashed across his eyes, but then he thought of his own situation and lowered his head to hide the hatred in his eyes. But at this moment, a gentle voice sounded in his ears. Are you the male beast man from the Jiaosha tribe? He raised his head in a daze and nodded involuntarily, his emerald green hair swaying. If you ignore his bruised face and nose, Qingzhu can be considered a handsome man. Yun Caicai smiled and nodded to Song He. Qingzhu was dazzled by Yun Caicai's smile and opened his mouth slightly. But then Song He moved. Qingzhu opened his eyes wide with fear. Don't think he didn't see it. It was this little female who instructed it. Aren't all females weak and fragile? No matter how pretty they are, they will only be bullied, right? When did the little female become so sinister and cruel? Ah, this stinky black cat stuffed something into his mouth again. He was a venomous snake, always poisoning others to death. But today, was he going to be poisoned to death by the stinky cat from the divine cat tribe? Chapter 102: The Past. He lay on the side and scratched his throat, trying to spit it out, but the thing Song He stuffed into his mouth melted in his mouth. But in the blink of an eye, Qingzhu felt a sharp pain on his back. Qingzhu felt a mixture of despair and fear in his heart. What the hell is this? He had never seen it. Immediately afterwards, Qingzhu felt more and more pain all over his body. It felt like something was carving something on his back, and, as if all his bones were broken, his internal organs began to ache unbearably. He rolled on the ground in pain, and even his beast form appeared involuntarily. A bamboo green snake was writhing in unbearable pain and appeared in front of people in a miserable state. Yun Caicai closed her eyes slightly, and Qingzhu's past unfolded before her eyes like a movie. 20 years ago, a red-tailed bamboo green snake was born. But as Qingzhu grew up, his bad temper began to show. At the age of 10, Qingzhu awakened to the rank of high-grade earth, and was the only high-ranking male beast man among the bamboo leaf green snakes. The pampering and indulgence of his family marked the beginning of his bad behavior. Relying on their own rank, the smaller snakes of similar size to him were bullied by Qingzhu. Among them was a small white snake, but it was a male snake beast man of the primary yellow grade. He was 2 years older than him, but had a simple and righteous temperament. Qingzhu, you've gone too far. If you bully others again, I will report it to the clan leader. A shivering little snake was hiding behind him. Qingzhu raised his head arrogantly. Go ahead. See if the clan leader will punish me. A high-level earth-grade cultivator. Oh, that useless idiot. You, just wait for me. The little white snake was really going to take the little snake behind him to complain to the patriarch. Qingzhu's face darkened. Baisan, do you really want to go against me? Baisan turned around and said angrily, This isn't the first time I've seen you bullying others. Qingzhu, your rank is for protecting the weak, not for bullying. You promised me everything last time, but you turned around and bullied him even more. Qingzhu, we are all snake beast men from the same tribe. We should help each other. This time, I must tell the clan leader to correct your temper. Qingzhu became more and more annoyed as he listened. He sneered and transformed into a snake beast man, swimming in front of the two of them. In that case, don't blame me for attacking you. Bai San's eyes widened in disbelief. Come to think of it, I can also be called your brother. How dare you? Ha ha ha, brother. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for the fact that my mother and your mother get along well, you would have knelt at my feet long ago. Qingzhu, you are really a born bad snake. Bai San took a step back, and a high-level black snake happened to pass by. He cried for help excitedly. Help! Help! Someone wants to kill me. Ugh! Qingzhu bit Bai San's neck like lightning. The high-level black snake heard the sound and came over. He looked at Bai San, who was still struggling, and then looked at Qingzhu, who was a little panicked. Then he smiled and said to Qingzhu, low-grade male beast men are born to be useless. You have done a good job. Qingzhu immediately raised his head and looked at him with admiration. However, we must cut the grass at its roots. The black snake glanced at the little snake that was trembling with fear behind Bai San. The little snake quickly said, don't kill me, I didn't see anything. I can testify for you that Bai San was not killed by you. Qingzhu looked at the black snake and immediately showed his fangs at the little snake. Qingzhu spat at him fiercely. Bah, I don't need any witnesses. It's all your fault for running around. Otherwise, Bai San wouldn't have died. The two snake beast men were soon killed, and Qingzhu, who was killing someone for the first time, was still a little flustered. Black Snake's words soothed his uneasiness once again. Whether they are low-rank male orcs or other females, their only purpose in life is to make the lives of us high-rank orcs better and better. Especially low-level male orcs like these. Staying alive is a waste of food. They will be eliminated sooner or later. Death is their best escape. Since they've made you unhappy, it doesn't matter if they die. Your happiness is the most important thing. You are absolutely right. Qingzhu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he kept these words firmly in his heart. Chapter 103 Misery. Later, Qingzhu listened to Black Snake and dragged the bodies of the two snake beast men to the forest and deliberately found a strange place to bury them. Then it returned to the tribe as if nothing had happened, without any abnormality. However, the families of the two innocent snake beast men who died have never found any trace of them. Qingzhu was proud of his own strength and laughed at the stupidity of low-level orcs. After he tasted the sweetness of being able to control the lives of orcs at will, Qingzhu embarked on a path full of violence and blood. When Qingzhu grew up, he acted even more unscrupulously. He began to turn his attention to the surrounding tribes, and saw that no less than a dozen people had died under its fangs. Most of the orcs around were from small tribes. After slaughtering them, Qingzhu did not forget to accuse these innocent male orcs of the crimes he had already planned. At the same time, more and more snake beast men in the Jiaosha tribe have joined forces with Qingzhu. They treat their prey extremely cruelly, always teasing and insulting them before taking their lives. Among them, the hyena tribe was closest to the dragon snake tribe, and they had no way to express their suffering. After another male beast man was killed innocently, the chief of the hyena tribe personally found the dragon snake tribe. Originally, they thought that the matter could be properly handled, but the chief of the Jiaosha tribe was defending the high-ranking male orcs of his tribe in his words and deeds, and in the end, he just scolded them lightly. The hyena leader left angrily and wanted to seek external help, but he suddenly suffered a disaster. That night, dozens of vengeful high-level snake orcs sneaked into the hyena tribe. The male beast men were killed one after another, and the females huddled in the corner, some of them holding their cubs tightly in their arms. Oh, there's a puppy here. Come here. Qingzhu snatched the pup from the little female's arms. Woof, woof, woof. The little hyena cub cried out in fear and struggled towards his mother. Please don't hurt it. It's still young and doesn't know anything. I'm willing to do anything as long as you let it go. The little female cried and rushed towards Qingzhu. Qingzhu smiled evilly and said, Okay, then take off your clothes and lie down. Here. The little female looked around, but there were only little females and a few cubs here. Don't want to? Then I will. Qingzhu grabbed the hyena cub's neck. No, 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 Idu. Don't touch my cub. The little female took off her animal skin clothes while crying. Qingzhu leaned over, and the little female endured the pain and humiliation. Just when she thought it was over, Qingzhu threw the hyena cub beside her hard against the wall. The hyena cub screamed. The wall was covered in bright red, and the fallen hyena cub twitched twice and died instantly. The little female's eyes were bloodshot. She picked up her cub, her hands trembling, crying bitterly, and finally she hit her head against the wall and died in despair. Then the same thing started happening. These snake beast men did not even spare the little females and cubs. They deliberately tortured and killed the cubs in front of their mothers. The little females cried and screamed, but they laughed at the sight. All the young females were played with by them, and then killed cruelly. In just one night, the hyena tribe was flooded with blood. Since then, the hyena tribe has disappeared from the orc continent. The Jiaosha tribe covered up for it, and the other tribes in the orc continent were unaware of this tragic genocide. The instigator of all this was actually the snake beast man in front of him, Qingzhu. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was only a few minutes. Yun Caicai opened her eyes and looked at Qingzhu with indifference. She had lived in the apocalypse for many years and had seen many violent and bloody scenes. But when Yun Caicai saw the miserable scene of the hyena tribe, she still felt her blood run cold. Sure enough, some people are born evil. Yun Caicai's gaze seemed to be substantial, as if she could see through his soul. Qingzhu couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He cried out in pain, "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. What on earth did you feed me?" But the next moment, facing the expressionless little female in front of him, Qingzhu's heart was filled with endless respect and fear. Seeing Qingzhu's miserable appearance, he was also stunned. Is this also the effect of the loyalty pill? Yun Caicai curled her lips and said indifferently, "He doesn't deserve the Zhongqing pill. This is a good thing I specially gave him." Chapter 104 Slaves. It turns out that after Yun Caicai's mall unlocked level 5, the system not only rewarded her with many good things, but also added many more cheap and useful things in the mall that could be exchanged for points, which were even much more favorable than the special offer items. At that time, Yun Caicai was very happy after reading it. She couldn't help but think, her system, Little Pomegranate, is so thoughtful. If it goes on like this, she will certainly be willing to cooperate with this system for mutual benefit and win-win results. In short, the more Yun Caicai levels up, the cheaper and more affordable the good things she can redeem in the mall become. And the more points she has, the more valuable they become. This is the treatment of SVAP. Unlike before the apocalypse, the more money you had in your pocket, the more local institutions would try their best to empty your pocket. With inflation, money became less and less valuable, and the lives of ordinary people became increasingly difficult. But after coming to the beast world, her life became better and better. Not only was she served by various handsome beast husbands, she also gave birth to a bunch of adorable pups. Most importantly, Yun Caicai's strength increased dramatically, and all this is thanks to her conscience system. Yun Caicai's eyes sparkled, and she praised sincerely, "Little Pomegranate in my eyes, you are the best system, bar none." The little dumpling blocked the Coke bottle behind him guiltily, but then he remembered that he had already hidden himself, and the host couldn't see him. Then Little Pomegranate held his head high and accepted the host's praise with pride. Yes, it thinks it's awesome too. Yun Caicai's space has expanded a lot. The vegetables and grains she planted have matured one after another, and the warehouse is full. With food and land, I feel inexplicably at ease. Could this be the inheritance of a flower-growing family? In addition, what is even more surprising is that mountains and rivers appeared in her space. At present, Yun Caicai can no longer see the boundaries of her own space with the naked eye. Thump! A silver fish leaped high into the air, sparkling in the sunlight. Yun Caicai was shocked. There were actually living animals in her space? Does that mean that living things can enter the space? Yun Caicai tried excitedly, but found that she still couldn't get in. She tried to put a live rabbit in without giving up, but found that other live animals couldn't get in either. Well, it's too early to be happy. Maybe it's because the fish comes from the space. I wonder if it tastes like the fruits and vegetables grown in space, and is more delicious than those outside. At this time, the silver fish swam quickly into the water and disappeared without a trace. Yun Caicai narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Fish, oh fish, you can't escape." Yun Caicai's consciousness quickly floated along the boundary of space. Even so, it took a long time. I have to say that the space now is really big. It is no exaggeration to say that her space is comparable to the land area of a small country before the end of the world. After Yun Caicai sorted out the space, she went to the mall again. She carefully browsed the items that could be exchanged, went over them in her mind, and memorized them roughly. This is so that if needed, Yun Caicai can exchange the items she wants as soon as possible. Therefore, when Song He told her about the green bamboo, several names of objects popped up in her mind. Before going with Song He to guard Qingzhu's beast cave, her consciousness entered the system mall and exchanged good things suitable for Qingzhu in advance. Name liver and intestine Cun Duan pill. A sharp weapon of punishment. After taking it, you will suffer from heart-wrenching and internal organ-burning pain for an hour every day. Name, slave contract pill. Make your mark and gain the most obedient slave. If you betray me, you will die immediately. Yun Caicai immediately spent 20 points to successfully redeem it. Originally, Yun Caicai still had a few loyalty pills in her hand. After the orcs took them, they would not feel uncomfortable, but would improve their physical fitness and feel refreshed. But a heartless, murderous demon like Qingzhu is not worthy of taking such a good pill, let alone being her subordinate. But if we take his life so easily, wouldn't that be too easy for him? Furthermore, if Qingzhu died in the Divine Cat tribe, he would be completely standing on the opposite side of the Jiaosha. It would be irresponsible to the orcs of the Divine Cat tribe to rashly confront the Jiaosha tribe at this moment. If a conflict breaks out in the tribe, she is confident that she can escape unscathed, but the numerous low-ranking male orcs in the tribe are destined to become cannon fodder. Now that the tribe is developing steadily, every orc is an important resource. She couldn't let her own tribe be put in an embarrassing situation just for the sake of pity for a tribe of hyenas that had been wiped out. Therefore, Qingzhu not only cannot die, she also has to use him well. She wanted him to regret every day and endure heart-wrenching pain every day, and she also wanted Qingzhu to be her eye in the Jiaosha tribe. In short, Qingzhu will definitely leave the Shenmao tribe safely. I hope he can endure the pain, live longer, and see for her when the evil ambitions of the Jiaosha tribe will be revealed. By then, Yun Caicai believes that the Shenmao tribe will definitely develop better. Perhaps the Jiaosha tribe was no longer powerful enough at that time. After using the slave contract pill, Yun Caicai discovered that she could replay the slave's past and all the important moments in his life like watching a movie. In this way, we can thoroughly grasp the slave's past and better understand their character and behavior. From this perspective, Qingzhu's crimes are truly innumerable, and he is an out-and-out cold-blooded demon. Yun Caicai's disgust towards him and the Jiaosha tribe became even stronger. An hour later, Qingzhu was holding his stomach in so much pain that he almost died. A mark unique to Yun Caicai appeared on his back. Yun Caicai smiled slightly, and the slave contract was completed. At this moment, she could vaguely feel that Qingzhu's life was in her hands, as if a single thought could determine life or death. Yun Caicai tried, and she opened her mouth and said, "Continue to suffer the heartbreaking pain." Qingzhu, who had just calmed down, immediately cried out in pain again, his body trembling like a shrimp. This slave contract pill really works wonders. Yun Caicai stopped. Qingzhu was covered in sweat, his hair was messy and tangled, and only his chest was slightly heaving. When his consciousness was blurred, Yun Caicai whispered something to him again. Qingzhu opened his eyes slightly. He looked at Yun Caicai, who looked like a goddess, but his heart was full of fear. For some reason, if he still had the strength, he would definitely prostrate himself on the ground in humility and respect. Qingzhu, his entire body ablaze with heat, couldn't muster a single bit of strength. He now had only one thought in his mind. This was his master, and he had to submit unconditionally. Submission. Qingzhu subconsciously remembered Yun Caicai's order firmly in his mind. The next day, Qingzhu, fully dressed and in new clothes, walked out of the Shenmao tribe with an arrogant look on his face, just as he looked when he came. When Song He saw Qingzhu walking away, an expression of envy and jealousy appeared on his face. "Caicai, I wanted to." Song He murmured aggrievedly in Yun Caicai's ear. Yun Caicai was stunned. "What do you want?" "I know that the beautiful cloud on Qingzhu's back is your unique mark, Caicai," Song He said with his ears drooping. Yun Caicai nodded. "Yes." How could he be so worthy? He's such a wicked snake. Yet he can have your unique mark, Caicai. I want it too. Yun Caicai suddenly smiled helplessly. "That's not a good thing. But I also want to have a unique mark that belongs to you." Song He's face was full of attachment and trust. "Isn't my beast form clearly visible on your forehead?" Yun Caicai tapped his forehead. Song he touched his forehead and still looked at her pleadingly. Yun Caicai's heart softened, and she couldn't help but rub his head. His hair was soft and as nice to touch as his beast form. That mark of Qingzhu won't do. Song's eyes dimmed. Okay, I went too far. As Yun Caicai's strength was revealed, Song became increasingly anxious and panicked. He always felt that Caicai was getting further and further away from him. Therefore, Song always couldn't help wanting more, just to tell himself that he still belonged to Yun Caicai, no matter when, no matter how long. Yun Caicai said thoughtfully, but other things are also possible. Be good and let me think about it. There was light in Song's eyes again. Chapter 105 Shame. In spring, the weather gradually becomes warmer, and the sunshine becomes brighter day by day. The cubs born in winter in the divine cat tribe begin to come out to bask in the sun. The furry kittens sniff here and there, looking so cute and adorable. Seeing this, Yun Caicai's group of cubs could no longer sit still and started begging their mother, meowing. Fortunately, Songhe's cubs have grown sensible, and Inghua's cubs are watching over them, especially those giant cat cubs. Each one is as big as 3 cats and bigger than other adult cat orcs. With them around, no one dares to get close. Now, a group of furry little cubs can finally have fun on the grass. Of course, Huayan's cubs are still young, so they can only stay in the cave and wait anxiously. Except for Huayan's cub, all the other cubs went out. Most of Ganlai's cubs are chubby bamboo bears. There happens to be a large bamboo forest within the tribe, and Ganlai took the opportunity to teach the cubs how to eat bamboo shoots and bamboo. The little bamboo bears learned quickly. They bent the bamboo with their flexible hands, and the bamboo appeared neatly in their hands. They then started to eat it happily. Some bamboo bears were lying in the sun, some were chewing bamboo, and some were playing in pairs. At this moment, a bamboo bear cub looked up and saw the big tree next to it, and then an idea suddenly popped up in its little head. Then, its eyes became brighter and brighter. Well, just do it if you want to. The little bamboo bear quickly ran to the big tree next to him. It was a remote place, and no other cubs were playing there. But the little bamboo bear didn't pay attention. The only thing in his eyes was the big tree. The little bamboo bear laughed foolishly for a while, then began to climb the tree. Finally, it climbed up successfully. After a while, the little bamboo bear found a suitable place, which was a sturdy branch, and sat down with satisfaction. Sure enough, it saw farther away from the tree blue sky and white clouds, endless mountains, and surging rivers. The beautiful scenery made it very happy. But the happiness only lasts 3 seconds. The next moment, something tragic happened. Chirp! Squeak! Ah! Boo-hoo! Zhu Xiong made all kinds of anxious noises, but no one around heard them. At this time, Ganlai, who was far away, finally discovered that one of his cubs was missing. The tribe is very safe now. If someone kidnaps him, they will definitely find out, unless the kid sneaks away to a remote place to play. Ganlai analyzed and searched with a frown, his movements getting faster and faster, and finally, he found the trace of Zizi. He hurried over, but when Ganlai saw the scene in front of him, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the little bamboo bear cubs but was stuck on a branch, and he couldn't get down, so he screamed in anxiety. When the little bamboo bear cub saw his father, he thought his savior had come. His eyes lit up, and he danced with joy. However, its cruel father Ganlai did not help it immediately. Instead, he laughed heartily and called all the bamboo bear cubs, Gan Yuan's brothers and sisters, over, and also pulled Yun Caicai over to watch the fun. Ha ha! Now he wants to see if the naughty kid will learn his lesson. Poochie, seeing such a cute scene, Yun Caicai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ganlai, hurry up and rescue the baby. It will be uncomfortable if it is stuck for a long time. Yun Caicai said with a smile. Okay, I want to teach this little rascal a lesson so he won't run around randomly in the future. Ganlai said with a smile, and then he rescued the little bamboo bear that was stuck in the tree. The little bamboo bear who had just come down from the tree was willing to throw himself into Yun Caicai's arms with a look of grievance on his face and burst into tears with his hands covering his face. The little cub already knows that its shameful deeds will follow it for the rest of its life. Thinking of this, Gan Yuan cried even louder. Yun Caicai held the little bamboo bear Gan Yuan, smiled, and patted her back gently to comfort her. After a while, Gan Yuan stopped crying. It lay in Anyang's arms and suddenly felt that the shame was no longer a big deal. Because Anyang smells so good, and Anyang's embrace is so warm. Chapter 106 Conquest. The palm-sized golden-yellow nightshade was soaked in urine. The young female knelt and prayed. God of beasts, please bless the night grass to turn red. 1 minute passed, then 10 minutes passed. The night grass is still golden all over, without any change. Ah! The male beast man standing by was furious upon seeing this, and instantly lost his mind and transformed into a beast. No, don't kill me. In a dark beast cave, deep in the forest, a little female fell to the ground and kept shrinking back in fear. This! A 3-meter-long black venomous snake gleamed with a fierce gleam in its eyes and roared viciously. I gave you a year, and you still haven't conceived a cub. You useless little female. You've wasted a year of my time, damn you. Feng Jinjin burst into tears. I'm useless. I deserve to die. It's all my fault. Please don't kill me. Feeling the cold snake's tail tightly wrapped around her, Feng Jinjin couldn't help but tremble. This time, the black dragon really wanted to kill her. She broke down and yelled, I've got an idea. I know how to make you have a baby. The black dragon's tail paused for a moment. Oh, what's the solution? Feng Jinjin hurriedly said, Do you remember there's a little yellow-grayed female in our tribe? She'll definitely be able to successfully get pregnant and give you lots of pups. The black dragon sneered, its tail tightening. I heard your conversation with my own ears. Although she is a yellow-grayed, she is not as fertile as you, isn't she? No, of course not. Feng Jinjin denied it immediately. At that time, I envied her for being valued by the tribe leader and the witch doctor, so I compared myself with her in everything. In fact, I was not as good as her at all, not even as good as one of her fingers. Feng Jinjin closed her eyes and shouted. Sensing Black Snake's hesitation, Feng Jinjin continued to add weight. Master Black Dragon, listen to me. That yellow-grayed female is called Yun Caicai. I suspect she must have some extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, how could she choose the highest-grade beast husband and live in the largest beast cave? She must be the young female with the best physique and the highest fertility. Otherwise, why would the tribe leader and the witch doctor protect her so much? Whenever a conflict arises, they would rather lock up other young females than not protect her. If anyone could give birth to your baby, it would be her. Black Snake pondered for a moment and said, I can kidnap her. It's not difficult. Feng Jinjin said anxiously, Of course you are powerful, but with me being abducted first, the tribe's guards will definitely be stricter than usual, and they will definitely ask for help from the larger tribe. If you go alone, you might fall into a trap. The Black Snake said disdainfully, But you are just an ordinary little female. What ability can you have? Although I'm ordinary, I'm a little female from the Divine Cat tribe. They won't be on guard against me. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to use myself as bait to lure her out for you. Black Snake went over Feng Jinjin's words in his mind and thought it was a good idea. But could he really trust the little female in front of him? Feng Jinjin seemed to see what he was thinking. She looked up with a look of attachment on her face. Master Black Dragon, wait for me to lure Yun Caicai out. As long as you agree, I am willing to serve you with her. Her cheeks were slightly red, her eyes were sparkling, and she looked like a young girl in love, which really pleased Black Snake. Little females are just despicable. They become arrogant, and their eyes are raised to the sky when they are flattered and coaxed. Even if they were beaten or starved for a few days from time to time, they would become very well-behaved and obedient. He knew that he had already conquered Feng Jinjin. Feng Jinjin's words only aroused his romantic thoughts. Who else could compare to him? No other orc could allow 2 young females to serve him at the same time. Just thinking about it made him itch. The Black Snake laughed loudly and said, Okay, then I'll give you a chance. If you dare to have any other intentions, you should know my methods. Feng Jinjin shuddered. She knew that if she dared to have any evil thoughts, no matter where she was, she would be stared at by this poisonous snake until he caught her again. Lord Black Dragon, I will be loyal to you all my life. Feng Jinjin said firmly. The Black Snake transformed into a human form and touched Feng Jinjin's long hair in a good mood. Little female, you wait here obediently. Well, okay. Feng Jinjin nodded her head to the big hand with a satisfied look on her face. Only after the Black Snake's back left did Feng Jinjin's smile disappear. Chapter 107 Bumblehat. Black Snake did not listen to Feng Jinjin's one-sided story. He decided to investigate first to see if the little female Feng Jinjin was talking about was really that powerful. A black snake appeared on the outskirts of the Divine Cat tribe. When he tried to sneak into the tribe to investigate, as he did last time, he encountered a problem. There are so many guards in the tribe. Black Snake's eyes narrowed. The guards used to be of the useless yellow grade, but now their lowest grade is earth grade, and there are even some Xian grade. The guard were diligently on duty and patrolling in an orderly manner, unlike last time when there were loopholes everywhere. The little female is right. The Divine Cat tribe has indeed asked for help from the big tribe. Seeing the tribe, that was like an iron barrel, the Black Snake left unwillingly. He attributed all this to the assistance of the big tribe. After all, no matter how hard he tried, he could not have imagined that the orcs of the Divine Cat tribe could actually be upgraded. The Black Snake did not give up. He swam around. At this moment, he saw something. His eyes lit up, and a good idea suddenly came to his mind. Squeak! A bamboo rat screamed. Don't eat me, I'm an orc. The bamboo rat felt a chill on its neck and suddenly flew into the air. Its limbs kept swinging in the air, and it shouted in fear. The bamboo rat was thrown to the ground, and its round body turned over several times. Without hesitation, it immediately changed into a human form. A short male beast man with a round face, a round belly, slender limbs appeared in the Black Snake's sight. The Black Snake stared at it coldly. If you want to live, answer me a question. You go ahead, please go ahead. The male bamboo rat beast man bent his body with a flattering look on his face. Do you know Yun Caicai from the Divine Cat tribe? The male orc hesitated. Sometimes it would go to the bamboo forest behind the Shinmao tribe to eat bamboo, and, of course, it had heard of the name of Yun Caicai. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. The Black Snake's eyes became fierce, and his tone was impatient. A hand fiercely gripped the male beastman's neck. He left the ground with both feet, his eyes bulging slightly, and he began to breathe with difficulty. I know. I tell it. The male beast man who was put down did not dare to be careless. He cleared his throat and said carefully, The Yun Caicai you are talking about should be the goddess of the Divine Cat tribe. Why is she called the goddess? I heard it's because she gave birth to so many puppies. How many cubs are there? The black dragon's eyes lit up. To be revered as a goddess, she must have given birth to a lot of cubs, at least more than Fengjinjin. I happened to be in the bamboo forest yesterday and saw the goddess and her bamboo bear cubs, 13 of them. What? Black Snake's voice cracked. How can there be so many cubs? Are you kidding me? No. How dare I lie to you? There really are 13 bamboo bear cubs. So, a male beast man from the bamboo bear tribe and Yun Caicai got together, and she gave birth to 13 cubs. The bamboo rat male orc scratched his head. Maybe there are other cubs from the bamboo bear tribe, but most of them should be born by the goddess. What else do you know? Tell me. You also know that the back mountain is remote and most orcs don't come here. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. As for the rest, I really don't know anything. The male orc said hurriedly. You really don't know anything? Real. At this moment, the male bamboo rat only wanted to get away from this evil star as quickly as possible, but the next second, he felt a pain in his body. His eyes widened as he looked in disbelief at the black snake opposite him that had transformed into a beast. The male bamboo rat covered his neck and fell to the ground with a bang after a few seconds. This madness. Do I still need to leave you to report the news? Chapter 108 Rescue. Seeing the black snake coming back, the little female swallowed in fear. Ha! You're right. Yun Caicai's fertility is indeed amazing. Your Divine Cat tribe is indeed cautious enough. You even asked for help from the bamboo bear tribe. In exchange, Yun Caicai gave birth to a lot of bamboo bear cubs, which are indeed much more useful than you. A hint of darkness and greed flashed in the black snake's eyes. When Fengjinjin heard this, she was shocked, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. She clenched her fist and asked, Lord Black Dragon, when do we start? Black Snake grinned, in 3 days. But in order to make this scene more realistic, I'm sorry to have to bear with you for the next 3 days. This is what I should do. Fengjinjin closed her eyes tightly, and soon the familiar pain swept through her body again. Help! Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Please save me. A male orc from the Divine Cat tribe who was on patrol suddenly discovered a staggering little female in the distance. The little female was screaming in fear and looking behind her from time to time. Behind her, there was a black snake looming, spitting out blood-red tongue, which was extremely scary. Hurry! This little female is dangerous. The male beastmen transformed into beast forms and surrounded them aggressively. Seeing that they were outnumbered, The black snake had no choice but to leave unwillingly. "Are you okay, little filly?" The little female fell on the grass without making any sound. "Is this little female going to die?" Buff. Maybe he was frightened by that black snake and fainted. "She's still breathing. Take her back to the witch doctor." An older male orc stepped forward and prepared to carry it back to the tribe. His long black hair was scattered on both sides, revealing his bruised and swollen face. This little female was beaten so badly. How pitiful. Everyone's little females are well cared for. Only those damn stray animals. Huh, why does she look so familiar to me? A male orc looked at her swollen and unrecognizable face, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. "I remember, this little female is Feng Jinjin. Hurry back to the tribe. Notify the tribe leader and the goddess immediately." The news was passed back, and the old patriarch ran to Yun Caicai. Somehow, the old patriarch felt that his body seemed to be getting younger and younger. He couldn't run so fast before. Yun Caicai had already received the news, and while she was thinking about it, she saw the figure of the old patriarch. "Goddess, Feng Jinjin has been rescued. This is a great, joyous event for the tribe." The young female was captured by stray beasts, and even the larger tribe couldn't find any trace of her. It's been a full year, and this little female Feng Jinjin is still alive. The old patriarch was filled with emotion. Yun Caicai's expression remained unchanged as she smiled slightly. "Yes, Feng Jinjin can be considered lucky. Have you informed Luo, Bai, and the others? I guess the first people Feng Jinjin wants to see are her beastly husband and his cubs." The old patriarch said, "Well, I've been notified. I'll go see her too. Goddess, will you come with me?" Yun Caicai looked worried. "I won't go over for now. Feng Jinjin has targeted me many times before. I don't need to cause her trouble now. Right now, it's most important for her to take care of her health." The old patriarch cupped his hands and said, "Yes, the goddess is magnanimous. Feng Jinjin was too willful before, and all good things were ruined by her mouth. But now that Feng Jinjin has experienced so much, I believe she must have changed a lot." After the old patriarch walked away, Gon, who had overheard something, said, "We haven't found Feng Jinjin for a year, and she shows up at this perfect time. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on." Inghua frowned, thinking about various possibilities. Even if there are so many male beast men, the black snake is of a higher rank than them and will not leave easily. Given his temperament, there will definitely be casualties. Just like the last time Feng Jinjin was kidnapped, causing such a big commotion, now a powerless little female had escaped. Although she couldn't rule out the possibility of luck, she would never take it lightly. Yun Caicai nodded and said, "I thought so too. It's such a coincidence. Anyway, let's all be vigilant and take precautions." After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at the person standing next to her. "Songhe, send high-level orcs to secretly keep a close eye on Feng Jinjin. Also, from now on, I want to know everyone Feng Jinjin meets and every word she says." "Okay, I'll go right away." Songhe took action immediately. "I hope Feng Jinjin is not up to anything and was really rescued by the patrolling male beast men." Huayan, "Oh, the little fox peed again." Yun Caicai. Having her thoughts interrupted, Yun Caicai suddenly thought of something. She asked jokingly, "Huayan, haven't you thought of names for the cubs yet?" Huayan suddenly fell silent. Don't blame him. Naming is really too difficult. He didn't want his children to be called Flower 1, Flower 2, Flower 3. Yun Caicai looked at Huayan, whose eyes were rolling, and stopped asking questions. "This silly fox, the cubs are still young, so just give him more time." Chapter 109 Name. Witch Doctor Cave. Feng Jinjin, who had just woken up, saw the face of the witch Dr. Jiang Chun and burst into tears. As much as she was afraid of the witch doctor before, she now feels as close to him as possible. Feng Jinjin suddenly remembered that the witch doctor had warned her more than once not to engage in verbal disputes again. Otherwise, she would suffer a disaster. All the torture and suffering she endured this year actually came from her own boastful mouth. How ridiculous! Feng Jinjin looked at the witch doctor's familiar face and said in a hoarse voice, "Witch doctor, I should have listened to you earlier." Looking at Feng Jinjin, who was covered in wounds, Jiang Chun's eyes were filled with heartache. "Don't talk for now, drink the herbs, and have a good sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up." Feng Jinjin felt a little sad and nodded slightly. She started drinking from Jiang Yunyun's hand. The herbs were bitter, but after drinking them, I felt my whole body warmed up. Really, hearing the familiar and missed voice, Feng Jinjin trembled, and she slowly turned around. It turned out that Luo Bai came over with Zizi and Feng Jinjin's other beast husbands. Abai ape into Kang. Abai, this is our cub, right? He's grown so big already. Feng Jinjin wanted to reach out and touch the kittens, but the kittens quickly hid and her hand stopped in midair. The kittens don't remember things. After a while, they will definitely get close to you. Luo Bai put the kittens on the ground and held Feng Jinjin's hand. Jinjin, you must have suffered a lot this year, right? Hearing Luo Bai's words full of heartache, Feng Jinjin could no longer hold back. Her grievance and sadness were magnified 100 times in an instant. She lay in Luo Bai's arms and burst into tears. I miss you so much. Luo Bai gently stroked Feng Jinjin's back. She was originally a plump little female that he had raised, but after only a year, her back now felt very rough to the touch. Looking at Feng Jinjin's scarred body and bruised face, Luo Bai couldn't even imagine what this little female he held in his hands had been through in the past year. Fortunately, his little female is back. From now on, he will definitely raise her to be as cheerful and lovely as before. Jiang Yunyun instructed, Jinjin has suffered a great disaster. She needs to be taken good care of from now on. This is all she can do in the witch doctor's cave. Why don't you go back to the beast cave to recuperate? I'll check on her every 3 days. By the way, this herbal medicine must be consumed twice a day. Remember to boil it when you take it back. Okay. Luo Bai listened carefully, afraid of missing anything. Feng Jinjin stared at his face intently, unable to see enough. That night, Hua Yin came over quietly. Caicai, I thought of names for the cubs. Yourself. Hua Yin touched her nose. It's me and Inghua. His cubs are in here too. Is it not too much for me to ask him for help? Hua Yin spoke more and more confidently. Yes, that's it. The baby in Caicai's belly must also be given to Inghua. Inghua, of the 12 puppies, only 2 are mine, yet naming them all was left to me. Thank you so much. Hua Yin, who got the advantage, has already started introducing the names of her babies. The eldest, the 7-tailed red fox, is called Hua Sisi. The second one, the 7-tailed white fox, Beggar Su. The third one, Orange Cat, his name is Huayang. The fourth one, the 7-tailed white fox, is called Hua Lily. Old 5, the 7-tailed silver fox, her name is Huaying. Old 6, the 7-tailed white fox, called Hua Shuang. Old 7, the 7-tailed red fox, called Hua Qianqian. Old 8, the 7-tailed white cat, called Hua Xin. Old 9, the 8-tailed colorful fox, named Flower. Old 10, the 8-tailed white fox, called Huayu. Yun Caicai listened with great interest. Is this mostly based on color? Yes. Caicai, you are so smart. Caicai, have you noticed that our 2 red fox cubs, although both have red fur, are still different? Yun Caicai said guiltily. Yes, Huayin, you observe very carefully. There were so many puppies, she really didn't pay attention. Look at the red color of the eldest sister's hair. It's like the sky being dyed a bright red before the sunset. That's why I call her Hua Sisi. And the red color of Lao Chi's hair is more like the color of maddergrass in the back mountains. Inghua said so, and I went to see it, and it's exactly the same, so we named her Hua Qianqian. The other kittens are also extended according to the color of their own fur. But why is this old 8-7 white cat called a philanderer? This has nothing to do with color. Yun Caicai asked as soon as she thought of it, and Hua Yin patted her chest and said, that's because this 7-tailed white cat is my sweetheart. Yun Caicai, I am convinced. When she thought about the meaning of flirtatious in later generations, Yun Caicai wanted to laugh, but fortunately, the animal world didn't know that. Since the meaning is good, there is nothing wrong with being fickle. What are the names of Inghua's 2 cubs? Yun Caicai would never forget. Hua Yin snorted. If you don't know what he's doing, then why don't you tell me? Letting Hua tell you himself. Hua Yin stood up and moved to the side, with her back to them, but her ears pricked up quietly. I want to hear what nice name Inghua gave to his baby. Is it necessary to hide it like this? Snort. Not grand at all. Inghua sat down next to Yun Caicai. He held his cubs, a calico cat and a giant silver cat, and looked at Yun Caicai with tender eyes. Caicai, our cubs are named Yun Wan and Yun Shu. Ugh. Yun Caicai was stunned for a moment. You mean you want to share my last name, Yun? Yes, from now on, our 2 children will all have your last name. An indescribable feeling welled up in Yun Caicai's heart. In the beast world, The little females seemed to have a high status, but in fact they were dependent on the stronger male beastmen. In a world of beasts, only male beasts hold the true say, as evidenced by the cub surnames. In this regard, Yun Caicai had some ideas in her mind, such as when she was strong enough, she would start to improve the status of the little females and so on. But now, Inghua suddenly said this, which really gave her a surprise. She did not refuse. Thank you, Inghua. Yun Kai's eyes softened as she said, This is our little Huan Huan, the calico cat, and this is our little Yun Shu, the giant silver cat. After teasing the cubs, Yun Caicai patted the stone bed and said, Inghua, you sleep with me tonight. Okay. Inghua nodded. There was nothing wrong with his face, except that his ears were a little red. Hua Yin, who was eavesdropping, was immediately furious. Inghua is actually playing tricks on him. He was the first one to say such good things, so Caicai will definitely love him the most in the future. Woo, Inghua has changed. Hua Yin only hated herself for not having thought that she could win favor in this way. Listening to Inghua and Yun Caicai making love all night long, Hua Yin imagined secretly climbing into their bed like she did last time. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed this time, because he was ruthlessly kicked off the bed by Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai kissed Inghua's thin lips. This time, it was a reward given to Inghua alone. Inghua was overwhelmed by lust and couldn't help but move again. Yun Caicai's special catering gave him a unique experience. It was not until the early morning of the next day that the two fell asleep in each other's arms. A rare satisfied smile appeared on Inghua's lips. Hua Yin served the cubs miserably, and her resentful eyes glanced at the two people on the stone bed from time to time. He secretly decided that he would do the same next time. Song He and Gan Lai entered the beast cave with dark circles under their eyes. They were really curious about what had happened. Yun Caicai has never been such an indulgent little female, so why did he let Inghua eat all the food alone? And he ate so well. Seeing Hua Yin feeding the cub, Gan Lai put his arm around her shoulder and acted like a good brother. Little Hua, what happened last night? Why didn't you come with us? Hua Yin was just about to complain bitterly, but he suddenly thought that if he didn't say anything, he would be the one to be rewarded by Yun Caicai next time. If he said it, then everyone would be the same. So how could he show his intentions? Hua Yin felt a little proud as he thought about it. It seems like he is growing a brain. Hua Yin refused to say anything, and Gan Lai was at a loss as to what to do. There was no need to ask Inghua either, as he was a big iceberg and would definitely not say anything if asked after getting the advantage. Gan Lai and Song He exchanged a glance. It was their turn to be on duty tonight, so they decided to team up and try. But at night, the two of them ended up with the same fate as Hua Yin. Gan Lai and Song He were confused and always felt like they had missed something very important. For the first time in their lives, the two of them felt completely lost. Yun Caicai ignored them and fell into a deep sleep. After all, she was really tired yesterday. Chapter 110 Request for an Interview. After Feng Jinjin returned to the beast cave, she slept for 3 days. The witch doctor said that it was because she was extremely nervous before, and after returning to the tribe, she relaxed and slept soundly. Luo Bai and the others could only suppress their anxiety and wait for Feng Jinjin to wake up. The 4 cubs gathered around the stone bed. They already knew that this was their mother. From time to time, Arch and Lick It. Feng Jinjin woke up in such a situation. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the cubs who were very attached to her. Feng Jinjin reached out and touched the cubs. This time, the cubs did not hide, but instead scrambled to be touched by their mother. She burst into tears and muttered, That's great. I'm really back. This is not a dream. I won the bet." The next second she wiped her tears and looked at Luo Bai with a smile. "Bai, I want to see Yun Caicai. You want to see the goddess?" Luo Bai was a little surprised. "But your injury hasn't fully healed yet." "It's okay. It won't hinder my walking. Take me to see Yun, the goddess." How could Luo Bai bear to let the injured Feng Jinjin walk such a long way? He asked Feng Jinjin to transform into a beast and carried her slowly towards Yun Caicai's beast cave. The male orc who was secretly watching from the side took action first and passed the news to Song He first. "She wants to see me? This matter is indeed not as simple as it seems," she said as she poured a bowl of water. Yun Caicai was lost in thought and stopped talking. The cave was completely silent. Soon, the silence was interrupted by a soft but slightly hoarse voice. "Feng Jinjin wants to see the goddess." Song He looked at Yun Caicai, and Yun Caicai nodded. He walked quickly to the cave entrance and signaled the guard to let the person in. "Goddess, please save me." As soon as she entered the beast cave, Feng Jinjin knelt down. When she knelt, everyone was shocked. Yun Caicai frowned. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Luo Bai hurried to help her, only to see Feng Jinjin shaking her head. She took 2 steps on her knees and said with a sad expression, "Goddess, I did something wrong. Before, I was kidnapped by the black snake and abused. He wanted me to bear him a cub within a year. But when I failed to conceive, he decided to skin me alive and remove my tendons so he could find another female. In order to survive, I just said your name, and he lied to the black snake and told him he would lure you out. He was so tempted that he let me go. I know that what I did was wrong, but I really had no choice at the time. Please forgive me this time." Feng Jinjin kowtowed and did not get up for a long time. Yun Caicai had no expression on her face. After a moment, she sighed and personally stepped forward to help Feng Jinjin up. "If you want me to forgive you, drink this bowl of water." Feng Jinjin picked up the wooden bowl beside her and drank it without saying a word. "Aren't you afraid that this water might be poisoned?" Feng Jinjin smiled miserably. "In the past, I was so ignorant that I provoked you many times. Now I'm taking advantage of you like this. I've already seen Zizi and Luo Bai and the others. I don't have any concerns. Even if I die, it's what I deserve. Besides, this fate is much better than having the black snake skinned and devoured alive." Luo Bai was so anxious that he was running around in circles. Just as he was about to speak, Song He grabbed him and pulled him out of the cave. Song He, let me in. I'm going to beg the goddess to spare Jinjin's life. I've waited so long, and finally she's back. I can't live without her. Please, River Song." Luo Bai's eyes were red, and he was about to kneel down and beg for mercy when he saw Song He blocking the cave entrance. Song He grabbed his arm and stopped him. "Just wait patiently. Your little female will be fine." "Real?" Luo Bai's eyes lit up. But this time Song He didn't need to answer. Luo Bai had also thought about it. Before, the goddess had forgiven the little female who had spoken rudely to her before and granted her the divine water for fertility, and also arranged for the little female's beastly husband to be in charge of farming. How could such a magnanimous goddess take Feng Jinjin's life? Chapter 111 Meeting. Inside the beast cave, Yun Caicai said, "Do you know why you were abducted by the black snake?" "It's because I'm too high profile. I talk about my cubs all the time, afraid that others don't know how great I am. Black Snake once said that he targeted me because I said I gave birth to 2 cubs within a year." Feng Jinjin said with a wry smile, "This is what you deserve." Yun Caicai, although there is this reason, have you ever thought about how the black snake was able to catch you in the first place when there were so many young females together? Feng Jinjin was stunned, then her eyes narrowed. "Yes, did someone tell him?" Yun Caicai nodded slightly. "Who is it?" "You, Lily." When Feng Jinjin heard these 3 words coming out of Yun Caicai's mouth, an expression of complete disbelief appeared on her face. "No, how could it be her? We are obviously the best at playing." Where is she? I want to ask her in person." Feng Jinjin's voice was filled with shock and confusion. She couldn't accept this fact. They had always been good friends, and she had never thought that Gu Lily would betray her. Feng Jinjin turned around and was about to leave when 3 more words came from behind her. "She's dead." Yun Caicai's voice was neither loud nor soft, but sounded like a thunderclap in Feng Jinjin's ears. Her body suddenly stopped, as if it was frozen. "You Lily died at the hands of Black Snake. You can ask Feng Fong about the details when you return." Feng Jinjin slowly turned around and suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness surge in her heart, as if all the strength in her body had been drained. She stretched out her hands tremblingly, tightly grasping the hard stone pillar beside her, trying to use it to support herself. At this moment, she looked extremely fragile and exhausted. Yun Caicai's eyes were as sharp as torches. She glanced at Feng Jinjin lightly and keenly captured the fact that her inner defenses had completely collapsed. She knew the time had come, so she spoke calmly. "All right, sit down and rest for a while. After all, the living are more important. Now, tell me in detail what Black Snake's plan is." Hearing this, Feng Jinjin took a deep breath, trying to muster up the last bit of energy. She replied in a slightly lowered voice, "Black Snake ordered me to lure you to the back mountain area, where the tribe's defenses are weaker. Once you enter that area, he will take advantage of the opportunity, quickly break through the defenses, and abduct you. He said that if I failed or deceived him, he would bite me and my cubs to death." Feng Jinjin couldn't help shivering when she thought of the Black Snake's cruel expression. I want to ask you to save my cubs. If they can grow up safely, my death will be worth it. Yun Caicai frowned. Does Black Snake have any accomplices? Feng Zhenjin thought about it and said hesitantly, it seems not. He never mentioned other stray orcs to me. Yun Caicai continued to ask, when did you agree to kidnap me? Feng Zhenjin. He only gave me 7 days, which is 4 days later. The back mountain. Yun Caicai lowered her eyes and began to think. You don't have to die. The cubs can live too. This time, let's use our own tactics against them. Feng Zhenjin took a breath after hearing this. She didn't know what the two of them said next. Finally, she walked out of the beast cave in a daze. While the cubs were taken out for a walk by their mother Su Sanhua and brother Yun Hai, Yun Caicai held a meeting with her 4 beastly husbands. Inghua, an iceberg-like handsome man. Song He, the image of a gentleman turned into a scumbag. Ganlai is a masculine, strong, and muscular man. Huayan, fairy flower boy. 4 men with different styles and unique temperaments stood side by side, as dazzling as 4 bright stars. Each of them exuded a unique charm, as if walking out of a painting, which made people fall in love with them and want to appreciate them. Yun Caicai almost couldn't take her eyes off them. She coughed lightly and thought to herself, when she saw them, she almost forgot about the important things. It's true that beauty can mislead people. Ahem, let me tell you something. Yun Caicai told them what had just happened in detail. The black snake is a high-grade Xin-grade snake, not a low-grade. It will cause endless trouble. In order to protect the young females and male beast men of the tribe from his ruthless hands in the future, I decided to put on a show with Feng Zhenjin to make the black snake appear and then get rid of this scourge directly. Ganlai was the first to react and asked, Caicai, do you mean to make your own bait? After Yun Caicai nodded, she was immediately met with strong opposition from the beastly husbands. Inghua frowned. No, this is too dangerous. Songhe, Caicai, I don't agree either. Ganlai, we could take turns looking for the black snake's trace. Caicai, just wait for our news. Huayan, yes, you can't go. Inghua, we can't afford the risk of losing you, even if it's only 1 in 10,000. Songhe, Caicai, you must not take any risks. Ganlai, it's just a black snake, just leave it to us. We won't need our goddess. Huayan, that's right. Yun Caicai. Chapter 112 Fight. Ganlai, besides, what if Feng Zhenjin deceives you again? Huayan, yes, you are not allowed to go. Listening to the 4 beastly husbands trying to stop her one after another, Yun Caicai smiled gently. I know you're concerned about me, but as long as that black snake isn't removed, it will always be a huge hidden danger. As for Feng Zhenjin, I already fed her the manifestation pill. Yun Caicai discovered that the effect was particularly significant after taking the mantra pill and then breaking through the opponent's atrium. After trying again and again, Feng Zhenjin's words are indeed credible. But, in fact, she didn't know much. From this we can see that the black snake is extremely vicious, but at the same time, it is also extremely calculating. If it is given enough time to grow and develop, it may become an extremely terrifying enemy in the future. Since this black snake came to her door on its own initiative, Yun Caicai would naturally not miss this opportunity. She decided to go with the flow and nip this evil, which had not yet fully grown up, in the bud. Not to mention, I'm already a heavenly rank. As soon as Yun Caicai finished speaking, her rank was revealed. It turns out that the time has come for the grade hidden water. The beast husband were extremely shocked and rubbed their eyes together. Wasn't yellow grade just now? How come it has become heaven grade now? Ganlai, Huayan, and Inghua were all of heavenly rank, so they could see through Yun Caicai's rank at a glance. They knew that Yun Caicai had a potion to upgrade the quality, and she would definitely keep some for themselves. But now it has suddenly become a top-quality potion from a yellow-quality potion, and Caicai obviously hasn't drunk the potion yet. Of course, they soon figured it out. Perhaps their little female had other treasures, such as treasures of a certain grade that she didn't want others to see. At this time, Songhe rubbed his eyes again and said hesitantly, but why do I see Caicai or Huangpin? It turned out that he was not of the right rank yet, and could not see through Yun Caicai's true rank. Songhe's words made Yun Caicai even more satisfied. After all, how many top-quality products can there be in the Orc continent? And as her rank rises, doesn't this become a powerful weapon that pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger? Inghua still disagreed. Caicai, you only improved your rank, but your combat power is not enough. If you encounter a black snake with rich combat experience at the high level of Xian rank, your chances of winning are not great. Several people nodded. Yun Caicai looked at them, then said calmly, Song-He is also a high-level Xian grade cultivator. Is his combat power sufficient? Manhwa and the others nodded again. If the black snake encounters Song-He, it probably won't end well. Then Song-He, come here. I want to fight you. Song-He exchanged a glance with the others and went forward with full confidence, thinking in his heart that he must give the little female some leeway and let her fight longer so that she wouldn't feel upset and cry secretly. But the result, in less than 5 minutes, someone was kicked out by Yun Caicai. Song-He was stunned. I lost. Song-He climbed up in disbelief and rubbed his aching chest. No, it must be because I held back just now. Yun Caicai was also addicted to the game, so she beckoned him. Let's do it again, and try your best this time. Song-He didn't dare to underestimate the enemy anymore, and he also wanted to test Yun Caicai's true strength. In an instant, 2 figures on the field flashed like ghosts. The 2 men changed into beast forms, fighting back and forth, neither giving in. It was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Manhwa clenched his fists tightly, thinking that if Song-He hurt Yun Caicai, he would definitely break his legs and make Song-He unable to get out of bed for 3 months. Ganlai's eyes became brighter and brighter. How many surprises did this little female have that he didn't know about? Looking at her moves, they were decisive and fierce, full of lethal moves. Even Gan couldn't help but admire her and started to learn from her. Only Hua Yan's mouth opened wider and wider. Lord Beast God, how come his little female is so powerful? From now on, he won't be beaten by Yun Caicai, right? This time Song-He held on for a full 15 minutes. However, at that critical moment, Song-He's weakness was exposed. Yun Caicai dodged, and her sharp claws flashed with cold light, accurately hitting Song-He's neck. With just a slight scratch, Song-He would surely die. Song-He was devastated, his face filled with disbelief. I lost. I actually lost. Although Yun Caicai is a natural beauty, isn't she still a female? In the eyes of the orcs, little females are delicate and weak, held in the palm of their hands, and have no attack power. And Yun Caicai actually managed to pin Song-He down and beat him. Song-He felt pain all over his body and stood there, stunned. Yun Caicai withdrew her hand, patted him on the back, and said with a smile, Song-He, you are already great. But who made you run into me? Song-He. A world where only Song-He is injured is achieved. After such a satisfying fight, Yun Caicai was in a very good mood. Her combat experience in the apocalypse was already firmly ingrained in her mind, and her ability to change between human and animal forms that will made her even more adept on the battlefield. She used her own strength to make several beastly husbands shut their mouths willingly. The 4 beast husbands looked at each other, making silent eye contact. After seeing the powerful fighting style of Yun Caicai, they felt complicated and realized that they had not known her well enough. The little female who was originally thought to need constant protection actually already possessed the strength to defend herself. This realization made them feel surprised and proud, but also a little lost. They also have to continue working hard. Even if their rank cannot be improved, their combat skills and experience can continue to be refined and strengthened. When they thought of Black Snake in a few days, they shook their heads and began to mourn for him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 1, 13 Weapons. Worried, Manhwa posed another question. Caicai, what if other stray orcs attack together with the Black Snake? I think you'd better not take any risks. Yun Caicai gave him an appreciative look and said, the question you raised is exactly what I wanted to say next. Manhwa was stunned. No, I just don't want you to go. Yun Caicai continued. There's a high possibility that Black Snake will seek other helpers in order to successfully kidnap me. You must remember what I say next. First, the Black Snake must die. Secondly, if he has other helpers, there's no need to leave any of them alive. Third, if I am accidentally abducted by a high-level orc, none of you are allowed to make a scene, and none of you are allowed to chase after me without regard for your own lives. How can that be? YM was anxious. Yun Caicai raised her hand to stop him. Any plan can have unexpected consequences. I'm just saying this up front. If I get kidnapped, you guys in the tribe should take good care of our cubs and wait for me to come back. Just believe me, Yun Caicai, nothing will happen to me. She has the system's trump card in hand, and she is of the highest rank and can fight against enemies of higher levels. So, she is very confident. As soon as Yun Caicai raised her hand, a pile of weapons appeared in the beast cave. These are yellow grade and earth grade weapons. Songhe, distribute them to everyone. With them, you can fight against enemies of higher levels, even in human form. As for you, you have it too. Based on the ranks of the four of them, Yun Caicai personally selected suitable weapons for them in the warehouse of her space. Manhwa is a top-grade kunwu sword, extremely sharp, able to cut gold and jade as easily as cutting mud. Songhe is a Shin-grade Qishao sword, with a cold light and a blade like frost and snow. Ganlai has a pair of heaven-breaking hammers of top grade, which are extremely heavy and have thorns on the hammerheads, which can break the sky with their sharpness. Hua Yin is a top-grade sword with a gleaming blade, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing, but so sharp that it can cut hair with a blow. They held the heavy weapons in their hands, and were deeply shocked. Yun Caicai took out 5 more sets of sleeve arrows. She first tied the quiver of one set of sleeve arrows to her forearm, with the front of the quiver close to her wrist. When the animal skin clothes blocked it, nothing could be seen. As she spoke, she put them on the 4 of them one by one. This is called a sleeve arrow. There's a spring inside the quiver and a mechanism on top. When you press the mechanism, the arrow inside the quiver shoots out. It's extremely powerful and can be used to secretly injure the enemy. But there are only 6 arrows in the tube, so we need to reload each time. You guys try it first. In the following time, Yun Caicai patiently taught them how to use various weapons. Fortunately, they were all orcs with outstanding talents. They learned quickly and got the hang of it even faster. Each of them took their own weapons and began to practice. The more they used them, the brighter their eyes became. After seeing so many novel weapons, even Manhwa couldn't say anything to stop them. Yin Caicai's ability has exceeded their understanding. All they had to do was obey this special little female in their family. When Su Sanhua and Yun Hai came back with a large group of children, Yun Caicai repeated the same procedure and told her mother the general situation. She also gave weapons to their entire family, just in case. Sister, I love you the most. Yun Hai held the sword lovingly in her hand and jumped 3 feet high with joy. Go find Manhwa and the others to learn how to use it. From now on, you will be responsible for teaching father and brother. Yun Caicai touched Yun Hai's head. When Yun Hai heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. He immediately felt a great sense of responsibility and promised loudly, I will definitely study hard and teach my father and brother. Under Yun Caicai's smiling gaze, Yun Hai ran out excitedly with his sword in his hand. Only Su Sanhua and Yun Caicai were left in the beast cave. Mother, Yun Caicai was a little nervous. Her mother always took care of her like a cub, and it was no exaggeration to say that she held her in the palm of her hand. After hearing her thoughts this time, she would probably advise her not to put herself in danger. At this moment, Su Sanhua's gentle voice rang in her ears, who says that females are not as powerful as males in a fight. Look, my cub is so powerful. Caicai, just go for it. Mother, I believe in you. And Nyang knows that she can no longer keep up with her child, so she should not stop him or give him any advice. She just needs to believe in and support her child. Yun Caicai was stunned for a moment, and her heart softened again in Su Sanhua's eyes, and she felt warm in her heart. Her mother is really very nice. Afterwards, Yun Caicai went to the tribe's grain storage cave and waved her hand. A large amount of food almost filled the cave. Yun Caicai doesn't like accidents, but if an accident happens, even if she is not there, she must find a way to protect the divine cat tribe that she has built and has already taken shape. Chirp, chirp. A sparrow hovered over the divine cat tribe for a moment, then quickly flew back to the tribe. Chief, I discovered something incredible. Chapter 114, 100 Birds. What's wrong? Hearing the little sparrow's loud cries, a group of small and cute birds came over. Red-headed long-tailed tit. What did you find? Yellow-rumped warbler. Yes, tell us. The little sparrow shook his head repeatedly. No, I have to talk to the clan leader first. The moment the little sparrow landed on the ground, it immediately transformed into a human form. A male beast man with a height of less than 1.7 meters but a handsome face appeared. The other birds also transformed, and a group of male beast men who were as tall as sparrows appeared in the open space. When the patriarch heard the noise, he sent people to lure the little sparrow into the beast cave, leaving only the other male beast men standing there. Kingfisher, why are you so secretive, little sparrow? Tartol dove. I'm so curious. Chickadee, me too. Suddenly, The orcs began to chatter. Although there are many birds in the bird tribe, most of them are small birds. They have always fed on wild insects and fruits and never come into conflict with wild beasts or other tribes. Although they are relatively short in stature, they are a well-informed tribe and will immediately relocate their entire clan if there is any sign of trouble. Therefore, the beastmen of the bird tribe, who have almost never seen blood, both male and female, have retained a rare, pure, and lovely heart. The old chief of the Banyao tribe died years ago, and the new chief was elected by the Banyao tribe, named Zhu Lin. One of the reasons why he was chosen as the chief was that although he was small in beast form, he was 1.75 meters tall in human form, so tall that he could look down on a flock of birds. He was a veritable tribal giant. Besides, he is good-looking, and the Banyao tribe also needs a good reputation. Zhu Lin was pushed to the position of clan leader. From being flustered at the beginning to being at ease now, the young boy is slowly growing through experience. The little sparrow quickly entered the beast cave. Actually, the little sparrow was a tree sparrow, and its name was Little Tree, but it liked to be called Little Sparrow. Over time, all the beastmen in the tribe called it Little Sparrow. The little sparrow's behavior also led to a naming trend among the bird tribe. Many birds thought this was very cute, and instead of calling themselves by their own names, they called themselves Little Kingfishers and Little Tits. After being popular for a while, people found that as soon as they called out Little Kingfisher, dozens of Little Kingfishers responded, and it was really hard to tell who was who. So they all changed the name back, and only the little sparrow stood out. Zhu Lin looked at the male beastman below him with curiosity in his eyes. Little sparrow, you are looking for me. What happened? The little sparrow ran forward and whispered, "Tell them all to leave. This is truly horrible." Zhu Lin frowned, waved his hand, and the guard left. Okay, now that there's no one around, what's going on? The little sparrow looked left and right, front and back, and found that there were indeed only two of them. But everyone knows that bird people have amazing hearing. So the little sparrow came up to Zhu Lin and whispered, "I just passed by the divine cat tribe and saw a lot of kittens on the grass and several pregnant females walking nearby. There are so many kittens. They're almost all the same age. I'm not kidding." The little sparrow always liked to exaggerate when speaking. So Zhu Lin asked helplessly, "How much is a lot?" The little sparrow scratched his head. "A lot. Maybe 50 or 60. Zhu Lin thought, 60 minus half is 30. This should be a lot of little sparrows. 30 cubs of the same year, plus a few females who were pregnant at the same time. When did it become so easy to conceive? Thinking of this, Zhu Lin was a little unconvinced. The little sparrow was anxious. Really? I didn't lie to you. Chief, if you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it now." Zhu Lin transformed into a beast and said, "Okay, I'll go with you and take a look." The gray little sparrow led the way, followed by a special bird. It turned out to be a male ribbon bird with a red forehead and two long silver-white tail feathers behind it. When it was flying in the woods, the sunlight shone down, and its long tail fluttered like a silk thread, shining brightly, just like a fairy with long sleeves dancing. Zhu Lin Beast Form. Chapter 1, 15 Doubts. Soon, Zhu Lin followed the little sparrow and flew to the divine cat tribe. I saw a bunch of kittens running, jumping, and cheering on the big grass, and a bunch of kittens climbing and jumping on the low hill next to it. There were also 7 or 8 young females with bulging bellies and gentle smiles on their faces. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lin couldn't help but gasp. This time, not only did the little sparrow not exaggerate, but he actually restrained himself. What's going on? Zhu Lin was confused and wanted to find out the truth. It flew down, trying to see more clearly, but he forgot how eye-catching his beast form was. A little female exclaimed, "Look, what a beautiful little bird." The other females, including the kittens who understood what was said, also raised their heads. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten's eyes all lit up. "Wow, it's really beautiful. Its tail is so long. Yeah, I've never eaten such a beautiful bird." "Me too. He must be delicious." A little female swallowed her saliva, and the male beastmen guarding on the side were eager to try, just waiting for the little bird to fly lower, and they would definitely be able to knock its head off with one claw. Zhu Lin had amazing hearing, and when he heard the excited words of the little females, his whole body shuddered. Are all the females in the divine cat tribe so ferocious? Its beast form is so beautiful. How could they have the heart to say such things? Etc. Why are all the guards around here low rank? Are the goods so worthless now? Seeing the male beast man who had transformed into a beast and was sharpening his claws, Zhu Lin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately flew high into the sky. Its beast form is too small and has no attack power. Even if it is the only Xin grade beast in the tribe, it has absolutely no ability to resist against this group of ferocious cat beastmen. I wish Lin flies higher and higher and finally disappears into the clouds. When the young females saw such a beautiful bird fly away, they couldn't help but sigh. Zhu Lin returned to the beast cave with the little sparrow chirping beside him. Chief, I didn't lie to you. There really are a bunch of cubs. I didn't even notice it when I passed by before. The divine cat tribe is really good at hiding it. Zhu Linshan agreed with this. As a result of their carelessness, the divine cat tribe had developed into such a state, leaving their 100 birds tribe far behind. What adventures did the divine cat tribe have? Zhu Lin's eyes rolled, and a smile appeared on his face. Little sparrow, go prepare some generous gifts. We are all from the tribes that live in the Taiku Mountains. We are old friends. Tomorrow we will go to the divine cat tribe to reminisce about the past. This way he won't be eaten. But the little sparrow frowned and said in embarrassment, Our tribe doesn't have any generous gifts. Zhu Lin's expression cracked. It seems so. Their tribe has no habit of hunting wild animals for meat, so the animal caves are mostly filled with various wild fruits, small fish and shrimps and the like. They can't afford to give the things they like to the divine cat tribe. Now Zhu Lin had a headache. What should he do? He couldn't just go there empty-handed, right? The little sparrow laughed and said, Chief, I know what our tribe's generous gift is. This little sparrow is really good. His brain works very quickly. Zhu Lin asked in surprise. What is it? The little sparrow stared with its dark eyes, which were full of smiles. That's you, Chief. You are the only Xianpin in our 100 birds tribe, an expert among experts. Besides, you are so beautiful that the females in the divine cat tribe will definitely be dazzled by you. The old patriarch said, This is called infiltrating the enemy. Zhu Lin's face darkened. Get out of here. Let him deliver himself to the door. What was this stinky sparrow thinking? Hey, Chief, please think about it carefully. Although the females of the divine cat tribe are a bit ferocious, they're all incredibly pretty, and they can even give birth to so many cubs. Zhu Lin's face darkened even further. I would rather die than marry a young female from the divine cat tribe. Too brutal. The little sparrow wanted to continue teasing their patriarch. But the next second, Zhu Lin looked the little sparrow up and down. His expression suddenly brightened. He smiled and said, Little sparrow, you are actually a handsome man. So, tomorrow you dress up nicely and I will take you to the divine cat tribe. I'm sure the little females there will like a cute little sparrow like you. The little sparrow suddenly covered its mouth, shook its head, and ran away like the wind. He is not a stupid little sparrow. He is a bird. If a bird meets a cat, it will be killed by the cat. For such a good thing, their clan leader should take the lead. The little sparrow escaped from the beast cave, immediately changed into the shape of a beast, and flew away in a flash. Chapter 1:16 Raven. Zhu Lin looked at the little sparrow running away and smiled triumphantly. As the new clan leader, can't you handle little sparrow? But what should I prepare to go to the divine cat tribe? Zhu Lin fell into deep thought. Feng Fong came to Feng Jinjin's cave with a bulging belly and vividly described the scene before Feng Jinjin was captured. Now, Feng Jinjin has completely given up. You Lily, she's so vicious. I've always treated her with sincerity. Feng Fong nodded mercilessly. Yes, in your heart. Even my sister can't compare to her. Feng Jinjin felt guilty again after hearing these words. I'm sorry. I trusted her too much before. I won't do that again in the future. Feng Jinjin's experience this year has smoothed her temper, made her more reserved, steady, and extremely vigilant. Everyone is dead. Forget it. Let's not talk about her anymore. Feng Fong got a headache when she thought of you, Lily. How could such a disaster appear in such a good tribe? Sister, you must take good care of your health and listen to the goddess. You must never deliberately go against the goddess like you did before. Feng Fong considered herself the goddess's #1 lackey, and she solemnly instructed Feng Jinjin. Feng Jinjin had just returned to the tribe and hadn't realized how powerful the goddess was. She had to remind her sister to prevent her sister from going astray again. Feng Jinjin nodded and said with a wry smile, I used to have my eyes on top of my head. Luckily, the goddess was willing to help me. Otherwise, if I disrespect the goddess in the future, Let me die suddenly. Looking at Feng Jinjin's serious and grateful face, Feng Fangfang nodded with satisfaction. Feng Fangfang had experienced it personally, so she felt it more deeply. Only a sincere female could gain the favor of the goddess. Only then can her sister truly climb out of the quagmire. At the same time, Zhu Lin, the chief of the 100 Birds tribe, suddenly had an idea and stood up abruptly, his whole body becoming energetic. I have an idea. He walked out of the cave quickly and went straight to the gathering place of the red-billed choughs. A dozen red-billed choughs were lazily combing their hair. Their bodies were covered with black or blue-green feathers, with long, curved bright red beaks and red claws, which looked very beautiful. Hey, the clan leader is here. Please come in quickly. The beautiful and thoughtful red-billed choughs transformed into human forms and warmly welcomed the arrival of the chief. But after a moment, the red-billed choughs all let out sharp cries. Oh, no, absolutely not. Zhu Lin, you are going to kill me. Ah, damn it, Zhu Lin, give my things back to me. No, I'm useful, but I worked so hard to collect them. The red-billed jays were so angry that they transformed into beasts and were about to peck at their chief. But Zhu Lin was a Xin-level cultivator after all, and his movements were extremely fast, and the animal skin package he carried across his body was becoming increasingly bulging. After a long time, we finally finished searching the burrow of the last red-billed chough. Zhu Lin ignored the wailing behind him and walked away contentedly. On the way back to the beast cave, Zhu Lin greeted the bird and beast people with a smile. The birds and beasts were stunned. Why is their leader's hair a mess of weeds? The animal skin clothes on my body are all exposed. In the beast cave, Zhu Lin looked at the cave full of sparkles and couldn't help laughing. I really have to thank the red-billed choughs for their good habit of collecting these rare things. Look, it's so shiny and beautiful. Now, we have the generous gift for going to the divine cat tribe, right? I'm so smart. I can even think of this. The guards looked at each other in confusion when they heard the patriarch's creepy laugh. Is there something wrong with their clan leader's brain? At this time, the red-billed choughs were still jumping up and down in anger and cursing. The things they had collected with great effort were snatched away by the tribe leader. Chirp, 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 chirp. The red-billed choughs were so angry that they still maintained their animal forms. They communicated in their own language. Although I couldn't understand what they were saying, I knew from the way they jumped up and down that they must be swearing. Zhu Lin laughed even more happily when he thought of this scene. Chapter 1:17 Clang. The next day, the sun was shining and the breeze was not too dry. It was a good day to go out and make friends. Early in the morning, Zhu Lin got up to look for the little sparrow, but after searching for several rounds, he didn't find a single bird feather. Zhu Lin twitched his lips helplessly. It turned out that this little sparrow really took what he said yesterday seriously. This little bastard only has a mouth. Zhu Lin specially selected 2 larger Earth-grade bird beastmen to go out with. But no matter how big it is, it's not that big. Zhu Lin divided the animal skin package into 2, and each of the bird beast people happily received 1 animal skin package. Since his beast form is smaller, he won't share the burden. The 2 guards felt their claws sink and almost fell down. They flapped their wings hurriedly, trying to maintain their balance. I wish Lin Fei the fastest and leading the way. Behind him were 2 bird beast men flying unsteadily and with difficulty. They moved as fast as they could towards the divine cat tribe. We're almost there. Zhu Lin flapped his wings and landed. There was only a loud clang. It turned out that the bird beast people following behind could not hold on and fell down one after another. Zhu Lin. There was only one thought in his mind. Fortunately, he didn't fly directly to the god cat tribe. Otherwise, in front of a group of cats, 2 birds would fall down with a clang. The reputation of their 100 Birds tribe would be completely ruined. Zhu Lin twitched his lips, walked forward and helped someone up. Is it okay? No, don't worry, Chief. We are very tough. That's good. Let's take a break. We'll be at the divine cat tribe soon. Yes. The bird beastmen who transformed into human form felt much better after resting for a while. Each of them carried an animal skin bag and followed their leader with light steps. In the divine cat tribe, a flat land is full of greenery. Can we really grow enough food to fill our stomachs? A yellow-gray primary orc asked with some doubt. He was not doubting the goddess, but himself. Can they, who are so incompetent, really solve the tribe's food problem, as the goddess said? Jiang Yiqian casually picked some weeds from the roadside and bit them, saying in a rather romantic way, I believe what the goddess says. If she says she can do something, she can definitely do it. Manhwa is here. Stop chatting and let's get up and work, said one of the male orcs with sharp eyes. Manhwa is so lucky. Somehow he caught the eye of the goddess. His little female even offended the goddess, but the goddess didn't mind. Who says it's not true? But the goddess has a good eye. Manhwa is really a capable guy. I can't help but admit it. That's right. Ever since Manhwa was given full responsibility for farming, he's been familiar with every aspect of it. If anyone has any questions, they can always ask him. Therefore, over the past few days, the more than 50 low-level male orcs in the farming team have all been very respectful to Manhwa. Manhwa greeted everyone, went into the fields first, and took the lead in working. Seeing this, the other male orcs joined in and started working enthusiastically. Looking at the green seedlings, although no one said it, they were increasingly looking forward to the day when they would mature. At this time, Zhu Lin was about to reach the divine cat tribe with 2 bird beast men, but at this moment, Zhu Lin stopped. He frowned, looked down, and then carefully tugged at his fur coat until there were no wrinkles. Then he asked the bird beast man next to him, "Is my hair messy? Do you see anything inappropriate? Is it okay for me to go in like this?" The bird, beast, and man looked at each other, speechless. Their clan leader is still so picky. "Chief, your hair is neat and everything is in order. There is no better-looking male orc than you," the two said in unison. Zhu Lin didn't believe what they said at first, but there was no lake nearby and he couldn't take a photo, so Zhu Lin had no choice but to believe them. The divine cat tribe is right before our eyes. Chapter 118 Visit. Yun Caicai occupied the 3 largest beast caves by herself, and the 3 beast caves happened to be next to each other, separated from the other beast caves by some distance. There was a large open space in front of the beast caves. Usually, the cubs mostly hang out here, but the person who is here today turned out to be their daddy. Today, the kids are very well behaved under the guidance of their brothers and sisters. After all, they were disobedient and Dad couldn't bear to beat them. But my brother and sister are really ruthless. The clever kids covered their butts and learned their lesson with sobs. After a few times, he not only stopped being willful, but was also able to understand what adults said. No matter what you ask them to take, they will all rush to get it for you. When your name is called, the kid will happily prepare what you need. The kids whose names were not called just sat there listlessly. Therefore, Yun Caicai also told everyone that every child must be taken into consideration. If you call him today, you will call someone else tomorrow. You must ensure that every child is called to do something. But the kid's favorite thing is pouring water. So recently everyone is about to vomit from drinking. But when they see the little kid trembling over with a wooden bowl in his hand, they have to drink it all in one gulp. In short, the cubs are trying hard to grow up, and the 4 beast husbands are also trying hard to become stronger. In the open space in front of the beast cave, they took out the weapons that Yun Caicai had specially found for them, and began to practice in an orderly manner according to Yun Caicai's instructions. The cubs sat far away and watched their father's mighty demeanor, their eyes shining brightly. Soon, Yun Caicai also joined in. After watching for a while, the kids all gasped. What was going on? How could their gentle mother be more brutal than their father? When the family finally stopped, a male beast man came running over from a distance. "Goddess, the bird tribe is here to visit." Yun Caicai wiped the sweat off her forehead. When she heard the guard's words, she looked calm, but was actually very happy in her heart. She had noticed that there were often small birds flying by recently, like gray sparrows or something like that. So Yun Caicai deliberately let the cubs take a walk on a conspicuous piece of grass in the distance, just to see if the 100 Birds tribe would take the bait and what their attitude would be. Yesterday, Yun Caicai heard another story. That is, the young females had seen a beautiful bird hovering in the divine cat tribe, and Yun Caicai had a general idea in her mind. As a result, there was progress today. The bird tribe is really fast. Yun Caicai has long been coveting the Bainyao tribe. Now, isn't it about to fall into her hands? Yun Caicai said loudly, "Please come in." After getting permission, the guards immediately invited Zhu Lin and the others into the divine cat tribe. Zhu Lin only took one look and felt respect for the tribal leader. There's no need to look elsewhere, just look at the orcs of the divine cat tribe. Regardless of whether they are male or female, they all have smiles on their faces, their eyes are bright, they're full of energy, and they seem to have endless energy. The kind of vigorous vitality is hope. Everyone in the divine cat tribe is filled with hope for the future. At just one glance, Zhu Lin knew that he had made the right choice. As soon as I entered the beast cave, I didn't see anyone else. Only a little female? Where's the patriarch of the divine cat tribe? Zhu Lin was confused, but he still walked in. As he got closer, Zhu Lin couldn't help but hold his breath. The little female in front of me had long golden hair, clear eyes, fair skin, and tender lips. She just stood there, shining like the sun in the sky. It seems that just by looking at her, the haze in my heart can be driven away. Zhu Lin was stunned for a long time, and when he came to his senses, his cheeks became hot. Zhu Lin regained his composure. He bowed and spoke first. "Hello, I'm the new chief of the 100 Birds tribe, Zhu Lin." Yun Caicai smiled faintly at the right moment. "Hello, I am Yun Caicai from the divine cat tribe. Thank you for your kindness. Everyone calls me the goddess." Yun Caicai, goddess. These 7 words appeared involuntarily and silently between Zhu Lin's lips over and over again. This little female has a really nice name. She truly deserves the title of goddess. No, you can't become a goddess just by looking pretty. Zhu Lin shook his head. What happened to him? It's like eating poisonous mushrooms. Zhu Lin is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a young female. Chapter 119 Difficulty. Zhu Lin lowered his eyes slightly, not daring to look at the goddess in front of him. He said sincerely, "Goddess, this is a gift from our 100 Birds tribe to the divine cat tribe. Please accept it." As soon as Zhu Lin finished speaking, the 2 bird beast men behind him presented the package. Yun Caicai glanced at him slightly, her eyes showing surprise. There were 2 full animal skin bags filled with all kinds of sparkling gems and crystals, which looked very beautiful. But what surprised Yun Caicai was that there were 2 large lumps of glittering golden objects inside. Is this a gold nugget? Generally, where you can pick up gold nuggets, there's a high possibility that there are gold mines. Yun Caicai's praise was overflowing with words. These things are very precious, especially this one. It looks so unique. I've never seen it before. I wonder if the clan leader could tell me where you got it. Seeing that Yun Caicai liked it so much, Zhu Lin felt relieved. However, he couldn't answer Yun Caicai's question. After all, he had snatched these things away with his own hands, and he almost threw them away because he thought these 2 things were so ugly. But without these 2 pieces, the animal skin bag was much deflated, so Zhu Lin stuffed more in. Unexpectedly, the goddess was actually quite interested. "Goddess, this thing was presented to me by my subordinates. I will definitely write back to you when I go back and find out the exact location." Zhu Lin said sincerely. "Thank you, Chief Zhu." Yun Caicai lowered her head, took a sip of water, and went straight to the point. "I wonder what the purpose of Patriarch Zhu's visit is." Zhu Lin immediately stood up and bowed. "To be honest, goddess, recently when our tribe was passing through the grassland, we unexpectedly discovered that after a winter, the number of cubs in the divine cat tribe has not decreased, but has increased significantly. In addition, there are several females who are pregnant almost at the same time. Our bird tribe is weak and has a low fertility rate. Last year, not a single chick was born, and 3 died in the winter. Since we're neighbors, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, so I'm shamelessly coming to ask your tribe for advice. If the goddess can resolve our tribe's predicament, if the divine cat tribe encounters trouble one day, the 100 Bird tribe will definitely help with all their might." Zhu Lin finished speaking in one breath. He looked up, wanting to let Yun Caicai see the sincerity in his eyes. But when he saw Yun Caicai, his eyes seemed to be burned, and he lowered his head uncomfortably. Yun Caicai didn't say anything, but tapped her fingers lightly on the wooden table, as if she was thinking. The beast cave was silent for a moment, with only the sound of light knocking and a few people breathing. Zhu Lin couldn't help but get nervous. Was he going to return, empty-handed this time? Still not enough stuff. At this moment, he heard Yun Caicai sigh. "Who makes us neighbors? The 2 tribes are each other's arms. If the 100 Birds tribe is doing well, the divine cat tribe will also be better. Chief Zhu, this is a serious matter. I need to speak to you alone." Zhu Lin was secretly delighted, thinking that he was going to be severely bitten by the divine cat tribe, but he did not expect that the goddess would agree immediately. The young female in charge really doesn't know how to fight for benefits for the tribe. Zhu Lin quickly waved away the 2 bird beast men who followed him and looked at Yun Caicai with anticipation. Yun Caicai was struggling for a moment and finally gritted her teeth and took out a round pill. "Our tribe only has 1 left. Never mind, I'll just give it to you." Yun Caicai frowned and stretched out her hand. "Clan leader Zhu, go back and dissolve this elixir into water. Have the 10 or so young females drink it, and then immediately return to find their respective beast husbands to mate. There will definitely be good news in 7 days. Zhu Lin quickly took it and held it in his palm. He observed the snow-white pill in shock. What is this? Is it really that magical? Chapter 1, 20 Allies. Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, give it back to me right now. This is the magic medicine given to us by the beast god. Our tribe only has this one magic medicine that can increase the chance of pregnancy. Yun Caicai's face suddenly turned ugly, and she stretched out her hand to ask Zhu Lin for it. Give it to me now. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin opened his eyes wide, took a few steps back, and hurriedly put the pill away. I was wrong. I believe it. Thank you, goddess, for the medicine. Zhu Lin said with a wry smile. Oh my god, what did he hear? That was bestowed by the beast god. This little female was actually given to him like this? I really don't know if she is naive or stupid. She is so pretty, but it's a pity that she has no brains. Does the patriarch of the divine cat tribe know that the goddess of their tribe is so kind? Zhu Lin didn't know whether the leader of the divine cat clan would go crazy after knowing this, but no matter what, Zhu Lin was determined not to return it. This is an extremely rare treasure. Zhu Lin got the advantage and now wants to run away. At this time, the gentle voice came. Patriarch Zhu, you must remember what you said. Zhu Lin suddenly understood and said with a smile, Of course. From now on, the Hunter-Birds tribe will be an ally of the divine cat tribe. If anything happens, we will definitely help you with all our might. We will be absolutely loyal and will never betray you. But if the matter is too big, then I'm sorry, their entire tribe will run away, Zhu Lin added secretly in his heart. Then it's settled. Yun Caicai smiled slightly and turned her wrist. Okay, it's a deal. Goddess, if you're fine, I'll go back to the tribe first. Zhu Lin was in a hurry to leave. Only 3 people came this time. He was afraid that the chief of the divine cat tribe would come and snatch the treasure back. Wait a minute, Chief Zhu, you must be thirsty after all this travel. The divine cat tribe doesn't have anything good to offer you. This is the spring water from the back mountain. It's sweet and delicious and will quench your thirst. Chief Zhu, since you have promised to be forever loyal to the divine cat tribe and never betray us, drink our unique mountain spring water before you continue your journey. Zhu Lin was also thirsty, so he took the wooden bowl and drank it in one gulp. As soon as the spring water entered his stomach, Zhu Lin's consciousness became blurred for a moment. When he raised his eyes again, the way he looked at Yun Caicai was different. The love that he had just suppressed now filled his entire heart, and his eyes were full of fanaticism, trust, and absolute loyalty to her. Yun Caicai frowned slightly. The orcs who had taken a loyalty pill before didn't change so much, but she didn't think too much about it because there was no need. Yun Caicai said meaningfully, From now on, we will be complete allies. Yes. Zhu Lin bowed slightly. He looked at Yun Caicai with reluctance and then took his leave. On the way back, Zhu Lin tried to suppress his liking for the little female again, but the more he tried not to think about it, the clearer every frown and smile of Yun Caicai became in his mind. Zhu Lin shook his head, thinking that he must have gone crazy. But since I have promised the goddess, I must keep my word. The divine cat tribe will always be the most important ally of the Hunter-Birds tribe. Zhu Lin, who took the loyalty pill, would not know that his thoughts had changed and deviated unconsciously. Zhu Lin's actions were originally based on the safety of the Bainiao tribe, but now they have become based on the safety of the Shenmao tribe. Yun Caicai smiled as she touched the various shiny things sent by the Bainiao tribe. Zhu Lin thought he had the overall situation under control and had gained a huge advantage. Little did he know that Yun Caicai was targeting the entire Bainiao tribe. In the beast world, having the loyalty of the tribe leader Zhu Lin is almost equivalent to having the loyalty of the entire bird tribe. She doesn't have that much time to test and make friends. Since you think so too, she will just confirm it. This way, both parties can feel at ease, right? Knowledge point. Naturally produced doghead gold has a shiny golden appearance and is highly recognizable. However, its texture is not pure and is quite different from pure gold. The doghead gold, with a higher gold content, will be more orange yellow or dark yellow in color. As the impurities it contains increase, the color of the doghead gold will gradually turn light yellow. Because the conditions for its formation are very harsh, it is basically hard to find and its quantity is very rare, so its value is very high. Where nugget gold can be found, there are usually gold mines buried. The largest gold nugget currently found in China weighs 7.85 kilograms and was discovered by a Kazakh herder in Qinghe County, Altai Prefecture, Xinjiang. Chapter 121 Treasure. Zhu Lin hurried back to the tribe and immediately asked people to gather the young females of childbearing age. Then he thought of the red-billed chuffs that had made great efforts, and Zhu Lin decided to go and invite them in person. The patriarch is here again. The clan leader is here again. Help! I hope the good stuff I just found won't be taken away again. Is this still our patriarch? Hide quickly. The red-billed chuff, having just noticed Zhu Lin's figure, immediately began to hide here and there in a hurry. Seeing the red-billed chuffs in chaos, Zhu Lin's mouth twitched. He randomly caught a red-billed chuff orc, and a scream seemed to pierce his eardrums. Oh, it's gone. I have nothing left. Let me go, Zhu Lin. If you don't know, you might think he is forcing this male orc to do something. I came here this time to tell you something good. The red-billed chuff, which had paused for a moment, became restless again. They all accused. You said the same thing last time. Feeling guilty, Zhu Lin gave an awkward smile and then said loudly, "Do you still want to have a baby?" After hearing this, the red-billed chuffs finally quieted down. A total of 15 females were selected this time, and Zhu Lin gave them 3 places as compensation. The red-billed chuffs were overjoyed. After all, you can find the sparkling thing again. But you can't just have whatever you want. Chief, if the little female can successfully bear a cub, then all of mine will be given to you, one of the male orcs said with pain. Zhu Linren laughed. There's no need for these, but I want to ask you, where did you pick up that yellow, feces-like thing from before? Red-billed chuff. Don't you dare say that about our glittering gem. It's a glittering golden treasure. Yes, I didn't say it wasn't a treasure. It's just that the shape is a bit ugly. Zhu Lin laughed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Where did you pick up that treasure? The bird beast man who picked up the gold nugget recalled for a moment and said excitedly, I remember it now. On Xiufu Mountain. The red-billed chuff flies far enough. Zhu Lin thought so. So he wrote down the name of the mountain and asked about it in detail. After the questioning was over, the best female chuff was selected. They followed Zhu Lin and hurried to the witch doctor's cave. Because Zhu Lin didn't have a partner and was a male, it was difficult to say anything. So he specially found a witch doctor and asked the witch doctor to explain it to them. However, Zhu Lin did not reveal much, just saying that it was a treasure he found by chance. The witch doctor hesitated. Chief, is it really effective? What if it doesn't work? Zhu Lin said firmly, it's absolutely effective. If you don't believe me, you'll know in 7 days. For some reason, he believed from the bottom of his heart what the little female from the divine cat tribe said. The witch doctor nodded and made the arrangements. When the young females heard that it could increase their chances of conceiving, they were all very excited. They were so eager to get pregnant. Therefore, everyone rushed to drink a bowl of water made from the elixir and then hurried back to have a good chat with their beast husband. Zhu Lin returned to the beast cave alone. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it in the past, but now he felt that the beast cave was particularly deserted. At this moment, Yun Caicai's face appeared in his mind again. For some reason, Zhu Lin felt a little sad and empty inside when he thought of Yun Caicai. Zhu Lin, who had never tasted the sweetness of love, didn't know that he actually fell in love with Yun Caicai at first sight. It was just that after taking the loyalty pill, this love was more difficult to suppress than before. Zhu Lin had no choice but to walk out of the beast cave and look around. With more people around and more things to do, he wouldn't always think about that pretty but stupid little female. This day was the day that Black Snake and Feng Jinjin had agreed upon. Yun Caicai held Feng Jinjin's arm, and the two of them looked like good sisters as they walked towards the back mountain together. Along the way, the two talked and laughed and occasionally played around. Yun Caicai's beautiful face and innocent smile caught the eyes of the Black Snake hiding in the dark. He was filled with amazement. He heard that although Yun Caicai had given birth to so many cubs, her figure was like that of a newly grown female. No, it was even more beautiful than theirs. When he succeeds, he will definitely savor this sweet little female. A disgusting smile appeared on the Black Snake's face, and his eyes were filled with greed and desire. Chapter 122 Trap. This. The Black Snake stuck out its tongue and glanced at the wandering orc next to it, the proboscis monkey, who also had a lewd look on his face. The proboscis monkey smiled obscenely, with an excited look on his face, and his big red nose, like an eggplant, was standing upright. The black snake had promised him that he could have a try with both of these little females. The stray warthog waiting on the other side bared its long fangs, breathed heavily through its fat nostrils, and its hooves began to rub against each other. The three of them were all high-level Xian-grade beasts, and were stray beasts that the black snake accidentally met on its escape. After hearing the black snake's plan, they immediately agreed with it. With Feng Jinjin as the instigator in front, and the three of them at the high level of Xian-grade in the back, dealing with that little female Yun Caicai shouldn't be a piece of cake, right? Besides, he had a backup plan. As soon as the black snake gave a signal, the three of them immediately started moving. Black snakes were crawling on the ground, proboscis monkeys were jumping on the trees, but only the warthogs were running so fast that the earth was shaking, attracting everyone's attention. The ground shook, and Yun Caicai's eyes were fixed on the warthog in the distance. They are coming. But what about the black snake? Yun Caicai narrowed her eyes and looked around. A black snake crawling close to the ground appeared and disappeared. Yun Caicai smiled, saying it was good that it came. Just waiting for you. A top-grade dagger quietly appeared in Yun Caicai's hand. Boom! 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 The ground began to shake. Feng Jinjin was terrified and held Yun Caicai's arm tightly. What's wrong? What's that noise? Why is the ground shaking? Are they coming? She was very scared and started asking questions one after another. Yun Caicai frowned. She had no time to comfort Feng Jinjin. If you don't want to die, go hide behind the big rock next to you. Okay, I'll go right away. Feng Jinjin quickly calmed down, let go of Yun Caicai's arm, and obediently ran to the side. She can't hold Yun Caicai back anymore. Seeing Feng Jinjin so obedient, Yun Caicai relaxed for a moment. In the eyes of the three stray animals, Yun Caicai was just so scared that she was standing still and unable to move. They suddenly looked down on her. She was just a little female, and to have such a big fuss about her was really giving her face. Boom! 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 The warthog was in the front, and the distance between it and Yun Caicai was getting closer and closer. It panted with excitement. They had agreed that whoever captured the delicious little female first would get her virginity. Closer and closer. Its fangs gleamed sinisterly, and its nostrils flared, growing larger and larger. Yun Caicai frowned. It was really too ugly. Just then, bang! A huge bamboo bear, 3 meters tall and weighing 700 kilograms, fell from the sky and pressed down hard on the warthog. The huge impact force caused the warthog to sink deeply into the ground. Bamboo Bear stood up and found a crushed and lifeless warthog lying in a huge pit. After just one encounter, the warthog was dead. Yun Caicai's eyes were full of amazement. People generally think that bamboo bears are gentle and cute animals. They feed on bamboo and live a peaceful life. But in fact, the bamboo bear in the animal world is huge in size and has amazing strength. It can be said to be an absolute beast. Ganlai is indeed her ultimate killer. Broken. There's a trap. Seeing that the situation was not good, the black snake and the proboscis monkey immediately turn around and prepare to escape. However, at this moment, the figures of high-level orcs gradually appeared from all directions, tightly surrounding Black Snake and the others. Chapter 123 Battle. Feng Jinjin, how dare you lie to me? Just wait for me. Hee hee, I want you to die. Hiss 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 hiss. The black snake made rhythmic sounds. Soon, a group of black wolf spiders crawled out from the dense forest behind them and appeared behind everyone. Black Snake sneered. You forced me to do this. Hearing the rustling sound, the orcs gathered together quickly, turned around. I saw that wolf spiders had hair like wolf hair on their backs, and they had 8 eyes. Although wolf spiders are not large in size and of low grade, they can spray spider silk to tightly wrap around their enemies and then inject venom. The higher the grade of the wolf spider, the stronger its venom, and the injected venom will cause the death of the orc. Dense swarms of wolf spiders came in like a flood. The black snake laughed heartily. You will all die here today. The proboscis monkey also laughed out loud. You black snake, you have such a skill that you can drive the wolf spider. Haha, let's see what tricks they come up with now. Bang. So much talk. Ganlai punched the proboscis monkey on the nose. Your nose is so big and ugly. I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time. The proboscis monkey felt a pain in its nose and flew backwards. It wiped its face with its hand and found it was covered in blood. He looked at Ganlai fiercely, stretched out his long arms, swung flexibly between the trees, and using the force, kicked Ganlai hard with both feet. At this moment, the orcs have already started fighting with the wolf spiders. Yun Caicai shouted, "Be careful not to get caught in the wolf spider's silk. Be careful of the venom." Inghua stood right in front of Yun Caicai. The silver tiger was majestic, and with one claw, all the wolf spiders under its claws died. At this time, the wolf spider leader appeared. It was huge in size and incredibly fast, and it came directly towards Yun Caicai. Inghua jumped up and kicked the wolf spider leader hard. At the same time, while the battle was in chaos, the black snake crawled towards Yun Caicai like a ghost. Feng Jinjin and Yun Caicai were not far away from each other. He wanted to bite off Feng Jinjin's neck first, and then take Yun Caicai away. This. Bang. The running Yun Caicai had already noticed the black snake's little movements. She instantly transformed into a beast, and with one claw, she knocked the black snake away, and then jumped into the air. Bang. The black snake was deeply embedded in the stump. Black Snake felt a burning pain all over his body, but his mind was extremely clear. Was it that little female named Yun Caicai who hit him just now? She actually has such powerful strength. The black snake's eyes lit up even brighter. This little female had such a special physique. She would definitely be able to give birth to many, many cubs for him. Yun Caicai, he must take her away. The black snake exerted force, and the tree stump collapsed with a loud bang. He didn't care about Feng Jinjin, and his eyes were fixed on Yun Caicai. He was careless with this little female just now, and now he will not show mercy. He wants to defeat Yun Caicai, just like he defeated Feng Jinjin. This. The black snake was as fast as lightning. He wanted to keep it alive, but couldn't use his fangs, so he decided to use his body to wrap up Yun Caicai. But he is fast, and Yun Caicai is even faster. She jumped and landed above the black snake. Yun Caicai's eyes became fierce. A silver light flashed in the sunlight, and the black snake fell heavily to the ground. He looked at the expressionless little female in front of him in disbelief. How could she be faster than him? Unless her rank is Na Huang Pin, but higher than his Tian Pin. Where in the Orc continent can you find a female of such a high grade? If he were handed over to the super tribe, he would definitely be treated as a guest of honor. The black snake groaned unwillingly. Oh. But before he could finish his words, he died, with only shock and perhaps a hint of regret in his eyes. Chapter 124 Wolf Spider. Yun Caicai was just about to add a few more hits. Feng Jinjin mustered up the courage to step forward, looking at the black snake on the ground with resentment. "Goddess, can you let me deal with this black snake?" Yun Caicai paused and stood up. She handed the dagger to Feng Jinjin and said expressionlessly, "I leave it to you." Yun Caicai turned around and walked towards the orcs surrounded by wolf spiders, starting a new round of fighting. Feng Jinjin looked at the dagger in her hand, tears streaming down her face. The stray black snake that had humiliated her for a year was now dead at her feet. But even if Black Snake died, she would not let him keep his body intact. She, Feng Jinjin, must get rid of the hatred in her heart. At this moment, Feng Jinjin, who had never hurt any animal, raised the dagger. Her face was covered with tears as she stabbed him again and again. Ganlai, who was full of strength, fought with the proboscis monkey, which was one major rank lower than him, as if it was a joke. Ganlai was not satisfied with its ugly nose, so he just smashed it to pieces, which made him feel better. The proboscis monkey was already unconscious. Ganlai stretched out his foot and stomped hard, and the proboscis monkey fell directly into the pit. In just a few minutes, the proboscis monkey died at Ganlai's feet. Over there, Inghua ran into trouble. There are actually 3 giant wolf spiders of the highest quality. They surrounded Inghua, and his left hand was bound by spider silk. He took out a dagger and slashed it hard, and the spider's silk broke instantly. Seeing this, the giant wolf spider became agitated. It was almost, just a little bit, about to inject its venom into the silver tiger. There are 3 wolf spiders, each with 8 eyes, which is scary to look at. Inghua's voice was low and a threatening tiger roar sounded. Inghua leaped up and stretched out his sharp claws, instantly blinding half of a giant wolf spider's eyes. It was in great pain and continued to shoot spider silk at Inghua, while the other 2 wolf spiders also attacked him. There was a slight pain in his left arm, but Inghua ignored it and continued to fight with the 3 top-grade wolf spiders. After successfully killing the proboscis monkey, Ganlai quickly returned to Yun Caicai and helped her clean up the densely packed, nasty little bugs. Yun Caicai glanced around and didn't see the man, so she immediately said, "Leave this to me. Ganlai, go help Manhwa deal with the giant poisonous spider." Okay. Ganlai immediately looked around. Soon, he heard a tiger roar from the north. Ganlai's heart tightened, and he rushed over as fast as he could. The poisonous spiders are small in size and weak in strength, but there are too many of them. Under wave after wave of attacks, many orcs were poisoned by the poisonous spiders. Fortunately, these wolf spiders are not strong, and the toxicity of their venom is also low, but even so, the redness, swelling, and itching are very uncomfortable. Just as everyone was growing increasingly tired, clear voices rang out from afar. "Chirp, Chi-Chi, chirp." In the sky, I saw a beautiful ribbon bird with two silver-white tail feathers flying in front, followed by a group of birds. They flew over in overwhelming numbers. The birds swooped down towards the wolf spiders on the ground, pecking at them with their hard beaks, causing them to flee. The orcs' eyes lit up, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of the bird tribe, the troublesome wolf spider was quickly solved. Yun Caicai stopped and looked at Zhu Lin walking towards her with a slightly red face. She nodded at him, smiled slightly, and was about to say something nice. But the next second, her eyes fell behind Zhu Lin. Seeing that scene, Yun Caicai suddenly felt cold all over, and she froze in place. She felt as if her blood had frozen. She wanted to move forward, but her legs and feet had no strength left. Chapter 125 Poisoning. Bamboo Bear came running towards us with big strides and lightning speed, his face full of anxiety. In its arms was tightly clasped a huge silver tiger. The tiger originally had a gorgeous coat of fur, but now it looked dull and lifeless. Its body kept shaking as the Bamboo Bear ran, as if it had lost its life. It turned out that although Manhwa was fighting fiercely with 3 powerful giant wolf spiders of the highest quality, he still managed to kill one of them. However, during the battle, his left arm was unfortunately injected with poisonous juice by another wolf spider. Faced with the attack from the remaining 2 wolf spiders, Manhwa knew that he must not retreat. Fortunately, Ganlai arrived in time after hearing the roar of a tiger coming from afar. With Ganlai's help, the situation of the battle quickly turned around. The 2 wolf spiders were gradually defeated and eventually died tragically at the hands of the 2 men. When they finished the battle, nodded to each other, and prepared to set off to return, something unexpected happened. Manhwa suddenly fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Ganlai was shocked and rushed forward to check. He saw that Manhwa's face had turned blue and purple, and the situation was very critical. So, without thinking too much, Gan quickly picked up the big tiger with both hands and ran back at the speed of light. He knew how important Manhwa was to Yun Caicai. When he thought of the little female crying bitterly, he wished he could take her place. Moreover, Ganlai had a faint expectation in his heart. The little female is the goddess favored by the beast god. If she were faster, would she be able to rescue Manhwa? At this critical moment, Ganlai rushed towards Yun Caicai like a gust of wind, shouting, "Caicai, it's bad. Manhwa has been poisoned by the venom of the Tianpin wolf spider." When Yun Caicai heard this, her heart suddenly tightened. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her hands were shaking slightly uncontrollably. Suddenly, Yun Caicai remembered the detoxification pill. Yes, she still had the extremely precious top-grade detoxification pill on her. As long as there is an antidote pill, Manhwa will definitely be saved. "It's okay, it will be okay," Yun Caicai murmured softly, as if to cheer herself and Manhwa up. She held the detoxification pill tightly in her hand, her eyes firm and resolute. Manhwa's lips had turned extremely black at this time, and the situation was extremely critical. Without hesitation, Yun Caicai pried open Manhwa's tightly clenched teeth and put the life-saving pill into his mouth. The pill melted quickly as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a stream of clear spring flowing into Manhwa's body. Yun Caicai was worried that just one detoxification pill would not be enough to completely resist the fierce invasion of the venom, so she immediately put in 3 more pills in a row, hoping to enhance the efficacy of the medicine and completely eliminate the toxins in Manhwa's body. "Enough, host!" Shirlu finally couldn't help but shout out, his tone full of heartache and pity. Hearing the system's anxious and concerned voice, Yun Caicai's originally hazy consciousness gradually became clear. She silently communicated with Shirlu in her heart. "Manhwa should be fine, right? After all, he has already taken several detoxification pills. He will definitely be fine, right, little Shirley? Pomegranate was silent for a moment, as if thinking about how to answer this question. Finally, it said, "Don't worry, he won't die." After receiving Shirley's affirmative answer, Yun Caicai's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and she seemed to feel a lot lighter. Inghua was not only her first beastly husband, but also the first man who truly entered her heart. As long as Inghua was by her side, she felt extremely at ease, as if she had endless courage and strength to face all difficulties and challenges. "It's just," little Pomegranate's hesitant voice sounded again. Chapter 1, 26 question. Just what? Yin Caicai's heart tightened. One detoxification pill can detoxify the wolf spider's venom, but the venom is so powerful that it may have damaged Inghua's internal organs. Although the toxin has been removed, the injured area is still damaged. "I have a recovery pill." Yun Caicai immediately put the pill into Inghua's mouth. But after taking the recovery pill and waiting for a few minutes, Inghua still didn't wake up. "What's going on?" Yun Caicai was a little anxious. Little Pomegranate said reluctantly. After the main system was updated, the recovery pill can only be used for postpartum recovery. Yun Caicai lowered her eyes for a moment, which meant that the original bug had been fixed by the main system. She bit her lip and continued to ask, "Is there any pill in the mall that Inghua can use? If so, use your points to exchange for one." Little Pomegranate shook his head. "Host, don't worry too much. As long as he wakes up, there shouldn't be any big problems. But the problem is he can't wake up. Inghua is now like a lifeless body, no different from a vegetative person. What are the chances that a vegetative patient can wake up on his own? It's just a tiny amount." Yun Caicai absolutely did not want to see Inghua trapped in such a desperate situation forever. At this moment, an amazing scene happened. Inghua's fur began to gradually regain its former glory, which showed that the toxins in his body had been completely eliminated. After seeing this scene, Yun Caicai's originally anxious mood finally calmed down. As long as Inghua is still alive, there is hope. As long as he is alive, Yun Caicai will try her best to wake him up. "Little Pomegranate, once I level up again, can I wake Inghua up?" Shirley looked around, then gritted her teeth and blocked the main system. Her voice became anxious. "Host, if you give birth to more cubs to improve your rank, I can try my best to get you everything you want." Sizzle. There was a burst of electric sound, and Pomegranate returned to his normal tone. "This problem exceeds the system authority. Please resolve it yourself." Yun Caicai was stunned for a moment, then she understood. She had guessed something from Little Pomegranate's words before. Pomegranate was a novice system, but there was a main system above her, so she couldn't completely decide on some things. Her lovely little Pomegranate must have done something just now to remind herself so bluntly. A warm feeling passed through Yun Caicai's heart. She didn't say anything more, for fear of exposing herself to the system again. "Is Inghua getting better?" Gunlais etchet voita sonded beside Yun Caicai sers. Yun Caicai said truthfully, "The poison has been resolved. It depends on when Inghua wakes up. It would be great if the poison was removed. If only I had found him in the first place." Gunlai felt a little guilty. As the main force of this plan, he failed to discover the existence of giant poisonous spiders in the first place, and there were 3 of them. If Yun Caicai hadn't asked him to go find Inghua, the consequences would have been disastrous. Yun Caicai looked at the dirty Gunlai and said softly, "You are not hurt, are you?" Gunlai was moved. "I'm fine. It's good that you're okay. Dissolve this pill in water and let each of the beastmen injured by the poisonous spider drink a sip. The toxicity of these low-grade poisonous spiders is not high, but it still takes 3 to 5 days to disappear. During this period, the itching is unbearable and very painful. They're all her people, so she naturally won't let them down." The orcs drank the detoxifying water with gratitude, and the pain and itchiness on their bodies were instantly healed, and their strength was restored a lot. Yun Caicai negotiated with the Bainyao tribe and agreed to give them a lot of food as a thank you. The bird tribe stayed where they were and cleaned up the battlefield. After all, these little bugs are a rare delicacy for them. Yun Caicai arranged for the recovered beastmen to garrison here. After all, there were still bird beastmen from the Hunterbird tribe. She will replace Song He, who is looking after the cubs in the beast cave later. Now she doesn't have the energy to clean up the rest. However, orcs of the highest rank were always rare, let alone poisonous insects. And 3 of them suddenly appeared. Could it be that, because wolf spiders live in deep mountains and forests all year round, they had some kind of adventure? How did the black snake drive them? Yun Caicai pondered for a moment, but couldn't figure it out, so she had to put it aside for the time being. Let's go back to the beast cave first. Yun Caicai touched Inghua's fur, then made way for Ganlai. Ganlai transformed into a beast and picked up the big tiger with one effort. At this time, Feng Jinjin also came back. Goddess, here you go. In her hand was a clean dagger. Yun Caicai glanced into the distance and saw that the black snake had turned into a pool of meat paste. It's for you. Give it to me. Feng Jinjin pointed at herself in surprise. You used it well this time. Yun Caicai said a few words lightly, and Feng Jinjin became extremely excited. Goddess, you are praising her, right? Feng Jinjin clenched the dagger and followed Yun Caicai back. Just then, a loud voice sounded behind them, and everyone turned around. Chapter 127 Incident. Bah! Accompanied by a loud cry, a huge golden eagle with shining golden feathers swooped down like a meteor. Its broad and powerful wings flapped rapidly, bringing up a gust of wind, blowing up the dust on the ground, and blowing towards them like a sandstorm, catching everyone off guard. In an instant, the orcs were covered in dust and dirt. The golden eagle had a clear target and pounced straight towards Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. Before she could even react, the powerful impact of the golden eagle lifted her off the ground and into the air. Everything happened so quickly that when everyone came to their senses and tried to open their eyes that were covered with dust, they were shocked to find that Yun Caicai had actually been carried far away from the ground by the golden eagle. This sudden change seemed to happen in the blink of an eye, which was jaw-dropping. Caicai! Ganlai shouted in pain. Goddess! Everyone spoke worriedly. Ganlai was shocked and angry, and he only regretted that he didn't have a pair of wings to rescue Yun Caicai immediately. He turned around abruptly, facing the distance, and shouted at the top of his voice, Zhulin, hurry up and catch up. Ganlai's voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. Zhulin looked up and noticed the movement of the golden eagle. He transformed into a ribbon bird and closely followed the golden eagle flying in front of him. At the same time, upon seeing this, many orcs of the 100 Birds tribe transformed into various bird and beast forms and followed closely behind their chief, hoping to lend him a helping hand. The golden eagle's sharp claws were like iron hooks, firmly grasping Yun Caicai. It laughed triumphantly. Thank you, Black Dragon, very much, little female. Now you belong to me. Yun Caicai was about to say something, but was interrupted by the howling wind in her face. She had no choice but to swallow her words and look down, only to see that the orcs on the ground had become as small as ants. At this moment, Yun Caicai felt a burning pain on her back. Then she remembered that the golden eagle was extremely fast, and its claws were extremely sharp, leaving several deep scars on her back. It is obviously not a wise move to confront the golden eagle head-on at this time. After all, if you fall from the high altitude, you will definitely be smashed to pieces, and your life will be in danger. Yun Caicai suppressed the restlessness in her heart and tried to calm herself down. Now, the only thing to do is wait for the golden eagle to land, and then find a way to escape. However, now, she will not let the golden eagle have an easy time. She was just feeling very upset because of Inghua's poisoning, and now was the perfect time to vent her anger. Yun Caicai stretched out her arms fearlessly. When her fingertips touched the hard and gorgeous feathers of the golden eagle, she held them tightly and pulled with all her strength. Accompanied by a sharp and piercing cry, Little female, what are you doing? The golden eagle gasped in pain and shouted angrily. What are you doing? Yun Caicai sneered inwardly, but her hands didn't stop moving. She once again found the soft fur on the golden eagle's belly and tugged at it mercilessly. Another burst of shrill bird calls resounded through the sky. Cry. The sudden severe pain caused the golden eagle's body to tilt involuntarily. It flapped its huge wings desperately and flapped them twice quickly before it was able to barely regain its balance. At this moment, the golden eagle was obviously completely enraged. Its eyes widened, and it roared angrily. Little female, if you dare to pluck one of my feathers again, I will throw you off the cliff immediately. Facing the threat from the golden eagle, Yun Caicai remained calm, with determination and courage flashing in her eyes. Since the golden eagle knew her differences from the black snake, how could he bear to abandon her? Yun Caicai smiled slightly and said, Today I will let you know that it is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. Chapter 128 Plucking Hair. As soon as the golden eagle finished speaking, Yun Caicai's hands continued to move mercilessly. I pull out. I pull out. I'll pull it out again. Bah! 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 High in the sky, a golden eagle was flying crookedly, and its miserable cries could be heard from time to time. Little female, you gone too far. I'm really going to throw you down. Yun Caicai hugged its slender bird legs tightly with her backhand. Throw it. Throw her down if you can. The golden eagle yelled angrily. Ah! Little female, just wait for me. Taking advantage of the fact that its claws were slightly loose, Yun Caicai grabbed the golden eagle's feathers and began to climb up. After a moment, Yun Caicai turned over and sat directly on the back of the golden eagle. I feel much more comfortable now. The recovery pill was useless, and the injury on her back could not be treated, so she had to take painkillers first. Fortunately, the burning pain in her back was reduced a lot after a while. Yun Caicai rode the bird comfortably while plucking its feathers mercilessly. Feathers fell down, and the golden eagle screamed in anger. It was visible to the naked eye that the golden eagle flew away in an instant with a whoosh. When he gets there, he will definitely teach this ignorant little female a lesson. While plucking the hair, Yun Caicai sighed. Wow, plucking the hair can also increase speed. That's so fast. If she has the chance in the future, she would also like to get a big bird to play with. Fortunately, Yinghua's poison has been cured. Ganlai is in charge of the tribe, and Huayin and Song here also in the beast cave to take care of the cubs. I hope they can remember what I said before. Don't act rashly, and wait for her to return in the tribe. Zhu Lin gritted his teeth and tried his best to catch up with the golden eagle in front of him, but there was a huge gap between the two sides in terms of size and speed, which made him feel powerless. Not long after, the golden eagle flapped its wings a few times and disappeared without a trace. Zhu Lin refused to give up and continued searching everywhere. But in the end, he only found a few feathers floating from afar and could not find any clues about the whereabouts of the golden eagle. Faced with such a result, Zhu Lin felt helpless and could only fly back to the divine cat tribe with full of regret. At the same time, Ganlai returned to the cave with the unresponsive big tiger in his arms, feeling heavy-hearted. His hands clenched involuntarily, his heart filled with contradictions and entanglements. For a moment, he didn't know how to face Huayin and Song, who were taking care of the cubs in the beast cave. Before leaving, they clearly agreed to come back and eat hot pot together. Now, Yinghua is in a coma, and Caicai is even more. Huayin tilted her head when she heard the voice. A face that was difficult to tell whether it was male or female appeared at the dark entrance of the beast cave. Ganlai, you're back. Huayin came up excitedly. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. Why are you hugging Yinghua? What's wrong with him? Huayin looked behind her and asked, Where's Caicai? Why hasn't Caicai come back? Oh, I see. Is she talking to that stinky bird? I'll go find her. Huayin was about to go out aggressively, and Song he also came out. At this time, Ganlai's weak voice sounded. Don't go, Yinghua is poisoned. Song he asked anxiously, What happened to Caicai? Ganlai said with difficulty, Caicai was captured by a golden eagle. Suddenly, Huayin stopped and looked at Ganlai in disbelief. Song he's head buzzed, and he felt weak all over, so he couldn't help but hold on to the wall of the cave. Ganlai placed Yinghua in the beast cave and quickly told them what had happened. Zhu Lin has already gone after him. I hope there will be good news. Now is not the time to be decadent. There is still a lot to do. Huayin, take good care of the cubs and Yinghua. Song He, you are the young patriarch of the divine cat tribe. Now, it's your turn to step forward. Thinking of Yun Caicai, Ganlai felt a pain in his heart, but he knew that if he panicked, others would only panic more. Therefore, Ganlai clenched his fists and said in a calm tone, Don't forget what Caicai told us. We must trust her and not lose our composure. Hidden in the darkness, Song, he raised his head. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and regained his usual gentleness and composure. Okay, leave the rest to me. Chapter 129 Worry. Song he held on to the wall of the cave until he regained some strength. Then he stood up and walked out of the cave. Ganlai looked to Huayin, who was still standing there, and reminded her again, Go and take good care of the cubs. Huayin hummed, blinked, and a tear as big as a bean rolled down her cheek. He was really worried about his little female. It would be great if he was the one who took her away. Ganlai sighed and patted Huayin's shoulder. He was as sad as anyone else. However, as the strongest fighter, I don't have time to shed tears. Huayin wiped away her tears and said in a hoarse voice, Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. He turned and went back to the cave, taking care of the cubs, as usual. Ganlai breathed a sigh of relief. When he thought of Songhe's condition, he felt a little worried, so he walked out of the cave. When Songhe arrived at the back mountain and saw the traces left behind, he knew how fierce the fight had been. But later a golden eagle flew out and caused trouble, which caused Yun Caicai to suffer. Songhe didn't dare to think about it any further, for he was afraid that he would collapse if he continued to think about it. Although he seemed humble in the past, he was actually arrogant in his heart. He once hurt Caicai because of his arrogance. He was in great pain afterwards. Fortunately, Caicai did not expel him, but forgave him instead. At that time, he decided to put Yun Caicai first in everything he did. Of course, he did it. Yun Caicai valued him more and more, praised him generously, and even gave birth to many children for him. Songhe has long regarded Yun Caicai as his life. Now, he will listen to Caicai, take care of everything in the tribe, and wait for her to come back. But he will not sit and wait for death. He will mobilize all the connections he can to search for Caicai's whereabouts. If anything happens to Caicai, Songhe will never live alone. Songhe, who had figured out the whole situation, felt relieved and relaxed. He knew what he should do next. First of all, he needed to appease the restless orcs in the tribe so that they could do their jobs with peace of mind to avoid chaos. So, Songhe personally walked up to each orc and spoke to them in a gentle but firm tone, telling them that the goddess would be safe and everyone just needed to do their job well. Secondly, Songhe gave the male orcs who participated in the encirclement and suppression of stray beasts the rewards they deserved. These brave orcs used their strength and courage to protect the safety of the tribe and deserve respect and reward. Finally, Songhe transferred a large amount of food from the warehouse as a thank you to the Banyao tribe for their assistance. This generous gift not only expressed Songhe's gratitude to the Banyao tribe, but also further deepened the friendship between the two tribes. Under Songhe's orderly arrangements, the panic that had originally permeated the tribe gradually dissipated. The orcs began to believe that their goddess would return safely. They silently prayed for the goddess in their hearts, hoping that she could return to the tribe safely as soon as possible. When everything was arranged, a beautiful ribbon bird suddenly flew back. Its two long tail feathers sparkled in the sunlight, as if it was a messenger sent by God to deliver good news. Songhe gazed at the beautiful bird, a surge of anticipation welling up in his heart. Perhaps it really did bring news about the goddess. As the ribbon bird approached, Ganlai and Songhe's eyes lit up. They asked in unison, "How's it going? Did you find Caicai?" Their voices were full of anticipation and anxiety. Zhulin didn't dare to look directly into their hopeful eyes. He turned slightly to the side, shook his head gently, and a look of guilt appeared on his face. "I'm sorry. The golden eagle was so fast, I lost it." Zhulin's voice became lower and lower, filled with deep remorse. He knew that he had disappointed everyone, but facing such a powerful opponent like the golden eagle, he was really powerless. Chapter 130, Thanks. The birds and beasts who had been following Zhulin also came back one after another in groups of 3 or 2. They had originally intended to help the patriarch track the golden eagle, but due to their small size and low rank, they couldn't even catch up with the patriarch, let alone the massive golden eagle. Songhe felt a little heavy in his heart, but he also knew very clearly that most members of the 100 Birds tribe were small birds. So how could they catch up with the golden eagle so easily? The Banyao tribe has come specially to support us and has made a lot of sacrifices. It would be wrong if they felt disheartened because of this incident. Songhe and Ganlai looked at each other, and Ganlai nodded slightly to show his agreement. Songhe immediately understood what Ganlai was thinking, and their ideas were exactly the same. Zhulin, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to the full support of your 100 Birds tribe, we were able to repel the wolf spiders so quickly. Here are some small gifts we've prepared. Please accept them. Songhe's tone was very gentle, but Zhulin seemed a little uneasy. He originally thought that he would be blamed and accused, but he never expected that the young chief of the Divine Cat tribe would be so understanding and reasonable. Songhe could forgive him, but Zhulin could not forgive himself. It tried its best to chase the golden eagle. When it was closest, it saw Zhu Caicai right under the golden eagle's claws, but when the golden eagle noticed it, it flapped its wings, and Zhulin fell far behind. When Zhulin thought about how close he was to Yun Caicai, but failed to save her, his heart felt like it was on fire. If he had been more careful, would the golden eagle not have discovered him? Zhulin didn't know why, But when he saw the little female from the divine cat tribe being abducted, his heart seemed to follow her. Zhu Lin smiled grimly. How can I accept this generous gift when I failed to save the goddess? Song He seemed to see through him and said, You have tried your best. We know that, and Caicai knows that too. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin's heart moved slightly. Does she really know? Song He's voice rang out again. Besides, these foods are not for you. They are gifts from the divine cat tribe to all the beast men of the 100 Birds tribe as a thank you to our friends from the 100 Birds tribe for coming to help us. Zhu Lin looked back and saw that the birds, beasts, and people all looked tired. They all leaned against the trees to rest. Song He, thank you very much. Zhu Lin knew that what Song He said made sense and stopped refusing. He took the initiative to say, although our 100 Birds tribe is of low rank, it is also inconspicuous. When I return, I will send the bird beastmen out to inquire about the whereabouts of the goddess. Song He was delighted. The Banyao tribe was well informed. With their help, they might be able to find out Caicai's location soon. Song He bowed slightly towards Zhu Lin and said gratefully, That's great. I'd like to thank Chief Zhu on behalf of our divine cat tribe. For some reason, Zhu Lin turned slightly to the side and did not accept Song He's greeting. He shook his head and said, This is what I should do. After they finished their discussion, Zhu Lin divided the bird and beast people into two groups. One group followed him back to the tribe first, and the other group stayed behind and walked back to the tribe with food. Seeing this, Song He arranged for several high-level cat orcs to escort them together. Meanwhile, Yun Caicai was still sitting comfortably on the golden eagle's back, plucking its feathers intermittently. From time to time, she glanced down and saw that the golden eagle had already flown out of the Taikou Mountains with her. Chapter 131c. After a long time, the golden eagle in flight suddenly felt a chill on its head. It had been numbed by Yun Caicai's torment, but now it shuddered as if it had been electrocuted. It's over, it won't be pluckballed, right? This terrifying thought flashed through the golden eagle's mind, and it immediately screamed, Cry! Little female, are you done yet? However, the golden eagle's roar received no response, but was replaced by even more intense pain. Yun Caicai smiled slightly, not satisfied with the result just now. She pulled off a handful of feathers again, and then threw them down. Those feathers scattered like snowflakes sparkling in the sun, and looked very beautiful. Ah! Looking at the feathers flying all over the sky, the golden eagle fell into despair. It flapped its wings desperately, trying to find a safe place to land. At this moment, it could no longer endure this torture, and a raging rage burned in its heart. It vowed to teach this hateful little female a lesson. The golden eagle looked down and found that it had flown above the Wuwang Sea. This is a vast ocean world. The vast sea is full of surging waves and rolling tides, which seem boundless at a glance. In this vast sea, there are only a few islands dotted among them, which are as lonely and dazzling as pearls in the sea. These islands vary in size and shape, but are all covered with lush vegetation, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. The golden eagle circled high in the sky, its sharp eyes scanning the island below. Although its heart was filled with curiosity and desire for this mysterious land, it did not dare to land easily. Because according to legend, there are extremely powerful divine beasts living here, and any creature that breaks into their territory will face a catastrophic disaster. The golden eagle knew that its strength was not yet able to compete with those powerful divine beasts, so it could only watch from afar in the air. But at this moment, the golden eagle suddenly noticed a few uninvited guests flying in the distance. Its eyes instantly became alert, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be its mortal enemy, the peregrine falcon. These peregrine falcons are known for their ferocity and ferocity. Although the golden eagle is not afraid of fighting them one-on-one, there are actually 5 peregrine falcons in front of it. Moreover, it has long had a deep hatred with the peregrine falcon tribe, and now it is alone. If it encounters them head-on, I am afraid its life will be in danger this time. It's that stray golden eagle. One of the sharp-eyed peregrine falcons was the first to spot the golden eagle. It was it that took the lead in snatching away the young females from our tribe. Another peregrine falcon shouted angrily, We must not let it escape. The other peregrine falcons echoed, and then rushed towards the golden eagle like an arrow. Faced with the aggressive enemy, the golden eagle knew the situation was not good. It dived down without hesitation, trying to find a place to avoid the attack. He couldn't care less. Even if there were powerful divine beasts on the island, It would be better than facing these irrational peregrine falcons. The divine beast might even show favor to him after seeing his extraordinary bravery. Besides, if he just hid and waited for these ferocious peregrine falcons to leave, he would leave immediately and the divine beast might not be able to find him. Thinking of this, the golden eagle moved even faster. When Yun Caicai heard the sound of the peregrine falcon, she was cheered up and stood up quickly. Yun Caicai held the golden eagle's feathers tightly with one hand to stabilize her body and waved the other hand desperately at the peregrine falcons. Chapter 132 Peregrine Falcon. Yun Caicai screamed at the top of her lungs, "Save me! I'm a little female from the divine cat tribe. The golden eagle wants to kill me. Help!" The voice was filled with fear and despair, so miserable that it seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and reach the sky. The peregrine falcons were enraged upon hearing this, and they all shouted angrily, "Another little female has been abducted by a golden eagle. It's so abominable. Golden eagle, if you have the guts, don't fly away. Don't be afraid. Little female, we're here to rescue you." The peregrine falcons roared and sped up to chase the golden eagle. Their eyes gleamed with determination, and they had only one thought in their minds. They had to rescue this poor little female. It happened in the blink of an eye. The originally calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent, with huge waves rising one after another, causing raging waves, as if to drown the entire world. A huge wave shook the world and suddenly hit, and the golden eagle and the female on his body disappeared without a trace in an instant. The peregrine falcons were terrified and quickly flapped their wings and flew high, trying to escape this terrible disaster. However, the waves came too fast, and they were almost swept into it and buried at the bottom of the sea. The peregrine falcons, having lost their target, were extremely anxious and were running around like ants on a hot pan. They anxiously searched everywhere for the golden eagle and the young female, but all they saw was the vast ocean. Where was the trace of them? "Let's wait here a little longer," suggested a peregrine falcon. "Yes, if the little female floats to the surface of the sea, maybe she can still be saved," another peregrine falcon echoed. "Okay, then we'll wait a little longer," the other peregrine falcons responded. So the peregrine falcons decided to stay where they were for the time being and wait for the young female to appear. They circled above the sea, scanning every corner with sharp eyes, not missing any possible clues. Time passed minute by minute, but the peregrine falcons never gave up. They flew from east to west, and then shuttled back and forth above the sea, carefully searching for the little female. However, as the sun gradually set and night fell quietly, they still found nothing. The peregrine falcons' bodies were exhausted, and the hope in their hearts was becoming increasingly slim. Finally, exhausted, the peregrine falcons had no choice but to accept reality and left with regret and helplessness. When the peregrines returned to the tribe and told the story, the other peregrine beastmen in the tribe immediately became furious. "This damn golden eagle deserves to die. Just pity that little female. Which tribe is she from? It seems to be some cat tribe. It seems that there is no such tribe here. We'll find out when the time comes. I wonder where the golden eagle was captured from. It's so pitiful. A female side. Okay, let's go to the sea again tomorrow. If we find that poor little female, we can collect her body." Her beastly husband immediately agreed. "I'll go tomorrow too." Fact: the peregrine falcon is a medium-sized bird of prey, but its character is exceptionally fierce, earning it the nickname Fighter Jet of the Sky. Like the lynx on land, the peregrine falcon dares to challenge larger animals. The peregrine falcon's impressive stature stems from its powerful high-speed dive and hind-toe strike capabilities, capable of instantly killing prey, such as chickadees and jays. The peregrine falcon's attack style is extremely ferocious. Someone once saw it preying on a heron, using just one claw to tear a hole the size of an egg in the heron's back. Chapter 133 Golden Dragon. A huge wave came rushing in, and all the feathers on the golden eagle's body were wet, leaving only a bald, hairless head, which looked very funny. The golden eagle was almost choked by the icy sea water. It kept making gurgling sounds, and soon it was rising and falling, tossing and turning with the rough waves. It stopped twitching and looked as if it had drowned. However, before the huge waves hit her, Yun Caicai quickly closed her mouth and nose. Although her hair and animal skin clothes were soaked by sea water, fortunately, she was not choked by the sea water. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt dizzy and her body involuntarily dived downwards. Yun Caicai tried her best to hold her breath, her cheeks flushed red from holding her breath. At this moment, a pleasant young boy's voice came into her ears. "Little filly, you can breathe now." Yun Caicai couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who is speaking? She puffed out her cheeks and looked around warily. Seeing this, Jean Long couldn't help laughing and said, "Little filly, you're sitting on me." Yun Caicai looked down and was instantly shocked. This is actually a dragon." She stared at the behemoth beneath her with wide eyes in disbelief. The dragon has a long and sinuous body and exudes an unparalleled sense of power. Its scales sparkle with dazzling golden light, as if inlaid with countless sparkling gems, which inspires awe. Dragons actually exist. An indescribable excitement and shock surged in Yun Caicai's heart. She never thought that the legendary dragon would appear so realistically before her eyes. At this moment, she was experiencing the majesty and grandeur of the dragon with her own eyes. This feeling was like a dream, yet extremely real. Yun Caicai couldn't help but sigh. She has made it. Today, her daughter Caicai actually rode a dragon. When Yun Caicai came to her senses, she suddenly discovered that she could breathe freely and smoothly under the sea. She took a deep breath and felt a fresh breeze flowing down her throat into her lungs, making her feel refreshed. "I can breathe," Yun Caicai shouted excitedly, with a glint of surprise in her eyes. At this moment, the golden dragon's voice rang out again, sounding a bit proud and complacent. "Of course, I possess the secret treasure of our dragon clan, the water-repellent pearl. As long as we have this water-repellent bead, we can easily create a dry road, no matter how big the wind and waves are. Walking in the water is as easy as walking on land." Long Yu continued, his tone full of pride. "There really are water-repellent beads." "Amazing," she exclaimed sincerely. "I never thought such a magical treasure existed in the world. I wonder what I should call you." "My name is Long Yu, what's yours?" Long Yu asked curiously. "My name is Yun Caicai." New. Listening to the way Long Yu spoke, as if he were still an innocent child, Yun Caicai couldn't help but feel a little strange, but at the same time she was also very curious and asked, "So, Long Yu, why did you drag me into the sea?" In fact, if there hadn't been an accident at the last moment, she should have been saved. Thinking of this, Yun Caicai couldn't help but feel a little regretful and helpless. Long Yu said angrily, "I heard everything. That damned golden eagle actually tried to kill an innocent little female like you. This is truly a heinous crime. Such evil people shouldn't even be alive in this world." Long Yu became more and more angry as he spoke, and seemed to be filled with resentment and disgust towards the golden eagle. Then he added, "The little females need to be well protected. We must not let that bad guy succeed. He's so evil. For a wicked man like him, drowning would be a blessing in disguise." After listening to this, Yun Caicai fell into silence for a while. It turned out that his cry for help was so loud that Long Yu accidentally heard it, which led to the subsequent hero saving the beauty incident. "Forget it. Now that I'm here, I'll just let things take their course." What's more, she has always been full of curiosity about the legendary creature called dragon. Perhaps it's because I'm a flower-growing family, so I have an innate love for dragons in my bones. If she had the chance, she would definitely find a way to kidnap a dragon and bring it back to her tribe. "Little female, I saved you, you are mine. I will take you home now," Long Yu said happily. "Yun Caicai, is there such a good thing? Take down a dragon as soon as you meet." Could it be that Lord Beast God really heard her inner thoughts? Just thought about it, and it happened. She hasn't even made a move yet, and she's already succeeded? Yun Caicai swallowed furtively, then asked the question she had just asked in a sweet voice. "Long Yu, are you an adult?" After hearing this, Long Yu was stunned for a moment, and then immediately replied, "Soon. I will be an adult soon." Then he asked curiously, "Little female, what about you? You look younger than me, right? How long will it take for you to become an adult?" Yun Caicai smiled and said, "I'm an adult now. I'm even older than you." Upon hearing this, Long Yu was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. He exclaimed, "Ah, what? You're already an adult?" "Yes. How long will it take you to become an adult?" Yun Caicai secretly prayed that the age difference between them would not be too big. If it was too big, she would feel a little embarrassed when she took action. Long Yu seemed to sense her thoughts and quickly said, I'll be an adult in 2 months. Time flies. We're actually about the same age. He spoke very quickly, as if he was afraid that he would be disliked by the other party. That's almost the same. Yun Caicai breathed a sigh of relief. There's only 1 year difference in age, so it's not bad to be in a sister-brother relationship. Then, sister, I'll take you home. The arrogant voice came again. I promise you will love my home. Okay. Yun Caicai agreed with a smile. She was looking forward to seeing what the home that Long Yu described would look like. Little knowledge. Legend has it that in ancient times, King Yu, in order to tame the Finshui River, searched for dragon veins, located the dragon's mouth, and cleverly hid water beads. Therefore, the Finshui River dared not flood and flowed to the southeast in 9 bends. With the water-repellent beads, one can create a dry road in the raging waves and walk in the water as if on flat ground. So in the ancient beast world, it makes sense that there are water-repellent beads. Chapter 134 Dragonhorn. In the sea, the golden dragon is the undisputed overlord. Moreover, because it was carrying the little female and using the water-repellent beads, there was almost no resistance for the golden dragon. Long Yu was moving very fast, and Yun Caicai, who was riding on the golden dragon, lost her balance and subconsciously grabbed the dragon's horns. Feeling a soft and slender hand holding his horn, Long Yu shuddered and couldn't help but groan. Yun Caicai felt that the dragon body under her seemed to shudder, and as a veteran of many battles, she immediately understood something. She curled her lips in a smile and pinched the dragon's horn with evil intentions. It was not as hard as she had imagined, but rather soft and hard in the right proportion, and it was elastic and unexpectedly easy to pinch. Ah, sister. Long Yu, stimulated once again, slowed down instantly. He said in a trembling voice, Don't touch my dragon horn. Yun Caicai hastily took her hand away and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Long Yu, you were too fast just now, and I almost fell down. When Long Yu felt that Yun Caicai's little hand was taken away, he relaxed all of a sudden. It was also the first time he knew that his dragon horns were so sensitive. It's really embarrassing. Almost. He really wanted to become an adult today. He couldn't imagine how wonderful it would be to be close to his sister. After coming back to his senses, Long Yu said shyly, No, don't blame you. It's just that I didn't expect it because sister is the first little female to ride on me. I will go slower next time, don't worry. If you can't sit steadily, sister can hold the mane next to my dragon body. Long Yu reminded again. Okay. Yun Caicai's initially gloomy mood was now mostly dispelled by the innocent and lovely Long Yu. Yun Caicai grabbed the mane on both sides of the dragon's body. It was a bit hard and rough, but it was very stable to hold it in her hands and ride on the dragon. Long Yu felt a little regretful. It was not impossible for him to ask his sister to pinch the dragon horns more often. If he got used to it, he would lose the feeling. He was really too hypocritical. The bristles are too hard. Will they scratch my sister's hands? Long Yu was a little worried. He had to keep his dragon body balanced and move fast and steadily. However, some shocks were still unavoidable during the parade. Feeling that Yun Caicai would occasionally pull the mane beside his dragon body when she couldn't sit steadily, Long Yu's face suddenly turned red. How come he even feels it when his sister touches his mane? What's wrong with him today? Fortunately, I'm a dragon, so my sister can't see my appearance. Not knowing what Long Yu was thinking, Yun Caicai looked at the beautiful underwater world and relaxed rarely. Her mind became clearer. The fact that even the golden eagle doesn't dare to land at will is enough to show Long Yu's strength. The seabed is a world of its own and is feared by the beastmen from the outside world, which is just right for Yun Caicai. This is a good place, undisturbed and secluded from the world. By the time the baby in her belly is born, Long Yu will be almost an adult. At that time, she can continue to give birth to cubs and improve their grade. Then maybe the system will be able to exchange them for a potion that can wake Manhwa up. But born with a dragon. Is it a little dragon or a dragon egg? In Yun Caicai's wild imagination, an underwater dragon palace, shining with brilliant light, appeared in front of Yun Caicai. This dragon palace seems to be built of countless pearls and gems, and the entire palace exudes an intoxicating brilliance. The walls of the palace are shining with colorful lights, like a dreamy fairyland. How sparkling it was! To be frank, the first sight of the dragon palace almost blinded Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai raised her hand to block it, closed her eyes slightly, and then opened them carefully again to adapt to the dazzling dragon palace in front of her. As they got closer to the dragon palace, more details appeared before their eyes. Groups of colorful fish surround the dragon palace, swimming happily as if welcoming the return of their owner. Only when we got closer did we realize that the dragon palace was built with huge stones, and the outermost layer was inlaid with many crystal gems, which made it so eye-catching. 2 huge coral pillars stand at the entrance of the palace, inlaid with various shells and pearls, which looks extremely gorgeous. Long Yu stopped at the palace gate, his dragon claws touching the ground, and his clear voice rang out, "Sister, we are home. Please get off the dragon." Upon hearing this, Yun Caicai smiled slightly and got down from the dragon body gently and carefully. After she stood firmly, Long Yu changed into a human form. Yun Caicai was waiting for the appearance of Long Yu's human form with full anticipation and curiosity, wondering what he would look like. Yun Caicai's eyes are shining. The beastmen in the beast world are all good-looking. The golden dragon must be even more handsome when it turns into a human form. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she was stunned. Yun Caicai stared straight at Long Yu in front of her, and the perfect smile on her face froze in an instant. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Long Yu became puzzled, so he walked forward and waved in front of her. Chapter 135 Shota. Long Yu had long white hair with a small knot tied on top of his head with a rope and 2 cute golden horns on his head. His eyes were a beautiful deep blue. His skin was snow white. He wore a blue and white robe and was adorned with beautiful, sparkling jade. It was obvious that he was a well-raised young dragon. Only, Long Yu's human form is definitely that of a little boy who is not grown up. Long Yu, this is not just a 1-year age difference. It's more like 10 years. Ah! The groundhog in Yun Caicai's heart screamed wildly. What did she just do to this little brother? She actually teased him secretly. Really, if she had known he was still so young, Yun Caicai would never have done anything to him. Scene. Sister, hearing Long Yu's voice. Yun Caicai's dull eyes moved. She forced a smile and then asked, "Long Yu, didn't you say you still have 2 months to become an adult? But you look so young. Tell me, how old are you? Tell me the truth. I won't be angry." Yun Caicai looked at the face that was even more childish than her brother Yun Hai's and couldn't help rubbing her temples. Long Yu said angrily, "Sister, I didn't lie to you. I really became an adult in just 2 months. Help, this angry look is even cuter. Are you really not lying to me? But you clearly look very small. Sister, I won't lie to you. Am I really that small?" Long Yu pouted and touched his face unhappily. "You like big things. Everything had to be big. But no one has ever said that." Long Yu continued to defend himself. Seeing his confident and depressed look, Yun Caicai chose to believe Long Yu's words. Maybe she just looks young. Hey, then she is lucky. It's not impossible to have a handsome little brother, but she doesn't have such a beastly husband yet. Looking at the little golden dragon who was somewhat skeptical about Long Sheng, Yun Caicai smiled and said, "Long Yu, I really like your face." In a word, success made Long Yu happy. "Hey, let's go home together." When Yun Caicai followed Long Yu into the dragon palace, a fresh and slightly salty scent of sea water hit her face. The hall is spacious and bright. Yun Caicai strolls in it, feeling the unique atmosphere here. "Are you the only one living here?" Yun Caicai asked carefully. "My father and mother are out. They may be back soon. My father is so fierce, and my mother is so gentle. I really don't know what my mother likes about him." "Ignore them. I'll take you back to the cave to rest for a while." After walking for a while, Long Yu stopped. "Sister, can you live here?" Long Yu lifted the bathing curtain that was blocking the sea, and a spacious stone cave appeared in front of Yun Caicai. The bottom of the stone bed was covered with soft seaweed, and on top of it was soft cloth. The head of the bed was inlaid with a white and a blue bead. The 2 beads emitted a faint light, and the light of the white bead was brighter and softer, illuminating the entire stone cave. In short, this place feels very comfortable at first glance. Yes, I like it very much. I'm glad you like it. My cave is next to you. Just call me if you have any problems. Long Yu smiled lightly, revealing his little fangs. Yun Caicai was really itching to rub Long Yu's little nipple. Long Yu blushed successfully. Yun Caicai stopped teasing the little golden dragon and asked curiously, "What are these 2 beads?" "The white ones are night-shining pearls, which can make it as bright as day even at night. The blue ones are water-repellent pearls, which will make it more comfortable to sleep without sea water." Long Yu explained with a red face. "If my sister is sleeping, I can buckle this part down to block the night pearl. Long Yu stepped forward to demonstrate it, and Yun Caicai praised the little golden dragon generously. I really didn't expect that the golden dragon tribe in the underwater world is already far ahead of the outside world. If you don't look at Long Yu's outfit, just look at the stone cave. Even the stone bed has small mechanisms. Sister, you take a rest first. I'll call you to eat when the meal is ready, Long Yu suggested. Good. After such a long time, Yun Caicai felt a little tired and her back began to ache slightly. I almost forgot that she is still a patient. Since Long Yu is here, let him help. Long Yu, wait a minute. Yun Caicai hurriedly stopped Long Yu, who was about to go out. Chapter 136, Applying Medicine. Long Yu stopped when he heard Yun Caicai's voice. He turned around with a puzzled look on his face and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Yun Caicai smiled slightly, with a hint of cunning in her eyes, and said softly, Brother Long Yu, I need your help with a small matter. There was a hint of tenderness in her voice that made people feel pity for her. Long Yu nodded, walked closer to Yun Caicai, and asked with concern, Okay, sister, how can I help you? Yun Caicai did not answer directly, but turned slightly sideways with her back to Long Yu. Then, she gently unbuttoned the animal skin suit on her upper body. Her movements were natural yet seductive. As the animal skin slipped off, her smooth and delicate skin was revealed in the air, emitting a faint fragrance. Long Yu stared blankly and couldn't help holding his breath. From his perspective, with just a quick glance, he could see that ball of snow-white softness. Knowing what it was, Long Yu's heart immediately turned red from head to toe. He quickly turned his head away and stopped looking at the charming scenery. Then, Yun Caicai slowly lay down on the soft stone bed. Her body was graceful and curvy, like a beautiful painting. Her long hair cascaded down over the edge of the stone bed, swaying gently, adding a touch of romance to the entire scene. If it weren't for those two hideous wounds on his back, everything would seem beautiful. Seeing Long Yu awkwardly turning to the side without looking at her, Yun Caicai's consciousness moved, and she immediately found the corresponding ointment in the space. It was packed in a small pottery and looked exactly the same as the medicine in the animal world. She placed the medicine aside and said, Long Yu, help me apply the medicine. Medicine? After hearing this, Long Yu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. My sister is injured. Long Yu turned around suddenly, and when his eyes fell on the terrible scar on Yun Caicai's back, his pupils suddenly constricted. Sister, why are you hurt? Long Yu's voice was filled with anxiety and concern that was hard to conceal. After asking, Long Yu suddenly remembered why he wanted to bring Yun Caicai home. His voice was filled with anger. Sister, was it that damn golden eagle that hurt you? Yun Caicai nodded slightly, agreeing, I got hurt when he kidnapped me from the tribe. Her tone was calm, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. She wondered how the beastly husbands would react when they saw her being caught. Although Manhwa was unconscious, with Ganlai there shouldn't be any problem. I hope they all listen well. Sister, the wound is too deep. You can't use any medicine casually. Let me ask a witch doctor to take a look at you first. Long Yu frowned. Long Yu, use this medicine. It's a miracle medicine from our tribe. It will heal you quickly. Yun Caicai made up a story without changing her expression. Although this is not the tribe's medicine, it is indeed a medicine rewarded by the system. Apply it, and the medicine will definitely be much more effective. Well, okay, but if it doesn't get better, sister, you have to listen to me and ask the witch doctor to take a look. Good. Long Yu gently picked up the ointment that had been placed aside and then carefully applied it on Yun Caicai's back. As soon as the ointment touched the wound, it felt a burning pain. This, Yun Caicai couldn't help but gasp. Long Yu immediately raised his hand and said distressfully, I'm sorry, sister. I'll be gentler. Fine. After a while, the burning sensation finally disappeared and was replaced by a cool feeling coming from the wound, which made people feel very comfortable. Is his strength okay? Long Yu asked seriously. Yun Caicai sighed comfortably. Sister, it doesn't hurt so much now, right? Would you like me to be gentler? Yun Caicai, why does this conversation sound so emotional? She is a serious animal. Okay. Chapter 137 clear. Sister, the medicine has been applied. How do you feel now? Long Yu asked with concern. Thank you, Long Yu. I'm much better now. Yun Caicai said gently. Long Yu looked at the delicate and gentle woman in front of him, and a ripple appeared in his heart, but he tried hard to control his emotions and said softly, Then, sister, you should rest first. Yun Caicai nodded slightly and replied, "Okay." Her voice is soft and melodious, like the sound of nature. Long Yu turned and left the cave. When he reached the entrance, he was about to put down the thick seaweed curtain, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of Yun Caicai getting dressed. Through the hazy curtain, Long Yu vaguely saw a beautiful scenery. His heartbeat instantly accelerated and his cheeks turned red involuntarily. He didn't dare to look at it any longer, turned his head away quickly, and then ran away quickly like a frightened rabbit. Only after running for a distance did Long Yu stop and breathe heavily. The scene he had just seen kept appearing in his mind, and his heart was filled with shyness and uneasiness. What's wrong with me? I'm really losing my mind. Long Yu secretly felt annoyed, but at the same time he also vaguely realized that they had only been together for half a day, and his feelings for Yun Caicai seemed to be even more special. He had never felt this kind of impulse towards other young females. Yun Caicai looked towards the cave entrance and curled her lips. This cute and innocent little thing. After putting on her clothes, Yun Caicai lay on the stone bed, closed her eyes, and then her consciousness entered the space. "Little pomegranate, can you help me check the condition of the babies in my belly?" Since she became pregnant with this baby, not only has she not had any reaction, her belly has remained as flat as before, and the cubs have hardly moved. Several times, Yun Caicai has forgotten that she is pregnant. Pomegranate immediately responded, "Okay, host, please wait." After about a minute or two, Shirlu's voice sounded again. "Host, the cubs are all healthy. Please rest assured." Yun Caicai felt relieved and continued to ask, "Then why is my belly so flat this time, when I'm pregnant?" Because of unlocking the 5th level mall, the additional reward is light as a swallow during pregnancy without any morning sickness, which does not affect the host's daily life. Yun Caicai's eyes lit up. "That's great. Does that mean all my future pregnancies will be like this one?" "Yes, host." Yun Caicai was very satisfied. "Thank you, my thoughtful little pomegranate." In the past, in order to improve her rank and strength as quickly as possible, she cooperated with the system to take in beast husbands to conceive cubs. She was pregnant and gave birth almost nonstop. She had pain-relieving pills and recovery pills during childbirth, but no one could replace the difficulties of pregnancy. Constant vomiting, sleepiness, and fatigue in early pregnancy. Inconvenience in movement, back pain, edema in late pregnancy. She had experienced all of this. But because it was her choice, she never complained or regretted her choice. 13 years after the apocalypse, she was alone, walking in darkness, living in fear of her own future, and finally died tragically at the hands of the zombie king. Now we are in the wild beast world, and it sounds like the situation is not much better than the end of the world. But she now has a family that cares for her, and with the system's assistance, she can give birth to a group of adorable pups while also improving her rank and strength and increasing her voice. This is the life that many people dream of. Wanting to improve your strength without paying any price is just a daydream. Otherwise, why would the system choose you alone? Yun Caicai has always been aware of this fact, so she has never rejected the process of pregnancy and childbirth. What's more, she has already felt the kindness of the system many times. So she thought, since they are tied to the system, let them become better and better together. She also wanted to see how much her strength would improve if she had enough cubs. When that day comes, where will she stand? Yun Caicai is very bold in her thinking. With beautiful expectation for the future, Yun Caicai fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 138 Search. On the other side, Long Yu ran a long way foolishly. When he regained consciousness, he returned to his cave with some regret. After he gulped down a bowl of water, his pounding heart finally slowed down. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Long Yu's mind, and then he ran back to his mother's cave like a gust of wind. He had just seen with his own eyes that his sister was only wearing a dirty animal skin. So, Long Yu began to rummage through his mother's clothes, trying to find 2 beautiful new clothes to give to his sister. Finally, after some effort, he found 2 beautiful new robes that his mother had never worn, and left with them contentedly. After returning to his cave, Long Yu carefully put the robe aside, preparing to give it to Yun Caicai after she woke up. After doing this, Long Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. There was one thing he would never forget. Long Yu ran out of the palace, his figure flashed, and the moment he jumped up, his body quickly changed, and a domineering golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon swam swiftly in the sea, stirring up waves. Its eyes were sharp and determined, with only one goal: to find the dead golden eagle. Anyone who dares to hurt my sister must pay the price. Simply drowning it was not enough. He wanted to tear the damn golden eagle into pieces with his own hands and feed it to the fish. With his keen perception and familiarity with the ocean, Long Yu roughly estimated the possible location of the golden eagle's corpse. He began to search every corner carefully, not missing any clues. Time passed minute by minute, and half an hour was gone in a flash. Long Yu had shuttled back and forth between the seabed and the sea surface many times, but still found nothing. Maybe it was eaten by a sea shark. He got such a good deal. Oh no, so much time has passed without me noticing. I need to go back and prepare food for my sister. Jinlong swam quickly towards his own cave. He wanted to prepare more delicious food for his sister. As soon as he thought of Yun Caicai, Long Yu's originally unhappy mood immediately improved. My sister will definitely like food from the sea. Deep in the sea, an island shines through dense leaves, casting dappled shadows. A breeze blew by, bringing with it the unique salty scent of the sea. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a weak cough, the golden eagle, which had just regained consciousness, tried hard to open its eyes. His throat felt dry, and his body was in excruciating pain as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Seeing the figure standing in front of him, the golden eagle endured the pain, restored his human form, and struggled to sit up. He remembered that he had wanted to return to his cave in the Wandering Beast Alliance with the captured female, but he ran into his old enemy, the peregrine falcon. In order to escape the pursuit of those peregrine falcons, he decided to hide on the island. But just as he was flying at low altitude, a sudden huge wave swept them into the sea. As he could not swim, he soon lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, the golden eagle was there. He looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, his heart filled with fear and relief. "Thank you for saving me," said the golden eagle in a hoarse voice, his eyes falling on the man standing in front of him. Hearing the golden eagle's voice, the man slowly turned around. When the golden eagle saw the other person's face clearly, his eyes widened instantly and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The person in front of me is actually Chapter 139 Leader. Leader, it's you. The golden eagle never imagined that the leader of the Wandering Beast Alliance would appear in the Wuang Sea. He was so shocked that he was speechless. After a moment, the golden eagle came to his senses and quickly straightened his body. He kowtowed and thanked the eagle. "Thank you, Chief, for saving Jinshi's life." The man waved his hand, motioning him to get up. "What's going on? Didn't we forbid you from going to the Wuang Sea?" The leader's voice was filled with a hint of majesty. "Also, Jinshi, why are there only you, Hoda, and Zhu Lao-san?" He frowned slightly and asked dissatisfiedly. When the golden eagle heard the leader's questioning, he did not dare to hide anything and told the whole story. It turned out that Feng Jinjin had been pregnant twice in 1 year, and both times she had 2 cubs. She was so proud of herself that she spread the news everywhere. The surrounding tribes knew about it, and the news gradually spread to the Stray Beast Alliance. The leader of the Stray Beast Alliance was very interested and sent his men to capture Feng Jinjin. When they arrived near the Godcat tribe, they encountered a black snake. They approached intentionally, and Black Snake was happy to have help. Now, Jinshi and the others learned that Feng Jinjin had been abducted by Haishi, and that it was not as rumored at all. Instead, it was another low-key female, Yun Caicai, who had an amazing fertility. Therefore, they made a plan of surprise attack and kidnapping. Jinshi is of the highest grade, and everyone follows him as the leader. Originally, he was hiding behind the scenes and did not need to take action, but who knew that the Divine Cat tribe gave them a big surprise. The big monkey and the third pig were killed, and the black snake and a group of wolf spiders were unable to escape. Jinshi seized the opportunity and kidnapped the young female Yun Caicai. Jinshi also quickly recounted what happened next. Whenever he thought of Yun Caicai, Jinshi couldn't help but grimace, his face full of resentment and indignation. "I've lived all this time, and I've never come across a little female like this." He gritted his teeth viciously, as if he wanted to bite the hateful little female to pieces. That little female is truly ruthless. Jinshi grew increasingly angry as he spoke. "She not only plucked the hair off my body, she even plucked all the hair off my head." As he spoke, he pointed to his bald head, which looked as funny as it could be. The Wandering Beast leader looked at Jinshi's miserable condition and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly looked away the next second, as if he couldn't bear to watch any longer. But the wandering beast leader suddenly changed the subject, a hint of subtle interest flashing in his eyes. This little female sounds quite interesting. A ferocious little cat. He chuckled softly, not knowing what he was thinking. Jinshi stroked his bald head and rolled his eyes as he said, I originally wanted to offer the little female to you, Chief, but now I don't know if she's still alive. The leader of the wandering beasts gave him a look that seemed to see through him. He warned him sternly, I don't care what you were thinking before, but hide it now. Seeing the leader's unfathomable eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, Jinshi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He recalled the various methods used by his leader, those horrifying punishments and tortures, and couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He knew very well that if he went against the leader's wishes, the consequences would be disastrous. So, Jinshi quickly lowered his head and said in fear, Jinshi dare not. His voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner tension and fear. The leader seemed very satisfied with Jinshi's performance. He patted Jinshi's shoulder gently with a barely perceptible smile on his face. He said softly, Okay, Jinshi, you've worked hard on this trip. Now go back and find Black Bear to claim your reward and enjoy it. Hearing the leader's words, Jinshi's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, leader. Bah! A golden eagle with a quarter of its feathers missing struggled to soar into the sky. It flapped its wings with some effort, but was very happy in its heart. As soon as Jinshi thought of the reward, he immediately became energetic. The pain in his body disappeared, and his wings became stronger. All he wanted now was to fly to the Stray Beast Alliance as quickly as possible. Seeing the golden eagle flying away, the leader of the wandering beasts also jumped into the sea. The moment he entered the sea, he transformed into a beast. Soon, his figure disappeared from the sea. He must get that little cat with bared fangs and claws. Chapter 140 Healing. Young master, what would you like to eat? Zhanda will make it for you right away. In front of a stone table, an octopus waved its 8 tentacles and spoke in a confident and firm tone. Today I want to try it myself. Long Yu tried his best to make his expression look more natural. Wow, did I hear that right? You're the one who wants to cook. The octopus's face was filled with shock, and even its 8 tentacles stopped moving because it was too surprised. Didn't you say before that even if you were beaten to death, even if you never found a female, you would never cook in this life? After hearing this, Long Yu was speechless. Is it not okay for me to change my mind now? Mr. Zhang, please teach me how to cook quickly. Long Yu shouted angrily. Okay. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Zhang Da's face. He thought to himself that his young master might have a female he liked. It's really not easy. So, Zhang Dabian began to teach Long Yu step by step, and Long Yu studied very seriously. A basin of shrimp, a basin of fish, a basin of bright green seaweed mixed with salt, a plate of abalone, a basin of scallops, a basin of crabs. Isn't this simple? Long Yu said proudly. Zhang thought to himself that it was very simple, but smiled and said, As long as you learn, there is nothing you can't learn. Of course. Long Yu raised his head and walked out with the seafood. The stone table was so full that there was almost no room for movement. Long Yu happily went to the stone cave to call Yun Caicai for dinner. At this time, a teasing voice was heard. Auntie, I haven't seen you for a few days. Long Yu can actually cook now? I'm in for a treat. I saw a beautiful woman with long curly hair like seaweed, smiling slightly, her eyes full of light and her lips curled up. Stinky Highly, I didn't make it for you. Also, why are you here with my mother again? Long Yu frowned, his tone full of dissatisfaction. You still get angry so easily. Highly chuckled and said softly. Hearing this, Long Yu's eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Every time he was with Highly, people around him would think that he was the younger one. He was obviously a month older than Highly, but Highly always acted so gentle and steady, making him seem a little childish in comparison. Especially Highly's expression that was always smiling and extremely gentle, which made Long Yu feel very helpless. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, This stinky mermaid is so disgusting. All right. Long Yu, you and Highly always quarrel as soon as we meet. You grew up together, what a deep bond. Long Yu's mother Hai Lan felt a headache when she saw Long Yu like this, and she spoke helplessly. Hai Lan is determined to bring Hai Li and Long Yu together, but they always have some unpleasantness when they meet. That's right, Long Yu, you better behave yourself. Long Yu's father, Long Bao, said in a rough voice. Long Yu's face suddenly turned dark, but when he thought of the little female who was still resting, he endured it again and again. I can't take my father's beatings anymore. He wants to make a good impression in front of his sister. Father, mother, you are back. Seeing that Long Yu rarely got angry on the spot, Hai Lan and Long Bao looked at each other in surprise, but they didn't say anything else. The three of them walked to the stone table, and Hai Lan smiled and asked, "What day is it today? Why is the food so delicious?" Long Yu smiled shyly. "Today, I saved a little female." Long Yu told his father and mother what had happened in detail. Long Yu glanced at Hai Li and said, "Sister, she is only 1 year older than me. She is very pretty and gentle. Yes, she is 100 times prettier and gentler than Hai Li. Ai Li. This silly Long Yu is bringing trouble to that little female." Hai Lan frowned after hearing this. She didn't know where this little female from the backward continent came from, but she had won Long Yu's heart after just one meeting. Long Yu was really fooling around. She immediately became unhappy and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Where is that little female?" Long Yu was stunned for a moment, thinking that something was wrong with his mother, but he didn't think too much about it. He continued, "She's injured and is resting in the cave." Long Yu's eyes lit up when he thought of something. "Oh, Hai Li, since you are here, come with me to see my sister." Hai Li looked at her aunt, nodded meaningfully with her blue eyes, and then followed Long Yu out. Hearing the footsteps coming from outside, Yun Caicai sat up and looked towards the cave entrance. "Sister, sister." With a shout, Long Yu lifted the seaweed curtain and was the first to walk into the cave. "Have you been awake for a long time? Are you hungry? I just made a lot of food for you." Before Yun Caicai could answer, Long Yu said, "My father and mother are back too. We can go out for dinner together later." Long Yu was still talking incessantly when suddenly a noise came from behind him. Yun Caicai's attention was instantly attracted, and when she saw who it was, she couldn't help but hold her breath. I saw that person's long seaweed-like hair falling to her waist like a waterfall. Her skin was as white as snow, and her figure was graceful, just like a fairy descending from the sky. At this moment, Yun Caicai's mind was blank, and she could only think of one sentence. She had never seen such a beautiful little female. Hai Li, who was also looking at Yun Caicai, was also shocked. The little female in front of her seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy mist, making her elusive. Just as Long Yu said, she was indeed beautiful and heartwarming. "Hai Li, don't just stand there like an idiot. Come here and show me the wound on her back." Yun Caicai asked in surprise, "Is this the tribe's witch doctor?" "It's rare to find such a young witch doctor." Long Yu smiled and said, No, Hai Li is not a witch doctor, but she is more powerful than a witch doctor." Hai Li smiled slightly and said softly, "I'm the only mermaid with the gift of healing." Yun Caicai suddenly realized, no wonder she was so beautiful. It turned out she was from a mermaid tribe. No wonder. But healing talent? In the beast world, she had never heard of the concept of talent. Yun Caicai was surprised in her heart, but did not show it on her face. It seems that she made the right decision to come to the bottom of the sea. "Let me see the wound on your back." Hai Li walked forward and said gently. Chapter 141 Recovery. Yun Caicai was curious about how amazing Hai Li's healing talent was, so she lay on the stone bed, exposing the hideous and protruding wound on her back. Seeing this shocking wound, Hai Li couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the bleeding has stopped, it could be seen from these scars that the previous injuries were quite serious. Long Yu said with a distressed look on his face, "This is already much better than the beginning. Let me try." Hai Li didn't say much, just placed her hand lightly on the back of Yun Caicai, then closed her eyes, concentrated her mind, and tried her best to stimulate her own talents. In the blink of an eye, a ball of green light emitting vitality appeared in the palm of her hand. This ball of green light seemed to have life. It slowly fell and covered the wound on Yun Caicai's back. Yun Caicai suddenly felt a warm current flowing up her back. The feeling was both comfortable and wonderful. Not long after, the green light ball gradually dissipated and Hai Li moved her hands away. "Okay." These two simple words revealed a kind of confidence. Almost at the moment Hai Li finished speaking, Long Yu was surprised to find that the scar that had made him so distressed had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a piece of skin as white and delicate as mutton fat jade. The injury on Yun Caicai's back healed in such a short time. You're kind of useful. Long Yu happily patted Haile's shoulder vigorously. Haile was swayed and almost lost her balance, but she managed to keep her footing. Haile. Yun Caicai reached out and touched her back, which was smooth and delicate. The originally hideous wound had completely healed, without even a scar left. This healing talent is truly magical. She pulled down her fur coat, turned around, and thanked me in surprise. Haile, thank you. Then, Yun Caicai asked with some concern, will using this healing talent have any effect on you? Haile just smiled gently and said softly, don't worry, treating an unconscious and seriously injured beastman will have some impact, but as long as I have enough time, I will recover. Hearing this, Yun Caicai finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Haile, if it weren't for you, it would have taken me a while to recover. This time, it's all thanks to you. Yun Caicai admired Haile's healing talent in her heart, and at the same time, silently remembered this favor. How about, you promise me one thing? Haile's gentle and smiling voice sounded again, and there seemed to be a subtle hint of cunning in her tone. Yun Caicai was slightly stunned and looked at Haile in confusion, secretly wondering what she wanted. After hesitating for a moment, she asked softly, what's the matter? Haile's gaze swept lightly over Yun Caicai, and then stopped on Long Yu, who was standing beside her. Long Yu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He stared at Haile nervously, trying to catch some clues from her expression. However, Haile just smiled without revealing any flaws. She said softly and slowly, how about you give Long Yu to me? Yun Caicai widened her eyes, obviously not expecting Haile to make such a request. Negligence. Haile is actually her love rival. Long Yu was even more shocked by these sudden words. Haile Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Yun Caicai looked at the gentle and calm little female in front of her with slightly upturned cherry lips and burst out laughing. Haile, stop teasing Long Yu. Look how scared he is. Long Yu is a rare golden dragon in the beast world. He is not something that can be easily exchanged. It is his freedom to choose who to be his little female. I cannot interfere. Haile, you know this, right? After hearing Yun Caicai's words, Haile's smile deepened. She gently opened her cherry-like mouth and said in an extremely gentle tone, of course. Haile turned her gaze to Yun Caicai, her eyes full of kindness and tenderness, but there seemed to be a hint of sadness mixed in with that tenderness. Yun Caicai also responded with a smile, but her brain was working fast. Looking at Haile like this, something is not right. There must be something wrong. It seems that the little golden dragon is not so easy to capture. Long Yu glared at Haile fiercely. You are as annoying as ever. This joke is not funny at all. Haile, just give up. Anyway, I will not choose you as my female. Okay, it's my fault. Haile looked at Long Yu helplessly, then looked at Yun Caicai apologetically. Yun Caicai smiled and said, then Haile, I still owe you a request. Haile was a little surprised that she brought it up again, but then she suddenly understood. This little female was telling her that even though Long Yu couldn't let her go, she wouldn't forget that she had helped heal her and wouldn't let her suffer in vain. Okay, let me think about it. Long Yu interrupted their conversation at this time. He said excitedly, Sister, try on the new robe I picked for you. Chapter 142, New Clothes. Sister, after you change, let's go eat together. I'll go out and wait for you. Long Yu's voice trembled a little. He suddenly remembered the scene he had seen before and couldn't help feeling a little shy. Therefore, without waiting for Yun Caicai's response, Long Yu put down his robe and walked out with blushing cheeks. Haile looked at Long Yu's departing back and smiled slightly. She turned to look at Yun Caicai and said considerately, this robe and the animal skin suit are put on differently. Do you need my help? Yun Caicai was delighted. She nodded immediately, her eyes curved, and agreed happily. Okay. As a little female in the animal world, this was her first time wearing this kind of robe, so naturally, she had to act unskilled. Besides, since she is unfamiliar with the place, it would be best to get close to the young female and become friends with her. She also wants to slowly ask her about her talents in the future. Of course, the most important thing is the pretty sisters and so on. Yun Caicai said that she really loves to watch them. Thinking of this, Yun Caicai couldn't help but smile sweetly. Haile was infected by Yun Caicai's smile and started laughing too. She picked up the robe, gently unfolded it, and carefully explained to Yun Caicai how to put it on. It needs to be tied here and here. Compared to animal skin clothing, it is a little more complicated to wear. With Hai Li's help, Yun Caicai put on the robe. Hai Li gently adjusted Yun Caicai's collar, then said gently, "Okay, Caicai, you are the most beautiful young female I have ever seen." The young female looked different immediately after putting on a robe. The new robe made her look even more graceful. Hai Li's eyes were full of amazement. Yun Caicai's eyes sparkled. "Isn't this a sign of telepathy?" She smiled and said, "Hai Li, you are also the most beautiful little female I have ever seen." The two smiled at each other and walked out of the cave together. Long Yu, who was outside the cave, saw Yun Caicai wearing the robe. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sister, you are so beautiful." When Yun Caicai heard Long Yu's praise, she smiled at him and said, "Thank you, Long Yu. The robe is very beautiful. Where did you find it for me?" Hearing this, Long Yu's cheeks heated up, and he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He avoided talking about the origin of the clothes and just smiled and said, "Hee, as long as you like it, I will give you more beautiful robes in the future. Let's go eat first." After saying that, he walked out of the cave with Yun Caicai and Hai Li. Long Bao and Hai Lan sat in front of the stone table, their faces serious. Long Bao frowned slightly, a hint of impatience in his tone. "It's been so long. Why haven't they come yet?" As he spoke, he looked into the distance from time to time. Hai Lan pursed her lips slightly, a trace of worry rising in her heart. Could it be that the little female that Long Yu rescued was really seriously injured? Her eyes revealed concern. Although she did not like this little female whom she had never met, she was also full of curiosity. Long Bao's expression turned grim. He complained indignantly. Long Yu is about to reach adulthood, and it's unfortunate that a little female suddenly appears at this time. Hai Lan sighed softly, trying to calm Long Bao's anger. "Let's wait and see. Maybe Long Yu is just impulsive. After all, he saved that little female out of kindness." However, Long Bao became increasingly agitated. His eyes widened, and his voice rose an octave. "Long Yu is so disobedient. Doesn't he know that male orcs of our sea tribe can only mate with young females of the sea tribe?" The more Long Bao spoke, the angrier he became. He clenched his fists and even wanted to find Long Yu and give him a good beating. "Okay, keep your voice down. Are you afraid others won't know? Let's see what's going on first." Hai Lan's voice was faint. Long Bao curled his lips, but obediently said nothing more. At this time, three figures slowly appeared in front of Long Bao and Hai Lan from far away. Yun Caicai looked over and saw a male beast man with long golden hair, golden eyebrows, and beard. He had a sharp gaze and looked majestic and dignified. The other one was a female with long silver hair and a pearl necklace. Although there were some fine lines at the corners of her eyes, her appearance was still as gentle as jade, and her charm was as great as before. Yun Caicai exclaimed in her heart, "This is Long Yu's father and mother. These are the youngest-looking old orcs she has ever seen. As expected, those who can give birth to such good looks must be extraordinary." Long Bao and Hai Lan looked closely and saw that the little female walking side by side with Hai Li had long, light golden hair that fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her eyes are curved like two crescent moons, and her smile is particularly charming. In addition, she was wearing a light green robe, which made her look fresh, refined, and beautiful. Compared with Hai Li, her appearance is indeed not much worse. No wonder Long Yu is so focused on saying good things to her, Hai Lan thought. Chapter 143 Alive. This little female has good taste. The person looks even better with the robe. Just wait. Why does this robe look so familiar? Hai Lan looked at him secretly, and his face became darker the more he looked. Isn't this the robe she was reluctant to wear and carefully kept at the bottom of her closet? Long Yu. It must be her eldest son. This Long Yu, who hasn't even formed a couple with this little female yet, has already become extremely biased. Hai Lan's chest heaved with anger. She tried hard to suppress her anger and kept repeating in her heart, my biological child, I only gave birth to this one child." However, after this incident, her impression of Yun Caicai became even worse. "Sister, these are my father and mother. You can call them that too," Long Yu introduced shyly. When Long Bao and Hai Lan heard what Long Yu said, their faces instantly darkened. Yun Caicai glanced at the two people sitting upright, but with unfriendly expressions, and her mind turned in circles. However, she still greeted them with a polite smile on her face. "Chief, Madam Chief, sorry to bother you." Seeing that the little female in front of them did not take this opportunity to rely on Long Yu, the two of them looked a little better. Hailan spoke for Similing Dini Fili, Caicai, Zai. Come and sit down. Long Yu said you're a little female from the outer continent. I wonder if you can get used to eating food from the sea. Eat something to fill your stomach first. His tone was a bit arrogant. There was not much food in the sea, so let this little female broaden her horizons. It also let her know that even though she was sought after by men in the outside world, in the Wuwang Sea, she was not worthy of the only descendant of the dragon clan, the golden dragon, Long Yu. Long Yu, however, smiled brightly and said, Sister, come and try my cooking. Yun Caicai looked at the stone table, which was full of seafood. She was about to smile, but the next second, she saw a crab still moving, and her smile froze on her face. This looks like, after being knocked unconscious, they were washed and then placed in a basin and served, right? Do you usually eat like this? Long Yu nodded. Yes. It's delicious. Sister, try it. Hailey also said softly. Is it because you have never eaten it before and don't know how to eat it? Sister, I'll do it for you. Long Yu reached out to grab a shrimp, and then Yun Caicai saw the foot of the shrimp's shell twitched. Really? He hasn't died yet. She really can't eat raw seafood or any kind of meat, etc. Yun Caicai immediately stopped Long Yu from putting it in her mouth. Sister, what's wrong? Long Yu held the shrimp in his hand, looking confused. It's okay. I just have a new way to eat it. It's quick, so why don't you all wait a moment while I make it for you all? Yun Caicai shifted her gaze slightly and stopped looking at the kicking shrimp. No. Sister, you can't do that. Long Yu, why don't you come with me? Yun Caicai said immediately. Long Yu blushed. Well, okay. Hailon. Long bow. Under the table, Hailey gently pressed her aunt's hand and said sympathetically, Okay, I eat the same food every day, and I want to try something new too. Caicai, I'll go help you. Hailon sighed secretly. Go. She wanted to see what this little female was going to come up with. Long Bao looked at the empty table and shouted, Nonsense. Isn't that how we always eat? The little female from the backward continent is just messing around. Hailon glanced at him calmly. Why are you shouting? Why didn't you say anything just now when it was so powerful? I don't think it's easy to argue with a little female, right? Long Bao said weakly. Then argue with me? No, how dare I? Long Bao smiled apologetically. Just wait patiently. Okay, Lon, don't be angry. I'll get you a bowl of water first. After saying that, Long Bao ran to the back in shame. Hailon touched the hair on her forehead. Humph, if she can't deal with the little dragon, can she not deal with the old dragon? Hey, how can I make Long Yu and Hailey become a couple? Thinking of this, Hailon felt a headache. Chapter 144 Stone Pot. Looking at the empty cave, Yun Caicai slapped her forehead helplessly. She almost forgot that this was the bottom of the sea. Sister, you tell me, I'll do it. Long Yu, I need some dead branches and leaves that are not wet. Yun Caicai looked at him apologetically. She really needed him to help. Long Yu immediately said, I'll go get it for you on the island. It has water-repellent beads, so it won't get wet. Don't worry, sister. I'll be quick. Good. Hailey asked curiously, What about me? What I need to do? Yun Caicai smiled slightly and said, can you leave me somewhere? I need to make 2 stone pots because I can find some bigger stones. Hailey happily agreed. Okay, I'll take you there. It's not far from the cave. But making stone pots is hard work, right? Let me call a male orc for you, Hailey said as she walked. Okay, but ordinary male orcs won't do. Hailey, what other tribes are there in our Wuwang Sea? Besides Long Yu, are there other male orcs with sharp claws? Yun Caicai asked. Don't underestimate the size of the Wuwang Sea. In fact, there are only 7 tribes: the Golden Dragon tribe, the Mermaid tribe, the Dolphin tribe, the White Whale tribe, the Black Turtle tribe, the Octopus tribe, and the Sea Crab tribe. All tribes are headed by the Golden Dragon, Hailey said softly. As for the male orc with sharp claws you mentioned, Hailey pondered for a moment, then smiled. Well, there really is one. Caicai, wait for me. Hailey walked away gracefully, and Yun Caicai also remembered the names of the tribes she had just mentioned. A minute later, Yun Caicai looked at the person Hailey brought over, and her smile broke out again. Seeing Long Yu's father with a serious face and a look of stay away from me. Yun Caicai. Uncle, the stone pot is left to you, Hailey said in a light tone, blinked her eyes, and was full of cunning. After receiving the signal, Yun Caicai looked helpless. She didn't expect that the gentle girl had such a naughty side. Long Bao was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his nostrils, but he couldn't get angry, so he said with a sullen face, "The little female rescued by Long Yu. How do you make the stone pot you said?" "Chief, please help me. I need to dig a hole in this stone. Make it bigger. Yes, this part should be longer as a grip. Remove and polish the rest." As Yun Caicai was talking, Long Bao worked with a dark face, and soon, 2 stone pots were ready. "Wow, the patriarch is so awesome." Yun Caicai came online again, and Long Bao's serious face raised slightly, then quickly retracted. "This little female is not without her merits. We need 2 more stone platforms to place the pots. Can a clan leader help us make them?" Long Bao stroked his beard and said, "Isn't this simple?" "Yes, that's right. Just make a hole here a little smaller than the pot." "Wow, that's amazing." Seeing the brand new stone pot, stone table, and stone spoon, Yun Caicai did not hesitate to praise Long Bao and immediately started praising him. "Wow, I just said that briefly, but I didn't expect that you, Chief, could actually make exactly what I said. You're amazing." Hearing Yun Caicai's praise, Long Bao's face showed obvious happiness and his originally tense expression relaxed. "Well, this little female has good taste." Yun Caicai seemed to notice Long Bao's change of mood. She said very considerately, "Master Clan Leader, you must be very tired. How about this, Hailey, let's move these things back first so that you can have a good rest." After hearing this, Long Bao waved his hand and said in a heroic tone, "Can you call this little work tiring? How can you 2 little females do such hard work as moving things? Everyone, get out of the way of this clan leader." "Yes, yes." Upon hearing this, Yun Caicai obediently pulled Hailey back 2 steps. Long Bao stepped forward, stacked the 2 stone platforms together, and placed the stone pot and stone spoon on the stone platforms. Then he lifted up all the things with one effort. His arm muscles were tense, and a confident smile appeared on his face. "That's easy," Long Bao said proudly. Long Bao strode towards the stone cave, with Yun Caicai and Hailey following behind him. They looked at each other and covered their mouths with their hands while laughing. There was the same cunning and cuteness in the eyes of the 2 little females. Chapter 145 Flame. When they reached the corner, Yun Caicai stopped and said, "Hailey, you go with the clan leader first. I'll go back to the cave to get something." "Go ahead." Hailey smiled slightly. Yun Caicai returned to the cave, bent down to pick up her original animal skin clothes, rummaged through them as if she was taking something. When she took her hand out, a pair of black stone flints suddenly appeared out of thin air in the palm of Yun Caicai's hand. When Yun Caicai returned to the original corner, she saw Hailey still standing there. "Hailey, why didn't you go to find a clan leader?" Yun Caicai asked in surprise. Hailey turned around when she heard the voice and explained softly, "There are not only many caves here, but they are all the same. I was afraid you would take the wrong path." Yun Caicai smiled and said, "Thank you very much." "Caicai, did you get your things?" Hailey asked. Yun Caicai nodded. "I got it, let's go." "Good." When they returned to the stone cave where they cooked, Zhang Dajing kept staring at the stone pot. He picked it up and kept touching it. "You use this to make things? How do we do it? We've never used it before." "I'm so curious." Zhang Daji, who had turned into a human form, stretched out his claws anxiously. As the chef of the sea tribe, he is very ambitious. Yun Caicai readily agreed and said, "I'll make it for everyone when Long Yu arrives, but..." Zhang came forward and asked, "But what?" "But these 2 stone pots and the stone spoon need to be cleaned." "Hey, leave it to me." Zhang patted his chest and immediately started washing with water. At this time, Long Yu also came back with a large bundle of firewood. Sister, do you think these are enough?" Yun Caicai looked at the thick bundle of firewood and said with a smile, "These are more than enough. Thank you for your hard work, Long Yu." "Hey, not tired at all." Long Yu put down the firewood and saw Zhang washing something. He also came over and picked up a stone spoon. He asked in surprise, "What is this? Why are there so many round holes in it?" "This is a stone spoon. The stone pot and stone platform you see now were all made by the patriarch," said Yun Caicai with a smile. "What? My father did it?" Long Yu couldn't help but exclaim when he heard this. He looked at his father in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Dad usually has his eyes on the top of his head, so when did he become willing to make these little things by himself? Is this still his unruly father? Long Yu's heart was filled with confusion and shock. At this moment, Long Bao snorted lightly, then raised his head and looked at Long Yu with disdain. That expression seemed to say, "Humph, your father is really powerful." Long Yu was a little frightened by this look. He swallowed subconsciously, then quickly turned his gaze back to Yun Caicai and asked, "Sister, how do you use this stone spoon?" "You'll know soon. Long Yu, come and help," Yun Caicai said in a cheerful voice. "Good." I saw Yun Caicai add a pot of water to the stone pot, put on the stone platform, and asked Long Yu to put a small amount of firewood onto the stone platform. After the firewood was laid out, Yun Caicai squatted down and took out a flint. With a light tap, a crisp sound was heard. "What's this?" Everyone was very puzzled. They held their breath and watched the little female's movements carefully. Hailan, who was waiting outside, couldn't help but come over quietly after hearing the noise of everyone talking. Snap! 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 Suddenly, a faint flame flickered. It was like a small life, struggling hard, trying to break free from its restraints. Immediately afterwards, a thin puff of smoke floated up and the firewood was quickly ignited. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Zhang Da's eyes widened and he gasped. "Hiss! Is this skyfire?" Yun Caicai didn't get up, but continued to squat and fiddle with the firewood. When the flames grew stronger, she dusted off her hands, stood up and said, "Okay." But at this moment, time seemed to have stopped. No one spoke. They just stared at the burning firewood in amazement. Yun Caicai ignored their stunned looks and lit the firewood under the other stone platform with a stone flint, then waited patiently for the water in the 2 stone pots to boil. Gurgle, gurgle. Soon, the water in the pot gradually heated up and small bubbles began to emerge. Then these small bubbles gathered into big bubbles and made bursts of noise. Immediately afterwards, the water in the pot began to boil. Everyone watched closely, afraid of missing any step. However, Yun Caicai will not be making complicated food this time. She only plans to boil the seafood in hot water. Seafood has its own salty taste, and after a little cooking, it will be fresh and tender, which is very suitable for the sea beastmen who are eating cooked food for the first time. Yun Caicai looked at the various seafood in front of her, including shrimps, sea fish, abalone, scallops, and crabs. Abalone takes relatively longer to cook, so abalone was put into the first stone pot and shrimp was put into the second stone pot. Chapter 146, Fighting for Food. Each shrimp is as big as a palm. After entering the boiling water, it turns red soon. It looks so good that you can't help but want to taste it. Long Yu, stone spoon. Okay. Hearing Yun Caicai's voice, Long Yu immediately came back to his senses, turned around and handed over the stone spoon. The shrimps were cooked. Yun Caicai scooped them up with a stone spoon, and the shrimps remained in the spoon, while the water flowed back into the pot through the small holes on it. "Sister, I'll do it." Long Yu, who suddenly realized what was going on, immediately took over, and soon, a large basin of shrimps was out of the pot. Yun Caicai was so happy that she let go. She said, "Long Yu, keep putting the crabs in this stone pot." Long Yu carefully put in the crabs, each as big as a round plate. However, the crabs were too big, so he had to put them in 3 times before they were all cooked. At this time, the edge of the abalone becomes yellow and white, and it is ready to be taken out of the pot. After the abalone was fished out, the scallops were put in. When the scallops opened, Yun Caicai said, "It's done." Long Yu obediently fished them out. Just like that, after a busy period, a simple yet extremely rich seafood feast was finally freshly prepared. The rich aroma, mixed with the scent of the sea, makes people's appetites whetted. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the basins of shrimps and crabs on the table. Their throats rolled up and down unconsciously, and they kept swallowing their saliva. Not to mention others. Even Yun Caicai felt a little greedy. Seeing everyone looking at her, she seemed to be in an attitude of "if you don't let us eat, we won't eat." Yun Caicai said gently, "Everyone, please try it and see if it suits your taste. It's just out of the pot, and it's a little hot, so eat it slowly." After saying that, she took the lead in picking up a shrimp and started peeling it, and they followed her. The shrimp meat is so springy and tender when you put it in your mouth. It's so delicious that it's enough to make your eyebrows drop. After Long Yu ate the first one, he started to eat it loudly. Long Baokai didn't tolerate him and immediately started a fight with Long Yu for it. Hailan was a little anxious. She was too embarrassed to snatch it away, but the food cooked by this little female was so delicious. In a hurry, she reached under the table, touched the soft flesh of Long Bao's thigh, and then twisted Long Bao hard. "This!" Long Bao couldn't help but take a breath. He turned his head and saw the eager look in his female's eyes. He immediately grabbed a handful of shrimps and put them in front of her. Only then did Hailan give her a look that said, "You're smart." Not willing to be outdone, Long Yu immediately placed several crabs in front of Yun Caicai. Thank you, Long Yu, please eat quickly. This is more than enough for me. Long Yu smiled shyly at Yun Caicai and continued to compete with Long Bao. This was done by the little female he identified. Shameless Long Bao, you ate too much. Hailey was eating shrimp silently when a crab suddenly appeared in front of her. It was given to her by Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai smiled at her and said silently, "Eat quickly, or there will be none left." Hailey chuckled and nodded, and the speed at which she ate seafood became visibly faster. The seafood on the seabed is big and filling. Yun Caicai ate a few shrimps and crabs, and also tried some scallops, and she was already very full. Hailey and Hailon also stopped what they were doing, and in the end, only Long Bao and Long Yu were left at the table chatting with each other. Yun Caicai took a wooden basin, put a little of each seafood in it, and handed it to Zhangde, who was standing in the corner drooling. "Give it to me." "Yes, our chef must try it." You are so kind." Zhangde immediately held the wooden basin in his arms, spoke with tears of gratitude, and then ran to his cave to feast on the food. By the time Yun Caicai sat down again, Long Yu and Long Bao had already eaten all the remaining seafood. "Sister, it's delicious, so delicious." Long Yu touched his bulging belly and was about to cry in his heart. It turns out that food can be eaten like this? He really lived in vain for the first 10 years of his life. Hailon and Long Bao also nodded secretly in their hearts. This little female is really amazing. Yun Caicai really wanted to rub the lovely Long Yu, but since his parents were here, she had to resist the urge to rub him and said, "Different foods have different ways of cooking. Let's try something fresh tomorrow." Long Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? Sister, you are so kind." Hailey looked at Long Yu enviously. She also wanted to eat, but she had to leave tomorrow. But it's normal to stay at my aunt's house for a few more days, right? Chapter 147 Change. After the meal, the relationship between everyone seemed to be much closer. Not only Long Bao, but even Hailon had a drastic change of opinion about Yun Caicai. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Little female, is the outside world developing so fast? You could just pick up some rocks and crack them together to start fire?" Hailey and Long Yu also looked at her curiously. "These aren't ordinary stones. These are called flints, and they're only found in our divine cat tribe." Yun Caicai explained slowly to clear up everyone's confusion. Hailon finally felt relieved. "I said, if there are flints on the outside continent, there is no reason for us in the sea tribe not to know about it. Little female, this flint, can our tribe exchange it with yours?" Long Bao asked with interest. He tried the boiled seafood once and was instantly sold on it. Long Bao is now smiling, cute and kind, completely different from the serious and arrogant look he had when he first met Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai gave an apologetic smile and said, "Flint is extremely rare and very hard to come by." "Oh, I see." Long Bao stroked his beard, feeling very regretful. "However, if we find flint again in the future, our tribe will definitely exchange it with the Golden Dragon tribe first." Yun Caicai said again. "Okay, then it's a deal." Long Bao agreed immediately. At this time, Hailon pulled the corner of Long Bao's clothes, motioning him to talk aside. Long Bao glanced at her, nodded slightly, and said, "Long Yu, you young beasts, come and have a chat. We will go back to the cave to rest first." "Good." Long Yu couldn't wait for them to leave. Inside the stone cave, Hailon looked at Long Bao with bright eyes. The little female Long Yu rescued is not only well-behaved and pretty, but she also cooks delicious food. Seeing Hailon, who is always gentle and elegant, suddenly acting so cute, Long Bao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. His female is really pretty. He agreed, "Indeed. So, let's keep her here, okay?" Hearing this, Long Bao was dumbfounded. "What?" Hailon continued, "We only have one male cub. Long Yu, haven't you been coveting the female cub for a long time?" The little female is 1 year older than Long Yu, and Long Yu just happens to be missing his sister. The more Hailon spoke, the better her idea became. "I'll take her in as our little female cub. I'll definitely treat her very well. This will also help Long Yu give up his thoughts on her and become a couple with Hailey. Isn't this a happy ending?" Long Bao scratched his head and said after a moment's pause, "But I don't think this is a good idea. If you want to stay, I have to stay too. Besides, don't you know what Long Yu is like? What he has decided on?" Long Bao shook his head. "This won't work." Hailon was a little discouraged, but this little female is really good. "You were bribed with just a meal?" Long Bao teased his female. Hailon glared at him, You didn't? Long Bao laughed awkwardly twice. He had already been bribed by that sweet-talking little female. With just a few words, she made him work for her whole afternoon without complaint. Long Bao paused, looked at Hai Lan, and said in a low voice, "Otherwise, we will let Long Yu and this little female become a couple." Hai Lan was shocked for a moment and said, "Impossible. What are you talking about? Don't I want to help Long Yu? But the only people from the Golden Dragon tribe who can produce cubs are the young females of the Sea tribe. Every golden dragon that has ever found a mate in another continent before has not only died early, but also never had any offspring. Do you want the Golden Dragon tribe to be extinct?" Hai Lan's chest heaved with anger, and his eyes were slightly red. Long Bao sighed deeply, and his mood became depressed. Chapter 148 Collapse. Hai Li looked at her aunt's receding back, not knowing what she was thinking. "Sister, what delicious food are we going to eat tomorrow?" Long Yu glared at the tactless Hai Li, ignored her again, turned around, and started to hang out with Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai thought for a moment and said, "There are many islands in the Wuwang Sea, and there must be many wild animals on them. How about we go to the islands and take a look tomorrow?" "Good." Long Yu naturally supported her. As long as he was with his sister, he would be happy even if he didn't go anywhere and just stayed in the cave. At this time, a weak voice sounded. "Can I go with you?" Long Yu refused directly and ruthlessly. "No. Go back to your mermaid tribe, and don't disturb me and my sister here." Hai Li didn't even look at Long Yu, but just looked at Yun Caicai pitifully. Who is Long Yu? She only knew that she could have a delicious meal by following Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai looked at those sparkling eyes and smiled helplessly. Go, let's go together." Hai Li then smiled happily. "Caicai, you are so nice." "Long Yu?" "The world of two people is ruined again, this stinky mermaid. So annoying." Yun Caicai said, "I have no choice, she is smiling at me. It's impossible to refuse a peerless beauty, okay? However, Long Yu, I will make you something delicious tomorrow, but you have to do me a favor." Without her elders, Yun Caicai finally rubbed Long Yu's head. Hai Li's eyes were full of surprise. Long Yu actually let someone touch his head? He even doesn't allow his aunt to do so. Long Yu felt Yun Caicai's fingers accidentally touching his dragon horn again. Long Yu couldn't help but blush and said, "Sister, is there anything you need me to do? I'll go right away. Can you take me back to the tribe?" Yun Caicai asked softly. After hearing this, Long Yu clenched his hands slightly, and a look of panic appeared on his face. "Sister, are you going to leave here? Why is it so fast?" Long Yu muttered to himself, with a hint of loss in his voice. Yun Caicai lowered her eyes and sighed softly. "I just wanted to go back and take a look. I was suddenly captured by the Golden Eagle at that time, and I was worried that the beastmen and cubs in the tribe would worry about me. After they see that I am safe and sound, if you really want to be my partner, then I will go back with you to live alone in Wuwang Sea for a while." A roar suddenly sounded in Long Yu's mind. Beast husband? Sister, do you have other beast husbands?" His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if the whole world had collapsed at this moment. Without waiting for Yun Caicai to answer, Long Yu swallowed hard and said with a forced smile, Yes. Sister, you're already an adult. Females are precious, so you must have a beastly husband to take care of you. I didn't expect." Seeing that, Long Yu was a little distraught. Yun Caicai also felt uncomfortable. Polyandry is the norm in the animal world, so she didn't think about it at first. But when she saw that Hai Lan only had Long Bao as her partner during dinner, her heart skipped a beat. She didn't want to hide the fact that she had a beastly husband and a cub from Long Yu. She wanted to be with Long Yu, and she knew that Long Yu had a good impression of her. But if Long Yu couldn't accept this, although it was a pity, she would not force it. What's more, judging from the expressions of Hai Lan, Long Bao, and the others, it was clear that they wanted to pair Hai Li and Long Yu together. If Long Yu cannot make up his mind, then she will make plans early. Hai Li glanced at Long Yu and saw that he was devastated and speechless, so she decided to give him another drastic measure. So she asked softly, Caicai, how many beastly husbands do you have? 4. From what you said, you have a cub too? Yun Caicai said concisely, yes. And now I have a baby in my belly. Hearing this, Long Yu's face turned even paler. He pursed his lips and said, Sister, I'm a little tired. I'll go back to the cave and rest for a while. Good. Yun Caicai watched Long Yu walk out with unsteady steps. Hai Li's voice came to her ears. If you don't say it, Long Yu won't know at least before you become a couple. Long Yu is a good person. I don't want to hide it from him. Yun Caicai said expressionlessly. Thank you for giving the mermaid tribe another chance. Hailey also murmured as she watched Long Yu's receding back. The golden dragons are the overlords of the sea. With their help, the tribe will benefit greatly, and food and safety can be greatly guaranteed. Just like after my aunt and uncle became a couple, their mermaid tribe has never been invaded by other tribes again. Since then, the tribe has developed steadily and has now become one of the largest tribes in Wuwang Sea. In addition to his powerful strength, Long Yu also has a good appearance, and he has always respected females. The Golden Dragon tribe is famous for protecting its own children. Which female from which tribe in Wuwang Sea is not vying to form a mate with Long Yu? Hailey's beautiful eyes were once again filled with sadness. The Golden Dragon has always been proud, and the female who mates with it can only have a Golden Dragon as her husband. Maybe this time, he will agree to form a partnership with the mermaids. Chapter 149 Mosasaur. After a long silence, Long Bao said, Otherwise, let's tell Long Yu the truth. If he knew, he wouldn't act so recklessly anymore. He would marry Hailey. Hailon nodded with red eyes. I originally wanted to wait until he came of age. Well, these few days are not a big deal. That night, they arrived at Long Yu's beast cave. The usually proud Xiaolong now had a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He asked as if nothing had happened, Dad, Mom, do you want to talk to me about something? Hailon had already learned the reason from Hailey. She suppressed her heartache and pretended not to know and asked, Long Yu, can I ask why you hate Hailey so much? Long Yu frowned, but still replied, It's not that I hate her. We grew up together, but I don't have any other feelings for her. But you adults always want to tie us together. When we were young, we would be laughed at by the sea beastmen when we walked together. Mother, I really don't want to be a couple with Hailey. Long Yu said seriously. Hailon glanced at Long Bao, who looked gloomy and said, Alas, there are some things you should know. Long Yu was a little confused. What's the matter? He grew up in the Wuwang Sea. Is there any secret that he doesn't know? This is what your grandfather told me himself. This story started in ancient times. At that time, in addition to the current 7 tribes of golden dragon, mermaid, dolphin, white whale, black turtle, octopus, and sea crab, there were also the Mosasaur tribe and the Koi tribe in the Wuwang Sea. Long Bao's low voice sounded. Long Yu listened quietly without interrupting. At that time, the Mosasaur tribe was the most powerful tribe in the Wuwang Sea, but they were ruthless and had evil intentions. That day, they deliberately found an excuse to attack the Koi tribe, and then all the fish beastmen of the Koi tribe were eaten by them. What? Long Yu was shocked by the news. He said angrily, These are all orcs from Wuwang Sea. Mozor, is it also from our dragon clan? They actually eat orcs? This is such a disgrace to our dragon race. Long Bao smiled coldly. Dragon clan, do they deserve it? They were originally a tribe of cliff lizards from the Orcish lands. They incurred public wrath and were expelled by dozens of tribes. Feeling they could no longer survive on the Orcish continent, they dived into the unforeseen sea in search of a way to survive. They were short and slender creatures. When they discovered they could survive in the sea, and that the sea was rich in life, they were attracted and secretly settled in a corner of the sea. But the Koi tribe has survived in the sea for a long time after all. How could a few thin and short cliff lizards, no matter how many there are, destroy and devour the Koi tribe in one breath? Long Yu couldn't help asking. This doesn't make sense at first glance. Yes, if they hadn't changed, the Koi tribe wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic situation. It's as if the cliff lizards were born into the sea tribe. No, they're even more powerful than the sea tribe. Since they entered the Wuwang Sea, their bodies have expanded dozens of times in just 10 years. The originally thin and short cliff lizards became one of the largest beastmen in the sea within 10 years. Since then, they have become the Mosasaur tribe. If we encounter them, even our golden dragon tribe will have to avoid them, let alone the weakest Koi tribe. After this incident, every tribe in the sea was shocked and angry. This time it was the Koi, but would it be their turn next time? So, our golden dragon tribe reached an agreement with the other tribes to jointly destroy the evil Mosasaur. That's right. Mosasaur deserves tutti. Long Yu frowned, his face full of anger, wishing he could kill it with his own hands. But it's because of the encirclement and suppression of the Mosasaur tribe that our golden dragon tribe is in big trouble. Long Bao said sadly and helplessly. Little knowledge. The prototype of Mosasaur is Hoffman's Mosasaur, which has a long barrel-shaped body, a strong tail, and a snake-like appearance. During the Cretaceous period, about 70 to 66 million years ago, a group of active mosasaurs lived in the ocean. They were originally cliff lizards, less than 1 meter long on land, but they evolved into the strongest marine creatures in the sea. They reproduced rapidly in the sea and were ferocious hunters in the ocean, decisively and cruelly killing other ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs. Just when the mosasaur family was feeling proud of its flourishing development, a disaster from nature struck, and the mosasaur could not escape the fate of extinction. Chapter 150 Reason. The mosasaur tribe is large in number and powerful, but they are ultimately at a disadvantage against the 7 tribes led by our golden dragon tribe. But no one knew that the witch doctor of the mosasaur tribe actually had the power of a curse. He used his own life as a trigger to curse the descendants of all tribes in the Wuang Sea to become weaker with each generation and to never mate with females from outside the sea. Originally, everyone just thought he was talking nonsense. At that time, the orcs of the Wuanghai tribe were still freely forming mates with people from the outside world. But the words of the mosasaur witch doctor turned out to be true. Although it's difficult for the orcs who stayed in the Wuang Sea to have offspring, most of them were able to have cubs. But all the orcs who married outside, regardless of gender, didn't have a single cub, and most of them died suddenly and prematurely. No matter how powerful the orcs were, they couldn't escape the mosasaur's curse. Because of this incident, our golden dragon tribe lost most of its orcs. Besides that, the young of all the tribes in the Wuang Sea are becoming weaker with each generation. Back then, we, the golden dragon clan, could fly to the heavens and into the earth, but now we can only survive in the sea and walk on land. We can no longer soar in the sky. After discovering this, the news spread that a powerful being was residing in the Wuang Sea, and no orcs could stay there without reason. This is what Grandpa and his men spread to protect the orcs of the Wuang Sea. They're afraid the tribe will really fall in the future, so they'll do their best to protect it for as long as they can. Long Bao's voice was full of helplessness and lowness. After hearing these words, Long Yu felt his throat dry and he was unable to speak. Hai Lan then said, I want you and Hai Li to be together. First, because over the past few hundred years, the mermaid tribe has produced the most cubs among the 7 tribes. Second, because Hai Li has awakened her healing talent. Who knows, if you two become a couple, a miracle might happen. Long Yu cleared his throat and said, but I am a mid-level Tian Pin. My strength is top-notch no matter where I am. Long Bao said quietly, I am at the intermediate level of the ultimate rank, while your great-grandfather is at the primary level of the saint rank, and our ancestor is even closer to the divine rank. Don't think it seems okay now, but your cub might be a Xianpin. Long Yu was silent. This was too much of a psychological problem. Hai Lan advised, Long Yu, Yun Caicai is a female from outside. You can't be a partner with her. Don't be so willful. You have the golden dragon tribe on your shoulders. You need to give birth to more cubs to strengthen the tribe. Try to spend more time with Hai Li. But the face of Yun Caicai appeared in Long Yu's mind. He pursed his lips, still refusing to agree. Hai Lan was a little annoyed. She directly hit Long Yu in the heart and asked, would you rather not have a cub, or even die a violent death one day, than become her 5th beast husband? Don't you even want the pride of your golden dragon clan? Can you please think about me and your father? You are my only cub. One harsh but true word after another was thrown in front of Long Yu, and he could no longer escape. Long Yu's heart was torn apart. He said in a hoarse voice, Mother, give me some time. You only have 3 days. When the time is up, send the little female away immediately. You saved her life, and she also let us taste delicious food. Even if we are even, don't put any pressure on her. Long Yu nodded palely. Long Bao and Hai Lan looked at each other and walked out of the cave with worry in their eyes. They just hope that Long Yu can think it through quickly, let it go sooner, stop feeling so bad, and then honestly become a partner with Hai Li. Caicai in the cave, next door, was in a complicated mood. She really didn't want to eavesdrop, but the cave was not soundproof. All the words of the 3 of them entered her ears. The stone cave that Long Yu chose for her had only a thin layer of stone wall compared to Long Yu's cave. Long Yu, who was lying on the stone bed with a confused mind, had completely forgotten about this. Yun Caicai sighed inwardly. Sure enough, there was a reason why Hai Lan and the others were so opposed to her and Long Yu. And this secret reason involves his life and the future of the Golden Dragon tribe. Long Yu will he choose? Yun Caicai thought about it and felt that there was no suspense at all. The curse is a mysterious thing. If she were Long Yu, she would definitely choose Hai Li and save her own life first. She suddenly felt a little depressed and reluctant. She had to think about what to do next. Chapter 151, Year of the Phoenix. The next day, Yun Caicai prepared to go find Long Yu. She has never been one to get hung up on things, and she intends to speak out and make everything clear. Only by letting Long Yu know the whole situation can he make a true choice from his heart. Of course, she didn't feel sorry for Zilong Long's dilemma. However, when Yun Caicai arrived at the beast cave next door, she did not see Long Yu. She looked around and couldn't help but think, Long Yu, where's he going? At this time, the little golden dragon had turned into a human form and was sitting on an island. He wanted to find his little friend and ask him for a favor. Although he felt sad, he did not forget what Yun Caicai told him yesterday. Feng Yin, I'm here. Why don't you come and meet your father? Little guy, I'm your father. As soon as Feng Yin heard Long Yu's voice, he came out cursing. A red-haired young man walked out of the forest. He had a handsome appearance and clear eyes, but as soon as you heard him speak, you could tell that Feng Yin's temper was not very good. Feng Yin, I need your help with something. Long Yu smiled. You're taking advantage of me right from the start. Is this your attitude of begging? Feng Yin raised his eyebrows. I'm deliberately provoking you to come out, aren't I? We're all friends, right? Feng Yin curled his lips. Tell me, what's the matter? Long Yu lowered his eyes slightly and said, Please help me pass a message to the divine cat tribe, saying that the little female in their tribe is still alive and well, so that they can rest assured. Feng Yin wondered, why do you want to send a message to the divine cat tribe? Where is the divine cat tribe? Most importantly, what is your relationship with that little female? How can you, a mighty golden dragon, trouble me, a mighty phoenix, to deliver a letter? A string of questions fell on Jinlong's head, and he could only roughly explain a few things. The divine cat tribe is in the Taiku Mountains, very far from here. It's because I rescued a little female, and she is now in our tribe. Recovering from her injuries, she will return to the tribe when she recovers. Feng Yin circled around the golden dragon, staring at it, making Long Yu feel a little uncomfortable. Wrong. When did you become so kind? Tell the truth. Are you interested in that little female? Long Yu, is it that obvious? He pursed his lips and refused to say anything. Feng Yin snorted coldly. Don't tell me. Go find someone else to help you. Long Yu was instantly controlled. Who made this dead phoenix the only thing that could fly in the Wuang Sea? At this moment, Feng Yin's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. It's okay if you don't tell me, but you have to promise me one thing. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you agree? Then bring the little female here, and let me see what kind of little female has seduced my brother to death and made him so timid. Long Yu, you're talking nonsense. I didn't. Yes. The two of them bickered for quite a while, like 3-year-old cubs who could only quarrel. The two smiled at each other. After such a quarrel, Long Yu felt a little more relaxed. He sat on the ground and said, Forget it. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. You can help me sort it out. My mind is in a mess right now. Feng Yin immediately sat down next to Long Yu and handed him a handful of wild fruits. Come, eat while we talk. Long Yu, is it really okay to be so gossipy? Long Yu took a fruit, took a bite, and found it surprisingly delicious. He concealed the secret of the Golden Dragon tribe and told the rest truthfully. Feng Yin's eyes sparkled as he said, I knew you were attracted to that little female, right? I'm such a great phoenix. The corner of Long Yu's mouth twitched. I asked you to help me make a decision, not to praise yourself. Feng Yin said while biting the wild fruit, This is very simple. Huh? How is it simple? You don't like Hailey, and if you insist on being together, are you sure you can have cub? Feng Yin asked. Chapter 152 Frankness. Long Yu shook his head repeatedly. No, absolutely impossible. I don't want to mate with her. That's it, isn't it? If you're not going to have children with Hailey, why are you wasting her time? Don't listen to your parents' nonsense like the tribe is on your shoulders. You have to have more cubs and expand the tribe. Feng Yin said after taking another bite of the wild fruit. Long Yu hesitated and said, But what they said makes sense. Oh, you're such a gullible person. You have responsibilities, but your father doesn't? Then why didn't he have more children instead of just you? Long Yu was stunned. It's not that they don't want to, but it's difficult to have offspring in the beast world. They probably can't give birth. That's it. They've tried so hard for so many years, and they only have you. How can you guarantee that if you pair up with Hailey or another young female, you'll definitely have a cub? Can your parents guarantee that? Long Yu shook his head blankly. No. Feng Yin continued. That's fine. You're the only cub left in the Golden Dragon tribe, and it's not your fault, is it? Why do all the problems fall on you? Long Yu, if this continues no matter who you choose as a partner, you might as well just pick a female you like. At least if you're willing to mate with the female you like, the chances of having cubs will be higher, right? Long Yu suddenly understood and nodded continuously. Feng Yin had finished the wild fruit in his hand. He threw the core away and continued. As for the little female having four beastly husbands, that's not a problem at all. You said she already had cubs in the tribe, and now she's pregnant with one too. This shows her incredible fertility. So what's so strange about having so many beastly husbands? It's not right to have so few beastly husbands, right? Long Yu suddenly felt as if a door to another world had been opened. Yes, why hadn't he thought of this? However, if Feng Yin knew that the Golden Dragon tribe was cursed, he might not have made such a suggestion. Long Yu gave a bitter smile. Thank you, Feng Yin. At least now I completely understand my feelings. I won't say more. Just help me deliver the letter. Hey, who made me so kind? Feng Yin slowly stood up, stretched, and then transformed into a huge phoenix. The phoenix was enormous, its feathers a brilliant red, like blazing flames. Its wings spread out, seemingly brimming with endless power. The phoenix holds its head high, its eyes radiating majesty and dominance. It soars gracefully and agilely above the clouds, its wings flapping gently as they stir up gusts of wind. Wherever it passes, the clouds swirl, creating a spectacular spectacle. Phoenix Year, animal shape. After seeing Feng Yin disappear, Long Yu dived into the sea. When he returned to the cave, he saw the little female he had been thinking about standing at the entrance, as if waiting for him. Sister, are you looking for me? Long Yu's voice was so low that Yun Caicai almost didn't hear it. She looked at Long Yu in front of her. His eyes were dark and his face was haggard. It was obvious that he had not slept well. Long Yu, I was in the beast cave next door yesterday and heard your conversation. Yun Caicai's tone was calm, but her words sounded like a thunderclap exploding in his ears. What? Long Yu then remembered that the walls of the two caves were very thin and there was no sound insulation at all. But his parents didn't know that the cave he arranged for his sister was so close to him. Moreover, they came from the other side yesterday, which means that his father and mother couldn't see the little female in the cave at all. Long Yu tried desperately to recall yesterday's conversation, to see if there was anything wrong. He felt like he was caught saying bad things about someone. Facing the calm face of Yun Caicai, Long Yu felt shocked and ashamed, and was completely confused for a moment. Chapter 153, Fainting. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind Long Yu. That's good to hear. You know the truth now. Although we like you very much, for Long Yu's life and the future of the tribe, you can't be together. It turned out that Hai Lan and Long Bao happened to pass by and heard the conversation between the two. Little female, please keep this a secret for our sea people. Hai Lan's voice was full of apology and request. Seeing this, Yun Caicai directly asked the question in her heart. Of course, but since it's a curse, there should be a way to break it, right? Long Bao's face darkened when he heard this. Those mosasaurus are such bad beasts. We'd be better off not having any way to break them. Dad, what is the solution? Long Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. It was good to have a little hope. Alas, after the mosasaur witch doctor chanted the curse, he laughed heartily and then said arrogantly that if they wanted to break the curse, there was only one way, and that was to find a female of heavenly quality or above who could give birth to 10 cubs at a time. Listen to what they're saying. Aren't they animalistic? For thousands of years, no female has been born a natural cub, let alone one with 10 cubs. They deliberately don't want us to break the curse, so they came up with a method that is absolutely impossible to achieve. This mosasaur is evil to the core, Long Bao said coldly. After hearing this, Long Yu's eyes darkened. Is it true that their sea tribe cannot break the curse? Are they going to watch as the cubs become fewer and weaker with each generation and eventually disappear? But the difference is that after hearing this, Yun Caicai was stunned. She has a complicated heart. Isn't she the key to breaking the curse? Yun Caicai looked up at the family with worried expressions and then said, How about you look at me? Hailan looked over in confusion. Looking at you? What are you looking at? Aren't you a yellow-grade female? Me too. Do you think you are a natural? I know you like our Long Yu, but I absolutely won't allow you to be together. When Hailan thought of these bad things, her tone became a little bad, and she naturally took her anger out on Yun Caicai. Little female, be sensible. Long Bao, who always held his head high, also looked over. This was the first time he looked at this little female so seriously. He fixed his eyes and looked carefully. Then the whole dragon is bad. Likewise, Long Yu had never investigated Yun Caicai's rank, because whether in the Wuwang Sea or the Beast World continent, most females were ordinary, and yellow-grade females were already rare. He didn't think the little female he had casually rescued would be very powerful, and he also felt that staring at a little female was impolite. Hearing his mother mention this suddenly, he subconsciously went to investigate, and then Long Yu and his father were visibly frozen in place. Little female, let Long Yu take you around for the next 2 days. Just think of it as having fun. You can leave the day after tomorrow. Long Yu will be a couple with Hai Li. Hai Lan Gon Din. Long Bao suddenly shouted, "Shut up." Hai Lan was startled. She looked at Long Bao with dissatisfaction. "What do you want to do? Are you going to scare me to death? Am I wrong? She is just a little female outside, not worthy of being with a dragon. Stop talking." Long Bao was so angry that he couldn't help but push Hai Lan. The little female is of the highest quality. She is a little female of the highest quality. How is that possible? Isn't she Huang Pin? Her rank is far higher than yours, so of course you can't see through her. Hai Lan, who had just stood firm, suddenly felt her legs go weak again. What does it mean to be a natural female? With her, does that mean the mosasaur's curse can be half broken? Will their cubs no longer decrease in number and become weaker? But what did she say to the little female just now? She said that she would never allow Long Yu to mate with a young female. Will the little female abandon Long Yu in a fit of anger? Then she is the center of the entire tribe and the entire Sea clan. When she thought of this, Hai Lan was shocked and scared. Her face turned pale, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Chapter 154. Conscience. Hai Lan. Long Bao immediately carried Hai Lan into Long Yu's stone cave and placed her on the stone bed. Hai Li, who had originally left the cave to look for her aunt, came back empty-handed. At this time, she heard faint sounds of quarreling coming from the end of the cave, and finally a scream. "It sounds like my aunt and others. What happened?" Hai Li quickened her pace and arrived in a moment. "Hai Li, it's just right that you came over to see if your aunt is okay," Long Bao said hurriedly. Hai Li looked worried and walked over without saying a word. She placed her hand lightly on Hai Lan's chest, then closed her eyes. A ball of green light emitting vitality appeared in the palm of her hand. But after a few breaths, Hai Li put down her hand. She said softly, "Aunt is fine. She just fainted from shock. I have protected her heart, and she will wake up soon." "That's good." Long Bao felt relieved. He turned to look at Yun Caicai, bowed deeply, and was about to kneel down. Yun Caicai supported Long Bao and said, "Master Patriarch, there is no need to do this." Long Bao said with some embarrassment, "We are sorry for you. My attitude was not good from the beginning, and Hai Lan just said that." Yun Caicai exerted force, and Long Bao stood up. "If my cub faced this situation, I would be equally worried and angry." Long Bao bowed apologetically and said, "Thank you for not making a fuss. I also ask that you save the sea people. If you agree, our Golden Dragon tribe promises that all tribes in the Wuwang Sea will be willing to serve you unconditionally for 100 years. This promise was indeed a heavy one, but Yun Caicai only smiled. She stared at the young man in front of her and said softly, "Long Yu, I know that the Golden Dragon clan has its own pride. If you don't want to be my 5th beast husband." He's willing. Hai Lan, who had already woken up, couldn't help but shout, "Long Yu, please agree." When she thought of what she had just said, she couldn't help but slap herself twice. She regretted it so much. If she had known that Yun Caicai was a natural female, she would have worshipped her long ago. It's all Long Bao's fault. Those 2 longan eyes grow on his head every day, big and lifeless things. She didn't even consider the rank of the little female. Otherwise, how could she make such a joke? At this time, why is Long Yu still standing there stupidly? These 2 silly dragons, one big and one small, are such a worry. Looking at Halen's anxious face, Yun Caicai said helplessly, "Don't worry. Even if Long Yu disagrees, I still have a way to break the curse of the mosasaur. Long Yu, don't worry about others. Just ask yourself. If you're willing, we can get married when you come of age. If you don't want to, I can just have a litter with you without forming a mate, or I can also form a mate with an orc from another tribe of the Sea clan and have cubs. You saved my life back then, and I promise to lift the curse that has trapped the Sea tribe for so many years. You don't have so many burdens on you now, Long Yu. I don't want to force you. nor do I want you to force yourself. Just ask your heart. Whatever your choice is, I will gladly accept it. Yun Caicai stood there, smiling brightly, and spoke in a very relaxed tone, as if this was just a trivial matter. As soon as she said this, the shackles on Long Yu were instantly removed, greatly soothing the anxiety deep in his heart. Ask your heart. Hearing Yun Caicai's words, Long Yu was shocked. Over the years, only his sister cared so much about what he really thought. When he was little, his parents pushed highly to his side, saying that they would grow up together so as to develop a good relationship. No one noticed his disagreement and resistance, as they just thought he was throwing a tantrum. In addition to this, there were many other small things. The adult orcs only saw what they wanted to see, and no one even whispered to ask what they thought. Therefore, in the eyes of the orcs of the Sea tribe, Long Yu was nothing more than a volatile and willful cub. He was just lucky enough to be born into the Golden Dragon tribe, so everyone was willing to support him. Thinking of this, Long Yu smiled. Now that some females see him and are willing to listen to his inner thoughts, he is no longer the grumpy dragon he used to be. In front of his sister, he is willing to be a well-behaved little dragon. At this moment, Long Yu was extremely sure of his feelings. He suppressed the complex emotions churning in his heart, mustered up the courage to hold Yun Caicai's hands, his deep blue eyes full of piety. It is my honor to be your fifth beast husband. Chapter 155, Instructions. The corners of Yun Caicai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. She held Long Yu's hand tightly, firmly and warmly. Long Bao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His tense nerves finally relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. At the same time, Helen's face also blossomed into a bright smile, and she was so happy that she had crow's feet. However, in this harmonious and beautiful atmosphere, only Hailey stood quietly by the side. Her eyes were a little confused, and her thoughts had already drifted far away. When she heard their conversation just now, her mind was like waves rolling. Why did her aunt want Long Yu and Yun Caicai to be together as soon as she woke up? Hasn't she always liked herself? And how come my uncle, who has always been so proud, has become so humble? Curse! What is Yun Caicai talking about? Can she break the Mosasaur curse? Then wouldn't she be a natural female? When Hailey thought of this, her eyes widened. Is this true? Is the curse of the sea people about to be lifted? She doesn't have to. Sister, didn't we agree to go to the island to find wild animals to eat? Let's go now. The biggest problem has been solved. Long Yu can't wait to be alone with the little female. Dad and Mom can just take a good rest. Good. Yun Caicai agreed readily, seeing how Long Bao and Hailon looked at her like a treasure. Yun Caicai secretly shuddered in her heart. She still liked their previous rebellious look with their eyes on top of their heads. Hailon warned, Long Yu, take Caicai out to play and be sure to protect her well. Long Bao warned, if Caicai gets bumped into anything, I'll break your legs. Long Yu said helplessly, Father and Mother, just rest assured. Hailey came back to her senses. A gentle smile flashed across her eyes. I'll go too. Long Yu frowned. Can't you just stay here and talk to your aunt? Hailey was not angry. Instead, she looked at Yun Caicai and said softly, You agreed to take me with you. Yun Caicai, go, go, go. Help, she really can't stand the killing gaze of this super gentle beauty. After exiting the cave, we reached the outermost part. Long Yu glared at Hailey in dissatisfaction. He had made it so clear, so why was this little female still clinging to him? He said coldly, Let's make it clear in advance that only sister can sit on my dragon's back. Hailey's smile remained unchanged. Don't worry about me. That would be great. Long Yu transformed into a golden dragon beast, then prostrated himself at Yun Caicai's feet and said softly, Sister, please get on the dragon. Yun Caicai. Hearing this, she felt sorry for herself because she had some wrong thoughts. Yun Caicai shook off the unhealthy thoughts in her mind, lifted her feet, and sat on the golden dragon's back. She grabbed the mane and said, All right. But, Hailey, can you really do it? Yun Caicai asked worriedly. Hailey smiled gently at her, and then in an instant a fish tail appeared on her body, sparkling and beautiful. I'm also very good in the water. Long Yu rolled his eyes. Amazing? Amazing as me? Long Yu, who was full of competitive spirit, said in a pleasant voice, Sister, sit tight. We are leaving. Upon hearing this, Yun Caicai grabbed the mane tightly. Feeling his mane being grasped, Long Yu began to swim freely in the sea. Yun Caicai looked back and saw the mermaid, Hailey, swimming desperately, following closely behind her. Seeing this, Jin Long sped up, and sure enough, Hailey fell behind. Ah, sister. The dragon's horns were pinched by his sister again. How embarrassing. His speed suddenly slowed down. Yun Caicai pinched the dragon's horn and smiled. This distance is fine, little bad dragon. If you're too far away, you won't be able to see Hailey. Understand. If he turned into a human form, he would definitely see Long Yu with rosy cheeks like a young wife, and he would be quite well behaved. In this way, Long Yu maintained his current speed and soon swam to where the island was. Chapter 156, Message. Bird Tribe. Chief, there's news about the goddess. Zhu Lin stood up suddenly and looked at the little sparrow with a sharp gaze. Great. Where's the goddess? The usually quick-witted little sparrow's throat felt a little blocked at this moment. The goddess. What happened to her? Zhu Lin's heart suddenly hung in the air. He couldn't help but frown, secretly speculating on various possibilities in his mind. Could it be that the goddess was seriously injured? Or did you encounter some danger? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The little sparrow looked at the chief with an ugly face and sighed inwardly. The chief had barely eaten these days. Not only did he send most of the bird and beast people in the tribe out to look for news, he himself had hardly stopped working and had just returned to the tribe today. It seems like he's clearly in love with the goddess of the divine cat tribe. I hope their tribe leader won't be too sad when he hears the news. Hurry up and tell me. Zhu Lin's face was full of anxiety. He grabbed the little sparrow's shoulders tightly with both hands and shook it vigorously. The little sparrow closed his eyes and cried out, The goddess, she's dead. What did you say? Zhu Lin couldn't believe what he heard. He felt that he must have heard it wrong. His mind was blank, and he couldn't understand what was going on. The goddess is dead. She was killed by a golden eagle. The little sparrow repeated it again, with sadness in his voice. Zhu Lin felt as if his head was hit hard by a heavy hammer. With a buzz sound, his whole body collapsed and fell onto the wooden chair beside him. How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. You saw it when we went to help them that day. The goddess is so powerful. She is not an ordinary female. She even killed so many wolf spiders by herself. Zhu Lin muttered to himself, as if he was still immersed in that thrilling battle. She can't be dead. She's so powerful. Zhu Lin's eyes became empty and lifeless. He couldn't accept this fact. When he thought of Little Sparrow's words, Zhu Lin's heart ached. I don't believe it. Who told you that? Did it see it with its own eyes? Where's the goddess now? Zhu Lin suppressed the grief in his heart and continued to ask without giving up. The little sparrow's hoarse voice came. A few peregrine falcons were talking about the goddess, and they were heard by the bird-beast people who were looking for information. They said they came specifically to deliver the message. Now, they're probably almost at the divine cat tribe. No, I don't believe it. I want to go and ask in person. Zhu Lin ran out. Chief, the little sparrow's anxious cry did not stop him. With a swish, a ribbon bird flew quickly to the divine cat tribe. A little sparrow was worried and followed it by flapping its wings desperately. The divine cat tribe should be ahead. Oh, this divine cat tribe is quite far away from ours. We've been flying for so many days. If we hadn't met a few bird-beast people along the way to show us the way, we probably wouldn't have found it yet. We were the ones who saw the little female for the last time, so we have to come and tell her family. I hope they can get over it soon. Alas, it's all that damn golden eagle's fault. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. Who said it wasn't? It's so tragic. We searched the sea for so long and didn't even find the body. Oh, enough talk. Let's go to the divine cat tribe. I need to rest for 2 days after this trip. After the 3 peregrine orcs finished speaking, they increased their flying speed towards the divine cat tribe. Coincidentally, Zhu Lin and Peregrine Falcon arrived at the divine cat tribe at almost the same time. At the entrance of the tribe, Zhu Lin looked anxious, and there were a few unfamiliar male orcs who were shaking their heads and looking regretful. Songy's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Why are they here? Chapter 157 Cruising. Upon hearing the news, except for the unconscious Manhwa, all the other beastmen, the old patriarch of the divine cat tribe, and the witch doctor rushed over. In the beast cave, Zhu Lin had a solemn expression on his face. Although he had received the news, he did not speak nonsense. He just wanted to hear what was going on. At this moment, he kept praying in his heart, Beast God, please bless the little female to return safely. Gonlai and the others looked anxious and delighted. Finally, They knew the news about the little female. After drinking a large bowl of water, the peregrine beastmen began to tell the story. Hello, my name is Yui. I'm here because of a little female named Yun Caicai. Half a month ago, we encountered a stray golden eagle in the Wuang Sea. Everyone's heart dropped. Hua Yin couldn't help but say, yes, it was a golden eagle that took Caicai away. The peregrines exchanged glances, and Yui continued with a look of regret in his eyes. The golden eagle is our mortal enemy, and since the little female is calling for help, we certainly won't ignore it. We're determined to rescue her. We were 5 against 1, and we were very confident. Hua Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. So, Caicai was rescued by you? Is she in your tribe now? She must be worried about us. So she asked you to deliver the letter, right? After hearing Hua Yan's words, Ganlai and Song, he felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Why did the peregrine orc look so regretful? If Caicai was in the peregrine tribe, why didn't she come back with him this time? Yu sighed deeply. Alas, you should be mentally prepared first. The little female is not in good condition. Su Sanhua was anxious. She asked with tears in her eyes, is Caicai seriously injured? Yu looked at the dozen or so orcs in front of him, both male and female, and all of them were very worried. This little female is so extraordinary that she can capture the hearts and minds of so many people. What a pity. Yu was silent for a moment, then continued. We were confident we could rescue the little female, but the golden eagle flew towards the island out to sea in order to get away from us. Just then, a huge wave swept them into the sea, and we were almost swept in too. Su Sanhua fell down on the stone bench. What? Swept overboard? Caicai canta swing. Su Sanhua's tone was full of despair, and tears kept falling. Yun Dashan supported Su Sanhua to prevent her from falling to the ground. He didn't show anything on his face, but his back, which was always straight, was now a little bent. He gave her an apologetic look and continued. We patrolled the sea for 2 days, but couldn't find her body. There are too many ferocious fish and beasts in the Wuang Sea. Perhaps they have been eaten by the fish. I came here this time to tell you something. At least we know her news. After all, we are the orcs who will see the little female for the last time. After Yi finished speaking, the entire cave became extremely quiet. None of them could believe that the goddess of the divine cat tribe could die so easily. Hua Yin sneered. Don't try to trick me. I don't believe it. The cubs need to eat. I'll go prepare food for them. I'll be obedient and wait for the little female to come back. I don't believe a word you say. After saying that, Hua Yin ran out with red eyes. Ganlai's usually smart and clear mind was now confused by this news. He guessed that the most serious consequence would be that Yun Caicai was seriously injured. But what was the peregrine beastman saying? Yun Caicai was swept into the sea by huge waves and buried in the belly of a fish? Impossible, impossible. These 4 words were all in Ganlai's mind. Song, he felt a sudden pain in his heart, and he suddenly had difficulty breathing, but the next second, he thought of something, raised his head, and his face was gentle again. Yu, thank you for traveling thousands of miles to bring this message to the divine cat tribe. On behalf of my little female Yun Caicai and the divine cat tribe, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. It's already dark. I've just arranged for the orcs to clean up the cave. Please have a good rest, and try some food from our divine cat tribe. Yu and his friends accepted Song He's kindness and decided to rest for a night before returning to the tribe. After the peregrine falcon beastmen left, the cave returned to its suffocating silence. The old patriarch was the first to break the silence. Chapter 158, What If? Song-hee, you've done a great job. Now leave everything to Grandpa. And you, have a good rest. Song-hee smiled gently. Grandpa, I'm fine. Silly cat, I don't even know you. How come you're okay? The more you act like you don't care, the more you care. The old patriarch sighed, his eyes filled with worry. The witch doctor's hands trembled slightly, and her voice was a little hoarse. How could the goddess be like this? Our tribe finally has a goddess. I don't believe it. The old patriarch also said, I don't believe it either. As long as I don't see the body of the goddess, I won't believe she is dead. Sonny's heart trembled. Grandpa? The old patriarch looked at him meaningfully and said, You have lived and ate with the goddess for so long. You must know her magical powers better than I do. The peregrine tribe means well, and we should show our gratitude. However, they shouldn't let the orcs know about the goddess's death. They're simple-minded, and if they hear about it, they'll definitely become dejected and stop working. Wouldn't that mean all the goddess's efforts would be wasted? Everyone here, please swallow this news. The goddess may still be alive and well somewhere." The old patriarch's words touched everyone's heart. Gan Lai's mind returned to normal, and he suddenly said, "What the old patriarch said makes sense. I know the Wuang Sea. I heard that there are mythical beasts with unfathomable strength protecting it. Who knows, maybe Caicai was saved by a mythical beast." Song He slowly sat down on the wooden stake because his legs were a little weak. He had just heard that Yun Caicai was buried at the bottom of the sea, and he had already made up his mind to die. It must be that his grandfather saw it, which is why he said these words. However, they are right. Gan Lai's analysis makes more sense. What if Caicai is still alive? She is so powerful, she will never die easily. Tomorrow he will ask the peregrine beast man about the Wuang Sea beast. A glimmer of hope came to Song He's mind, and he decided to wait a little longer. What if? At this moment, Zhu Lin couldn't help but speak. "You are restricted by your beast forms, and it's difficult for you to reach the Wuang Sea. I will go there for you, so that I can feel at ease." Without waiting for anyone's response, he transformed into a beast and flew out in a hurry. He couldn't wait any longer. It's hard for him. Gan Lai looked at Zhu Lin Feiyuan. Although he is a bird, his beast form is small, and his speed can't catch up with the big birds. I don't know how long it will take him to fly there. Song He, I hope he can bring us good news. Su Sanhua looked into the distance and murmured hopefully, "It must be. Caicai must still be alive." In the beast cave, the cubbing Yichuan was not asleep yet. He nudged Ing Hua on the stone bed, but unfortunately Ing Hua did not move. Ing Yichuan grabbed another set of animal skins and put them in Hua Yan's arms, pointing with his little paws. "Meow. This is the animal skin clothing that Caicai once wore." Hua Yan picked up Ing Yichuan and said, "You want to ask Mother, right?" The little orange cat nodded. At this moment, all the cubs in the fence raised their heads. The kitten, the bamboo bear, the fox. It turned out that they were not asleep yet, but were listening with their ears perked up. Although the little cubs could not speak, they all understood in their hearts. During this period, Ing Hua's father always lay on the stone bed motionless. Although the other fathers all smiled at them, the cubs were extremely sensitive. They were clearly worried and sad, and they always had trouble sleeping. And they haven't seen the gentle Anyang for a long time. Hua Yan's eyes flushed as she rubbed the furry little heads of each child and said with a smile, "You've seen with your own eyes how powerful your mother is. She's gone to a very far place now. She has something important to do. It will take a little longer, but she will be back when she finishes it. Can you guys wait for Mommy to come back with Daddy?" Meow. The cubs responded obediently. They lay down one by one, closed their eyes, and prepared to go to sleep. After Hua Yin made sure that the cubs were asleep, she sat next to Ing Hua, covering her face and crying silently. "Caicai, how could Caicai die? I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Well, not long after, without anyone noticing, Ing Hua's fingers moved slightly. Chapter 159 Miracle. Where's this? Wasn't I fighting a wolf spider? Ing Hua felt a little dizzy. He lay there trying to recall what had happened, but he couldn't remember. He frowned and looked around, but could not see anything. It was too dark here. Was it night time? He reached out to touch, and it seemed as if there were hard stone walls all around him, short and narrow, trapping him tightly. Ing Hua tried to sit up, but found that the stone wall was too low, and he couldn't move at all. What was going on? Could it be that he was captured by a stray animal and trapped here? I hope Caicai and the others will be fine. Thinking of this, Ing Hua slammed the stone wall vigorously and shouted, "Caicai, Caicai, Song He Gan Lai Hua Yan, are you there? Damn stray beast, let me out now." There was no sound at all, only his echo in the dark and small stone wall. Ing Hua clenched his fists. He is also of heavenly rank. This stone wall can't possibly trap him. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength into his fist, and then swung it out suddenly. Bang! However, when the fist hit the stone wall hard, there was no loud noise as imagined, and there was not even a slight vibration. The stone wall is still intact, like an impenetrable fortress. On the contrary, Ing Hua felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if being pierced by thousands of steel needles at the same time. He couldn't help but frown, looking at his already red and swollen fist. His heart was full of doubts. What is going on? The stone wall that trapped him must be an extraordinary divine object. He would not be able to get out by himself. Ing Hua suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and continued to knock on the stone wall to make noise while shouting loudly. "Are there any orcs? Save me. I am an orc from the God Cat tribe. Please save me." As long as someone can hear his voice, no matter if it's a stray beast or anyone else. Once he comes out of the stone wall, that's his home ground. Manhwa didn't know how long he had been shouting, and his voice became hoarse, but no orcs passed by. He did not give up. He called for help day after day. When he rested, he groped around and hammered the stone wall, hoping to find the weakest point, but still found nothing. Manhwa, who was trapped in the stone wall, felt extremely uneasy. The surroundings were filled with darkness, without a trace of light and without any sound. He could not move and could not even turn over. He could only lie there without knowing the sun or the moon. That is the most extreme fear of loneliness in the world. Who said you're ugly? Manhwa, you are obviously the most handsome orc I have ever seen. I am so proud of Yun Caicai. You are my first beast husband. Recalling every smile and frown of Yun Caicai, Manhwa was filled with strength again. He couldn't give up. He wanted to return to the tribe and be with Caicai. He didn't know how much time had passed, but just when he was about to give up, a vague voice suddenly came to his ears. Manhwa immediately put his ear close to the stone wall and tried his best to listen. Caicai, how could Caicai die? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Whoa. Manhwa glared angrily. It was Hua Yan's voice. What is he talking about? Caicai dead? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This stupid fox must have been deceived by some beast again. Caicai, his little female, his goddess, absolutely nothing will happen to her. Although Manhwa thought so, he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. Hua Yan, I'm Yin Hua. I'm right next to you. Help me. He called out anxiously, but received no response from Hua Yan. Although Hua Yan is silly, she has a good heart. She would never stand by and watch someone die without helping unless... Hua Yan couldn't hear his voice. Manhwa's eyes were cold. He raised his fist and punched the stone wall where he had just heard the sound. 1 punch, 2 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches. I don't know how long he had been beating hard, but Manhwa's fist was already covered in blood, and the flesh was gone, revealing his white bones. But he seemed not to feel the pain and continued to punch the same spot again and again without stopping. Until the bones in his fists were shattered, the stone wall was finally chiseled open, and a ray of light shone on his body. Manhwa suddenly opened his eyes, and it was daybreak. He finally woke up. It turned out that his soul and consciousness were trapped in his body, struggling in pain all the time. But the moment Manhwa heard the news of Yun Caicai's death, he burst out with unprecedented willpower and fought against his trapped self. In the end, he won and successfully woke up from his unconscious vegetative state. If System Little Pomegranate was here, he would be shocked. Manhwa's willpower is too strong. He woke up on his own without any external help. This is a 1 in a million miracle. Chapter 160 Awakening. Hua Yan, who had just finished feeding the cubs, turned around and saw Manhwa suddenly open his eyes. He rushed over excitedly. Manhwa, you're awake. Do you know how long you've been unconscious? Beast, God bless you. You've finally woken up. Manhwa, how do you feel? The cubs stopped eating and started squeaking excitedly. Manhwa looked around and saw the beast cave he was familiar with. It immediately dawned on him that he had been in a coma. Perhaps because he hadn't spoken for a long time, Manhwa's throat was a little tight. His throat slid up and down, and he looked at Hua Yan and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Where's Caicai?" Hua Yan was stunned on the spot. In a beast cave, the peregrine beastmen were feasting on a meal. I don't know how the food from the divine cat tribe is made. It's so delicious. This is the first time I know that fish can be eaten like this. They say this is called grilled fish. The fish soup we had last night was delicious, and a rabbit and wild boar meat are hot and delicious. The tribes near our sea area only eat raw food. Even the young females mostly eat raw seafood. I didn't expect that cooked food would taste so good. Who says it isn't? The divine cat tribe has been so kind to us. Let's try it when we get back. The peregrine orcs sighed as they ate, and even had some thoughts that it would be great if they were orcs from the divine cat tribe. When they had eaten and drunk their fill and were saying goodbye to the old patriarch, Song, he came up to them. Everyone, the journey is long. Thank you for taking the trouble to fly. This is a small gift from the divine cat tribe. Please be sure to accept it. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, we are just delivering a message. Thanks to you, we finally know the final whereabouts of the little female. This is very important to us. Song, he said sincerely. The peregrine beastmen exchanged glances. Thank you very much. Song, he has another question. Where's the Wuong sea you mentioned yesterday? Can you tell me more about the mythical beast you mentioned? This is not giving up. Yi sighed inwardly. If it were him, he would definitely not believe it. Wuwangxi is southeast of the Divine Cat tribe. It's so far away that it would take us 7 or 8 days and nights to fly, almost nonstop. As for the mythical beasts of the Wuwangxi, we don't know much about them. We only know that they're extremely powerful and fierce. Rumor has it that 100 years ago, a bifong of the highest rank challenged the mythical beast of the Wuwangxi, but was killed in just a few rounds. His body floated in the Wuwangxi, and all the orcs who went to collect it were killed on the spot. Later, there were rumors that there was a powerful being in the Wuwangxi who disliked foreign beasts, and that if they approached, they would surely die. Some orcs who refused to believe in evil tried it, but none of them survived. Therefore, whenever the Wuwangxi is mentioned, all the orcs on the continent stay away from it. Song felt a little nervous after hearing this. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you very much. Hey, it's my duty." After everyone finished chatting, the peregrine orcs were anxious to go back, so one of them carried a medium-sized animal skin package and flew to his own tribe. Song's mind turned over and over again, and finally he said, "Grandpa, Ganlai, I want to go to Wuwangxi to take a look." The old patriarch's heart skipped a beat. "Do you know how far the Wuwangxi is? It's the southernmost point. How long will it take you to get there if you run like this?" Ganlai also frowned and said, "Zhu Lin is already gone. When he comes back, he might have found Caicai. If you go now, won't it be a wasted trip?" He smiled bitterly in his heart. The longer he spent with Yun Caicai, the more he felt that he owed her. It seems that only by doing something can we make up for it. Otherwise, his heart would feel like it was being roasted by fire. At this time, a familiar voice was heard. "Songhe, you stay in the tribe. I'll go to Wuwanghai." It seems to be Inghua's voice. They all looked towards the cave entrance, and their eyes lit up. Great, it really is Inghua. Inghua is awake. For some reason, seeing Inghua getting closer and closer, Songhe and Ganlai felt much calmer. Chapter 161 Sensation. Caicai will be fine. I'll go pick her up and take her back to the tribe. When Inghua heard Hua Yin say that Caicai disappeared after falling into the Wuwangxi, and even her body was found, he felt relieved all of a sudden. Without a body, how can we conclude that she died at sea? His little female once told him privately that she was the little female favored by the beast god, and she had a life-saving talisman, so she didn't have to worry about anything. After witnessing Yun Caicai's magical powers, Inghua believed her words even more. Inghua's firm words greatly alleviated He's inner pain. If we were to ask who among the beast husbands knows Yun Caicai best, it would be Inghua. Seeing that he looked calm and didn't mean to say words of comfort, Ganlai breathed a sigh of relief. God knows how he had been getting through these days. Fortunately, Inghua woke up, and he immediately felt relieved. Even the wrinkles on the old patriarch's face relaxed a little, but he still asked worriedly, "Inghua, are you really going? It's really too far. Even if I keep running, I don't know how long I'll take." It took the peregrine orcs 7 days to arrive because there were no obstacles in the air. But it's different for the orcs on land. They have to climb over countless mountains and bypass countless rivers before they can reach the southernmost Wuwangxi. This does not include the stray animals and powerful exotic beasts that you may encounter along the way. Before Inghua could respond, the orcs' exclamations were heard outside the cave. "Oh my God, what is this?" a little female shouted. Clang! I saw a red phoenix appearing in the sky above the Divine Cat tribe. It gently waved its huge wings, as if lifting layers of clouds, which was very beautiful. "Look!" The male beast man next to him quickly looked up and said, "How beautiful! What a big red bird! Idiot, this is the mythical beast phoenix." An old orc squinted his eyes, identified it carefully, and then his eyes widened in shock. Divine beast? Phoenix? Or the most powerful blood phoenix in the legend? The Divine Cat tribe was immediately in an uproar. Wow! Phoenixes actually exist in the beast world continent. Look at its feathers. They are as beautiful as flames. Oh my God, I can't even breathe. Inghua and the others hurried out of the beast cave and saw the phoenix slowly landing on the open space of the Divine Cat tribe. Soon, a handsome red-haired male orc appeared in front of the orcs. The orcs in front of them could not see his rank clearly. Even Ganlai, the highest rank, could not see through it. This shows that the young man in front of them must be extremely powerful. Ganlai shook his head at the old patriarch, who was startled. He stepped forward tremblingly, carefully choosing his words, and asked respectfully, "Hello, I am the patriarch of the Divine Cat tribe. May I ask if you are from the Divine Beast Phoenix clan? The old patriarch tried hard to recall. He was sure that the Divine Cat tribe had never offended the Divine Beast Phoenix, and judging from the appearance of the phoenix, it did not seem like he was here to ask for punishment. Thinking of this, the old patriarch felt slightly relieved. It's really not the old patriarch's fault. After all, the reputation of the Divine Beast is too famous. If they really attack the tribe, the Divine Cat tribe will have a hard time resisting. Originally, because he had Yun Caicai, he was not worried at all. But Caicai is not in the tribe now. The old patriarch sighed deeply in his heart, as it was another day of missing the goddess. Caicai, please come back soon. The young beast man before him was very polite. He didn't act like a divine beast. Instead, he bowed slightly and said, I am from the Blood Phoenix clan. You can call me Feng Yin. Feng Yin thought to himself that the Phoenix tribe was always stronger than the Golden Dragon tribe. The Golden Dragon tribe had only Long Yu as its sole descendant, while he had 3 older brothers and 1 younger sister, a total of 5 phoenixes. Well, that's quite a lot. Chapter 162 Commission. Feng Yin looked at the orcs of the Divine Cat tribe with envy, wishing that their tribe would be as lively as this one day. Alas, it is a pity that the Phoenix clan is gradually declining and has lost the glory it had 1,000 years ago. Young Master Feng Yin, I wonder what brings you here this time? The old patriarch asked cautiously. Feng Yin smiled lightly. The orcs saw that although the male orc in front of them was friendly and polite, his every move and gesture exuded the dignity of a divine beast, which made people dare not neglect him in the slightest. I'm here this time because of the Golden Dragon's request. Is the husband of Yun Caicai, the little female from the Divine Cat tribe, available? Feng Yin looked around, and his eyes fell on the people in front of him. Sure enough, one of them took the initiative. Manhwa cupped his hands and softened his gaze as much as possible. The 4 of us are Caicai's beastly husbands. Are you her first beastly husband? Feng Yin asked curiously. Yes, my name is Manhwa, and this is Songhe, Ganlai, and Hua Yin. Seeing Manhwa's eyes, Feng Yin's heart sank. He didn't know what that little female was thinking. Why did she choose such a cold and terrifying orc as her first orc husband? It's obvious that you're not easy to get along with. Long Yu, you're finished. However, Feng Yin maintained a calm demeanor. He spoke, I've been entrusted by Long Yu, the young master of the Wangxi Golden Dragon tribe, to tell you that the little female has been rescued by him and is recovering at the bottom of the sea. Don't worry. The orcs of the Divine Cat tribe immediately cheered. The young females, led by Feng Jinjin, Feng Fongfong, and Jiang Yunyun, were the most excited. Great! The goddess is fine. She is indeed our goddess. Beast God bless you. May the goddess return safely. I'm so happy. I love the goddess the most. Who said it wasn't? When I heard that the goddess was fine, I finally felt relieved. Hua Yan's excited voice was drowned out by the orcs' cheers. I told you, Caicai won't be in any trouble. Su Sanhua, Yun Dashin, and others outside also heard Feng Yin's words clearly. Since Su Sanhua learned the news yesterday that Yun Caicai fell into the sea, she has not eaten or drunk anything and has not slept the whole night. Now she finally let go of her worries. That's great. May the beast God bless you. The witch doctors and the others also cried for joy. After Gon Lai felt happy, he felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that they would soon have another brother. Golden Dragon. It turned out to be the divine beast Golden Dragon. But that's okay. The more powerful the beast husband is, the better he can protect his little female. Manhwa felt as sweet as if he had drunk honey. His little female was favored by the beast god, and she would definitely be able to turn danger into safety and turn disaster into blessing. When he thought of Yun Caicai, Manhwa's face softened a lot, and he looked at Feng Yin with a much better eye. The orcs were still cheering and calling the goddess one by one. Feng Yin felt itchy after hearing this. He didn't have many hobbies, but he liked gossip. What's going on? Why do they all call that little female goddess? Manhwa didn't know what he was thinking about. He lowered his eyes for a moment, then walked towards Feng Yin. However, the noise around him was too noisy, so Feng Yin had to tilt his ear and listen carefully to what Manhwa said. Since you have been entrusted by Jin Long, I will also shamelessly entrust you with this. Please go and check on Sight-Size cubs on her behalf. If you go back and tell Caicai about this after seeing her, I think Caicai, who is far away in the Wangxi, will feel more at ease. Feng Yin's eyes lit up. This is great. Manhwa really touched his heart. It's been many years since a cub was born in the Phoenix tribe. It's so sad just thinking about it. He likes cubs the most. Moreover, he was really curious about how many cubs the little female that Long Yu liked had given birth to. 2, no, 3 should be there. Chapter 163, Cute. Feng Yin thought as he followed Ing Hua towards the beast cave. Before I even got close, I could hear the lively voices of little babies intertwined together. Meow, meow, Chi-Chi. Feng Yin's heart melted when he heard this. Cubs and all so cute. Feng Yin followed Ing Hua past the big tree that blocked the view, and the scenery in front of him suddenly became open. He was pleasantly surprised to find that on a lush green meadow, a group of cute cubs were playing happily. They chased and played with each other, their laughter and shouts intertwined, and the whole scene was full of vitality and vigor. Next to these cubs stood a dozen majestic and powerful orcs, guarding quietly by their side with gentle and firm eyes. These male orcs are tall and mighty, with well-defined muscles, but they show immense patience and kindness towards the innocent cubs. Feng Yin's attention was completely attracted by these cubs. He opened his eyes wide, his face full of surprise and envy. He stared blankly for a long time before speaking enviously. Your tribe has so many cubs. By the way, the little female cubs are in there too, right? Feng Yin remembered the purpose of his visit and turned around to ask. There must be 30 or 40 cubs, right? Kittens, little foxes, little bamboo bears. Wow, how come these kittens are almost as big as the little bamboo bear? Is this still a cat? Is this a fowl? Just as he thought of this, he saw the 4 largest kittens running towards him quickly, meowing happily as they ran. Feng Yin thought to himself that he was worthy of being a blood phoenix. All animals loved each other. Even the kittens were no exception. He immediately squatted down, put on a kind smile, and prepared to greet the cub running towards him. Closer and closer. Swish, 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 swish. For cubs ran out of their shadows and ruthlessly pounced on his right rear. Feng Yin's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Meow, 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 meow. 2 silver kittens, 1 red smoke kitten, and 1 red tiger kitten. All of them were huge in size, but now they were nuzzling around Ing Hua's legs. Ing Hua had a gentle smile in his eyes as he touched the little heads of the giant cat cubs one by one. The giant cat cubs clung to him and refused to leave. Feng Yin stood up awkwardly. Ha ha ha. So these are the little female cubs. It's really big and good. He was right. The little female was indeed very fertile and gave birth to 4 cubs. At this moment, 5 kittens came over, stepped on the giant cat's body, and tried hard to get into Ing Hua's arms. The giant cat shook in dissatisfaction, and the little gray cat fell down. The other ash-gray cats and little orange cats were not to be outdone and continued to meow at Ing Hua. Looking at the 9 kittens of all sizes surrounding Ing Hua, they all looked so attached and vying for her affection. An idea popped up in Feng Yin's mind. Could these 9 kittens all be the cubs of Ing Hua and the little female? Are these all your cubs? Feng Yin asked directly. Ing Hua held all the kittens in her arms one by one, and then said, Yes, they're all Caicai and mine. Feng Yin was petrified instantly when he heard Ing Hua's words. Be good, little kitties. Go and play. Daddy is here. Ing Hua softened his tone and spoke to the kittens. But the kittens had seen Ing Hua always lying on the stone bed, and no matter how they called or pulled him, he didn't move. They were all afraid that he would return to his previous state. So the kittens all shook their heads. They would rather not go out to play, but stay with their father, who had finally woken up. Okay then, you can't act naughty when you're with Dad. A touch of emotion flashed across Ing Hua's eyes, but he quickly returned to calm. Meow, meow, meow. The kittens seemed to be saying in unison, Daddy, we get it. Chapter 164 at least. The female gave birth to 9 cubs. Feng Yin took a deep breath, and after recovering, he looked Ing Hua up and down. I heard that the little female is pregnant now. Is the cub in her belly still yours? When Yun Caicai was mentioned, Ing Hua's demeanor warmed up a lot. Yes, she's my cub too. But maybe, like last time, there should be Hua Yan's cubs too. Oh, a very cold sneer came from his ear, and Ing Hua looked over in some surprise. Feng Yin said in a rather sarcastic tone, The little female has 4 beastly husbands, but all 9 cubs are yours. Even the one in her belly is yours. Even though you are the #1 beast husband, you can't keep dominating the little female like this. Why don't you let the little female give birth to pups for other beast husbands? You are happy, but this is unfair to the other beast husbands. If you do something wrong, be prepared to be told off. He, Feng Yin, will not give face to anyone. This little female is also so partial to the number one beast husband. Sooner or later there will be problems. When he returns, he must tell Long Yu that he should take advantage of the time she is in Wuwang Sea to capture the young female's heart. Feng Yin felt a little indignant on behalf of Long Yu. At this moment, the kittens, bamboo bear cubs, and fox cubs playing on the grass raised their heads and started running towards them. Although the kittens were small, they were light and nimble. They rushed away like a flash of lightning and quickly rushed to the front of the team. Following closely behind is a group of adorable little bamboo bears. Their round bodies make them look a little clumsy, but their thick little legs move them very quickly. Watching them trying hard to catch up with the kittens in front of them, their adorable appearance makes one laugh. At the end of the team were 8 or 9 small and exquisite little foxes. Due to their small size, their steps were relatively slow, and they kept a distance from the little bamboo bears. Feng Yin rubbed his eyes. What was mixed in a little fox? Why does it look like a kitten but has 7 tails? Feng Yin's attention was involuntarily attracted to the cubs. He was extremely excited. He was finally being seen. Now the kids are here to play with him, right? However, Feng Yin watched helplessly as the cubs passed him and ran towards him and Ying Hua in a large group. Feng Yin carefully avoided them and turned around. Then his eyes widened slightly in shock. He saw a very heartwarming picture. Song he was surrounded by a group of kittens. Gan Lai was surrounded by a group of little bamboo bears, and Hua Yin was also surrounded by a group of little foxes and kittens. Their expressions were gentle, and they all squatted down to concentrate, each greeting the cubs around them. There were 2 kittens in the group who ran to Ying Hua and rubbed against him. Feng Yin still didn't realize anything at the moment. His heart was filled with sourness. Why didn't the cubs want to play with him? Was he not as good-looking as the little female beast husband? That was definitely impossible. I thought it must be because he had just arrived at the divine cat tribe and the cubs were not familiar with him. At this moment, a low and cold voice clearly reached Feng Yin's ears. Didn't you ask why Caicai wanted to give birth to a baby for me? Feng Yin's gaze was still on the cubs, and he nodded subconsciously. That's because I have the fewest cubs. Oh. Even though he had 9 cubs, he still felt it was not enough. No, the big ice block in front of him said that his cubs were the least. What does least mean? Feng Yin felt that his bright mind was now confused. Among the 4 beast husbands, he had 9 cubs, and he had the least? Is that what you mean? That means, impossible, absolutely impossible. Feng Yin, who had reacted, was almost insane. He looked at Ying Hua as if he were a monster. What did you say? Say it again. Chapter 165 Fun. Ying Hua's lips curled up slightly, and a bad feeling of teasing surged in his heart. Why did he suddenly feel that this feeling was not bad? When he saw Feng Yin's crazy look, he inexplicably wanted to laugh. He suddenly found a different kind of pleasure. Oh no, I become bad following Gan Lai, Song He, and the others. Ying Hua's originally icy face, with his smile, was like spring snow melting away, making people unable to help but look at her again and again. But when Feng Yin saw Ying Hua smiling but saying nothing, he became even more crazy. Why aren't you talking? Keep talking. Is it what he thought? Do you know that pretending to be profound like this really makes Phoenix very uncomfortable? Feng Yin pinched Ying Hua's shoulders with both hands and shook her. Ying Hua, tell me quickly. Ying Hua looked at Feng Yin, whose eyes were red, and stopped teasing him. It's just what you think. At first I had 9 cubs, the fewest among the beast men. But now with these 2 cubs in, there are 11 cubs now. Oh, if you calculate it this way, Hua Yin has the fewest cubs now. Thinking of this, Ying Hua suddenly felt a little happy. Feng Yin lowered his head and exclaimed, These 2 kittens are actually yours too. No, the point is 11 is the least. Ying Hua, are you kidding me? If you don't believe it, just look at the cubs of other beastly husbands. Ying Hua paused, then turned Feng Yin back. Their cub is right next to them, looking at the group of kittens, bamboo bear cubs, and fox cubs in front of me. Feng Yin was shocked and asked, Are you saying that these cubs are their biological cubs? Ying Hua nodded slightly. Feng Yin's voice suddenly rose. You mean all these cubs, the 30 or 40 cubs in front of us, were born by the little female that Long you rescued? Ying Hua nodded again. 52 cubs, to be exact. Ying Hua's tone remained calm, without a single ripple. My lord beast god. Feng Yin felt like his brain was about to explode. He had never seen or heard of such a bizarre thing. He took a deep breath and couldn't recover for a long time. On the other side, Long Yu, who had put his worries aside, brought Yun Caicai to the largest island in Wuwang Sea, which was also the island where Feng Yin lived. The trees here tower high into the sky, reaching as far as the eye can see, their dense and luxuriant branches and leaves acting like giant parasols, bringing a sense of coolness and tranquility to the entire island. The wild grass is also extremely lush, more than 1 meter tall. There are also various brightly colored wildflowers mixed in the grass. They are blooming in a riot of color, emitting bursts of fresh fragrance, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Not only that, there are also many different kinds of wild birds flying freely in the sky. They either hover among the treetops, or play among the flowers, or fly high in the blue sky, adding a bit of vitality and vigor to this mysterious island. From the cheerful calls of these wild birds, we could tell that this island is definitely a place with extremely rich resources. After walking a few steps, Yun Caicai saw a field of large, red, round fruits. Isn't this just an enlarged version of a tomato? There are also lush wild vegetables next to it, which are clearly an enlarged version of shepherd's purse. Yun Caicai asked Long Yu to pick some and put them in a cloth bag, then continued walking forward excitedly. As a result, she came across chili pepper trees, Sichuan pepper trees, and green onions as tall as a person. Of course, there are also various wild fruits and vegetables. The cloth bag on Long Yu's back was already bulging, and only then did Yun Caicai and highly stop. Picking is really addictive. Since coming to Wuwang Sea, she has rarely eaten anything other than seafood, and she was so close to Long Yu's cave, so to be on the safe side, she didn't steal any food. Now, seeing so many delicious foods suddenly, Yun Caicai's mouth immediately began to water. I can't stand it. Yun Caicai took out 3 big tomatoes from the cloth bag, handed them to Long Yu and Hai Li, signaling them to eat, and then she couldn't wait to take a big bite. Sour and sweet, that's the taste. Juice splashing everywhere. Cool. Chapter 166 Pheasant. At this moment, a plump and round pheasant flew past them. The pheasant had plump and colorful feathers and looked very delicious and tempting. Yun Caicai's eyes lit up. Long Yu, catch it quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pheasant was about to fly over Long Yu's head. Long Yu reacted quickly and agilely. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the pheasant's neck accurately like lightning. Ki! The pheasant screamed, but it was already unable to escape Long Yu's grasp. Long Yu tightly grasped the pheasant's neck, making it unable to move. A second later, the pheasant died. Long Yu looked at Yun Caicai with an expression that seemed to be asking for praise. Yun Caicai smiled heartily. Well done, Long Yu. Next you go pluck the feathers, wash it, and then bring the pheasant over. Okay. Long Yu squatted aside excitedly and started working. Caicai, what about me? Hai Li came over eagerly. Then you should wash these wild vegetables. Yun Caicai handed the cloth bag to Hai Li. Hai Li also happily went to the lake to wash. Yun Caicai ran to the place where the pheasants had just appeared and started to search around. After a while, she found a nest of pheasant eggs. I'm so awesome. Here are my smooth and tender eggs, right? Yun Caicai walked back with the eggs in her arms, and Long Yu had already cleaned the pheasant. Sister, this pheasant is filling, but I've eaten its eggs before. They're quite fishy and watery. They're not tasty at all. When Long Yu saw the pheasant eggs, he thought of the time when he and Feng Yin were causing trouble all over the island. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was chaos everywhere. They had also tasted the pheasant eggs, but the first time they broke them and ate them, their hands were covered with yellow mucus, which tasted disgusting, so they never ate them again. Maybe this is because there are more pheasants on the island? Yun Caicai smiled and said, "This is good stuff. Try it later. I guarantee you will be surprised." Long Yu chuckled, thinking back to when Yun Caicai had simply cooked something under the sea that tasted 100 times better than what they usually ate. His curiosity was piqued by Yun Caicai. Okay, I'll listen to you, sister. I prepared this pheasant. Can you take a look at it? The pheasant's feathers were plucked cleanly, and it was indeed a fat and white pheasant, weighing more than 10 pounds. Long Yu, cut open the pheasant's belly, then take out the yellow stuff here. I need it. Wash a few times and give it to me. Okay. Long Yu obediently walked to the lake to wash again. Although he didn't know why his sister did this, he believed that her sister must have her reasons for wanting to do this. If he doesn't understand, just listen. Sister, it's done. Thank you for your hard work. Long Yu. Now it's my turn. Yun Caicai praised Long Yu with a smile, and as expected, the little golden dragon blushed again. This is what I should do. Yun Caicai just smiled without saying anything. She lit the firewood, put the pot on the stove, put the yellow stuff from the pheasant stomach in, and then threw in the freshly picked green onions, ginger, and other things, broke them into small pieces, poured in some water, and started to boil. When the soup turned golden, Yun Caicai scooped out the golden soup with a stone spoon and put it into a large stone bowl. This soup smells delicious. Can I drink it now? Hailey couldn't help but ask softly. She never craved food, but since the food cooked by Yun Caicai was so delicious, she shamelessly stayed in the Golden Dragon tribe for the first time. Fortunately, I stayed, otherwise how could I eat all kinds of delicious food? Chapter 167 Chicken Fat. But Yun Caicai said, "You can't eat this. This is the chicken fat I made. I'm going to use it for cooking later." Chicken fat cooking? I know each word, but why is it so difficult to understand when they're put together? Hailey nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Long Yu didn't ask any more questions, and if she asked, it would make her look stupid. Long Yu and Hailey were waiting obediently beside Yun Caicai, looking like curious babies. Yun Caicai ignored them and continued with her hands. At this time, the chicken fat has solidified slightly and is a nice light yellow color, not so transparent and slightly whitish. Yun Caicai scooped a spoonful of chicken oil into the pot, and when it was hot, poured the egg liquid into it. Sizzle. The well-behaved duo next to them widened their eyes slightly. What kind of advanced magic was this? In this way, half an hour later, there were several kinds of food on the grass that they had never eaten before. There are several different dishes made with wild eggs alone. They're the simplest and most direct boiled eggs. There are also egg custards made by steaming eggs. There are scrambled eggs with tomatoes and eggs. And finally, there's wild vegetable egg soup made by cooking wild vegetables and eggs. Because the pheasant was large in size, Yun Caicai specially divided it into two parts for cooking, one for stewing and the other for stir-frying. The stir-fried portion is thoughtfully prepared in two flavors, one with chili added for seasoning, and the other without chili added, maintaining the original flavor. The original flavor is prepared for Long Yu Hailey, and the spicy fried chicken is of course mine. Yun Caicai, Hailey, and Long Yu sat on the ground. Yun Caicai was the first to scoop up a mouthful of chicken soup with a wooden spoon. "It's so delicious. Come and try it." As soon as Yun Caicai called out, the two of them became eager to take action. As soon as the food entered their mouths, they both ate it. Long Yu ate without even looking up. Delicious, so delicious. Hailey's eyes lit up. "This is delicious. This is delicious. This is delicious too." Seeing this, Yun Caicai's hands speed up, and she quickly put the food into her bowl. Just kidding. She's also greedy and hungry. Besides, of course you have to eat enough food you cook yourself. Yun Caicai continued to eat with relish. Hailey was a little reserved at first, but when she saw the two people showing off their fans crazily, she immediately joined in. After eating and drinking, the three of them lay on the grass, feeling very refreshed by the breeze. I never thought that such unpalatable eggs could become so delicious in my sister's hands. Long Yu felt a little unsatisfied when he thought about it. Even the simple boiled eggs tasted so good, not to mention other dishes. Oh, how many delicious foods has he missed out on over the years? Hailey ate too much, causing her belly to bulge slightly. She sucked in her stomach shyly, then turned around and saw Yun Caicai, whose belly also bulged slightly. The sucked-up stomach is relaxed again. It feels more comfortable to mess around together. Yun Caicai's inner thoughts. "Little mermaid, have you forgotten that I'm already pregnant?" "Hailey, I really forgot about this. After all, she doesn't look like a pregnant female at all. By the way, Long Yu, when will your bird beast friend Feng Yin come back?" When Yun Caicai thought of the people in the tribe, a hint of sadness appeared between her brows. Unfortunately, the Golden Dragon clan was cursed and their rank became lower and lower. Now they can't fly, otherwise they could have returned to the tribe together. She had immediately asked Long Yu for help, and Long Yu also told her that Feng Yin had agreed to help them pass the message back. "Just wait for him to come back," Long Yu said in a brisk tone. "He's very fast, just these few days." "That's good. When he comes back, I'll make some food to thank him." I don't know what kind of animal the Feng Yin that Long Yu mentioned is. It's so big and flies so fast. Could it be a goshawk? Year of the Phoenix, year of the Phoenix, Phoenix. Wait, it can't be a phoenix. Yun Caicai's eyes widened slightly. as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Another mythical beast? No way. However, since we have the golden dragon, the phoenix is not impossible, right? Hailey's voice brought her back to her senses. Oh, we accidentally ate it all. I forgot my aunt secretly told me to bring some back. Hailey's cheeks turned slightly red, and she felt very embarrassed. It's okay. Let's pick some more and cook it when we get back. It will taste even better. Yun Caicai curled her lips slightly, and Hailey was deeply moved by her words. Hailey stared at Yun Caicai with bright eyes and said softly, Okay, thank you, Caicai. This little female is so considerate. Chapter 168 Xuanwu. Long Yu and Hailey were completely conquered by the new food. They spent the whole afternoon following Yun Caicai to look for wild vegetables and fruits. They also dug up sweet potatoes, and they enjoyed it very much. It was rare for Yun Caicai to have such a leisurely and relaxing life, so she was also moved by the excitement and happiness of the two people in front of her. However, the island is too large to be fully explored in one day. Yun Caicai stopped them. Hailey, Long Yu, and the others are enough. Let's stop here for today. We can come again tomorrow. After hearing what Yun Caicai said, the two looked at her eagerly. Yun Caicai. Needless to say, I know he is greedy. Her eyes curved. Let's go back after dinner and have something delicious tonight. As soon as the words fell, Hailey and Long Yu became visibly happy. They ran over happily to help Yun Caicai. According to Yun Caicai's instructions, Long Yu cleaned up the newly caught rabbits and pheasants, and then ran to catch some shrimps. Hailey was still assigned to wash vegetables and dishes. Sizzle. Chicken oil is added to the pot, and the fresh shrimps are divided into two parts, one for stir-frying the shrimps and the other for making mushroom and shrimp soup. Long Yu was watching with great interest. Yun Caicai glanced at him and said, Don't be idle either. Go grill some fish. Me? Can I really do it? Long Yu was a little excited. He could also cook delicious food. Yun Caicai was amused by Long Yu. If you like it, try it. Grilling fish is relatively simple. She gave Long Yu a general explanation of how to grill the fish, and Long Yu started with full confidence, and in the end he grilled it quite well. Yun Caicai took the handful of spinach handed to her by Hailey, blanched it in hot water, drained it and let it cool, then took out the few pheasant eggs, and soon a spinach omelet was ready. Just like that, an hour later, a large amount of delicious food was placed on the grass, which was even more sumptuous than the one at noon. There are salt-baked chicken, spicy chicken, fried prawns, mushroom and shrimp soup, cold rabbit, stewed rabbit soup, fried potato chips, spinach and egg pancakes, grilled fish, and grilled sweet potatoes. Yun Caicai heard the sound of everyone swallowing their saliva. She waved her hand and said, Eat. But at this moment, an elegant and deep voice sounded. Long Yu? What are you doing? Long Yu asked in surprise. Uncle Xuanwu, why are you here? Yun Caicai looked up and saw a handsome male beast man standing not far away. He had long dark green hair, tied up with a simple headband, and wore a white robe, appearing elegant and reserved. Perhaps because he was older than them, Long Yu was straightforward, while the male orc in front of him was more steady. Xuanwu, is he from the Black Turtle tribe? Xuanwu smiled shyly. I suddenly smelled a pleasant smell on the shore, so I followed the scent and came here. I didn't expect it to be you. His gaze lingered on Yun Caicai's face for a moment. Then he quickly looked away, his ears slightly red as he asked, Would it be convenient for me to join you? This. Long Yu looked at Yun Caicai, waiting for her to make a decision. Long Yu calls you uncle, so I will follow suit. Uncle, please sit down. Yun Caicai invited Xuanwu to dinner generously. Her words made Xuanwu realize that her relationship with Long Yu was unusual. Xuanwu glanced at Hailey and thought, Isn't this the little female that was destined for Long Yu? It seems that Hailey has a good relationship with this little female. What happened? Xuanwu's mind was a little stuck, but he didn't say a word, just acting like a refined and lovable elder. But after he tasted the first bite of the food, he was so shocked that all his elegance and composure disappeared in an instant. Long Yu, this is the last piece. Leave it to your uncle. Respect your elders, okay? You're only 9 years older than me, so isn't that just because you're older than me? Besides, elders should protect the younger ones. You really can eat. The same as you. Long Yu and Xianwu were about to fight, so Yun Caicai took Hailey away from the danger scene. They sat on the beach with a grilled fish each. The moonlight shone down, giving the ocean a layer of shimmering silver light. When Yun Caicai turned her head, she saw Hailey's cheeks puffing up. A beauty is a beauty, Even when she eats, she looks so beautiful. They waited until they were full before going back. There was indeed a lot of food for this meal, but Long Yu and Xian Wu actually finished it all by themselves. Yun Caicai's lips twitched slightly. She picked up Long Yu, who was about to lick the wooden plate. She really wanted to ask him about his dignity as a golden dragon. The way they were fighting over the food was simply unbearable to watch. Chapter 169, Fine Wine. The next day, when the three of them landed on the island again, they found that Xuanwu was already waiting there. Long Yu. Hey. This Xuanwu looks shy and elegant, but in fact he is very thick-skinned. Yun Caicai. It can be seen that the power of food is indeed great. So, the three-person group became a four-person group. The plump pheasants that had been leisurely enjoying themselves on the islands now desperately began to flee, panicking and scurrying about. The chubby rabbits also lost their composure and became desperate to escape the pursuit of these uninvited guests. But they had no power to resist the golden dragon and the black tortoise. Long Yu was already familiar with the process and assisted Yun Caicai skillfully. Today, Yun Caicai plans to do more. Before leaving the seabed, Hailon and Longbao also secretly expressed their desire to go ashore and play, and they would definitely come to eat later. Yun Caicai shook her head helplessly. These two were also old children. Thinking of this, Yun Caicai began to think about today's dishes. On the other side, Feng Yin of the Divine Cat tribe was almost driven into autism by Yinghua's few words. A little female gave birth to more than 50 cubs for her beastly husbands? How is that possible? Lord Beast God, who would believe this if I told them? Feng Yin, who originally wanted to go back immediately, decided to stay for one night. He wanted to see if Yinghua was lying to him. That afternoon, he wanted to sense the cubs up close, but Hua Yin and the others were happy to do so, and simply threw all the cubs to him. Then they all ran away. Even Yinghua didn't know where he went. No, do you trust him so much? Feng Yin scratched his head for the first time as he looked at the 50 or so energetic cubs. The cubs were very cute, but Feng Yin felt dizzy after looking at so many of them at the same time for a long time. Who will save him? In a hidden beast cave, the figures of Yinghua and his four companions suddenly appeared. It turns out that this beast cave is in a special location, and only they can find it. Inside, there are all kinds of good things left for them by the little female, including food, medicine, weapons. Hua Yin, the fastest runner, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, we can finally take a day off. Let's have a big meal today to celebrate Caicai's safety. The happy Hua Yin took the lead in choosing her favorite food, and the other three also took their favorite food. Yinghua also took a small bucket of monkey wine, and Song he filled it up one by one. They usually take turns to look after the cubs, and even eat in batches. This is the first time for the four of them to have a meal together. There are 6 semi-finished foods on the wooden table in front of me. I just need to open them and heat them in an iron pan. Song he took the lead and immediately started a fire, while Hua Yin stood by with her chin in her hand and watched closely. Soon, Hua Yin brought out the steaming sweet and sour pork tenderloin, braised spare ribs, shredded potatoes with vinegar, beef brisket stewed with tomatoes, fried chicken with potatoes, and wild vegetable dumpling soup as soon as they came out of the pot. Yinghua. The first glass of wine is to celebrate Caicai's safety and her safe return soon. The four of them drank the wine in their cups in one gulp, and immediately a mellow and rich taste of the wine spread in their mouths, like a stream of clear spring flowing through their throats, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. This monkey wine is really delicious. Gan Lai's eyes lit up, and he stood up and poured another glass for everyone. He looked at the wine in his hand carefully, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. The others praised the monkey wine highly. As they ate and drank, their mood finally brightened up a bit. Song he then sighed, "Today I was so happy to hear Feng Yin say that Caicai is fine. I finally feel relieved." Gan Lai finally said with relief, "Yes, Yinghua was in a coma." Hua Yin secretly cried in the middle of the night. "You seem to be fine, but in fact you had a suicidal mind. I don't know how I got through all these days." Hua Yin jumped up as if someone had stepped on her tail. "Cho Gan Lai, stop talking nonsense." "Who said I?" "I cried secretly in the middle of the night." Chapter 170, Admiration. Gan Lai said perfunctorily, Yes, you didn't cry, I was wrong." "You, it's better not to say this." Hua Yin suddenly became even angrier. Song he looked at Gan Lai apologetically. "I'm sorry to have made you worry." He thought very clearly, and it would never change now and in the future. That is, Song he could only live if Yun Caicai was alive. If Yun Caicai was gone one day, Song he would definitely follow her. Inghua sighed inwardly. He still remembered that Song he, who only cared about the tribe when they first met, now had his heart and eyes full of Yun Caicai. This change is huge. Inghua spoke slowly. We are lucky to have Caicai, a little female. Her specialness means she will be pursued by even more powerful male beastmen in the future. Hua Yin immediately wilted. For example, the golden dragon? Inghua added. For example, today is the year of the phoenix. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else looked at him. Didn't Feng Yin just come to deliver a message? Hua Yin widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Gan Lai couldn't bear to look at it, and withdrew his gaze from Hua Yin in disgust. How stupid. I really want to slap him twice. Songy pondered for a moment. Even if I didn't feel anything before, I'm definitely moved now. Seeing Hua Yan's understanding, Gan Lai added, Do you think the kids let him see them for nothing? Hua Yan understood immediately and was about to run back. Okay, let him go. Then I'll go back to see my son, okay. He doesn't want his little female to have so many beastly husbands. Inghua grabbed his arm and said, Hua Yin, don't be willful. After hearing what Inghua said, Hua Yin broke free from her arms, curled her lips, and said nothing more. She found a corner and sat down in a huff, looking like a spoiled little female who was being bullied. He asked in surprise and dissatisfaction, I say, are you really so generous? Why do I feel so sad and uncomfortable when I think about Caicai marrying another male beast man? Don't you feel anything? Inghua, did you deliberately let Feng Yin see our cub? Hearing the question, the three of them felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. How could they not feel anything? No one has less affection for females than anyone else. Inghua looked at Hua Yin deeply. The little fox finally got smart for once. I did it on purpose, Inghua admitted frankly, his voice deep. According to Feng Yin, the Golden Dragon tribe is the overlord of the sea. So, we have us on the continent, and the Golden Dragons swimming in the sea. What the beastmen are most in need of right now is flying orcs. And Feng Yin happens to be from the Phoenix clan, a powerful blood phoenix. If he becomes a partner with Caicai, he will only benefit. Seeing so many cubs, I bet he can't wait to mate with Caicai when he gets back. Gan Lai and Song he nodded at the same time. If possible, who wouldn't want to have Yun Caicai all to themselves? But the reality is that such a powerful and special little female cannot be protected by herself. Moreover, in the beast world, whether to mate with a male beast man has always been a decision made by the females, and they have no say. Although they felt a little uncomfortable, they were willing to give in as long as it was good for Caicai. Hua Yin lowered his head. He also knew this truth, but he was not as patient as the three people in front of him. Inghua, you are this. Hua Yin gave a thumbs up to express her admiration. He learned this from the little female, having said that the only one who would take the initiative to find another beastly husband for his little female is Inghua. Alas, he is worthy of being the #1 beast husband. He can't compare to him. Chapter 171 Fragrance. Grandpa, it smells really good. A furry little head popped out from the entrance of the beast cave. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an underage female. Her long red hair cascaded down to her waist, gently swaying in the breeze. Her face was round, as if carved from delicate jade, and her smile was so charming and adorable that you couldn't help but want to pinch it. Fenghua, the little female, sniffed the fragrance in the air so hard that her nose wrinkled up. She was obviously attracted by the scent and couldn't wait to try it. As she sniffed, she looked around expectantly, as if she was looking for something. Grandpa, let's go out and take a look. Are my brothers making something delicious? The little female's voice was full of excitement and curiosity, with a hint of coquettishness. At this time, an old but smiling voice came from the cave. Go you. It's already very good that you can endure for 2 days. Grandpa, the little female blushed a little because the smell was so fragrant. She dreamed about it last night and woke up hungry this morning. When I woke up and ate the tasteless wild vegetables and fruits, I felt even hungrier. Brother, what are they doing? In the past, the food she made was black and hard to swallow. Her brother once tricked her into eating it, and she ended up vomiting and having diarrhea all day long. Not only did her brother get scared that time, but she also decided that it would be best to stay with her grandfather whenever she had nothing to do, so as to avoid being tortured by her brother and the others. She still wanted to live a few more years, but this time it smells delicious. Could it be that they really succeeded this time? The expectant little female helped her grandfather out of the cave and walked towards the source of the fragrance. But when she got there, she found out that it wasn't her brother and Long Yu who did it. Her brother was away on a business trip, and Long Yu didn't know how to prepare food. All of this was done by a little female named Yun Caicai. After generously inviting them to taste the food together, Yun Caicai continued to prepare the food. Feng Hua's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Yun Caicai and smiled sweetly with a shallow dimple. Yun Caicai, you are so amazing. Feng Hua likes capable young females the most. On the other side, Feng Yin, with dark circles under his eyes, finally waited for Ying Hua and the others to come back. Ying Hua held a few roasted fish that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and some ginkgo nuts in his hand, and handed them to Feng Yin. Feng Yin was really hungry. He didn't bother to be polite with Ying Hua. He stretched out his big hand, took the food, and started to eat it. As soon as the fish entered his mouth, Feng Yin paused, and then ate the fish even faster. Ying Hua's craftsmanship is pretty good. While eating, Feng Yin thought sadly that it turned out that it was not Long Yu who died first, but him. This is definitely a conspiracy by Ying Hua. Which orc wouldn't be envious when seeing these cubs and tempt him with delicious food? However, he had been mistaken. Although Ying Hua looked cold and indifferent, he was actually a male beast man with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Can you eat ginkgo nuts like this? He always washes them and eats them raw. The roasted ginkgo nuts are warm, sweet, soft, and sticky. How can they be so delicious? Feng Yin was immediately attracted by the roasted ginkgo nuts in his hand. He decided to go back and dig up all the ginkgo nuts on the island. Hua Yin looked at the cubs with a slightly critical look. As a result, each of them was very clean, sleeping soundly with their legs spread out. It was obvious that Feng Yin took good care of the cubs. Hua Yin snorted proudly in her heart. He passed. Chapter 172. Taking Care of the Cub. After Feng Yin had eaten and drunk his fill, Song he stepped forward and warmly and earnestly invited him to stay in the divine cat tribe for a few more days. Hearing this, Hua Yin and Gan Lai were secretly delighted. If Feng Yin could really stay for a few more days, then they could have a few more days off. Thinking of this, Hua Yin and Gan Lai came up together to persuade Feng Yin. Hua Yin, finally someone comes to take care of the cubs. Don't go, don't go. Gan Lai, monkey wine is really delicious. He wants to drink more. As a result, all their plans failed. Feng Yin just smiled slightly, then quickly transformed into a beast and flew away. Don't think he doesn't know what they are planning. Still want him to take care of the cub for free? Do you think delicious food can keep him here? Joke. Okay, although he really wants to eat, there are no females here, so he should hurry back to Wangxi. I don't know how far Long Yu and the young female have progressed. If Long Yu is still hesitant, he will not persuade them to be together this time. He will secretly be with the young female and then surprise everyone. When everyone saw Feng Yin flapping his wings and running away, they couldn't help but laugh. He ran so fast. Could they really force him to stay? This phoenix looks quite interesting. They just need to be patient and wait for Caicai to come back. However, everyone knows that with Long Yu and Feng Yin around, plus they have to give birth to pups, Caicai probably won't be back in the short term. But their common wish has been fulfilled, which is to bless Yun Caicai to be safe and sound. So there is nothing to complain about. Even if Caicai is not around, they will take good care of the cubs, train guards, and protect the divine cat tribe. Feng Yin flew at full speed without stopping for a moment, and finally returned to Wangxi at the fastest speed. When he flew over Phoenix Island, he took a deep breath and smelled a domineering fragrance. It smells so good. When he smelled it, his stomach started to growl. Feng Yin looked down and saw a group of people gathered on a flat and open beach near the sea on Phoenix Island. That's where the fragrance comes from. Feng Yin looked carefully and saw that it was Long Yu's family, as well as Xuanwu Haili. His grandfather and younger sister Feng Hua never left the cave, so why were they here too? And the unknown pretty female in the middle must be Yun Caicai. Feng Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Yun Caicai greedily and immediately flew towards the beach. Long Yu looked up and happened to see the fiery red phoenix in the sky. He smiled and said, "Great, Caicai, look, Feng Yin is back." When Yun Caicai heard this, she looked over and saw a fiery red phoenix landing on the beach. In the blink of an eye, the red phoenix turned into a male beast man with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, red lips, and white teeth. His long red hair stood up high. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his steps were calm. He looked like a nobleman who had walked out of a painting. Year of the Phoenix. Long Yu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, but Feng Yin looked at Yun Caicai, smiled slightly, and nodded. Yun Caicai looked calm and composed, but inside she was screaming like a groundhog. Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix. This is a phoenix. It turned out to be the mythical beast Phoenix. She actually guessed it right. But why did he keep staring at her? There must be something fishy. Yun Caicai suddenly had an idea. Could it be that he saw the cubs in the tribe? Feng Yin greeted everyone else and finally walked in front of Yun Caicai. He was inexplicably a little nervous. Feng Yin couldn't help but despise himself in his heart. He had laughed at Long Yu for being timid before, but he was no worse than him. Chapter 173 Delicious. Feng Yin felt much better after scolding himself. He asked politely, "Little female, regarding the things happening in the Divine Cat tribe, why don't I tell you about it privately later? Is everything okay in the tribe?" Yun Caicai couldn't help but ask. "Everything is fine." Feng Yin's 3 resolute words immediately reassured Yun Caicai. She smiled slightly and said, "Feng Yin, thank you for your hard work. The food has just been served. We can talk more after we finish eating. After flying all the way, you need to take a rest and fill your stomach." Feng Yin's stomach rumbled at the right moment, but he wasn't embarrassed at all. He said frankly, "I was just hungry, so now I have a treat." Looking at the plates of tempting food, Feng Yin started eating without hesitation. Feng Yin was stunned as he took in the tender meat. This is much more delicious than what he ate in the Divine Cat tribe. Could it be that the Divine Cat tribe is so good at cooking? It didn't matter that Feng Yin was stunned. Long Yu, Xin Wu, Hai Li, Feng Hua, and others started to fight for the food. Even Long Bao was not to be outdone. While grabbing food for himself, he also did not forget to grab some for Hai Lan. Yun Caicai happily ate her food while taking care of the other females at the table. She handed Hai Li a chicken drumstick and Feng Hua some rabbit meat, her movements very skillful and natural. This touched the 2 young females very much. They looked at Yun Caicai with sparkling eyes, and even Feng Hua was moved to tears. Feng Yin's grandfather sat aside, looking at everyone with a smile. Everyone sat together in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. In a short while, one plate was empty. Feng Yin didn't have time to think and immediately joined the food-grabbing battle. It was fine for Long Yu and others who had already tasted Yun Caicai's cooking, but Feng Yin and Feng Hua, who were eating them for the first time, were simply astonished. Feng Yin, this is so delicious that it's about to make my mouth water. How did the little female make this? I must drag Long Yu to learn how to make it so I can make it for the little female in the future. Feng Hua, Zhao, so delicious, so delicious. I originally thought that all orcs and their tribes ate similarly, just wild game and vegetables. Plus, Phoenix Island is rich in resources, and they can even eat seafood. I originally thought that although my food couldn't compare to those super tribes on the central continent, it was definitely better than other tribes. But when Feng Hua ate the food today, she almost cried. What kind of hard life had she lived through all these years? If she were a male beast man, she would definitely marry Yun Caicai, a gentle and considerate female. Even if she had to be the 100th beast man, she would be willing. Grandpa Feng Yin had seen a lot, but even he couldn't help but be amazed at the novel ways these wild animals were eaten. He looked meaningfully at Yun Caicai, who remained unfazed by praise or criticism, and thought to himself, "This little female is no ordinary woman." Coincidentally, he has a grandson who is about to come of age. Feng Yin was eating hard when he suddenly felt someone's gaze falling on him. He raised his head in confusion and saw his grandfather sitting not far away staring at him. Feng Yin was startled and quickly smiled brightly, looking so cute. However, Grandpa Feng Yin just glanced at the oil stains at the corner of Feng Yin's mouth, then frowned slightly and looked away as if with some disgust. Or, find another grandson? Year of the Phoenix? Chapitre 174 Dialogue. After eating and drinking their fill, Yun Caicai and Feng Yin slowly walked away, keeping a just right distance. This distance allows the two to talk within the sight of the orcs, while ensuring that their conversation cannot be heard by others. When the orcs in the tribe heard the news that you were safe and sound, they were all very happy. They danced with excitement, and cheers resounded throughout the tribe. Little female, you are really amazing. When Feng Yin thought of the scene that day, his eyes were full of admiration. She was such an amazing little female to be praised by so many orcs. He inexplicably felt a sense of pride in his heart. She was worthy of being the little female he liked. However, before Feng Yin could finish his words of praise, Yun Caicai interrupted him impatiently and asked anxiously, Feng Yin, have you seen Manhwa? How is he now? Is he still in a coma? Her voice was full of worry and concern. Feng Yin felt a little headache when he thought of Manhwa. The little female really valued her #1 beast husband. She came up and asked him about Manhwa. But what did the little female mean? Could it be that he was seriously injured and in a coma before he went there? That Manhwa was incredible. He didn't even notice any clues at all. Although Feng Yin was pondering, he didn't try to be mysterious. Instead, he said directly, I don't know how he was before, but when I went there, Manhwa could run, jump, and talk. He was very sober. Hearing Feng Yin's words, Yun Caicai's eyes trembled slightly. Manhwa actually woke up. Manhwa woke up. Is this true? She asked in disbelief. Feng Yin, really, he's fine. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he could even dig a hole for me, letting me, the only beast, take care of all the cubs. There are more than 50 cubs, and he has to take care of them all by himself. Can you imagine that scene? At this time, the system Little Pomegranate in Yun Caicai's mind was looking at its points with heartache. The main system finally agreed to let it use 90% of its points to exchange for a sobering potion, which was blatantly taking advantage of the situation, but it had no way to deal with it. Because this is not much different from resurrection, and it is not used on the host, the main system took a long time to give in. Hey, Pomegranate, it's going to become a pauper again soon. Just as it was about to click to confirm the exchange, it suddenly heard the host's excited voice. Manhwa is awake? Is this true? Little Pomegranate looked at the interface and paused. Wait, what did it hear? Manhwa, are you awake? How is that possible? The probability of waking up from a vegetative state is 1 in 10,000. Not to mention being able to run, jump, and move freely. Little Pomegranate immediately pricked up its ears and listened. Feng Yin's clear voice rang out again. Little female, I'm not lying to you. Manhwa is fine. He even took me to see your cub and asked me to tell you about it, so you can rest assured. Yun Caicai's heart warmed. Manhwa really woke up. That was great. This was Manhwa's way of comforting her. And at the same time, and your pups are really adorable. One of them is a kitten with 7 tails named Huaxin. He's really funny. Sometimes he meows like a cat, sometimes like a fox. It seems like he doesn't know whether he is a cat or a fox. And Feng Yin said slowly. Hearing the news about the cubs, Yun Caicai's lips curled up slightly, and her eyes became much gentler. That's good. Thank you so much, Feng Yin. I'm very happy to know this. Feng Yin smiled and said, That's nothing. I like the cubs too. Yun Caicai looked at Feng Yin deeply again. Manhwa was really virtuous. No wonder Feng Yin was so nice when he came back, and his eyes were glued to her. Yun Caicai naturally would not refuse Manhwa's kindness and thoughtfulness. After all, she had wanted a flying orc for a long time, but had never found a suitable one. Chapter 175, Profligate Merchant. Although the 100-bird tribe also had flying orcs before, the beasts were too small and it was difficult for them to carry things, let alone orcs. The stray golden eagle they encountered later had good overall strength, but it was a stray beast of extremely poor quality, so Yun Caicai never considered it from beginning to end. In contrast, the phoenix today is huge and beautiful in form, with a clear mind and extraordinary strength, which is exactly what she likes. But there's no rush. There is also a long U in front, so everyone should line up and wait to be favored. Little Pomegranate was overjoyed when she confirmed that Manhwa had woken up. Host, congratulations. Manhwa has woken up. Yun Caicai heard the long-lost robotic voice and said with a smile, Thank you, Little Pomegranate. But why did Little Pomegranate sound even more excited and ecstatic than her? Little Pomegranate cried out happily in his heart. Manhwa, you are really amazing. Yeah, I saved my points. I'll definitely still be ranked #1 next month. Pomegranates are the best. The main system was puzzled as it waited for a long time for the transaction to be confirmed. What was going on? Is the deal going to fail? The main system's low, mechanical voice rang out. Since System Pomegranate currently ranks first in the novice system rankings, the exchange rate will be adjusted from 90% to 80% of the points required for redemption. Little Pomegranate waved her hand and said with great momentum, No more changes, no more changes. The main system was stunned. 70% of the points will be enough. What about 60%? No. My points are so valuable. I can't exchange them for anything else but that crappy potion. Little Pomegranate pinched his waist and said, "Humph, now that manhwa has woken up, it has become the boss. Main system. It's over. The huge points I was going to get are gone. It should have lowered the price at the beginning and agreed to the exchange sooner without being so arrogant." Little Pomegranate wouldn't have felt so sad for so long. Maybe the deal would have been done by now. The main system regretted its decision, while the Little Pomegranate was bubbling with joy. Then Little Pomegranate's eyes turned. "If you want to exchange it, it's not impossible, but—" Main system. Still taking Xiao? However, the main system still asked with a sullen face, "How do you exchange it?" Little Pomegranate pondered for a moment, then said in an enigmatic manner, 10% of the points, I agree." The main system sneered. "You're dreaming. This is a potion that can bring the dead back to life." Little Pomegranate was a little panicked. It thought about its host's usual behavior, then said expressionlessly, "No, I don't need it anyway. It's just that you really wanted to exchange it, so I reluctantly gave it up. My points were earned by the host, and I threw hard work. It wasn't easy. Go and look at other systems and see who is willing to spend a large amount of money to exchange for this broken potion. If something happens to the main system, just change it." Little Pomegranate said in a ruthless tone. The main system felt a pang of suffocation, as if this was the case. Little Pomegranate continued, "Besides, points are so valuable. If converted into our universal currency, 1 point is equal to 1 million. 10% of my points is 100 points. Converted into currency, my God, that's 100 million. Now that I think about it, I don't want to change it anymore. Wouldn't it be nice to have these points in my hands?" Hearing this, the main system's face turned even darker. It was really embarrassing that a main system, was not as rich as the novice system. That won't work. With this 10% of points, he can easily surpass the novice system. 10 points. Moreover, it also requires enough points to upgrade. Now the system tasks are getting harder and harder to complete. Sigh, if I only wait for the points deducted when the system completes the task, I don't know how long it will take. So he said helplessly with a dark face, "Change, change, change." The interface switched, and after Little Pomegranate checked the information again and again to make sure it was correct, it clicked to confirm the transaction. After receiving the potion, it looked very painful, and the main system finally felt better. After the main system disappeared, Little Pomegranate rolled happily on the ground holding the potion. I'm rich, I'm rich." This is one of the life-saving talismans it prepared for its host. How many points are there? Setting 1,000 points is not too much, right? This is a life-saving thing. Net profit of 900 points. Who else? The Little Pomegranate's eyes kept rolling around, as if it had suddenly awakened its nature as a profiteer. This feels pretty good. Chapter 176, String. Yun Caicai, who had no idea what was going on, was still talking to Feng Yin. The blue sea, the golden beach, and occasionally a few seabirds flying by. It is so leisurely. Feng Yin looked at the little female in front of him and felt dazed. She seemed to have some kind of magic that could easily catch everyone's attention. Grandpa admires her, my sister likes her, and even he can't help but be attracted to her. Feng Yin, you haven't finished yet? You're so slow. It turned out to be Long Yu. After he cleaned up the table, he sat aside and stared at Yun Caicai and Feng Yin. Seeing that they were talking happily, Long Yu couldn't sit still. He hadn't been alone with a young female for a long time. Feng Yin took a deep breath. The time spent with the little female was always so short. But he patted Long Yu's shoulder. "That's all, but I also have something to tell you." "What's the matter?" After asking, Long Yu remembered that his good brother must want to tell him about the situation of other beast husbands. He gave Feng Yin an understanding look and signaled him to wait a moment. "Sister, Caicai, come here and try the purple skewers I picked for you. They're so delicious." They're about to get married, so he can't always call her sister. He has to call the female by her name, Caicai, which sounds so nice. Long Yu handed the washed purple skewers to Yun Caicai. Over the past few days, he found that Caicai liked to eat fruits very much, so he searched for them everywhere. Now, he had a new discovery. Yun Caicai looked down and found that they were grapes, but the grapes in the animal world were a circle bigger than those in later generations, and they looked like they wanted to be eaten. She picked a big, round grape, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. The grape juice bloomed on the tip of her tongue, sweet and sour, and full of fragrance. Yun Caicai's eyes lit up slightly. "This purple skewers are delicious." "Thank you, Long Yu." Long Yue grinned and said happily, "As long as you like it, I'll pick more for you later." Caicai, sit down and rest first. I'll be back soon. Good. Yun Caicai looked at Long Yu and Feng Yin, who looked like good brothers, and couldn't help laughing. There were Hua Yin and Gan Lai in front, and Long Yu and Feng Yin in the back. It seemed that her beastly husbands were always in pairs. Feng Yin, tell me quickly. Long Yu hurriedly turned Feng Yin to a remote jungle, looking sneaky and shameful. Feng Yin frowned and said, No hurry. Long Yu, tell me the truth first. Who are you going to be paired with? Is it the little female Yun Caicai, Hai Li, or someone else? Long Yu said without hesitation, Of course it's Caicai. He patted Feng Yin's shoulder again, smiled gratefully, and said, I have to thank you very much. If you hadn't told me so much back then, I might still be confused. Feng Yin, is this shooting oneself in the foot? Feng Yin twitched his lips. Fine, then Long Yu would have to rank ahead of him as the 5th beast husband. Moreover, since he wants to be the 6th, he has to find another way. Feng Yin, why don't you tell me what's going on in the Divine Cat tribe? Long Yu became anxious when he saw Feng Yin didn't say anything. Feng Yin looked at Long Yu deeply. Long Yu. When he saw Feng Yin's eyes, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over. What happened? Feng Yin didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at him, shook his head, and then sighed deeply. Alas! Long Yu well-on glared. Feng Yin, why do you look so dead? What's going on? Tell me quickly. Long Yu shouted madly. Chapter 177 Long Sigh. Oh, another long sigh. Long Yu clenched his fists and was about to punch Feng Yin. Feng Yin asked, Do you know why I sigh? Long Yu's face darkened. Is it related to Caicai's beastly husband? Feng Yin had an expression that said, You guessed it right. He looked somewhat gloomy and helpless. He patted Long Yu's shoulder and said, Long Yu, why don't you give up on this little female, Yun Caicai? Long Yu frowned fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no way I'll give up Caicai. Could it be that they're difficult to get along with? Long Yu sneered. Then I'm not afraid. Caicai once said that the Divine Cat tribe is just a small tribe. How high can the rank of her beast husband be? The beast world continent is based on strength. I'm a celestial rank. Why should I be afraid that they will use tricks to exclude me? Feng Yin smiled. 1 Xian grade, 3 Tian grade. I was saying a mere Xian? What? 3 heavenly grades. You read that right. Feng Yin continued to smile. 1 intermediate level of Tian Pin, 2 junior level of Tian Pin, and the lowest level of Xianpin is also a high level of Xianpin. Long Yu was stunned. Aren't you talking about a small tribe? The tribe is indeed not big, but the orcs inside are extremely powerful. From a quick look at those who came to watch the fun, I saw dozens of Earth-grade beasts and quite a few Profound-grade beasts. Long Yu almost burst out in anger. What? This is still a small tribe? The Divine Cat tribe is so powerful. They are not afraid of facing a large tribe. Long Yu was a little skeptical and wondered if he had any misunderstandings about the remote little tribe. I originally thought that my mid-level heavenly grade would definitely put me at the top of the beast husbands, but now, Long Yu's heart darkened, but then he thought of something and puffed out his chest. Even if they join forces, I'm not afraid. I'm a mighty golden dragon with a natural beast form suppression, and I can't deal with 4 kittens. Feng Yin laughed again and said, They are not just for kittens. Although I haven't been able to see their animal forms, I know they are extraordinary when I see their cubs. Long Yu choked and finally said, So what? If they are aggressive and bully the beasts, my sister will naturally side with me. His little dragon brain is very flexible. As time went on, he became the only beastly husband in Caicai's heart. At that time, what would other beastly husbands matter? Thinking of that scene, Long Yu suddenly felt happy and looked quite expectant. Feng Yin smiled and broke his fantasy. If that's the case, then I won't worry. You're tough and strong. If 4 of you attack one, at most you'll get beaten and injured. It will also make the little female feel distressed. What a great opportunity. Long Yu was confused. What do you mean? Feng Yin, alas. There was that familiar long sigh again. Long Yu felt his fists become even harder. Before Long Yu could get angry, Feng Yin Bien said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll tell you, after I went to the Divine Cat tribe, I met the little female's beast husband. Feng Yin's eyes showed admiration. Her 4 beast husbands have different personalities, but they are all good-looking. The best husband, Hua, has a cold exterior but a warm heart, and is steady and thoughtful. The second bestial husband, He, is gentle and smiling, and does things properly. The third beast husband, Gan Lai, is tall and strong, with great strength. The fourth beast husband, Hua Yin, is outspoken and very beautiful. And the four of them seem very united, so they should be very popular with the little females. Feng Yin looked at Long Yu and said meaningfully, Chapter 178, It's Too Late. By the way, the females gave birth to cubs for all of them. Do you know how many there are? Feng Yin raised his eyebrows. Long Yu frowned and waved his hands, then asked seriously, Caicai said she has a cub in the tribe. I don't care about that. Tell me, are the four of them united and don't want Caicai to continue to mate with other male orcs? Feng Yin shook his head. No, they prioritize the little females. As long as the little females are willing, they are willing to accept a powerful beast husband. Long Yu's heart sank. Such a good male beast man, but the little female doesn't care about him. Are you sure you could take on four of them alone? Alas, with such a good beast husband in front of you, maybe after a while, the little female will forget about you. Long Yu was stunned and suddenly felt a little panicked. Yes, he wouldn't be afraid if Caicai's beastly husbands were fierce and domineering. But if they were all so nice, could he, a golden dragon, keep the little female? Feng Yin and the cub. Long Yu waved his hands and murmured, Don't talk about the cubs. The little female is the most important. I need to think about what to do. Feng Yin, this is what you didn't let me say. When you find out how many cubs you have, don't come looking for me. Seeing Long Yu in a daze, Feng Yin coughed twice at the right time. Long Yu, you are almost an adult, right? Long Yu was still thinking about the little female. He said casually, Yes, there are still 7 days until adulthood. Aren't you only 2 days behind me? After saying that, Long Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at Feng Yin with shining eyes. Feng Yin is not yet an adult. He hasn't found a female he likes yet. Feng Yin is still a high-grade heavenly product. If Feng Yin was also the beastly husband of a little female, then he wouldn't be alone. With the high-level heavenly grade and his intermediate heavenly grade, there's no need to worry about strength at all. If the two of them join forces, they will definitely be able to capture a part of the little female's heart. The more Long Yu thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He looked Feng Yin up and down. He was only slightly less handsome than him, and he was also a flying orc, which made up for his shortcomings. No matter how he looked at him, he seemed to be a perfect match. Feng Yin looked at Long Yu in horror. You. Long Yu, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a male. Take those 2 big eyes back. Long Yu chuckled and said, Feng Yin, do you have any females you'd like to mate with? Feng Yin rolled his eyes at him. How could I have that? Congratulations. You found a partner before me. You're no longer single. Long Yu put his arm around his shoulders and said, Feng Yin, why don't you and Caicai also become a couple? Feng Yin pushed him away. Long Yu, do you know what you're talking about? Long Yu didn't care at all and moved closer. Of course I know. Feng Yin, look at Caicai. She's not only beautiful, but she can also prepare so many foods. Once we learn how to do it, we can eat delicious food every day. Feng Yin didn't say anything. In the animal world, the charm of delicious food was indeed irresistible. Long Yu continued, We've been playing together since we were little, and you know how I treat you. Now that we're together, it's better than being brothers with other male orcs, right? Feng Yin frowned and said in a dilemma, Then, I'll think about it. Long Yu added another dose of strong medicine and said with a wicked smile, Feng Yin, you don't want your grandfather to know that you deliberately urinated on the stone bed, do you? Feng Yin's back suddenly tightened. He looked behind Long Yu in horror. Long Yu, shut up. Unfortunately, it was too late. A big ginkgo nut hit Feng Yin's forehead with a clang. Crack! The fresh ginkgo nuts broke into 2 pieces. Chapter 179, Being Beaten. Long Yu turned around suddenly and saw Grandpa Feng Yin with an ugly and angry look on his face. Okay, so it was you who did it. Back then, I worked so hard to exchange for something, but you peed on it all. You still have the nerve to say it was Feng Hua's urine. Grandpa Feng Yin swung his hand mercilessly, and Feng Yin screamed. Long Yu shuddered and immediately dodged to the side. It's over. It's over. It's all over now. Feng Yin, you're on your own. It was so painful when Grandpa Feng Yin beat the beast that Long Yu closed his eyes tightly, unable to bear to watch any longer. Long Yu, I'm going to kill you. Feng Yin cursed as he ran. Grandpa, it wasn't me. No, I didn't mean it. Ah, Grandpa, why did you hit me so hard? Grandpa, I'm almost an adult. Please give me some face. Grandpa, I was wrong. Listening to Feng Yin's ghostly howling, Long Yu shrank his neck. He didn't know his grandfather was coming, and he didn't mean it. The orcs on the beach happily watched Feng Yin being chased and beaten. The sea breeze was cool, and everyone except Feng Yin felt comfortable. After a long time, Grandpa Feng Yin threw away the stick and finally calmed down. Feng Yin, with a bruised face and nose, looked at Long Yu sinisterly. Long Yu quickly hid behind Yun Caicai, with only one dragon horn faintly visible. Feng Yin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Don't hit me. Feng Yin gritted his teeth and said, Long Yu. Yun Caicai laughed, patted the dragon head, and looked at Feng Yin apologetically. Feng Yin, I apologize to you on behalf of Long Yu. Then he said to the little female sitting beside him, Hai Li, I'm going to trouble you to take action. Hai Li said softly, If you want to talk about trouble, Caicai, you've been making so much food these days. Isn't that more troublesome? I'm very happy to be able to help you. Yun Caicai nodded and smiled slightly. Their relationship had grown closer these days, and there was no need for formalities in many conversations. She looked at Feng Yin and said, Feng Yin, come and sit here. It won't hurt, and you'll be fine soon. Feng Yin muttered, Okay. He looked around and sat down next to Yun Caicai. Long Yu stuck his head out and chuckled. Feng Yin rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, not wanting to pay any attention to him. Regarding the matter of the little female cub, he had originally thought that he should tell Long Yu, but now it's over. Long Yu doesn't want to know anymore. Wait till you find out. Humph, scare him and make him scream. Hai Li looked at the two people who were fighting, then looked at the smiling Yun Caicai, then smiled knowingly, and a feeling of envy inexplicably surged in her heart. She placed her right hand above Feng Yin's head, and soon, a light green light enveloped him. After a while, Hai Li withdrew her hand. At this moment, Feng Yin had completely regained his former charm. Hai Li said calmly, Grandpa Feng Yin's attack may seem ferocious, but in reality, he didn't hit any vital parts. These are just superficial injuries. Feng Yin smiled bitterly and said, That's what's even more terrifying. Suddenly, I remembered my childhood dominated by my grandfather, happy and painful. Feng Hua folded his hands and snorted. That's all because of your mischief, brother. I've never been beaten before. Feng Yin. 3 days later, Yun Caicai, who was eating stir-fried prawns in the dragon palace under the sea, felt a pain in her abdomen. It meant she was about to give birth. She paused, then finished the prawns in her hand and drank the fragrant chicken soup. Then he washed his hands and said calmly, Long Yu, go get the witch doctor. Long Yu looked at her doubtfully. I'm going to give birth. Long Yu, I'll go right away. Long Yu showed surprise, and then disappeared from Yun Caicai's sight at the fastest speed. Chapter 180 Anxiety. Hailon reacted and panicked. The little female was about to give birth. What should she do? Yes, right, go back and lie down first. It's been so long, she almost forgot. Hailon kicked Long Bao, who was stunned at his place. What a useless old dragon. Get out of my way. Long Bao immediately took a big step back. The next second, Yun Caicai felt a trembling hand holding her. Caicai, don't be nervous. Let's lie down on the stone bed first. Witch doctor, the witch doctor will be here soon. Yun Caicai, do you want to see who's nervous now? Not long after I lay down on the stone bed, the witch doctor came. Long Yu half knelt down and held Yun Caicai's hand. He said nervously, Caicai, are you okay? Does it hurt? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here, I'll be with you. The witch doctor took a quick look and said bluntly, Long Yu, get out of the way. The little female is about to give birth. Don't get in the way. Everyone go out and wait. The witch doctor was a black turtle orc. She was over 100 years old and had a high status. As soon as she spoke, Long Yu had to let go of Yun Caicai's hand, stood aside, and looked at her anxiously. Hai Li said softly, Witch doctor, I'll stay and help you. The witch doctor nodded and said, Okay, you have the ability to heal. Hai Li stays here, and everyone else goes to guard outside the cave. Hailon, Long Bao, and the others were waiting outside anxiously, but Long Yu pretended not to hear them. He just said, This is my little female, and insisted on staying by Yun Caicai's side. The witch doctor shook his head and let him go. Long Yu's eyes were nervous, and he looked like a little boy, with worry and fear in his eyes, which made people feel that he was sincere. Yun Caicai gave him a reassuring smile and said silently, It's okay, don't be afraid. Then the strong contraction feeling came again, and she concentrated and began to exert force continuously. Soon, a familiar broadcast voice came to my ears. The host has given birth to his 53rd offspring, beast-shaped, yellow tiger. Male, talent, beginner level of heavenly grade. Reward, 60 points, 50 Xian grade weapons, 50 fine cotton. The host has given birth to her 54th offspring in the form of a beast, a golden tiger, female, grade, beginner heavenly grade. Rewards, 60 points, 50 yellow grade primary potions, 1 piece of silk x 50. The host has given birth to his 55th offspring, beast-shaped, yellow tiger, male, talent, beginner level of heavenly grade. Rewards, 60 points, 50 yellow grade intermediate potions, 5 kilograms of baby milk powder 50. The host has given birth to her 56th offspring, beast-shaped, yellow tiger, female, talent, beginner level of heavenly grade. Reward, 60 points, 50 high-level yellow potions, 10 open pit mining technology. The host has given birth to his 57th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, silver tiger, male, with a natural talent, intermediate heavenly grade. Rewards, 70 points, 30 earthly grade primary potions, and 10 copies of Shuo and Jiezi. Explanation of Chinese characters. The host has given birth to the 58th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, red tiger, male, with a talent, intermediate heavenly grade. Rewards, 70 points, 30 intermediate earthly grade potions, and 10 copies of Animal World Cuisine Recipe Guide. The host has given birth to the 59th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, 8-tailed white fox, male, gifted, intermediate heavenly grade. Reward, 70 points, 30 high-level earthly grade potions, 10 copies of daily chemical formulas and manufacturing processes. The host has given birth to her 60th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, 9-tailed white fox, female, gifted high-grade heavenly. Rewards, 70 points, 10 Xian grade primary potions, 10 cub healthy development training manual. Congratulations to the host. Your offspring has reached the 60th place, and you will receive 100 bonus points. The host has given birth to her 61st offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped and 9-tailed white cat, female, gifted, high-grade heavenly quality. Reward, 70 points, 10 Xian grade intermediate potions, 10 copies of the exploitation of the works of nature. The host has given birth to his 62nd child, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, white tiger, male, gifted, high-grade heavenly. Rewards, 70 points, 10 high-grade Xian grade potions, 10 Qimi Niao Shu, essential techniques for the people. The host has given birth to his 63rd offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped, 9-tailed golden fox, male, gifted, high-grade heavenly. Reward, 70 points, 3 high-grade primary potions, 10 copies of Compendium of Materia Medica. The host has given birth to his 64th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped golden tiger, male, gifted, high-grade heavenly. Rewards, 70 points, 3 high-grade intermediate potions, and 10 ancient architecture complete guide. The host has given birth to her 65th offspring, genetically mutated, beast-shaped silver tiger, female, gifted, high-grade, heavenly. Rewards, 70 points, 1 high-grade, heavenly potion, 1 hidden potion. System prompt. The host gave birth to 13 offspring, 5 females and 8 males, with a bonus of 870 points. The total number of offspring exceeded 60, with a bonus of 100 points. The current total score is 970 points. In addition, extra rewards include 50 fertility pills, 50 pain-free pills, 50 recovery pills, 50 milk-enhancing pills, 500 space expansion coupons, and lifespan plus 5 years. Note, the total points have reached 3,440. 210 points have been consumed, leaving 3,230 points. You can now unlock the level 6 mall, where items can be purchased with points. I hope the host will continue to work hard and have good luck with pregnancy. Chapter 181 Excitement. The witch doctor said calmly, "Oh, it's a little male. Congratulations, the birth went quickly and the cub is healthy." But just as she finished her words, the witch doctor saw another cub going out. She said in surprise, "Huh? Why is there another one? This is only a female. Oh my God, she's pregnant with 3. Huh? Why is there more?" The witch doctor was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She was busy delivering the baby. Fortunately, Hailey was there to help and stabilize the situation. When the delivery was completed, a pile of cubs were huddled together on the stone bed. The black tortoise witch doctor, who was over 100 years old, was now filled with tears. She could hardly speak clearly. "Beast God bless you. Beast God bless you. Their salvation, Wanghai, is saved." Hailey also stood there blankly. It was obvious that the scene in front of her required her to digest for a while. And what about Long Yu? After confirming that Yun Caicai was fine, he lay on a stone bed and began to count the cubs. 1, 2, 3, 13. I rubbed my eyes, unable to believe it, and counted again. There were still 13 cubs. Long Yu counted them back and forth no less than 10 times before he was sure that his future female had really given birth to 13 cubs. His body swayed, but fortunately he held on to the stone bed and did not lose the dragon. For a moment, Long Yu's head was buzzing, his eyes were dull, and he walked out of the cave with his hands and feet together. Hailon and Long Baozheng looked at him with burning eyes. They heard the witch doctor's exclamation, but they couldn't believe it. Long Yu, how many cubs did Caicai give birth to? Long Yu opened his mouth and said, 13. Long Bao let out a long sigh and said to Hailon with a smile, I told you, it's impossible for them to have so many babies. The witch doctor is so old and still likes to joke around. Giving birth to 3 is quite impressive. It's been a long time since our tribe had so many babies. Long Bao sighed deeply. Long Yu looked at Long Bao with a complicated expression. Father, it's not 3, I said 13. Long Bao was stunned. He tilted his ear and asked, what? He must have heard it wrong. Hailon ran into the cave like a gust of wind, but was dazzled by the bed of cubs. She rubbed her eyes and began to count the cubs in the same way as Long Yu. 1, 2, 3, 13. Hailon said in shock. Surprisingly, there are actually 13 cubs. Long Bao, who was outside the cave, was shocked when he heard this. He took a step back and leaned against the stone wall behind him. No, my legs are a little weak. Very good, very good. That's really great. Hailon's tears flowed with excitement, and then, with a clang, she fainted with joy. Hailey was awakened by the noise. She looked down at Hailon lying on the ground and thought to herself, Auntie has fainted again. She is really a little weak. Long Bao subconsciously wanted to carry Hailon out, but Long Yu stopped him. Caicai just gave birth. I'll go carry Nyang out. Long Bao reacted and nodded repeatedly. Oh, okay, yes, you go. Hailey wanted to use her healing ability to wake Hailon, but Long Yu, for the first time, said to her in a gentle voice, Nyang is just fainted. I'll carry her out and let her lie down for a while, and she'll wake up naturally. Hailey, your ability has a time limit for recovery, so save it for Caicai. Hailey wanted to say that this wouldn't take much, but Long Yu had already carried Hailon out and handed her to Long Bao. Hailey, forget it. It's not a big deal anyway. Long Yu is right. The little female is the most important thing now. Her watery eyes looked at Yun Caicai, who had her eyes closed, and a trace of heartache flashed across her face. Then she placed her hands in front of Yun Caicai, and soon, a ball of light green light enveloped Yun Caicai. Long Yu hendet Hailon to Long Bao. Seeing that Hai Li was using her healing ability to help Caicai repair her body, he took advantage of this gap to transform into a beast and swam to the island at the fastest speed. The golden dragon in the sea leaped up and transformed into a human form the moment it landed on the ground. A chubby little dragon appeared, but this little dragon had no expression on his face, and his chest was heaving. At first glance, you could tell that it was an angry little dragon. Long Yu stood there, his face dark as he shouted, Feng Yin, hurry up and get out of here. Chapter 183, Irritability. A lazy voice came from a tree. Long Yu, how did I offend you? You're shouting so loudly, you must be very angry. Feng Yin was lying leisurely on a thick branch, biting a piece of grass, and said in a very annoying way. Long Yu found the tree accurately in an instant. He ran over, gathered his strength, and punched the tree. Boom strapje! The big tree collapsed with a loud bang, and its branches and leaves flew all over the sky. Hey, why are you so grumpy today? Feng Yin transformed into wings and hurriedly jumped down, frowning and saying, Long Yu, you want to fight? If they really had a fight, he wouldn't play with Long Yu. Even though Long Yu was a mid-level Tianpin and he was a high-level Tianpin, everyone's talents had different focuses. Long Yu was full of brute force, so he wouldn't fight him head-on. Wouldn't it be better to just fly up easily and make him lose his breath and jump to his feet? Feng Yin thought of this scene and laughed in his heart. He looked at Long Yu with anticipation. But Long Yu thought that he had to go back to see Yun Caicai in a hurry, so he endured it. He said with a dark face, Feng Yin, you have to give me an explanation. Feng Yin looked him up and down and said, What can I tell you? You won't change your mind and fall in love with me, will you? Please don't. I don't have a strong relationship with men. Long Yu gnashed his teeth and said, With your heroic behavior, I wouldn't look for you even if it's a heroic relationship. Feng Yin, you are so dishonest. You've come back from the divine cat tribe, so you must know how different Caicai is. Why don't you tell me how many cubs she has? Feng Yin paused for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. Ha ha! Did the little female give birth to a cub? Did you get scared? Long Yu, use your dragon brain to think about it. Who was it that refused to listen and told me not to mention the cub? Long Yu, how could I have imagined that there would be so many of them? It's beyond my imagination. Just tell me directly later so that I can be mentally prepared. Feng Yin smiled sinisterly. Prepare? Did you let me be prepared? Don't forget, my grandfather beat me pretty hard that day. Long Yu. He looked around guiltily and said, Okay, it was indeed my fault last time, but I only said that you wet the bed. I didn't say anything else. Feng Yin rushed forward and covered his mouth with a look of horror on his face. At this time, an old voice sneered, Is there anything else that I, an old man, don't know? Long Yu was startled and turned around. It was Feng Yin's grandfather again. Feng Yin gestured frantically at him, but Long Yu didn't even look at him. He smiled and said, Grandpa, it's nothing. It's just that Feng Yin and I were too naughty before and wasted countless things from Phoenix Island. You didn't tell us because you were afraid we'd get beaten up. Grandpa Feng Yin looked at them and said coldly, You are the best. He paced slowly away. If I find out there's anything else, I'll beat you both up. Feng Yin shouted, I know, Grandpa. We are behaving well now. When he walked away, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yin glared at him fiercely. You almost hurt me again, Long Yu said helplessly. Why has Grandpa been so elusive recently? By the way, Feng Yin, what do you think about what I told you? If you agree, I will never talk about your past again, okay? Long Yu asked. Feng Yin frowned and said, You only know how to threaten me. Forget it, forget it. It doesn't matter who we become partners with. I'll just agree to it reluctantly. I'm doing this because of you, Long Yu. Feng Yin looked embarrassed. Long Yu became happy and patted his shoulder heavily. Good brother. Tell me quickly, how many puppies did Caicai give birth to in the tribe? More than 50. Long Yu's eyes widened. What? Did I hear it right? No. How many pups did the female give birth to this time? Long Yu was so shocked by the news that he couldn't move his head. He stayed where he was and subconsciously said, 13. 13. That's amazing. Feng Yin exclaimed in amazement. Even though he knew that females had extraordinary fertility, he was still shocked when he heard this. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared and did not stand there stupidly like Long Yu. Long Yu swallowed his saliva. Tell me more in detail. Feng Yin pulled him and ran. Talk as we go. Use the water-repellent beads on me. I want to go see the female's newborn cubs. Only then did Long Yu come to his senses and feel like something was wrong. Is this what Feng Yin said? That's why I paired up with the little female? Long Yu was pulled by Feng Yin with a smile on his face and walked very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the beach. Hurry, hurry. Let's go to the sea together. Feng Yin urged. Long Yu looked at Feng Yin suspiciously. Was this his reluctance? Why did he feel that Feng Yin was more impatient than himself? Chapter 184 Enlightenment. Seeing Long Yu's skeptical look, Feng Yin remained calm, not feeling guilty at all. Instead, he said confidently, Do you still want to know about the cubs? Any other news about the beast husbands? Long Yu. He transformed into a golden dragon. Feng Yin jumped onto the dragon's back, grabbed its mane, and shouted, Let's go. Long Yu. Okay, he endured it. Feng Yin knew when to stop, and he began to talk in detail. It was the first time I saw so many cubs. I thought they were all the cubs in the divine cat tribe. Later I found out they were all cubs of females. I was completely stunned. I was no better than you are now. When Manhwa first told me about it, I couldn't believe it, so I stayed an extra day to investigate. I slowly approached them and tried to look after them. I discovered that each cub had a very similar aura, indicating they were all from the same mother. That's when I was certain they were indeed the cubs of a female. Feng Yin concealed the fact that he was tricked into taking care of the cubs alone for a whole day. After all, Phoenix has to have some dignity. He exclaimed, And did you know that the largest litter of female ever gave birth to was 19 cubs? Feng Yin felt the dragon's body beneath him tremble, and it calmed down after a while. Long Yu was shocked. I was more frightened today than in the past 18 years. It's all because the little female was frightened. Feng Yin continued, There are already 52 cubs in the tribe, and with the 13 cubs born today, that makes 65 cubs. Long Yu, this is more than the number of orcs in our golden dragon and blood phoenix tribes combined. Long Yu thought, isn't it? Feng Yin at least has a few cousins and a sister, while he is the only little dragon in his generation. You're better off, but it's always been difficult for us in the Golden Dragon tribe to have offspring. Don't think that way. I have a feeling that with this little female, the Golden Dragon tribe might be able to return to its peak soon. Giving birth to a cub is not an animal's job. If Caicai is unable to give birth to a cub, I won't force her. As long as I can be with my sister, Caicai for a long time, that's enough. Long Yu said calmly. Feng Yin said meaningfully, little female, try your best. If you don't have any cubs, that's your fault. Long Yu, you should try your best too. The corner of Long Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Thank you. I'm sure I can do it. Feng Yin sat on the dragon's back and thought to himself, no matter how good I am, I can never be as good as him. Oh, and the most amazing thing is that every cub in the tribe is incredibly healthy. Not a single one has died of illness. Also, the Divine Cat tribe has far more cubs than other tribes. The females are even called the goddess by the orcs. She's truly amazing. Think about it. Over the years, there has never been a female who has been so admired by all the orcs in the tribe. At this moment, Long Yu had a flash of inspiration, and he suddenly realized. Long Yu gnashed his teeth and said, Feng Yin, Feng Yin, I think it was you who fell in love with my little female first. You must be very happy to see me begging you to pursue my little female as a partner. Feng Yin laughed heartily, then patted Long Yu's body heavily. Long Yu, didn't you say that we are good brothers? Long Yu sneered and suddenly accelerated, throwing Feng Yin off. Without the water-repellent beads, Feng Yin fell into the sea. Gulp gulp, Feng Yin, who was unprepared, drank a big mouthful of seawater. Feng Yin, it's all his fault. Too much joy leads to tragedy. Gulp gulp, it's really too salty. Oh hey, I can't breathe. Feng Yin waved desperately at Long Yu. Seeing this, Long Yu's anger was released. Looking at Feng Yin's miserable appearance, he immediately accelerated forward and grabbed Feng Yin with his dragon claws. With the water-repellent beads on Long Yu's body, Feng Yin resumed breathing in an instant. Chapter 185 Brothers. Feng Yin spat out the seawater in his mouth. Puff, puff, puff. This seawater is really salty. Then he continued to talk nonstop. Long Yu, you are so cruel. I am your good brother. Long Yu said coldly. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll throw you down. Fortunately, brother, it is easy for a brother to be cheated. Feng Yin laughed heartily and said, Don't be angry, Long Yu. We really need to join forces. I'll tell you one more thing, and you'll understand. You know, the first thing I asked the little female about was his #1 beast husband, Manhwa. From this, you can see his position in the little female's mind. And it's not just him. The other 3 beast husbands each have their own characteristics. They're good-looking and good beasts. We too must take advantage of the time the little female is in Wuwang's sea to perform well and make her take us completely to heart. Long Yu, that is indeed the truth. When he thought of the little female, he stopped worrying about it. Although Feng Yin was a bit sharp-tongued and gossipy, he was still very trustworthy. Back at the cave, Long Yu gave him a cold look, then threw him a new set of clothes with disgust. For you, Feng Yin raised his eyebrows. Thank you, good brother. Long Yu clenched his fists. This dead bird has such a mean mouth. Feng Yin quickly changed into clean clothes, but his hair was wet, so he wiped it casually and went to the stone cave next door where the little female was with his long red hair draped over his shoulders. Before Yun Caicai had time to take the recovery pill, she felt her body enveloped by a comfortable energy. She felt as if she was lying in a cloud, light and soft. Slowly, she felt the discomfort in her body begin to ease. In an instant, she knew that this was Hailei's healing ability. It was just right that she could try the magic of the healing ability again. Yun Caicai began to sense it patiently. Light green energy traveled throughout the body, and the body, which was slightly damaged due to childbirth, gradually recovered. At this time, the light of the energy ball in Yun Caicai's body seemed to be brighter, as if it was responding to and absorbing something. Yun Caicai was slightly surprised, and she made a bold guess. Could it be that? At this moment, Hailei just withdrew her hand. Her face turned slightly pale. For some reason, although Yun Caicai's body was much stronger than that of an average female, this repair had exhausted most of her energy. Maybe it's because Yun Caicai gave birth to many puppies? After thinking about it, Hailei could only attribute it to this reason. Thinking of this, her heart ached. It doesn't matter, She will be the one to heal the little female in the future, and she will ensure that the little female will be exactly the same after giving birth as before. Hi Li, how is Caicai? A voice came. Li looked back and was startled for a moment. It was Feng Yin. He never liked the seabed and said that it made him, a bird, feel very insecure. So he had been to the Dragon Palace only a few times over the years. Then it dawned on me that this was for the little female. She said softly, giving birth to Caicai was very exhausting, but she should be waking up soon. Feng Yin understood that it was Hai Li who took action. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Hai Li. I will give you a generous gift when I return to Phoenix Island." Long Yu also said, "Hai Li, I'm sorry to bother you this time. I will give you the treasures collected by my mother later." Hai Li smiled softly, and her watery eyes looked at the little female on the bed. "No need for anything. I didn't do this just because of you." Yun Caicai opened her eyes at the right time. At this moment, her skin was white, her face was rosy, and her lips were red without any makeup. She didn't look like she had just given birth at all. "Caicai, nga wei." 3 surprised voices sounded in my ears at the same time. As soon as Yun Caicai opened her eyes, she nodded soothingly to Feng Yin and Long Yu, who were standing beside her with great worry, and then she looked at Hai Li with a burning gaze. Chapter 186 Confession. Hai Li met those almond-shaped eyes and felt a little shy, but before she could say anything, her head felt dizzy. She smiled with a pale face and said, "I'm going to go back and rest first. You guys stay with Caicai. Caicai, I'm leaving first." Yun Caicai swallowed what she was about to say, a trace of worry in her eyes. "Okay, Hai Li, thank you for this time. We'll talk after you have good rest. Long Yu, take Hai Li back to rest." Hai Li nodded and did not refuse. She was also afraid that she would faint on the way back to the cave. When they went out, there were only 2 beasts in the cave, Feng Yin and Yun Caicai. Feng Yin's hair was slightly wet and was just hanging loose. He took a step forward and half knelt in front of Yun Caicai's bed. His shirt seemed to be untied at the chest and slightly open. Yun Caicai glanced at him casually and quickly looked away. "Well, that's quite interesting," she thought without blushing. Feng Yin seemed unaware of anything. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Yun Caicai with admiration. "Little female, can I get to know you again?" Yun Caicai looked puzzled and nodded, not knowing what Feng Yin was going to do. Feng Yin smiled, as gentle as the breeze and bright moon. "I am Feng Yin of the Blood Phoenix tribe. I am a high-ranking celestial rank and very powerful. I will officially come of age in 4 days. I am hereby formally applying to become your partner. After we become partners, I will always put you first, pamper you, love you, and obey you for the rest of my life. Little female, are you willing to give me a chance and become my partner?" Feng Yin stared at Yun Caicai, his eyes filled with confidence, expectation, and nervousness. Yun Caicai was slightly stunned. Was she being confessed to? In modern terms, it could be considered a proposal, right? I've lived twice, but this is the first time I've experienced such a formal proposal. It feels not bad. Moreover, this is a high-grade divine beast, the Phoenix. With him as the beast's husband, it can make up for the shortcoming of flying and can also give birth to cubs to earn points. It is what I want. Yun Caicai didn't shy away and stared at Feng Yin for a moment. Feng Yin could clearly hear his heart beating faster and faster. Why didn't the little female agree? Did she think I was childish because she saw me crying and yelling after being beaten by my grandfather? Or do you simply not like me, just like Long Yu doesn't like Hai Li and can't force himself to do it? The more he thought about it, the more nervous Feng Yin, who was originally confident, became. At this time, a clear and cool voice came. "Okay, I am willing to be your partner." Feng Yin was immediately overjoyed. He took out the wooden hairpin from his chest and said, "Little female, I polished it myself. I'm giving it to you." The turmeric yellow wooden hairpin has a warm color and is polished very smoothly. The beautiful wood grain is clearly visible, and a light sniff can be smelled of the fresh fragrance of sandalwood. Yun Caicai's eyebrows curved. "Please help me put on." Feng Yin's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to help the young female tie up her hair. The long, light, golden hair seemed to carry a fragrance, which made his heart beat like thunder. His hand holding the wooden hairpin was shaking slightly, but fortunately the hairpin successfully pinned her hair, making the feminine figure look even more graceful and charming. Yun Caicai looked at Feng Yin, who was smiling happily, and reminded him, "But I promised Long Yu that I would be his partner." Before she could finish, Feng Yin smiled cunningly. I know. Long Yu also knows what I'm thinking, so you don't have to worry. Then Long Yu will be the 5th, and I'll be the 6th. Feng Yin, who had solved the major problem in the beast's life, felt refreshed. Yun Caicai couldn't help laughing. It seemed that something happened inside that she didn't know about. Feng Yin, the 6th brother, was worthy of being the 6th brother. However, Yun Caicai doesn't mind. As long as it's not too excessive, it's okay for beastly men to have some little thoughts occasionally. After all, it's interesting to see handsome men fighting for her, isn't it? Chapter 1, 87 Tricks. After sending highly back, Long Yu, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, was stunned by this scene. Feng Yin, the 6th brother, actually has so many tricks up his sleeve. And he did it secretly behind his back. How bold and shameless. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. A second later, Long Yu's expression returned to normal, not knowing what he was thinking about. He looked at Feng Yin, smiled, then turned and left. He wants to go see if his mother has woken up. He is such a filial son. He is a good golden dragon. In the stone cave, Hai Lan slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Long Bao standing beside her, still in a daze. Suddenly, he recalled what happened before he fainted. The little female Yun Caicai that Long Yu rescued actually gave birth to 13 cubs. The moment her memory returned, Hai Lan sat up abruptly. She looked at Long Bao and confirmed again. Is this true? Are there really 13 cubs in one litter? Long Bao, who hadn't recovered yet, nodded with some disbelief in his eyes. Hai Lan sha dia Frau Dao. Beast God, please treat my Longer well. Long Bao took a long breath, and when he calmed down a little, he said, Don't talk about you. I still can't believe it. The curse of the mosasaur has been unbreakable for thousands of years. Yun Caicai is a female of heavenly rank, which accounts for half of the solution. It's already very rare. I thought that as Long Yu could be with the female he likes and not lose his life, it would be great. But I didn't expect that the female who broke the curse would come directly to our Wuwang Sea. Hai Lan wiped her tears and said, Yes, luckily Long Yu happened to be nearby and heard the little female's cry for help. Now that I think about it, isn't this the guidance given to us by the beast god? But when I think about my attitude towards little females at the beginning, I really want to slap myself twice. Hai Lan said with regret. At this time, Long Yu came in. He first greeted his mother with concern. Mother, are you feeling better? Hai Lan nodded and frowned as she said, I just fainted from excitement. But why are you here now instead of leaving the cave to accompany the little female and the cubs? That look was full of disgust. Long Yu's expression darkened. He sighed and said, Now that Feng Yin has arrived, what else can I do with him around? Hai Lan raised her eyebrows, angrily saying, Why don't you stay by Tsai Tsai's side and let that bastard Feng Yin get there first? Long Yu complained in his heart. Oh, wasn't it the time when you told me to stay away from young females? But he wisely didn't say anything. Instead, his expression became even more dejected. I also want to stay with the little female, but I really don't have the face to stay. Hai Lan and Long Bao looked at the dejected Long Yu in confusion. Why is this happening? Long Yu turned his head slightly, glanced at Hai Lan cautiously, and muttered softly. Feng Yin gave Caicai a hairpin carefully carved from precious wood. It is so gorgeous and exquisite, but I have nothing. His voice became lower and lower, and finally it was almost inaudible. Hey, where do I have the dragon face to stay with Caicai and compete for her favor? Oh, what are you thinking about, little brat? Hai Lan suddenly slapped the stone bed under her, making a bang sound, which scared Long Yu. She glared at him and said, Look at how useless you are. What our dragon clan has the most is treasures. I, your mother, have so many good things here. Any one of them is 100 times better than that broken hairpin. As she spoke, Hai Lan smiled proudly. Long Bao, go open my closet. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he looked over with a burning gaze. The last time he searched his mother's clothes, he knew that his mother had a lot of good things, but he didn't dare to take anything else. This time, Chapter 188 2 Boxes. I saw that the wardrobe was filled with wooden boxes, as if these boxes contained some rare treasures. Hai Lan walked forward, searched for a while, gently picked up one of the boxes, and then carefully handed it to Long Yu. Your mother has a lot of good things. Give them all to your little female. Hai Lan said with a smile. After Long Yu took the box, he couldn't wait to open the lid. For a moment, he was stunned by the sight before him. Wow, Inside were not only a variety of round, smooth, and charmingly lustrous pearls, oriental pearls and night-shining pearls, but also a variety of dazzling gemstones and smooth, delicate jade. The box was filled to the brim with treasures, almost blinding Longyu. His eyes widened as he carefully examined these precious items, his heart filled with wonder and joy. Longyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her mother has so many good things. He hadn't even seen this box before. It was hidden so well. You can take this box too. Hylon said, generously after searching for a while, holding another box. Longyu opened another wooden box and was delighted when he saw the things inside. It turned out that there were rare robes of various colors. These were good things that his mother was reluctant to wear. They would definitely look good on the little female. Even after giving away so many treasures, Hylon didn't look sad at all. Instead, she patted Longyu's hand and said earnestly, "My dear, I'm giving you these good things. You'd better hold on to them. Use the necessary means. Don't let Feng Yin get them first." Longyu hugged the two boxes tightly and nodded repeatedly. His mother is so awesome. Longyu smiled so hard that his teeth were visible. "Don't worry, mother. I'll go find Caicai now." Seeing Longyu leave happily, Hylon smiled with relief. Long Bao was surprised and said, "These are all your favorite things. Are you willing to give them up now?" Hylon rolled her eyes at him and said, "Am I a female who doesn't know the importance of things? This little female of heavenly quality is a great benefactor to our entire Sea clan. As long as she and Longyu become a couple, everything will slowly get better. Now I finally have the chance to repair my relationship with the little female, but I'm afraid I'm giving too little. Besides, no matter how good the item is, we can always exchange it or find another one later. But if the little female is unhappy, all of us in Wuwang Sea will cry with her." Long Bao smiled and stroked his dragon beard, nodded, and then comforted his little female. "Don't worry, I will find you a shiny one you like in the future." Hylon smiled and nodded. Now that she knew that the little female could completely lift the curse of the sea people, she no longer had any worries. She's just waiting for Longyu to become an adult in 2 days and then successfully mate with the little female. It will be best if they could give birth to little dragon cubs as soon as possible. Then she will just enjoy playing with her grandchildren and not care about anything else. On this side, Longyu walked into the cave with a heroic and arrogant look, then snorted coldly and kicked Feng Yin, who was struggling, away with his butt. Feng Yin staggered. "You'd better be okay." Facing Yun Caicai, the young boy, Longyu blushed again. He smiled shyly and said while holding the wooden box, "Caicai, this is my gift for you as a couple. Do you like it?" Yun Caicai. She looked at the 2 large wooden boxes and was slightly stunned. "I mean, isn't this a bit too much of a couple's gift?" Longyu placed them on the stone bed and opened them gently. One box was full of glittering things, and the other was full of beautiful robes, both of which were rare treasures in the beast world. Yun Caicai touched it and said with a smile, "Thank you, Longyu, I like it very much." Feng Yin's heart sank when he saw the 2 boxes. When he saw what was inside, his face turned black. He gave a hairpin, but Longyu gave 2 whole boxes? How careless. I forgot that this is not his home court. This time I completely defeated him. Feng Yin thought angrily. Forget it, it's Longyu's fault for being ranked 5th and him being ranked 6th, so this match, even if it's just a small victory for him, Longyu. Chapter 189 Rewards. The newborn cubs began to whimper, and Yun Caicai transformed into an animal form and turned around to feed the cubs in turn. Looking at the cubs, Yun Caicai felt a little proud. This litter was full of top-grade cubs. Top-grade orcs are very rare now. Top-grade orcs are the ceiling of combat power in the beast world. Now, she has a litter of them in her lifetime. At this time, she felt a strong sucking feeling in her abdomen. Yun Caicai looked at the little tiger cubs who were gulping down milk desperately. Each one was not as big as her hand, but she didn't know how fierce they would be when they grew up. This was a new species in the world of animals, the tiger clan. This litter actually includes 2 nine-tailed fox cubs and 1 nine-tailed cat cub. If Hua Yin knew about this, she would jump for joy. However, this time, out of the 13 cubs, only 4 were Hua Yin's. Inghua, who became a Tianpin brain axe, must have quite powerful genes. Soon, the tiger cubs, kittens, and even the fox cubs all had full bellies and fell into a deep sleep. Yun Caicai put the cubs in place and said, "Longyu, Feng Yin, you two take good care of the cubs. I'm going to take a nap." Long Yu quickly expressed his attitude. Okay, Caicai, you can sleep peacefully. Feng Yin was not to be outdone. I have experience. Just leave it to me. Long Yu stared. Where did Feng Yin get his experience? Yun Caicai nodded, closed her eyes, and fell asleep next to Zizi. Now she's going to see her reward for having a child. Now her grade is the primary heavenly grade. So the grades of the cubs have also been greatly improved, and none of them are lower than the heavenly grade. When the next litter is born, it will be another combination with a divine beast. Will the resulting cubs be even more powerful? And can she be promoted to a higher grade? Thinking of this, Yin Caicai's eyes lit up, and she drank the upgrading potion first. After swallowing the intermediate and advanced Tianpin potions one after another, Yun Caicai was prepared to endure the pain, but this time she did not feel the pain like the last time when she took the Xianpin and Shengpin potions. Instead, she felt warm all over, and the energy ball in her body became brighter, emitting a light green light. In a short while, Yun Caicai became a high-quality female of heavenly quality. Yun Caicai's consciousness entered the space. Pomegranate unlocked the 6th level mall. Successfully unlocked the level 6 mall. Rewards are as follows. 2.5 kilograms of salt x 100, 2.5 kilograms of sugar x 100, 50 kilograms of rice, flour, grain and oil x 100, advanced medical kit x 100, brick and tile factory x 100 fertility pills, 100 fitness pills, 100 painless pills, 50 loyalty pills, 50 truth pills, 10 longevity pills, 50 hemostatic powders, 10 disguise pills, 500 advanced space expansion coupons, 1 salt factory. Grain processing plant times 1. Top grade primary medications times 10. Top grade intermediate medications times 5. Top grade advanced medications times 3. Reward have been sent to the space. Please check. The system's announcements continued for a long time, and the rewards for unlocking the 6th level mall were even more generous. Yun Caicai was stunned. This time the rewards actually included a brick factory, a salt factory, and a grain processing plant. With them, the orcs can build their own houses and have enough food and shelter. It also included a detailed operating procedure, which was simple and uncomplicated. Yun Caicai could already imagine how happy the orcs would be when they were working in the near future. This time, there are 3 more kinds of elixirs as rewards. Name: Hemostatic Powder, Heavenly Grade. A little expert in stopping bleeding. After use, it can significantly slow down the blood flow out of the injured area. Name: Longevity Pill, Top Grade. Take 1 pill and extend your life by 1 year. Note: take at most 3 times. Name: Disguise Pill, Heavenly Grade. Want to change your appearance at will? The Disguise Pill is worth it. Note: can be taken multiple times. Effective time: 2 hours. Chapter 1, 90 Silky. Yun Caicai happily checked her various rewards, which she earned by herself. I have to say that this system is very grand. The more this mall is unlocked, the more rewards it brings. With a thought, Yun Caicai's rewards were automatically classified and placed in her space warehouse. Speaking of space, after upgrading to level 6, the total area of the space remains unchanged, but a large villa has been added. The villa has 2 underground floors and 3 above-ground floors. The exterior wall of this villa adopts ancient architectural technology, with bricks and stones interlaced and exquisite carvings. It looks ancient and has a lot of heritage. Walking into the villa, you will find a different world. The spacious and bright lobby is decorated with exquisite furniture and decorations, giving people a sense of luxury and nobility. The floor is covered with a gorgeous carpet, which feels as soft and comfortable as walking on clouds. The walls are hung with precious calligraphy and paintings, adding a touch of cultural atmosphere. The villa's basement has 2 floors, which house various rooms and facilities. The first basement floor houses a gymnasium, a video room, a library, and a fully equipped gymnasium. The second basement floor is divided into 2 parts. One is a large children's playground with an indoor playground theme, and the other is a rest area with a variety of drinks, snacks, cakes, etc. The 3 floors above ground are arranged into different functional areas. The first floor is the living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, and a bedroom. The second and third floors are all bedrooms, and the third floor also has a large master bedroom. Seeing this, Yun Caicai used all the space expansion coupons times 1,000. Visibly, the villa's floor area expanded by 1,000 cubic meters in a flash. In addition to the proportional expansion of each room in the villa, There's also a swimming pool and outdoor playground in the garden. Moreover, the villa and the furnishings inside can be changed or even modified according to Yun Caicai's wishes. When Yun Caicai saw this scene, her cherry lips curved up. This was all prepared in advance. The system was really thoughtful and always considered things for her in advance. She had a premonition that the day when her true body could enter space would soon come. In the stone cave, Long Yu looked at Feng Yin with a look of shock as he saw his skillful movements. What's going on? Feng Yin is actually better at taking care of the cub than he is? Long Yu was puzzled. He had clearly consulted the witch doctor in advance and also practiced with a wooden pillow. It can be said that he was extremely confident. But at this moment, Feng Yin's movements in wiping the cubs were so smooth that he completely surpassed him. Didn't he see the little female's look of admiration and surprise? The baby dragon was a little unhappy. Was he really that stupid? Feng Yin was incredibly grateful to Ying Hua and the others at this moment. He glanced at Long Yu with a smug look, as if to say, "Humph, gifts are nothing. Taking care of my cub is what's most important. You lost to me this time. Learn from me." Long Yu's face darkened, but his hands' movements became gentler. These are all newborn cubs. He needs to take good care of them. Practice makes perfect, and he will definitely be as skilled as Feng Yin tomorrow. Seeing the two beasts taking care of the cubs, each one more diligent and careful than the other, Yun Caicai generously praised them, and then they grinned and worked even harder. Yun Caicai nodded to show her satisfaction. Appropriate competition is very helpful in improving business capabilities. After resting, Yun Caicai was about to go see how Hailey was doing, but was stopped by Hailon, who came to see her. "Caicai, you should have a good rest. Don't move around after giving birth. Let Long Yu handle anything." Yun Caicai knew that this was a kind gesture, so she said patiently, "I'm fine. I just wanted to go see if Hailey is feeling better." Hailon smiled and said, "You mean Hailey? She lived here for a while, but now she's back in the tribe. Don't worry. She was almost fully recovered when you left. She'll need 2 days to heal, and her healing abilities will be back to normal. If you want to see her, I'll ask her to stay with you for a few days later to keep you company." Hailon etlai gutnapoli. "Okay, thank you." Yun Caicai had no choice but to put it aside for the time being. Soon, Long Yu will become an adult. Chapter 191, Adulthood. Long Yu's coming-of-age ceremony was a highly anticipated event. On that day, the 7 major tribes of the Wuwang Sea were immersed in joy and celebration. Representatives from various sea tribes gathered to witness and congratulate Long Yu on his coming-of-age ceremony. They brought their tribe's most precious gifts and blessings to attend the ceremony. Because Long Yu is not only the future hope of the Golden Dragon tribe, but also carries the hope and future of countless sea orcs. The Golden Dragon is the overlord of the sea, but it is fair and never bullies the weak. As the only descendant of the Golden Dragon tribe, Long Yu's transformation into an adult has undoubtedly become the most critical and important thing. The Golden Dragon tribe is favored by the beast god. In every generation, there's always a chance that one of the Golden Dragons will awaken a new talent. Long Bao awakened strength, but this generation only has Long Yu. Therefore, Long Bao and Hailon, who were welcoming the beast with a smile and enthusiasm, breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Could their Long Yu really have such good luck? In the center of the open space stands a huge circular stone platform, covered with sparkling gems, pearl shells, and other precious materials to form gorgeous patterns. The whole venue looks solemn and sacred. Long Yu was wearing a light golden robe, and his slightly childish face had a very solemn expression. The one presiding over the coming-of-age ceremony was Xuanwu of the Black Turtle tribe. He announced in a low but powerful voice, "The coming-of-age ceremony for the young master of the Golden Dragon tribe, Long Yu, will now begin. Please ask the witch doctor and young master to step onto the stone platform." Hearing this, the orcs held their breath and stopped talking to each other. Long Yu walked up to the stone platform without changing his expression and stood in the center. After he stood still, the witch doctor began to dance and hum obscure spells. Finally, the witch doctor stretched out his hands, and a huge beam of light enveloped Long Yu. The witch doctor quietly retreated to the side, still mumbling. At this time, Long Yu's body gradually emitted light, dazzling and eye-catching. Long Yu closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and began to guide the power in his body. As the light grew stronger, miraculous changes occurred in Long Yu's body. He felt a special power emerge within him. His dragon body grew longer and larger. His scales became harder, gleaming with golden light. His claws became sharper, and his human form also changed. Finally, the light gradually faded. Long Yu opened his eyes, and a powerful aura surged from him. His face was no longer childish, but handsome, with a look like a god, and everyone in the audience took a deep breath. Long Yu, regardless of whether he has awakened his talent or not, Long Yu really has a good-looking face. Long Yu sensed the power within his body, and with a hint of arrogance and elegance, he said, "I have awakened a new talent." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, shattering the huge rock beside him into pieces. The witch doctor stood there in a daze, and the orcs in the audience were also stunned. It was actually the element of thunder. This is a talent that only exists in legends. Hylon covered her mouth with her hands, tears falling down her face. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. Long Bao was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. The beast god did not give up on their golden dragon tribe. Not only did he send a little female who could lift the curse, he also allowed Long Yu to awaken a new talent. Their golden dragon tribe might be about to return to its peak again. Xuanwu narrowed his eyes slightly. Long Yu is really powerful, but fortunately Long Yu is only a mid-level Tianpin, otherwise he really wouldn't dare to compete with him. Fortunately, a lot of water-repellent beads were used in the coming-of-age ceremony, otherwise all the beasts present would be shocked and twitching. Xuanwu smiled and was the first to come back to his senses. Congratulations to young Master Long Yu for completing his coming-of-age ceremony and awakening his new talent, the element of lightning. The Wuwang Sea will soon regain its ancient glory. Congratulations, young master, for regaining your glory. Congratulations, young master, for regaining your glory. Chapter 192 Hanzomaman. Seeing this scene, all the beastmen shouted loudly, their hearts filled with excitement. Long Yu slowly stepped down from the stone platform. Long Bao's eyes were filled with pride and satisfaction. He patted his shoulder vigorously and said, "Well done." Hylon also wiped away her tears and looked at Long Yu with a kind smile. Our Long Yu has grown up today and has become much more mature and stable. Long Yu felt somewhat uneasy. What had become of him? Alas, only the Golden Dragon tribe would have such a big change in appearance on the day of coming of age. I wonder if the little females will like his appearance after he grows up. The leaders of various tribes came forward to express their congratulations and presented generous gifts. Long Yu smiled and accepted everyone's blessings, but he felt a little impatient. He was in a hurry to go back and show his little female. Hylon seemed to see what he was thinking, so she pushed Long Bao to let him come forward, and then the beast compliments rushed towards Long Bao again. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief and took advantage of this opportunity to sneak back to the cave. He walked very fast, but when he reached the entrance of the cave, he slowed down. He felt nervous and excited, and there was also an embarrassment that he could hardly suppress. What if the little female prefers his old look? He can't change back. Feng Yin had amazing hearing. As soon as he heard the footsteps outside the cave stop, he frowned and stood up to check. As a result, as soon as he came out of the cave, he saw a strange orc who looked familiar to him. Being caught by Phoenix, Long Yu showed an awkward but polite smile on his face. Feng Yin looked him up and down with a wary expression, and then his expression became extremely surprised. You are Long Yu? Why have you changed so much? If you weren't still wearing the same robes as before and hadn't made that smug expression, I wouldn't have recognized you. Long Yu, thank you. He rolled his eyes at Feng Yin and said, "Get out of the way. You're blocking the way." Feng Yin is still doubting his life. Why are the adults in the Golden Dragon tribe changing so much? Now that Long Yu has become so much more handsome, his path to winning favor will become much more difficult. He will go back and ask his grandfather later if he can also look better on his coming-of-age day. Seeing Feng Yin standing there in a daze, Long Yu pushed him away mercilessly, then walked towards the cave with full confidence. Feng Yin's performance just now made him instantly confident. He must have become more handsome. Otherwise, why would Feng Yin look so devastated? Feng Yin was pushed aside. Today he has become an adult. Let him be proud for once. Feng Yin wisely stayed outside the cave and did not go in. Long Yu, who had prepared himself mentally, raised the corners of his mouth as soon as he entered the cave and looked at Yun Caicai with the most perfect and handsome look. It's a pity that Yun Caicai was breastfeeding and didn't see this beautiful scenery. Long Yu did not disturb him, but just stood quietly by and waited. When Yun Caicai returned to her human form and turned over, her pupils suddenly trembled. "Hey, where did this handsome guy come from?" and try to seduce her. "Don't you know that Yun Caicai can't resist the temptation of beauty?" Long Yu smiled shyly. "Sister, do you like the way I look when I grow up?" Yun Caicai. She took a breath. The only one who called her sister in private was the little golden dragon Long Yu. "This is Long Yu." Looking at the familiar clothes, Yun Caicai asked tentatively, "Long Yu, is your coming-of-age ceremony over?" Long Yu said obediently, "Well, I came to my sister's place as soon as it was over. I wanted my sister to see what I look like as an adult for the first time." "Sister, do you like it?" His voice was a little nervous. Yun Caicai swallowed her saliva. She liked it. She liked it very much. Looking at Long Yu, who was waiting for her reply with an uneasy look on his face, Yun Caicai curled her lips into a smile. She stood up and walked in front of Long Yu, gently tiptoeing. Long Yu responded with a soft but sweet kiss, and suddenly, Long Yu felt like he was about to explode. Chapter 193 Communication. Feeling the softness on his lips, Long Yu couldn't help but hug the little female in front of him. His breathing was rapid, but he still couldn't control himself. Yun Caicai pried open his lips and guided him with her tongue. Soon the kiss deepened. Long Yu tasted the sweetness and refused to let go. He couldn't help but tighten his arms around Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai clearly felt something hard pressing against her abdomen, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She understood instantly. Suddenly, Long Yu's body trembled, his eyes moist, and he looked at Yun Caicai pleadingly. Sister, I feel so uncomfortable." There was a smile in Yun Caicai's eyes, but Long Yu held back and said, "Well, no, you just gave birth to a baby. No, I'll hold it in a little longer." Yun Caicai hooked her arm around his neck and whispered in his ear, "You forgot. Hailey has a healing talent. I'm completely healed now." How could he bear it, since the little female said so? Long Yu's eyes lit up slightly. He looked at the cub beside him, picked up Yun Caicai, and walked towards the stone cave next door. Yun Caicai was picked up unexpectedly and couldn't help but scream. Hearing the noise, Feng Yin looked over curiously. Long Yu said bluntly, "Feng Yin, you come and look after the cub. I want to have an in-depth conversation with the little female." Feng Yin. Then Long Yu strode out of the cave and carried Yun Caicai into his cave. On the stone bed, both of them took off their clothes. Long Yu was dazzled by the little female's fair, delicate yet curvaceous skin. And Yun Caicai was also frightened by Long Yu's capital. "It's so big, can she do it?" For the first time, Yun Caicai began to doubt herself. She took a breath and said in shock, "Long Yu, why is your place so big?" Long Yu looked down and said with pride and shyness, "Sister, you don't know, but I have 2 beast forms. If it turns into a human form, of course the 2 will merge into 1. Long Yu explained, "Of course, although it's still not as good as when I was in my beast form, but I will try my best to make you happy and comfortable." Yun Caicai, listen to what you said? She was afraid that she would die at the hands of Long Yu. However, Long Yu, who seemed to have opened his run and due meridians, leaned down and placed a kiss slowly and softly. It fell on the ends of her delicate eyebrows and the corners of her eyes. Little by little, it fell on the tip of her nose and earlobe. A little further down, full of wild desires, yet very pious. Yun Caicai let out a moan and trembled slightly, and the 2 of them quickly got into the mood. At this moment, a moist and cool sea breeze blew across his face, and waves began to rise one after another on the sea surface. These waves piled up layer upon layer, like thousands of wild horses running wildly. Their momentum was so great that it seemed as if they were about to break through all constraints. It was like countless roaring dragons, rushing towards the shore with their fangs and claws bared. The waves slammed heavily against the shore, making a deafening roar and raising waves more than 10 feet high. The waves splashed everywhere, like thousands of white and crystal flowers blooming in the air, which was beautiful beyond words. For a long time, the waves seemed to recede and slow down, the tide ebb and flow, the waves gently lapping on the beach, whispering endless stories. But soon, the waves surged again. The sound of waves hitting the rocks and beach is endless. Yun Caicai had never expected that this commotion would last a whole day and night. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer and fell asleep exhausted. Only then did Long Yu lovingly embrace Yun Caicai and fall asleep together. On the other side, Feng Yin felt extremely distressed after listening to the noise for a day and a night. This cave is so soundproof. They were communicating, but he could only listen and watch the cub. That charming voice. It's really too difficult for Phoenix, okay? Feng Yin looked at the erection beneath him and could not help but smile bitterly as he persuaded himself. Be patient, be patient. Wait until tomorrow. He can now hold his coming-of-age ceremony. When the time comes, he will throw all the cubs to Long Yu. Let him listen to the noise while watching the cub. Chapter 194 Awkward. This time, Yun Caicai slept from early morning to noon. All the animals were very considerate and did not disturb them. I thought that my body would be swollen and painful and I would feel weak all over, but unexpectedly, as soon as Yun Caicai opened her eyes, she felt refreshed, with red lips and white teeth, just like a fairy that had absorbed yang energy. Feeling the burning heat behind her, Yun Caicai turned over and looked at Long Yu's eyebrows. Her fingers couldn't help but touch them. They looked so beautiful. I have to say, she's really lucky. All the beastly husbands she's picked up are really good looking. Long Yu grabbed her hand, his eyes deep. When he saw the little female, he wanted to kiss her fiercely and then continue the in-depth communication. Yun Caicai immediately covered Long Yu's mouth with a sweet smile. Stop messing around. I have to go feed the cubs. Long Yu had no choice but to give up, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he looked at Yun Caicai like a puppy and begged, Sister, can we do it again tonight? Who made Yun Caicai fall for this? And she had a great time yesterday, so she agreed. Long Yu immediately raised the corner of his mouth, and his godly face made Yun Caicai dazed for a moment. Long Yu secretly remembered in his heart that showing weakness plus good looks were his winning magic weapon for gaining favor at present. There were so many beastly husbands, and he would have to dig more in the future to see if there were any others who could always please the little female. God knows, Long Yu has already rolled up his sleeves before the beast men even met. After cleaning up, Yun Caicai went to the beast cave next door. Looking at Feng Yin, who was cleaning up the feces and urine, she felt a little guilty. It's okay. She would just let him do it one more time when the time comes. Thinking of this, Yun Caicai soon felt at ease. She smiled lightly and consoled him. Feng Yin, thank you for your hard work yesterday. Feng Yin's ears turned slightly red, and he didn't dare to look at her. He just turned sideways and said, This is what I should do. Yun Caicai looked over curiously, and Feng Yin's face turned even redder, and he felt even more embarrassed, fearing that the little female would see what was going on under him and then call him a slut. Fortunately, the cubs are awake now and are crying for food. Ouch! Hearing the cubs' voices, Yun Caicai withdrew her gaze, immediately changed into animal form, and started feeding them. The little cubs began to drink desperately, and Feng Yin took the opportunity to walk outside the cave to adjust his breathing and think about some unimportant things. Fortunately, he calmed down soon. At this time, Long Yu, who was holding the food, greeted him in a good mood. Feng Yin, come in and eat together. Feng Yin said nothing and looked at Long Yu with resentment. Long Yu looked at Feng Yin's two big dark circles and smiled sheepishly. Next time, I'll take care of the cub. We can take turns. Feng Yin immediately took advantage of the situation when he heard this and said, Okay, you said it, don't cheat. After dinner, send me back to Phoenix Island. Tomorrow I will become an adult and will also awaken my talent. Feng Yin raised his head. The Dragon and Phoenix tribes are the only ones favored by the beast god, and even when they grow up, they are more powerful than other orcs. After all, only these two tribes have the chance to awaken their talents. Okay. Long Yu agreed in a gentle voice, but his mind was racing. Okay, I'll send the Phoenix back right now. By then, the little female will be mine. Feng Yin looked at Long Yu and said anxiously, You must bring the little female here tomorrow afternoon, or come pick me up. Long Yu's smile became even more compassionate. He patted Feng Yin on the shoulder and said, Of course, we are good brothers. Good brother? Didn't Long Yu want to beat him up the moment he heard him mention the word good brother? Feng Yin felt something was even more wrong. Could it be that Long Yu had grown up and developed a brain? Then I'm relieved. Feng Yin also smiled gently and entered the cave with his brother Long Yu, but he was thinking in his heart, No, I still have to think of a backup plan. Chapter 195 Reinforcements. After eating a few bites, Feng Yin found an excuse to leave the cave. He thought of a way to get help. Shortly after coming out of the cave, Feng Yin's eyes lit up when he saw the person coming. His luck is really extraordinary. Uncle Xuanwu. Feng Yin greeted him warmly and politely. Xuanwu nodded slightly. Feng Yin, is there anything wrong? Feng Yin smiled even more eagerly. You presided over Long Yu's coming-of-age ceremony today, and I would also like to invite you to attend my coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow. Xuanwu was a little surprised. Invite me? Yes. You have no idea how much I admire you as an elder. You are good-looking, high-ranking, steady, thoughtful, and fair. I can't list all your merits in a short time. In short, of all the elders, you are my favorite. Please be sure to attend my coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow. This way, no matter whether Long Yu comes or not, he can ride the typhoon turtle back to the little female. Feng Yin clasped his hands together and begged. His eyes and tone were extremely sincere. Xuanwu laughed softly and said, "But why don't I notice it on weekdays?" Feng Yin showed his 8 big white teeth and laughed. "I'm shy." Xuanwu, however, after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Your tribe is different from the Golden Dragon tribe. The Golden Dragon tribe's coming-of-age ceremony is observed by the Sea tribe orcs, but your Blood Phoenix tribe's tradition is for the In tribe to celebrate. There are very few orcs from outside the tribe, so it's not appropriate for me to go. Feng Yin, your coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow will be attended by bird beastmen from the Phoenix tribe. I, a turtle beastman from the Sea tribe, will not join in the fun." Xuanwu smiled faintly and refused. Feng Yin had nothing to say. Uncle Xuanwu was indeed very thoughtful. If he rashly brings it back to Xuanwu, his grandfather will smile on the surface, but beat him to death behind his back. Feng Yin was startled and immediately gave up the idea of inviting him. However, thinking of Long Yu's appearance just now, Feng Yin became very worried. It's not like he had cheated Long Yu before. Now that Long Yu has grown up, he is different in every way. If he gets the chance, how could Long Yu not cheat him back? And it seems that Feng Yin is facing his good brother who has a brain. Thinking of this, Feng Yin smiled again and said, "Uncle Xuanwu, you are my real uncle." Xuanwu took a step back and said slowly, "If you have something to say, just tell me nicely." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Feng Yin was very obedient. He continued quickly, "Uncle Xuanwu, I actually want to ask you for a favor. Could you come to Phoenix Island tomorrow afternoon?" Xuanwu was confused and asked, "What is this?" Feng Yin continued to explain, "I have an appointment with Long Yu, but I'm a little worried that he won't be able to come tomorrow. So could you please come over?" Xuanwu wondered, "Aren't you good brothers?" Feng Yin said with a toothache, "It's my fault. I tricked him once before." Xuanwu then smiled and said, "So that's how it is." Feng Yin's eyes were filled with pleading. "Then can you come pick me up tomorrow? I will trust you." Xuanwu sighed slightly, then nodded. Feng Yin immediately stood up. That was great. Even if Long Yu didn't come tomorrow, he could still sit on the basalt shell and go to the sea. Having solved the big problem in his mind, Feng Yin quickly returned to the cave and prepared to eat something to fill his stomach. Looking at Feng Yin's happy expression, Xuanwu had a hint of smile in the depths of his eyes. At least call him uncle. Let his uncle teach you the first lesson in your life. Year of the Phoenix. O Year of the Phoenix, may you always be so happy. Chapter 196, Alert. After dinner, Long Yu couldn't wait to send Feng Yin back to Phoenix Island. Before leaving, he noticed Feng Yin secretly raised his eyebrows at Uncle Xuanwu. Is this calling for help? Long Yu smiled even more kindly. Without saying a word, he transformed into a beast and sailed across the sea at the fastest speed. Long Yu, don't you dare slow down. Hearing Feng Yin's roar, Long Yu felt more at ease. Soon, they arrived at the coast of Phoenix Island. Long Yu exerted force and threw Feng Yin onto the beach. Feng Yin, who was completely unprepared, was suddenly thrown to the ground. "Long Yu," he shouted while covering his butt and gritting his teeth. Long Yu looked at him quietly, and then a stream of water spurted out of his mouth. Crash! Feng Yin was completely chilled. "Do you have a serious illness?" Feng Yin was about to explode with anger. But all he got in response was a calm sea. It turned out that Long Yu had already slipped away. Feng Yin. Sure enough, he couldn't even guess what Long Yu would become as an adult. Feng Yin walked towards the beast cave with an angry and wet face. "Brother, why are you soaked?" A little head popped out and asked curiously. Before Feng Yin could say anything, a group of orcs came out. They were all its relatives. "Hey Feng Yin, what's wrong with you?" "Ha! I want to fan Long Yu and get thrown into the sea." "You'll be an adult tomorrow, so you can't act like this anymore." Grandpa Feng Yin also looked at him with disdain. "Be more cautious in the future. If you are rejected by the little female, I will not recognize you as my grandson Phoenix. Feng Yin. This is so embarrassing. The beast died instantly. Feng Yin spoke to everyone in a nice and gentle manner for a few times before his grandfather let him go back to take a bath and change his clothes. Feng Yin gritted his teeth and smiled angrily. Long Yu, just wait for me. On this side, Long Yu returned to the cave in a happy mood. He did not go looking for the female immediately, but instead turned around and went looking for Xuanwu. Soon, he saw Xuanwu's figure. Uncle Xuanwu, Long Yu said with a warm smile. Xuanwu. He looked at Long Yu, who was smiling in the same way as Feng Yin, and his mouth twitched slightly. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, What's wrong, Long Yu? Long Yu leaned over and whispered, Uncle Xuanwu, did Feng Yin look for you? Does he want you to go to Phoenix Island tomorrow? Xuanwu looked around and whispered, How did you know? Long Yu sneered, I knew this bastard was on guard against me. We've been brothers for so many years, and he still doesn't trust me. I have to teach him a lesson. Uncle Xuanwu, I've been following you everywhere. You've watched me grow up. The bond between us is more than a phoenix can match, right? Xuanwu was silent for a while, and then said, Of course. He looked at Long Yu with some complexity. This kid also knows how to trip others up. You've really grown up. But unfortunately, it was him who happened to be there. It's just right for Long Yu to take the blame instead of Phoenix. Xuanwu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Then I won't go tomorrow. This is the first time I've broken a promise. Long Yu, I did this all for you. Long Yu didn't expect Xuanwu to be so easy to talk to. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Uncle Xuanwu. If you need anything in the future, I'll be there for you anytime. Xuanwu smiled and said, No need for later. I have something I want to ask you for help with right now. Long Yu, is it true? What's the matter, Uncle Xuanwu? Long Yu asked curiously. Xuanwu said sheepishly, Can I see the cubs your little female gave birth to? Long Yu, if we drive one away, another one won't come, right? He immediately became alert. Uncle, are you just looking after the cub? Xuanwu immediately assured sincerely. Of course. You know how much I love cubs, and you also know that our tribe hasn't had a cub in the past 2 years. Long Yu remained vigilant. I can't agree to this on behalf of the little female. I need to ask her first. If she agrees, I'll come find you tomorrow. Regardless of whether the little female agrees or not. As long as Xuanwu wants to see the cub, he can't go anywhere tomorrow. Feng Yin, just stay in Phoenix Island and have fun by yourself. Xuanwu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this and said, Okay, the opinions of the little females are the most important. Chapter 197 Heartbroken. Long Yu returned to the cave, and as soon as he entered, he saw a group of furry little cubs huddled together, pushing and shoving each other. Their chubby appearance was simply adorable. Long Yu's heart instantly melted at the sight of these little guys, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Before Yun Caicai could speak, Long Yu couldn't wait to walk forward and began to take care of these little cubs like he was familiar with the process. He gently stroked their soft fur, feeling the warmth and vitality coming from them. No matter who it is, as long as they see these cubs, Long Yu believes that they will not be able to help but want to get close to them. Seeing this, Yun Caicai ignored him, turned over, closed her eyes, and entered the space. The vegetables in the space are ripe again. With just a thought, Yun Caicai can harvest and store them with one click. Thinking that he now had a grain processing plant, he tried to put wheat and rice in one after another. The machine rumbled, and a few minutes later, white flour and rice came out freshly. Yun Caicai looked at the bags of glittering rice and couldn't help but think, This is great. When the time is right, I'll build the processing plant and teach the orcs how to use it. By the way, last time, when you unlocked the 5th level mall, the extra reward was that you would be as light as a swallow and not have any morning sickness during pregnancy. Then, since unlocking the 6th level mall requires more points, shouldn't there be additional rewards as well? Yun Caicai called the system directly, Pomegranate, Pomegranate. Where's my little pomegranate? Little pomegranate, always here. Hearing the little mechanical voice, Yun Caicai couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart. Little pomegranate, are there any additional rewards for upgrading the mall to level 6 this time? Some hosts. The mechanical baby voice paused slightly, as if checking the details. Yun Caicai did not urge her and waited patiently. Soon, little pomegranate's voice rang out again. Because you've unlocked the level 6 mall, you'll receive an additional bonus. Painless engraving when you form a partnership. The engraving can become invisible or visible at the host's will. Also, if you're dissatisfied with your husband, You can erase the partnership mark. Painless engraving, this is good. Who would want to feel pain if it doesn't hurt? What's even better is that he can make his own marks and those of his beastly husbands invisible. God knows, she looked at her left forearm every day and felt a little complicated inside. As she had more and more beastly husbands, her arm became covered with tattoos. She still likes her natural skin. Now it's better. As for erasing the mark, her current beast husbands are all very good, and she hopes to never have to use this function. Yun Caicai came back to her senses and smiled. Thank you, little pomegranate. Then he flipped his hand, and several boxes of things appeared in his mind out of thin air. The little pomegranate hiding in the dark opened its eyes wide. Little pomegranate, this is for you. Looking at the floating cola, milk, yogurt, juice, and various pastries and snacks, little pomegranate was swallowing saliva frantically. Give it to me. Yes, they're all for you. If you run out, there's still more. Yun Caicai smiled meaningfully. This time she checked her points and found that 1 point was missing. Then she actually found in her purchase record that she had exchanged 1 point for a 15 milliliters bottle of Coke. If it wasn't exchanged by her, then it can only be her system pomegranate. After a little thought, Yun Caicai figured it out. It seems that her system can also have some experience or use these things. She benefited so much from the system that she couldn't let her own system be so tight, and she only used 1 point secretly. It's sad to think about it. She has plenty of these things in her space. So today's scene happened. Hearing the host's words, little pomegranate almost jumped up with joy. God knows how greedy it is. Woo woo woo. Its host is so good to it. Chapter 198, Not Tired. After tidying up everything in the space, Yun Caicai's consciousness was also withdrawn. After all, she had been busy for a whole day and night yesterday, and now she was a little sleepy, so she took a good sleep. When I woke up again, it was already dark, but the dragon palace under the sea was still bright. Caicai, ma wei. Long Yu lay on the bed and looked at Caicai's profile, feeling very satisfied. Well, don't you need a rest? Long Yu smiled ambiguously. I'm not tired at all. If he wasn't afraid that his little female couldn't bear it, he would have been fine to continue for another 3 days and 3 nights. Yun Caicai was slightly embarrassed. Long Yu's fighting ability was indeed formidable, and he had the capital to do so. But Feng Yen has gone back, and we have to take care of the baby tonight. Yun Caicai said meaningfully. Then you can't ask for too much like you did yesterday. Long Yu smiled and said, My mother and father are very free, and they like cubs. I will take care of the cubs during the day and leave them to them at night. The adult golden dragon has indeed grown up and can actually think ahead. Yun Caicai raised her eyebrows and said, That's a good idea. I'll send them over after I feed the cubs. As soon as the cubs finished gulping down their milk, Hailon and Longbao came running over happily. I don't know what Long Yu had told them beforehand, but the two of them looked excited and happy. Hailon, Caicai, just leave the cub to me. Longbao, we will take good care of it. After expressing their opinions, the two of them carefully placed the cubs one by one on a small wooden bed, and then Longbao used a little force to pick up the small wooden bed. Yun Caicai looked at them. Soon, the cubs were taken away by Longbao and Hailon. Don't worry, I've already explained everything in detail to Mom and Dad about how to take care of the cub. Besides, they have experience in taking care of me, so it's most appropriate for them to leave the baby to them. Long Yu explained considerately. Yun Caicai turned around and chuckled. As a mother, I always worry about my children. However, seeing how careful they are, I believe they could take good care of them. Then from now on, please take care of me, sister. Long Yu leaned over and grabbed her red lips, his eyes becoming deep. Soon, faint groans were heard from the cave again. Long Yu, who had tasted the sweetness, was even more powerful. He did it over and over again without stopping, and did not let go of the little female under him until dawn. Yun Caicai fought back her sleepiness and said in a hoarse voice, Long Yu, I'm so thirsty. Long Yu rolled over and got out of bed, and immediately brought a bowl of warm water. Yun Caicai tilted her head back and took a fertility pill. She was so busy last night that she forgot to eat. She must not forget today. After drinking a bowl of water, Yun Caicai could no longer hold on and turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Another nap lasted until noon. The cubs had been brought over by Long Yu. 2 rows of fluffy cubs were sleeping on the exquisite and cute wooden bed. Yun Caicai started a new round of feeding. After feeding the cubs for half a month, Yun Caicai will feed them high-quality infant milk powder produced by the system to ensure that each cub is fat and round. No, The thought of these cubs staggering towards her and nestling in her arms made the maternal love in my heart overflow. Cubs and the like are really healing. Although she has many cubs, she also has many beast husbands, and there's a system so she can raise each one very well. She has no worries and only needs to focus on improving her strength quickly. This is why she got pregnant with Long Yu's cubs so quickly. As soon as I got pregnant, I started looking forward to the birth of the Golden Dragon cubs. On that day, she will be able to break through to the heavenly grade, right? Chapter 199 Mystery. But Feng Yin got up early today. He put on his red and white robe and looked at the ginger-colored wooden hairpin in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. This wooden hairpin is a pair with the one he gave to the young female. Today is his coming-of-age day. After the ceremony, he wants to stand in front of the young female with his best appearance. Feng Yin put on the wooden hairpin carefully, as if a little female was by his side, and his heart felt as sweet as if he had drunk honey. Little female, wait for me. We'll see you in the afternoon. Feng Yin said to himself, Brother, are you ready? I've been waiting for you. Fenghua came over skipping and jumping, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Feng Yin walked out of the cave, glanced at the excited Fenghua, and said with a smile, You're so happy for me, brother. Fenghua smiled and said, Of course. She is indeed my dear little sister. Feng Yin sighed. Fenghua's happy voice continued, When you come of age, you can give my brother to Caicai. Will Caicai make more delicious food for me then? Year of the Phoenix. He was overthinking it. Little sister was no longer his little sister. At this time, Fenghua looked at him up and down with a slightly critical look and said, Brother, you have to work hard. Okay, don't let Caicai reject you. I still want to eat a few more meals. Feng Yin. He couldn't help but knock Fenghua on the head. Listen to what you were saying. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Don't you want your brother to be well? And it was returned, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if the little female doesn't want him, he will still hold on to her thighs and won't let go. No, Feng Yin is a phoenix after all. Feng Yin had been losing confidence these past 2 days because of his grandfather and younger sister. He shook his head helplessly and decided to try harder on his own, hoping that his awakening talent would be no less than Long Yu's. As they were talking, Feng Yin and Feng Hua had already arrived at a mysterious place unique to Phoenix Island. The place is surrounded by towering trees that stand like giants between heaven and earth. Their branches and leaves are intertwined to form a dense green sky. In the center of the woods, a huge square stone platform stood abruptly. This platform seemed like an ancient altar rising from the depths of the earth, exuding a solemn and awe-inspiring atmosphere. What is truly amazing is that this stone platform is actually carved with many exquisite phoenix patterns, each of which is lifelike and seems ready to spread its wings and fly high at any moment. Their feathers are detailed and colorful, and their eyes are inlaid with dazzling rubies, shining brightly and emitting a mysterious and charming light. The entire scene was magnificent, like a fairyland. Standing there, Feng Yin and Feng Hua felt a power and tranquility from ancient times. They seemed to be in a mythical world. Everything before them was both beautiful and awe-inspiring. In such an environment, their hearts were deeply touched, and they gained a deeper understanding of the mystery and legend of Phoenix Island. The stone platform is now filled with members of the Phoenix clan. In the front are Feng Yin's grandfather and his father and mother. They all look at Feng Yin with smiling eyes. Feng Hua looked at her brother beside her with blessings in her eyes, then quietly disappeared into the crowd and appeared next to her grandfather soon. Feng Yin glanced at the tribesmen around him, his face as gloomy as water, and stepped steadily onto the stone platform. As his footsteps landed on the stone platform, the entire scene became unusually quiet, as if time had frozen. At this time, the witch doctor began to chant in a low voice, her voice full of piety and awe, echoing in the air like the sound of nature. Gradually, the phoenixes on the stone platform seemed to be awakened by the beautiful singing. Their wings, which had been tightly closed, slightly opened, and their gem-like eyes sparkled with a hint of life. Suddenly, the phoenix's eyes flashed, and a faint but bright red light emanated from them. This red light covered Feng Yin's body lightly like a veil. It was not dazzling, but it exuded a warm and mysterious power. Feng Yin stood there quietly, feeling the flow of this power. His expression remained calm, but a strong expectation surged in his heart. As time went on, The red light grew stronger, gradually enveloping Feng Yin completely. His figure appeared hazy and blurred under the red light, as if he had merged with the phoenix. Chapter 200 Awakening. Beneath the stone platform, a gleam of light flashed in Grandpa Feng Yin's eyes. The year of the phoenix is indeed quite lucky. Watching the red light grow stronger, Grandpa Feng Yin thought to himself, I'm afraid this time he can really awaken his talent. The other tribesmen were also worried. Will Feng Yin become the only one with talent among the youngest generation? If awakened, what kind of talent would be awakened? Clang! Just when everyone was nervously holding their breath, staring with wide eyes and looking forward to it. Suddenly, a phoenix, gleaming with dazzling light, flapped its wings and soared high from the red light. Like a brilliant, colorful flame, it circled gracefully in the air before gently descending. In an instant, the phoenix vanished, and the figure of a handsome, elegant young man loomed. At this moment, the witch doctor's chanting ceased, and the red light that had originally enveloped the stone platform also quietly and silently vanished. The young man raised his head slightly, his eyes as bright as stars scanning the people around him, and an invisible pressure suddenly spread out. The boy's face appeared clearly in front of the orcs. He still looked the same, but upon closer inspection, something seemed different. Compared to before, Feng Yin was now even more handsome, and the aura surrounding him made the beast dare not look directly at him. He raised his right hand and curled his lips slightly. I have awakened my talent. Boom! A flash of flame suddenly leaped out from Feng Yin's palm, and the beasts all widened their eyes. I'm not seeing things. It's the fire element. Oh my god, it's the fire element. This is the rarest and most suitable talent for the Blood Phoenix clan. I'm so jealous of Feng Yin. Woo, how come he's so lucky? Humph, there's no point in being jealous. It's your fault for not being able to awaken. So what? At least my little female is pregnant. What about yours? I don't even know where it is yet. You, stop arguing. We are all Phoenix orcs. Feng Yin has awakened the fire element, which will only benefit us in the future. Who knows, the task of restoring the glory of the Phoenix may depend on Feng Yin. The Phoenix Beastmen were shocked and started discussing with each other in the audience. Feng Hua's eyes sparkled, and her already round face looked even cuter when she smiled. She said loudly, Brother, congratulations. You've done a great job. Seeing his brother becoming stronger, Feng Hua was happy from the bottom of his heart. This time Caicai would definitely not send his brother back. If the brother works hard, she will soon have a gentle, beautiful, powerful, and strong female as her sister-in-law. Grandpa Feng Yin also laughed out loud. Good, good, good. We, the Blood Phoenix, finally have a successor. Feng Yin's father and mother also looked at their cub excitedly. Feng Yin, well done. Feng Yin smiled without saying anything and walked down the stone platform in a few steps. At this time, many beastmen gathered around. They all smiled like flowers and began to praise Feng Yin for his arrival without asking for money. I've noticed a long time ago that Feng Yin, this little phoenix, is extraordinary. Look, he's actually awakened his talent, the fire element. That's great, said a male orc. Year of the Phoenix? Isn't this the cousin who always said that he was naughty and would never amount to anything since they met when he was young? Yes, I've always seen Feng Yin as a gifted man. Back then, I even gave you some rare pickled meat that I bought from somewhere else. Do you remember? Feng Yin smiled and nodded. Yes, he did eat it, but it was not given by him. Feng Yin stole it, and for this, he was severely beaten by his second uncle. Isn't it impressive? Feng Yin has been smart and worry-free since he was young. This is the aunt who told him to get lost when he was a child. I've liked this cub Feng Yin since I was little. This was the cousin's wife who had sneered at him the moment she saw him. Feng Yin, when he was a child, he and Long Yu were too naughty and indeed disliked each other. But now the situation has reversed so quickly that he has become so popular. Feng Yin looked at the adult beastmen who spoke without changing their expressions, and his expression was complicated. He said that he still had a lot to learn. Chapter 2, A1 Treasures. Feng Yin said a few symbolic words to his tribesmen and was about to go back. At this time, a familiar male orc came over happily, leading a newly adult female. The young female had a pretty face and looked Feng Yin up and down impudently, then said with satisfaction, Feng Yin, you're not bad. I agree that you will be my first bestial husband. Year of the Phoenix? Feng Yin looked at the arrogant little female and was speechless. Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about in front of me? He had to work very hard to get the young female to agree to let him be the sixth beast husband. If the young female knew about this, she would probably get so angry that she would kick him away. No, this is absolutely not possible. Feng Yin frowned and took several steps back, stopping only when he was a safe distance away. Seeing Feng Yin avoiding her like a snake and scorpion, the little female in front of her immediately became furious and pointed at him and said, "Don't be so shameless. Feng Yin, you're honored that I, Feng Fei, have taken a fancy to you. I am the only Earth-grade female, and there are many males seeking mates." Wow! The surrounding beast men immediately became agitated. What? Feng Fei is actually a low-grade female. Oh my god, it really is. Feng Yin, hurry up and apologize to Fei. A little female of Earth rank is a big deal. Yes, our Phoenix clan has produced a Phoenix Yin, and now we have Fei, a little female. We finally see hope, and things will definitely get better and better in the future. Fei, I'm willing to be your beastly husband. Fei, look at me. I'm also a top-tier talent. No worse than Feng Yin. And me. The young female, Feng Fei, saw the male surrounding her and smiled wickedly, raising her chin slightly. Feng Yin, did you see that? I'll give you one more chance. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll lose your position as the #1 beast husband. Feng Yin's mouth twitched slightly. Thank you, but it's not necessary. I already have a little female I like. Feng Fei asked in disbelief. What did you say? Feng Yin's face turned cold. I already have a little female I like. You can find whoever you want to be your bestial husband. I can't be your bestial husband. Feng Fei's eyes widened, her fingers trembling slightly. You. I don't believe it. You must be my #1 beast husband. I'll see which little female dares to compete with me. Feng Yin, I know that it's actually me you like. Otherwise, why did you smile at me just now? Feng Yin explained. I was smiling at everyone just now, not at yourself, okay? Feng Fei suddenly became affectionate. Feng Yin, don't lie to yourself. You just smiled at me so beautifully, and your eyes were so gentle. You can't deceive a beast with your eyes that love it. Feng Yin's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Feng Yin, promise me that you will be my first beast husband, and I will give birth to my first 2 cubs for you. If you don't agree, don't even think about leaving today. Feng Fei looked at Feng Yin with determination and took 2 steps forward. Looking at the unreasonable little female in front of him, Feng Yin sneered in his heart and cursed. Okay, you don't listen to serious, beastly words and just want to be scolded, right? You asked for it. He frowned and started to output frantically. Feng Fei, right? Who do you think you are? I already told you I have a little female I like. You just can't hear me. Go get a witch doctor to treat your deafness. Please hurry up and take a piss and look at yourself. You're ugly, but you only think about good things. I still smile at you and like you. Where do you get your confidence from? I also have to promise you that I'm your father and I'll spoil you. I'm not a male who doesn't want to hurt females, so get out of here right now if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, Feng Yin's face was gloomy, and he said, take a step forward, which scared Feng Fei so much that she kept backing away. Finally, with a pop, she fell down on her, but out of fear. Then he cried out, wow. Wow, Feng Yin is so scary. Wow, I don't want to be with him. Dad, Mom, I want to go home. Whoa. Chapter 202 Food. Feng Yin didn't even look at her and left with an expressionless face. Feng Yin's mother stepped forward and helped Feng Fei up, saying softly, Fei, right? I apologize to you on behalf of Yin. I'm sorry that he already has a favorite female. But our Fei is beautiful and a low-grade female, so she's definitely not short of strong males to be her husband. Her gentle words made Feng Fei feel much better, and then she floated up and said fiercely, if Feng Yin doesn't choose me, he will definitely regret it. Hearing this, Feng Yin's mother Qingwan's smile faded a little. No mother would be happy to hear others speak ill of her own cubs. Qingwan, who had originally wanted to hand Feng Fei a gift, withdrew her hand. She smiled faintly and said, you don't have to worry about that. Then she looked at Feng Fei's parents and said slowly, although Feng Yin's words were harsh, they were not without reason. Little females are born precious, so they can be pampered, but they can't be left without any teaching. Feng Fei's mother frowned and said angrily, our Fei is doing well. It's you, Feng Yin, who's unlucky. You can't even handle a little female of Earth grade. You deserve to regret it later. Feng Feifei's father hurriedly pulled the female away, then smiled weakly and said, Yes, yes, I understand. I'll talk to them when I get back. Grandpa Fengyan took a step forward and scanned the entire place. He didn't say anything, but just looked over with his cloudy eyes, and immediately all the orcs fell silent. Today is Feng Yin's coming-of-age ceremony. It's a big, happy occasion and shouldn't be delayed by other things. With just one sentence, Feng Feifei's unreasonable behavior was exposed. Feng Yin has awakened the fire element. The young orcs may not know about it, but the older generation should have heard of it. This is such a rare talent. If nothing unexpected happens, Feng Yin will become the strongest of our Phoenix clan. Feng Feifei's family looked increasingly unhappy, but they didn't dare to speak. This is a big event for our entire clan. Grandpa Fengyan continued. Okay, without further ado, I've prepared some fresh food for everyone today. Let's enjoy the good times together. Let's eat before we leave. Yes. The Phoenix Beastmen left in 2s and 3s, ready to go together to try some fresh food. After the Beastmen had gone far away, Feng Yin's father, Feng Yang, frowned and said, Feng Yin is becoming more and more unbelievable. He actually treats this precious little female like this. Is a low-grade female not good enough for him? He will regret it later. Dad, you just spoil Feng Yin too much. Dad, please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. I was wrong. I'm wrong, and that's not okay. Grandpa Feng Yin finally stopped and sneered. The little female that Feng Yin likes is very good. If you dare to say another word and shake Feng Yin's heart, I will beat you to death right now. No, it's okay if you say it's okay. Don't be angry, I'll help you walk. Feng Yang said flatteringly. Qing Wan, who was used to such scenes, remained calm and walked beside the two of them step by step. But she couldn't help but feel curious about the little female that Feng Yin liked. When the Phoenix people tasted the food prepared by Feng Yin and Feng Hua, their eyes lit up. What is this? How can it be so delicious? I've never eaten anything so delicious. Oh my God, can ginkgo nuts be eaten like this? I really learned something new. Is this pheasant meat? Why isn't it fishy at all? Oh my God, how are these made? They smell so good that I want to swallow my tongue. Hearing the question, Grandpa Feng Yin smiled slightly and said casually, These fancy eating methods were all invented by the little female that Feng Yin likes. Feng Yin and the others have only learned half of what she has done. Chapter 2:03 Good luck. Feng Yang understood in his heart. It turns out that little female used delicious food to trick my father and Feng Yin away. Alas, although Feng Yin and her have a good relationship now, the most important thing in the future is the cub. Even though Feng Feifei is headstrong, she's a low-grade female. Her fertility is definitely much better than other females. When Feng Feifei has many cubs, I hope Feng Yin will not regret it. Of course, it's too late to regret. Thinking of this, Feng Yang felt very uncomfortable while eating this meal. Qing Wan's eyes lit up. This little female was really amazing. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to research any new tricks. This little female can eat so much that it makes flowers bloom. So she must be good at other things too. She has decided that even if Feng Yin changes his mind, she will force him to change his mind. One orc said in disbelief, If it's so delicious after only learning half of it, then if a young female from Feng Yin makes it, it will be heavenly. Feng Hua smiled lightly, her dimples slightly etched. Kai, the food that little female cooks is really, really delicious. I'm still craving it when I think about it. I hope that brother can do his best and get together with that little female soon, so that I can feel at ease. Feng Hua thought to herself, it's better not to mention Sai Cai's name, so as to avoid giving my brother, who hasn't succeeded yet, more competitors. Look how considerate she is. The male beast man beside him exclaimed, What? Did I hear that right? A little female can cook, and it's so delicious. Feng Yin's life is so good. No wonder he doesn't want to be Feng Feifei's beastly husband. Who is Feng Yin's little female? I really want to meet her. Me too. I wonder if she'll still accept a beastly husband. An underage male beast man suddenly had an idea and asked, Feng Hua, did you and Feng Yin make these dishes today? Feng Hua smiled and said, Yes, if you like it, eat more. The underage male beastman's eyes lit up. Okay, I will definitely eat them all. Hearing their conversation, the single males nearby, whether adults or minors, all stared at Feng Hua with burning eyes. Feng Hua. It seems to have suddenly become very popular. When Feng Feifei heard the beasts praising the young female Feng Yin, her heart turned sour. It's just making some food. Who can't do that? With a gloomy face, she did not forget to quickly clear the food on the stone table. Damn little female. All she knows is how to attract attention. But, well, it seems really delicious. The beastmen here were eating enthusiastically, while Feng Yin on the other side returned to the beast cave and carefully took out a cloth bag, which contained various good things he had exchanged in the beast world continent. This was a gift for the little female. He didn't forget that he gave Feng Wang a wooden hairpin that day, but Long Yu brought 2 boxes of gifts and slapped Feng Wang in the face. Oh, who doesn't think he has it? He needs to bring more and slap Long Yu in the face. After all, his little filly deserves the best. Feng Yin casually took out 2 sets of clothes, put them all into the big cloth bag, and then carried it on his back like a treasure. Then Feng Yin didn't even eat the dinner. He ran to the beach with his cloth bag on his back and sat down, waiting patiently. Will Long Yu come? If he comes, and Long Yu sees that he is called Xuanwu again, will he be so angry that he will jump to his feet? Who will arrive first, Long Yu or Xuanwu? It's hard to say, because Long Yu may not hold a grudge. Of course, it doesn't matter if Long Yu doesn't come. He has made preparations for both scenarios anyway. He has already talked to Uncle Xuanwu a long time ago. When the time comes, Chapter 204 Thoughts. Just as Feng Yin was sitting obediently on the beach with his bag on his back waiting, Long Yu mentioned to Yun Caicai that Xuanwu wanted to see his baby. Yun Caicai didn't agree immediately. Instead, she asked in surprise, I just gave birth to my baby a few days ago, and he already knew about it? Hailon and Longbao have been concerned about the cub recently. Now, they help take care of the cub at night and have not gone out at all. How did Xuanwu know? Long Yu frowned and said, At that time, I just thought that the 2 tribes were close. Maybe it was because my father told him that, so I didn't think much about it. But now I think about it. It might be because of the witch doctor. Yun Caicai looked at Long Yu and continued to listen to him. Most of our sea clan's witch doctors are beastmen from the Black Turtle tribe. Although they are few in number, they have long lifespans and are knowledgeable. The Sea Clan always asks experienced and older beastmen from the Black Turtle tribe to serve as witch doctors. Yun Caicai said thoughtfully. Perhaps he was too surprised and overjoyed, or perhaps he had other ideas, which is why he couldn't wait to inform the current leader of the Black Turtle tribe. Long Yu pursed his lips slightly. He definitely had some ideas. You can see it at a glance. Anyone can tell by looking at it, right? Since you agreed, please ask Xuanwu to come and see the cubs. Yun Caicai said in a calm voice. She also wanted to see why Xuanwu came. Long Yu looked at the little female on the stone bed and felt that she was even more beautiful and charming after giving birth. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that Xuanwu was just looking after the cub as he said. Otherwise, this uncle could be thrown away. Seeing that Long Yu was still lingering beside her, Yun Caicai asked, Long Yu, aren't you going to call Xuanwu? Long Yu groaned and said, It's okay to let him wait a little longer. I want to stay with my sister for a while, just the 2 of us. This is your uncle. Yun Caicai smiled and shook her head, saying no more, tacitly agreeing with Long Yu's jealous behavior. After all, she also likes to tease this little golden dragon in private. Soon, Long Yu's eyes began to become deep and fierce again, like a bottomless lake, containing endless power and desire. At this moment, the cubs were sleeping soundly, and their cute appearance made people feel extremely warm. However, Long Yu did not focus his attention on these cute little guys, but was attracted by Yun Caicai, who was standing beside him. Yun Caicai seemed to have noticed Long Yu's gaze. She deliberately hooked her arms around Long Yu's neck, with a hint of mischief and provocation in her eyes, which made Long Yu's desire even stronger. Finally, Long Yu could not resist the temptation anymore. He couldn't help but bend down. His breathing became rapid and his heartbeat quickened. Yun Caicai trembled slightly, but did not reject Long Yu's approach. Instead, she closed her eyes and enjoyed this moment of tenderness. Unlike the happy Long Yu, Xuanwu, who was waiting for news on the other side, didn't even dare to leave the cave for fear of missing the message from the little female. However, he was not particularly anxious. Instead, he waited patiently for Long Yu's arrival. Xuanwu was playing with 2 wild fruits in his hands, his eyes calm. If he were Long Yu, he would definitely not tell him the first time. After all, the initiative was not in his hands. However, no matter how late it was, it couldn't be too late. Xuanwu smiled lightly. In 2 or 3 hours at most, Long Yu would have to come to the cave to find him no matter how reluctant he was. a small female, Yun Caicai. When he thought of these 3 words, a ripple appeared in Xuanwu's calm heart. He picked up the wooden bowl and drank a bowl of fresh water, and then he felt that the anger in his heart had subsided a little. Xuanwu lowered his eyes and regained his previous calm and composed appearance. Chapter 205 Uncle and Nephew. 2 hours later, Long Yu finally came to Xuanwu reluctantly. He stood at the door, looking at Xuanwu, who was sitting there with a calm expression, muttering to himself in his heart, and suppress some of the thoughts he had. After all, his uncle has always been the most fair, proper, and self-disciplined orc in the Sea tribe. Logically speaking, he should not covet his nephew's female child, right? Not sure. It's safer to wait and see. Did the little female agree? Xuanwu showed a determined smile on his face, as if he was confident about this matter. For some reason, Long Yu suddenly felt a little upset when he saw this smile, but he still said stubbornly, "Of course, my little female is beautiful and kind-hearted. You just want to go and see the cubs. How could she not agree? Uncle Xuanwu, come with me quickly." Long Yu emphasized the word uncle, as if reminding him of something. Xuanwu still had that indifferent smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Long Yu. Okay, you are noble and awesome. He strode forward, leading the way. Soon, the beast cave was right in front of them. Even though Xuanwu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the pile of fur and was stunned where he stood. Uncle Xuanwu, come back to your senses. When Long Yu saw Xuanwu's appearance, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Xuanwu smiled apologetically at Yun Caicai, his eyes revealing a hint of embarrassment and regret. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." He took a deep breath, as if trying to calm himself, but his voice was still a little excited. "It's really too shocking. To be honest, when I first heard the news, I thought the witch doctor was playing a trick on me. That's why I wanted to see these cubs with my own eyes to confirm whether this is true or not." Xuanwu frankly admitted his initial doubts, and his tone was sincere and frank, which made people feel good about him. It would be difficult for anyone to feel bad about him after hearing such an explanation. Yun Caicai smiled slightly, her smile as warm as a spring breeze, without the slightest hint of blame. She understood Xuanwu's feelings at the moment and why he was so impulsive. After all, this situation is commonplace for Yun Caicai, so she chose to remain silent and respond with a smile. After all, whatever she said now would seem like showing off. Since he really came here just to see the cub, why not let him watch the cub quietly? Time passed minute by minute, and half an hour passed in a flash, but Xuanwu showed no sign of leaving. Not only that, it even took the initiative to follow Long Yu to learn how to take care of the hungry cubs. Yun Caicai couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why does it feel a little strange? Could it be that he is really coming for me? Just as Long Yu was about to chase the beast, he suddenly heard a slight cough coming from outside the cave. It turned out to be Long Bao standing there, and he said softly, "Long Yu, please come out for a moment. I have something to tell you." Long Yu asked in confusion, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Come out for a moment," Long Bao insisted. Helplessly, Long Yu had to turn around and walk out of the cave. Seeing this scene, Xuanwu's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed a little. He played a straight shot and said, "Little filly, can you take a look at me?" Yun Caicai was a little confused. "What?" "I request to be your next beast husband. Do you think I can do that?" Xuanwu's eyes were extremely sincere. He took the opportunity to express his true thoughts, but almost stunned Yun Caicai on the spot. Yun Caicai's brain froze a little. This Xuanwu is Long Yu's uncle. You are so old, but you still haven't found a partner? And uncle and nephew share the same female? I have to say, even in the world of beasts, it is a very explosive existence. Chapter 206, Throwing It Away. Yun Caicai was dumbfounded for the first time. But you are Long Yu's uncle. When they just met, she called him uncle and said hello, but then he turned around and confessed his love to her. Yun Caicai said she was a little embarrassed. Seeing her reaction, Xuanwu did not back down, but continued to explain patiently. "Yes, Long Yu does call me uncle, but in fact I am only 9 years older than him. Of course, compared with the newly adult males, I am indeed much older than them." When he said this, a barely perceptible look of loneliness appeared on his face. However, Xuanwu quickly raised his head again, regaining his usual composure, and continued to fight firmly. "But my rank is intermediate grade, and I can guarantee your safety. Besides, the witch doctor has also deduced that the higher the rank of the male, the better the talent of the female's offspring. Little female, do Do you want to try with me to give birth to cubs with better talents and higher grades? Xuanwu's voice was low but full of temptation. Yun Caicai looked at Xuanwu in astonishment. It turned out to be the top-grade item, one level higher than the Tianpin. However, Long Yu's father's grade is also top grade, and Xuanwu of the same generation is also of top grade, which seems reasonable. Yun Caicai thought in surprise that this was the first male of such a high rank she had encountered. So what? What's wrong, uncle? You're not that old. Besides, you'll be more caring when you're older, right? Yun Caicai persuaded herself like this, and immediately swallowed her words of refusal, and said instead, I just became a partner with Long Yu, and there is Feng Yin behind. I need time to think about it. Xuanwu's eyes lit up. The fact that he didn't refuse directly means he still has a chance. He had waited so long to finally find such a little female who met his requirements in every way. He must successfully become a partner with her. Okay, don't be in a hurry. Take your time to think about it. Xuanwu slowed down his voice, fearing that he would scare away the little female. I've been waiting for so many years, there's no rush. Huh, this sentence is a bit hurtful. Yun Caicai raised her eyes slightly, and her gaze slowly fell on the male orc in front of her. Xuanwu's long green hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin, exuding an elegant and easygoing aura. His expression was calm and composed, as if he had extraordinary control over everything around him, giving people a calm feeling that everything was under his control. Especially those eyes, deep and bright, revealing a hint of tenderness, and the slightly upturned corners of his mouth with a faint smile, as if silently conveying a message to her. No matter when or where, he will always wait. This is indeed a good choice for Beastman. However, unlike Long Yu, Xuanwu may be a few years older and has more experience. Yun Caicai said that she cannot see through this Uncle Xuanwu now, so she plans to try to get along with him for a while. After all, Yun Caicai is no longer the helpless little female like she was at the beginning, and her heart is not as anxious and nervous as it was at the beginning. This is the confidence that comes with increased strength, and after she gives birth to Long Yu's cubs, her rank may not be lower than Xuanwu's. Besides, Feng Yin is waiting. Now at Xuanwu. By this calculation, her schedule is quite tight. Uncle, it's getting late. You should go back. Although Long Yu said this with a smile, his voice sounded quite gritted, who made him see the two of them looking at each other lovingly. As soon as he entered the cave, Long Yu said, this uncle could be thrown away. Chapter 207 Consideration. Xuanwu glanced at the angry Long Yu and thought to himself, fortunately, I asked Long Bao for help in advance and sent Long Yu away for a while. Today, he talked to the young female, and they will definitely go further when they meet next time. Then, Xuanwu stood up and said with a smile, little female, you should take good care of yourself. Then he instructed, Long Yu, you have to take good care of the little female and the cubs. If you're too busy, call me. I am close and can come over at any time. Long Yu said with a forced smile, Uncle, of course I will take good care of my little female. You don't have to worry about anything else. Xuanwu acted as if he hadn't heard anything. His expression didn't change at all. Little female, I'm leaving first. I'll come back another day to see the cubs. Uncle, you talk too much. Let's go. Long Yu couldn't help it and directly pulled Xuanwu out. Watching them playfully, Yun Caicai couldn't help but smile. Uncle and nephew. That seems quite interesting, right? Long Yu returned to the cave, where only Yun Caicai was. He immediately turned into the arrogant and soft-hearted little dragon again. Sister, Uncle Xuanwu has bad intentions towards you. Yun Caicai blinked and asked in feigned confusion, really? Long Yu huffed. I saw it clearly. After sending Feng Yin away, here comes Xuanwu. It's really difficult for Xiaolong. Yun Caicai held her chin up in her hand. She suddenly wanted to know what Long Yu thought, so she looked at him seriously and asked, so what do you think of Xuanwu? Long Yu said sullenly, Uncle Xuanwu, come to think of it, he's indeed amazing. In the beginning, the position of the Black Turtle Tribe's leader was actually meant to be given to my brother Xianjun, but Xianwu unexpectedly surpassed his rank and defeated the extremely high-level Xianjun. The entire Sea Clan was shocked. Uncle Xuanwu legitimately became the Black Turtle Tribe's chief. However, Xuanwu later said that he felt he was too ignorant to challenge his brother. So, in front of all the beasts, he handed all Black Turtle Tribe affairs back to Xuanjun. He only held the title of chief, and Uncle Xuanjun made all the decisions in the tribe. Uncle Xuanwu didn't take over the tribe until Uncle Xuanjun passed away 10 years ago. In short, Uncle Xuanwu is strong and fair, and he handles things in a thoughtful and comprehensive manner. He has a very good reputation among the Sea tribe. However, he is very picky. Mother introduced several young females to him, but he didn't like any of them. Long Yu secretly thought how great it would be if Xuanwu had chosen the young female earlier. Then he would have one less powerful opponent. Listening to Long Yu's words, Yun Caicai seemed to be thinking about something. With great strength, one naturally has more choices. Most ordinary orcs just make do with their lives, but the higher the rank of the orcs, the less they will compromise themselves. Yun Caicai continued to ask, Long Yu, if he became my beastly husband, would you accept it? If Long Yu is very resistant, she really needs to think about it carefully. Hearing this, Long Yu immediately buried his head in Yun Caicai's arms and said with emotion, Sister, don't worry about my thoughts. As long as you like it, I won't be ignorant. Yun Caicai, this virtuous little golden dragon. How could she eat so well? What a sin. Yun Caicai's hand passed through Long Yu's hair like a wisp of smoke, as if she was touching a precious treasure. Her movements were light and gentle, and with a faint smile, she said softly, Long Yu, I want to hear your truest thoughts from the bottom of your heart. Long Yu moved slightly in Yun Caicai's arms, as if looking for a more comfortable position, and then he slowly said, Actually, Uncle Xuanwu is indeed a very good candidate for a beast husband. If he can become my sister's beast husband, it may bring more benefits. His voice revealed a sense of thought and consideration, and it was obvious that he had been thinking about this issue for a long time. But he came just after I got married to my sister. I felt a little uncomfortable. So, sister, my real thought is, you can choose him as your bestial husband, but can you give him some time to rest? 3 months, no. Can you marry him after half a year? Don't think that you could be the 6th one just because you joined Fingyin's team. He's the oldest, yet he's made the youngest. Let him go so far as to steal my sister from me. He even asked his father to send him away. How infuriating. Chapter 208 Complaint. Yun Caicai chuckled. That's it. Sister, you don't know, for Uncle Xuanwu, the past 6 months have been hard enough for him, he. Long Yu couldn't help laughing when he thought about the scene, where he could stay with a little female with a legitimate reason, but Xuanwu could only watch with envy and pretend to be calm and steady. Let him bully the dragon. Think you can succeed immediately? Humph, there's Long Yu, the dragon blocking the way. From now on, their relationship will be reversed. Uncle Xuanwu, it's your turn to smile ingratiatingly at me, Long Yu. Yun Caicai just wanted to spend more time with Xuanwu, so she agreed without any burden. She said lightly, Okay. Long Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Sister, you are so good to me. Of course it's true. Long Yu was extremely happy in his heart, for he knew that his position among the new beast husbands was unmatched by any beast. After completing his imagination, Long Yu happily came forward and said, Thank you, sister. I will serve you well tonight. Yun Caicai smiled and pushed Long Yu away. Why are you in such a hurry? The kids are still here. Long Yu, I'll send them to my mother right now. Yun Caicai was helpless. Wait until I finish feeding. The little cubs smelled the scent, opened their mouths, took it in, and sucked hard. The cubs in this litter are particularly sensible. Not only do they not make trouble, they also drink milk regularly. The cubs in the previous litters drank every 2 or 3 hours, but the cubs in this litter were different right after they were born. They were fed every 4 hours during the day and could sleep through the night. Yun Caicai gently stroked the cubs, and soon, each cub had a round belly. Long Yu carefully placed them on the wooden bed. When he staggered to the sea blue stone cave, the cubs were already fast asleep. Long Yu put the cubs down and complained harshly to his mother. Long Yu said aggrievedly, Mother, Father doesn't care whether I live or die. Hailon was shocked. What happened? Long Yu, I just got married, and my father was bribed by Xuanwu to send me away. That's my little female. What on earth is my father thinking? Don't you want me and the little female to have a cub soon? So you let Uncle Xuanwu seduce her? If that's the case, then I can't stay in this dragon palace anymore. My own father is siding with outsiders. Mother, I feel so miserable. Long Bao. Hailon was furious. Okay, Long Bao, get over here. Long Bao immediately stood up. Alan, listen to my explanation. Xuanwu has lots of sparkles that you'll like. Look, I've picked them all up for you. Hailon started directly. Are these things more important than my future grandchildren? I think you have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. Alan, I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Do you want to have another chance? Long Bao, don't run. Stop right there. Long Yu smiled slightly, retired after accomplishing his mission, and then happily went to find his little female. That night, the moon is also gentle. The two of them were alone together, as if surrounded by pink bubbles. Long Yu gently picked up his little female and continued to be affectionate with her. Unlike the happy Long Yu, Feng Yin is somewhat skeptical about his life as an animal at this moment. He was hungry and had been blown by the sea breeze and exposed to the scorching sun for a whole day. Now Feng Yin, with messy hair, looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. It's already evening. Long Yu didn't come, so why didn't Uncle Xuanwu come either? He guessed that Long Yu would not come, but what about Uncle Xuanwu? Wasn't he always the most fair, just, and trustworthy person? Could something have happened suddenly? Feng Yin stood up, brushed off the gravel on the package, and then walked towards the beast cave with a look of despair while listening to his stomach growling. It must be Uncle Xuanwu who has something wrong. He couldn't possibly lie to him. Feng Yin decided that he wanted to go back and eat something, fill his stomach, and have a good sleep. Then, continue waiting tomorrow. Uncle Xuanwu will definitely come to pick him up tomorrow. Chapter 209 Enlightenment. Feng Yin waited for 3 consecutive days, but still did not see the beast he was waiting for. Feng Yin smiled at the sea, and his heart finally settled down. Okay, Xuanwu, Xuanwu, he will remember it. He had high hopes for his younger uncle and trusted him so much, but what was the result? Got fooled. That's so bad. It's all my fault for being careless and trusting too much in that righteous Xuanwu. Haha, you can't trust any beast casually. Besides, Long Yu and Xian Wu are both sea beasts, so they're naturally closer. Feng Yin finally figured it out. Neither of them is a good person. Feng Yin gritted his teeth and said, "Don't underestimate the beast. Sooner or later he will take care of them both." Feng Yin returned to the beast cave with a cold face, as if saying, "I'm very angry. Don't get close to me." Feng Hua was whispering to her mother, "Mother, look, my brother is back." Feng Yang also pricked up his ears and eavesdropped. Qingwan has already learned from her own cubs that the little female is now in the Dragon Palace under the sea. It was fate that Long Yu and Feng Yin had been good friends since childhood, and now they actually fell in love with the same female. The always proud Golden Dragon and Phoenix actually share the same female. Before, Qingwan and Feng Yang would never have believed that these two divine beasts would actually throw away their pride and follow the same little female like a puppy, and even be jealous of her. Feng Yang was filled with mixed emotions, looking at Feng Yin's cold face. It seemed that his own child was at a disadvantage. Qingwan smiled and waved to Feng Yin, "Nianzi, come here." Feng Yin was in a bad mood, but when he heard Yang calling him, he still walked over. After all, his unreliable parents left him to his grandfather since he could remember, and then started traveling outside, rarely coming back once a year. If it weren't for his 18th birthday ceremony, he probably wouldn't have seen the shadow of them. "Mom, what's wrong?" Feng Yin asked. "Come and sit down. Mother has something to tell you." Feng Yin sat down, but looked a little depressed. Over the years, he always boasted that he was smart and had the upper hand, but now he was outshined by Long Yu twice. Whenever he thought of the little female, he felt very uncomfortable. Originally, these days could be the time for him to communicate with the little female. But now he was sitting stupidly on the beach with his bag on his back, waiting for 3 whole days. "My face is quite tanned. I wonder if the little female will like it." Long Yu, Xuanwu, are really not good people. Feng Yin cursed them angrily in his heart. Seeing her young boy looking listless, Qingwan couldn't help but laugh and knocked on his head. "Is it really that serious? Is my little cub such a beast that can be easily defeated?" "Of course not. I just feel a little anxious when I think about it," Feng Yin said truthfully in front of his mother. Qingwan laughed and scolded. "Why are you so anxious? Open the pattern." Year of the Phoenix. He looked at his mother in confusion. "Mother, what do you mean? I don't understand." "Stupid. Now you just need to remember how many days Long Yu and the little female have been alone together." Qingwan raised her eyebrows. "Then what?" Feng Yin was still immersed in his previous emotions and was unable to come to his senses for a while. Then your good days will come." Qingwan suddenly smiled and continued. "Huazai told me that your little female is a careful and rare good female. Even if she favors a beast husband, it won't be too obvious and make the other beast husband sad. So, you just need to remember the days when Long Yu was alone with her. When you see her again, Tell her about the grievances you've endured these days, but don't go too far. Then, won't your good days begin? Chapter 210, Auditing. Feng Yin's mind suddenly brightened up, and he looked at Yang and said, "That's right. I was so angry that I forgot about this. The little female is very kind and will definitely not let me suffer any injustice. If Long Yu stays alone with her for a few days, she will definitely stay alone with me for a few days too. Maybe we can even make up for it for a few more days." The more he spoke, the brighter Feng Yin's eyes became. "Mother, you are so smart. You are worthy of being my mother." Qingwan shook her head and said with a smile, "You've been confused these past 2 days. Even if I don't say anything, you'll be able to come around in a few days." Feng Yin smiled and said, "Mother, I'll make you something delicious tomorrow." "Okay, Mother will be waiting." Qingwan smiled gently. "Dad is waiting too." Feng Yang also came over. "My sister is waiting too." Feng Hua smiled and took his arm. "Well, Grandpa is waiting too." Grandpa, who suddenly appeared, also said suddenly, "Feng Yin, okay, just wait for me to cook, right?" But now, Feng Yin is no longer in a hurry. He began to count the days on his fingers. These past few days, he had been spending time with his parents and practicing the newly awakened fire element. Then, just wait patiently. The little female loves all kinds of wild animals on Phoenix Island. Who wouldn't get tired of eating things from the seabed for a few days? He would just wait obediently for the young female to come ashore and then secretly accuse Long Yu. He could get revenge and be alone with the young female at the same time. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Thinking of this, Feng Yin felt relieved. Today, the Shenmao tribe has regained its former vitality and spirit. Their own goddess was alive and well, and they were able to invite the divine beast phoenix to come and report the news. Not only did the incident of her being abducted not have any bad influence, but it greatly enhanced Yun Caicai's prestige. Having great fortune, being blessed by the beast god, and being on good terms with the divine beasts, each of these is a great thing, but now Yun Caicai has them all. The orcs of the divine cat tribe were all proud of themselves and were more confident than usual. The arrival of the phoenix and the awakening of Hua helped the other 3 beast husbands to calm down greatly and no longer feel frightened and anxious. Seeing that the tribe was developing well, Song He's grandfather retired completely. However, he couldn't sit idle, so he agreed that he and Su Sanhua would take turns to look after the cubs during the day. Although it is called care, it is not very tiring because there are still many high-level males guarding the safety of the cubs on weekdays, and many young females come to help spontaneously. Now Song He is in charge of all affairs of the Shenmao tribe, and he works with Hua, Ganlai, and others to formulate regulations for major matters. Hua Yin was listening. Originally, Hua Yin couldn't come up with any ideas, so it didn't matter whether she came or not. But Hua said that although Hua Yin was simple by nature, she would gain some knowledge if she listened more. After all, they could not always be together. Even if she did not make any progress, listening would only benefit her and not harm her. So the matter of Hua Yin attending the trial was settled. That day, Hua remembered something and asked, "I sent a message back to the Banyao tribe earlier. Have you contacted Zhu Lin yet?" Song He shook his head helplessly. Zhu Lin is the only Xianpin of the 100 Birds tribe. Although I immediately spread the news and asked their fastest bird beastmen to find him, but they couldn't even catch up with him. Hua was silent for a moment and then said, "The Taiku Mountains are too far from the Wuwang Sea. I'm worried that something might happen to Zhu Lin. That would be terrible." Ganlai advised, "Look at the bright side. Maybe Zhu Lin has already reached the Wuwang Sea and met Caicai." Hua Yin ate wild fruits and agreed. Yes. The crackling sound continued to be heard. The 3 of them looked at him. Hua Yin paused, looked at them blankly, and then said, "This is really delicious. Would you like to try it?" Hua, Song He, Ganlai. Chapter 211 Tragic. Zhu Lin was really miserable at this moment. After so many days, he is still trying to fly to the Wuwang Sea. We should have arrived a few days earlier, but we encounter a lone raptor, a vulture. Although vultures usually feed on carrion, they will also attack living things. Unfortunately, Zhu Lin's spirit was targeted by a ferocious vulture because his beast form was too gorgeous and beautiful. This vulture was a leader among high-level Earth-grade raptors, its ferocity astonishing. In comparison, although Zhu Lin also possessed profound strength, his strength was greatly diminished due to the limitations of his beast form. It was difficult for him to maintain his composure against a high-level Earth-grade raptor, let alone gain the upper hand. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Zhu Lin had no choice but to retreat temporarily. He hurriedly flew towards a jungle not far away, hoping to use the dense woods to hide his whereabouts. However, the jungle was complex and densely wooded, and Zhu Lin dodged here and there, scurrying around like a headless fly. He ran with all his might, spending 3 days and 3 nights before he finally managed to escape the relentless vulture. During these 3 days, Zhu Lin had gone through countless hardships and encountered numerous dangerous situations. If he hadn't been careful, he could have become a meal for the vultures. Zhu Lin looked at his scars and messy hair and smiled bitterly. He was probably the only Xian-level person who had to flee when facing a D-level person. How embarrassing. Zhu Lin's heart was filled with anxiety, but when he thought of the young female from the divine cat tribe, he gritted his teeth and stood up. I don't believe the young female will die so easily. I can't die here. I must go to the Wuwang Sea myself and see what's going on. With the sound of clear bird calls, the ribbon bird flew into the air, its body a little unstable. Upon closer inspection, its once beautiful tail feathers were now tattered. Zhu Lin gathered his strength and flew straight towards the Wuwang Sea. He would definitely find a live female. 7 days later, the blue sea appeared before the eyes of the ribbon bird. Zhu Lin flapped his wings desperately and flew towards the sea. This is it. Zhu Lin flew lower and lower, and in his excitement, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Before he passed out, he was thinking, this is the end. How can I survive if I fall into the Wuwang Sea? Forget it. Let him go down and accompany the little female. At this moment, with a click, a ribbon bird actually fell on the beach on the side. Feng Hua's eyes widened. A bird fell from the sky. She ran up to the ribbon bird and circled around it. How could it be so ugly? It must not taste good. By the way, it would be nice if she could take a bird home to keep as a pet. Feng Hua held up the ribbon bird, eyes full of heartache. Tiske, what has it been through? Why are there so many injuries? It's okay. I have the witch doctor's medicine. Little bird, wake up. You are blessed. At this time, Zhu Lin fell into a deep coma. He vaguely heard a voice calling him, but when he listened carefully, there was nothing. Never mind. Let's have a good sleep. He is really tired after flying and traveling nonstop for nearly a month. Zhu Lin gave up struggling and chose to have a good sleep, but he didn't know that Feng Hua had already decided to keep him as a pet. After Feng Hua applied medicine to Zhu Lin, she wiped its dirty feathers, fed it some water, and then carefully placed the ribbon bird in the wooden cage that her brother had made for her long ago. Feng Hua looked at the motionless Zhu Lin, holding her chin, feeling quite worried. Her little bird must persist and survive. She really wants to know what it feels like to raise an animal. The young Feng Hua did not realize that this was not just a bird, but also a male orc. She didn't tell anyone and secretly hid the wooden cage. This is her secret,